A limited edition sports car worth over 100 million, yet you bought it for just $1. However, everyone laughs at you saying you're about to suffer terrible luck, only because you've been chosen by the horror world to be a hearse driver. And the SSS level ghost in the copy has serious hatred for the rich. You driving a luxury car will definitely be tortured to death. But you're not afraid at all, and even actively invited him to sit in the passenger seat. All this, only because you awakened a system that gains ghost favor in 1 second. With enough time, all ghosts will crawl at your feet. Right now, you're driving your luxury car just passing through an intersection, when you discover several dozen meters away, a ghost wearing a black raincoat waving at you, his face hidden under the hood. Need a ride? You shift your gaze over, wanting to see clearly what this ghost looks like, but your vision seems blocked by some force, unable to see the face under the raincoat. However, you do see the information panel. Rainsister, favor points, -500, relationship, hates you to the bone, level, vengeful spirit, he is an S-level fugitive ghost criminal, he hates every rich ghost and human, and will attack when finding a suitable target, being targeted by him means certain death. Seeing the panel information, you slam on the brakes, your first reaction is to escape. You show off your god-level driving skills, spinning the steering wheel wildly, making a U-turn on the spot, flooring the gas pedal, using the drainage ditch to drift around the corner and escape immediately. You constantly check the rearview mirror and see that the ghost called Rainsister is still standing in the same spot, only the raised hand has been lowered. Should be safe now. At this moment, you finally breathe a sigh of relief. But suddenly heavy rain pours down, raindrops with a foul smell fall on the windshield, greatly affecting visibility, giving you a bad feeling. You turn the wipers to maximum speed, barely restoring normal vision. Then, you see a spine-chilling sight. Somehow, Rainsister is standing stiffly in front of the car, standing in the rain staring at you intensely. The information panel related to her appears again. Rainsister, favor points, -600, relationship, wants you to die in the rain, level, vengeful spirit. Damn, favor points dropped by 100. Originally you had already reacted, instinctively wanting to slam on the brakes. But on second thought, why the hell stop? With favor points at -600, stopping would be suicide. Might as well be ruthless and try to run him over and kill him. Thinking this, you floor the gas pedal, wanting to push it into the fuel tank. With a vroom, the sports car's speed suddenly increases, heading straight at the ghost. But something shocking happens, the front of the car doesn't hit the ghost, but passes through its body, continuing forward. Heavy rain once again covers the windshield, wipers still working, and Rainsister's figure appears again in front of the car, in exactly the same position as before. Now the information panel automatically appears, Rainsister, favor points, -666. Obviously the plan failed, this ghost is determined to get in the car. Seeing this situation, you have no choice but to hit the brakes. Rainsister, who is standing in front, flashes to the passenger door, grabs the handle and pulls hard, and the locked door seems to malfunction, being pulled open from outside. Rainsister sits halfway in the car, looking at you with a cold tone. Why did you turn around? Do you know that's refusing service? Why did you try to hit me? You clearly saw me. At this moment, you finally see Rainsister's face hidden under the raincoat. Your first impression is that she looks pure, like a neighborhood little sister waiting for the bus at a stop on a summer rainy night, making you feel an urge to create many stories with her. But when you see those pitch-black eyes, this feeling instantly disappears. It's a misunderstanding, I wasn't refusing service, I was planning to turn around anyway. As for why I tried to hit you, blame yourself for suddenly appearing in front of my car. In such heavy rain, I couldn't hit the brakes in time. Now the information panel appears again, Rainsister, favor points, -700, she is very angry, wishing to crush you to pieces, she now only wants to take you to a secret base and dispose of you in the most cruel way. Seeing the favor points drop again, you feel speechless, this female ghost really has a bad temper. Rainsister doesn't want to say more about this, go to Broken Bone Burial Ground, leave now. Her tone is eerie, her eyes flashing with cold light. At this moment, you also have plans for Rainsister. Since she came to you voluntarily, it would be a waste not to do something. Without doubt, she is very strong, her power is related to rain, the information panel shows she can kill ghosts stronger than herself, making her a good bodyguard. Most importantly, her level is vengeful spirit, within the range where favor can be improved. Taking a deep breath, you return to normal, alright, let's go. At the same time, you communicate with the system in your mind, system, bind target Rainsister. Ding, target locked, favor has begun to increase. Now you're driving normally, Broken Bone Burial Ground is not far from here, at most a 5-minute drive. You can't drive too fast, this maniac's favor is too low, it would take over 10 minutes just to reach zero, so you need to stall for more time. Rainsister sits in the passenger seat, not looking forward, but constantly turning her head to stare at you, the hatred and killing intent in her eyes completely undisguised. Driver, is this your first day on the island? Have you heard the story of the Rain Night Butcher? You frown slightly, but quickly return to normal. I haven't heard it, would you like to tell me? Before you can speak, she reaches out to switch the car radio, finally switching to channel 444. This channel is broadcasting messages about various dangerous wanted ghosts. S-level wanted ghost Rain Night Butcher, bounty 2 million terror coins, characteristic is wearing a black raincoat, likes to go out late at night, extremely cruel methods, specializes in killing rich people and rich ghosts. When encountering a female ghost in a black raincoat, please try to stay away. According to reliable information, she stays in Grey Abyss City year-round. At this point, you pretty much know what Rainsister wants to do, obviously trying to scare you with this method. And now Rainsister's voice reaches your ears. Wearing a black raincoat, going out in the dark night, living in Grey Abyss City, driver. Do you think I fit those 3 characteristics? Lin Bei stared ahead without blinking, and nodded in agreement. You fit very well. I almost thought you were the wanted criminal. So scary. He caught a glimpse of Yumei's reaction from the corner of his eye. Yumei smiled with satisfaction. Tell me, is there a possibility? What if I am that S-rank wanted criminal? And I'm in your car because I want to kill you? After all, where I'm going is a place for hidden graves. Chapter 8. Lin Bei answered seriously. That makes sense. All your characteristics fit. Looks like you really are that S-rank wanted criminal. So, after delivering you to your destination, you'll kill me, right? His tone was calm, not very scared, as if he wasn't the one in danger. At the same time, Lin Bei was focused on driving, obeying the traffic rules with full attention, even though this was a thrilling world. Aren't you afraid? Yumei found Lin Bei's reaction hard to understand. This method was not new to her. She liked to let her targets die in extreme fear and despair. In the past, every time she used it, it was in a sealed environment, where the target knew her identity and couldn't escape, only feeling endless panic, becoming a mess, desperately trying to survive, begging on their knees, offering large sums to save their lives. Yumei enjoyed that feeling. A wealthy person, once high and mighty, would beg like a pitiful creature in front of her. After experiencing it a few times, she became addicted. Lin Bei straightforwardly replied. Of course I'm afraid. You're going to kill me, so how could I not be afraid? Yumei was momentarily stunned. She didn't see any signs of fear from Lin Bei. If you're afraid, why not run away? You had the chance to jump out of the car. Yumei didn't actually want Lin Bei to escape. She said this because she wanted to torment and toy with him. Make Lin Bei panic and flee, only to be lost in the storm each time, experiencing both physical and psychological torment, ultimately leading to his collapse. Like a cat playing with a mouse, not immediately eating it, but toying with it for a long time, weaving false hopes of survival, then ruthlessly destroying them. Yes, she was a sadist. Why run? Wanting to kill me is your business. My duty is to take you to your destination. Once you're in my car, you're my passenger, I must complete this task. That's my professional ethic. Remember to give a good review. He was just talking nonsense. If it weren't for the system, he would have jumped out of the car long ago. Right now, staying in the car was simply because he had confidence. Anyway, as long as he had enough time, Yumei's favorability could increase. Lin Bei had made up his mind. Once the favorability was high enough, he would take revenge hard. Dare to scare him? Dare to have killing intentions? Dare to play with him? These all had to pay a price. When the time comes, even if you cry and apologize, I won't be soft-hearted. An S-rank wanted criminal, right? I'll turn you into an SSS-rank little crybaby. Yumei was clearly shocked by Lin Bei's response, freezing in her seat, her dark eyes slightly dazed. She was stunned. A person who treated $1 million luxury car like a taxi actually had such professional ethics? Knew it was a dead end but still insisted on completing the job? Simply insane. Completely different from the wealthy individual she had seen before. 6. After this incident, Yumei knew that this approach wouldn't scare Lin Bei. So she simply settled down, half lying on the seat, closing her dark eyes, starting to think about how to deal with Lin Bei. What should I do? There are still 2 wealthy individuals locked up in the dungeon. Why not lock them together, then tell them I will let the one who survives live, making them fight to the death. Or I could just cut them all into pieces? Drowning them in rain also seems good. I also want to try burying them alive. At this moment, she was still unaware of how serious the consequences of these thoughts would be. The harsher the methods used, the stronger the guilt would be afterward, and the harder it would be to gain Lin Bei's forgiveness. At this moment, Lin Bei glanced at Yumei out of the corner of his eye. The information panel immediately appeared. Yumei. Favorability, minus 330. She has less hatred towards you now. But she still wants to kill you. She is currently thinking about what method to use to kill you. Lin Bei exhaled, and the unease in his heart quickly dissipated. Not bad. It's already been cut in half. We've already walked about half the distance. Almost there. Meanwhile, in another taxi, the chainsaw maniac sat in the back seat, holding his shiny chainsaw. He could clearly feel Lin Bei's position and condition. Is there a vengeful spirit level anomaly nearby? Keep going. You must survive. My beloved chainsaw wants to tear you apart. No one wanted Lin Bei to survive more than the chainsaw maniac. In the front seat, Bai Zhou pressed the brake and stopped the car at the side of the road. You. Hello, your destination has arrived. The fare is 20 terror coins? How would you like to pay? He actually didn't want to talk. But there was no choice, it was part of the service. The chainsaw maniac immediately started the chainsaw. How to pay? Of course, with your life. He grinned and raised the chainsaw to strike at Bai Zhou. Ah! A scream followed, and Bai Zhou's body was cut evenly in half, with bright red blood splattering everywhere. And this was just the beginning. The chainsaw maniac, sitting inside the car, continued to swing the chainsaw wildly, cutting Bai Zhou's body and everything in the car. In a short time, Bai Zhou was chopped into hundreds of small pieces, and the taxi was completely destroyed. Baby, are you satisfied? Not satisfied? Then keep going. The chainsaw flashed with a dim red light. Not satisfied? Good. Keep going. Zheng. Zheng. The chainsaw kept cutting. B-level wanted anomaly, chainsaw maniac, reward of 500,000 terror coins, characterized by a love for running around with a chainsaw, strong build, fierce appearance, attacks indiscriminately every day, rumored to be a puppet controlled by the chainsaw. Lin Bei did not switch the station, hearing this news. He is also a wanted anomaly? 2 in one day? Is it a coincidence? Or is there another reason? He didn't think much about it. Even though he was deliberately controlling the speed of the car, they were already nearing the destination, with less than 100 meters left. Out of the corner of his eye, Yume was dozing off with her eyes closed. The relevant information panel appeared. Yume. Favorability, 0. Relationship, strangers. Level, vengeful spirit. She no longer hates you and has no intention of killing you. Even though she thinks you're rich. She equally hates every rich person, but you're not one of them. Congratulations, you escaped a calamity. Lin Bei exhaled. With that, the crisis was officially over. The next step was the counterattack. We're here. Please pay. Upon hearing this, Yume opened her eyes and instinctively looked at Lin Bei. Then she froze on the spot. The words she was about to say couldn't be said, and what she wanted to do no longer seemed to matter. A lot had changed without her noticing. Waking up, everything had changed. Strange. Why do I suddenly not want to kill him? He is clearly very rich, but I don't hate him at all. Why? Yume began to doubt the anomaly. Facing the one thing she hated the most, how could there be no hatred at all in her heart? She felt like she was getting sick. Chapter 9. No, this can't be. Yume, you must keep hating. Don't forget how disgusting and hateful these rich guys are. Don't forget what they did to you. Yume reminded herself in her heart. She tried to awaken the hatred and disgust within her. But it was useless. When she looked at Lin Bei, not only could she no longer generate any murderous intent, but the more she looked at him, the more she felt drawn to him. Just a few seconds ago, there was no feeling, no hate, no like, just a passerby who would be forgotten after parting ways. But now, a few seconds later, she had an urge to talk to Lin Bei for a little longer. The longer the time passed, the stronger that impulse became. What a strange feeling. A human can actually affect me like this. Yume. Favorability, 10. Relationship, slight interest in you. Level, vengeful spirit. She has become curious about you. You are special. Goodwill is rising at a speed of 1 point per second. After 1.5 minutes, goodwill can reach 100 points. Lin Bei felt it was about time. So he spoke. The total cost of this trip is 998 horror coins. Please pay the fee as soon as possible. I still need to go to the next order. The nearly 1,000 costs shocked Lin Bei. Just a few kilometers, and the price was outrageous. Huh? So expensive? Are you robbing me? Yume instantly came back to her senses. She did not want to pay this money. Because it was simply too expensive. 1,000 horror coins could last her a long time. But in the end, she still decided to pay. With goodwill above 10, she couldn't bring herself to run away without paying. Can you make it cheaper? I'm an S-class wanted criminal, where can I get so many horror coins? Is that okay? Yume just wanted to pay a little less. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei looked at Yume, not immediately saying anything, but waiting for goodwill to increase. For a moment, the car was very quiet. The atmosphere was tense. 10 seconds passed. Goodwill reached 30. Yume. Goodwill points, 30. Relationship, feeling guilty towards you. Level, grudge soul. She regrets how she treated you before. A sense of guilt has arisen in her heart. She instinctively wants to make it up to you. Only then did Lin Bei say, "You can just quote a price. Let me see if I can accept it." After saying this, he continued to gaze at Yume. But Yume began to look away. The guilt rapidly grew in her heart, and she didn't have the courage to meet Lin Bei's gaze again. Feeling Lin Bei's eyes on her, Yume wished she could dig a hole to hide in. Why did I do that just now? I regret it so much. I shouldn't have treated him like that. Yume knew it was useless to escape. What needed to be faced would eventually be faced. Right in front of her was a chance to make up for it. 5,000 horror coins. Is that okay? I can only take out 5,000 at most. She lowered her head. She had directly added 4,000 horror coins. Lin Bei felt a little speechless. Cheaper? And then she quotes 5,000? The original price is only 998. Alright. Fine, I'll take a loss, 5,000 it is. Such a good opportunity, how could I refuse? 5,000 horror coins were enough to complete a week's performance. At this moment, Yume just wanted to pay quickly to relieve the guilt in her heart. In her eyes, giving horror coins was making it up to Lin Bei, and after paying, they would owe nothing to each other. Yume took out all her horror coins. Some were small, some large, totaling just a little over 5,000. She didn't even count, just shoved them all into Lin Bei's hands. Lin Bei reached out to take the money and directly put it in his pocket. When out and about, one must have money on hand. Seeing Lin Bei put away the money, Yume felt much of her guilt dissipate, believing that was enough. She held the doorknob with one hand, ready to leave quickly, not wanting to face Lin Bei any longer. But at that moment, goodwill points rose another level. Yume. Goodwill points, 50. Relationship, guilt towards you has deepened further. Level, grudge soul. Her sense of guilt is even stronger in her heart. A mere 5,000 horror coins cannot gain your forgiveness. To her, you are a wealthy person, money is just a number for you. Using money to buy forgiveness is very foolish. Lin Bei smiled. Everything has just begun. You think you can just pay some money and leave? Do you think it's just to dismiss a beggar? Clearly, she could easily open the car door with just a little effort, but no matter what, Yume couldn't bring herself to do it. She kept holding the doorknob, repeatedly questioning herself in her mind. Is this enough? Can this really work? He drives such a high-end car, would an extra 4,000 horror coins really earn his forgiveness? If it were me, I would only feel insulted. What should I do? What should I do now? 20 seconds ago, Yume could persuade herself that she could use horror coins to gain forgiveness. But now, she couldn't do it. She just felt that herself from 20 seconds ago was ridiculous. She had planned to kill Lin Bei, thinking about what means would be the most brutal. How could such a thing be equated with 4,000 horror coins? It's completely unequal. Totally unmatched. Not even the same thing. Thinking, Yume's grip on the door handle tightened more and more. If the car wasn't sturdy enough, it would have been crushed to pieces by now. She made a significant decision. To make it up to Lin Bei, she must get Lin Bei's forgiveness. After much thinking, Yume could only think of one way. Do you want to experience my happiness? I caught 2 money weirdos earlier. If you want, I can give you the chance to kill them. Do whatever you want, beat them, scold them, torture them. Making the money weirdos feel pain was one of her favorite things, it gave her perfect pleasure. Now, she planned to give this opportunity to Lin Bei, so Lin Bei could also feel this happiness. 2 money weirdos? Lin Bei became a little interested. However, he didn't plan to torture the 2 weirdos. After all, he wasn't a pervert. I can go meet them. But no torture, though. Upon hearing this, Yume couldn't help but feel disappointed. If she couldn't make Lin Bei release his pressure, she wouldn't be able to forgive herself for what she'd done. At this moment, half a minute passed. Yume. Favorability, 80. Relationship, guilt so deep, cannot bear it. Level, resentment. You occupy an important place in her heart. Whenever she thinks about what she just did and said to you, waves of guilt flood her heart, and right now, it has become so intense that she can no longer bear it. She deeply regrets it. She hates herself. She wants to take regret medicine. Be careful, she is about to collapse. About to collapse? What's this situation? Seeing the information bar, Lin Bei began to think. He couldn't really understand what about to collapse meant. And the next moment, he understood. Woo-woo. Sitting in the passenger seat, Yume actually started crying softly. Drip drop. Tears fell down as Yume wiped her eyes, looking at Lin Bei pitifully. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Chapter 10. Woo woo. Please forgive me. I'm so regretful. Woo woo. I shouldn't have said those things to you, I shouldn't have thought about killing you, and I definitely shouldn't have made you listen to that radio. I'm sorry. Woo woo woo. I was really out of my mind back then, I was so stupid, I was so bad. I'm really in so much pain. Why? Why did I do this to you? Woo woo. Yume covered her face with her hands and cried in her seat. Tears kept falling. Her crying even drowned out the sound of the car's stereo. Lin Bei was completely stunned. He never expected Yume's breakdown to be like this. The painful apology and plea for forgiveness almost made her throw herself on the ground. She didn't care about face or dignity. At this moment, Yume, instead of being an S-class wanted criminal, looked more like a fragile little girl. Facing this situation, Lin Bei couldn't help but start to wonder if he had done something truly unforgivable. Clearly, Yume kept apologizing and begging for forgiveness, but somehow, he felt like he was the one in the wrong. They say a girl's tears are irresistible. I never thought a female weirdo's tears would be like this, maybe even more so. Really turned into an SSS-level little crybaby. Good thing my heart is like iron. The female weirdo's tears won't affect me. Lin Bei said he could still handle it. And so, 20 seconds passed. Yume. Favorability, 100. Relationship, her guilt toward you has reached its peak. Level, vengeful spirit. To her, you are the most important existence. You are the only person she can rely on in this terrifying world, the one she can tell her true thoughts and secrets to. She will only act cute and show her adorable side in front of you. But just now, she did such a thing to someone as important as you. No matter what, she can't forgive herself. She's going crazy. She doesn't know what to do to get your forgiveness. She is willing to do anything, as long as you forgive her. She is under enormous pressure and has completely collapsed. If this continues, it is possible to walk into a dead end. Wow! Like opening some special switch, Yume's crying became even louder, and the frequency of her tears falling increased a lot. From covering her face and crying to looking up and wailing. The crying was so loud that Lin Bei's ears began to hurt, the sound of the car stereo was completely drowned out, and even if someone had super hearing, they wouldn't be able to hear what the stereo was saying. Tears fell like a torrential rain. If this continued, it would only be a matter of time before it became a waterlogged car. The howling sound crazily drilled into his ears, Lin Bei really couldn't bear it, and hurriedly raised his hands to cover his ears. But it didn't help much, he couldn't block Yume's crying. So terrifying. Is the eerie crying so scary? He forgot one thing. The good feelings were still on the rise. 100 is not the limit. A few hundred meters away, a group of people was watching in horror at the direction from which the crying came. This crying was very tragic, successfully scaring them. Being a gravekeeper is really scary, we haven't even officially entered the mass grave area, and we already heard such crying, it's truly terrifying. Really scary, I wouldn't dare to interact with this eerie thing. Crying to this extent? What kind of grievance did she suffer? I don't know how the other eerie beings here could have suffered. They were also challengers. This round's challenge profession was gravekeeper. No one expected such a shocking start. In a secret cave in the mass grave, there were two eerie beings tightly bound by a special rope. The two of them now had expressions as if they had seen a ghost. They were very familiar with this sound. It's her. It's her crying, right? No mistake, definitely. It's definitely her. Why is she crying so miserably? I hope she doesn't take it out on us after she stops crying. Do you think it's possible that she's about to meet her end? An S-rank wanted criminal's life is very valuable, as the old saying goes, money can make a ghost push a millstone, maybe some eerie being has come to kill her, and her crying is a plea for mercy. Makes a lot of sense, it might really be like that, we could expect a hand. Wow. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Yume was still wailing. Her momentum grew stronger and stronger. Lin Bei dared not let the situation develop further. He was worried that his ears would break today. Just as he was about to cover Yume's mouth, the information panel appeared again. Yume. Favorability points, 180. Wow. At this moment, Yume was not only wailing, her body was also making some movements. She hugged Lin Bei's arm tightly, leaning her body toward him. As she cried, she begged Lin Bei for forgiveness, snot and tears all smeared on Lin Bei's arm. Due to the force being too strong, the whole car shook a bit. Forgive me. Please, forgive me. Woo woo. Lin Bei attempted to push Yume away. But Yume held on too tightly, like an octopus, clinging to him. You may. Favorability points, 240. Crying continued, hugging continued. Snot and tears were even more abundant. When the favorability points reached 300, Lin Bei finally spoke up. Stop crying. He felt it was about time. Letting Yu Mei feel this guilty was enough. If it continued to develop, who knows what would happen? No way. I can't stop. I really feel so guilty. The moment I think about what I did to you just now, I can't help but feel self-reproach. I knew you were the most important person, but I still created Rain to trap you and thought of many ways to torment you. Damn, I really deserve to die. How about you kill me? Maybe only after my soul flies away can I forgive myself. The guilt in her heart for Lin Bei was simply too intense. So intense that she wanted to apologize with her life. Want to end it all? Lin Bei could not allow such a thing to happen. Yu Mei still had a big role to play. She could not only earn favor points and system experience but also deal with another wanted criminal, the Chainsaw Madman. Not to the point of death. I admit, what you did before really gave me a significant psychological shadow, but fortunately, you didn't inflict substantial harm on me. There is still a chance for recovery and salvation. As long as you pay some price, let the shadow in my heart disappear, and make me feel better, I won't blame you or hold any grudge anymore, and you won't need to feel guilty. What he meant was that he wanted Yu Mei to promise to help him or give back something from before, with no other hidden meaning. After hearing this, Yu Mei's cries finally stopped. She saw hope. Pay some price, let his shadow disappear, and make him feel better. After doing these, he will forgive me? I understand. He doesn't lack horror coins, so I can't start from that aspect. Then there's only one way to do it. There are many ways for a man to find happiness. But there is one that every man likes. Chapter 11. Yu Mei thought she was quite smart. So, she successfully misunderstood Lin Bei's meaning. And for this, Yu Mei didn't feel repulsed and didn't plan to resist. Because the one who made this request was Lin Bei. Even if this hadn't happened, after Lin Bei made this request, Yu Mei would have agreed without hesitation. A few hundred points of favorability are no joke. Phew. After adjusting her state, Yu Mei, with tears in her eyes, finally had the courage to look into Lin Bei's eyes. I understand. You won't lie to me, right? As long as I provide you with happiness, let you forget the previous shock, you will forgive me. Really? She looked at Lin Bei with a face full of expectation, pure like a child. The information bar related to Yu Mei appeared before her eyes. Yu Mei. Favorability, 300. Relationship, willing to do anything for you. Level, vengeful spirit. She saw a ray of light in the dead silence of despair. She was ready. As long as you nod, she will give her all to make it up to you, letting you experience a man's happiness. There wasn't much important content in this information bar, so Lin Bei didn't pay much attention. Really? As long as you meet my request, I won't hold the previous things against you. He still hadn't realized the seriousness of the situation. The next moment, Yu Mei adjusted her sitting posture and took off the black raincoat she had been wearing. Her appearance was officially revealed. Lin Bei was immediately stunned by her beauty. Except for her skin being a slightly sickly pale, Yu Mei's appearance could be said to be perfect. Her looks were sweet and youthful, and just from her appearance alone, no one would believe she was an S-level wanted criminal, a strange person who deeply hated the rich. Her figure was also noteworthy, especially eye-catching. It was completely different from what Lin Bei had imagined about the strange person. She didn't look strange at all. This is the strange person? And also, why are you taking off your raincoat? At this moment, Yu Mei suddenly crossed the central armrest and slowly approached Lin Bei. Two red blushes appeared on her pale face, looking especially shy, with a kind of alluring charm. Lin Bei realized something was wrong. Wait. What are you doing? Hey, you're not right. He realized things were heading in the wrong direction. It seemed like some misunderstanding had been formed. What am I going to do? Of course, make you happy. Whoosh. Suddenly, a heavy rain started outside the car. The rain connected into a curtain, the raindrops fell, and the atmosphere was just right. Late at night, heavy rain, luxury car, one person, and a strange person. Time passed, and the heavy rain continued to fall, not knowing when it would stop. The group of people participating in the Tomb Keeper challenge had finally entered the mass grave and were wandering around in the rain. The duty of the Tomb Keeper was to guard the mass grave. To record what happened in the mass grave. One person happened to be walking on the edge and unknowingly discovered a luxury car parked in the rain, shaking at a very fast speed. Is this car haunted? Forget it, it's better not to get too close. He recorded the event. Unknown luxury car, shaking for unknown reasons, suspected to be strange inside. Other challengers gradually noticed something. They discussed curiously in groups. By the way, that crying sound hasn't been heard in a while. Now I can only hear the sound of the rain. Indeed, it seems like since the rain started, the crying has never sounded again. Could this sudden rain be related to the crying just now? Rain charm. Favor points, 2180. Relationship, unwavering love and loyalty. Level, vengeful spirit. Her body and mind already belong to you. To her, you are her whole world. Her love for you is unwavering. Even if the sea dries and stones rot, her loyalty will not change. Even if you hit her or scold her, she will always stay by your side. For any danger, just one word from you, and she will face it for you. Right now, she still feels guilty. Even though she just gave up the most precious thing. Lin Bei, who had unknowingly ended up in the back row, leaned against the leather seat and looked at the brand new information bar. Rain Charm was beside him, her face shy yet still showing traces of unease, obviously still blaming herself for what happened earlier. Lin Bei pulled out a cigarette that the vehicle manager had prepared in advance and took a pleasant puff. Sigh, how did things develop to this point? That was not my intention. I only wanted to get some money from her and let her deal with that chainsaw guy. It's really frustrating. If I have to blame someone, I can only blame my charm for being too great. There was no choice, since things had come to this, he could only accept it. Rain Charm sat beside him, and seeing Lin Bei in a good mood, she finally gathered her courage to cautiously ask. The promise you made to me. Does it still count? Hearing this, Lin Bei lifted his hand to touch Rain Charm's hair, damp from sweat. What else could he say in this situation? There was no need to fuss over those little things. Of course it counts. Don't worry, I won't hold it against you, just pretend it never happened. You don't need to have any psychological burden. Rain Charm finally got the affirmative answer from Lin Bei. At this moment, she felt relieved and leaned against Lin Bei's shoulder. That's great. My efforts were not in vain. On the other side, the chainsaw man held a chainsaw in one hand and dragged a dilapidated taxi with the other, arriving at a very remote recycling station. He left a trail of intermittent blood stains along the way. Boss, do you accept cars? A very broken taxi. Soon, a strange man with an abacus walked out and stared at the taxi for a while. Then he fiddled with the abacus. I'll take it. But the price isn't high. At most, I can give you 800. Not selling, then forget it. This price was far below the market rate. Selling it would definitely lead to a huge loss. However, the chainsaw man didn't care much about that. 800. I'll sell it to you. The recycling station boss called two strange men to help drag the car, while he took out 800 horror coins to give to the chainsaw man. After receiving the horror coins and casually putting them away, the chainsaw man whispered. Boss, I have another luxury car, would you dare to take it? The model is to die Eerie Shadow. About 80 to 90% new. Will you take it? If you take it, I'll get it for you tomorrow. But the price can't be too low. He had never considered that it might fail. As a bizarre being with a great weapon in hand, how could he not be able to deal with a human? I'll take it. Go ahead and get it. But we both know the situation, no matter how high the price is, it won't go too high. At most, 2 million horror coins. It's up to you to decide. This price was satisfactory to the chainsaw man. 2 million horror coins, enough for him to upgrade the chainsaw in his hand. All right. Wait for me. After saying that, the chainsaw man left. The recycling station boss watched the back of the chainsaw man. There are only 3 to die Eerie Shadows in this city, and I don't know where he got the 4th one. Who cares, as long as it's not one of those 3 plague gods' cars. In Chapter 12, Rain Charm's mood improved greatly, and a smile finally appeared on her pale face. Before this, she was most worried that Lin Bei would go back on his word. She didn't dare to think, what would she do if Lin Bei regretted it? She had already come this far. Gave up everything. Worked to the limit. So much sweat, so much effort, so much cooperation. Thank you for being willing to forgive me. Hello, so generous and gentle. If it were me, I wouldn't forgive so easily. The affection had reached such an absurd height that even at a great cost, Yume would not blame or criticize Lin Bei. Instead, she would sincerely say Lin Bei was good. Lin Bei continued to rub Yume's head. In his view, the relationship between him and Yume had made a substantial breakthrough, reaching a whole new height. One could even say that Yume was an entity he could wholeheartedly trust. Much more reliable than the vehicle supervisor. And much stronger too. Her power was not too strong for now, and her potential was still uncertain, but her abilities were absolutely top-notch. Since the situation has developed to this point, if there's a chance, I can train her. I must admit, she is a very special entity, just at the level of a vengeful spirit, she has the strength to fight a king of anomalies. If her power reaches the level of king of anomalies, wouldn't she be able to deal with disaster-level entities, or even fight against nightmare-level ones? Absolutely a good helper. This was just a thought of Lin Bei. He wanted to train Yume, no doubt, but he really didn't know how to do it. The only method that came to his mind was the Lucky Wheel lottery. System. Does the Lucky Wheel have rewards that can be used to train entities? Yes. And many. Please randomly list a few rewards suitable for Yume. Rare reward, happiness earring. Precious reward, death banquet oil paper umbrella. Divine reward, souls of past rain maidens. Supreme reward, rain god fragment, anomaly version. The host can draw with peace of mind. The rewards are very user-friendly. Besides consumables and materials, there will be no repeated rewards. Now, Lin Bei had a new goal. Survive while trying to train Yume as much as possible. Yume was truly an entity that belonged to him, both body and soul. First, let's gather some silver level 10 consecutive draws. Currently, the fondness points were around 3,000. He would soon manage to gather enough for a 10 consecutive draw. Bringing his thoughts back, Lin Bei turned to Yume. If you were to fight an entity at the level of historical anomalies, could you kill it? Although Yume did not know why Lin Bei asked this, she still answered honestly. I can. As long as I'm in the rain. Only in the rain can I unleash my strongest power. The heavier the rain, the stronger I become. If it were during a torrential downpour, I could even kill a king of anomalies. That's also where my nickname, the Rainy Night Butcher, comes from. Lin Bei felt relieved. He even looked forward to tomorrow, anticipating the moment when the chainsaw maniac would come knocking. The value of a B-level wanted entity could reach 500,000. And what interested Lin Bei the most was that chainsaw. A chainsaw that can control anomalies? Sounds interesting. I'll snatch it tomorrow and study it further. In the cemetery, a few people were patrolling back and forth. At this point, the challenger who had noticed the vehicle's abnormal shaking walked again to the area where the vehicle had been parked. He was surprised to find that the vehicle had returned to normal. Not only had the violent shaking from before ceased, now there wasn't even a slight tremor. It stood steadily in the night, letting the rain fall down. Normal again? I have no idea what happened. The next moment, the pouring rain suddenly stopped. Without any warning, a blood-red moon appeared in the sky. The rain stopped? What a strange rain. It came suddenly, and stopped just as suddenly. The challenger was about to leave, but his gaze was drawn to the luxury car. Because the rear door on the right was pushed open from the inside. An exceptionally beautiful entity stepped out of the car, her face still showing a visible blush, her hair in disarray, cascading down her back, as if she had just endured a tough battle. A female entity? Was that noise from her? No way. Then, they saw Yume limping, each step taken with great difficulty. She made her way around to the rear left side of the car, reaching out to pull open the door. This was her active request. Yume believed this was what she should do. She thought it was a reflection of love. As for Lin Bei, he had no intention of stopping her. It was just a small matter. The door was opened, he stood up, his feet landing on the wet ground, the humid smell mixed with a bloody, rotten stench hit him squarely, a nauseating odor. Let's go. Lin Bei planned to meet the two strange beings captured by Yume. Okay. Yume hugged one of Lin Bei's arms, her face full of happiness as she led him towards the secret base. Despite being injured and walking awkwardly, her speed was not slow at all. The challenger stood still, watching Lin Bei and Yume walk further away. Person. It's actually a person. A word popped into his mind. Evil. Evil Knight. He instinctively recorded this event. The cause of the luxury car shaking has been investigated. A beautiful strange being with an evil knight. A passionate story that crosses races. Truly a model for our generation. After walking for about hundreds of meters, Yume brought Lin Bei to a broken tombstone. The soil ahead was somewhat loose, clearly often disturbed. This is it. The dungeon is beneath this grave. Wait for me, I will open the dungeon. Yume walked to the grave and reached out to touch it. In the next moment, the soil beneath her feet moved aside, revealing an underground passage. A flash of surprise crossed Lin Bei's eyes. This underground passage was cleverly designed. One couldn't accomplish this without specialized knowledge and skills. Yume, did you create this dungeon? He asked directly. He knew Yume would definitely tell the truth. No, I didn't. It was created by one of my good friends. She is an SS-level wanted criminal, and her specialty is creating various traps and mechanisms. Many strange beings come to her to make dungeons. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei couldn't help but furrow his brows. Another wanted strange being. This time it's an SS-level wanted criminal? Chainsaw Maniac, Yumai, this strange being. It's very strange. Even when wanted, they still dare to run around? I always feel something is off. Chapter 13. Although puzzled, Lin Bei did not ask now. He planned to ask later. This environment was not suitable for such questions. After all, this was a world where strangeness was everywhere. The staircase was quite long, with a vertical height of at least 30 meters. The walls on both sides were embedded with a special type of glass ball, continuously emitting a dim red glow. More astonishingly, the humid, bloody smell was blocked outside, as if entering a dungeon thousands of miles away. Moreover, there was a floral scent in the dungeon. Even when standing 1 meter away from the tombstone earlier, he hadn't smelled this fragrance. Interesting. The air circulation is unaffected but can effectively block unpleasant smells. Outside odors can't come in, and inside smells can't go out. What about the sound? What's going on there? Yumai, who was gritting her teeth going down the stairs ahead, seemed to sense Lin Bei's confusion. She immediately explained kindly. This dungeon is specifically designed to torture rich and strange beings, so it has several special features. First, it's about taste in air. The inside and outside don't affect each other. Second, it's about sound. Sounds can come in but won't go out. Third, the opening method uses fingerprint recognition. Only I can open it. Lin Bei nodded in understanding. His interest in the SS level wanted strange being deepened. If given the chance, he would interact with this strange being. Clearly, the power of this strange being was very useful. Having a strange being with special powers close by could only be a good thing. As long as he could raise their favorability, he wouldn't have to worry about betrayal. I should take the chance now to avoid challenging more dangerous professions and focus on dealing with as many strange beings as possible. This will bring great benefits in the future. The more we go on, the more dangerous the challenging professions become. Not only are there ordinary jobs like taxi drivers, but also special jobs like strange deviations, demon hunters, butchers, and hunters. Even with a system, Lin Bei has never underestimated the profession challenge game. He knows very well. When challenging those high-difficulty professions, one will inevitably face extremely dangerous battles, the kind where one careless move could lead to death. The higher the difficulty of the challenging profession, the better the rewards one can obtain. It is said that someone successfully gained the strange ability of strange deviation after completing the challenge, able to forcefully hook out a target's soul. Among the strongest challengers, one person completed the cleaner profession challenge and gained a kind of destructive power. Another person successfully challenged the evil breeder profession and seemingly received a reward related to breeding evil beings. And I will challenge such professions sooner or later. As long as I keep living, encountering high-difficulty professions is just a matter of time. After a while, Lin Bei officially entered the dungeon. The structure was quite simple. 5 cells in one hall. Among them, 2 cells held strange beings, both tightly bound to an iron pillar. Their bodies were covered in wounds, and their bloated faces bore expressions of despair. 2 information panels appeared simultaneously before him. Rotting fetus strange, fat snake. Favorability, -50. Relationship, feels fear towards you. Level, historical strange. It is a very wealthy strange being. Rich yet quite stingy. Relying on its wealth and decent power, it can be said to have done countless evil deeds. It doesn't pay horror coins for meals, enjoys throwing trash into the mouths of other strange beings, directly steals the strange beings it likes, and will mess with anyone it doesn't like, even kicking passing stray monsters on the street. Until one day, it was targeted by rain charm. On a rainy night, it was engulfed by the storm and ultimately captured here. During this time, it experienced a lot and realized how wicked it used to be. It only wants to leave this place and is willing to pay any price for it. Because it is fed up with having nightmares every day. If this continues, it will really die. Giant power strange, a gene. Favorability, -100. Relationship, both hate and fear you. Level, historical strange. It is also very wealthy. Usually quite low profile, but it has done many bad things. Similarly, during one outing, it encountered a rainy day. In the raging storm, its proud strength was of no use, every attack only dispersing rainwater. Finally, it collapsed in the rain. When it woke up, it found itself trapped here. Naturally, it was also unable to escape Raincharm's torment. After several days, while despairing, it also hated Raincharm deeply and would seek revenge whenever it got the chance. And you were brought here by Raincharm. It seems you have a good relationship with Raincharm. So it hates you too. The situation somewhat surprised Lin Bei. These 2 strange beings were actually both historical level. Historical level. That is above the level of vengeful souls. This guy really is bold. Caught 2 historical level ones all at once. Isn't he afraid of messing it up? Lin Bei suddenly felt some admiration for Raincharm. At this moment, these two historical-level strange beings shifted their gazes between Lin Bei and Raincharm. The situation was very strange. Raincharm stood at the front, her pretty face still holding a blush, and in her eyes, one could faintly see a hint of shyness. Her mood seemed excellent, completely different from her usual blooming and resentful appearance. Behind her stood a human, looking refreshed and showing no signs of tension or unease. No matter how you looked at it, something felt very off. At that moment, Raincharm revealed a cute smile and said sweetly to Lin Bei, "You can torment these two guys however you like. Let go and do it, feel free to hit or scold, if you want to kill them, I don't mind. Don't worry, with me here, they absolutely can't hurt you." She said this with a serious face. If these two strange beings dared to touch even a single hair of Lin Bei, she would kill them on the spot. Next, Yume turned her head and looked at the two strange beings, her tone and expression undergoing a huge change. Her tone was cold, and her expression was full of resentment, extremely terrifying. "You two better pay attention. If you dare to make him lose a single hair, I will make you die." The fat snake and Ajin were so scared that they quickly nodded. All right, do whatever you want to us, we won't resist even if we die." So scary, she is still as terrifying as ever. After spending many days together, they had enough understanding of Yume. They knew that Yume was not joking. Then, Yume looked at Lin Bei again, showing a cute smile, her tone sweet. "Don't worry, they won't dare to hurt you." He. Lin Bei was a bit speechless. From the very beginning, he had never intended to torture these two strange beings. What he cared about were these two strange beings' terrifying coins. Seeing this scene with a strong sense of disharmony and a huge tearing sensation in just a second, the fat snake and Ajin were stunned. They kept doubting whether they were hallucinating. How could one strange being do such a thing? A second ago, she still had a face full of resentment and cruelty, radiating a monstrous grudge. But the next second, she turned into a sweet smile, and the air around her became full of a sweet, sour, and rancid smell. Is this really the twisted girl strange being I know? Is she really the one who would torture and beat us every time she had a chance? How is she completely different from what I remember? She's gone crazy, this must be some absurd fantasy right before death. Chapter 14. Lin Bei had been keeping an eye on the situation of the fat snake and Ajin. At this moment, both strange beings were shocked and stunned, mixed with deep confusion. They were clearly terrified by the situation before them. A new information bar appeared. Rotten flesh fetus strange being fat snake. Affection, -150. Relationship, doesn't dare to offend you. Level, history strange being. It sensed something was wrong. Yume's actions indicated one thing. You are very important to Yume. So important that it's almost unbelievable, which is why Yume would do such absurd things, making her behavior feel split and inconsistent. Because of this, it was certain of one thing. Your words can decide its life or death. At the same time, it also placed its hope on you. It believes you are the chance that can let it survive. Please note, it may do something to you. Great power strange being Ajin. Affection, -200. Relationship, hatred intensifies, malice grows. Level, history strange being. It is different from the cowardly fat snake. While it fears Yume, hatred is also rapidly growing. As long as it's given the chance to live, it will spare no effort in seeking revenge, trying every means to kill you and Yume. But on the surface, it dares not show it, even hiding it very well. It is afraid that one mistake could lead to severe consequences. It's truly afraid, but also truly hates. It can easily tell how important you are to Yume, knowing that you are Yume's greatest weakness. Thus, it made a deduction, as long as it can capture you and use you as leverage, Yume will be neutralized. It will not let you go, and certainly will not let Yume go. But it won't expose these thoughts. After reading this, Lin Bei deeply realized one thing. These two strange beings cannot be kept. As for using these two strange beings to increase affection, he didn't have that idea. After all, the system requires a level to increase affection. So, after draining their value, just get rid of them. With his thoughts gathered, Lin Bei and Yume locked eyes. What exactly did you do to them? They seem so afraid of you. Afraid to the point where they don't even dare to defy your demands. Even if this request is particularly unreasonable. He only knows that Yume tormented these two strange creatures. He doesn't know the specific situation. But from the reaction of the two strange creatures, it is certain that Yume absolutely went too far. Otherwise, they wouldn't be like this. Yume scratched her head shyly. Actually, I didn't do much. I just gently slapped them a few times, the lightest kind of torture. Really, believe me. I was very gentle. You just experienced it, didn't you? Lin Bei couldn't help but twitch his lips. Gentle? What a joke of gentleness. What kind of gentleness could make two ancient creatures so terrified like this? If this could be called gentleness, then Pan Jinlian might as well be awarded the title of a pure maiden. Besides, are these two kinds of gentleness the same thing? Although he knew Yumei was lying, Lin Bei didn't intend to expose it. It didn't matter. The reason for Yumei's lie was also easy to guess, she just wanted to maintain her pure and sweet image. If you didn't regret it earlier and brought me here, would I also be tortured like this? Don't say you wouldn't torture me, do you think I would believe that? Yumei quickly shook her head. I wouldn't. If I didn't realize my mistake and insisted on bringing you here, I definitely wouldn't torture you like this. I would use a very gentle way to torture you. Really? She was very sincere, even believing in her own words. Lin Bei then realized Yumei's mouth was really tough. She looked soft, but in reality, she was harder than iron. He stopped talking about it. He knew that no matter how he asked, Yumei would maintain her gentle and pure image. Even more disbelieving of these words were the fat snake and Ajin, who had actually been tortured by Yumei. They had never felt gentleness from her. On the contrary, they had only experienced brutality and madness. It wouldn't be right to say it had nothing to do with gentleness, but you could say it had not the slightest relationship with gentleness. I'm going crazy, this is too strange, a madwoman keeps talking about gentleness. Who is this human, to make her lie with her eyes wide open? First she changes her face in a second, then talks nonsense, her mental state is extremely unstable. At this moment, Lin Bei once again looked at the two strange creatures. He was thinking about what to do. After a few seconds, Lin Bei came up with a method. You've all heard the story of the S-rank fugitive, the Rainy Night Butcher, right? She specifically targets the wealthy, and the rich creatures she sets her sights on all die. I'm sure both of you know her identity, and naturally, you also know what your final fate is. A dead end. But now, I can give you a chance that will let you leave here alive. But I'm very sorry, my face is limited, so only one of you two can live. As soon as he finished speaking, Yumei, who had been standing nearby, quickly said, No, no, no. Your face here is unlimited. Both can live, as long as you want. I will agree to any of your requests. Hearing this, Lin Bei for a moment didn't know what to say. He keenly realized something. Yumei seemed to have a lot of insecurity, which was why she was so desperately trying to prove herself. Lin Bei asked the system to pull up Yumei's information panel. Yumei. Favorability points, 3230. Relationship, unwavering love and loyalty till death. Level, vengeful spirit. She is watching every move of yours. You are the most important and valued being to her. You can hit her, yell at her. But she will not allow you to look down on her love and loyalty to you. This love and loyalty cannot be tarnished. Your thoughts are also correct. The things she has been through before have made her particularly insecure. 3,230 favorability points. System, how many favorability points do we have now? Current favorability points, 4,048. Lin Bei leaned close to Yumei's ear and whispered. I know, I'm lying to them. Just watch quietly. Don't think too much. But since Lin Bei put forward such a request, Yumei would cooperate well. Okay. You two, don't mind the little incident just now. Let's continue the previous topic. It's still that same saying. You two can live, but only one can survive. At the same time, a deadly intent gleamed in Yumei's eyes, as she stared hard at the two monsters, clearly cooperating with Lin Bei. As soon as Lin Bei spoke to decide who would die, she would immediately kill that monster. Chapter 15. In this moment, the rotten flesh monster, the fat snake, and the powerful monster, Ajin, both placed their hopes on Lin Bei. At the same time, they were on guard against each other. The relationship built over many days of mutual comfort shattered in an instant. They both wanted to fight for the chance to live that Lin Bei had mentioned. At this moment, Lin Bei continued to speak. The method is very simple. You both have a lot of money, right? Then use horror coins to buy your lives. Whoever bids higher gets to leave here alive. Now, start bidding. In his eyes, the only value of these two monsters left was their wealth. So, the strategy was to explode the gold coins. Exploding them out like crazy. In the horror world, horror coins could serve infinite purposes. From daily needs like food, drinks, and transportation, after the challenges, one would end up in a safe zone, where only accommodation is free, and everything else requires horror coins. Of course, one could also directly rob. During professional challenges, it's even more necessary, as seen with the taxi example. Some deadly troubles can be directly resolved with horror coins. The more horror coins, the better. I hope this time the rewards won't be too little. Horror coins are very useful. After clearing the newcomer challenge, the spooky mall will officially unlock, where all items can only be bought with horror coins. The spooky mall. A feature of the horror world. Both humans and monsters can buy things from it. There are many products, from daily necessities like food, drinks, and tea to special abilities and equipment. It's an important way to enhance strength. The fat snake's eyes erupted with bright light. Spending money to live? That's easy. It has a lot of horror coins, so it can spend them all here. Using horror coins to exchange for a way to live is much better than dying with unused coins. I'll bid 1 million. As soon as it finished announcing the bid, a gene offered a higher price. I'll bid 3 million. Fatty, you think 1 million can make me die? You're dreaming. The fat snake was unhappy now. 1 million was just a casual shout from it. 4 million. A gene pressed back harder. 4.5 million. The fat snake didn't want to miss the chance to live just because it was stingy. 5.5 million. Then, the two monsters took turns bidding. 6 million. 630,000. 7 million. The price gradually climbed. But the increments weren't large. After all, pulling out several million horror coins all at once is a significant challenge. Yume quietly watched from the back. Although Lin Bei's methods might allow one monster to survive, she didn't feel displeased, even though she hated every wealthy monster deeply. As long as she treated Lin Bei as a precondition, then strict principles and ancestral teachings would only serve to be broken. As long as he's happy. Don't say it's letting one monster go, even if I have to turn over a new leaf, that's fine. Just then, Lin Bei stepped back a few steps and stood side by side with Yume, leaning close to her right ear and lowering his voice to say, "Don't worry. I only said the winner could leave the dungeon, but I didn't say what would happen after leaving. What if they suddenly drop dead after leaving the dungeon? At that time, I won't care what you do outside. I'm doing this because I'm short on horror coins. Get ready to kill the monster." He considered directly robbing some horror coins. But then he thought, since there are so many wanted monsters, it means there must be a similar management organization in the horror world. If robbing horror coins directly poses a risk, it would be terrible to become a wanted criminal himself. Humans becoming wanted criminals and the strange becoming wanted criminals are two completely different concepts. The human who is wanted is destined to become the target of most of the strange beings. With this in mind, Lin Bei did this to make the other party willingly transfer the terror coins to him. After the two strange beings had their competition, he would sign a contract. At this moment, Yume understood Lin Bei's plan. She said seriously, "No, you can't control that. If you don't want me to leave, then I won't leave. If you want me to spare them, then I will spare them." Lin Bei could feel Yume's seriousness. He didn't know what to say. Maybe this was the disadvantage of having too much affection. Always centered around him. At the same time, Lin Bei's words made Yume very confused. Lacking terror coins? She really couldn't see that. Driving such high-end luxury cars, it seemed impossible to lack terror coins. Though she was confused, Yume didn't doubt Lin Bei's words. If Lin Bei said he lacked them, then he lacked them. Lin Bei also noticed Yume's confusion. "You might not believe it, but the taxi you just rode in was assigned to me as a work vehicle by the vehicle management. I was only selected to come to this world today." At this moment, a stronger sense of guilt surged into Yume's heart. The reason she had targeted Lin Bei earlier was because he drove a luxury car, which made her subconsciously think he was very rich. But now she realized it was a huge misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. It was all a misunderstanding. It's all my fault. He's just an ordinary man driving a taxi, but I vented all my hatred and disgust for rich people onto him, scaring him in such a way, thinking of countless ways to torture him. How outrageous was my mistake? I truly deserve to die. Yume burst into tears on the spot. She squatted on the ground, burying her head and crying in pain. The affection, which had just risen to 3,360, instantly skyrocketed. It increased to 3,660. Another step closer to the silver 10 consecutive draws. A new information bar appeared before him. Yume. Affection points, 3,660. Relationship, unwavering love and loyalty, plus the deeper the love, the greater the self-blame. Level, vengeful spirit. She realizes how serious her mistake was. Clearly, you were innocent, but she did such things to you. Because she has unwavering love and loyalty to you, she is deeply affected right now. She doesn't want your advice. Because that would only make her feel more self-blame. She wants to make up for it twice as much. She is thinking about what to do. She thinks you really like the things in the car. Perhaps she will develop something new. All right. Then I won't bother you. System, affection points. Current affection points, 4,478. Only 500 more points to go for the 10 consecutive draws. Less than 10 minutes left. Chapter 16. On the other side, Fat Snake and Ajin were still bidding. The price had already reached 8 digits. It broke 10 million. But it had basically reached the limit. 12.8 million, you fat bastard, stop, don't compete with me, let me have this chance. Anyway, your reputation is so bad, living doesn't mean anything. Ajin wished he could kill Fat Snake. This way, it would survive. Fat Snake understood Ajin very well. Heh, why shouldn't I compete? I also want to live. This is the highest price you can offer, right? Sorry, my terror coins happen to be a few 100,000 more than yours. The one who will die this time is you. I offer 13.5 million, this is my limit. If you can offer more, then you will survive. Ha ha. It was very proud. Although both sides only had a little over 10 million terror coins, in the end, the wealthier one was it. Even if it was just 100 more terror coins, it would be the one surviving. The thrill of surviving after disaster made Fat Snake feel very smug. At this moment, Lin Bei suddenly spoke up. Has the winner been decided? Is the loser willing to accept it? Do you have no friends? Do you have no family? Won't you borrow some? Aren't the RVs for sale? In the face of life, what good is pride? Can't you all fight hard to leave this place? He spoke passionately. He truly cared about the two ghouls. When Ajin heard Lin Bei's words, a sudden spark ignited in his once dim eyes. Right. I can borrow some scary coins. I might not be able to borrow 1 million, but borrowing a few 100,000 is still possible with effort. He looked at Lin Bei. He wanted to do this, but couldn't. Bound tightly, he had no way to contact other ghouls. As soon as Lin Bei met Ajin's gaze, he guessed the other's thoughts. Give them a certain degree of freedom. Since they want to live and leave, they should be given a chance. Whether human or ghoul, one should not act too ruthlessly. Yumei would not go against any order from Lin Bei. She knew Lin Bei wanted more scary coins. But she didn't think what Lin Bei was doing was wrong, on the contrary, she felt he was amazing. Therefore, Yumei gave the two ghouls the chance to use the communication device of the terrifying world, a machine called the Palm Brain. Each device was made from a whole human brain and combined with various special materials from the terrifying world, serving a purpose not unlike a cell phone. As soon as they got the Palm Brain, they immediately started contacting relatives and friends, trying various methods to borrow scary coins. Lin Bei watched the Palm Brain in the hands of the two ghouls. He thought of a profession. One of the top 10 most inhumane professions. Palm Brain manufacturer. I heard the challenges in this profession are terrifying, requiring one to turn a bloody brain into a hot-selling product, the Palm Brain. This job carries little danger, but it is extraordinarily cruel. Someone once saw their loved one's head in the material warehouse, and after the challenge, they fell into severe depression and died in the next round. The two ghouls were trying hard to borrow scary coins. Brother, lend me 100,000. Please, lend me 200,000. Urgent help, 30,000 can save me, I'll pay you back double. Hey, I want to sell my house. Yumei felt continuous guilt. Her fondness for them kept growing. +1. +1. +1. Lin Bei patiently waited. He was very excited. Everything was heading in a good direction. The scary coins the two ghouls collected would ultimately belong to him. The fondness Yumei provided could be used for a lottery draw. 10 minutes quickly passed. System, is the fondness score enough? Current fondness score is 5,099. You can make 1 silver will 10 consecutive draws. Would you like to spin the silver lucky wheel? Lin Bei had been waiting for this moment. Activate. Silver will 10 consecutive draws. A massive wheel made entirely of silver appeared in his mind. There were many rewards on the wheel. Better than the bronze wheel by 1 tier. About half of the spaces were gray and white. More blue-green orbs were clearly increasing. There were also quite a number of purple-gold-red orbs. A silver pointer began to spin rapidly. After a few seconds, it stopped on a green area. Good quality reward. Obtained a cursed scarecrow. The silver pointer continued to spin. This time, it stopped on a blue area. Average reward. Obtained a bottle of energy recovery drink. Then, the silver pointer continued to spin. But the third luck was worse. It stopped on a white area. Common reward. Obtained a bucket of instant noodles. The 4th to 9th spins all yielded rewards of white, green, or blue quality. In the blink of an eye, it was the 10th spin. The guaranteed one. Lin Bei's breathing became tense. What bad luck! Again with the guarantee. The silver pointer kept spinning. Seconds passed, and the silver pointer stopped on a red square. Red. Rare quality reward. Better than purple but not as good as gold. Red? Well, that's okay. Lin Bei could accept this result. At least the guaranteed reward was not the worst purple among the purple red gold colors. Acquiring a rare reward, the Death Feast oil paper umbrella. Hiss. In an instant, Lin Bei's eyes widened in shock, a strong surprise flashing through them. I can't believe this is the reward. I take back what I said earlier about it being just okay. He clearly remembered the name, the Death Feast oil paper umbrella. It was one of the rewards mentioned by the system that was suitable for Rain Charm to use. From its name alone, one could judge that this was a very powerful umbrella. An all-black oil paper umbrella, as dark as ink, appeared in Lin Bei's hand. Its design was ordinary, without any carved patterns. It looked like just an ordinary black oil paper umbrella. But Lin Bei knew this umbrella was anything but ordinary. Because the hand holding the handle was under siege by a chilling force. It felt like countless tiny bugs were crawling inside him. His body reacted strongly against it. Goosebumps spread all over him. Lin Bei looked at the umbrella. To his surprise, an information bar appeared. Death Feast oil paper umbrella. Grade, S-rank EN object. A umbrella that has absorbed countless breaths of death. On the surface, it appears to be just an ordinary umbrella. But in reality, it is a collection of countless rain bugs. Rain bugs, a type of bug that arises with rain. They can quickly split and occupy every drop of falling rain during rainy days. After being occupied by rain bugs, the rain will turn into blood rain. This umbrella likes to appear at various feasts. Wedding banquets, birthday banquets, full moon banquets, full year banquets, graduation banquets, promotion banquets, etc. Any feast where this umbrella appears will turn into a deadly feast within minutes. The number of people who have died because of this umbrella exceeds 6 figures. Those souls have found a home within the umbrella. Chapter 17. Undoubtedly, the Death Feast oil paper umbrella is powerful. S-rank EN object. The rank is already quite high. E rank, D rank, C rank, B rank, A rank, S rank, SS rank, SSS rank. The silver roulette can yield S rank rewards. It won't be hard to draw SS rank or SSS rank rewards later on. That said, if S rank EN objects are this powerful, then SS rank must be even better? SSS rank is naturally even more so. Lin Bei did not plan to keep this umbrella for himself. Even though he currently had no other EN objects. But it was clear that this EN object was more suitable for Rain Charm. He instinctively felt a bit of repulsion towards this umbrella. After all, holding that umbrella was like holding a bunch of bugs. Countless wet, murderous bugs. After I get those 2 terrifying coins, I need to go to the horror shop to buy some EN objects or abilities. I need to get stronger, while I still have no access to those dangerous professions. Otherwise, apart from the system, I have no way to deal with the supernatural. The system's level is still very low, it can only deal with one supernatural entity at a time. I can't rely on the system for everything. Moreover, I don't want to be suspected of relying on others. Lin Bei understood a principle well. Improving one's own strength is absolutely correct. Even with Rain Charm and other supernatural beings protecting him closely, it was impossible to always be protected. System, are the rewards from the roulette the same as the products in the horror shop? No. Products in the horror shop can be obtained through a probability of spinning the lucky roulette, while many rewards in the lucky roulette are unique and cannot be purchased in the horror shop or obtained by other means. Host can buy whatever they want, rewards drawn from the roulette later will not repeat those already purchased. Lin Bei nodded and said nothing more. His resolve was even stronger. He must buy some things. Anyway, he didn't have to worry about drawing something he had already bought. At the moment Lin Bei was holding the Death Feast oil paper umbrella, Rain Charm, who had been lamenting to herself nearby, sensed something. She instinctively looked at the umbrella in Lin Bei's hand. This umbrella gave her a familiar yet terrifying feeling. The smell of rain. The breath of death. When looking directly at this umbrella, one can even hear the sound of wails and cries. Yume's attention was completely captivated by this umbrella, her gaze could not shift away. What a powerful umbrella. It's a high-grade ghost tool. This umbrella emanates a very dangerous aura, making me feel fear and unease. Cold sweat appeared on her forehead, and her eerie body tensed up uncontrollably. Compared to all this, Yume was most worried about Lin Bei. She was uncertain if Lin Bei could suppress this umbrella. After all, this ghost tool was too powerful. An ordinary person with almost no power owning such a high-level ghost tool was not necessarily a good thing. If one's strength cannot earn the ghost tool's recognition, there is a risk of being backfired upon by the tool. Yume walked to Lin Bei's side. She had already made up her mind. If Lin Bei were to open this umbrella and encountered life-threatening danger, she would stand in front of Lin Bei at the first moment, bearing those dangers for him. No matter the cost, even if it meant certain death, she would protect Lin Bei well. Seeing Yume come over, Lin Bei turned to look at her. The information panel appeared automatically. Yume. Affection points, 43-44. Relationship, unwavering love and loyalty plus the deeper the love, the heavier the guilt plus willing to die for you. Level, Wraith. She is very worried about you. She is afraid you will get hurt. If you encounter danger, she will unhesitatingly stand in front of you, using her life to shield you from the wind and rain. She cannot allow herself to die while you are in danger. Lin Bei immediately understood the situation. He smiled and shook his head. This guy. Giving her the umbrella was the right choice. Lin Bei was satisfied with Yume. She truly loves and is loyal. To an unquestionable extent. He decisively handed the death banquet oil paper umbrella to Yume. At the same time, he smiled and said, "Here. This umbrella belongs to you from now on. Death banquet oil paper umbrella, S-level ghost tool. Composed of countless rain insects. The rest, you can research yourself. It is very suitable for you." Yume dazedly accepted the death banquet oil paper umbrella. For a moment, her brain could not process it. An S-level ghost tool. Just like that, it was casually given to her? Is this a joke? Is it like a 10 yuan umbrella from a roadside shop? This is an S-level ghost tool. S-level ghost tool. A synonym for rarity and power, not to mention she is just a wraith, even a disaster-level weirdness, or even a nightmare-level weirdness, might not possess an S-level ghost tool. Given to me? I can't accept it. I can't take it. It's too precious. I already feel so guilty toward you, having done so many bad things, and I have not yet made up for the mistakes I made towards you. How can I accept this S-level ghost tool? Yume believed she did not have the qualification to accept it. No matter whether it was an S-level ghost tool or a D-level ghost tool, she would not accept it. Only because there was guilt in her heart. I said it's for you, so just take it. If you refuse again, I will never forgive you for the rest of my life. Now Yume didn't know what to do. Should she take it? She felt unworthy. Should she refuse? She would be blamed by Lin Bei for a lifetime. I'm counting to 3. 1. Lin Bei used his ultimate move. Yume panicked immediately. I'll take it. She didn't dare to refuse anymore. The legend of counting to 3 also circulated in the eerie world. Yume took the death banquet oil paper umbrella. The moment her hand touched the handle of the umbrella, a sense of intimacy came over her, as if this umbrella was part of her own body. She quietly stepped back to the side and began to study this S-level ghost tool. And soon, the competition between Fat Snake and a Gene had completely come to an end. They both borrowed millions. The result was a reversal. In the end, the highest bidder was a Gene. Ha, you fat guy, didn't expect it would be me who won in the end. 18 million for a life is worth it. Fat Snake lay on the side, his eyes losing all color. He was in despair. He was just 50,000 horror coins short. So close. Find a way to transfer the horror coins to me. Note it as a voluntary gift. My account is XXX. After becoming a challenger, one would gain a dedicated account. The rewards after the challenge would be transferred there. Okay. Akin immediately complied. After some operation, 18 million arrived. According to Lin Bei's request, it was noted as a voluntary gift. Let it go. Lin Bei was honest and trustworthy. Once the horror coins arrived, he could fulfill his promise. Yume took the umbrella in hand, untied the ropes binding Akin, and let Akin out of the dungeon. The hidden door opened and then closed. Akin touched the outside world, and after a long time, smelled fresh air, although it was both stinky and pungent. I'm still alive. Great. It didn't dare linger here, immediately bolted forward. As it ran fast, it kept talking to itself in its heart. Once I go back, I will transfer the money back. With my relationship with the bank manager, it can be easily done. There are many reasons to use. Also, I want revenge. I will kill that wanted criminal. I won't let that human go either. They all deserve to die. Prepare to bear my crazy revenge. But Akin did not notice. Standing in front of the tombstone, Yume suddenly opened the umbrella. The S-class underworld artifact, the Death Feast oiled paper umbrella, was opened for the first time. Splash! The next moment, a torrential downpour came pouring down. It rained within 1,000 meters. Yume held the umbrella, standing in the torrential rain, her cold and fierce gaze pierced through the layers of rain, locking tightly onto Akin. Heavy rain. The slaughter world of the Rain Knight Butcher has arrived. Chapter 18. Splash splash. The rain was heavy, and the raindrops almost joined together, madly falling from the sky to the ground. Akin was sprinting in the rain. It still did not realize the severity of the situation. It was fantasizing about how to take revenge. Fortunately, that human is easy to fool. This time, I struck it rich. Not only did I survive, but I also didn't spend a single horror coin. After going back, I will hire bodyguards, 10 evil-level bodyguards. I won't swallow this anger without avenging it. Just wait. No matter how many horror coins it took, Akin was determined to take revenge. On the other side, the challengers patrolling the mass graves were soaked to the bone by the sudden heavy rain. What's going on? The rain just started pouring, wave after wave. This is unlucky. This level of heavy rain can really beat a person to death, yet we still have to patrol in the rain. It's simply a rain of accelerated death. Sigh. They only felt very annoyed. Yume still stood in place, with no intention of chasing Akin. Just in time to try this umbrella. Rain worm. Once in the rain, it can quickly split in the rain, splitting dozens of times in a second, and can even reach hundreds of times, with different individuals having different splitting speeds. Once occupied by rainworms, the rain will change. What kind of change? I look forward to it. As she spoke, she gently exerted force with the hand holding the umbrella, casually shaking the Death Feast oiled paper umbrella. The pitch-black oiled paper umbrella swayed in the midnight downpour. Everything was black but clearly visible, it had a strong presence. The next moment, the surface of the umbrella actually turned red. To be more precise, it was blood red. One by one, blood-red worms detached from the umbrella's surface, smashing into the nearby falling raindrops. In a brief moment, that drop of rain changed from transparent to blood red. At the same time, it stopped falling, as if gravity had lost its effect. The raindrop floated in the low air. Hundreds of raindrops around were like this. The rainworms occupying the raindrops began to split in unison. The speed was rapid. The average number of splits was over 60 times. Hundreds of blood rain droplets became thousands of droplets. Then, they continued to split, splitting every second. Tens of thousands of droplets, hundreds of thousands of droplets, millions of droplets, tens of millions of droplets. The torrential rain falling within the 1,000-meter area was continuously turning blood red. The scene was shocking. Centered around Yume, it began to spread. All transparent rain changed color. Like pouring hundreds of droplets of venom containing deadly toxins into a pool of water, then rapidly spreading, the color of the entire pool of water changed. Moreover, the toxicity of this venom does not dilute with spreading, instead, it becomes stronger and stronger. A blood rain. Yurue looked around at the thick, blood-red color, her eyes filled with undeniable shock. No wonder it's an S-level hell artifact. The effect is truly terrifying. In every drop of blood rain lives a blood bug. Even she felt afraid. S-level hell artifacts. Hardly any are weak. In less than 10 seconds, there was no trace of clear rain left. Ajin, running wildly, looked around in terror. What happened? The rain changed color? Is this rain or blood? Blood rain? It couldn't understand what was happening but instinctively felt something was wrong. The sheets of blood rain made Ajin's heart uneasy. It quickened its escape speed. But the range of the blood rain was too vast, even running at full speed couldn't get away quickly. At that moment, a voice came from over 100 meters behind, the words clearly reaching its ears without any influence from the sound of rain. Little things, bite it to death. It could clearly tell this was Yurue's voice. After all, so much had happened. What is going on? Didn't you say you would let me go? Why do you want to kill me now? Are you deceiving me? The giant power of deceit made Ajin both angry and scared. Anger was because Lin Bei and Yurue were not trustworthy, they clearly said they would let it leave but then went back on their word to kill it. As for fear, it was simple. Just afraid of dying. Don't talk nonsense. Where did he deceive you? He only said he would let you leave the dungeon, but never said he would let you leave this place. Go die. At this moment, countless bloodbugs launched their attack, each flapping their wings and flying towards Ajin. As the bloodbugs moved, the entire rainy area fell into chaos. In the rain zone covering 1,000 meters, every drop of rain aimed at Ajin, trying to land on it, mercilessly gnawing it to nothing. The closest batch of bloodbugs had already reached their target. In just a few breaths, Ajin was gnawed into a terrible shape. Its entire body was covered in bloodbugs, stacked in dozens of layers. It was completely powerless to resist. Its life force was down to the last bit. Seeing this, Yurue had her answer, turned around, and stepped away with her umbrella. Not even a glance was given to a Jean. Yurue left, a Jean died, and the blood rain continued. Another group of victims was the challengers. They trembled in the blood rain. "Mom, come save me, this world is so scary." "Wah wah wah, I want to go home." Feeling the time was right, Yurue summoned back the blood bugs. All the blood bugs, whether released from the umbrella or split from others, flew back to the umbrella in layers, orderly covering it. The umbrella's surface turned black again. Even with so many blood bugs, the height and thickness of the umbrella remained unchanged. "Back? How is it?" Lin Bei asked with a smile. Yurue stood a few meters behind Lin Bei. "It's gone. It will never come back." Lin Bei was very satisfied. Now, that terrifying wealth in the millions would completely become his. That's good. After saying that, he looked at the fat snake. "Kill it. Keeping it is of no use." As soon as Lin Bei finished speaking, Yurue walked forward, clearly wanting to kill directly. The fat snake desperately begged for mercy. "Don't kill me. Please give me a chance. I want to live. I beg you." It howled in heartbreak, begging for mercy. Its gaze remained on Lin Bei, eyes filled with pleading. Lin Bei couldn't take it, and accidentally softened his heart a bit. "All right. Then I'll give you a chance to leave here. Transfer the terrifying coins over, noted as voluntary gift." He felt he was kind-hearted. In no time, another 17 million terrifying coins arrived, noted with the words voluntary gift. Lin Bei naturally kept his promise and gave the fat snake freedom. Likewise, Yurue once again left with the death feast oil paper umbrella. 1 minute later, Yurue came back again. Lin Bei was just sitting there bored. Those two strange values had been drained, and he didn't know what to do for a while. So boring. But unexpectedly, Yurue actually put the death feast oil paper umbrella aside. Step by step, he walked in front of Lin Bei. "How about I help you pass the time?" Lin Bei was taken aback, not quite understanding Yumei's meaning. "Do you like this environment? It's not luxurious like a car, but it has its own unique flavor. Dungeon play. Do you like it?" Now Lin Bei understood. So, Yumei wanted to make it up to him again. He became interested. In the dungeon, the facilities were well equipped. Indeed, it had its own unique flavor. Chapter 19. With the environment supporting him, Lin Bei performed exceptionally well. It wasn't until he was utterly exhausted that he ended this battle. Sitting in the electric chair, Lin Bei's face was pale, and his eyes seemed a bit hazy. He was very tired. He urgently needed to replenish his strength. "I'm still too weak now. Fighting with Yumei twice in a row is quite a heavy burden for me. So I can't indulge too much. I have to be restrained." Lin Bei didn't dare to go for a third time. Otherwise, his body would really have issues. Beside him, Yumei looked at Lin Bei with a worried expression. "Are you okay?" She was very concerned about Lin Bei. Lin Bei heard her voice and looked at Yumei, gently shaking his head. "I'm fine. I'm just a bit tired. I just need to eat something." A brand new information bar related to Yumei appeared before him. Yumei. Favorability points, 8659. Relationship, undying love and loyalty, plus version. As long as you say so, we can do this 10 more times. No limits on environment, time, or position. After reading, Lin Bei's scalp felt a bit numb. 10 more times? Forget it, forget it. Life is more important. Are you hungry? Sure. I'll take you to eat something. Just so happens I have a good friend who runs a restaurant nearby, with a complete range of dishes that are suitable for people. Yumei didn't think much about it. She simply thought Lin Bei was just hungry. Okay. Lin Bei decided to go here. He was new to this horrifying world and didn't know much about it. After tidying up, Lin Bei and Yumei held hands and left the Yuri dungeon. Yumei's walking posture was even stranger. It took more effort than before. The outside air was still foul and damp. They went straight to the car, shaking off the mud from their shoes, and got into a car worth several million. Starting the engine, shifting gears, pressing the gas. Lin Bei drove away. Yumei sat in the passenger seat, revealing her fair legs. The guilt she felt in her heart had lightened significantly. Her mood was fairly good. She was watching Lin Bei while humming a song with pride. Soon, the car stopped at a restaurant a few kilometers away. The restaurant was small, the exterior design was ordinary, and it was called Miss Nightmare's Diner. Looking through the window, there weren't many seated customers. The business didn't seem too good. "Is this your friend's restaurant?" "The business doesn't seem too great." Lin Bei didn't feel there was anything wrong with the restaurant because it's normal for businesses to struggle in such fierce competition. Yes, I don't know why. The taste is clearly so good. When this topic came up, Yume clearly didn't understand it well. Come on, let's go in and try. Lin Bei got out of the car. He was truly hungry. Yume also pushed the door open and got out, hugging Lin Bei's left arm as she limped forward. Inside the diner, the light was dim, but the aroma was overwhelming, and Lin Bei became even hungrier. Let's go to a private room. Xiao Yan specifically reserved a private room for me. At that moment, a strange woman walked towards them. Her style was different from Yume's. This was a very mature woman, every move exuded a sense of maturity and allure. She was stunningly beautiful, had a bombshell figure, and her skin was flawless. Wearing a cheongsam, her hair fell loosely, and a faint smile graced her face. Lin Bei instinctively looked at this strange woman. An information bar appeared before him. Endless Nightmare Deceiver, Miss Nightmare. Favorability points, 8. Relationship, a bit curious about you. Level, Nightmare King. She is a very powerful entity who could easily be a king within this realm, yet she's unusually low-key, spending her days in this diner, living a relatively ordinary life. Her ability is simply 1, nightmares. As long as she sets her sights on someone, they will be plagued by endless nightmares and ultimately destined to die within them. She and Yume are very good friends, occasionally helping Yume with some troubles. But Yume knows nothing about it. Now she has a certain interest in you. Because Yume is intimately holding your arm. She has never seen Yume like this before. Lin Bei couldn't help but frown. The strange level in front of him truly shocked him. Weird King level? Grudge Soul level, Historical Weird level, Evil Weird level, Weird King level. Stronger than Yume by 3 levels. The ability is to make nightmares? Sounds like a very troublesome ability. Fortunately, it's not a hostile weird. Miss Nightmare is staring seriously at Yume. Yume and Lin Bei are close, their faces full of sweet smiles, like a little girl in love, obviously genuinely happy. This is a side of her she has never seen before. In her impression, every time she met Yume, Yume would have a blank expression, hardly showing a smile. Even when facing her good friend, she would only lower some defenses, never smiling so happily as now. Facing other weirds, the situation is even more serious, filled with killing intent, her eyes only showing resentment. Is that Yume? Is she smiling? She's still holding a man's hand? Is this really the Yume I know? Am I being pulled into a dream? Miss Nightmare keeps doubting. Simply because the situation is too unbelievable. But in fact, she knows very well that this is not a dream, what is happening right now is real. A storm is rising in her heart, but on the surface, she maintains normalcy. Miss Nightmare can easily do this. Her gaze then falls on Lin Bei, examining him from top to bottom. But after looking, she found nothing special about Lin Bei. Putting aside his appearance, he is just an ordinary person. Thus, Miss Nightmare is even more confused. I don't understand. He looks so ordinary, without any power, and doesn't seem to have any background. But why is Yume so close to him? Even she hasn't noticed that her curiosity about Lin Bei is slowly rising. Yume naturally saw Miss Nightmare as well. She still tightly hugs Lin Bei's arm, smiling as she speaks to Miss Nightmare. Little Nightmare, long time no see. Let me introduce you, this is my favorite man. After saying that, Yume looked at Lin Bei again. She is the little nightmare I told you about. She's my good friend. The boss of this restaurant is her. Lin Bei smiled and nodded. It's like greeting Miss Nightmare. A weird king level weird, he doesn't dare to provoke for now. Little Nightmare, you make the arrangements. He's hungry, bring him some good food, the best, put it on my tab. Yume is especially generous. Although she has many questions to ask, Miss Nightmare still calmly nodded. Okay. Let's go to the private room. She prepared to ask her questions when she had the chance. The current situation is not suitable. Let's go. Yume held Lin Bei and left. Walking with a slight limp. This scene was caught by Miss Nightmare's eyes. At once, her eyes narrowed, a look of surprise flashed across. She had never eaten pork, but she had seen pigs run. This situation could not be more obvious. My God. It's already developed to this extent? Chapter 20. Lin Bei sits in the main seat of the private room. The environment of the room is nice, and the privacy is also very good. He wanted to sit alone and enjoy some time. But unfortunately, the overly fond Yume always wants to stick to him. At this moment, she is sitting on the stool beside him, her head tilted and resting in his arms, like a living ornament. After a while, the door was pushed open, and a few weirds entered with plates. The last one to come in is Miss Nightmare. Delicious food was continuously placed on the table, and the weirds all left one by one. Finally, only Miss Nightmare was left. Miss Nightmare looks at Yume hanging on Lin Bei, and a complex feeling rises in her heart. She waves at Yume, smiling, saying, "Little May, can you come out for a moment? I want to talk to you about some things." But Yume did not cooperate. She continued to hang on Lin Bei. "If you have something to say, just say it here. No need to avoid him. He's the most important, I don't want him to worry." Avoiding Lin Bei is something Yume would never do. She was fully considerate of Lin Bei's feelings. Before Lin Bei could say anything, a message bar appeared in front of him. Endless nightmares trick Miss Nightmare. Favor points, -5. Relationship, a bit unhappy with you. Level, trick king. She suddenly looks displeased with you. Because Yume rejected her like this for the first time. And it's just a small matter. Just needed to step outside and chat for a bit. But the situation is like this, and it's all because of you. She is considering whether to give you a little punishment. For example, letting you have a nightmare. Lin Bei was dumbfounded. Unhappy? Isn't this? Can he be blamed for this? Seriously. In order to avoid having a nightmare, Lin Bei pretended to be calm and said, "Go and chat with her. Don't worry, I won't feel unhappy. I'm not that petty." Seeing Lin Bei say this, Yume wouldn't continue to refuse. Reluctantly letting go of Lin Bei, she looked at Miss Nightmare. "Okay. Then let's go out and chat. Let's go." Yume spoke cheerfully, with no burden in her heart, having received Lin Bei's permission. Miss Nightmare deeply glanced at Lin Bei before turning around and leaving the private room with Yume. Just as the door was about to close, another message bar appeared. Endless nightmares trick Miss Nightmare. Favor points, -8. Relationship, even more unhappy with you. Level, trick king. A small matter, Yume has to follow your arrangements. It's reached the point of complete obedience, losing her own opinions. She can feel it. If Yume had to choose between you and her, she would definitely choose you in the end. Lin Bei was truly speechless. No way? I already helped you. And you just reacted like this? But fortunately, with her and Yume's relationship, even with negative favor points, she wouldn't just do anything to me. The thing he was most thankful for was this point. If it were any other Trick King level peculiar being, it would be a different situation. With a being of this level, Lin Bei really couldn't handle it right now. If he really encountered such a being, he would find it hard to survive. Huff. Letting out a breath, Lin Bei didn't think about this anymore and turned his attention to the table full of dishes. It was quite rich, with a perfect balance of meat and vegetables. There were a few dishes that were familiar, typical dishes from the normal world: squirrel fish, spicy hot pot, sweet and sour pork, Westlake vinegar fish. The remaining few dishes looked very strange. From their appearance, they didn't seem like food for humans. One plate was full of eyeballs, likely the eyes of some dangerous peculiar creature, even with chili sauce and garnished with cucumbers and carrots. This dish didn't look appetizing. There was a blue soup bubbling away, looking like poison, and you could vaguely see something swimming in it. One staple food looked like steamed buns, but it had a slight breathing motion. No wonder it's food from the horror world. Can't deny it. It's really shocking. Lin Bei picked up his chopsticks and ate a few familiar dishes. As for those strange dishes, he had no interest in trying them for now. Not far away, in a hidden private room, Miss Nightmare and Yume sat facing each other. "Little Yen, what do you want to say? You look so serious." Yume felt the atmosphere was a bit heavy. It seemed like something very serious had happened. Miss Nightmare didn't beat around the bush and spoke directly. "Little May, have you and that person already developed to that stage? Your walking posture is very obvious. How long have you known each other? Why have I never heard you mention him?" She had many questions in her heart. She was sure. Prior to this, Yume had never mentioned related matters. The situation was very sudden. And for this, Yume had no intention of hiding it. "Since you've noticed, I have no need to hide it anymore. That's right, we've developed to the final stage. As for how long we've known each other, it's a bit embarrassing to say. Actually, we only just met a few hours ago." In that moment, Miss Nightmare was completely stunned. The truth left her in utter shock. How could it develop to this point in just a few hours? So clingy. Everything that should be done has been done. Are you serious? Miss Nightmare's delicate face was filled with disbelief. She knew Yume. She understood that Yume was not an impulsive sly creature. But now, she had done something so utterly outrageous. She began to doubt again. Is it possible that I am really not dreaming? Such absurd things can only happen in a dream, right? Little May, you're just kidding, right? A few hours? Stop joking. It's been at least a few months, right? Miss Nightmare truly couldn't believe it. She had woven countless dreams with her own hands. But not a single one was this outrageous. Yume shook her head very seriously. I'm not joking. I really have only known him for a few hours. Chapter 21. Once again receiving Yume's affirmative answer, Miss Nightmare completely lost her composure. She was almost about to lose control. Are you crazy? You've only known him for a few hours, and it has developed to this point? Not only have you given him your most precious thing, but you're also so close to him, trusting him so much, even willing to give everything for him? Hey, calm down. Yume, you are the butcher of the rainy night, how can you do this? Where is your rationality? How could you do something like this? And him? He's just a human, a common. Miss Nightmare felt that something was seriously wrong and suspected that the problem lay with Lin Bei. So, she couldn't bring herself to finish saying common person. She knew Yume too well. After all, she had secretly helped Yume resolve many later troubles, and had seen Yume mercilessly kill and torture bizarre creatures several times with her own eyes. The Yume she knew was like a demon, merciless and lost in bloody slaughter, taking the screams of agony as sweet music. Completely different from now. Now, Yume seemed to have changed entirely, filled with thoughts of Lin Bei. She couldn't tolerate a single bad word about Lin Bei. It was as if she was controlled by some mysterious power. No way. That guy is not an ordinary person. He has serious problems. Miss Nightmare had been observing Yume closely. Yume's change of expression could not escape her watchful eyes. At that moment, Yume frowned, her face showing clear signs of being unhappy. She was only trying to advise her to calm down, not to get so close to Lin Bei, yet Yume reacted this way. Something was off. Very off. Little Yen, I am very calm. I know you can't understand me, I don't expect you to, but one day you will understand me. I trust him, I like sticking to him, I've handed over my most important thing to him, I'm thinking about him all the time, I would do anything for him, even if it means dying for him, even if it means giving up revenge. Anything, all it takes is one word from him. As for the reason? Actually, it's very simple. It's just because I love him. I love him so much. More than I love myself. This is pure love. When you meet true love, you'll understand me. Really. Yume truly loved Lin Bei deeply. At least for now, no one loved Lin Bei more than her, not even Lin Bei himself could surpass her. Nearly 10,000 feelings were not to be taken lightly. Love, huh? She really has gone mad. Miss Nightmare murmured quietly to herself. This kind of thing, she did not believe in. She never thought about having love. In this bizarre world, the only pursuit was power. After this, Miss Nightmare had nothing more to say. Anyway, nothing would work. Yume was too deeply poisoned, not something words could sway her from. At the same time, Miss Nightmare grew more intrigued by Lin Bei, more convinced that he was definitely not an ordinary person and must have some special means. Interesting. To turn a strange creature that usually only thinks about killing and torturing into someone who now talks about love. Other strange things are fine, maybe they are really possible, but it's precisely Rain Charm. Rain Charm is not the kind of strange that talks about love. He must have done something. I've heard that some people among humans are skilled in raising puppets, he is very likely one of them, casting love-related magic on Rain Charm. She made a plan. No longer thinking about waking Rain Charm up immediately. Instead, she planned to take it slow, first figuring out Lin Bei's situation, then finding a way to restore Rain Charm to normal. Little Charm, when you wake up, you will definitely thank me. Loves him very much? Is it pure love with him? It's all fake. Miss Nightmare made another decision at the same time. Once Rain Charm returns to normal, she will find an opportunity to deal with Lin Bei. To turn an S-class wanted criminal into a hopeless romantic too dangerous. She doesn't want to fall into this misfortune and then become a hopeless romantic filled with love talk. The private room door was pushed open, and Rain Charm walked in with a smile, heading straight for Lin Bei, sitting beside him and wrapping her arms around his. This seriously affected Lin Bei's meal. Miss Nightmare stood at the door, watching Lin Bei, her beautiful eyes filled with complex meanings, curiosity, caution, hostility. Lin Bei sensed the unusual gaze and slightly frowned, looking at Miss Nightmare. Naturally, another information panel appeared. Endless Nightmare's Strangeness. Miss Nightmare. Favorability points, -30. Relationship, thinks you have major issues. Level, Strange King. She is cautious of you and harbors murderous intent. She believes Rain Charm's changes are due to you meddling with something. She plans to uncover the secrets about you. She intends to find a way to restore Rain Charm to normal. When that day comes, it will be your death. Lin Bei was completely stunned. Go out and chat and then this was the result? Not only did my favorability drop, but she also directly set a death date for me. What is this? Is this how I got talked to death? He truly felt a strong, suffocating sense of crisis. He was being watched by a strange king. Really a headache. She is a strange with strange king level. And I haven't even completed the first round of professional challenges. Lin Bei now just wants to quickly raise his system level. It's best to jump up in one go to a level that can deal with strange king level strangeness. Or to have the power to contend with strange king level strangeness. But that is very difficult. Miss Nightmare didn't stay too long. Enjoy it well. You are welcome to visit again anytime. After a few polite words, she left with a serious expression. Inside the private room, Raincharm had no idea about Miss Nightmare's thoughts. She picked up a pickled eyeball dripping with chili sauce and fed it to Lin Bei. I will feed you. Hurry up and eat well. Looking at the bulging eyeball, Lin Bei really couldn't eat it. What kind of dish is this? Is this something for humans to eat? Raincharm seriously introduced it. Yes. This is the eye of a soul-devouring snake, food that both humans and strange can eat. Eating it has great benefits. It can restore physical strength, can invigorate the mind, and enhance resistance to poison. Most importantly, it tastes great. Really not going to eat it? After hearing the introduction, Lin Bei became interested. He didn't expect the eyeball to have such effects. What about the soup? Introduce that to me as well. Raincharm immediately complied. This soup is called manhwa soup, said to be a soup invented by manhwa. The ingredients are very rich, and it's particularly nutritious. The taste is also great, and it helps with sleep and calming the mind. Lin Bei couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. Manhwa soup? Invented by manhwa? Ah, this. Manhwa actually exists in this horror world? Lin Bei quickly accepted this result. The horror world is very mysterious, with too many unknowns. Even the first batch of selected and survived challengers have a very superficial understanding of the horror world, just the tip of the iceberg. So, having the existence of manhwa is also very normal, still within the acceptable range. Even if he encounters Judge Yan Wang, he wouldn't be too surprised. After all, this is the horror world. A world that is absurdly strange and bizarre. What is this steamed bun? In front of me, the food, besides a few homestyle dishes, also includes several strange ones, one odder than the other. And I feast, manhwa's soup, breathing steamed buns. This is not a steamed bun, but a type of wild mushroom. Its formal name is steamed bun mushroom. It usually grows near graves, is very delicious, and highly popular, with a strong satiating effect. But you cannot eat it raw, or it will turn into a steamed bun. After speaking, you may point it to 2 cups of black drinks, adorned with a few delicate little fruits. These 2 drinks were personally mixed by Xiao Yan, and she named them sweet dreams for a night. After drinking, the dreams you have tonight will form according to your subconscious. I don't know what your sweet dreams will be, but mine will definitely be related to you. She was especially patient. She introduced every dish one by one. After listening, Lin Bei found these dishes were indeed edible. Not only were they not poisonous, but they were also quite good, serving various purposes, replenishing energy, refreshing the mind, aiding sleep and calming the spirit, dreaming freely. So, he ate. A lot, until he was full. After eating, Lin Bei and Yu Mei did not linger and left the restaurant intimately. Not far away, Miss Nightmare's gaze was fixated on Lin Bei. She had already taken some actions. She sent a few strange beings to investigate Lin Bei. It won't be long before I grasp your information. At that time, I will take action against you. For Yu Mei's sake, you must die. To Miss Nightmare, Lin Bei was less important than a bug on the roadside. As long as the timing is right, he could be stomped to death at any moment. Lin Bei drove a luxury taxi worth millions, strolling carefreely down the street with the pure and charming Yu Mei. Along the way, they still endured countless envious gazes. He was a little unsure of what to do next. The current professional challenge period was 7 days, with a daily income requirement of 300 horror coins, and a total income requirement of 2001 horror coins over 7 days. But now, 1 trip was enough. In the next few days, even if Lin Bei spent all his time sleeping, the final score would still be quite high. I no longer have the need to drive a taxi. Might as well use the remaining time to improve my strength. Starting from the starting line, already ahead. I don't even know what to do well. Just then, the system's notification sound rang out. Ding. System experience value has reached the limit, cannot continue to improve. Yu Mei's favorability has reached the current limit, can continue to improve after system upgrade. System level, LV2. Effective range, resentful souls and below. System functions, favorability improvement, lucky roulette. Experience value, 10,000/10,000. Level upgrade can unlock new functions. Would you like to upgrade your level? If you confirm the upgrade, the favorability improvement for the current target will be terminated. Should I upgrade? This matter didn't even need to be thought about. Upgrade level. Is Yume's favorability limit the same as the system experience? That means, it's a favorability of 10,000. 5-digit favorability. Definitely enough. A few seconds later, the system's notification sound rang again. Ding. System level has been upgraded to LV3. System level, LV3. Effective range, evil spirits and below. System functions, favorability improvement, lucky roulette, portable space. Experience value, 0/1000000. Unlockable function upon reaching LV4 will be attribute points. This time, the difficulty of upgrading had also increased tenfold. To reach the next level, a full 100,000 experience points were needed. The portable space is a function that is easy to understand. Lin Bei did not use it immediately. After all, just hearing the name makes it clear what it is. What interested him more was the attribute points, the function that had not yet been unlocked. Attribute points? What kind of function is this? Sounds quite powerful. The system kindly provided an explanation. It is a function that can enhance the host's various abilities. The host can allocate points into vitality, mental strength, speed, physical strength, or certain abilities. Each point added will have a significant improvement. But it cannot be added without limit. You can only add points after obtaining attribute points. The method to obtain attribute points is very simple, which depends on the host's chosen target's affection. When affection reaches 100, 1 point can be obtained. When affection reaches 1,000, 1 point can be obtained. When affection reaches 10,000, 1 point can be obtained. When affection reaches 100,000, 1 point can be obtained. And so on. In theory, a lot of attribute points can be obtained in a day. After listening, Lin Bei understood what was going on. He had to admit, this feature was very powerful. As long as it was used well, strength could be greatly enhanced. I must quickly upgrade the system to level 4. Attribute point allocation function. Just thinking about it feels great. Chapter 23. Lin Bei was looking forward to the moment when the system level reached 4. At the same time, he was even more curious about what new features would be unlocked when the system reached levels 5 and 6, and even higher levels. But I can't rush it. The later it gets, the harder the system upgrade. From level 1 to level 2, only 1,000 experience points are needed. From level 2 to 3, it's 10,000 experience points, but from 3 to 4, it jumps to 100,000 experience points. If this growth trend continues, doesn't it mean 1 million experience points to go from level 4 to 5? From 5 to 6 is 10 million. The more it goes on, the harder it is to upgrade, and the required experience points also get higher. This situation, Lin Bei could accept. After all, with each level the system increases, strength gets a significant boost. Putting aside his thoughts, he looked at Yume next to him. Relevant information appeared. Yume. Affection points, 10,000. Relationship, undying love and loyalty, Pro-Max version. She will love you forever. She will always be loyal to you. She will regard you as everything. Her love, her loyalty, can withstand any test, no matter how difficult that test may be. Never doubt her love and loyalty to you. After reading, Lin Bei found that 10,000 affection points and over 8,000 affection points actually made little difference. It's normal to think about it. Once affection reaches a certain height, it will stabilize within a certain range. Continuing to increase affection won't lead to much change. To put it simply, at this level, affection points are just a number. Suddenly, the system's prompt sound rang out. Host. It's not like that. If affection points were just a number, then there would be no difference between 100 and 1,000. When the system reaches a certain level later on, related functions will be unlocked. Having an unusually high affection point is not a bad thing. Excess affection points can be used for many things. It is recommended that the host work harder to unlock this function as soon as possible. Lin Bei raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. Oh? There's such a thing? Interesting. Then I must prepare in advance. He didn't know what function the system was talking about. But Lin Bei could be sure of one thing. This function must be very good. When the time comes, he decided to make good use of this function. After all, as long as he didn't consume the affection points to a very low level, he could use them freely. System. Continue increasing Yume's affection points. The system immediately complied. +1. +1. After wandering around for a while without getting a ride, Lin Bei simply decided to call it a day. He was very tired. Although he had eaten enough, several hours passed, and many things happened, leaving him with an indescribable weariness both mentally and physically. Therefore, Lin Bei decided to take a nap first. Do you have a place to stay? Let's go sleep for a bit. We'll talk about other things tomorrow. Hearing this, Yu Mei immediately perked up. She looked at Lin Bei excitedly. Yes, of course. Let's go. We'll head there now. Lin Bei looked around slightly, feeling that something was off. Then, the information panel appeared again. Yu Mei? She is very excited. She is all set. It's just a matter of striking out 3 times. Lin Bei found it very speechless. He didn't expect Yu Mei's head to be filled with useless thoughts. Don't think too much. I just want to simply take a rest. Yu Mei's place was very remote. Without her leading the way, it would be almost impossible to find. The house was barely enough in size. Lin Bei lay down and fell asleep in less than 3 seconds. As soon as he joined the meeting, a power spread invisibly, flowing entirely into his brain. A dream specially crafted for Lin Bei is being formed. Beside him, Yu Mei sighed with some disappointment. She didn't expect Lin Bei really just wanted to have a good rest. Did I overdo it? While Lin Bei was sleeping soundly, a beautiful dream was taking place. The main character, of course, is him. In the dream, Lin Bei, dressed in luxurious black clothes, sat on an ice-sealed, dusty bone throne, his right hand partially propping up his face as he looked ahead, his gaze filled with indifference, as if the word invincible was written on his face. In front of him stood countless eerie beings. Each eerie being stared at Lin Bei with strange eyes. There was madness, admiration, trust, appreciation, excitement, longing, respect. At the same time, these eerie beings were not ordinary. Lin Bei glanced around. He only recognized 3 eerie beings, Yu Mei, the traffic light, and Miss Nightmare. The other eerie beings were all unfamiliar. But they all seemed very fierce. Among them were those with ox heads and horse faces. There were eerie beings holding a pen in one hand and a book in the other. Some wore veils, their faces obscured, yet in front of them was a pot of soup. There was a brawny eerie being radiating immense power and authority. One had 3 eyes, wings on its back, and golden hair. Another wore a black Lolita dress and a black evening hat. One carried a small flower basket, and around it, the ground was covered in spider lilies. There were twins who looked exactly alike, one dressed in all white and the other in all black. This was just a part of them. Eerie beings here were not just human-shaped. There were many eerie beasts too. Canine eerie beasts with 3 heads. Huge octopus eerie beasts. Spider eerie beasts over 10 meters tall, with legs like swords. There were just too many. In the dream, both the sun and the moon, along with countless stars, adorned the dreamscape. Lin Bei, observing this dream while sound asleep, felt his scalp tingle. Even though the person seated on the throne was him. Countless eerie beings below quietly watched Lin Bei as time passed second by second. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Bei suddenly stood up from the throne. Then, he took steps forward. In front was only darkness, and the end was unknown. In the next moment, those eerie beings and eerie beasts below simultaneously knelt down, clearly paying their respects to Lin Bei. This dream thus came to a stop, and Lin Bei awoke to find himself drenched in cold sweat. This dream is simply suffocating. What kind of beings are those? They all look more terrifying than the last. He took a long while to regain his composure. At that moment, a whisper came from beside him. Come on. Do it again. Only 18 times, I'm still not satisfied. Lin Bei looked towards the source of the voice. It was Yu Mei talking in her sleep. He didn't even know how to respond. Your sweet dream is quite thrilling. Outside, the sun rose, and the terrifying world also had a distinction between day and night. Unlike the common settings in movies, eerie beings are not affected by daylight. On the contrary, a special part of eerie beings become even stronger when the sun rises. Lin Bei walked to the window, looking up at the sky. The sun in the eerie world was equally strange. It was dark purple. The light it emitted was very dazzling. The dark purple sunlight barely illuminated the terrifying world, but many things were affected by the light, making their original colors hard to see. The eerie sun. Lin Bei squinted his eyes, trying to gaze directly at the sun. Enduring slight pain, he saw the sun. Then, a message panel appeared. Dark Sun of Slaughter. Favor points, 0. Relationship, indifferent. Level, eerie god. You do not have the qualification to make it notice you. Chapter 24. Chapter 24, Who is the Prey? It's raining. Hiss. Lin Bei felt his scalp tingle, and the back of his head felt cold. Eerie god level eerie beings. It's only the second day, and I have already encountered an eerie god. I'm afraid few strange beings realize that the sun hanging in the sky is actually a bizarre entity that has reached the peak of its realm. Fortunately, it won't notice me. Not being worthy of notice is the thing he felt most grateful for. If it were to pay attention to me now, I would probably turn to ash in an instant. After all, it is the sun. Rationality kept telling Lin Bei that he couldn't stare at this strange god for too long. So, he decisively withdrew his gaze and looked at the street shrouded in dark purple light. The street was completely empty, very quiet, and a bit eerie. Luxury cars worth millions were quietly parked downstairs. Lin Bei stood by the window, pondering over something. I didn't look up at the moon yesterday. Since the sun is a strange god, could the moon also be like this? I have to see the moon tonight. He wanted to verify this guess. After that, Lin Bei began to recall that dream. Even though he had woken up, he still clearly remembered. In that beautiful dream, there were the sun and the moon. The sun radiated dark purple light, and the moon emitted a bloody glow. And there were many strange beings he had never seen before. Perhaps in the future, he would see them one by one. What if this beautiful dream could come true? He didn't think too much about it. Because even if it could come true, it would still be a long time away. The important thing now was to improve his strength and system level. Otherwise, even if the strange beings from the dream appeared, he wouldn't be able to act against them. Have you been awake for a long time? Lin Bei stood by the window for a long time, and only when he heard Yumei's voice from behind did he pull his gaze away from the empty outside. I just woke up not long ago. Yumei immediately asked again. Were you satisfied with the dream? Lin Bei nodded. He was indeed quite satisfied with the dream, even though the content was not much. And you? Did you enjoy your dream? Thinking of what he heard from Yumei upon waking, Lin Bei's expression became a bit strange. 18 times? No way. Yumei nodded vigorously. Very enjoyable. You appeared 20 times in the dream. He. Lin Bei almost couldn't hold back. All right. 2 more times. He quickly adjusted his mindset and told himself not to give Yumei that chance. Get ready. There will be a big battle tonight. You have to fight against a very well-conditioned strange being. It is highly likely to have a good underworld weapon as well. Don't take it lightly. Its goal is to kill me. At that moment, Yumei's expression became very serious. When it concerns Lin Bei's safety, she wouldn't make a joke about it. Leave it to me. I'll push it into the sewer today. Night came quickly. As night fell, Lin Bei drove the ultra-luxurious taxi, cruising steadily on the bustling street. Yumei still sat in the passenger seat. The car was still in service. It's almost time, let's go to a weird place. Yumei, remember my words, bring me its head. A reward of 500,000, I have to collect it. I'm really short on terror coins. Yumei knew that Lin Bei had just received over 30 million terror coins yesterday. But she didn't doubt Lin Bei's words at all. If Lin Bei said he was short, then he was short. All right. A few minutes later, the ultra-luxurious taxi stopped outside a small alley. Lin Bei deliberately circled around a few times to ensure there were no strange beings nearby. This will do. It's suitable for waiting for a rabbit. He stood alone in the alley, pulled out a cigarette, and lit it, igniting a small fire in the darkness. Yumei sat in the parked car. She wore a black raincoat again, perfectly blending into the night. If you don't press your head tightly against the glass, you can't see the situation inside the car at all. Lin Bei leaned against the wall, looking up at the starry night sky. Luck was good, there was a moon tonight. He stared fixedly at the moon. The moonlight was blood red, radiating a cold bloody glow, tinting the surrounding night sky crimson. Just as Lin Bei had expected. An information bar appeared at this moment. And with the appearance of the information bar, it meant that this round of the moon was also a strange one. Crimson Mad Moon. Favorability points, 1. Relationship, 1 among the countless beings. Level, Eerie God. In its eyes, you are just one of countless moonlight bathers. Nothing worth paying attention to. Indeed. The moon is also an eerie god. Favorability is 1. It's no different from 0. After more than 10 minutes, the chainsaw man, carrying the chainsaw on his shoulder, successfully arrived at Lin Bei's area under the guidance of the soul mark. As soon as he arrived, he saw that luxury taxi worth millions. The car was parked by the roadside. The engine was off, the lights were out, and everything inside was dark, nothing could be seen. No one in the car? The chainsaw man looked around and quickly locked onto that alley. He saw Lin Bei standing against the wall, lighting a cigarette. That small glowing point was particularly obvious. He stroked the chainsaw in his hand. Found you. Don't rush. I will kill him soon. After speaking, the chainsaw man stepped towards Lin Bei, a savage grin spreading across his face. The closer he got to Lin Bei, the more sinister his smile became. He had already considered Lin Bei as a dead man. Hearing the noise, Lin Bei tossed away the cigarette in his hand, and the boring wait finally came to an end. He smiled and looked at the chainsaw man. My 500,000. You finally came. Welcome, welcome. The chainsaw man sensed something was wrong and stopped moving forward. Because Lin Bei's demeanor clearly indicated he was prepared and showed no signs of surprise. 500,000? What does he mean? Is he talking about my bounty? It could only think of one connection related to the 500,000. To it, that felt ridiculous. An ordinary person, so audacious? The chainsaw man was very sure that Lin Bei was just an ordinary human, unable to defeat even the weakest Eerie, let alone deal with him, a level of Eerie god? Thinking of this, the unease in its heart gradually dissipated. My bounty is indeed 500,000. Do you want it? You also need to have your life to take it. That said, the chainsaw man did not act recklessly. He was observing the surroundings, trying to eliminate any danger. No danger. But thinking about it carefully, it's actually very strange. An ordinary person, driving such an expensive car? This alone is a big red flag. Could this be a plot against me? If it was just Lin Bei driving a luxury car, the chainsaw man wouldn't have thought much. But today's Lin Bei's reaction was indeed off. Too calm, too excited. Nothing like a dying prey at all. You could say, it was the opposite. Compared to prey, Lin Bei seemed more like a hunter. At this moment, Lin Bei's voice rang out again. You don't need to worry about that. Your head, I'm going to claim it. If I couldn't do it, how could I wait here? At the very moment he finished speaking, rain began to fall from the sky. It's raining. Chapter 25. At the entrance of the alley, there stood an eerie figure in a black raincoat, holding a black oil paper umbrella, watching the front with a cold gaze. It was indeed Yume. In her view, the chainsaw man, holding the chainsaw, stood cautiously, his body was tense, clearly not daring to act rashly. Is that it? What's with the chainsaw? I'll kill you soon. Further ahead was Lin Bei, hands in pockets, letting the rain pour down on him. The rain was heavy, pouring like a waterfall, the air was cold. The sound of rain was also loud, drowning out most sounds. Given this rain, it wouldn't be long before this alley would be flooded, the ground would collapse, the walls would fall. And on a rainy night, the best time for slaughter. The chainsaw man's frown deepened. This rain was too sudden, too deliberate, too traceable. It started pouring just like that. 1 second it was clear and bright, the next it was raining torrentially. Sheets of rain pounded against the chainsaw, the saw blade seemed to become much sharper. The rain was too heavy, it could barely see Lin Bei's figure. Be careful. He is very likely to attack me during the heavy rain. But the result disappointed the chainsaw maniac. Lin Bei didn't make any move. He just stood there in the pouring rain. But it didn't know. Even the rain was gentle to Lin Bei. Soaking in the rain, Lin Bei felt no discomfort at all. Every drop of rain lovingly caressed him. But the rain falling on the chainsaw maniac was violent, every drop made it feel pain. Why isn't he moving? After waiting for half a minute, the chainsaw maniac still didn't see Lin Bei take action. For a moment, it didn't know what to do. The rain grew heavier, and the situation became worse. No way. I can't just wait here. I need to attack proactively. Thinking this, the chainsaw maniac decisively started its chainsaw. Whir! The saw blade spun quickly, its dangerous cold light flickering. The chainsaw maniac stepped forward into the storm, its face twisted in a sinister yet cautious smile. Human, wait to die. Soon my chainsaw will brutally cut down from the top of your head and slice you neatly in half. One half for drinking, the other half to nourish my chainsaw. Once the chainsaw was activated, its reason vanished, and the caution in its heart disappeared. In its place were arrogance and insanity. Lin Bei witnessed the complete transformation of the chainsaw maniac, forming a guess in his heart. Does this chainsaw affect the user's sanity? It clearly became very crazy. Looks like it's a cursed tool with some side effects, I'll have to be careful when using it later. He wouldn't give up on a powerful cursed tool just because it might have side effects. Side effects aren't the problem with the cursed tool. But if the side effects affect the user, then it's definitely the user's problem. At the moment the chainsaw maniac took its first step, the voice of the rain phantom rang out amid the sound of the downpour, completely unaffected by the noise, as if shouting right next to its ear. Take one more step forward, and I will take your life. At that moment, the chainsaw maniac felt what true dread was. A precise instinct told it that the one saying these words was not joking. If it took another step, it would truly die in an instant. The lost sanity returned in a flash, and the forgotten fear surged back once more. It stopped in its tracks. Soaking in the rain, it turned its head to look towards the end of the rain curtain. There, at the end, was the rain phantom. Coincidentally, a lightning bolt appeared. The darkness was briefly illuminated. The chainsaw maniac clearly saw the figure at the end. It's her. S-Class wanted anomaly, known as the Rainy Night Butcher. Her features include wearing a black raincoat, going out when it's late and quiet, having powers related to rain, and here is Grey Abyss City. Is she helping this human who drives a taxi? In this situation, the chainsaw maniac felt something was very wrong. The other information about the rain phantom it had heard while hunting included intelligence about the targets the rain phantom chose. It is said she only targets rich anomalies or wealthy individuals. But here she is helping a wealthy person? Doesn't seem like a class enemy at all. She directly threatened to kill me. What Rainy Night Butcher, clearly a bootlicker. This information is ridiculously false. So unlucky. The chainsaw maniac couldn't help but curse softly. The information was completely inconsistent with the reality. But it always felt something wasn't right. Even if the information was wrong, how could it possibly be wrong to this extent? Suppressing the fear in its heart, the chainsaw maniac asked the rain phantom. Rainy Night Butcher? What do you want? You want to protect this human whose wealth is at least in the millions? That's not what I know about you. I've heard you are extremely anti-rich, specifically targeting wealthy folks. But you. It had only spoken half of its words when the rain phantom felt very impatient. Shut up. What I want to do is none of your business? That's right, I am anti-rich. But he is an exception. Don't say he only has a few tens of millions, even if he has several billion, or even dozens or hundreds of billions, I wouldn't hate him, let alone take action against him. I want to protect him, regardless of whether he is wealthy, just because he is him. Raincharm wants to protect Lin Bei, this person. It has nothing to do with anything else. Even if Lin Bei is ugly, fat, and useless, she wouldn't despise him. The chainsaw maniac looked incredibly shocked. He never expected to receive such an answer. An S-Class wanted criminal, and yet, every word was about protection? And protecting a human at that? Are you out of your mind? What right does that human have to deserve this? He wanted to say more, but Raincharm wouldn't give him the chance. Die. Once the cold words fell, the dense rain turned furious. Countless rainbugs broke away from the dead feast oil paper umbrella and rushed into the bean-sized raindrops. The rain once again turned blood red. It kept pouring into the chainsaw maniac's body. He experienced the taste of countless insects gnawing at him. Screams echoed in an instant. They successfully drowned out the sound of the pouring rain. No! It hurts so much. Help me. Why? Why? Why are you helping a human like this? But soon, the torrential rain drowned everything, including life and hope. A minute later, the blood-red rain faded, and except for the wetness surrounding them, everything returned to how it was before. The chainsaw maniac was eaten away by the rainbugs, leaving only a head that could be used to claim the bounty. And that chainsaw, caked with minced flesh and stained with blood. This chainsaw is now mine. Lin Bei walked over to the chainsaw and casually touched it. To his surprise, an information bar appeared. Mad Blood Shattering Saw. Grade, A-Class Underworld Tool. A very sharp chainsaw. It can cut, and it can slash. A true weapon of slaughter. When using this chainsaw, all of your blood and cells will enter a frenzy state, emotions like anger and excitement will quickly devour reason. Only when the chainsaw stops, or receives a heavy blow, will this state forcibly end. This chainsaw has no flashy abilities. Its strongest aspect is its destructive power. Everything blocking the way will be cut into pieces, will be smashed into dust. The host's current strength is relatively low, please use this ghost tool with caution. Improper use will lead to serious side effects. Chapter 26. Not bad, an A-Class Underworld tool. Although it can't compare to the Dead Feast oil paper umbrella, and has some side effects, it's still a pretty decent tool I can use. Lin Bei planned to use this chainsaw himself. After all, the information bar clearly states. The strongest aspect of the Mad Blood Shattering Saw is its destructive power, completely different from the complex abilities of the Dead Feast oil paper umbrella. It's just right for him. Currently, he is still an ordinary person, this kind of tool possessing powerful destructive power is the best fit. The crisis is over. It's time to continue business. After all, I'm just a taxi driver. I'll also go to claim the bounty. This time, Lin Bei didn't plan to go with Raincharm. Raincharm is an S-Class wanted criminal. Taking Raincharm to claim the bounty? Isn't that just looking for trouble? Rain Charm, you go take care of your own matters first. I also have things to do. We'll contact each other later. Although very reluctant, Rain Charm couldn't bring herself to refuse Lin Bei. She held back her reluctance and looked seriously at Lin Bei. Okay. Then I'll continue to catch those wealthy weirds and humans. After catching them, I will lock them in the dungeon and treat them tenderly as before, letting them live until the day you come, letting them talk to you properly. Maybe they will voluntarily grant you a little terror currency. Rain Charm only knew that Lin Bei lacked terror currency. Thus, she planned to do this. Lin Bei's eyes lit up, feeling that Rain Charm was very sharp. Sounds good. But be sure to pee. In her heart, nothing is more important than you. Her life, her dignity, her everything. As long as you speak, anything can be given up. About a day and a night had passed since the last check, and the affection had significantly increased again. It won't be long before reaching the next level. Besides the numbers, other changes weren't very large. There still isn't a noticeable difference. Once the system reaches the level and unlocks the feature, allowing the purchase of items with affection points, I'll definitely use it well on Yume. There are tens of thousands of affection points. Before long, Lin Bei parted ways with Yume, one hand holding the bloody bone saw, the other hand carrying the head of the chainsaw maniac, walking back towards the parking lot filled with luxury cars. He stayed silent for a few seconds before giving up the idea of placing the bloody bone saw in the back seat. No, I still have to carry customers, I can't take the back seat. What if there's a bigger wave of customers? If I refuse to take them and get reported, it could be troublesome. So, Lin Bei put the chainsaw and the strange head in the trunk instead. Then he sat in the driver's seat and slowly drove away after stepping on the gas. Yume didn't linger much either. Wearing a raincoat with an umbrella on her back, she quickly blended into the dark night. She moved silently, thinking about which target to strike. With this umbrella, my power rises a level. I can choose some stronger targets. With his extraordinary skills, Lin Bei didn't need navigation at all. The destination was clearly kept in his mind. The place to collect bounties is the Underworld office. It's a certain distance away. Open 24 hours, just take it slow, no need to rush. As he drove on, the music station played a haunting song. After a while, he noticed a few strange figures waving in front, evidently wanting to take a taxi. Several information bars appeared at the same time. Fong Hong. Affection points, 0. Relationship, stranger. Level, wandering soul. Current owner's eldest daughter of the Underworld restaurant. Fong Zi. Affection points, 0. Relationship, stranger. Level, wandering soul. Current owner's second daughter of the Underworld restaurant. Fong Jin Bao. Affection points, 0. Relationship, stranger. Level, wandering soul. Current owner's precious youngest son. Lin Bei's spirit lifted immediately. Finally, there are passengers. And their identities seem quite extraordinary. Underworld restaurant. The name sounds like a really impressive place. While thinking, he casually parked on the side. A strange figure came to the window and immediately asked, "To the Underworld restaurant, are you going?" This was precisely the place that caught Lin Bei's interest. Then, information about the location of the Underworld restaurant and some details popped up in his mind. It was a skill that came with being an extraordinary old driver. The Underworld restaurant. Established in a bustling area. It's a well-known hotel, with a complete set of facilities and considerable strength. It is said that it used to be a nest of a nether phoenix, and it still hides many secrets to this day. Each owner is selected by the will of the nether phoenix, not just anyone with money or power can claim the Underworld restaurant. The distance is a bit far, but it happens to be on the way. Let's go. Get in the car. Lin Bei was very enthusiastic. Since it's the Underworld restaurant. Until he saw 3 suitcases and several large bags. Driver, open the trunk. But Lin Bei did not open the trunk. This trunk is not suitable to be opened casually. Driver, what are you dawdling for? Hurry up and open the trunk. We're in a hurry to get home. Prompted time and again, Lin Bei had no way to avoid this matter. I'll open it soon, you all get in the car first. I'll help you put the luggage in. The 3 strange figures didn't think much about it. The second daughter and the youngest son cooperatively got into the car. Lin Bei then opened the trunk right in front of the eldest daughter, Fong Hong. Fong Hong. Favorability, -50. Relationship, a fear is born. Level, wandering soul. She feels you are dangerous. She doesn't dare to get in your car. She just wants to run away. But her younger siblings are still in the car, she can't just turn around and leave. She's very anxious. She's about to cry from fear. At this moment, Lin Bei reached out and took the suitcase from Feng Hong's hand, while with the other hand, he pushed the chainsaw freak's head into the corner, adjusting the position of the crazy blood-splattered chainsaw. There was enough space left. After placing the first suitcase into the trunk, he spoke in a relatively gentle tone. Don't be afraid. I'm not a bad person. The chainsaw and the head in the trunk were actually left by the previous customer. Trust me. Saying this, Lin Bei picked up the second suitcase. But I witnessed the whole thing. This guy died horribly. He was surrounded by millions of bugs and was bitten to death. Tisk, tisk. He wiped the blood stains in the trunk with his palm. The blood stained his hand. Even the suitcase had blood on it. The scene was even more terrifying. A few seconds later, Lin Bei picked up the third suitcase. He continued smiling as he said, "Your suitcases are quite heavy. Did you go on a trip? Or did you just come back from vacation?" He wiped the sweat from his forehead with his bloodstained hand, which also dyed his face and forehead red. "Hurry and get in the car. I'll take you home." Bang! Lin Bei slammed the trunk shut with force, his face wearing a self-assured, friendly smile. But under the bloodstains and the shock from the items in the trunk, Feng Hong's fear shot up. Feng Hong. Favorability, -80. Relationship, extreme fear. Level, wandering soul. She couldn't take it anymore. You're too scary. She's convinced in her heart that you're a madman, everything you said was a lie, and that the chainsaw freak must have been killed by you. Her will to survive tells her, she must not get in your car, or she'll end up like the things in the trunk. She'd rather die than get in the car with you. Lin Bei was completely stunned. He had tried to be so kind, explaining the trunk situation so carefully, yet the favorability actually dropped even further? This doesn't make sense. It should have gone up. He couldn't accept reality, while Feng Hong decisively chose to escape. She frantically knocked on the door and shouted loudly. "You two get out of the car. Run. This driver has a problem. He wants to kill the three of us. Get out." Feng Zi and Feng Jinbao panicked too. They knew Feng Hong well, and naturally, Feng Hong was not joking. Thus, they immediately got out of the car and followed Feng Hong, running off without a trace. Leaving Lin Bei standing there, dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? What's wrong with them? If you don't want to ride in the car, just say it, why run away like this? You're not taking your 3 suitcases? Hey, this can't count as refusing service. Lin Bei was disappointed, the horror coin he was about to get was gone. He could only reluctantly accept the 3 suitcases. Let's just say they gave them to me. What can we do? Without staying any longer, Lin Bei casually returned to the driver's seat and drove off, leaving the area to continue searching for the next customer. They ran all the way to another intersection before Feng Hong and the 2 other strange beings stopped. During the escape, she spoke about what was in the trunk. Feng Zi and Feng Jinbao called their older sister smart. But they didn't notice, a figure wearing a black raincoat and carrying a black umbrella was watching them from a building rooftop several dozen meters away. The 3 children of the owner of the underworld Phoenix House. Are great targets to target? It's decided, it's you 3. It was clearly Yume. She didn't pick these 3 strange beings randomly. She picked them because of what had just happened with Lin Bei. Cough, cough. Yume wasn't deliberately following Lin Bei to protect him. The city was that big, they hadn't been apart long, so it was completely reasonable to run into him. Whoosh. Suddenly, it started raining. Feng Hong and the 3 strange beings stood in the rain, discussing their next plan. Sister, what should we do next? The suitcase that father wanted is lost, and I can't go back like this, otherwise, I'd be beaten to death by father. Yeah, that was something passed down from great-grandfather to father. Father said it must be well kept, but now it's lost. What else can we do? Just go back and tell the truth. Let father find a way to solve it. It's better to lose the suitcase than for all 3 of us to die together. Let's talk about it later, first we need to find a place to avoid the rain. It's pouring so heavily. Suddenly, a voice interrupted their conversation. How about going to my place to avoid the rain? My place is untouched by the wind and rain, and you don't have to worry about being found by your father. The rain. It got heavier. Lin Bei moved forward steadily. But he was very disappointed. No more strange beings dared to stop the car. In the end, he could only successfully reach his destination. Underworld office of Grey Abyss City. A black high-rise building with over a dozen floors. Like a steel giant lurking in the deep night. Lin Bei had just parked the car, and before he could open the trunk, his attention was drawn to the large LCD screen right in front of him, which was scrolling a heavy piece of information. Hiring 50 temporary human workers. Duties include handling tasks as required, easy and manageable work, humane work hours, 5 days on and 2 days off, 13-month salary, and full benefits. The requirement is simple: anyone who is a healthy human. Chapter 27. The screen continued to scroll with more information. Interested applicants, please submit your application soon. If we still don't have enough people after 10 days, we will randomly select a batch of challengers for employment. For the sake of your fellow humans, please join us soon. Becoming a member of the Underworld office means obtaining a formal identity. Even if you lose your status as a challenger, you can still stay in the horror world. Those who want to join are welcome, no need to worry. After joining, old employees will guide you, and there will be complete provisions for clothing, food, housing, and transportation. And as long as you follow the rules, you won't encounter any danger during work hours. A position is recruiting humans. Lin Bei's first feeling was that there was a big pitfall. Because the benefits and others looked pretty good. Easy work, humane hours, 5 days work with 2 days off, 13 months of salary, various benefits. A formal identity in the horror world. No requirements. This is not much different from a blatant warning of problems. Is there such a good thing? Come on. Hurry up and recruit enough people. I don't want to challenge such a profession in the next round. Easy and manageable work? I'd be crazy to believe that. No danger during work hours? That means there will be danger outside work hours. While talking, Lin Bei had already taken the head of the chainsaw maniac in his hand and walked towards the lobby of the Underworld office. There were many strange beings coming and going on the road. He felt a busy atmosphere. A few minutes later, guided by the floor map, Lin Bei successfully found the place to collect the bounty. An office called the Bounty Department. Bang. Please enter. Lin Bei pushed the door and walked in. The office was simply decorated. A desk, a sofa set, a few cabinets, and a projector with a screen. Additionally, there was a weird being. At that moment, the strange being was looking at Lin Bei, clearly shocked. Human? Are you here to claim the bounty? After speaking, she noticed the head in Lin Bei's hand. Chainsaw Maniac. Isn't that the B-grade wanted entity with an A-grade ghost tool? Did you kill it? Is that true? She couldn't quite believe it. It felt a bit absurd. A stranger, a human, actually killed the Chainsaw Maniac? To know, the criteria for deciding the wanted level is not based on how strong the entity is, but based on the specific danger it poses. The Chainsaw Maniac being marked as B-grade wanted was largely because it killed one target a day without specificity. It would kill whoever it encountered. The S-level wanted for Rain Charm is because she has a clear goal, specifically targeting wealthy individuals. If it really comes down to it, the B-level Chainsaw Maniac could actually be no match for the S-level wanted Eerie. Every piece of information about the wanted Eerie, this Eerie remembers it clearly. That's why she was so surprised. The Chainsaw Maniac was killed, that's one thing. But killed by a human? What is happening? Lin Bei instinctively looked at this Eerie. The related information bar appeared. Bounty sister. Favor points, 5. Relationship, slightly surprised. Level, history Eerie. The reward division of the Underworld office in Grey Abyss City is mainly responsible for Eerie matters. Possessing relatively high authority, all Eerie rewards and level assessments ultimately depend on her decision. The issuance of bounty funds is also her responsibility. At the same time, she is also in charge of hiring human temporary workers. She is very strong. But her strength lies in intellect and wisdom. Her actual combat power is relatively weak. Lin Bei walked into the office and threw the Chainsaw Maniac's head on the table. It's this one. 500,000. How do I get paid? He didn't want to stay here longer. Because he was afraid of being targeted by this Eerie. Human temporary worker? No way. Absolutely not. You don't need to worry about that. The moment you walked in here, all your information was retrieved, and the bounty will be transferred to your account within 1 working day. Just put the head down and you can leave. Hearing this, Lin Bei turned to leave. But before he took his first step, Bounty Sister's voice rang out again. Wait a moment, don't leave yet. I have something to ask you. Lin Bei stopped, his brows slightly furrowed. What is it? He had a bad feeling. You are a recently selected challenger, and normally your strength should be quite weak, but you are here with an Eerie head to claim a bounty. I'm sure something interesting happened, but I'm not interested in that, nor will I investigate the secrets behind it. I just want to ask you, are you willing to become a temporary worker here? You've already seen the relevant benefits. Don't worry, it's definitely a good job. And you have great potential, I see a lot in you. How about processing your employment directly? As Lin Bei expected, it was the thing he least wanted to see. The invitation to become a temporary worker. However, Lin Bei didn't directly refuse, instead, he pretended to be somewhat interested. Sounds pretty good. I want to know what the job entails. Bounty Sister answered quickly and straightforwardly. It's very simple. The main job is doing odd jobs, receiving both Erie and humans who come here, occasionally needing to go out for some tasks, and talking to some slightly problematic Eries, doing psychological counseling for them. It's really not difficult at all. Do you want to join? Buying a car and a house, getting promotions and raises, marrying a beautiful and rich girl, these are all not dreams. At the same time, the information bar appeared again. Bounty Sister. Favor points, 10. Relationship, set sights on you. Level, history Erie. She feels you have great potential and sincerely wants you to become a temporary worker. To do this, she is lying with her conscience. Don't believe her words. Temporary workers are just a bunch of cannon fodder. Even if it wasn't written in the information bar, Lin Bei wouldn't believe Bounty Sister's words. He has his own judgment. Forget it, forget it. I don't like this kind of laid-back and comfortable job. Find someone else. Farewell. Lin Bei left directly, not giving Bounty Sister a chance to speak. Bounty Sister looked at the door that was forcefully closed. Self-doubt surged in her eyes. Did I use the wrong method? Isn't it said that humans like this kind of leisure and comfortable work? But what's up with this guy? Humans. So hard to understand. But that's fine. I've decided, you must become one of the temporary workers. Although Lin Bei rejected her, Bounty Sister still took out a document. The document was titled Temporary Worker Profile. She picked up a pen. Lin Bei's name was written in the name column. Then he filled in other information related to Lin Bei in different places. Finally, she picked up a blood-red stamp and pressed it firmly in the bottom right corner of the document. Done. Looking forward to our meeting in a few days. Temporary Worker 004. At this moment, Lin Bei, who had just sat back down in the taxi, was still unaware that he had been hired as a temporary worker. He started the vehicle, shifted gears, and gently pressed the gas pedal, leaving the office of the underworld in Guiyuan City. Chapter 28. Lin Bei drove throughout the entire night. But his earnings were zero. No one dared to ride in his taxi. After all, the appearance was too intimidating, ordinary weirdness wouldn't dare to stop him. Sigh. So regretful. After 2 days of driving a taxi, I got scammed out of a few thousand terrifying coins from Yume. If I had known, I might as well have driven a regular taxi. Thankfully I met the revenue requirements. Lin Bei truly had his burdens to bear. He never expected such a luxurious taxi would be so unpopular. Forget it, I won't drive for now. I'll find a safe place to open those several suitcases and take a look. After all, these are things they didn't want. With no other choice, Lin Bei could only do this. After all, those 3 weird ones didn't count as passengers. So there was no need to hand over these 3 suitcases to the company. They handed over the suitcases and left. This was not a delivery, what's that? By the way, I still need to go back to the taxi company to take a look. It's not good to be out here all the time. On the other side, the recycling station boss, who had agreed on a price with Chainsaw Maniac, waited the whole night but did not see Chainsaw Maniac, let alone the super luxury car All Go to Die Spectre that could bring him a windfall. What bad luck, I was tricked. I never expected even Chainsaw would turn bad. Speaking of which, this seems to be the first time he has deceived me. He complained unhappily. He decided that next time Chainsaw Maniac came to sell something, he would definitely squeeze the price hard to vent his frustration from being tricked this time. Lying on the metal bed, the recycling station boss turned on a shabby radio. He had a habit of listening to the morning news. The 5th taboo Sun and Moon in Splendor is expected to appear in 144 days, please prepare in advance to avoid going out on that day. The boss of the Underworld Phoenix announced major news, planning to revive the Underworld Phoenix and has already made sufficient preparations. Multiple weird reactions. Today in this city appeared a super luxury taxi, which is said to be the Spectre under All Go to Die, priced at 5 million. Even more unbelievable is that a male human is driving this taxi. As he listened, the recycling station boss felt increasingly alert. He felt something was off. Taxi? All Go to Die Spectre? Driven by a human? Could it be that Chainsaw has his eyes on this car? This is one of Ms. Yu Ying's favorite cars. And who is that human? I heard Ms. Yu Ying is severely misandrist? Ms. Yu Ying. She's one of the 3 plagues he mentioned. She is a being he would never dare to provoke. Even if he had 1,000 guts, he wouldn't dare to accept Ms. Yu Ying's car. The morning news continued to play. Here's some good news: the B-grade wanted abnormal chainsaw maniac died yesterday. His head was brought to the office by a human, and he received a reward of 500,000. We encourage all listeners to follow suit and eliminate all wanted criminals as soon as possible. Now, the recycling station boss was even more certain. Chainsaw really has his eyes on that car. He's looking for death. Even deities wouldn't be able to stop him. Again mentions that male human. He not only drives Ms. Yu Ying's beloved car but also received the 500,000 reward? I'm becoming more and more curious. I will contact him tonight. To win the favor of Ms. Yu Ying, this person must be extraordinary. After driving for over 10 minutes, Lin Bei arrived at an abandoned factory. Parking the car in a corner, he opened the trunk and looked at the 3 neatly stacked suitcases. I wonder what's inside. Let's find out. The suitcase had a 10-digit password, and Lin Bei immediately gave up on cracking it. He picked up the nearby bloodthirsty bone saw, preparing to forcefully break open the suitcase. Buzz. The chainsaw started, a surge of fury rushing into his mind. Lin Bei knew he couldn't use it for a long time. Otherwise, there would be serious consequences. He decisively controlled the bloodthirsty bone saw to cut at the password box. Sparks flew everywhere. These 3 suitcases were terrifyingly hard. After cutting for a while, the 3 suitcases were finally damaged. So hard? An A-grade underworld artifact focused on destructive power, yet it's so tough to cut. These 3 suitcases must also be good artifacts. The things packed in these suitcases. They definitely can't be bad. Lin Bei's anticipation grew stronger. He hurriedly looked at the first suitcase. But the result was disappointing. Inside this suitcase were a pile of twigs and leaves, all as black as charcoal. What the heck? Are they storing useless leaves in this suitcase? Is something wrong? Lin Bei looked at the second suitcase. The contents were just as strange. Various stones and fruits. They didn't look valuable at all. I give up. Another suitcase full of junk. At this point, Lin Bei could only place his hopes on the third suitcase. He looked at the third suitcase. What he found inside was actually an egg. The egg was black. It had dark red flame patterns growing on it. If you didn't look closely, you might not even notice it. An egg? What kind of egg is this? Lin Bei couldn't make sense of it. He could only barely determine that this egg was related to flames. At that moment, an information panel appeared before him. Underworld Phoenix, unhatched. Favor points, unable to detect, non-complete life form. Relation, none. Level, none. A living underworld phoenix egg. Inside, it is nurturing a legendary underworld phoenix. You can try to hatch this egg. Perhaps there's a chance to get an underworld phoenix. Lin Bei's eyes widened in an instant. What? This is an underworld phoenix egg? This. I'm shocked, buddy. The previous disappointment vanished completely, and he was utterly stunned. Never in his wildest dreams did he think the third suitcase contained an underworld phoenix egg. What is an underworld phoenix? Lin Bei didn't know. But he knew. Since it's related to a phoenix, it must be extraordinary. Moreover, if the underworld phoenix wasn't powerful, how could it possibly exist in a place like the underworld phoenix nest? He didn't hesitate at all, decisively putting all 3 suitcases into his personal space. Let's hide them for now, such things cannot be exposed. Otherwise, it would bring me life-threatening trouble. Underworld phoenix nest, underworld phoenix egg. It's evident that this underworld phoenix egg holds special significance for the underworld phoenix nest. No wonder the boss's 3 children personally went to collect it. However, from the strange behavior of those 3, it's clear they had no idea what was in the suitcase. What a bargain for me. At this moment, Lin Bei's desire to hatch this underworld phoenix egg was incredibly strong. Please. This is an underworld phoenix egg. Inside is a phoenix. Although it sounds like a rather spooky phoenix. But he knew he couldn't rush into it. I must hold back. Hatching an underworld phoenix isn't easy, it can't be done in 3 days or 2 days. I need to be well prepared. If an underworld phoenix egg goes missing, the owner of the underworld phoenix nest will definitely fly into a rage and use every means to find the egg. There was no way out, Lin Bei could only endure. After confirming he had left no traces, he drove the luxury taxi away from the place. Lin Bei planned to act as if he knew nothing and continue to complete the first round of challenges as a taxi driver. Only by clearing the first round could he buy items in the horror mall. In order to receive the corresponding rewards, the best approach right now is to just survive until this round of challenges ends. During the journey, Lin Bei was still communicating with the system. By the way, system, does the personal space have a shielding function? Will it be located by some kind of force? This was the question he was most worried about. If the owner of the Mingfeng residence left such a backup plan, wouldn't he be in a very dangerous situation? Host, please rest assured. The personal space is an independently opened world. Only the host can access it. Lin Bei breathed a sigh of relief. At least it was safe to keep the Mingfeng egg in the personal space. Time flew by, and the night fell again. Lin Bei returned to the taxi company. Originally, there were dozens of people participating in this round of challenges. But now, besides him, only 6 people were left. Among them, only 2 were unharmed, while the other 4 had all been injured. One person had lost an eye, another had lost 2 fingers. Another's left hand was wrapped in bandages. The last person was covered in scratches. The 2 unharmed ones were surprisingly those with some experience as challengers. Although they weren't injured, their expressions were not good, clearly showing they had endured quite a bit. Just as Lin Bei got out of the car, he was stunned by the sight. What happened? How come everyone looks so miserable? Is this profession really that difficult? He couldn't feel any challenge in this round at all. Were the passengers so hard to deal with? Would passengers harm the drivers? Would they be troubled by other ghostly vehicles on the road? Sorry, none of it happened. In fact, on the contrary, Lin Bei had been very comfortable these days. Not only was there a beautiful, enigmatic girl serving him well, but he also casually earned tens of millions of horror coins. He even began to doubt. Is this round of challenges a form of welfare? At the same time, the 6 surviving challengers were also looking at Lin Bei. Lin Bei stood in front of a super luxury car, looking spirited, with a happy smile on his face, his lips involuntarily curling up, and his fingers rhythmically tapping a beat. He looked like a new groom who just became rich overnight. Completely different from their miserable appearance. So out of place. Therefore, the 6 felt very uncomfortable. Both envious and angry, they felt it was particularly unfair, but they also wanted to replace Lin Bei. Bastard, just looking at him makes it obvious he has been enjoying himself these days, like a wealthy playboy. Why him? We are all challengers, but why can he enjoy privileges while he relaxes and enjoys life, while everyone else fights for survival? It's just ridiculous. I really feel sour. He probably earns more horror coins in a casual hour than we do in 7 days of hard work. Disgusting connections. Lin Bei stayed in the taxi company for a while. But he didn't wait for the traffic lights to change. Not back yet? Then I will come back tomorrow. He drove away. The next few days just needed to be spent steadily. This round of professional challenges can be easily passed. Several hours passed. Suddenly, a prompt tone from the system rang out. System experience points have reached the limit, unable to continue to increase. Yume's favorability has reached the current limit, can choose to continue increasing after system upgrade. System level, LV3. Scope of function, Li Gu A and below. System functions, favorability increase, lucky wheel, personal space. Experience points, 100000/100000. Level upgrade will unlock new functions. Would you like to upgrade the level? If you confirm to upgrade the level, the current goal's favorability increase will be terminated. Lin Bei was driving. He didn't hesitate for a second. Upgrade the level. The experience points were full, why hold off on upgrading? Lin Bei continued driving forward. System level 4 now. The experience points needed to upgrade to level 5 is a terrifying number. Take it slow. A few seconds later, the system's prompt tone rang out again. Ding. System level has been upgraded to LV4. System level, LV4. Scope of function, evil ghosts and below. System functions, favorability increase, lucky wheel, personal space. Spatial space, attribute points. Experience points, 0/10000000. Unlock the ability of the portal after reaching level 5. As Lin Bei expected. The required experience points have increased tenfold again. From 100,000 to 1 million. His expression could not be described as good. 1 million experience points, the difficulty of obtaining it isn't too great, just a matter of a few days. But what about next? 10 million experience points, 1 billion experience points, 10 billion experience points. To get so much experience points is not something that can be easily done. The host doesn't need to worry too much about this. There will naturally be ways to speed up the acquisition of experience points later. Hearing this, Lin Bei couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This is what he wanted to hear the most. That's good. Then, Lin Bei shifted his attention to the function called portal that was yet to be unlocked. Portal? What kind of function is this? Explain it briefly. The portal function is not simply the establishment of a door at 2 points, but can build a door on the strange entity that has its favorability breakthrough of 100,000. Once activated, it can instantly transport to where that strange entity is located, and vice versa, allowing that strange entity to come to your side. There is no limit to the number and distance of the portals. Lin Bei understood. A very convenient function. After activating this function, I can find Yume at any time. If I encounter very tricky trouble later, I can bring all the strange entities with established portals over. Very good. He had already thought of the correct use of this function. When it was the most important moment, Lin Bei took a deep breath, his eyes showing uncontrollable excitement. System. Can I allocate attribute points now? Not for the time being. The host currently has 0 attribute points. It is recommended that the host find ways to obtain attribute points. Chapter 30. Lin Bei couldn't help but be stunned. Does the favorability of Yume and the traffic light not count? Yes. The favor points obtained before unlocking this function cannot be converted into attribute points. I'm very sorry. The portal function is not affected by this. Though helpless, there was nothing he could do, he could only go to obtain attribute points. Fortunately, the way to obtain attribute points is also quite simple. Half a minute later, Lin Bei made a decision to randomly park the car by the roadside. He sat in the car, watching the strange entities that occasionally passed by in front. There weren't many strange entities. But one was one. When the first strange entity passed by, it also looked at Lin Bei in the car. Related information bar appeared. Big head monster. Favor points, 0. Relationship, strangers. Level, wraith. Big head, no worries about the rain. Its head is harder than iron. System. Increase favorability. +1. +1. +1. Ding. Gained 1 attribute point. The related information bar appeared. Big head monster. Favor points, 100. Relationship, good brothers. Level, wraith. It is willing to use its big head to shield you from the wind and rain. Originally, the big head monster was just passing by and had no extra thoughts when it saw Lin Bei. But half a minute passed, and it couldn't take its eyes off Lin Bei, wanting to chat with him. A minute passed, and the thought was no longer just in its mind, it took corresponding action. Another half a minute passed, and the big head monster voluntarily sat in the car, enthusiastically chatting with Lin Bei. Lin Bei just responded with a few words. But the big head monster did not feel upset because of this. Because it treated Lin Bei as a dear brother. When the favor reached 100, Lin Bei decisively changed targets. Fire-swallowing monster. Favor points, -16. Relationship, it is very sour. Level, undead. It doesn't understand. Why can a human like you drive such an expensive spirit car? It is very sour. Feeling like it has eaten a pound of lemons. Lin Bei decisively made a decision. It's you. System. +1. +1. +1. Ding. Gained 1 attribute point. Then, the information bar automatically appeared. Fire-swallowing monster. Favor points, 100. Relationship, your loyal follower. Level, undead. Sour about you? No way. It only hopes you do better and better. The fire-swallowing monster also sat in the car. However, it sat in the back seat. Lin Bei repeated this operation. Next. Doll monster. +1. +1. +1. Ding. Gained 1 attribute point. Soon, 5 cars were packed. After a while, the luxury cars were successfully overloaded. After another moment, not only were the cars filled with strangeness, but there were also several strange ones gathering outside the cars. And Lin Bei was still continuing. Not only was he continuously gaining attribute points, but the favorability points and experience were also growing. During this journey, Lin Bei remembered something. It seemed he could do another 10 consecutive draws. System, how many favorability points do I have now? Can I conduct a 10 consecutive draw? The system immediately gave an answer. Current favorability points, 96,188. Can conduct 1 golden will 10 consecutive draw. May I turn the golden lucky wheel? Lin Bei decisively nodded, without any reluctance. Favorability points only. Currently, the only function is to turn the lucky wheel. Good. Give me a golden will 10 consecutive draw. He clearly remembered the situation of the golden wheel. Without gray or white light clusters, it means no ordinary rewards will be drawn. Blue and green light clusters made up half, there were many purple light clusters, and gold and red were also not few, the probability of drawing good things was not low. A pure golden wheel appeared in Lin Bei's mind. Colorful light clusters were arranged randomly, making no discernible pattern. A pointer made of gold slowly began to spin. It started slow, but it got faster and faster. After a few seconds, only shadows could be seen. Soon, the golden pointer stopped. It landed on a purple area. Rare reward. Lin Bei instantly widened his eyes, filled with surprise and astonishment. The first draw is a rare level? What luck! The system's prompt sound rang at this moment. Received 1 bottle of superhuman potion. Before Lin Bei could understand what the reward was, the golden wheel began to spin again. Unfortunately, the luck didn't last, it stopped on a green square. Good quality reward. Received 1 box of energy recovery drinks. Third time, the blue square, ordinary reward. Received 1 tetanus dagger. Fourth time, fifth time, sixth time, all were ordinary rewards. He got a bunch of useless stuff. On the 7th time, the golden pointer stopped again on the purple area. Second rare reward. Received high-quality non-slip strength-enhancing gloves. What the heck? Such a long name. The wheel continued to spin. 8th and 9th times, he drew junk again. Finally. It was time for the 10th and last draw. The guaranteed one. Lin Bei looked at the golden wheel with hope in his eyes. Spin, spin, spin. In the end, it stopped on a golden light cluster. Divine reward. Lin Bei almost exclaimed in surprise. Ha! His breath was uncontrollable, far more hurried than a few seconds ago, the speed and strength of his heartbeat changed obviously, this was a common reaction when emotions were extremely excited. Awesome! The golden light cluster. Congratulations, you have drawn a divine level reward. Receive divine skill, mind revival. The divine skill has been successfully merged. With this skill, your mind will exist forever. Your mind will not keep you calm, nor will it remove your fear, and it will not increase your IQ, your thoughts will fluctuate normally, most of the time just like others. Only at special moments. For example, when rationality is on the verge of madness, when thoughts are about to collapse, when intense pain severely affects the mind. Whenever this happens, when your state is particularly poor, your mind will fully revive, letting you regain calmness, and no longer be affected, completely suppressing the fear in your heart, allowing you to face eerie gods without fear, turning your negative emotions into your strength, and unlocking your potential. There is a possibility of awakening certain powers. There is a possibility of significant improvement in physical qualities. Many other possibilities exist. Always believe in the power of your mind. Compared to the divine skill of the master, although the divine skill fusion was completed. But Lin Bei felt nothing, as if nothing had happened. But he knew very well. The skill of thought revitalization is far stronger than that of a skilled veteran. So, that means this skill cannot be used unless encountering such a situation. It turns out to be a passive skill. That's fine, considering how strong this skill is, I won't complain. After all, I will have the chance to use it sooner or later. Overall, Lin Bei was very satisfied with the result of this 10 consecutive draws on the golden wheel. There were still over 40,000 affinity points left. He wanted to do another 10 consecutive draws on the golden wheel. But Lin Bei kept telling himself not to act impulsively. Hold on, definitely hold on. Today's luck is already used up. Let's wait a bit longer. Suppressing his urge, Lin Bei continued to interact with the strange beings passing by. +1. +1. +1. An increasing number of innocent, passing strange beings had their affinity raised to 100. No matter what they originally planned to do, at the moment their affinity reached 100, they came to the vicinity of the luxury taxi. No, it should be said they gathered around Lin Bei, encircling him in several layers. The number of strange beings was over 100. They chattered away, talking to Lin Bei, making Lin Bei feel a headache. The road was completely blocked. Cars behind could not get through, and many unknown strange beings stopped to watch. Lin Bei seemed to have become a huge star. Something seemed off. Lin Bei, slow to realize, didn't know what to say. No way? What are you all doing here? You're blocking my view. But there were too many strange beings, and the situation was too chaotic, his words were simply drowned out. In a hidden darkness outside the crowd of strange beings, one strange being was watching the lively scene. It was the overseer of this round's professional challenge. I can't let him make a scene anymore. What he is doing has far exceeded the limits of this round of professional challenge, yet there is no violation at all. He is indeed acting as a taxi driver. It's just that the car he's driving is quite nice. He completed several days' worth of performance in one go, but many strange beings inexplicably treat him well. I really can't pick out his flaws. But I have the privilege to end his challenge early. I need to make him leave quickly. I don't want him to mess up the business I'm responsible for. Chapter 31. The responsibilities of the overseer are very complex. To put it simply, it means being responsible for all the professional challenges they manage. For example, did the challenger violate any rules? Did this round of challenges cause any negative effects? Did any uncontrollable events happen? In similar situations, they must immediately take action to minimize trouble. And there's the observation and judgment of the challenger. Every point is crucial. At this moment, to this overseer, Lin Bei was nothing but a huge problem. He had only been here for a few days, yet he had already caused so many incidents. If he stayed longer? Who knows what other troubles could arise? It's decided. End his challenge early. At the same time, give him a very high rating, so that his colleagues will pay special attention to him in the future. After making the decision, the overseer took a copper pocket watch out of his pocket. He opened the lid of the watch. In the next moment, time in this place came to a halt. The traffic stopped, the crowd of strange beings froze, even the wind blowing and the moonlight falling halted as well. The overseer stepped out from the hidden dark corner, walking step by step toward the $1 million luxury car surrounded by many fervent strange beings. With each seemingly ordinary step, he appeared dozens of meters away, crossing a 100-meter distance in just 2 steps. Except for the overseer, Lin Bei was not affected by the time stop. He immediately noticed something unusual. Because it was too obvious. The strange beings crammed inside the car remained completely still, resembling perfectly lifelike exquisite wax figures. The strange beings surrounding the car were the same. One squeezed against another, holding strange postures. The music that was originally playing also stopped, leaving a chilling silence in the car. Through a small gap, Lin Bei looked toward the distant area. Similarly, every eerie figure, every 2 hearse cars, and the lights and screens of the shops by the street were all in a state of absolute stillness. Time paused? Only I can move? What is this situation? Am I being watched? Lin Bei instinctively frowned, knowing that there must be something strange lurking in the shadows. But he couldn't determine who it was. Carefully observing his surroundings. A few seconds later, Lin Bei made a discovery. He looked outside the encirclement, where a mysterious creature flickered into view, quickly approaching him. Relevant information appeared before his eyes. Regulator, volcano. Favor points, -30. Relationship, unpleasant feelings. Level, disaster level. It is a C-class regulator, responsible for managing 5 professions, including the taxi driver profession you are currently challenging. Aside from private areas, basically everything you do in the external areas is under its control, including the swaying luxury cars. You have made it feel very unpleasant. It has seen thousands of challengers, but none have confused it like you. It doesn't understand why those strange things become so devoted to you, and why they lose their minds upon seeing you. A situation never seen or heard before. While feeling unpleasant, it just wants you to leave quickly, fearing that you will cause more trouble. It only wants to quietly achieve its performance. Lin Bei's eyes widened. The situation was still beyond his expectations. He thought it was some greedy creature that intended to attack him, but unexpectedly, it was the regulator of this round's challenge that made the move. C-class regulator. With disaster level strength, yet only rated as C-class. Is this rating based on strength? If that's the case, how strong would a B-class regulator be? And what about an A-class regulator? And what's going on with an S-class above A-class? Lin Bei didn't dare to think too much about these things. The more he thought, the more powerless and desperate he felt. At this point, Lin Bei roughly guessed why the regulator volcano was doing this. Do you plan to make me leave? What a pity. I haven't even seen the other side of the traffic light. But finishing the challenge early isn't bad either. Just then, the regulator volcano crossed the eerie crowd and directly appeared beside Lin Bei. It smiled politely at first, then suddenly changed its expression, becoming serious and stern. Challenger Lin Bei. I am officially notifying you now. Due to your outstanding performance, you completed the 7-day task early, with the earnings far exceeding the required amount, so your beginner round challenge is officially over. After this, you will be randomly teleported to a safe zone, and the challenge rewards will be settled once you enter your designated room. Alright, the notification is over. Goodbye, and maybe we will meet again. While the regulator volcano said, maybe we will meet again, it actually hoped never to see Lin Bei again. After saying that, it turned to leave. But Lin Bei suddenly spoke up to interrupt. I refuse. I don't want to leave early. I haven't experienced enough of this profession. After he spoke, the information panel appeared again.
Regulator, volcano. Favor points, -50. Relationship, unpleasant plus angry. Level, disaster level. It is very angry.
Only because it heard the words it did not want to hear the most.
It just wants you to leave. The sooner, the better. It doesn't want to see you anymore. Maybe we will meet again? No. It's a farewell with no end. Ha! The regulator volcano took a deep breath, suppressing the anger rising within. No way. Please follow the rules.
Don't worry, you won't miss any of the rewards you deserve.
Farewell.
It quickly walked away, no longer giving Lin Bei a chance to communicate.
In just a few seconds, the regulator volcano disappeared without a trace. Lin Bei could only sigh deeply. Alright then, let's leave it at that. This is Grey Abyss City. I will come back to this city eventually.
At that time, let them develop freely before making contact with these strange beings. At the moment he finished muttering to himself, everything in his vision became blurry, images shattered like they were thrown into a grinder, scattering into dust at high speed.
Lin Bei's 5 senses were rapidly fading away. Until finally, all 5 senses were lost, leaving him completely unaware of his surroundings.
When he regained his 5 senses, Lin Bei found himself in an unfamiliar place. At first glance, it was a spacious hall. In the hall were various devices, it could almost be said to have everything one could imagine. A super large screen TV, vending machines filled with all kinds of drinks, large freezers packed with exquisite boxed meals, and luxurious sofas that looked so comfortable. There were even basketball hoops, punching bags, and ping pong tables, all aimed at being very comprehensive.
Besides these, there were also strange beings.
Information panels kept popping up before his eyes.
Chapter 32. Warm Apartment Administrator. Favor points, 0. Relationship, irrelevant. Level, evil monarch. It is the 18th administrator of the warm apartment, mainly responsible for handling everything related to the warm apartment.
But it generally does not intervene in ordinary matters, only handling important ones.
It is very powerful and has a bad temper.
However, as long as the safety zone rules are not violated, it will not act carelessly. It's best not to disturb it, it is not a friendly manager. In its eyes, the challengers living here are like cats and dogs trapped in cages, to be toyed with at will.
Chief Assistant. Favor points, 0. Relationship, just work. Level, evil being. It is the most trusted subordinate of the warm apartment administrator. Possessing strong work capability.
Most matters are handled by it.
Security guard 1. Favor points, 0. Relationship, irrelevant. Level, evil being.
It is a security guard in the safety zone, likes Challenger Xiao Dan, and loves eating brain pulp cookies.
Security guard 2. Favor points, 0. Relationship, just a passerby. Level, evil being.
After taking a look around, Lin Bei found that there were quite a number of strange beings. Moreover, they were all powerful.
Starting from the evil being level. Is this the safety zone? After each round of professional challenges, challengers have 10 days of rest. Once the time is up, they will immediately enter the next round of challenges.
This information was announced many years ago, and Lin Bei naturally understood it well. He continued to survey his surroundings, but did not discover too much, seeing no novelty.
Just then, the apartment administrator walked over. Its cold voice echoed.
Welcome to become a part of the warm apartment. This means you have officially become a challenger and can enjoy 10 days of rest. The warm apartment has everything. You can eat, drink, play, and also exercise your body or buy various needed items, as long as you have enough horror coins. Your room number is 1414, you can go directly there later. But there is one thing I must tell you in advance, there are some rules in the warm apartment that must be followed. You will know the details when you return to your room. As long as you honestly abide by the rules, nothing will happen. However, if you violate a rule, you will have to face corresponding punishment. Alright, you can leave now, that's all I had to say. This is a routine. Every new challenger has the administrator repeat the same words upon moving in. There's no way around it, it's its duty. Okay. Lin Bei nodded, saying little more. He was now eager to enter his room. Other challengers in the hall were looking at Lin Bei. They really were just watching. No one approached Lin Bei for contact. And each challenger kept a certain distance, giving off a sense of unfamiliarity. Lin Bei didn't want to make a fool of himself and didn't approach the other challengers. He directly walked into the elevator and pressed the button for the 14th floor. The elevator went up. But it stops on the 6th floor. The elevator doors open. Outside the door stand 2 strange female figures. They look remarkably similar, with a seductive appearance, one having red hair and the other white hair. Their hair is casually styled, yet still very eye-catching.
Even in their plain, uniform cleaning uniforms, their impressive figures cannot be hidden.
They are pushing a cleaning cart. On the cart are various tools used for cleaning. Information related to the two entities appears before Lin Bei's eyes. Cleaner, Xiaobai, true identity is White Rose.
Affection points, 0. Relationship, does not want any interaction with you.
Level, malevolent entity, severely injured state, originally a nightmare level power. The younger sister of the Rose twins, White Rose. She was severely injured in a battle, managed to escape, and disguised herself to successfully gain employment here, becoming a cleaner. Every day she cleans. While disguising herself, she is nursing her injuries and preparing for future revenge. She was very strong before being injured. Having made trouble with her sister Red Rose, they earned the nickname the Rose Twins.
Do not, under any circumstances, provoke these sisters. Even when severely injured and weakened, they could still easily kill you.
Cleaner, Xiaohong, true identity is Red Rose.
Affection points, 0. Relationship, also does not want any interaction with you.
Level, malevolent entity, severely injured state, originally a nightmare level power. The older sister of the Rose twins, Red Rose. Her reasons for being here are the same. Compared to her sister White Rose, she has a warmer personality, while White Rose is very cold.
Do not provoke her lightly either.
When the two sisters fight together, their actual power can rival that of Hell level. Lin Bei was completely dumbfounded.
Ha! What kind of ridiculous situation is this? Two cleaning entities? They actually hide such a shocking secret. Oh my goodness. If this gets out, how much of a sensation would it cause?
For a moment, he didn't even know how to face these two sisters.
An intense sense of suffocation spreads rapidly in the elevator. The pressure is huge. Fortunately, the Rose twins only went up one floor.
A few seconds later, the elevator stops on the 7th floor, and the two sisters push the cleaning cart out.
The elevator is left with Lin Bei alone.
The elevator continues upwards, and it isn't until it stops again on the 14th floor that Lin Bei's state returns to normal.
What an amazing discovery.
If it weren't for being able to see the information panel, I would never have realized the oddity of the Rose twins.
Is it a disguise for revenge? Their current strength is at the malevolent entity level. Just within my range to increase affection. Should I take down these two sisters together?
White Rose and Red Rose. Although their strength is mediocre now, once their injuries are completely healed, they can return to their peak, which means I would have filled the affection points of two super strong female entities in advance.
He took a deep breath. Inside, he had a clear answer now.
Then, Lin Bei stepped out of the elevator and walked to room 1414. Every room has the same door, with a blood red sign hanging on the right-hand wall, displaying different numbers. Equipped with high-tech locks. No keyholes, no fingerprint recognition, and there isn't even a doorknob. As long as the resident wants the door to open, it will automatically open. Only the resident can come and go freely. No one else, including entities or even the managers of the safe zone, can easily enter a room occupied by challengers.
Open.
Lin Bei murmured softly. The door before him automatically split open, disappearing into the wall.
He subconsciously looked ahead.
What first caught his eye was a picture frame. But inside was not a painting, but a few lines of text.
The first line at the top reads a title. Rules of the Cozy Apartment.
Below are naturally the contents. Rule 1, do not in any way harm or insult the working entities of the safe zone.
Otherwise, you will be attacked unanimously by the strange beings.
Rule 2, no credit, no free meals, and no borrowing terror coins from work anomalies, or you will repay 100-fold. Rule 3, during non-professional challenge times, do not leave the safe zone without administrator permission. If you leave, you will permanently lose shelter. Even if you can survive in the dangerous horror world, you will no longer receive protection and will be blacklisted by all safe zones. Rule 4, work anomalies within the safe zone can communicate. You can pay them enough terror coins to get them to do things for you. As long as you have enough terror coins, they will gladly help you do anything. Rule 5, malicious events between residents are not allowed. If they occur, you will be expelled by the administrator. Rule 6, it is forbidden to go to the 18th floor in the basement. If you don't believe it, the consequences are yours to bear. Rule 7, it is prohibited to bring anomalies that do not belong to the safe zone into the safe zone.
Rule 8, none for now, it will be determined based on the situation later. There are only 7 rules.
After reading it once, Lin Bei had memorized it in his heart. He would do his best not to offend them. In the next moment, Lin Bei stepped into the room.
Officially entering his own absolute safe zone. Chapter 33. The moment Lin Bei entered the room, a deep female voice, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, echoed in his mind.
Congratulations, you have successfully completed this round of professional challenge. The profession challenged was taxi driver, with a comprehensive danger level of B. Rewards are being calculated. Calculation complete. Your performance in this round of challenge is finally rated as S. The rewards obtained are as follows: 10,000 terror coins, 7 random vehicle summoning vouchers, 1 official driver's license, 1 vehicle operation license, 1 driver profession advancement challenge card, 5 repair potions, 5 sanity potions. Lin Bei felt a bit disappointed. Just some mosquito leg rewards. But having them is better than nothing. He was not particularly surprised by this. After all, he had cleared the novice round, and the difficulty was not very high, so obtaining such rewards was quite normal. Later, for the more challenging professions, the rewards would naturally be several levels better. This round's rewards are not important. What's important is that I can successfully unlock the horror mall. What Lin Bei cared about was this. Horror mall. It is the key for most challengers to gain power. Just then, the deep female voice echoed again. You have become an official challenger. The functions possessed by the challenger are fully unlocked. Horror mall has been unlocked. Attribute panel has been unlocked. Friend function has been unlocked. Auction function has been unlocked. A whole bunch of functions were fully unlocked. Lin Bei immediately opened the horror mall, looking for items among the dazzling array of products. Currently, he had more than 35 million terror coins. He could buy a decent item. First, buy an item that can enhance my strength. What I lack right now is strength. There were just too many products in the horror mall, making it hard to find a desired item in a short time. Therefore, Lin Bei could only search slowly. He sat on the sofa, patiently searching. 1.5 minutes later, Lin Bei found a suitable product. Beginner demon body? This thing seems pretty good. He chose to check the specific information. Beginner demon body. Price, 35 million terror coins. Usage requirement, healthy human. Product description: upon purchase, one can gain a body comparable to demons, beginner, invulnerable, beginner, impervious to all methods, beginner, with a significant increase in strength and speed, beginner, and the ability for cells and flesh in the body to reconstruct, beginner. Even if a hand is severed and cannot be stitched, given enough time, a new hand can grow back. Note: can be upgraded later. Lin Bei was very fond of this product. Without hesitation, he chose to purchase. Purchase successful. This purchase cost 35 million terror coins. The primary fusion of the divine and demonic body is in progress. Lin Bei could clearly feel that his body was growing stronger at an incredible speed. Skin, muscles, bones, blood, cells, organs, all were becoming stronger. All sorts of impurities in his body were expelled, black filth dropping to the ground. This feeling was exhilarating, and he closed his eyes to enjoy it. After a while, this sensation faded, clearly indicating that the fusion was complete. Lin Bei opened his eyes and observed his body. He was obviously much stronger now. Originally, his physique was quite ordinary, neither fat nor thin, with a little muscle. But now, his entire body was muscled, the kind of standard, perfect muscle that could unleash immense power while still looking good, not like a bodybuilder. On the surface, it seemed he was just stronger and had more muscle. But the actual changes were more than just that. Lin Bei used another function. Attribute panel. He could view his current attributes. Every piece of data accurately reflected his situation. Lin Bei. Level, Wandering Soul level. Strength, 19 plus 100, Divine and Demonic Body. Constitution, 20 plus 100. Spirit, 18 plus 100. Speed, 19 plus 100. Ability, Primary Divine and Demonic Body. Items: Frenzied Blood Shattering Saw, Random Vehicle Summoning Ticket, Repair Potion *5, Rationality Potion *5. The panel was quite simple. And not very comprehensive. Many things are not displayed on the panel. My 2 skills, the Masterful Driver and Thought Revitalization, as well as those things drawn from the Lucky Wheel. The system promptly explained. Because the horror world cannot detect the existence of this system, the items, skills, and attribute points acquired by the host through the system will not be displayed on the attribute panel. This is very beneficial for the host. Challengers can use some special methods to view the attribute panels of other challengers, but they cannot see the host's real panel. After hearing this, Lin Bei realized it was indeed the case. His panel had a strong deceptive effect. But Lin Bei also noticed a problem. If that's the case, then I won't be able to see my real panel either? To be honest, that's a bit inconvenient. System. Come up with a solution. This was indeed a big problem. Not being able to see his real attributes always made him feel uncomfortable. Understood, host's meaning. Please wait a few minutes.
forcibly intruding into the attribute panel function.
During this period, the host can do other things first. The system was cooperating more than Lin Bei had imagined.
He was quite satisfied. How many attribute points do I have now? 102 points. Lin Bei raised an eyebrow. So many? Did I just gain 102 strange favor points? He hadn't even counted.
As long as the previous favor point reached 100, it would immediately switch to the next target. He didn't expect the total to surpass 100 in the end.
Not bad. Very efficient.
Once I adapt to the situation, I'll push forward. From the previous situation, there are quite a few bizarre level beings in the safe zone, including the current Rose twins. They are all targets that can increase favor.
Lin Bei temporarily didn't think about the specifics. He just wanted to use the attribute point allocation function now. System, allocate all attribute points to my strength.
Normal wandering soul level attributes are around 20, but because of the divine and demonic body, all attributes exceed 100 points. I've already far surpassed challengers in the same realm.
Ding! Point allocation completed.
From this point, Lin Bei had finished everything he needed to do. He sat on the sofa, waiting for the system to complete its intrusion modification. During this time, Lin Bei took out the superhuman potion he had drawn from the first 10 consecutive spins of the golden wheel. After drinking it, the host's body will greatly enhance.
Let's drink first. Gulp. A bottle of superhuman potion went down the throat. A warm current surged, flowing within Lin Bei's body. His strength once again increased. At the same time, in Grey Abyss City,
the 102 bizarre beings whose favor Lin Bei had raised to 100 were now entering into a very frenzied state. They were just stunned for a moment, and then Lin Bei vanished into thin air, leaving no command behind.
Disappearance was inexplicable.
This made them very worried and uneasy, afraid that Lin Bei had encountered some danger.
Where is he? Where did he go? Who is secretly causing trouble?
Damn bastard, give him back to us, otherwise we will fight you to the death.
Unlucky thing, just wait, we will definitely pull you out. No matter who you are, you will pay the price for daring to touch him.
102 strange beings were ranting furiously. They just wanted Lin Bei to come back, they just wanted to stay by Lin Bei's side.
Not far away, the overseer volcano, who had not yet left, watched the crazy scene unfold before his eyes. It felt like its scalp was tingling.
It had offended more than 100 strange beings all at once. Although their strength was quite mediocre. They really scare the strange.
I must leave quickly.
Luckily, only these weaker strange beings will be affected.
Thinking of this, the overseer volcano quickened its pace to leave. It still had many things to do.
It didn't want to clash with these crazy strange beings.
After a few minutes, the system's prompt sounded actively. Ding!
This system has forcibly modified the host's attribute panel function, unilaterally achieving the host's requirement to view all attributes, still keeping them hidden from the outside. Other challengers and strange beings, as well as the horror world, cannot see the host's true attribute panel.
Each hidden piece of information will have an asterisk as a suffix.
Lin Bei immediately checked his own attribute panel.
Lin Bei. Level, Wandering Soul level. Strength, 19 plus 100, Demonic Body, plus 20, Superhuman Potion, asterisk 102, Attribute Points, asterisk.
Constitution, 20 plus 100 plus 20 asterisk. Spirit, 18 plus 100 plus 20 asterisk.
Speed, 19 plus 100 plus 20 asterisk. Ability, Beginner Demonic Body, Masterful Driver asterisk, Thought Revival Star.
Items, Frenzied Blood Battering Saw, Compressed Biscuit asterisk, Pest Control Spray asterisk, Curse Scarecrow asterisk, Energy Recovery Tablet asterisk, Superhuman Potion asterisk, Tetanus Dagger asterisk, Premium Slip Resistant Strength Enhancement Gloves asterisk. A smile hung on Lin Bei's face. Although I am just wandering soul level, the actual strength I can exert is far above that level.
Feels great. Chapter 34.
Lin Bei really wanted to find a strange being to test his strength. But there was no way, the situation did not allow it.
This is a safe zone, and fighting is not allowed at will. Let's rest for a few days. Other matters will be discussed during the next round of professional challenges. My evaluation for the first round of challenges is S level.
The difficulty of the next round of challenges will definitely be higher, with a high probability of encountering situations that require fighting. Lin Bei knew very well that he could not simply rely on the system. After all, the system can only increase the favor of one strange being at a time.
What if he faced many strange beings at once? Dozens, hundreds. And they all wanted to attack him? Then wouldn't he be finished?
Even if he selected a strange being to start increasing favor, it would still take at least 100 seconds to raise the favor to 100.
There are too many variables during this time.
Therefore, he pursued strength. Lin Bei withdrew his mind, adjusted his state, and then began to observe his room. Although it was just a one-bedroom apartment with one living room and one bathroom, the actual area was very large, at least 150 square meters, with all furniture and appliances fully equipped. Television, refrigerator, washing machine, air conditioner, high-end computer, cooking machine, dishwasher, range hood. It could be described as having everything. He could comfortably spend 10 days here. Let's enjoy for a bit first. Every challenge is a life and death situation, I can't always be on high alert. Lin Bei walked to the refrigerator, ready to see what food was inside. At the moment his hand touched the refrigerator, a message entered his mind, detailing the introduction to the room. As long as he paid 10 terror coins, various foods could appear in the refrigerator: eggs, top-quality beef, salmon, lobsters, drinks, beer, expensive wines, candies, snacks, etc. Any food could appear, cooked or raw as he decided, limited to normal food, not including special food. Other appliances are similar. For example, after paying a bit of horror coin, you can watch any program on TV, even adult-rated ones. Air conditioners, computers, frying machines, and other appliances also need horror coins to use, with a uniform price of 1 horror coin, which is quite humane. Besides these, there are services like room cleaning and remote ordering. Of course, you need to pay horror coins. To put it simply, as long as you have enough horror coins, you can enjoy a luxurious life without freedom, eating and doing whatever you want, and it only costs dozens of horror coins per day at most. Lin Bei happily paid 10 horror coins, thinking about all the foods he wanted to eat. A second later, he opened the refrigerator door. The fridge was packed full of food, with meat and vegetables, eggs and milk, various drinks and wines. Lin Bei took out some and laid it on the dining table, feasting away. After eating, he didn't plan to clean up, since there was room cleaning service anyway. Sitting on the sofa, Lin Bei let out a satisfied burp as the large television played a show he wanted to watch. He was enjoying life. In the blink of an eye, several hours passed. Lin Bei finished his second meal. Feeling full and with the temperature just right, he couldn't help but feel a bit restless inside. As the saying goes, when one has enough to eat and wear, one thinks of other things. What am I thinking? It's all Rain Charm's fault. But speaking of which, I haven't seen Rain Charm for a few days, I wonder when I'll see her next. I actually miss her a bit. While he murmured to himself, Lin Bei looked around the room, noticing it had become dirty and disorderly, which really affected his mood. I should call for room cleaning service. It only costs 10 horror coins anyway. I wonder if it will be them who come. He wanted to clean the room, but that was just an excuse. His real goal was to see if he could meet the Rose twins again. Their first meeting was too sudden, the information in the info bar too shocking, and the Rose twins only went one floor up in the elevator, so their time together was too short for Lin Bei to do anything. The only thing to be thankful for was that the info bar revealed the current identity of the Rose twins. Cleaner. Compared to the bizarre jobs in the safe zone, interacting with the two cleaners was relatively easier. Lin Bei decided to go for it. He immediately ordered room cleaning service. 10 horror coins deducted. Then, he started waiting. Meanwhile, the Rose twins were in the lounge, they just finished cleaning a room and were conversing softly. I don't know when my injury will recover, do we have to keep hiding here as cleaners? Although I know this guarantees safety, it just feels so suffocating. We used to be so glamorous, sigh. Sister, I know you're feeling bad, but no matter how hard it is, we have to endure. We can't expose ourselves until the injury is fully healed, otherwise, those guys will come looking for us. In this state, meeting them would mean certain death for both of us. I understand, I just feel so unwilling. Endure, it's better for both you and me. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed. Cleaner Xiao Bai, you have a new room cleaning order. Please arrive within 10 minutes. Room number 1414. The sisters' conversation was interrupted. Cleaner Xiao Bai, in fact, is White Rose, reluctantly stood up, walking towards the cart filled with various cleaning tools. Her exquisite and charming face was filled with annoyance. Here we go again. A total of 10 horror coins, not enough to even feed a beggar, yet I have to clean a house of over 100 square meters, tidying up mountains of trash. If it were in the past, let alone 10 horror coins, even 100,000 horror coins, I would just throw it away. Sigh, the tiger has fallen in the plains and is bullied by dogs. Feeling displeased, Cleaner Xiao Bai's body was still honest, pushing the cart towards the elevator. Red Rose watched from behind. She felt so distressed. Not liking this situation either. Ever since entering the safe zone, Red Rose had not been happy for a single day. Every day is hard to endure, dragging on like years. Sister, I'm sorry. Don't worry. One day, I will take you away from here and return to our garden. The White Rose is very efficient. It took less than half a minute to get into the elevator. But her face showed more reluctance, as if she were about to do something extremely unpleasant.
This is so annoying.
I'm a nightmare-level bizarre being. No matter where I go, I'm an absolute powerhouse, with at least 8,000 bizarre beings following me. I used to live a high and mighty life, but now I'd become a cleaner, tidying up for a group of puny humans like ants.
So annoying, annoying, annoying. The White Rose is just complaining.
She will still do what needs to be done.
Ding dong. The doorbell rang.
Lin Bei leapt up and quickly walked to the door, first looking out through the peephole.
Standing outside the door was the very bizarre being he wanted to see.
The younger sister of the Rose twins, the White Rose.
It really is her. Taking a deep breath, Lin Bei opened the door. This was their second formal meeting with the White Rose.
The information panel about the White Rose appeared. Cleaner, Xiaobai, White Rose of the Rose twins.
Favor points, -38. Relationship, you really annoy her. Level, evil bizarre, severely injured, originally nightmare level. She is really annoyed.
She came here to recuperate and seek refuge, never intending to be a real cleaner.
But she had no choice.
To avoid drawing attention, she had to endure her annoyance and irritability, cleaning one dirty, messy room after another.
Moreover, you only pay her a mere 10 horror coins. Not even enough for a meal. So, she is really unhappy. Better not provoke her. Chapter 35.
Lin Bei felt a bit speechless.
Is it really necessary?
It's just cleaning a room, it can be done in 10 to 20 minutes.
Is it such a big deal to be this upset? Directly lost 38 points of favor. And she's still unhappy.
He was complaining internally but kept a calm face on the outside, smiling faintly as he stepped aside. The White Rose still looked very displeased. Pushing the cart full of tools, she walked into room 1414. As soon as she stepped into the room, she immediately began to observe, analyzing which areas needed cleaning. The next moment, she almost fainted from shock.
My God! Because it was too dirty.
It had a strong visual impact. The dining table and its surroundings were littered with food scraps and packaging. Even if Lin Bei did not intentionally make a mess, he had eaten way too much, inevitably dropping crumbs or splattering soup and oil everywhere.
This horrific situation was due to Lin Bei's sudden increase in appetite.
He was eating at least 10 times more than an average person.
Lin Bei understood the reason. Because of the divine demon body.
After merging with the divine demon body, his physical attributes were indeed greatly enhanced, but there was also a side effect.
A huge increase in appetite.
No, to be exact, it was a substantial increase in the nutrients and substances his body needed. While a normal person could get full from one bowl of rice, he needed to eat at least 10 bowls. And while a normal person could gain enough nutrients from one vitamin, he had to consume 10 at once. After all, it was a beginner-level divine demon body, it was impossible to have no side effects.
So dirty, so messy. All leftover food. So disgusting. Help, I'm going crazy.
The White Rose was frantically complaining in her heart. She continued to observe. Soon she discovered another dirty and messy area.
The sofa area.
The floor was covered with many smelly black spots and sticky black liquid of unknown origin, which was even grosser than the leftover food, and clearly very difficult to handle. Other areas were relatively clean but still needed tidying up to some extent.
Bastard! You've only been gone for a few hours and turned the room into this mess? I really want to kill you. If it were in the past, I would have turned you into fertilize.
Lin Bei kept staring at the White Rose. The information bar of the White Rose changed a bit.
Her affection dropped again.
Cleaner, Xiaobai, White Rose among the Gemini.
Affection points, -50. Relationship, you made her even more annoyed.
Level, wicked, severe injury, originally nightmare level. Originally, she was already unhappy about having to clean your room. Now, after seeing the state of your room, her unhappiness has intensified.
Dirty. Messy. Disgusting.
She wishes she could skin you alive and use your skin as a rag to wipe those stains.
But she knows she can't do that. So she is holding it in. She can only hold it in. However, she remembers you.
If she meets you outside the safe zone, she will make you know what cruelty means. Looking at this information bar, Lin Bei felt a chill down his spine.
Goodness. He has been resented. Wicked level weirdness. No way.
Since it has reached such a serious level, I can only reluctantly take her down.
Sister White Rose. You are forcing me.
Lin Bei made up his mind. At this moment, the highly displeased White Rose had a dark face as she walked to the dining table, reluctantly cleaning up Lin Bei's leftover garbage. While cleaning up, she was cursing wildly in her heart. Disgusting, so disgusting, the human living here is so annoying.
Eating so much in a few hours, are you a pig?
You eat well and drink well, lying there comfortably, while I have to clean up this mess, only to earn a measly 10 horror coins. Doesn't your conscience hurt?
Damn it, you should really die. Affection continued to decrease. Cleaner shall buy. Affection points, minus 55. She is cursing you. Cleaner shall buy. Affection points, minus 60. She is cursing very dirty. Cleaner shall buy. Affection points, minus 66. Her curses are getting dirtier. Cleaner shall buy. Affection points, minus 70. Her foul language can't pass the review.
Although she didn't curse out loud, the White Rose was not only cursing in her heart but also protesting with her actions. She deliberately made a lot of noise.
Clang clang clang.
Either crushing bottles, or vigorously wiping the table and slapping it, or deliberately dropping some garbage on the floor and stomping on it hard.
The mop and broom were like butcher knives, stirring up wind and showing murderous intent.
If the furniture weren't of good quality, it would have been damaged beyond recognition. Meanwhile, the Red Rose, who was on break, also had a worried face. She and the White Rose are twin sisters, and they inherently share a strong sense of connection, able to clearly feel each other's emotional state. So the Red Rose knew that her sister White Rose was particularly displeased, stuck in a state of anger that she couldn't vent. She could roughly guess the reason.
She is actually this angry?
It seems the hygiene situation is really terrible. When she comes back, she will undoubtedly complain a lot. Room 1414, the new resident is called Lin Bei. Write it down in the little notebook, and settle the score well after returning to the garden. No one understands White Rose better than Red Rose. She has already begun to consider how to guide White Rose's turbulent emotions.
Cleaner shall buy. Affection points, minus 80. Her mood is getting worse. She feels you are the real garbage.
Lin Bei's mouth twitched.
If this continues, wouldn't the affection drop to negative 100? System. Increase White Rose's affection.
After saying that, he sat down on the sofa, patiently waiting for White Rose to react.
The system immediately went to work. Ding. Target locked. Affection has started to increase. +1. +1.
In the initial stage, even if the affection points increase by 1 every second, there is no noticeable change for now since the affection points are negative.
But it's only temporary. Soon, it will be very different. Lin Bei is not in a hurry. A few minutes are nothing to rush about. White Rose continued to clean while cursing Lin Bei.
At this point, she still didn't realize the seriousness of the situation.
+1. +1. A minute and a half passed. Affection reached 0.
The information bar appeared.
Cleaner shall buy. Affection points, 0. Relationship, calm and peaceful. Level, wicked, severe injury. She suddenly stopped being angry. As if she accepted the reality that she was now a cleaner.
Even though in front of her was the garbage you had ruined, she did not blame you, nor did she feel any discomfort. She just wanted to quickly tidy up the room and then leave. She did not hate you, but she also did not want to spend too much time with you. You were just a guest to her. At this moment, the White Rose no longer deliberately made loud noises, and she did not continue to curse Lin Bei in her heart. She was calm. There was even a sense of numbness. It was as if she had transformed into a different person compared to just a moment ago. In the rest area, the Red Rose sensed something and understood the state of the White Rose very well. Therefore, she was quite puzzled.
Strange. Why is my sister not angry anymore? Less than 2 minutes have passed. She was about to explode with anger just a moment ago.
The Red Rose could not figure it out.
What kind of situation could make someone who was especially angry calm down in such a short time? Could such bad emotions really be so easy to resolve? At least she had never experienced it. Chapter 36. I'll have to ask her when she comes back. I'm very curious. How can one instantly change their mood from cloudy to clear? The Red Rose did not know. This was just the beginning. The next part would be the main event.
Lin Bei sat on the sofa, holding a cup of goji berry ginseng a treasure tea, tasting it sip by sip. In the horror world, things like ginseng were very pure, drinking it felt warm throughout the body. His attention remained focused on the White Rose, who was tidying up in the dining room.
Above the White Rose's head, numbers showing +1 kept appearing and disappearing. +1. +1.
The frequency was once per second.
10 seconds later, the White Rose's favorability rose to 10.
She suddenly froze while wiping her greasy hands, and a look of bewilderment appeared in her eyes as she puzzled over her actions just a minute ago.
What was I just doing? Why was I so upset? I kept cursing him in my mind.
What kind of jerkish behavior was that? I'm a cleaner, tidying up is what I'm supposed to do, but I acted like this.
Luckily he doesn't know.
The White Rose felt a bit guilty. However, it was only a little guilt. After all, she only cursed a few hundred times in her mind, and while making noise during the cleaning, she did not directly point at Lin Bei and curse him, nor did she throw garbage at him.
Really, it's not too much.
At most, it would just feel a bit uncomfortable for a short while.
The White Rose's information panel appeared in front of Lin Bei. Cleaner, Xiao Bai. Favorability points, 10. Relationship, slightly guilty.
Level, evil demon, severely wounded, originally nightmare level.
She felt guilt.
Not a very serious guilt. She could forgive and persuade herself.
It was just a matter of time.
So she would not apologize to you, nor would she do anything to make amends.
Because on the surface, everything was normal.
Lin Bei could not help but raise an eyebrow, a hint of expectation flashing in his eyes.
Is she feeling guilty already with just 10 points of favorability? What will happen at 50 points? At 60 and 70 points? And what about 100 points? He knew.
The White Rose had nowhere to escape. She would willingly become his exclusive cleaner. This was not important, Lin Bei did not care. What he cared about was the identity of the White Rose and her strength in her non-battle damaged form.
Nightmare level. Stronger than the Volcano Overseer by 1 level. And it was 2 levels.
As long as I increased the favorability of the sisters, it would be like gaining 2 extremely strong bodyguards. They just need some time to recover.
But it's worth it. I have to seize this opportunity.
For Lin Bei, increasing the favorability of the Rose twins did not require any cost, so why not do it?
A guaranteed profit. +1. +1. Another 10 seconds passed, and the White Rose's favorability rose to 20. Cleaner, Xiao Bai. Favorability points.
She tightly held a rag in her hand, her fair and slender fingers tightening, with a noticeable look of distress on her face.
If I think carefully, I should apologize.
Even though I cursed him in my heart, I still cursed him, and it was quite harsh. Not apologizing feels a bit unreasonable. I won't feel very good about it in my heart either.
But you want me to apologize to a human? It feels so awkward.
He is a human, that's one thing, but he's so weak, I really can't bring myself to apologize to a human.
Thinking of apologizing.
But she couldn't get over that hurdle in her heart.
+1. +1.
Soon, the affection reached 30.
Cleaner, Little White. Affection points, 30.
She regretted more and more, feeling increasingly guilty, constantly apologizing to you in her heart. At the same time, she was still tangled.
Should she apologize to you face to face or not?
White Rose showed new behavior. She changed positions, doing a superficial cleaning, in reality, hiding her guilt, while occasionally stealing glances at Lin Bei. With guilt and self-blame eating at her, White Rose was in poor condition, unable to clean normally, her thoughts were chaotic, feeling especially irritated.
What should I do? Apologize? Or not apologize?
Even though I don't want to apologize to a human, when it comes down to it, he didn't do anything wrong, he just ordered a cleaning service for his room.
So frustrating. +1. +1. Red Rose's expression was especially strange at that moment.
In this half-minute, she clearly felt the changes in White Rose's heart and emotions, knowing what White Rose was thinking.
For all of this, Red Rose couldn't understand even more.
The sudden feeling of relief before already left her puzzled.
It was so sudden.
She was very angry, cursing in her heart, yet inexplicably returned to calm, with no more unhappiness or anger inside her.
And this half-minute. It was even more ridiculous.
Not being angry or upset was one thing, but why was she still feeling guilty and self-blaming?
She even planned to apologize? Hey! Sister-chan. What are you doing? Which nerve is crossed? Calm down.
Red Rose's thought of finding White Rose arose in her heart. Her intuition told her that if this continued, the situation would become even stranger. Without hesitation, Red Rose immediately left the break room, preparing to go to room 1414 to check the situation.
But getting there would take time. There was no way to arrive in just a few seconds.
And with every passing second, White Rose's guilt grew deeper, and her desire to apologize to Lin Bei became stronger.
20 seconds passed. White Rose's affection reached 50. Half 100. Cleaner, Little White. Affection points, 50. Relationship, tortured by self-blame.
In her heart, you were a good friend she could get along with for a long time, someone she could talk to about anything that didn't involve secrets. So she was seriously self-blaming. Clearly, they had such a good relationship, and what you did was perfectly reasonable, but she still cursed you in her heart, even planning how to kill you in the future. She really felt she was going too far. Finally, White Rose couldn't hold back any longer. She put down the rag in her hand and quickly walked towards Lin Bei, who was sitting on the sofa. At the same time, her affection was still increasing second by second. +1. +1. When White Rose reached in front of Lin Bei, ready to say something, the affection successfully reached 60. Cleaner, little white. Affection points, 60. Relationship, too embarrassed to face you. Standing in front of you, she lost her courage to apologize. You were a very important person to her. But the more like this, the more she felt that what she had done before was despicable. She felt unworthy to be your friend. At the same time, Red Rose had just arrived at the elevator, waiting for it to come down from the 28th floor. She stood in front of the elevator, her expression as ugly as if she had eaten something terrible. Sister-chan. Are you really crazy? You not only have to apologize to that human, but also feel you did something very awful? Wants to find a hole to hide in? Hey! Have you lost your mind? No matter whether the White Rose is crazy or not, the Red Rose is about to go crazy. Chapter 37. Even when facing that group of strong enemies before, the Red Rose had never been this chaotic. It's the first time she discovered. She doesn't understand her sister, the White Rose, that well. Clearly they are twin sisters, yet there seems to be a generation gap between them. Why isn't the elevator coming down? I'm so anxious I could die. The Red Rose is very anxious. She wants to rush to the White Rose's side as quickly as possible to find out what's going on. But the situation doesn't allow it. The elevator is still going down, stopping from time to time. As for climbing stairs? Not possible. Because there are no stairs at all. To reach other floors, you can only take the elevator. Lin Bei looks at the White Rose about a meter away, deliberately pretending not to know, lightly frowning in confusion and asking. What's wrong? Is something the matter? In his gaze, the White Rose's affection is still increasing. +1. +1. At this moment, the White Rose is very nervous. Originally not having the face-to-face Lin Bei, she stands there awkwardly, uneasy. When Lin Bei speaks, the White Rose becomes even more nervous, stammering as she says. I want to be with you. As she speaks, she stutters, unable to get out a complete sentence. Her hands behind her back keep rubbing her clothes, trying to relieve her inner anxiety this way. But it doesn't work. Not even helping her to deceive herself. What do you want to do with me? Don't rush. Speak slowly. At the moment Lin Bei's voice falls, the White Rose's affection successfully reaches 70. Cleaner, little white. Affection points, 70. Relationship, about to collapse. She is about to collapse. If she could start over, she would never curse you in her heart, wouldn't have the slightest resentment towards you, and would only give you the best service and attitude while cleaning the room. Unfortunately, there's no do-over. She has to face all of this. She is under immense pressure that she has placed on herself. The pressure is so great, it's about to take her life. I want. Is it not? The White Rose still stutters. You can see that tears have already filled her eyes, ready to fall at any moment. Another 10 seconds passed. Affection subsequently reaches 80. Cleaner, little white. Affection points, 80. Relationship, extreme collapse and self-blame. Your gaze, your attention, is like a mountain pressing down on her shoulders. She can't bear it. Aside from her immense strength and rich experience in killing, she is actually just a fragile little girl. Sometimes, collapse can happen in an instant. Suddenly, the White Rose suddenly falls silent, no longer wanting to say words of apology. The next moment, she directly squats down, her head burying between her two legs, with her arms supporting her head in front. The overwhelming emotions of collapse are wreaking havoc in her heart. She has broken. Whoa. I'm sorry. I want to apologize to you. Whoa. I've been cursing you in my heart, cursing you especially harshly, using all sorts of foul language, and even wanted to retaliate against you. How unreasonable, what I did was really too unreasonable. Can you not be angry? It's all my fault. I should die. I have a loose tongue. As she spoke, the White Rose started to slap herself hard. Her left hand and right hand alternated the slaps. Slap. Slap. Each slap is very forceful, the sound extremely crisp, with a faint echo. After a few slaps, the White Rose's originally fair and delicate face has been slapped severely red, even swollen a bit. It is clear she is showing no mercy at all. Even though she is hitting herself. Slap. Slap. The sound of slapping continues. The white rose shows no signs of stopping. She is still slapping herself. During this time, the white rose's mouth didn't stop either. I'm really a despicable person, you gave me payment, but I did such a thing. I am a jerk, I don't deserve. It's simply terrifying. With this, the affection is only 80. When it reaches 100, she will only go even further. Meanwhile, the red rose was waiting helplessly for the elevator. Her face could no longer be described as just ugly. It was a very complex expression. Ugly, strange, hideous, angry, shocked. A mixture of various emotions displayed. The red rose felt a wave of weakness surging through her body. The situation was too bizarre. Absurd. Ridiculous. Unreal. Fake. It must be fake. Is she apologizing to that human? While apologizing, she is slapping her own face? How could this happen? My sister cares a lot about that face, even I can't touch her face, so how could she hit her own? Besides, she looks down on humans, especially weak humans. How could she take the initiative to apologize to one? There must be some problem with the perception between her and me. Before this situation arose, the red rose had not doubted the reality of it. Although the situation was absurd, it was still within an acceptable range. But now what was happening was far beyond her accepted limits. The proud and cold white rose, crying and apologizing before a human, while slapping her face? Are you kidding? How could this be possible? Even though she determined it was impossible, the red rose still planned to go take a look. After all, she had already come to the elevator. Soon, the affection points broke through 90. Cleaning staff, shall buy. Affection points, 90. Relationship, excruciatingly painful, seeking death as atonement. Pain. It hurts too much. She was in deep pain, to the point that she could barely stand it. She knew she had gone too far. It's not something that can be brushed away with a casual apology. She had no face to meet you, nor could she continue living. She wanted to end it all. She wanted to trade her life for your forgiveness. Only you can forgive her. Descending to the 18th level of hell is worth it. At the same time, the white rose did what she thought was necessary. Her face was ashen, her legs kneeling on the ground, her eyes losing color, with nothing left in her heart but despair and regret. I'm really sorry. I will use my life to redeem myself. As her words fell, a cold white light burst from her hands, filling the room with the unique fragrance of roses. Lin Bei took a whiff. It smelled wonderful, strong, as if he were in a sea of roses. What does she want to do? The cold white light lasted only 2 seconds. After 2 seconds, the light dissipated, revealing a beautiful and dangerous white sickle in the white rose's hands. A sickle that was both beautiful and very dangerous. On the handle and blade, exquisite rose patterns were engraved, making it seem more like a collectible artwork than a weapon. It had a strong ornamental effect. Lin Bei's attention was focused on this sickle. I didn't expect her weapon to be a sickle. From its appearance, it looks like a sickle related to roses? At that moment, a terrifying scene unfolded. The white rose positioned the sharpest part of the sickle across her neck, the blade easily cutting through the skin at her throat. Bright red blood started to flow. She looked at Lin Bei with reluctance, tears streaming from her eyes, and spoke her last farewell. Before I die, I want to say one last thing to you. I'm sorry. If there is a next life, if I can meet you again, I will never insult you in my heart again, I will have no complaints against you. In the next life, I hope to be close to you. Goodbye. Seeing the situation reach an uncontrollable extent, Lin Bei knew he could no longer let it develop. Otherwise, the white rose would really die. If the white rose dies, then all his efforts and plans would be wasted. So, Lin Bei set down the cup he was soaking with goji berries and ginseng, took a deep breath, and said to the white rose, "It's not to the point of dying. A proper apology is enough. I am not someone who is unreasonable. Put away your scythe, sincerely apologize, and then clean up." He increases the favor of the white rose, which means he wants a white rose healed from injury without investment. The injured Gemini rose clearly won't leave the safe zone, and will definitely hide here until fully healed. In other words, Lin Bei doesn't want anything from the current white rose. So he also doesn't intend to make things difficult for the white rose. The favor value is about to reach 100. It has completely become his own strange thing. Really, really? The dull eyes of the white rose sparkled, seeing the dawn in the endless darkness. She wants to seize this opportunity. As long as I do as you say. You will forgive me, right? Chapter 38. Hearing this, Lin Bei nodded. That's right.
His thought is very simple. Why make things difficult for his girl? This isn't a big deal. He just cursed a few times in his heart at the beginning. Besides, there's no risk of betrayal. When facing Raincharm, Linbei didn't make things difficult for her either. Everything Raincharm did was completely out of her own will. As for Linbei, he was the passive one. After receiving Linbei's affirmative answer, the light in the White Rose's eyes shone particularly brightly. A smile appeared on her face once again. The despair, loss, and guilt in her heart began to fade away, replaced by excitement and joy. Great! Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Even the stuttering habit in her speech was gone. At the same time, the Red Rose was still waiting for the elevator. The elevator was currently stopping at the 8th floor. It would soon arrive at the 1st floor. But now, her mind was no longer on the elevator. Another half-minute passed. What's going on? What on earth is my sister doing? Stop it. If this goes on, I really will go crazy. In this half a minute, the connection between the Red Rose and the White Rose felt like an exhilarating roller coaster ride. She was the second experiencer. In the previous second, the White Rose was extremely depressed, nurturing endless thoughts of death, ready to send herself on her final journey. She was only a step away from death. At that moment, the Red Rose almost cried out in urgency. She truly didn't understand. Why did her sister, the White Rose, only go to clean up, and it developed to the point of wanting to end it all? Cleaning up. Should that really cost her life? She had been hiding here cleaning for a while, and never encountered such ridiculous situations. The Red Rose would rather die herself than let the White Rose die. Fortunately, within a few seconds, the White Rose's thought of dying to apologize disappeared. But she started to become excited and ecstatic again. The contrast between the two states was massive, it was almost crazy. The Red Rose couldn't handle it. She was even more uncertain. Is this all real or fake? If it's real? But the absurdity makes it seem impossible to be true. If it's fake? But the sensations were so clear and intense. To the point that the Red Rose didn't dare to firmly assert it was an illusion. Although she didn't know what was happening, she felt relieved in her heart now. At least, the White Rose was not dead. Sister, wait a moment. I'm coming soon. No matter what happens, I'll stand with you. I'm sorry. The White Rose, unburdened, deeply bowed to Lin Bei, speaking the three most useful words with utmost sincerity. All right. I forgive you. Lin Bei casually responded. He picked up his thermos and took a sip. It seemed like only a trivial matter had happened. Who? The White Rose let out a sigh of relief. A smile appeared on her face. She was looking at Lin Bei seriously, and her favor had reached 100. Cleaner, Xiao Bai. Favor points, 100. Relationship, love surging. Level, evil spirit, severe injury status, originally nightmare level. Because of your kindness, she has successfully fallen in love. She loves you. Fierce love surged in her heart. She wants to give you all the white roses in the world. Including this one she holds herself. The love of a rose is passionate. She is yours. Ding. You have gained a point in attributes. Has it reached 100? Let's keep improving. Lin Bei does not plan to stop increasing the fondness. There is currently no second target. Wasting a second means losing some fondness points and experience. The best approach is to keep raising the fondness of the white rose. Another girl is in love with me. Sigh, what can I do? From the examples in these few times. Once the fondness of the female strange reaches 100, they basically will fall in love with me, treating me as their lover. The male strange will see me as a life and death good brother. Alright, this is also good. But not all will be like this, perhaps there will be special situations in the future. The white rose is in a good mood. She looks again at the dining table that is dirty, messy, and dripping with a lot of grease, feeling not a bit of displeasure or disgust. In fact, she finds the table quite pleasing. It's been messed up like this. He must eat very boldly, the kind full of masculinity. I like it. First, I will clean the table for him. I need to quietly take a few bones back to make some soup, there must be leftover meat on them. I really want to sip the soup he left behind. But I can't, I have to hold back, he might see me at any moment. The white rose has her own little thoughts. While not lost in messy thinking, she is also seriously cleaning the restaurant area. While cleaning, thinking these thoughts, humming a happy tune, looking very much like she is enjoying it. It won't take long for the table to be tidied up. Lin Bei is still sitting on the sofa, the television continues to play his favorite show. He occasionally takes a sip of tea and looks at the white rose. +1. +1. Fondness keeps increasing.
The dining table is very dirty, and it takes some time to clean it. Lin Bei pulls his gaze back, for the first time looking out beyond the balcony. Through the floor-to-ceiling window, he can only see a patch of darkness.
What is outside the window?
He is particularly interested in this, having not had time to look earlier. Putting down his cup, Lin Bei stands up and walks to the window, pulling out the curtains, peeking out to observe the surrounding environment.
No bustling scene is imagined, all he sees is darkness.
Endless darkness, with no boundaries.
In this boundless darkness, there are countless patches of darkness with lights on. Even though the windows are all glass, the light cannot penetrate the glass. Only at the window is there light.
Everywhere else is dark, even the window ledge outside is wrapped in darkness. Inside the window, he can vaguely see shadows.
Lin Bei wants to say something, but is surprised to find he can't make a sound. His mouth can move, can speak, but there is simply no sound. He starts to form a guess.
He pulls back his head from outside the window and speaks again.
Hey! I can make a sound now. As I guessed.
In the darkness outside, both light and sound cannot survive. It is a kind of pure and terrifying darkness. Just sticking my head out into the darkness for a few seconds, my skin suffers a certain degree of corrosion. If I stay in this darkness for a long time, I will ultimately be corroded away by it.
Challengers living in different buildings, even if they can see each other through the darkness, cannot communicate.
Lin Bei looks outside.
His heart cannot help but feel heavy.
He discovers. Until now, his understanding of the terrifying world is still far too little. Suddenly, the voice of the White Rose comes from behind him. What you see as darkness is not real darkness, but a very special black mist. One of the purposes of the black mist is to prevent challengers from violating the safety zone rules. Once a challenger leaves the safety zone, whether walking out from the hall or flying out from the window, they will become food for this black mist. It is said that this black mist is the core power of some strange god. So try not to touch this black mist. It's very dangerous. After hearing this, Lin Bei roughly understood.
He temporarily lost the idea of exploring the darkness outside the window. Chapter 39. +1. +1.
The favor from the White Rose was still on the rise. Finally, the Red Rose also waited for the elevator. As soon as the people in the elevator and the strange left, she hurriedly rushed into the elevator, pressed the button for the 14th floor, and stood with a serious expression against the elevator. She could still clearly sense her sister, the White Rose's, condition.
She's having feelings? Fell in love with that human living in room 1414? Loving to the point of being willing to sacrifice everything for that human, even to the point of death? Isn't this going crazy? Love at first sight, isn't this intense?
The Red Rose was tired.
Really very tired.
The repeated absurd situations had her on the brink of collapse.
One moment wanting to kill that person, and the next moment deeply in love with that person? And loving to the point of being hopelessly enamored.
Wasn't this like performing a drama in her heart?
The elevator began to ascend. For some reason, the Red Rose always had a bad premonition.
It seemed some ridiculous things were about to happen next. Inside the room, the only information available was the boundless darkness outside the window.
To know other things, different methods were necessary.
And the current method was right in front of him. Lin Bei looked at the White Rose, who was busy tidying up the garbage. Before he could ask anything, an information bar floated up. Janitor, Xiao Bai.
Favor points, 240. Relationship, love surging intensifies.
Level, evil strange, severely injured state, originally nightmare level.
Any question you have, as long as she knows it, she will give you an answer. She will not deceive you, nor will she be unwilling. She will only feel honored.
Favor was still continuing to rise. The White Rose was carefully wiping the table, and upon sensing Lin Bei's gaze, she immediately stopped her work.
Ask whatever you want.
I'll tell you everything, no holds barred.
Even if you ask me about my measurements, I will honestly tell you. You can ask about my sister too. She wanted Lin Bei to ask more questions.
That way, she could talk to Lin Bei a few more times.
Lin Bei only wanted to know one question now.
This place,
also known as the safe zone. What exactly is it like? Is it in some city? Can other strange beings enter freely? If I do something in the safe zone that would cause trouble, but does not violate the rules of the safe zone, will it incur any danger?
The answer to this question was very important.
Because he wanted to hatch the ghost phoenix egg. 10 days of rest time. Not using it would be a waste.
As for whether to hatch it, that still depended on how the White Rose answered.
The ghost phoenix egg was too important. Lin Bei did not want to lose the ghost phoenix egg.
The White Rose breathed a sigh of relief.
Fortunately, she could answer this question.
To be precise, the safe zone is not in some city, but in an area created by a group of strange gods, constantly moving at random, and no one except the strange gods knows where the safe zone will appear next. Without the permission of the strange gods, external strange beings cannot enter the safe zone, and trespassing has serious consequences, so there is no need to worry about external strange beings seeking revenge. The reason I can enter here is because I know one of the strange gods. She once gave my sister and me 2 job invitation letters to ensure our safety in times of crisis. As long as you do not violate the rules of the safe zone, you can do anything else without worry, there will be no danger. And even if there is danger, I will stand in front of you. The White Rose's answer was very clear, and Lin Bei's doubts were resolved. The situation was completely different from what he had imagined. An area created collaboratively by strange gods, and constantly moving? It seems quite safe. The plan can be executed. Lin Bei made a decision. Starting today, I will incubate the Mingfeng egg. Compared to others, the safe zone appears to be the best place for incubation. Okay, I understand. You clean first. We'll talk about the other matters after you finish cleaning. After saying this, he sat back on the sofa, with a coffee table in front of him holding a water cup, just right for placing the Mingfeng egg. Lin Bei opened his personal space and first took out a large pile of branches and leaves as black as coal, carelessly laying them on the coffee table in front of him. The second wave was a pile of stones and fruits. The third time, he took out the Mingfeng egg, which had dark red flames patterns growing on it. How to incubate it? I've never done this kind of thing before. While muttering to himself, he reached out to stroke the Mingfeng egg. At this moment, a ball of information surged from the Mingfeng egg, directly entering his mind. It was information related to incubating the Mingfeng egg. Then, the relevant information panel appeared. Mingfeng, unhatched. Favorability points, unable to detect, non-complete life form. Relationship, none. Level, none. Mingfeng naturally possesses a strong desire to survive. Knowing your intention to incubate the Mingfeng egg activates the desire for survival inherited from ancient bloodlines, telling you everything about how to incubate the Mingfeng egg. It does this for itself. It wants to break free. It wants to descend into the world. In less than a second, the information was received, and Lin Bei grasped the method of incubating the Mingfeng egg. So simple? I just need to pile the leaves and branches into a nest, then lay a few layers of stones in the nest, and place the Mingfeng egg on top of the stones? Afterwards, I just need to throw some fruits into the nest from time to time, and I can also feed it various nutritious foods, both meat and vegetables. The more nutrients absorbed, the more flame patterns on the egg, and when the number of flame patterns reaches the limit, it basically means the Mingfeng will hatch. He decisively began to act according to the incubation method. There were enough branches and leaves, and he casually made a nest. There were plenty of stones as well, and he laid several layers in one breath. The final step was to place the Mingfeng egg on top. Lin Bei lifted the Mingfeng egg with both hands and gently placed it on the top layer of stones, then tossed several fruits into the nest. Before his eyes, a faint purple glow flickered above the Mingfeng egg, as the fruits were drying out at an extremely slow speed. Clearly, the incubation of the Mingfeng egg had officially begun. Bai Meigui's cleaning speed was very fast. In no time, the table was cleaned up. She was just about to clean the sticky black liquid on the floor by the sofa. But suddenly, a knock on the door sounded. Knock. Knock. Sister, are you okay? Open the door, I need to talk to you. Bai Meigui paused her actions. However, she did not immediately go to open the door but looked at Lin Bei with an apologetic gaze, her tone carrying a hint of worry, as if afraid this situation would upset Lin Bei. The one knocking is my sister. Can I open the door? Lin Bei was a bit surprised by this. He did not expect Hong Meigui would come knocking. Go ahead. As she spoke, Bai Meigui's information panel appeared again. Cleaner, Xiaobai. Favorability points, 399. Relationship, love to the point of giving everything. Level, malevolent, severely injured state, originally a nightmare level. For her sister's arrival, she was not particularly happy. In fact, this action felt somewhat disappointing. Because she had already made a plan. After tidying up the room, she would give you hidden service. Cleaning personal hygiene. As a professional cleaner, she can clean not just your room's hygiene. With Lin Bei's permission, Bai Meigui dared to open the door. As soon as the door opened, she saw a very unusual expression on Hong Meigui's face. Sister, why are you here? When she asked the question, she spread her arms to block the door. In order to prevent the red rose from entering. She worries that the red rose will do something to Lin Bei. On one side is the person she loves the most, on the other side is her biological sister. If a conflict breaks out, it will be difficult for the white rose caught in the middle. If she had to make a choice, she could only painfully give up her sister.
Of course, it would be best if nothing happened at all. The best solution is to not meet. The red rose didn't think much of it. I'm very worried about you. What just happened? Why did you have such drastic emotional changes?
From anger and dissatisfaction to self-blame and guilt, then to unbearable shame wanting to atone with death, and finally to being madly in love.
Are you okay? Are my feelings real or not?
Everything was as the white rose had predicted. After calming down, she guessed why the red rose had come.
Don't worry, I'm doing great.
Your worries are unnecessary.
Sister, if there's nothing else, you should go back and rest. I have very important things to do. Okay?
The red rose was suddenly stunned, looking at the white rose in disbelief. At the same time she heard these words, she could clearly feel the white rose's thoughts.
You want me to leave?
Although the red rose didn't want to believe it, the truth was just like that. What the white rose was thinking was to get her to hurry and leave, so she wouldn't be a bother here.
Chapter 40. The red rose was very sad.
She and the white rose were twin sisters, the two closest beings in the world.
But now, the white rose thought she was a bother, urging her to leave? She didn't know when the sisterly bond had changed?
Looking at the red rose's shocked expression, the white rose also realized she had gone a bit too far. Guilt grew in her heart, but her thoughts did not change.
It's not like that. Sister, I really am fine, and what I have to do is really very important. I have only cleaned half of this room. I will never dislike you, and I am not trying to drive you away.
I really don't know how to say this, but please believe me, it's really important.
And it's something I can only do by myself, you can't participate in. Please.
Good sister. The white rose tried her best to explain, feeling a surge of anxiety in her heart. She didn't want the sisterly bond to crack. The red rose could feel the white rose's anxious feelings, and after hearing the white rose's explanation, thus, she confirmed one thing. Her sister, the white rose, indeed had something important to do. The importance of this matter even surpassed that of her as a sister. Suppressing her doubts, the red rose didn't plan to hold it against her, she only asked with concern.
Do you really not need my help?
You know. As long as you ask, I'll help you with anything, we'll solve difficulties together. She wouldn't force the white rose to say. Whether she needed help was up to the white rose to decide. The white rose's face stiffened.
This kind of help. Forget it, forget it. Can't help. I know.
But sister, I decided to do this by myself.
This is an extraordinary matter.
The white rose didn't want the red rose to help at all. The red rose could sense that the white rose really didn't want her help.
Then she wouldn't force it. Okay. Then I'll go back first. By the way, you haven't answered my question. Those feelings just now. Are they real or not? This matter was very important to the red rose.
The white rose knew that lying wouldn't work, so she could only nod helplessly in acknowledgement.
They are real. But you don't have to worry.
I just met a person who is destined to impact my life.
That's right, I fell in love with him. Love came like the wind. Sister, you should go back first, I want to be alone with him.
When she said this, a happy smile appeared on her face, resembling a pure girl falling in love. The red rose was dumbfounded on the spot.
Love fell in love with a human? Sister. Don't joke about this. It's not funny. Not funny at all. She truly couldn't believe it. Her sister, who had always hated humans, actually fell in love with a human. This is simply ridiculous. I'm not joking. I know you can't believe it, but that's how it is. Alright, sister, no more talking. If there's anything, let's talk after the cleaning is done.
As soon as the words fell, the white rose gently closed the door, leaving the red rose outside. Then, she walked to the sofa in the living room, a sweet smile on her face.
It's over.
Now I will start cleaning the living room.
Lin Bei didn't intentionally eavesdrop on the twin roses' conversation. But the room wasn't big. Even if he didn't eavesdrop, he could still hear everything. Aren't you going to invite your sister to sit down? She came all this way to see you.
He was trying to win over the red rose. To boost his likability, he had to face the red rose directly. The younger sister, White Rose, was already taken care of. Should he let the older sister, Red Rose, go?
That seemed inappropriate. Lin Bei couldn't bear to separate the good sisters. He was so kind. No. She would be a bother. I'm going to open the hidden service for you. A service just for you. As for the content, it's a secret for now.
Seeing the White Rose so determined, Lin Bei didn't say much more.
He wasn't in a hurry.
After all, the white rose was already handled, seeing the red rose was just a matter of time.
Okay. You clean up. I'll incubate this egg first.
Once he finished speaking, Lin Bei walked to the refrigerator and took out a lot of food. They were all nutritious fruits, vegetables, meats, and milk. He carried a huge pile of food back to the phoenix egg.
Need some nutrition, right? Here you go. Eat as much as you want. There's no shortage of food here.
Lin Bei placed all the food in the nest of the incubating phoenix egg.
He felt a bit fortunate.
The food in the safe zone was almost the same as being given for free. It only cost 10 terrifying coins a day. Food could be supplied in unlimited quantity, without restrictions. The white rose was in a very good mood, her cleaning speed significantly faster and her efficiency more than doubled. Soon, she had cleaned the living room thoroughly. Not just the dining and living rooms, but also the other areas were spotless. Wiping the sweat off, the white rose excitedly trotted in front of Lin Bei, her tone tinged with shyness.
The room is clean now. I can start the hidden service at any time. Are you ready?
Her likability was increasing.
+1. +1.
The information panel about the white rose appeared before Lin Bei.
Cleaner, shall buy. Favorability points, 888. Relationship, blossoms for you, wilts for you, shows you all the beauty.
Level, evil, severely injured state, originally nightmare level.
She is a white rose. A white rose that wishes to bloom only for you. All her beauty and splendor belong only to you. She is willing to be picked by you.
Even if this leads to the beginning of wilting. As long as you are happy, as long as you like her, she will cooperate unconditionally.
In front of you. She has no limits. He wasn't surprised. He had experienced similar astonishment with Yume before.
Once the favorability surpassed 100, the subsequent increases wouldn't have too outrageous changes.
Except for a few instances. Oh? What is this hidden service of yours? Tell me about it.
Lin Bei feigned ignorance on purpose.
The white rose immediately opened her mouth. The hidden service is called personal hygiene cleaning. The service content is very simple.
I will help you clean your personal hygiene comprehensively, from a single hair strand to your toes, leaving no corners untouched.
There will be many fun interactions during the cleaning process.
I guarantee your satisfaction.
So, are you interested?
After hearing the basic introduction, Lin Bei was quite interested. The content of the hidden service was even more fun than he had expected.
Sure. Let's start. How could Lin Bei refuse?
After filling up and having a shower, just thinking about it felt comfortable.
All right.
The white rose excitedly walked to Lin Bei's side, taking his hand and heading towards the bathroom.
The hidden service begins.
On the other side, the red rose had returned to the resting area. She was still filled with confusion. She had yet to grasp what exactly was going on. The red rose was deep in thought.
Why does such an incredible thing happen?
But she couldn't figure it out, everything felt strange.
It feels like I had a weird dream.
Just then, a strange feeling came over her.
Red Rose's face turned as red as a ripe apple. A wave of heat filled her body. Shame was growing wildly in her heart. Sister. Is this the important thing you were talking about? Hey. Have you considered my feelings? Chapter 41.
Red Rose was restless. Her whole body felt uncomfortable. The shame in her heart grew stronger by the second. She almost exploded on the spot. Her face was hot, red and burning, like it was about to cook. That innate feeling of power made Red Rose feel despair for the first time. Clearly, she was just sitting there, doing nothing else, but that reddening and burning feeling kept coming.
Each wave more intense than the last. Every second was tormenting. Help me. What sin have I committed to endure this? You really are my good sister. You are enjoying it, what about me? I'm dying of discomfort. Red Rose was so annoyed.
She wished she could rush to stop White Rose immediately. But then she realized it was impossible, she couldn't even knock on that door.
Stupid man. I won't forget you. When I see you again, I will make things really hard for you.
As she said this, Red Rose could no longer hold it in. So, she walked into the bathroom and turned on the cold water. She could only use this method to feel a bit better. The personal hygiene cleaning took much longer, several times longer than room cleaning. After a long time, it finally ended. Lin Bei sat back on the sofa, picked up the already cold goji berry and ginseng water, took a big sip, feeling very comfortable. White Rose sat quietly beside him, her face rosy and a look of happiness. Numbers kept popping up above her head.
+1. +1.
A related information bar appeared. Cleaner, shall buy, Rose twins, white rose.
Favor points, 7288. Relationship, only blooms for you, only wilts for you, only shows all beauty for you. Level, evil trick, severely injured state, originally nightmare level. She completely belongs to you.
For her, you are more important than Sister Red Rose. Even if she has a conflict with Red Rose, she will firmly stand by your side, accompanying you through all storms. In the long night, she will be with you, dispelling your loneliness and coldness. In the storm, she will protect you, not letting you be attacked by wind and rain. No matter what situation she faces, even knowing it could lead to death, she will not hesitate or waver in protecting you. She loves you. Far more than she loves herself. Favor points surged by more than 6,000. Breaking through 7,000 in favor.
It really is a very high number.
Lin Bei still did not plan to stop raising White Rose's favor.
Let's continue to raise it. Anyway, the function mentioned by the system will activate afterwards. Favor points are not just simple numbers.
On the other side, Red Rose had also returned to normal. She slumped in the bathroom, her whole body drenched from the water.
Finally. It's finally over. So hard to endure. No, I can't keep doing this. What if my sister goes looking for him again? Will I have to endure this painful torment once more? I have to think of a way.
I'll find him for a good talk when my sister is not around.
Red Rose did not want to experience this a second time.
After spending some more time with Lin Bei, White Rose received another room cleaning request. Out of necessity, she could only leave reluctantly. Before she left, she looked at Lin Bei with loving eyes, her tone carrying a hint of a pout. I'll go clean other rooms first.
As soon as I have free time, I will come to accompany you. Lin Bei nodded.
Earlier, he had heard White Rose say a lot. He knew that once a resident placed an order, White Rose had to hurry to clean.
Delaying too long would cause trouble.
This is one of the strange rules that must be followed at work. To avoid creating more trouble, both Red Rose and White Rose followed the rules very well. At the moment the White Rose closed the door, the Red Rose sensed it and knew that the White Rose had taken another job.
Good opportunity.
My sister is rushing to another room, and I temporarily have no cleaning orders.
Hurry up and find him.
I want to see how many arms and legs that human has to charm my sister to this degree.
Just after getting to know him for a little while, she willingly throws herself into his embrace?
It seems that as her elder sister, I have failed to discipline her.
Dong. Dong. The knocking sound echoed.
Lin Bei, who had just filled his cup with water, was a bit surprised.
Who is looking for me? He walked to the door and opened it.
Standing outside the door was none other than the Red Rose. Before Lin Bei could say anything, information about the Red Rose appeared before his eyes. Cleaner, Xiaohong, Rose twins, Red Rose.
Affection points, -99. Relationship, really dislikes you.
Level, malevolent, severely injured state, original strength is nightmare level. Red Rose, the elder sister of the Rose twins. She and the White Rose are identical twins, having grown two different roses on the same stem. One is a red rose, the other is a white rose. The bond between the sisters is very strong, they can sense each other's state even from a great distance.
In other words,
while cleaning her personal hygiene earlier, she was, in essence, a third-party experiencer. You put her through a nightmarish torment that lasted a long time.
On top of that, what you did to the White Rose. So she really dislikes you. Seeing you makes her feel very unhappy.
She is considering how to secretly deal with you, so that her sister White Rose can escape from the suffering in time. But she also has her concerns. This is a safe zone. She can't act recklessly in the safe zone, but outside the safe zone she can.
Her current plan is to find a way to get you out of the safe zone. Lin Bei's expression was somewhat strange. Very strong sensing? Third-party experiencer?
I'm truly sorry about that.
You are her sister? What do you want from me? Come in and sit down.
He slightly turned his body to let the Red Rose through. The Red Rose was not polite at all, she snorted coldly and walked into the room.
Pa! The door closed, separating the inside from the outside.
Inside, the Red Rose went straight to the sofa and sat down. Seeing Lin Bei still at the door, she coldly said.
So clueless? Since you know who I am, why don't you quickly behave yourself? Let's not talk about fruit. Not even a glass of water?
I hope you understand your position. If you want to be my brother-in-law, you need my approval.
The Red Rose's attitude was very arrogant. In fact, she wasn't normally like this.
The only reason she acted this way was because of the situation with the White Rose.
Lin Bei couldn't help but laugh. Want some water? All right. He wasn't angry.
The more arrogant and unruly the red rose was, the happier he felt, because in the end, it would be the red rose who regretted it. Lin Bei casually picked up a cup, filled it with water, and placed it on the coffee table while speaking to the system in his mind.
System. Change the target. Start to increase the red rose's affection. Ding. Target locked. Affection has started to increase. +1. +1.
The initial affection was too low, there would be no noticeable change at the beginning. The red rose crossed her legs, picked up the paper cup, took a sip of water, and put on an expression as if she were a difficult-to-handle sister-in-law.
First of all, let me make this clear. I do not agree with the two of you. Leaving aside that you are a human and she is a monster, let's talk about other conditions.
You have no strength, very little scary money, and no fixed residence. How can you match my sister?
I advise you to be sensible. She opened with words meant to hit.
Lin Bei just listened quietly, not saying a word. Affection points were increasing. The information bar popped up from time to time.
Cleaner, Xiao Hong. Affection points, -80. Relationship, still really dislikes you. Did you understand?
I'm saying that you're unworthy of my sister.
+1. +1. Cleaner, Xiao Hong. Affection points, -50. Relationship, still dislikes. My sister is just momentarily impulsive.
Once she calms down, she'll kick you away.
+1. +1. Cleaner, Little Red. Affection points, -20. Relationship, a bit dislike. I advise you not to bother her. Otherwise, you won't have a good time. Say something. Why aren't you talking?
Lin Bei deliberately remained silent, letting the red rose express herself freely.
+1. +1. Cleaner, Little Red. Affection points, 0. Relationship, no longer dislike.
At this moment, the red rose suddenly felt lost. Looking at Lin Bei, she didn't know why she was so angry, actually playing a very annoying role.
Strange. Why am I doing this? It was my sister who took the initiative. It seems I can't blame him. +1. +1. Cleaner, Little Red. Affection points, 30. Relationship, constantly reflecting. I think I've done this before. That attitude, that tone. Just thinking about it is annoying. It's really awkward to interact with him now. +1. +1. Cleaner, Little Red. Affection points, 60. Relationship, daring not to make eye contact with you. If I had known, I wouldn't have been so arrogant.
It's all my fault for being too impulsive. We could have talked about this normally, but I chose the dumbest way. I really want to escape.
+1. +1. Cleaner, Little Red. Affection points, 90. Relationship, regretting and crying. Woo-woo. I feel like beating myself up. Why? Why did I lose my mind?
I spoke too harshly, my attitude was terrible, and I even ordered him to serve me tea. Where did I get the courage?
What should I do? He must really dislike me now. It's all my fault.
The red rose stood up, hands tightly gripping her clothes, looking at Lin Bei nervously, her bright red lips moved, clearly wanting to say many things but could not utter a word.
Bang.
She knelt on the ground, tears streaming down, her sobs echoing in the room.
+1. +1. Cleaner, Little Red. Affection points, 100. Relationship, willing to do anything to earn your forgiveness. What should I do for you to forgive me? Just now, I went too far.
Between you and my sister, it's mutual, I have no right to interfere.
I lack understanding, I lack emotional intelligence, I'm clueless. It's all my fault. You can do whatever you want to me. As long as you are not angry.
Lin Bei felt the timing was right. At the same time, he did not intend to make things difficult for the red rose.
Are you also a cleaner? Then do you have any hidden services? Like cleaning, personal hygiene and such?
The red rose nodded eagerly, like a woodpecker.
Yes.
It must exist. The white rose was cleaning in a new room. The owner of the room didn't dare to make too much noise, obediently waiting for the cleaning to finish. Suddenly, the white rose stopped her movements.
Sister. How could you? Never mind, never mind. You and I are the closest twin sisters. Maybe this is the best way. At least we sisters will never be separated. Chapter 42. In the cozy apartment, room 1414.
At this moment, the red rose and white rose, both cleaners, had no cleaning orders at hand, so they tacitly came to room 1414.
This is Lin Bei's room.
The sisters were already very close. Now they were more united, and their relationship developed into a special emotion beyond sisterhood. In these few days, whenever they had time, they would look for Lin Bei. 2 girls and 1 boy. They spent a very happy and thrilling few days. But Lin Bei felt a bit tired. This should be my last day of rest, right? Soon I will start a new round of professional challenges. At that time, this side of the matter will be entrusted to you. There's not much to do, mainly just help me incubate the phoenix egg. I've told you how to do it, you know what to do. Lin Bei planned to temporarily place the phoenix egg in a safe area. Because it was the best choice. It could ensure safety while also allowing for incubation. The red rose and the white rose would come daily to feed it. It would ensure the phoenix egg absorbed enough nutrients, not worrying about it being delayed due to professional challenges. Don't worry, just leave it to us sisters. No matter what happens, we won't let this egg come to harm, except for the time we need to work. We will always stay here waiting for you to come back. As long as it is Lin Bei's request, even if it is a very small request, the Rose sisters will do it with the most serious attitude. Okay. Lin Bei nodded, very pleased with their answer. At this moment, a panel related to the sisters appeared. Red Rose. Affection points, 431058. Relationship, her beauty belongs exclusively to you. Level, evil oddity, severely injured, originally nightmare level. She is a red rose that belongs to you. You can freely ravage her, you can freely torment her, and you can do whatever you want to her. Even when intentionally insulted, she will accept it excitedly and not hold even a bit of resentment towards you. Moreover, she does not allow anyone or anything to harm you. Once she discovers it, even if facing an evil god, she will risk her life to fight for you. White Rose. Affection points, 432942. Relationship, only you in the whole world are worthy of her blooming. Level, evil oddity, severely injured, originally nightmare level. She loves you. Loves you to death. The sea can run dry, rocks can decay, the sun and moon can rot, but her love for you will never have flaws and will never change. She doesn't ask for your love. She only hopes you won't stop her from loving you. Being able to love you, quietly protect you, and occasionally be by your side makes her incredibly satisfied. The affection points had reached a very high number. They were somewhat close, both around 400,000. This high number scared Lin Bei. Because of this, he gained a small amount of attribute points. The affection points also increased significantly. System, how many affection points do I have now? Can I draw now? The system immediately provided an answer. Current affection points, 912,156. You can do multiple golden roulette 10 consecutive draws, but diamond level 10 consecutive draws are temporarily unavailable. Do you want to start the golden roulette? Lin Bei hesitated for a few seconds, then chose to give up. Not now. I will save for a few more days. Compared to starting the golden roulette 9 times, he wanted to start the diamond roulette once. Although there was a huge difference in quantity. 120 versus 10, there was a difference of 110. But the rewards from the diamond level roulette were of higher quality. It was worth a try. After all, affection points could be easily obtained. The red rose and white rose were both very worried. They knew how dangerous the professional challenges could be. Even some strong challengers could die during the challenges. You must be careful. Although you are in great shape, you must never be careless. Every round of challenge is very dangerous, and humans are naturally targeted by oddities. What my sister said is right. You must remember one thing, living is the most important thing. If you face a situation where death is certain, but there is a chance to survive, you must seize that chance at any cost. Later, my sister and I will each give you a rose. In case of a crisis, you can crush those 2 roses, and we will be by your side at the first moment. The sisters kept talking to Lin Bei. Clearly, they were truly worried about Lin Bei, afraid he would encounter some danger. Lin Bei listened patiently, showing no impatience at all. He knew how much the red and white roses cared about him. Don't worry. I will be very careful. During the waiting time that followed, the red rose and white rose stayed with Lin Bei, massaging his back, kneading his shoulders, serving him tea and food, but didn't overstep. They just didn't want to affect Lin Bei's state. It was important to stay in good physical shape before the professional challenge. In the blink of an eye, it was midnight. That notification sound echoed in his mind. 10 days of rest officially over. A new round of professional challenges will begin in 1 minute. Please get ready and bring what you need. Note, you can only bring what fully belongs to you, type and size do not matter. Lin Bei opened his eyes. He was in excellent condition. He had eaten well, drunk well, and slept enough. I don't even know what this profession is this time? Chef? Cleaner?
Salesperson? Programmer? Accountant? Security guard? I actually feel a bit excited. A minute passed.
Lin Bei's vision became incredibly blurry again, the entire space seemed to crumble, ultimately turning to powder scattered everywhere. All of his senses were lost, unable to feel the flow of time, completely unable to tell how long had passed. After an unknown period, Lin Bei's senses returned, and the images in his vision became clear and whole again. He immediately began to observe his surroundings.
He was in a hall.
There were more than 10 tables and chairs, each seat had a nameplate in front of it, displaying different names.
Gao Tianliang, Zheng Haoyuan, Wan Long, Zhao Fei.
And they were equipped with paper, pens, and bottled drinking water. Clearly, this was a very formal occasion.
Lin Bei couldn't help but feel puzzled. What profession is this challenge about? It seems it's not simple.
He then began to observe the other challengers participating in this challenge. There were many of them, too many to take in all at once, both men and women included. But there was one common point. Their ages were all between 20 and 40, in the best physical condition of their lives. He counted them over. Including himself, there were 50 people in total. Suddenly, Lin Bei remembered something. Previously, the underworld office in Hongyuan City was vigorously recruiting temporary workers, and the required number was exactly 50 people.
Wait a minute. 50 challengers? No way. It can't be that coincidental, right? Don't mess with me.
He didn't want to return to Hongyuan City for a short time.
Mainly because of the Demon Phoenix residence.
10 days had passed, and the incident of the lost phoenix egg was bound to be exposed. It was impossible to predict what would develop. The only thing he could be sure of was that the owner of the Demon Phoenix residence would definitely be furious.
At such a time, the culprit returning? That was hard to evaluate. Just then, a prompt tone echoed simultaneously in the minds of the 50 challengers.
You have entered a new round of profession challenge.
This round of profession challenge is for temporary workers at the underworld office, danger level assessed as BSSS grade. Lin Bei's face couldn't help but stiffen.
He really had no strength to complain.
Temporary workers at the underworld office.
It truly was the situation he wanted to avoid the most.
What bad luck! I've fallen into such a big pit. Back when he saw the job advertisement for the underworld office, Lin Bei knew this job had to be a big pit.
Now he was even more certain.
The danger level assessment was enough to indicate one thing.
It was not a fixed level but a general range.
Chapter 43.
No matter Lin Bei's thoughts, the prompt tone continued to sound. For the entire horror world, the underworld office is a very important place, with an underworld office in every city, differing only in scale, but the responsibilities are the same. Every eerie thing, every human, will have a day when they go to the underworld office. Recently, the underworld office in Hongyuan City is recruiting human temporary workers. The requirements for applicants are very low. As long as they are healthy, the salary offered is quite generous, and you 50 people are very lucky, becoming this time's temporary workers. Just work hard and you can get a stable job. You will soon have an onboarding meeting, and after the meeting, work will begin. The specific work content will be explained during the meeting. Please try your best to survive.
This profession challenge lasts for 1 month.
After 1 month, those who are still alive will receive rewards related to their performance. Due to the unique situation of this profession challenge, survivors of 1 month may have the opportunity for permanent placement.
The challenge officially begins.
As the prompt tone came to a close, except for Lin Bei, the other challengers hadn't realized the seriousness of the situation.
Some challengers even felt that this profession was quite good.
They were discussing amongst themselves.
Sounds pretty good, doesn't it? Aren't we just supposed to handle some documents and receive some eerie things?
According to the experience of the real world, the tasks should be very simple, like photocopying and printing a document, typing on a computer, or pouring a cup of water for the strange being that comes here. Although it is just a temporary job, this is a position set up by the underworld office, and the benefits must be really good. There shouldn't be any danger to face. I have heard about the underworld office. It's not an exaggeration to say it is one of the strongest organizations in the horror world.
Most strange beings believe in the underworld office. The Welfare Bureau. There are also many challengers who know this round of challenges is not that simple.
They remind others from birth. Don't let your guard down, and don't underestimate this round of challenges. Don't forget the danger rating ranges from B to SSS level.
That's right, it can't be that easy.
I estimate this is a dungeon related to luck. If you're lucky, you can really get through comfortably, otherwise, there may be a life-threatening situation.
Don't celebrate too early, let's talk after the orientation meeting is over.
Lin Bei wore a serious face. He did not participate in the chatter among the challengers but instead found his seat and sat down.
The last row, by the window. Temporary worker at the underworld office. What kind of work is required? Simple and easy to get started? Humanized working hours? Complete benefits? I don't believe a word of it.
Before long, other challengers also found their seats and sat down. About 3 minutes passed, a strange being with adult-styled hair, wearing a proper suit, and gold-rimmed glasses walked in. Behind it, 2 other strange beings followed, each holding a lot of thick documents.
Thud.
After placing the documents on the desk at the front, the 2 strange beings turned and left. Including Lin Bei, all challengers' attention was drawn to that pile of thick documents.
Everyone knew in their hearts. Clearly, these documents were meant for them to see.
But due to some experience, they didn't start chatting, all words were swallowed back, and they could only wait to discuss later.
Lin Bei quickly counted.
There were exactly 50 copies of the documents.
1 for each person? What is the content of these documents?
Then, he looked at the strange being in a suit, which looked very professional.
Relevant information appeared. Suited thug, Xiaotian, normal state. Favorability points, 0. Relationship, not much of a relationship.
Level, historical strange.
Wearing a suit, it can be a good citizen or a suited thug. Most of the time, it is normal. But once it becomes abnormal, it will become extremely dangerous. It does all kinds of evil.
Riding a motorcycle and causing chaos, participating in group fights, randomly smashing storefronts, teasing good women, etc.
It's best not to offend it.
Getting entangled with it can lead to endless troubles. Lin Bei temporarily did not plan to increase the suited thug's favorability but was ready to decide based on the situation. After all, the favorability of the White Rose was still continually increasing.
No need to worry about any gaps.
Looking around the office, Xiaotian had a faint smile on his face and casually picked 2 challengers, saying, "You 2 come up and distribute these materials, each person gets 1.
Be quick." Those 2 dared not refuse.
They immediately walked up, grabbed the materials, and began distributing from 2 directions.
Soon, everyone received a copy.
The voice of the suited thug Xiaotian echoed again.
You all have received the materials. First, take a look. Take a rough look first. Other matters will be discussed later.
Hearing this, Lin Bei began to flip through the materials he just received.
Opening the first page, there were a few photos along with text.
B-level wanted strange being, toxic worm.
Bounty amount, 500,000.
Likes to operate in damp areas outdoors, usually lurking in the mud to attack passing strange beings. Vehicles passing by may also be attacked. Do not approach it easily, its body surface carries strong poison, just touching it will lead to poisoning. Lightly, it could cause endless itching, heavily, it could mean instant death. Cutting it off won't kill it might even use this chance to become 2. Solving this earns 10 points.
The image shows 3 giant purple worms.
Lin Bei's brows furrowed tightly.
The last sentence caught his attention. 10 points? What does that mean?
Filled with strong confusion, Lin Bei turned to the second page.
Same here. Another wanted anomaly. B-level wanted anomaly, knife-wielding vicious dog. The bounty is 500,000. Its location is not fixed, it could appear anywhere, but the activity range is limited to Huishan City.
According to Insider Anomalies, it seems to be looking for something. It is a very dangerous monstrosity, with shark teeth and claws, both carrying viruses.
The most dangerous is the knife it holds in its mouth. Solving this earns 15 points. Lin Bei's brow furrowed even tighter.
He formed a somewhat uncertain guess
about the temporary worker's job content.
While speculating, he continued flipping through the document.
Every page after that was a wanted anomaly. B-level wanted anomaly, dancing homeless man. The bounty is 500,000. B-level wanted anomaly. The bounty is 500,000. B-level wanted. B-level.
A-level wanted anomaly, Iron Fist drunk ghost.
A-level wanted anomaly. A-level. S-level wanted anomaly, Rain Night Butcher. S-level wanted anomaly, Giant Ferryman. S-level wanted anomaly. S-level. Soon, Lin Bei flipped to the pages of SS level wanted. But when he saw the first SS level wanted, he was dumbfounded. SS level wanted, uncertain whether anomaly or human, name unknown, strength unknown.
He / it committed very serious crimes. Attacked the 3 children of the owner of Mingfeng residence, and no trace has been found so far, highly suspected to be dead, and also stole the ancestral treasure of the Mingfeng residence owner, the exact treasure unknown. The bounty is 25 million, with the Mingfeng residence owner exclusively sponsoring 20 million, even providing information would earn 100,000. Dealing with he / it can lead to full-time status. Lin Bei was stunned on the spot.
Ha! He's wanted too? And it's SS level wanted? The bounty is a bit absurd. What is going on? I did steal the Mingfeng egg, but I didn't harm those 3 anomalies. Chapter 44. The situation was far beyond Lin Bei's expectations. He knew the owner of Mingfeng residence would definitely do something, but didn't expect it would be like this. Becoming an SS-level wanted criminal would be enough. Anyway, there was basically no useful information. But being slandered was a bit much. Wait, I can't even say I stole the Mingfeng egg, it was clearly those 3 anomalies that sent it to me. They put it in the trunk and then ran away, and I couldn't even stop them. How is this my fault? It's not like I wanted the Mingfeng egg.
And their lives or deaths have nothing to do with me. I saw them only once and have no idea where they went in the end.
I am truly wronged.
Even though feeling very aggrieved, Lin Bei could only complain in his heart. He wouldn't go find the related anomalies to explain.
That would be throwing himself into the trap. Continuing to flip, Lin Bei saw other SS-level wanted anomalies. SS-level wanted anomaly, Snow Woman. The bounty is 500,000 horror coins.
With long white hair, she wears clothes with many snowflake patterns every day. Wherever she goes, the temperature drops and snow continues falling.
Strength is disaster level and might be even higher.
Dealing with her can lead to full-time status.
SS level wanted anomaly, mysterious black cat. The bounty is 500,000 horror coins.
On the surface, it looks like an ordinary black cat. Its shape and appearance have nothing special, but it is extremely dangerous. It is fierce in nature, loves eating anomalies, and has a bad temper. It doesn't directly kill its targets but enjoys playing with them, allowing them to die in despair. Dealing with her can lead to full-time status. Continuing to flip pages.
Finally, he arrived at the SSS level wanted anomalies. The true heavyweight. However, there is very little information about the SSS level wanted anomalies. Basically, there's only one name. SSS level wanted anomaly, the Trial Blade. SSS level wanted anomaly, the Knight in Silver Armor. SSS level wanted anomaly. SSS level.
If one can handle any SSS level wanted anomaly, then they can make any request to the Underworld office, request a car, a house, a wife, or even be honored as a hero. At this moment, Lin Bei could almost be certain.
The temp worker's job content is to deal with these wanted anomalies. To kill or to capture them. Sure enough, it's a huge trap. Just a temporary worker, and I have to do this kind of thing.
From B level to SSS level wanted anomalies, no wonder this challenge's assessment is such a broad range.
He recalled the 2 wanted anomalies he had encountered before. One was a B-level chainsaw maniac. The other was an S-level butcher on a rainy night.
Also known as the rain charm, who was both delicate and twisted. It's easy to imagine how difficult this professional challenge would be. Most challengers would likely start with B-level wanted anomalies. After all, that's the simplest way to clear this round.
It seems like there is a choice, but what about the reality? Is it really that simple? To this, Lin Bei held a doubtful attitude.
His intuition told him that this round of challenge was not simple. Seeing that the temp workers had basically finished reading the wanted list, the suited thug, Laughing Sky, thought the moment had come. Clap. It clapped its hands forcefully, casting a glance around the entire venue. The next moment, all the challengers turned their gaze towards it.
Ahem.
Clearing its throat, the suited thug, Laughing Sky, pushed up its gold-rimmed glasses.
Have you all finished reading? Then I will begin to speak. Each of your roles as temp workers is related to these wanted criminals. Every wanted criminal is extremely wicked.
Allowing them to live freely is a very dangerous thing. For every extra day they exist, many anomalies will be harmed, and many vicious events will occur. These wanted criminals have always been a thorn in the side of the office and are the fundamental reason for hiring temp workers. To put it plainly, the reason for recruiting you is to have you deal with them. Your job is to either capture these wanted anomalies or eliminate them, no matter what means you use or costs you pay, as long as the job is done. The probation period is 1 month. Within 1 month, you must deal with one wanted anomaly, otherwise you will be fired and never hired again. Everyone need not worry too much. Later you will receive your job starter package, and the bounty corresponding to the wanted anomaly you deal with will go to you. The points earned can also be exchanged for many things.
Additionally,
at this point, the suited thug, Laughing Sky, began to flip through the wanted record in hand. It flipped to the page with Lin Bei's wanted notice. Lifting the wanted notice, that page presented the wanted content before the challengers.
This wanted criminal is one to pay special attention to.
He is the most dangerous fellow recently, and also has the highest bounty. You can choose to work together, as long as you can handle him. No matter how many people team up, even 50, everyone will be officially employed and will receive absolutely generous rewards. In other words, you have 2 choices: fight alone against other wanted anomalies or cooperate to deal with the wanted criminal I mentioned.
Alright, I've said everything that needs to be said. Go to claim your starter package.
Having finished, the suited thug, Laughing Sky, paused for a moment, then found Lin Bei in the crowd and said again. Lin Bei, stay a moment. The others dared not linger, leaving one by one in succession. Only Lin Bei remained sitting without moving. His heart was heavy.
Lin Bei couldn't dare to imagine. What would happen if his identity as the SSS level wanted criminal was exposed? How terrible would the situation develop? On one side was an average strength human.
On the other side were various terrifying anomalies that were extremely dangerous.
What would other challengers choose? This is a deep question. I can't improve human favorability. So in the end, don't expose yourself. Otherwise, I will become the target of everyone. The 49 challengers are heading together to the supply collection point.
On the way, they are still discussing plans.
What do you all think? Are we going to find those wanted criminals with clear information, or are we going for that mysterious SS level wanted criminal?
Definitely go for the easier one. Personally, I lean towards the second choice. Let's collaborate and go for it.
Don't rush into a decision, let's gather some first-hand intelligence first. The best choice is to investigate the second one while doing the first. Let's investigate the intelligence together. If that SS level wanted criminal is weak, then everyone knows what choice to make.
It is obvious that once they know Lin Bei is the mysterious SS level wanted criminal, they will definitely take action against Lin Bei at the first moment.
It's not an exaggeration to say the relationship among the challengers. They are competitors. The suited thug, Xiao Tian, is observing Lin Bei.
Seeing Lin Bei's serious expression, yet showing no sign of fear, his evaluation of Lin Bei rises even higher.
He walks a few steps to Lin Bei's side and confirms that no one is eavesdropping before speaking. Lin Bei, you are the one I have the most faith in. You are different from the others.
They have never dealt with wanted criminals, but you have already dealt with a B-level wanted criminal. It's a pity it can't be counted as your achievement.
The reason I'm keeping you is to give you a special task. Hearing this, Lin Bei's interest was piqued. He asked. What special task?
The suited thug, Xiao Tian, lowered his voice, and his expression became much more serious.
Fully investigate the identity of that SS level wanted criminal. Find out if it is a human or a monster. And its strength and location. It's best if you can get back what it stole. For a moment, Lin Bei really didn't know what to say. You want me to investigate myself? What a good arrangement. Who? Taking a deep breath, Lin Bei suppressed his complicated feelings and calmly asked. Is it that important? To go to such lengths? He was simply very curious. Hiring temporary workers was before getting the Mingfeng egg, so it definitely was not a recruitment specifically for this matter. The suited thug, Xiao Tian, nodded. Very important. It was specifically requested by the owner of Mingfeng Inn. That guy has gone too far.
He killed the owner of Mingfeng Inn's children and also stole their ancestral treasure. The specific details, he wasn't particularly clear about. He only knew what had been passed down layer by layer. Lin Bei had a good idea in mind. At the same time, he made up his mind on how to act.
Follow me. I know where he is right now. Chapter 45. What did you say? You know where that guy is? Are you sure you're not joking?
The suited thug, Xiao Tian, was stunned on the spot, never expecting the situation to be like this.
Just after talking to Lin Bei, he had no hope at all, yet Lin Bei said he knew where that SS level wanted criminal was?
The surprise came too suddenly. Lin Bei nodded seriously.
Not joking. I can take you there.
But don't tell the other monsters yet, let's confirm the situation first. He was preparing to take action against the suited thug, Xiao Tian. But he didn't plan to directly improve favorability, rather he wanted to test his own strength first. So far, Lin Bei had not fought with any monsters, he had only been active elsewhere. The suited thug, Xiao Tian, was a very good target. He could test his strength and then improve favorability once it was done, preparing for future actions. After all, Xiao Tian had a special identity.
Improving his favorability would only bring benefits. The suited thug, Xiao Tian, didn't think much. Okay. He only wanted to find that SS level wanted criminal. Then, to eliminate him. Do you have a car? I'll drive you there. Lin Bei's expression was very calm, not raising any suspicion at all. Yes. But it's a motorcycle. Can you drive?
Hearing this, Lin Bei's lips twitched.
A person in a suit, tie, and glasses, with a mature hairstyle, has a proper job, yet rides a motorcycle to work? Is this suitable? A motorcycle is fine. I can ride.
The miraculous skills of an experienced rider include motorcycle driving techniques.
Let's go. The suit-clad thug, Xiao Tian, has a wild motorcycle.
It looks cool and is covered in stickers, with flame patterns, skull designs, and even some dirty words and show-off quotes. The front and back lights have been modified, and there's a huge sound system mounted on the rear rack. It's the standard for street domination. There are even 2 black flags with a skull design, reminiscent of a pirate flag. Lin Bei looked shocked, a little unable to believe it. You usually ride this motorcycle to work? In this outfit? With your gold-rimmed glasses? Do you even play music? He realized things might not be simple. Xiao Tian looked at his beloved motorcycle, satisfaction filling his eyes. Yes. I ride my motorcycle to work every day. I have to wear my work uniform to work. As for playing music, strictly speaking, I can't call it playing music because I usually only listen to DJ. He seemed very proud. Lin Bei didn't want to say much and took the initiative to sit in the driver's seat of the motorcycle. As soon as he gripped the handlebars, a sense of familiarity washed over him. Cornering and lifting the front wheel were simple moves. He felt an impulse to operate the motorcycle that he couldn't suppress. Oh no. This skill is addictive. Xiao Tian sat on the back seat. V-room. Lin Bei shifted into gear and twisted the throttle, the motorcycle darted forward. After speeding forward for a few hundred meters, there came a particularly sharp turn. Without a word, he leaned into the turn. At that moment, the angle between the motorcycle and the ground was less than 5 degrees. He was flying close to the ground. Sparks flew. Xiao Tian, sitting on the back, looked shocked. Dude, great skills. Much better than me. He was envious. He wanted to have such driving skills too. Lin Bei glanced at the rearview mirror. A message appeared. Suit Thug, Xiao Tian, normal. Affection points, 10. Relationship, appreciates you a bit. Level, skillful. You not only gave it hope to find an SS level anomaly, but also showed off your skills in front of it. It regards you with new respect, believing you share the same interests. For a moment, Lin Bei didn't know what to say. But he couldn't control himself. He occasionally lifted the front wheel, leaning into turns as he went. Like this, he drove all the way to the Bone Shatter graveyard. This is where Rain Charm's dungeon is located. Along the way, Xiao Tian's affection for him grew even higher. He began to admire Lin Bei. He talked a lot. Bro, can you teach me how to lift the front wheel? How can I keep it lifted for 10 minutes without the front wobbling? Awesome, perfect turn. My scalp brushed against the ground. 666. In the Bone Shatter graveyard area, it was pouring rain. As they rushed in, they were instantly soaked. Thus, Lin Bei confirmed one thing. Rain Charm was most likely in the dungeon. At that moment, Xiao Tian sensed that something was amiss. Is it only raining here? Something is off. The graveyard, heavy rain, it's very similar to the S-rank wanted anomaly, Rainy Night Butcher. Although it was just a guess, and very unlikely, he prepared himself to face an S-rank wanted anomaly. What if? Xiao Tian didn't hide it from Lin Bei. Be careful. You might encounter danger. Lin Bei nodded, giving a response, then drove the motorcycle straight into the rain towards the dungeon. That broken tombstone. There's a dungeon below. Once you go down, you will see that SS level wanted criminal. Are you ready? He was merely going through the motions. At this point, Lin Bei wouldn't let go of Xiao Tian. Okay. You cooperate with me. Let's catch it together. If we succeed, it's going to be a huge thrill. Lin Bei wanted to laugh. Am I grabbing myself? How should I cooperate? In the next second, Lin Bei reached out to touch the grave. Yume had already given him the freedom to enter and exit. Suddenly, the ground below began to shift, revealing a familiar dungeon entrance. Lin Bei was the first to descend. The suited thug Xiao Tian did not go down directly, its eyes showing undeniable shock. A dungeon? How is this guy able to do it? Not only does he know about the dungeon here, but he can also open it. And the motorcycle skills are top-notch. He's not an ordinary person. Although Lin Bei's actions surprised it, it still followed Lin Bei into the dungeon. Click. The dungeon door closed. Without Lin Bei and Yume's permission, no one could leave. Inside the dungeon. As Lin Bei stepped into the rain curtain, Yume already knew. She was very excited. She wanted to go out to welcome Lin Bei. But upon seeing Lin Bei's expression and movements, Yume gave up that thought. Because Lin Bei was secretly shaking his head. She had a hunch. She knew the suited thug Xiao Tian was a doomed guy. In less than 10 seconds, Lin Bei and Xiao Tian arrived in the dungeon. The dungeon was brightly lit, everything clearly visible. Lin Bei instinctively began to observe the dungeon.
But soon after, he was completely dumbfounded. In one of the cells, there were 3 familiar monsters. Feng Zi, Feng Hong, Feng Jinbao. The 3 children of the boss of Mingfeng House. What the hell? How are they here? What's going on? Lin Bei was truly confused. So these 3 guys were captured by Yume? Everything suddenly made sense. No wonder the wanted list said I killed them. Isn't that right? Being caught by Yume and being killed is no different.
They are still alive just because their value hasn't been drained.
At the same time, he also felt a bit relieved. Being caught by Yume.
It meant that nothing about what he did had leaked out. The suited thug Xiaotian naturally also understood the situation in the dungeon. Many creatures were being held, and quite a few faces seemed familiar.
Especially Feng Zi and the others. They're still alive? What a surprise. There are also many missing creatures. Finally, Xiaotian saw Yume.
Its pupils suddenly constricted, and a heavy sense of dread filled its heart.
It's her. The Rainy Night Butcher. I didn't expect it to really be her.
A major opportunity lay before it, but the suited thug Xiaotian couldn't feel happy at all. It hadn't forgotten the purpose of coming here.
This is a big problem. Facing an S-level wanted creature, I can still handle it. But there's also an SS-level wanted criminal here. 2 against 2, the chances of winning are too small. Xiaotian was already feeling regret.
If it faced one alone, it would have a lot of confidence in winning. But facing 2 at once, and one more dangerous than the other, it really felt insecure.
Hastily walking to Lin Bei's side, Xiaotian said seriously. Are you sure that SS-level wanted criminal is here? If that's really the case, then we're done for today. Can you handle the Rainy Night Butcher? It was considering what to do next. Catching a wanted creature was not as important as keeping its life. Lin Bei wasn't afraid at all. Returning here. It felt just like coming home. Handle her? Of course I can. Watch, I'll finish this in 1 second.
After saying that, Lin Bei shaped his right hand like a gun, pointing his fingertips at Yume.
Bang. You're dead.
Yume immediately clutched her chest and fell to the ground, closing her eyes, as if she had really died.
Lin Bei blew on his fingertip where there wasn't any smoke. You see. All done.
At this moment, Xiaotian's mind broke down, unable to comprehend the situation before it.
This was simply crazy. An S-level wanted creature. Actually cooperating in such a childish game? No. Not right. She can't possibly cooperate. Normally, she should have attacked us. There's something wrong with him.
Finally, the way Xiaotian looked at Lin Bei changed.
At this moment, it finally realized.
Lin Bei was the biggest problem.
Who are you?
Lin Bei stepped back a few paces and took out the mad bloodbone saw. On the other side, the fake dead Yume stood up and happily bounced to Lin Bei's side.
You said. Is there a possibility? Maybe I am that SS-level wanted criminal? Chapter 46. Lin Bei's answer was not questioned by the suited thug, Xiaotian.
Because the situation in front of him was indeed strange.
Everything was off. The dungeon. The bizarre beings locked up.
The strange behavior of the S-level wanted being, the Rainy Night Butcher. And Lin Bei's previous actions, clearly just a temporary worker, yet he confidently said he knew where the SS-level wanted criminal was.
And then came this. Thinking carefully. There is no better explanation. At this moment, Xiaotian's mind was particularly clear. He decisively looked at Feng Zi and the other 3 beings, wanting to confirm one thing. Did the children of the owner of the Mingfeng Pavilion steal your things?
Feng Zi, Feng Hong, and Feng Jinbao had been tormented badly during this time, nearly losing half their lives. They were also very astonished now.
Didn't expect to see Lin Bei again.
During this time, they reached a consensus that Lin Bei was the root cause of all this suffering.
Yes, it's him.
He stole the things our father told us to take. It was also he who got us captured, leading to our torture here.
Save us, you have to save us. It's too painful, that female being is a monster. At this moment, Xiaotian had completely found his answer. Lin Bei. The human in front of him. A newly hired temporary worker at the Mingfu office in Grey Abyss City. He was the SS-level wanted criminal, heavily focused on by the owner of Mingfeng Pavilion.
His first thought was to report this news back. And that was exactly what he did, withdrawing while taking out his handheld brain, wanting to report important information to his superior.
Don't waste your effort. You can't send it. There's a signal jamming device here.
Yume's tone was cold. She had actively listed Xiao Tian as a hostile being, as long as Lin Bei ordered, or if the other side attacked Lin Bei, she would attack with all her strength. In any case, she would not allow Lin Bei to be harmed, especially in front of her. As it turned out, Yumei was right. The message really could not be sent. Xiao Tian nearly couldn't hold back from smashing the handheld brain on the ground. Fortunately, he held it in. Xiao Tian looked at Lin Bei. What is your purpose in luring me here? To kill me? It shouldn't be like that. I'm just an ordinary employee, not important enough to be killed. Killing me wouldn't ease your situation, and there would still be exposure risks. He couldn't understand. If it was to avoid exposure, then not doing anything at all would be fine. It would take a lot of effort to investigate the truth. So Xiao Tian was very certain that Lin Bei had other motives. Just not able to determine the specific purpose. Anyway, with a huge advantage, Lin Bei was too lazy to lie. It's simple. I just want to fight you. And by the way, make you my assistant. That was his goal. Impossible. I'd rather die than assist evil. And you won't trust me. Everyone knows that as a formal employee of the Mingfu office, I can sell you out the moment I return. Xiao Tian knew that it was very hard for him to survive this time. Betraying the office? This was not impossible. The reason he was unwilling was that he feared the consequences would be even more severe. A human, yet became an SS-level wanted criminal, both stealing treasures and instigating kidnaps, even colluding with the S-level wanted being, the Rainy Night Butcher. How could anyone think he was a good person? How could his purpose for deceiving him be that simple? Lin Bei did not reply immediately. A message bar appeared before his eyes. Suited thug, Xiao Tian, normal state. Favor points, -199. Relationship, absolutely hostile. Level, historical being. Upon learning your identity, he has placed you on his kill list. It knows how terrible its situation is. It thinks it cannot leave alive. So it decided to drag you down with it to death. It will not accept your conditions. TSK. Affection dropped sharply. Before, the affection reached 25. Rain Charm fixed her gaze on the suited thug, Laughing Sky. She held the death banquet oil paper umbrella in her hand, ready to open it at any moment. After some time passed, the death banquet oil paper umbrella grew much stronger. Do whatever you want. I'll just watch from the side. If there's a situation, I will step in immediately. Hearing this, Lin Bei shook his head. He knew Rain Charm didn't want him to get hurt. But sometimes, getting hurt is actually a good thing. No need to protect me too much. Wait until I'm in mortal danger, or if I actively call for help. This is an opportunity I've waited for a long time. For 10 days, Lin Bei had been wanting to find a ghost to test his skills. But the White Rose and Red Rose were unwilling. They simply couldn't do it. There was nothing he could do, he couldn't force them, so he could only engage in battle from other aspects. One-on-one or group fights. Good. After the communication ended, Lin Bei activated the blood-crazy bone cutter. V-room. The blade spun, full of danger. He abruptly pushed off the ground and charged towards the suited thug, Laughing Sky, a few meters away, as if the heavy chainsaw weighed nothing at all. Lin Bei swung the blood-crazy bone cutter effortlessly, like waving a handy branch. Over 200 strength is not to be underestimated. At that moment, the suited thug, Laughing Sky, sensed the crisis. It hurriedly dodged to the side, not daring to face Lin Bei's attack head-on. Boom! The blood-crazy bone cutter struck the ground. The ground shook violently. A terrifying cut appeared, the blade sunk half a meter into the ground. The suited thug, Laughing Sky, was drenched in sweat. Sure enough, his strength isn't ordinary. His actual strength is only at the level of a vengeful soul, just short of reaching the level of a malicious ghost, but with this chainsaw, the power of this strike has directly reached the level of a malicious ghost. It's a very terrifying underworld weapon. However, if this is the extent of his capabilities, it doesn't reach the standard to be considered an SS-level wanted criminal. Even if he was so powerful, he wouldn't dare underestimate Lin Bei. The next moment, Laughing Sky took off his glasses and casually tossed them aside, while loosening his tightly tied tie, so it wouldn't hinder his movements. The calmness on his face completely vanished, replaced by madness and explosion. So you want to fight? Come. I'm not afraid of you. A partially changed information panel appeared before Lin Bei. Suited thug Laughing Sky, thug form. Affection points, -299. Relationship, wants to crush your head. Level, evil ghost. It is very annoyed. A whole day's good mood was ruined by you. So it went berserk. The suited thug makes his formal appearance. In this form, he has a bad personality, an explosive temper, acts recklessly, and fears nothing. Be careful. If you give him a chance, he will really stomp your head underfoot.
Chapter 47. This is more like it. Show me your real strength.
Lin Bei was not at all flustered. After all, he didn't need to worry about anything happening. With the system and rain charm backing him up, he could unleash his full power. The next moment, the suited thug Laughing Sky took out a baton from his waist and actively charged at Lin Bei. Incredibly fast, with fierce strength, a hideous face, blood-red eyes, and white steam rising from his head due to the high temperature. He swung the baton towards Lin Bei's head. Lin Bei immediately reacted, raising the blood-crazy bone cutter to block the baton. Boom! The baton struck the blood-crazy bone cutter. Lin Bei's hand went numb from the shock, feeling a huge pressure. Just after one exchange, he gained a rough understanding of his strength. Now I can use my full strength and deal with an evil ghost, but facing a malevolent ghost is still quite challenging.
There's basically no chance of winning. If I use the Divine Skill Consciousness Revival, maybe I could match them. But it's not necessary to use it now, it's not that time yet.
He simply wanted to try out his strength. Not even close to the level of life and death struggle. After that, Lin Bei continued to clash with the suited thug, Laughing Sky. Overall, Lin Bei was at a disadvantage. But he felt great. This was his first full-strength battle, a kind of fight where he could act without regard for the consequences.
Awesome! I can't feel this kind of emotion from Rain Charm and the Rose Sisters. Those three are too gentle. Sigh.
Lin Bei was very satisfied. After all, he was a novice challenger, he completed one challenge and already reached this level of strength. There were more opportunities to become stronger ahead. During this time, the fondness of the suited thug, Laughing Sky, kept decreasing. Suited thug Laughing Sky, thug form.
Fondness points, minus 321. Relationship, wants to crush your bones into pieces.
Suited thug Laughing Sky, thug form.
Fondness points, minus 369. Fondness points, minus 400.
The battle continued for a quarter of an hour.
Under high-intensity fighting, Lin Bei's stamina was almost exhausted. Rain Charm. Make your move.
Beside him, Rain Charm, who had been waiting, sprang into action at once.
She opened the Dead Feast oil paper umbrella. Wow.
Suddenly, heavy rain fell in the closed dungeon, countless rain insects flying in the rain. In the blink of an eye, the countless rain insects swallowed the suited thug, Laughing Sky. Each rain insect launched an attack, wildly biting and tearing at the suited thug, Laughing Sky. In a short while, the suited thug, Laughing Sky, was subdued. His suit was extremely tattered, not something a homeless person would even wear, and his body was covered in bleeding wounds, with some flesh even bitten off. The suited thug, Laughing Sky, lay on the ground, rain insects surrounding him, ready to rush forward and bite the moment he moved. Rain Charm approached with a cold face.
Put him in the dungeon.
The rain insects immediately acted, forcibly throwing the suited thug, Laughing Sky, into an empty dungeon. He was forced to exit his berserk form. At this moment, the fondness of the suited thug, Laughing Sky, reached a new low. Suited thug Laughing Sky, normal state.
Fondness points, minus 588. Relationship, hated most in the world. Level, crafty. He hates you to the core. Not only did you deceive him,
you took advantage of the crafty and bullied the less crafty, completely treating him as a tool, using him for practice when useful and locking him up when not.
Everything is fake. Your lies, your deception, he really believed you before.
Especially after you displayed your superb motorcycle driving skills, he genuinely trusted you, thinking you shared the same interests. But in the end, it turned out that way.
So, he hates you.
No matter what you say or do, or what promises you make, he will not let you have your way. No matter how severe the consequences of this action are, he will willingly bear it, just to disgust you. His hatred and disgust for you have reached a level that he can never let go even in death. Although the situation described in the information panel was serious, Lin Bei was not worried at all.
A small problem. Isn't it just minus 600? It's only a matter of 10 minutes.
Lin Bei put away the blood frenzy bone-breaking saw and walked a few steps to the dungeon where the suited thug, Laughing Sky, was locked up.
The first thing is done. Next, it's time to do the other thing. Make you my.
As soon as he said half of his words, the suited thug, Laughing Sky, directly and rudely interrupted.
Don't even think about it. I will never help you do anything. A human, and a wicked liar.
Even if I, Laughing Sky, die here, I will not become your assistant. Even if you torture me for 24 hours non-stop, my mind will never change.
Let me give you a piece of advice.
You'd best take the chance to kill me, or you will definitely die. As long as I am alive, I will find ways to spread this news, and I will strike you when you least expect it. I, Laughing Sky, swear here. It concerns my self-esteem. Even if I am shattered to pieces, I will not go against my vow.
After his ironclad speech, Lin Bei couldn't help but start clapping. Clap. Clap. Wonderful. Truly wonderful. It makes me a bit embarrassed to take action against you.
As soon as he finished speaking, he said to the system in his heart,
let's begin. Increase its affection. The system immediately acted according to his request. Ding. Target locked. Affection has started to increase. +1. +1.
The suit-wearing thug Xiaotian stood in the dungeon, his back straight, looking proud, with unwavering determination in his eyes. He was serious, it wasn't just talk.
No matter what conditions Lin Bei offered, he would not become Lin Bei's bootlicker.
It won't take more than 10 minutes.
Just waiting around is boring. You may, let's go out for a walk. After an intense battle, Lin Bei wanted to change his mood by going outside.
The air in the dungeon was fresh, but the overall environment felt oppressive. Staying here for too long was not good.
Okay. You may naturally wouldn't refuse. As for whether something strange would come out of the dungeon, it didn't matter. None of that was more important than being with Lin Bei.
In no time, Lin Bei, accompanied by Yumei, left the dungeon and went to the burial ground outside to change his mood.
Whoosh.
Taking a deep breath, filled with the smell of blood and decay, Lin Bei felt like coughing. The heavy rain was still falling. Yumei held the umbrella, standing beside Lin Bei, shielding him from the rain falling from above, while her other hand was playfully messing with Lin Bei's palm, not being honest at all.
Do you want to take it out? It doesn't seem like a well-behaved oddity. After we leave, it might do something.
Lin Bei shook his head.
No need. Give it some time to think about things. It will understand. I believe in it.
In the dungeon, those weird beings who had been locked up for a long time looked at the suit-wearing thug Xiaotian with adoration in their eyes.
This courage and spirit were things they lacked.
After being caught in the dungeon and suffering a little torment, they chose to beg for mercy, but it was useless.
You're really amazing, no wonder you're an official employee of the Underworld office. I've never seen a weird being as brave as you. Your speech just now was so cool. If I could leave this place, I would definitely give you a banner. Come on, hold on. We're fighting with you. Better to die than to yield, it's worth learning from. At this moment, some weird beings voiced different opinions. Can you break down these dungeons? Let's hurry and leave while they are gone. Yes, if there's a chance to escape, why wait here to die? Let's give it a try, what if? Upon hearing this, the suit-wearing thug Xiaotian also felt tempted. The oddities locked here were either rich or noble. If he could rescue them, it would be a great achievement. All that shining silver and chances for promotion. Alright. I'll give it a try. Everyone, don't worry. I, Xiaotian with iron bones, won't resort to backstabbing even if I can't escape. The baton was still in his hand, and his injuries weren't that severe. The suit-wearing thug Xiaotian's strength was basically unaffected. He entered a berserk state again and swung the baton hard on the dungeon door. Bang! Bang! The effort was effective. A dent was smashed into the dungeon, and it was only a matter of time before it broke. Seeing this, the oddity's spirits lifted, one by one. Feng Jinbao directly shouted. Great! We finally see hope, we really can leave here. Chapter 48. At this moment, every weird being in the dungeon felt excitement from the heart. During this time, they had lived a painful life without daylight. Every minute and every second was filled with suffering. Even when completely exhausted and closing their eyes, they would uncontrollably recall what had happened before. They could hardly rest, their food and drink were practically non-existent, just a few leaves, some weeds, and a few drops of rainwater. It was extreme torture. So, they wanted to leave, always thinking about it. Now they finally waited for this opportunity. Bang! Bang! After a few more powerful strikes, the suit-wearing thug Xiaotian smashed a gap, bending down and crawling out through it. Standing in the wide hall, he casually stretched. Ridiculous. With such methods, do you really think you can trap me? The suit-wearing thug Xiaotian felt disdainful in his heart. It only felt that Lin Bei and Yumei were particularly foolish. Clearly having a huge advantage, yet not seizing the chance to expand it, instead choosing to go for a walk? You will pay for your arrogance and foolishness. You didn't ruin me, nor did you take my brain within my grasp. As long as I leave here, the office will know your identity. Wait to die. The suit-clad thug, Xiaotian, wore a cruel smile, as if he had already envisioned Lin Bei's tragic future. At this moment, the strange beings watching from the cell began to urge. Don't be dazed, hurry and save us, I feel like I'm going outside. Big brother, save me first, I will reward you nicely, I have a lot of terror coins. Save me first, I'll give you a car.
Every strange being wanted to be the first to be rescued. But the suit-clad thug, Xiao Tian, ignored these promises, and after regaining his senses, immediately walked to the cell where Feng Zi and the other two siblings were held. I'll save you first.
The owner of the Dark Phoenix is a big client of our office. You all stay back.
As the words fell, he swung the baton in his hand with all his might, smashing it against the wall of the cell.
Bam!
Every smash was effective. In the cell, Feng Zi, Feng Hong, and Feng Jinbao hurriedly stepped back and stood against the wall, carefully watching the suit-clad thug, Xiao Tian, who kept smashing the wall. They felt that Xiao Tian was full of charm. Looking at him makes my heart warm, he is like a sun, so warm. Sister, he gives me a sense of security I've never had before. After we get out, I want our father to propose, he must be a great choice, strong, responsible, he is a hero. Sister, I support you.
The dungeon was being destroyed bit by bit.
It wouldn't be long before they could reach outside.
Hope was coming.
Outside the dungeon, Lin Bei and Yu Mei were walking hand in hand in the rain. Late at night, the mass grave was very quiet, only the sound of rain pattering. There were no strange beings and no humans, it was the best place for a secret meeting. Yu Mei enjoyed this time alone with Lin Bei. She had waited for this day for a long time. Since parting with Lin Bei last time, Yu Mei had been thinking about seeing him again every day. She tightly held Lin Bei's hand, greedily inhaling his scent, her eyes filled with intoxication.
These past 10 days. How have you been? Lonely? Did you miss me? Do you want to release a bit?
The bone-deep longing in Yu Mei's heart drove her mad. When alone with Lin Bei, she could hardly control herself. Lin Bei suddenly stopped his steps.
What do you mean? You wouldn't want to do it here.
He felt a bit resistant. After all, this was a mass grave, with graves and tombstones everywhere.
Isn't it stimulating? Let's carry the stimulation through to the end. Yu Mei said seriously. The ground is dirty. It's all mud.
Lin Bei found a relatively fitting excuse. But for Yu Mei, these were all minor problems.
It's okay. I can go below.
Lin Bei was still trying to say something. But seeing the pleading and expectant look in Yu Mei's eyes, he couldn't bring himself to say no. Seeing Lin Bei hesitate, Yu Mei immediately stood on her tiptoes and grabbed Lin Bei's collar. Please. Brother. As soon as the word brother came out, Lin Bei could no longer refuse.
Come on. He couldn't help but start considering one thing. Could it be that one shouldn't just keep filling the female strange being's affection? The consequences could be a tad serious. Bam. Bam.
Inside the dungeon, the suit-clad thug, Xiao Tian, successfully smashed through that cell.
A big hole appeared. Feng Zi and the other two siblings crawled out from the hole, excited to the point of dancing. Ha, I'm out, I'm saved. I'm so happy, finally free from the nightmare. Handsome guy, can I have your contact information? I will come to thank you properly in a few days.
The suit-clad thug, Xiao Tian, casually said a few words. Then, with the baton in hand, he walked to another dungeon.
Bam!
He repeated his previous actions, starting to destroy this dungeon. Before long, this dungeon was destroyed, and the strange being trapped inside regained its freedom.
Next room.
The suited thug, Laughing Sky, was getting more and more into it, the speed of destroying the dungeon was much faster now. One by one, the strange beings were rescued, escaping the narrow and small dungeon. They were all very grateful, and viewed the suited thug, Laughing Sky, as their life-saving benefactor. Thank you, we will send a banner of gratitude and rewards later. You saved all our strange lives, without you, we would definitely have died here. You did something great, let's work together to destroy this place afterward. But, after hearing these words of thanks, the suited thug, Laughing Sky, felt neither happy nor honored, not even looking forward to what came next. At that moment, it was standing in front of a cell, still holding that baton, but it didn't continue to smash the walls. Confusion flashed in its eyes.
Am I really doing the right thing?
Although he deceived me, fought with me, and locked me in the dungeon, in the end, it was just a small conflict.
In terms of feelings and reason, I shouldn't be doing such things. That was a conflict between him and me, it shouldn't involve other strange beings.
Clearly, the favorability point of Laughing Sky was no longer a negative number.
+1. +1.
The more Laughing Sky thought, the more inappropriate it felt.
It began to regret. I acted impulsively just now. I shouldn't have let them out.
Actually, deep down, I know that the strange beings locked here don't have good reputations, they have done many bad things, they just haven't been wanted.
+1. +1.
If you think about it, the strange beings killed by the Rainy Night Butcher are very hateful, and many strange beings support the Rainy Night Butcher. If I weren't an official employee of the Underworld office, I might secretly cheer for her. +1.
+1. The strange being locked in that cell looked at Laughing Sky with a puzzled expression, not knowing why he had stopped. Hey, what are you doing? Why did you stop suddenly? Hurry up and smash. Get me out of here. It was anxious. Things were fine before, but now it was like this. Shut up. If you make more noise, I'll smash your head. Laughing Sky shouted angrily. It was very annoyed and extremely conflicted. +1. +1.
As the favorability grew higher, Lin Bei's status in Laughing Sky's heart became more and more important.
I figured it out. I was wrong.
Lin Bei was just playing a brotherly joke with me. Brothers pranking each other is a normal thing.
But what about me? I couldn't take a joke and got angry, doing this kind of thing. No. Today, not a single one of you is leaving. The mistakes I made, I will make up for myself. My brother's dungeon, I will guard it. Chapter 49.
At this moment, Laughing Sky's heart was unusually firm.
Lin Bei is its good brother. A brother for life. It would never betray a brother. Nothing is more important than a brother. Who?
Taking a deep breath, Laughing Sky, in a rampaging state, left the cell holding the baton. Its eyes were clear and serious, no longer showing any confusion. Meanwhile, the previously released strange beings had gathered at the exit of the dungeon. As long as they could break down this door, they would regain their freedom. They were waiting for Laughing Sky to come over. At this moment, Feng Jinbao saw Laughing Sky.
It's coming. It's coming. It's coming with a baton.
Hearing this cheer, all the other strange beings turned to look at Laughing Sky. In their eyes, filled with longing for freedom. This suited hero will take us away, let us regain our freedom, and escape the devil's clutches. I love you, suited hero, I will be grateful to you forever. Swing your baton and smash the damned door to smithereens. Laughing Sky walked forward amidst the cheers and gazes, step by step climbing the stairs to freedom. The strange beings blocking the way automatically made way for him, fearing it would delay its time. Therefore, the suited thug easily passed through the strange crowd, reaching the stairs at the end, and just 1 centimeter up, his head would hit the dungeon door. Feng Zifeng Hong and the other strange beings stared at the suited thug Xiaotian, waiting for him to swing his baton and attack the door. But no one expected, the suited thug Xiaotian not only did not smash the door, but instead turned around and looked coldly at the strange crowd below.
Get back to your cells. Right now.
In an instant, all the strange beings were stunned, shocked by the sudden turn of events, unable to react for a moment. The contrast was too great, one moment they were freed, the next they were being ordered back.
Hero, you're joking, right? You're so serious, you almost scared me. Ha ha. Ha, stop joking, let's hurry up and leave, it would be trouble if they came back.
This is not the time for jokes. The strange beings subconsciously did not believe him.
After all, it sounded too unbelievable. Joking? Do I look like I'm joking? I'll say it one last time. Everyone, and I mean everyone. Get back. I only give you 3 seconds. 3. In that moment, Feng Zi and the other beings realized something was off. No way, are you serious? Then why did you save us? Are you sick, giving us hope and then crushing it?
Big brother, please stop joking with me, my heart can't take it. The suited thug Xiaotian remained unmoved.
He continued the countdown. 2. 1. When the countdown ended, the strange beings did not leave, still crowded on the stairs.
The suited thug Xiaotian immediately swung his baton without any hesitation, striking the nearest strange being mercilessly. With every blow, he did not hold back, attacking with all his strength. Bang! The first strange being hit had its arm broken, crushed back in a horrifying way. The second strange being was struck in the face, several teeth flying out, spitting a mouthful of blood.
The third one.
No, there was no third one. After the first 2 strange beings were injured, the others finally realized the suited thug Xiaotian was serious. Then they all turned and ran, running toward the cells that had originally imprisoned them. As they fled, they cursed. Damn hero, he's just a big pervert, treating us like dogs. I wasted so much thought, only to end up like this. Why did he suddenly change like this? I don't understand. It doesn't make sense, we all witnessed his experience, he was tricked by that human, fought with that human, and was severely injured by the Rainy Night Butcher before being locked up, he should be on our side. All the confusion ultimately had no answers. The suited thug Xiaotian would not explain. He was like a shepherd, driving all the strange beings back into their cells. After ensuring no one was left out, the suited thug Xiaotian sat in a chair, gazing at the destroyed spots in the various cells, lost in thought. How should I handle this? There are no repair materials here. And I can't leave to buy materials. He will get angry, right? Despite the panic, he couldn't think of a solution.
He could only sit there anxiously, waiting. +1. +1. +1.
After a long time, Lin Bei finally returned with Yumei. Just as they walked down the stairs, an information bar appeared before them. Suited thug, Xiaotian, normal state.
Favor points, 1888. Relationship, best little brother. Level, cunning beast. It understood everything. It released everything, no longer hating you, no longer resenting you.
It only has respect for you and sincerely acknowledges you as its big brother.
It is your little brother. Always trustworthy and dependable little brother. With one word from Big Brother, the little brother will do anything. As your best little brother, it will always consider you and help you in times of trouble. Oh? I became your little brother?
Lin Bei was satisfied with this result.
Very good.
Seeing Lin Bei approaching, the suited thug stood up and bowed deeply to Lin Bei.
Big brother. From today on, you are my big brother. I am willing to follow you for life or death, to live for you, to die for you, and to strive for you all my life.
The words were simple, but their sincerity was perfectly expressed. Lin Bei nodded indifferently.
Good.
He had already begun to consider the next step of the plan. The suited thug, Xiaotian, had sharp eyes.
In less than 5 seconds of seeing Lin Bei, he noticed something was off.
There was some mud that hadn't been cleaned off Rain Mei's clothes and hair.
Of course, Xiaotian didn't care about how Rain Mei was.
What he cared about was Lin Bei's condition.
Big brother, you're wet.
Lin Bei's clothes, arms, and hair were also wet. He didn't know whether it was from rain or sweat.
In any case, it needed to be dealt with.
Xiaotian decisively walked to Lin Bei's side, took off his fine suit, and handed it to Lin Bei.
Big brother, wipe your hair. Don't think my brother is unworthy.
My suit is very clean, I wash it every day and even disinfect it after washing. Before Lin Bei could say anything, Rain Mei spoke first.
Give it back.
My brother's sweat is for me to wipe, not for your stinky man suit.
If it's to be used, it should be mine. An invisible competition had already begun.
This was Lin Bei's first time facing such a situation. It was different from facing the red rose and the white rose, the pair of twins. Rain Mei and Xiaotian did not have such a good relationship.
Xiaotian wanted to retort a few words.
But thinking that Rain Mei might very well be his sister-in-law, he successfully suppressed his impulse. He not only refrained from cursing but also spoke with a look of apology.
Sister-in-law is right. I didn't consider it carefully.
Rain Mei was taken aback at first. Then, joy flooded her heart.
What did you call me? Say it again.
She loved this title.
Sister-in-law? Say it again. Sister-in-law. Keep calling, it sounds nice, I love to hear it. Sister-in-law. Okay, good brother, I want to hear it more. Sister-in-law. Come on, again. Sister-in-law, sister-in-law, sister-in-law.
The more Rain Mei heard this, the more she liked the title.
Her face turned red. Continue, say it a few more times. Xiaotian cooperated especially well. Sister-in-law. Hello, sister-in-law. Sister-in-law and big brother are the best match.
Lin Bei watched from the side with a twitch in the corner of his mouth.
He couldn't help but complain.
What a pair of living treasures. After hearing Xiaotian call out sister-in-law more than 100 times, Rain Mei was finally somewhat satisfied.
She proudly patted Xiaotian's shoulder, giving him a serious reminder.
Remember, from now on, you can only call me sister-in-law.
There is only one sister-in-law. As for the second sister-in-law and third sister-in-law, you figure that out yourself.
In any case, I have secured this sister-in-law title.
Xiaotian nodded earnestly. Okay, sister-in-law, I understand.
In the ramshackle prison, the strange ones who had been sent back were now watching Lin Bei and the two strange ones he led. They had witnessed the entire process. They saw Xiaotian bow to Lin Bei and call him big brother, uttering those heartfelt words. They also saw Xiaotian continuously call Rain Mei sister-in-law. At this moment, they all began to doubt the nature of the strange creatures. It calls that man big brother and that female strange one sister-in-law, turns out they have been in this together all along.
So what were they doing just now, putting on a show to tease us?
Definitely, they are just torturing us in another way, first giving us a glimmer of hope to survive, then ruthlessly shattering it, a double torment of body and mind.
I said, how could that suited madman suddenly go back on his word? Turns out it was a scam from beginning to end. Perverts, 3 big perverts, treating us like dogs for fun. They are too much.
Lin Bei sat in the most comfortable chair, Rain Mei stood behind him, giving him a shoulder massage with the right amount of strength, while Xiaotian stood at his left side, ready for his orders. And Lin Bei was looking at those strange ones confined in the dungeon. One information panel appeared after another.
Feng Jinbao. Favorability, -99. Relationship, both fearful and hatred.
Level, Soul Wanderer. The youngest son of the current owner of the Mingfeng residence is the most favored by the owner, and he often receives the most pocket money. In other words, his little treasure trove is very rich. On ordinary days, he eats, drinks, and plays, bullying others, and when in a good mood, even kicks the dogs on the street. He is a somewhat famous singer, and though he has done many bad things secretly, he has hidden it well, so many people are willing to spend money to listen to his songs. Over the years, he has saved up quite a lot of horror coins. A very successful con artist. Using various means, he has scammed a lot of horror coins. Under the protection of the office, he is living quite comfortably. After looking around, Lin Bei only confirmed two things. The strange beings locked up here are either rich or powerful, each possessing at least several million horror coins.
Moreover, they are all bad news. They should all be wanted. You know what to do.
Squeeze all their horror coins out. But don't transfer it directly to my account, my situation isn't too good either.
Yume nodded. Okay, leave it to me. I'm a professional in this area. I will definitely empty their horror coins.
She knows what to do.
She is very skilled.
Then, Lin Bei started to look at the damaged cells.
Each cell was worse than the last. Most were destroyed to the extent that they couldn't hold the strange beings anymore.
Once there are no strange beings watching in the dungeon, or the ones responsible for this task take a nap, those strange beings can come and go freely, and who knows, one day they might escape. The cells need some attention.
Or it will be very troublesome.
The moment Lin Bei mentioned the cells, the suited thug, Xiao Tian, immediately tensed up, sweat beads forming on his forehead. He hurriedly looked at Lin Bei and said with the most sincere tone.
Big brother, this is my fault. I will take responsibility for it.
I'll buy materials right away and fix the walls myself.
Xiao Tian just wanted to remedy the situation as best as he could.
But as soon as he finished speaking, Yume chimed in.
No need.
These cells have a special structure, and the materials used are not ordinary, you won't be able to repair them.
Let me handle it.
I'll call my good friend to help, only she can fix these damages. Hearing this, Lin Bei raised an eyebrow, a hint of curiosity surfacing in his heart.
Your friend who was wanted at SS level. Yume continued to massage Lin Bei's shoulders.
Yes, it's her. She should be free recently.
Do you want to meet her?
She really wanted her best friend to meet Lin Bei. After all, he is the man she loves most.
Sure. Let's meet.
Lin Bei was very interested.
An SS level wanted strange being focused on building various things.
Of course, he wanted to meet her.
As for whether to improve their rapport. To be determined. It really is a bit hard to resist.
After a while, Lin Bei and Xiao Tian left, giving space for Yume to work.
Just as they arrived outside the dungeon, Xiao Tian's communicator rang.
Big brother, the boss is looking for me, may I take this call? Without Lin Bei's permission, he wouldn't answer calls casually, he didn't want to inadvertently put Lin Bei in danger.
Go ahead.
Xiao Tian took the communicator aside and quietly spoke to the strange being on the other end. 1 minute later, he returned to Lin Bei's side with a rather grim expression, clearly something had happened.
Boss, there's bad news. Lin Bei frowned.
Speak. Xiao Tian spoke seriously, relaying the situation truthfully to Lin Bei. The Mingfeng residence owner has set up a banquet, inviting 50 temporary workers and relevant staff to gather. According to what the boss said, this is a mobilization meeting.
It's a meeting targeting you, big brother. The owner of Mingfeng residence will personally attend. It starts in 1 hour. Lin Bei immediately understood what was going on. He was not panicked. Nonsense. How is this bad news? This is clearly good news. Let's go. Let's go eat.
Lin Bei had long wanted to meet the owner of the Mingfeng residence. He knew very well that sooner or later, his theft of the Mingfeng egg would be exposed, and the conflict with the owner of Mingfeng residence would eventually erupt. It is better to start preparing early.
Big brother, maybe we shouldn't go?
It's very dangerous.
You are that SS class wanted criminal. Everyone attending this banquet is an enemy.
Just say I arranged a job for you, sending you to another city, so you cannot attend this banquet.
Lin Bei refused Xiao Tian's kindness.
No need to be so troublesome.
Just go. Where is the address? Seeing the situation, Xiao Tian stopped persuading further.
But he had already secretly decided. If any danger truly arose, he would do anything to protect Lin Bei's escape.
Okay. The address is Mingfeng residence.
Lin Bei became even more interested.
Mingfeng residence. I've wanted to see it for a long time.
Buzz. Lin Bei started the motorcycle, taking Xiao Tian away from the graveyard, heading towards Ming Feng residence. On the way, he asked a question that had been in his heart for a long time.
Xiao Tian. I have a question I need you to answer. What kind of organization is the Underworld Office? What kind of mistake must someone make to be wanted? The targets chosen by Raincharm have done many bad things. The mistakes they made are not necessarily fewer than Raincharm's, but why are they not wanted? The singer weird and the fraud weird in that dungeon are not good beings, yet they are not only not wanted, but the office even tries to save them. This had always been Lin Bei's doubt. The Underworld Office. Is its existence really to maintain order? He felt it was not like that. Xiao Tian did not answer immediately. Instead, he pondered for a while in the back seat before responding to this question. Brother, I will speak the truth. The Underworld Office is not a fair and just organization, but rather established by a group of powerful and wealthy weird beings spread throughout the horror world. Its purpose is to protect the members who join the office. As long as you pay a fee regularly, you can become a formal member of the Underworld Office, enjoying its protection and help. The quality of treatment depends on the fees paid. The more you pay, the better the treatment you enjoy. Conversely, if you pay the least, you only get the most basic treatment. To put it bluntly, the fundamental reason for becoming a wanted criminal is not how many mistakes you made, but whether you have offended a member of the Underworld Office. Like the Rainy Night Butcher, that is Raincharm, her selected targets are members of the office, so they get wanted. The singer weird and fraud weird in the dungeon are just junior members of the office, that's why their evil deeds go unpunished. And our full effort to find you is for the same reason. The owner of Ming Feng residence is a top member. Their matters are very important. Chapter 51. Xiao Tian continued to speak. In the face of high-level members, the office will do many things: assassination of certain weird beings, destruction of certain places, completely obliterating a target. These are limitless acts. If it weren't for the great benefits provided by the office, he would never join such a dangerous and limitless unofficial organization. Hearing the truth, Lin Bei fell into silence. The reality was worse than he imagined. The Underworld Office. An organization driven by wealth. Money makes the world go round, the saying is indeed true. Now, Lin Bei's impression of the Underworld Office had soured greatly. He originally thought it was an organization selflessly solving problems for people and weird beings. But now it seemed that was not the case at all. In fact, it was completely the opposite. The Underworld Office exists solely to serve its members. Hunting weird beings, recruiting temporary workers, etc., were all motivated by those members. That works too. At least I can act freely. In fact, when he saw the wanted list earlier, a bad idea had already formed in Lin Bei's mind. He had his eyes on those high bounties. He thought of a way to repeatedly obtain bounty rewards, but it required some internal weird cooperation. Currently, preparations were not yet complete. It's decided. Execute this plan. This meal is a great opportunity. Soon, Lin Bei arrived at Ming Feng residence on his motorcycle. He casually parked by the roadside and looked at Ming Feng residence 100 meters away. It was an ancient yet magnificent building. It occupied a large area, overall styled in gray and black, with over 30 floors, topped by a lifelike phoenix statue. It was a black phoenix. Its wings were wide open. Every feather emitted a dark shine. Its sharp eyes gazed down, containing an unbeatable dominance. So beautiful. And so dangerous. Is this the Ming Feng? The Black Phoenix. It's truly extraordinary. Lin Bei's attention was completely drawn to this Ming Feng. But he never expected an information panel to appear before him. Ming Feng ancestor, soul. Favor points, 0. Relationship, food that can be eaten at any time. Level, Spectre God. It is the first Ming Feng. This place is named Ming Feng Residence because of its appearance. Now, its body and soul are forcibly separated. The soul is here, while the body is unknown. It can only sleep within its statue, unable to escape, occasionally waking to issue commands. This situation has lasted a long time. Don't be afraid of it, it is just a paper tiger trapped inside the statue. After a long while, Lin Bei slowly withdrew his gaze from the phoenix statue. What an unexpected situation. He didn't pay much attention to this matter for now. After all, the Ming Feng ancestor's soul was trapped, it could only give orders and nothing more. At this moment, Xiao Tian's voice rang in his ear. Our dining place is on the 6th floor. Everyone else, besides you, has arrived. Many strange staff in charge of this matter are here too. The boss of Ming Feng residence will arrive shortly. We need to hurry over. It was closely monitoring the relevant information. Any situation would prompt a reminder to Lin Bei. Okay. Let's go. The 6th floor of Ming Feng residence was primarily for dining, mostly with private rooms.
The banquet set by the boss was in a medium-sized room called Wutong. Inside the room were more than 30 round tables for 10. At this moment, about 8 tables were nearly full. As Lin Bei and Xiao Tian pushed the door open and walked in, a strange entity stood up not far away, waving at Xiao Tian and calling loudly.
Xiao Tian, come to my table. Bring that temporary worker beside you too.
Before entering, Lin Bei had instructed Xiao Tian to maintain a normal appearance, not to expose their big brother and younger brother relationship.
Coming right away.
After saying this, it looked at Lin Bei, instinctively wanting to let Lin Bei go first, but it suppressed this impulse and deliberately pretended not to know him.
Hurry over. While saying this, Xiao Tian frantically apologized in its heart. Big brother, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
Lin Bei turned his gaze to where the voice came from. He found out that it was a familiar entity standing there.
Bounty Sister.
The related information panel appeared before his eyes.
Bounty Sister. Favor points, 15. Relationship, conspiracy successful. Level, trickster. She is happy to see you again.
It was she who chose you, making you a temporary worker. She sincerely hopes you can achieve some results.
She is willing to help you to a certain extent. Even if temporary workers are cannon fodder, she still wants high-quality cannon fodder.
Lin Bei's gaze sharpened.
Finally.
The mastermind has revealed herself.
So it's you.
You bastard. While in the safe zone, he never thought he would become a temporary worker. He would rather stay as far away from Huiyuan City as possible. Moreover, at that time, he had firmly refused. Walking to the table, sitting down in an empty seat, Lin Bei began to observe the surrounding situation, primarily looking at those strange entities. He was searching for suitable strange entities to bring in for cooperation. Information panels appeared one after another before his eyes. He indeed found a few suitable targets. Bounty Sister was also watching Lin Bei. Among this batch of temporary workers, she has the highest hopes for Lin Bei.
Shaolin, how did your conversation with the Bounty Sister go? Do you think this task is difficult? If you need any help, just let me know. Lin Bei didn't want to pay attention to the Bounty Sister.
This guy seemed harmless on the surface, looking like someone who was easy to talk to, but actually had a wicked heart, often using his brilliant mind and wisdom to scheme against others.
Very difficult. I refuse.
I plan to catch other strange beings. Upon hearing this response, the Bounty Sister's expression stiffened. This was not the outcome she wanted.
Refused? Xiao Tian. What are you doing? Did I not tell you that this task must be assigned to him?
The Bounty Sister looked at Xiao Tian, her eyes full of confusion. Xiao Tian leaned back in his chair, looking completely relaxed, as if ready to be beaten or scolded without a care.
What can I do if he doesn't want to? I can't force him to accept, right? Sorry, I'm not that kind of unreasonable strange being. I really cannot do such a thing.
He even put on an aggrieved expression. The Bounty Sister was stunned on the spot. This was not the Xiao Tian she knew. She knew the true nature of Xiao Tian. His cultured appearance was just a disguise. In reality, he was extremely crazy.
You. What are you doing? You're not usually like this.
The Bounty Sister felt like she had seen a strange being. This was the first time she had seen this kind of Xiao Tian.
What do you mean? You'd better not force me to do something I don't want to do. Otherwise, if I'm unhappy, you'll never know what I might do.
His attitude was very poor. He knew very well that as long as he admitted his mistake or acted in a way that indicated he would comply, the Bounty Sister would force him to continue doing this task. And this task would involve Lin Bei. Xiao Tian didn't want to make things difficult for Lin Bei, which was why he chose to act this way.
Are you threatening me? The Bounty Sister was completely dumbfounded. Chapter 52. That's right. I am threatening you. Don't push me. Xiao Tian admitted openly. He truly meant it that way.
No matter who he faced, regardless of the other person's status, Xiao Tian would never do anything to offend Lin Bei, even if there was a need to pretend. Pretending is one thing, but his bottom line could not be crossed.
Lin Bei is the bottom line.
The Bounty Sister could not accept the situation before her.
It was too abnormal.
Xiao Tian was her capable assistant, who usually listened attentively to her commands, treated her politely, and always completed assigned tasks first, which was why she let him interact with the temporary workers.
But now, it was completely different from before. Capable assistant? Listening to commands? Polite? None of it matched. One could even say it was the complete opposite. Xiao Tian. What has stimulated you? Why did you suddenly change like this? Did you break up?
The Bounty Sister's tone was filled with confusion.
She just wanted to know what was going on. I have not been stimulated. Instead of finding problems with me, you should consider your own issues. Do you really think forcing him to do something he doesn't want to do is correct? I truly cannot stand your approach. Xiao Tian's reasoning was good. At least it had a certain degree of logic and could be understood. So you're doing this for him? Are you and he in some special relationship?
The bounty sister blamed Lin Bei for this situation. In her view, it was all Lin Bei's fault.
Xiao Tian's actions were all to protect Lin Bei. Bang! Who would have thought that Xiao Tian would slam the table hard? Damn you! Shut up! If you dare to babble again, I will tear your mouth apart. He was extremely angry.
What the bounty sister said was pure rage. In his anger, he still remembered Lin Bei's words. I'm doing this purely because your actions are too terrible. You don't consider the temporary workers' wishes at all. Having a boss like you is just incredibly unlucky. Damn it! Xiao Tian clenched his fists, ready to strike at any moment. Seeing the situation getting worse, the bounty sister knew she could not continue talking, and her heart also had its answer.
Okay. It's my fault. Let's sit down and eat first. Let's talk about other things when we go back. Don't let the owner of the Mingfeng residence see the joke.
After finishing her words, she looked back and forth between Lin Bei and Xiao Tian with a very strange gaze, a meaningful smile lingering on her lips. The more Xiao Tian denied it, the more she believed so. Otherwise, why was she so furious? Lin Bei felt uncomfortable all over.
He glanced at Sister Bounty. Information panel appeared. Sister Bounty. Favorability points, 20. Relationship, she has started shipping you. Level, trickster.
Although Xiao Tian retorted her mercilessly because of you, she didn't get angry at all after realizing the truth. Instead, she started to ship you and Xiao Tian as a couple.
A human and a trickster. Moreover, it's a man and a male trickster. She really likes it.
After such an event, her favorability not only didn't decrease but even increased. After reading, Lin Bei couldn't help but complain in his heart.
This female trickster, shipping everything will only harm you. CPs can be niche. But they can't be twisted.
Just as he was about to do something, the tightly shut door of the private room was pushed open from the outside, and a man and a woman walked in arm, both quite unusual.
Xiao Tian's voice sounded in his ear. That is the owner of the Mingfeng residence. The female trickster beside him is the owner's wife. Lin Bei's attention was drawn over.
In his peripheral vision, he could clearly see that Sister Bounty was still watching him and Xiao Tian, her smile even more intriguing. Sister Bounty was enjoying the gossip.
Whispering. Poof. Just now you denied it like that.
But I really couldn't tell, that guy Xiao Tian actually has such a preference, he hides it so well usually. The owner of the Mingfeng residence was very thin, at least 2 meters tall, with a pair of black wings at his back, a cold gaze, and wore a coat made of feathers, made from tens of thousands of crow feathers. At first glance, he looked formidable.
Owner of the Mingfeng residence, Feng Jiutian. Favorability points, 0. Relationship, unfamiliar. Level, trickster king. Current owner of the Mingfeng residence.
Chosen by the will of the Mingfeng 50 years ago, he gained part of the Mingfeng's power, killed the previous owner of the Mingfeng residence, and successfully seized control of the entire place. His strength is formidable, and he acts without mercy, eradicating anything that obstructs him. Before becoming the owner, he was known for his ruthless reputation. The loss of the Mingfeng egg has made him extremely angry. The disappearance of his children, even possibly resulting in death, is far less distressing than losing the Mingfeng egg. The Mingfeng egg is simply too important. More important than his own life. That day, he promised the soul of the Mingfeng ancestor that he would definitely retrieve that Mingfeng egg. At any cost, by any means. He will make the one who took the Mingfeng egg suffer more than death. Lin Bei's heart sank involuntarily. It was obvious, if he accidentally fell into the hands of the owner of the Mingfeng residence, he would definitely be in a terrible situation. Hatching the Mingfeng egg in a safe zone is correct. Even if he finds the safe zone, he can't just enter it at will. He must be fully prepared before exposure. The fact that he couldn't raise the favorability of the owner of the Mingfeng residence made Lin Bei feel very disappointed. Otherwise, the Mingfeng residence would have been transferred to his name. Then, Lin Bei looked at the owner of the Mingfeng residence's wife. His first impression was that of a wealthy woman. She appeared gentle and dignified, dressed appropriately, and exuded an aura of nobility with every gesture. Owner of the Mingfeng residence's wife, Feng Wu. Favorability points, 0. Relationship, stranger. Level, wraith. The wife of the owner of the Mingfeng residence, she has given birth to several children for him. She loves her children very much. Their couple's relationship is quite harmonious, though they occasionally have arguments. The most recent quarrel was on the day the Mingfeng egg was stolen. What she cares about are her children, and she is very worried that something will happen to them, but the owner of the Mingfeng residence cares more about the Mingfeng egg, only cursing when the children are mentioned, which angers her. Right now, she just wants her children to return safely, even knowing that her children have done many bad things. A bold idea surged in Lin Bei's mind.
Is the Mingfeng residence owner's bed companion a trickster? Good. It's decided, it's you. He planned to make a move on the owner of Mingfeng Inn. This was the most bizarre connection with the owner of Mingfeng Inn. With her help behind the scenes, he could get a lot of important information at the first moment, do many other things, and even deal a fatal blow to the owner of Mingfeng Inn. System. Increase the owner's favor. The system responded immediately. Ding. Target locked. Favor has started to increase. +1. +1. A few seconds later, the owner Feng Jiutian and the owner's wife Feng Wu walked to the front of the stage. Feng Jiutian looked around the entire venue and then said directly.
No need for unnecessary words, the purpose of inviting everyone to this meal is very simple. I beg everyone to do their best to find that SS level wanted criminal, the things taken by it are extremely important to me. If anyone here can find it, besides the reward, I will give an extra 30 million. Provide reliable information, and I will give an extra 100,000. What I lack is not terror coins. And what I will give you is not just terror coins, but also valuable items like high-level membership cards for Mingfeng Inn.
As long as you can do it. This is my promise, please witness it. He mentioned nothing about Feng Zi and other children. Seeing this, the owner's wife Feng Wu glared fiercely at Feng Jiutian, then quickly spoke. I beg everyone. My 3 children are currently missing, but there is a great possibility that they are still alive. Finding or rescuing my children will also earn you a generous reward. She only wanted her children to be safe. At this moment, the temporary workers and office staff had a strong motivation in their hearts. The rewards were just too good. Even if split equally, one could still get a lot. Don't worry, boss, we will definitely catch that guy. So many terror coins, I'm really excited, I want to go find him right now. With rewards this generous, what's the point of catching other statistics? Amid the noise, only Lin Bei and Xiao Tian remained silent. For others, this was a celebration, a huge opportunity. But it was different for them. Big brother, the situation is indeed very bad, these guys are getting more and more excited. Once they know your identity, they will probably pick your bones clean. Lin Bei just nodded, not saying anything. He understood the situation better than anyone. Suddenly, the phone in the palm of Feng Jiutian rang. He signaled for everyone to be silent. The call was from an unknown number. Feng Jiutian answered the call, and a female voice came from the other side. Your children are in my hands. If you want them to live, bring terror coins to exchange. 20 million each. Chapter 53. The whole place fell silent. Feng Jiutian's phone was on speaker, causing all temporary workers and regular employees to hear this threatening message. Only Lin Bei and Xiao Tian knew that the caller on the other side was Yu Mei. At this moment, Lin Bei focused on observing the reactions of Feng Jiutian and Feng Wu. He directly ignored the numbers popping up over Feng Wu's head. +1. +1. Unlike what Lin Bei expected, Feng Jiutian didn't get angry due to Yu Mei's threats, instead, he revealed an excited smile. First, forget about their lives, I need to confirm one thing. That suitcase. He almost let it slip, quickly changing his words to continue. Do you have those 3 suitcases? Have you opened them? Feng Jiutian was prepared to face a bad situation. If the Mingfeng egg was discovered, then he had to kill the other party. What suitcase? I haven't seen those 3 suitcases. Feng Jiutian wouldn't believe this answer. Don't joke with me. Name a price. Give me the suitcases. He was convinced that the suitcases were in Yu Mei's hands. Can't understand what I'm saying? I told you, I haven't seen them. All I have are your 3 children. Give me a straightforward answer, are you going to buy their lives? 2 million for 1 life, a total of 60 million horror coins. Feng Jiutian did not answer this question directly. All it cared about was the underworld phoenix egg. Don't pretend you don't know. I can give up my children, but those 3 suitcases must be given to me. As soon as the words fell, Feng Wu, who was listening nearby, stepped forward and slapped Feng Jiutian hard. Smack! The sound of the slap was crisp, echoing throughout the venue. What are you talking about? You don't want your children, but you want that broken item? Have you gone crazy? She was very angry. For a broken underworld phoenix egg, you don't even care about your children's lives? This isn't what a qualified father should do.
Lin Bei formulated a plan based on the situation.
He whispered to Xiao Tian, "Give me your mind device."
Xiao Tian didn't ask why and happily handed over the device to Lin Bei. Lin Bei picked up the device and started editing the information, needing Yu Mei to cooperate with this plan. Fortunately, Yu Mei granted permission, so Xiao Tian's device won't be affected by the shielding devices. The information shielding device installed in the dungeon was very advanced. It could freely determine the shielding list and so on.
He planned to keep Feng Zi and the others alive,
because they were very useful.
It was a weapon to deal with the boss of the underworld Phoenix Inn. Feng Zhoutian, stunned by the slap, regained some clarity and realized that what he did was indeed a bit inappropriate.
Just then, Feng Jinbao's voice came, "Father, the suitcases are not in her hands, we were captured by her from the roadside."
"The suitcases are in a human's hands, and his identity." The voice suddenly cut off. Then, Yu Mei's voice rang out again, "Did you hear that? The things you want are not in my hands. I'll ask you one last time, are you buying the lives of the three of them or not?"
This time, the boss lady didn't give boss Feng Zhoutian a chance to answer.
"Buy. How do we trade?" However, Yu Mei did not directly answer, seemingly busy with something. Seconds later, she finally said, "Offline transaction. The location is Bone Dragon Mountain. And I have 2 requests. 1, you and your husband can only send 1. 2, you can bring at most 2 helpers.
If you dare bring a third, I will cancel the deal immediately.
Don't think of tricking me, you can't deceive me."
After that, she hung up the mind device, not giving the boss lady Feng Wu a chance to speak. But it did not affect her decision. "I'll bring horror coins to save them."
"You don't need to be involved. Anyway, you don't care about them." Feng Wu no longer trusted Feng Zhoutian and was unwilling to leave this matter to him. And Feng Zhoutian was too disappointed to care about it.
This phone call left him feeling frustrated, as he did not obtain the information he wanted. However, it also ignited a glimmer of hope within him.
As long as he could bring back Feng Jinbao and the others, wouldn't he be able to find out who took the underworld phoenix egg?
At the same time, the investigation had to continue.
We must bring Jinbao and the others back.
Even if the price suddenly goes up, it doesn't matter. Jinbao and the others know who has that thing. This made Feng Wu even more disappointed. In the end, what you care about still isn't them.
You. Forget it, there's nothing more to say. Go prepare horror coins.
You don't need to arrange helpers for me, I won't use the tricks you arrange. After saying this, she turned to Lin Bei, her tear-filled eyes showing a hint of pleading.
It was clear.
The helper she wanted was Lin Bei. Lin Bei handed back the mind device to Xiao Tian, locking eyes with the boss lady Feng Wu, and the corresponding information panel appeared.
Boss lady of Underworld Phoenix in Feng Wu. Favor points, 278. Relationship, infatuated. Level, resentful spirit.
Although she has a family, although she has several children, although many things bind her, she still wholeheartedly loves you without hesitation. As long as you say a word, she will let go of all her scruples.
For you, her current husband can be cast aside. For you, she can also abandon her children. Wealth, status, everything can be forsaken.
3 minutes ago, her favor points had reached 100, and at that moment, she began to steal glances at Lin Bei from time to time.
But due to the occasion and her identity, she couldn't casually do anything.
It's not that I'm worried about myself getting into trouble, but rather I'm concerned about causing problems for Lin Bei.
And now, I've finally gotten a legitimate chance. Are you willing to go with me?
This is exactly what Lin Bei had planned.
I am willing. But I want to bring it with me. It's strong and can help. Feng Wu would never refuse Lin Bei's proposal.
Okay. Whatever you say. Then let's go, just the 3 of us.
She couldn't wait to set off right now.
I suggest preparing more horror coins.
If that creepy thing raises the price, it won't be easy.
After all, saving your children is the most important thing.
Feng Wu agreed without a second thought. All right. Then let's bring an extra 100 million.
Lin Bei nodded, he didn't have 100 million.
160 million. That's enough.
Then, Feng Wu went to communicate with Feng Zhoutian. Preparing so many horror coins was not an easy task and would take some time.
Sister Bounty watched Lin Bei from the opposite side.
At this moment, she was no longer shipping couples, she felt something was off again.
So strange. There are so many employees here, why is she only targeting Lin Bei? Coincidence? Unlikely. For such an important matter, how could they just find anyone to do it?
Sister Bounty increasingly couldn't understand. She realized, every time she interacted with Lin Bei, some absurd things would happen.
He must be some kind of poison. However, Sister Bounty didn't think too deeply.
Half an hour later, the 160 million horror coins were gathered. Lin Bei, Xiao Tian, and Feng Wu, one person and two horrors, rushed towards Bone Dragon Mountain, 30 kilometers away. At this time, Yu Mei was also bringing Feng Zi and the three siblings towards Bone Dragon Mountain. It was pouring rain at the foot of Bone Dragon Mountain. Climbing the mountain had become a very dangerous task. Lin Bei walked at the front. Behind him, Xiao Tian and Feng Wu were carrying several boxes filled with horror coins. The two horrors said nothing, they'd rather suffer the rain and carry the weight than let Lin Bei help. After a long time, they reached the top of the mountain. From a distance, they could see four strange shadows. One was standing with an umbrella, while the other three were collapsed on the ground. Lin Bei led the way forward. The dark clouds dispersed, the rain stopped at the mountaintop, and the hazy moonlight fell, making visibility much better. Yu Mei exchanged a glance with Lin Bei and then pretended not to recognize him. And the three siblings on the ground also saw the newcomers. When they saw Lin Bei, they froze, not expecting him to be the newcomer. They looked back and saw Feng Wu, their mother. At that moment, they were even more confused, unable to understand why Lin Bei was with Feng Wu. Feng Jinbao was the first to break the silence and asked, "Mother, how could you be with this scoundrel? It was him who stole." Before he could finish, Feng Wu shouted angrily, "Unfilial child, shut your mouth. Show some respect to your Uncle Lin." Her tone was filled with rage and dissatisfaction. Feng Jinbao was stunned on the spot. Chapter 54. The boss lady, Feng Wu, now looked very displeased with her son Feng Jinbao. If it weren't to maintain her image in front of Lin Bei, she would have rushed over to give Feng Jinbao a lesson in motherly love by now. This little brat. How dare he call him Lin uncle scoundrel right away? It seems like he has lived too comfortably. After saving him, I should make him live a few tough days first. At this moment, Yu Mei raised her foot and fiercely kicked Feng Jinbao on the head, burying half of his head in the mud. Shut up. When did it become your turn to speak? On the surface, she was angry because Feng Jinbao spoke casually, but in reality, it was because he insulted Lin Bei that she acted. Xiao Tian frowned and glared at Feng Jinbao. He clenched his fists, rage boiling within. Hold on. I must hold on. I can't ruin my brother's plan. As the boss lady Feng Wu, who was Feng Jinbao's mother, surprisingly felt that Yu Mei's actions were reasonable, she even wanted to give her a thumbs up. Good kick. Indeed, he is undisciplined, he deserves to be taught a lesson. Feng Jinbao lay on the ground, his face in total shock, his mind filled with Feng Wu's earlier words. Unfilial child. Uncle Lin. Mother. What on earth are you talking about? Clearly, he is the culprit, but you want me to call him Uncle Lin? His mind was a mess. Unable to understand what is happening. Extremely chaotic. Beside her, Feng Zi and Feng Hong originally wanted to say something. But they didn't dare to speak now. Feng Zi and Feng Hong looked at each other, seeing shock and confusion in each other's eyes. A familiar mother, yet incredibly strange. Feng Wu withdrew her gaze and looked at Yu Mei, who was holding an umbrella. She remembered the main purpose of this trip. Despite her resentment towards Feng Jinbao, she still needed to save him, after all, he was her child. Lin Bei, brother. Do you want to talk to her, or should I? With Lin Bei present, Feng Wu lost her initiative, treating Lin Bei as her backbone, centering everything around him. Lin Bei confidently raised his head. I will talk. You just need to take care of the horror coins. As soon as he finished speaking, he walked ahead quickly, soon reaching Yu Mei's side, starting a quiet conversation. Have you contacted your good friend? We need to fix the prison quickly. It's been arranged, she'll come as soon as possible. After casually chatting for a while, Lin Bei returned to the main topic. Later, I will raise the price to the maximum. About 160 million horror coins. You just need to cooperate with me in acting. Understand? Yu Mei nodded gently. Don't worry. Just watch my performance. Once I get the horror coins, I will leave quickly, trying to find a risk-free way to transfer the coins into your account. Although his voice was not loud, Feng Jinbao and the other three weird beings still clearly heard it. An open conspiracy. Feng Jinbao could not tolerate such things. Because his father once said that the Ming Feng clan and all wealth would be left to him. In other words, what Lin Bei took away were his horror coins. Mother, you are confused. How can you trust this bastard? Feng Jinbao did not want the situation to continue. It lifted its head with all its strength and shouted at Feng Wu. Mother, please don't believe him, they are a gang. They are discussing how to trick you. However, its words were useless. Feng Wu did not believe a word and became even more disappointed in Feng Jinbao. She shook her head and sighed deeply. You, really beyond saving. Your Uncle Lin risked himself to negotiate with that weird creature to save you, yet you repeatedly slander him.
You have wasted your Uncle Lin's kindness. Simply outrageous. What you are doing, how do you think it makes your Uncle Lin feel? How am I to face your Uncle Lin? Feng Jinbao, I am very disappointed in you. How did I give birth to such an ungrateful fool? Feng Wu's reaction was intense.
The main reason was her worry about hurting Lin Bei's feelings.
A kind heart yet slandered multiple times? This is how good people are exterminated. Feng Jinbao's level of confusion rose another level. It realized that no matter how it explained itself, its mother would not believe it. Mother! You trust him over me? I am your son. Hearing Feng Jinbao's words, Feng Wu felt even angrier.
Her tone became cold and severe.
You still know you are my son? I just said, your Uncle Lin is here to save you, yet you start by slandering him? Don't say it's you. Even if my parents were here, they couldn't do such a heartless thing.
If it were anyone else or a weird being instead of Lin Bei, Feng Wu would not act like this. She would believe Feng Jinbao's words and change her plan based on the situation. But unfortunately, she was facing Lin Bei. In front of Lin Bei, Feng Wu only had feelings of love, totally discarding her intelligence, only willing to unconditionally trust Lin Bei.
Feng Wu's attitude and words made Feng Jinbao feel despair.
It had many things it wanted to say but could not utter a single word. It had never seen such a Feng Wu before.
Is this really my mother? So ordinary yet completely different. She seems to not love me at all.
So, maternal love can also expire. Feng Jinbao's face turned gray, obediently lying on the ground, losing all thoughts of resistance and stopping. Beside them, Feng Zi and Feng Hong originally wanted to testify for Feng Jinbao. After seeing what Feng Wu did and heard what she said, they no longer had that idea.
Mother has gone mad. To believe in a human so blindly, she trained the favored Jinbao into being depressed for that human. That human must have fed Mother some kind of potion, right?
Lin Bei and Yumei chatted for less than 3 minutes, then he put on a guilty expression and returned to Feng Wu's side.
The conversation wasn't very pleasant. She knows we brought a lot of horror coins and immediately asked for 200 million.
I negotiated with her until she lowered it to 160 million, which is exactly all the horror coins we brought.
I'm sorry.
Feng Wu certainly wouldn't blame Lin Bei.
She quickly patted Lin Bei's shoulder to comfort him. No need to say sorry. You did great. You saved me 40 million. If it were me talking, I probably wouldn't have saved a single penny. Thank you.
These words were Feng Wu's genuine feelings. She was truly grateful to Lin Bei. Without hesitation, he accompanied her into great danger. And he worked hard to help her save horror coins.
Not to mention his forbearance of Feng Jinbao's rudeness. At this moment, Yumei also spoke up. Hurry up and hand over the horror coins. 160 million, that's the lowest price. Delaying for 1 minute will increase it by 1 million.
Feng Wu came back to her senses. She didn't dare to delay, fearing to waste the opportunity Lin Bei fought for, so she immediately grabbed several boxes and ran several meters away to put them down.
Meanwhile, Xiao Tian was watching Lin Bei.
It had seen through everything.
With this acting skill, it's a pity not to be an actor. Better than those movie stars.
Speaking of which, Big Brother is a challenger.
Maybe one day he will challenge the acting profession?
Who knows, we might see a movie starring Big Brother. The horror coins are all here.
You take them quickly. Feng Wu just wanted Yumei to leave quickly, so this matter would be over.
Yumei glanced at Lin Bei, then picked up those boxes containing the horror coins and left. With the help of the rainworm, she didn't need to carry the boxes herself. Just as Yumei left, Feng Wu shouted at Feng Jinbao 3 ghosts.
All of you get up. Your Uncle Lin is watching, how can you lie on the ground like this? Chapter 55.
Feng Zi and Feng Hong immediately stood up, looking at Lin Bei with a very complicated expression. They didn't know how to face Lin Bei. Clearly, he was the culprit behind all this disaster, but now they had to call him Uncle Lin? And they had to show Lin Bei enough respect. Otherwise, they would face punishment from their mother.
What are you staring at? Call out. None of you are perceptive. It really gives me a headache as a mother.
Despite all their reluctance, Feng Zi and Feng Hong still bowed their heads to their mother, speaking in a very low voice to Lin Bei.
Uncle Lin. Uncle Lin. They felt very suffocated. It was even harder than being tortured in a dungeon. Before Lin Bei could say anything, Feng Wu's scolding voice rose. Haven't you eaten? Your voices are so low. Call out louder.
Feng Hong and Feng Zi felt even more wronged.
They really hadn't eaten. But they didn't dare to say it. They could only cooperate and shout loudly. Uncle Lin! Uncle Lin!
The voices of the 2 ghosts were loud, resonating in the silent, rainy deep mountains.
Hello, my nieces.
Lin Bei responded cooperatively. even though he had two information bars in front of him.
Fong Hong. Favorability points, minus 150. Relationship, extreme fear. Level, wandering soul. Eldest daughter of the owner of the In Fong Inn. She knows your true identity and face. She is very scared of you. She is also very worried about what you will do to her mother. And she is worried about what you might do to her as well. If it were possible, she just wants to stay as far away from you as possible. For that, she is willing to change cities to live. Fong Z. Favorability points, minus 123. Relationship, you are her nightmare. Level, wandering soul. Second daughter of the owner of the In Fong Inn. She doesn't understand. Why does her mother treat you so well?
The mother she knows is very gentle, hardly ever angry, and has always treated them well, a cultured noblewoman.
Yet today because of you, she became that way.
Not once did I scold them harshly, as if I had changed into a cunning creature, completely overturning my previous image.
Feng Wu felt satisfied. This is much better.
Then, she looked at Feng Jinbao.
What are you doing? Get up.
After speaking, Feng Wu kicked Feng Jinbao, seemingly venting her previous displeasure.
Feng Jinbao shivered and hurriedly stood up from the ground.
However, he did not call Uncle Lin Bei, but spoke again to his mother, Feng Wu.
Mother, I am serious. That human next to you is not a good person.
He stole the suitcase, it was him who led to our capture, and that female monster just now is in cahoots with him.
And that male monster behind us is the same. You have been deceived, mother.
If you don't believe me, you can ask elder sister and second sister, you should trust what they say.
Elder sister and second sister, you should say something too. Feng Jinbao was unwilling to yield like this.
He wanted to awaken his mother. He had confidence. As long as the siblings united in heart, persuading their mother would definitely succeed, letting her return to normal. Seeing Feng Jinbao take the lead in uncovering the truth, Feng Zi and Feng Hong exchanged glances, deciding to reveal the truth. Jinbao is not talking nonsense, it is indeed the case, the one who stole the suitcase is him, and the female monster who tortured us in the dungeon for over 10 days has an unusual relationship with him. I don't know how he gained your trust, but his goal must be to deceive your terror coins. It originally only needed 60 million to save us, but he ended up spending an extra 100 million. Mother, the three of us have no reason to deceive you, you know us. He is really a bastard, he has deceived your trust, we would never joke about this. Seeing all three children say this, Feng Wu also realized they were not joking. Lin Bei was likely the true mastermind behind it all. However, this did not diminish her feelings for Lin Bei, which could only be suppressed in her heart like a surging tsunami. The feelings continued to grow stronger.
+1. +1.
Feng Wu instinctively looked at Lin Bei, her eyes filled only with affection and nothing else.
Coincidentally, Lin Bei also looked at Feng Wu. The corresponding information bar appeared first. Mistress of Ming Feng and Feng Wu. Affection points, 2727. Relationship, completely entranced by you. Level, angry spirit. No matter how bad things you do, no matter how dirty your reputation, her feelings for you can withstand the test. For you, she can give up everything. Wealth, children, parents, life. She will unconditionally believe in you. She will tolerate all your flaws.
Seeing this information bar, Lin Bei made a decision. He wore a faint smile on his face.
That's right, it was me.
The suitcase is indeed in my hands, I have already started incubating the Ming Feng egg inside.
That female monster just now is also mine. And I really want that over 1 billion terror coins. Feng Jinbao was taken aback, not expecting Lin Bei to admit it so generously. The situation he had imagined where he would desperately explain did not occur. Although he didn't quite understand, he was very excited. That way it could prove he was not talking nonsense, and his mother would definitely realize her mistake, thus turning to deal with Lin Bei. Great. He will soon suffer. Feng Hong and Feng Zi also felt the excitement. No matter what, Lin Bei's active admission was the most powerful evidence. They eagerly looked at their mother, Feng Wu. Mother, he admitted it, now you should believe us, right? Exactly. Feng Wu gazed infatuatedly at Lin Bei, unwilling to take her eyes away. But she had to temporarily shift her focus. Looking again at her three children, Feng Wu's expression grew ugly. So what if it's him? Does that mean he is a bad guy? Haven't you thought that Uncle Lin is doing this for your own good? Wandering around with the Ming Feng egg so noticeably, how conspicuous do you think it is? His stealing the Ming Feng egg is actually protecting you. So what if he locked you in the dungeon and tortured you? Why? Without giving you painful lessons, how could you possibly learn? He is helping you practice, to prevent this situation from happening in the future. As for the stolen terror coins? A mere 160 million terror coins.
Without losing these terror coins, your memories won't be deep, and you'll forget in a while.
Moreover, Uncle Lin has worked so hard for you, is it too much to give him a little compensation? Ultimately, Uncle Lin is thinking of you. Remember this lesson that Uncle Lin has taught you. Now, all of you apologize and thank Uncle Lin. The meaning behind her words is that Lin Bei is not wrong.
Not only is he not wrong, but he has also done a lot, and all for justifiable reasons.
No matter what others believe or not, at least Feng Wu believes without a doubt.
Feng Jinbao, Feng Hong, and Feng Zi were stunned by Feng Wu's explanation.
They were going crazy. Chapter 56. Feng Hong and the three siblings truly couldn't believe this. Every sentence was a forced explanation, turning the false into the true, and the black into white. They particularly wanted to ask Feng Wu, does she believe what she is saying? Doesn't she feel it's ridiculous? Doesn't she think this is nonsense? It's simply outrageous.
But then, the three siblings saw an undeniable seriousness on Feng Wu's face, and gratitude in her eyes for Lin Bei. Clearly, Feng Wu was serious. She is not joking. The three siblings of Feng Hong were nearly breaking down.
My mother, what is wrong with you? Why are you doing this?
He is clearly wrong, yet you are desperately trying to whitewash him, even at the cost of hurting us. I suspect Mother has been possessed by some strange entity. The mother I know would never harm us so heartlessly for an outsider. From her, I feel no motherly love at all. I only feel that she has fallen in love with that human.
How can you face Father this way? Do you want him to become a green-haired death phoenix? Feng Wu was very displeased with Feng Hong and the three siblings' reactions.
Her beautiful brows knitted together tightly.
Are you all deaf? Apologize first. Then thank him.
The three siblings no longer resisted. Like they were dead, their eyes lost color, filled with silence and grayness. As the eldest sister, Feng Hong took the lead in apologizing.
Uncle Lin, I'm sorry, we were wrong to treat your kindness as a deceit.
After apologizing came the thanks.
Uncle Lin, thank you for teaching us such a vivid lesson, I will never forget it in my life. Feng Hong felt very aggrieved. It felt like eating 100 pounds of bitter herbs.
She was low-spirited, as if a storm was brewing in her heart. Then, Feng Zi and Feng Jinbao also apologized and thanked us for Feng Wu's request. Lin Bei accepted it all without hesitation.
Your apology, Uncle accepts. No need to thank, these are all things an uncle should do.
He was thinking about how to handle the three siblings.
He couldn't do nothing.
If he just let them go back, they would surely tell the situation to the owner of the Death Phoenix Inn, and there would be great trouble then. For now, can't confront the owner of the Death Phoenix Inn directly.
He is okay. What's tricky is the Death Phoenix ancestor behind him.
Just then, Feng Wu suddenly said, Lin Bei, little brother. Now that I've successfully redeemed my three useless children, I will take you to receive the corresponding reward. As previously stated, as long as you find or rescue them, you will receive a generous reward. This reward is yours. Let's give you 40 million, to round up with the 160 million. Such good fortune, how could Lin Bei possibly refuse? He was in desperate need of terror coins. There are many good things in the horror mall that need to be purchased with terror coins. The better the item, the higher the price, some even astronomical. 200 million terror coins could buy very good goods.
Okay. Then I will accept it. This time, Feng Jinbao did not say anything.
Of course, he didn't want to lose 40 million terror coins, but he didn't dare to stop it, otherwise it would give his mother a chance to distort the truth.
Feng Jinbao does not plan to swallow this anger. He is waiting.
Waiting for the moment he sees his father. Mother, do not blame me for being heartless, I will tell father everything. You were the one who wronged us first. Feng Hong and Feng Zi share the same thoughts in their hearts. They know they cannot rely on Feng Wu. Right now, Feng Wu has serious issues with her mindset, she needs to see a psychiatrist for several treatments.
Father is not like mother, he will give us justice. It's too unfair, I can't feel any happiness, I just want to cry.
Lin Bei's gaze landed on Feng Hong and the other two, and several information panels appeared.
Feng Hong. She is holding back.
When she returns to Ming Feng residence and gets her father's help, she will unleash all the grievances she's suffered onto you. She has never been this wronged in her life.
Feng Zi. Feng Jinbao. He is very angry.
He swears to make you pay the price.
As the young master of Ming Feng residence, when has he ever been bullied like this? It's one thing to be bullied by you.
But what hurts him the most is his mother's betrayal. He cannot understand why his mother, who treats him so well, is targeting him repeatedly today, making him wonder if he was switched at birth. His goodwill decreases further. And they are all planning to take revenge on Lin Bei. Lin Bei helplessly shook his head.
Sure enough, I can't let them go back like this. Let's increase their goodwill. System.
First, raise Feng Zi's goodwill. Once it reaches 100, switch to Feng Hong, and the last is Feng Jinbao.
Once all are at 100, continue to increase Xiao Tian's goodwill.
The system promptly complied.
Ding. Target locked. Goodwill has started to increase. Above Feng Hong's head, numbers keep popping up. +1. +1.
In a black luxury business car, 5 ghosts are sitting, leaving 1 seat empty.
Lin Bei is in the driver's seat, Xiao Tian is in the passenger seat, and the back is reserved for Feng Wu and the 4 ghosts. The car is very quiet. No one is speaking.
Sitting in the last row, Feng Jinbao frequently looks at Lin Bei with resentful eyes, constantly cursing in his heart. Feng Wu sits in the second row, staring at Lin Bei's side face, her gaze infatuated, as if admiring a masterpiece of the world. A fierce love surges in her heart, making her body react, and she finds it hard to endure, yet can do nothing.
Ah. I have to change my clothes when we get back. So embarrassing. I can't let him see.
Time passes, and in the third row, Feng Hong's resentment toward Lin Bei completely disappears at this moment. She is still looking at Lin Bei, confusion swirling in her eyes.
Strange. Why did I hate him just now? And even wanted to take revenge on him? Goodwill has turned to 0. Feng Hong's view of Lin Bei has changed drastically. +1. +1. Thinking calmly, mother's words make a lot of sense.
Although these days have been tough, it might not be a bad thing, we really learned something.
+1. +1.
The more I think about it, the more reasonable my mother's words seem.
This experience is a good thing. +1. +1. Mother is right. Uncle Lin is doing this for our sake. +1. +1. Thank you, Uncle Lin. This time, I sincerely thank you. +1. +1. Ding. Gained 1 attribute point. Target locked as Feng Zi.
Beside her, Feng Zi noticed Feng Hong's change. She lowered her voice and said,
Sister, what's wrong with you? I feel like you're not quite right. Feng Hong's eyes filled with tears, feeling guilty for her earlier behavior.
Lin Bei kindly helped them, but they acted like that, biting the good person like a mad dog.
Sister. We were wrong.
We made a very foolish mistake.
I only just understood how correct mother's approach was.
Uncle Lin is a good person worthy of our love and respect.
Feng Zi was stunned.
The situation before her felt familiar.
Sister. Have you gone crazy? Is mother infected with a contagious disease? Don't you know if he is a good person?
But Feng Hong, with a resolute expression, said,
I know. He is a good person. You don't understand, I don't blame you. When you come to understand, you will know me and my mother.
After saying this, she left the last row and sat in another seat in the second row.
Uncle Lin, I've understood.
I apologize again for my previous disrespect towards you.
I'm sorry. And thank you.
Her attitude was extremely sincere, completely different from how she looked when she was forced before. Feng Wu looked at Feng Hong with a face full of relief.
My good daughter, it's good that you can understand. From now on, we will follow Uncle Lin together. Is that okay? Feng Hong nodded vigorously. Okay. Following Uncle Lin, she was dreaming of this. Chapter 57.
Lin Bei turned to look at Feng Hong.
Feng Hong. Affection points, 100. Relationship, special love. Level, wandering spirit.
She has been captivated by your charm and deeply realized her mistakes. Her apology and her gratitude are all her true feelings. She wants to stay with you alongside her mother.
To accompany you through the long years. Uncle-niece romance is also acceptable.
At this moment, Feng Hong said again, Uncle Lin, I won't ask you to forgive me, I just hope you won't drive me away, and let me and my mother stay with you.
Please give me a chance.
She was truly scared. She knew that when they were forced to apologize just now, they all showed reluctance, and anyone could tell they weren't sincere.
Lin Bei would only accept because of his generosity. I've given it.
Lin Bei naturally wouldn't refuse. Once the affection reached 100, it just means something of its own, giving a little favor is nothing.
Thank you, Uncle Lin. Feng Hong was very excited.
She got the opportunity she wanted.
Feng Zi and Feng Jinbao sat in the third row.
At this moment, they felt very uneasy, filled with fear of the unknown future.
It's over, I hope I won't get this kind of illness. Don't. If you get this illness, your mind will go bad.
Second sister, from now on, let's remind each other every few seconds, we must not catch this illness of getting close to humans.
Okay. 5 seconds later. Second sister, are you okay? I'm fine. 10 seconds later. Little brother, are you okay?
Second sister, don't worry, I'm still very clear-headed.
20 seconds later. Second sister. Here. Jin Bao. I'm fine. Lin Bei ignored Feng Zi and Feng Jin Bao. After all, it was only a matter of time.
The mountain road was hard to walk after the rain, but under his superb driving skills, he drifted down the mountain all the way. But just as he was about to reach the mountain corner, an unexpected situation occurred. Suddenly, in the middle of the mountain road ahead, there stood a strange figure holding an old oil lamp. The ancient lamp emitted a dim purple light, barely dispelling the darkness within half a meter around it. The eerie figure stood still, its eyes also exuding a purple glow. It had no expression, its gaze was hollow. The wind blew and the rain fell, it stood in the wind and rain, like a candle in the wind.
What's going on? Standing in the middle of the road at this late hour. Lin Bei instinctively wanted to avoid it. But
a sense of killing intent suddenly arose in his heart, gradually engulfing his reason. A voice echoed repeatedly in his mind.
Hit it! Go, hit it!
At the same time, the information panel of the eerie figure appeared ahead.
Number 439 lamp holder. Affection points, -50. Relationship, has set its sights on you. Level, wandering spirit.
It is very weak, but it is dangerous.
Because of the lamp in its hand.
A poor imitation of the soul-devouring ancient lamp. Though it's a replica, it contains a drop of the ancient lamp's oil, so it can exhibit some of the lamp's power.
This replica's ability is to enhance evil thoughts. Directly looking at the light will stimulate the inner evil thoughts.
It seems to move freely, but in reality, it has been controlled, becoming a puppet of the soul-devouring ancient lamp, making it one of the challengeable professions, the lamp holder.
The reason it set its sights on you is simply because it encountered you.
It wants to use your soul to feed the drop of oil in the soul-devouring lamp. The method is to make you hit it, then you will be drawn to pick up the lamp, and once you hold that lamp, your soul will gradually be consumed by the lamp oil.
So that's how it is.
Once Lin Bei realized that this eerie being wanted to kill him, he stopped suppressing the killing intent in his heart. A killing intent grew in his heart.
Then you should die.
He wasn't worried that his reason would completely break down.
After all, he had the passive god-level thinking revival. Bang!
Lin Bei stepped on the gas and charged forward, instantly sending the lantern holder flying dozens of meters, blood and flesh splattered on the ground. Then, he opened the door, got out of the car, walked up to the imitation lamp, and directly put it into his personal space, not giving the lamp oil a chance to cause trouble.
Let's leave it like this for now. I'll study it later. Lin Bei continued to drive away.
In the third row, Feng Zi and Feng Jinbao were still reminding each other. The scenery outside the window kept retreating, time slowly passing by.
Feng Zi's affection was rapidly increasing. +1. +1.
A few minutes later, the still highly tense Feng Jinbao spoke up.
Second sister. Are you okay?
But this time, Feng Zi did not respond, instead sitting there in a daze, confusion welling up in her eyes, clearly feeling puzzled.
Second sister? Feng Jinbao spoke again. Feng Zi frowned, impatiently saying, Don't bother me, I'm thinking. Feng Jinbao's heart sank, feeling an ominous premonition. He did not want to believe it. No way. Even the second sister has been infected? Feng Jinbao didn't want Feng Zi to fall.
So he hurriedly advised.
Second sister, you must stay calm. Don't follow the same path as the eldest sister and mother. Keep your reason. Feng Zi's affection continued to rise. She was very annoyed. Feng Jinbao buzzed like a fly. Shut up.
But Feng Jinbao wouldn't cooperate, only wanting to wake her up.
Ding. Gained 1 attribute point. Target locked as Feng Jinbao. Finally, Feng Zi's affection reached 100. And Feng Jinbao was still talking. Second sister, you understand what I mean. We both know what that human is like. Don't be fooled by him. Slap. Feng Zi slapped Feng Jinbao hard across the face. You have gone too far. Always slandering Uncle Lin. Uncle Lin is so good, how can you insult him like this? Feng Jinbao, you're just a wolf in disguise. She was furious. Feng Hong looked at Feng Zi, smiling as she spoke. It seems you've come to your senses? Welcome aboard. Feng Jinbao slumped against the seat. It's over, really over. Even the second sister has been infected.
Feng Jinbao, you're the last hope, you can't fall on the way back to the Nether Phoenix residence.
Hang in there.
After more than 10 minutes, Feng Jinbao shouted passionately at Lin Bei.
Uncle Lin, you drive so well. I want to learn how to drive from you.
In the Nether Phoenix residence, Lin Bei, Xiao Tian, Feng Jiutian, Feng Wu, Feng Jinbao, Feng Hong, and Feng Zi were all airily gathered in a private room.
Feng Jiutian transferred 40 million horror coins into Lin Bei's account. Little brother, the fact that you could bring Jinbao and the others back alive shows that you have considerable ability. I'll leave the matter of those 3 suitcases to you. I hope you can keep this matter in mind. It really means a lot to me.
Lin Bei nodded, answering very seriously.
Okay. I will work hard to do it. Feng Wu also supported him from the side.
You can trust Lin Bei's ability.
He is really strong, and won't let you down. The 3 siblings of Feng Zi were not to be outdone.
That's right, Uncle Lin is very reliable, we all like him so much.
Uncle Lin has never let us down.
That's right, father.
Hearing his wife and children say this, Feng Jiutian felt even more at ease.
It was as if he could already see the Nether Phoenix egg returning to his hands.
That's good. Respond to this, it's not AI, just written poorly.
No way to respond in the comments section. Everyone can post recommendations for weird things, professions, nether tools, organizations, and so on in the comments section.
The author will look at them.
They will be appropriately adopted, of course combined with their own ideas.
Chapter 58. With the quadruple affirmation from his wife and 3 children, the owner of the Nether Phoenix residence, Feng Jiutian, was particularly confident and had 100% trust in Lin Bei now. After all, the 4 closest weird beings all said Lin Bei was good, that good, everything was good. Brother Lin, then I'll ask you, if there's any news, remember to contact me immediately.
If this matter can be resolved, not only will you benefit, but I will truly treat you as a brother.
If you have any troubles in the future, just come to me.
You and I can directly call each other brothers, after all, Jinbao and the others also call you Uncle Lin.
Regarding the title of Uncle Lin, Feng Jiutian did not think too much about it and just considered it a normal way of addressing. Don't worry. I will be careful.
Lin Bei's answer was still very serious. Xiao Tian and the others, knowing the strange truth, did not show anything unusual.
Thank you.
After that, after casually chatting for a few words, Feng Jiutian had something to do and left first. He was the only outsider in this private room.
Feng Jinbao stood at the door of the private room, watching his father Feng Jiutian's back grow distant.
He waited until Feng Jiutian entered the elevator, and the elevator door closed and began to rise, before returning to the private room.
Father probably went to the top floor, it seems he didn't suspect anything.
Uncle Lin, you and mother and sisters can talk, I will guard the door here and won't let father disturb you.
Xiao Tian, you should also guard outside, right? I'm afraid I won't be able to handle it alone. Xiao Tian was speechless. Calling Lin Bei Uncle Lin, and him big brother Xiao Tian, this hierarchy was completely messed up.
However, considering it was for Lin Bei's good, he said nothing and stood up to go to the door, observing the surrounding situation. As he walked, Xiao Tian said, "You really are a good nephew." The door was closed, and Lin Bei faced the 3 women alone.
Feng Wu looked worried and was the first to speak to Lin Bei. What is your plan?
Be sure to be careful of that old thing, Feng Jiutian. He is very dangerous. If he finds out that the Ming Feng egg is in your hands, he will definitely seek crazy revenge on you.
I don't want you to get into trouble. She was very worried that Lin Bei would accidentally expose himself.
At the same time, she had already decided that if one day Feng Jiutian wanted to get at Lin Bei, he must first step over her dead body. Feng Hong and Feng Zi beside her also looked worried.
They knew their father very well.
When he was normal, it was fine, but when he wasn't, he was a madman. Especially when the matter was related to the Ming Feng egg.
This matter is only known to you. At that time, it will depend on what you say. As for me?
I plan to catch the weirdos that are wanted, it will kill time and earn a little horror currency.
Lin Bei really thought so.
As a temporary worker in the office, he had not fulfilled his duties, he wanted the score of this professional challenge to reach the highest. Hearing this, Feng Wu immediately grabbed Lin Bei's hand.
Don't go, it's very dangerous.
I can open a top suite for you in the Ming Feng residence, just enjoy it here.
I will arrange all kinds of good food and drinks for you. If you need horror currency, I will give it to you unconditionally. Whatever request you have, just put it forward.
After she finished speaking, Feng Hong and Feng Zi also spoke. I also have horror currency, Uncle Lin, it's all for you. From now on, your pocket money will also be given to you. Uncle Lin, we have a lot of pocket money, you really don't need to go out to earn horror currency. I can't bear to let you suffer this kind of hardship. They adored Lin Bei deeply.
So they didn't want Lin Bei to take any risks. This doesn't seem right, does it?
Lin Bei directly refused.
What a joke.
Staying in the Ming Feng residence with good food and drinks, and occasionally receiving large sums of horror currency without facing any danger.
What's the difference from being kept? And to be kept by 3 female weirdos together? He is a man of dignity, how could he agree to such unfair terms? But the next moment, Lin Bei saw sadness and disappointment in Feng Wu in the daughter's eyes. His heart softened, thinking he couldn't reject too harshly. How about this, let's each take a step back. I will stay in the top suite, I want good food and drinks, I won't refuse the horror currency you give me. I will raise whatever requests I have. But you must not interfere with my freedom, I will still go out to catch those wanted weirdos. There is no negotiation, this concerns my dignity. Lin Bei had a very serious expression. Accepting that kindness was the limit of what he could do. Feng Wu was deep in thought. Although she didn't want Lin Bei to take risks, she ultimately agreed to his proposal, considering that he also had his pride. Alright, let's each take a step back. Feng Hong and Feng Zi shared the same thoughts as Feng Wu. Taking a step back. With this, the discussion was complete. Lin Bei did not stay long at the Mingfeng residence. A few minutes later, he left with Xiao Tian, both smiling. The room. The motorcycle roared away. At the Mingfeng residence, in a top private room. Feng Wu, Feng Hong, Feng Zi, and Feng Jinbao were busily tidying up the room. They worked together in harmony, each with their own tasks. After the hustle and bustle, the 4 of them sat on the sofa. Feng Hong held Feng Wu's hand, her tone slightly shy as she spoke. Mother, my sister, and I have made a decision. When Uncle Lin moves in, we want to take care of him closely here. Think about it, this room is so big. He will definitely feel lonely living alone, and everything here is unfamiliar to him, so he must need help in many areas. With us sisters taking care of him, he can live comfortably. What do you think? Feng Wu looked deeply at Feng Hong. As a mother, how could she not understand her daughter's little thoughts? Sure. But I have a condition. You both need to occasionally speak well of me to him. I also want to take care of him closely, but the precondition is that he can accept me. I don't want to force him. In the end, Feng Wu turned to Feng Jinbao. What are your thoughts? Do you want to take care of Uncle Lin closely? But Feng Jinbao shook her head. No, I plan to help Uncle Lin from another angle. From today onwards, I will closely follow Father to learn about managing Mingfeng residence, and all sorts of things that can earn terror coins. Although Father may pose a threat to Uncle Lin, there are indeed many things about him that I can learn. Once I master these, perhaps I can take over Mingfeng residence. I must disable Father to better help Uncle Lin. Father is the biggest threat. Clap. Clap. The room echoed with warm applause. Jinbao, you've grown up, congratulations. We must thank Uncle Lin, Jinbao has grown up because of Uncle Lin. Once their favorability reached 100, they heard Feng Wu talk about the things Feng Jiutian did, realizing that he really didn't care about them, and everything before was a facade, revealing his true nature at critical moments. Lin Bei rode his motorcycle, with the wind whipping past his ears. Everywhere was filled with streets and strange occurrences, and he lost his direction for a moment, unsure where to find the wanted strange beings. Xiao Tian, do you have any information about the wanted strange beings? Xiao Tian immediately responded. Yes. I know an A-class wanted strange being. But she and I have a good relationship, so I haven't gone after her. Bro, are you interested? I can take you to find her. Lin Bei was indeed a bit interested. Who is she? Xiao Tian's expression became somewhat serious. A-class wanted strange being. Bloody Bunny Girl. Chapter 59. Bloody Bunny Girl? Lin Bei had a little impression of this name. When he flipped to this page of the wanted notice, he had looked at it a few more times. The reason was simple, the photo on the wanted notice was blood-soaked. Although it was a bit blurry, he could barely see the situation. In a dim alley, strange beings sprawled out all over the place, and a striking figure with rabbit ears. There were bloodstains and signs of destruction everywhere on the ground and walls. In short, it was terrifying. Lin Bei remembered the introduction about the bloody bunny girl on the wanted notice. Typically active at midnight, with a wide range of activities, covering the streets and alleys of Grey Abyss City. Very powerful, especially enjoys fighting, with a serious tendency toward violence. But she only enjoys fighting, countless strange beings have been beaten by her, yet she has never killed any strange being. Thus, the wanted level is A-class, with an overall evaluation of not too dangerous, failing to catch her would just result in a beating. The most serious outcome would just be a fracture. That's not easy to deal with. Intuition told Lin Bei that the bloodthirsty rabbit girl was not simple. She only liked to fight and had never killed an anomaly, yet she still became an A-level wanted anomaly. There's a big problem. But he still planned to go take a look. Xiao Tian, can you beat her? Xiao Tian scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Well, I can't beat her.
To be honest, I've often been beaten by her, the worst time I was in the hospital for a month. Since then, whenever I see her, I walk around her. Hearing this, Lin Bei was momentarily stunned. He asked in disbelief, "Didn't you say your relationship was good? Not hitting me is because she can't beat me?" Xiao Tian started sweating on his forehead. "Our relationship is good. When she doesn't hit me, our relationship is quite nice. I just avoid her, so she doesn't hit me." Lin Bei's mouth twitched. "This? Then take me to find her. Are you trying to bring me to get beaten?" Hearing this, Xiao Tian quickly explained. "How could that be? I won't let her touch you, big brother. It can't just be me and you going to find her. Wait for me to call my younger brothers who have had conflicts with her. This time, we'll take her down for good. Big brother, give me a little time." Lin Bei naturally would not refuse this. "Go ahead." With permission granted, Xiao Tian immediately walked aside and took out a holographic device to summon those anomalies. Lin Bei waited there. Their location was quite remote, with few anomalies passing by. Suddenly, a cold wind blew, and Lin Bei felt an inexplicable fear wash over him, accompanied by a slight uneasiness. What's going on? Something's off. His brows furrowed tightly as he carefully observed the surroundings. He saw an anomaly slowly approaching about 100 meters to the west. It was holding a rusty oil lamp in its hand. The oil lamp emitted a purple glow, barely dispelling the darkness around it. No way. Another one? An information panel appeared before him. Number 561 Lampbearer. Favor points, -50. Relationship, you are its attack target. Level, Wraith. Just like the previous Lampbearer. It is a puppet of the soul-devouring ancient lamp. The replica in its hand also contains a drop of the soul-devouring ancient lamp's oil. Its ability is Fear Spread. When your attention is drawn to the light, your inner fear and despair will amplify infinitely, until you completely break down. It can find you because when you first came into contact with the soul-devouring ancient lamp, you were marked. Any lampbearer within a certain range can sense the mark on you and will actively seek you out. So unlucky. Ending up in such a troublesome situation. Lin Bei couldn't help but complain. He had just run a mountain path, and yet he was targeted by the soul-devouring ancient lamp. He could understand. After all, anomalies killing didn't follow rules, they weren't constrained by boundaries. Some challengers who were just taking a walk by the roadside would face misfortune. So being targeted was normal. You must know, he was the only human in the entire vehicle. Lin Bei did not hesitate and took out the bloodthirsty bone saw. Buzz, he started the chainsaw and charged towards the lampbearer, swinging the saw down. The incredibly sharp saw blade spun, directly slicing the lampbearer's body in half. The replica of the soul-devouring ancient lamp fell to the ground, and Lin Bei immediately stored it into his personal space. The unpleasant sensation disappeared, and the fear in his heart was no more. Fortunately, I have a personal space to use. If it were anyone else, they would probably be affected all the time. I need to start investigating the soul-devouring ancient lamp, or I will be tormented like this, and I could encounter the lampbearer at any time. He didn't want to be chased by the lampbearer all the time. That would be troublesome. A moment later, more than 10 anomalies riding various motorcycles arrived one after another. They were all dressed flamboyantly, wearing leather jackets and leather pants, some even wore gold chains. Xiao Tian, what made you suddenly want to find that crazy rabbit today? Did you not say to avoid provoking her as much as possible? Hurry, I've tolerated her for too long. Lin Bei could see that this group of strange beings was led by Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian ignored the strange beings and first explained to Lin Bei. Big brother, these are all the strange beings who follow me. Each of them might not be very strong, but when something happens, they will really step up. Lin Bei nodded and didn't say much. At this moment, all the strange beings were staring at Lin Bei, and through Xiao Tian's dog-like respectful attitude, they could tell that Lin Bei's identity was extraordinary. Then, Xiao Tian looked at the group of strange beings and said, "Let me introduce everyone, this is my big brother. I have a life and death friendship with him, so from now on, you must call him Big Brother, and if you call me second brother. Listen carefully, no one can disrespect Big Brother. Whoever dares to disrespect Big Brother, I will kill him myself." The strange beings were shocked. They never expected to hear such shocking news. A human actually became the top leader. The original leader willingly became the second? Are you crazy? Xiao Tian, have you drunk too much fake wine? Don't play with us. What qualification does a human have to be the boss? No way, you're letting us mingle with a human? Xiao Tian's expression was extremely serious. He looked at those strange beings, and his tone was very serious. Where do you see that I am joking? From today on, he
is the new boss. Although they were shocked and confused, the strange beings could only accept it. They were forced by Xiao Tian to greet Lin Bei. Big brother, hello. Big brother, hello. Lin Bei responded while communicating with the system. System. Raise each one to 100.
The strange beings that came to him were not to be refused. It was just right to use them to boost attribute points and also make this group of strange beings completely submit.
Ding.
Soon, Lin Bei was taken by the group of strange beings to the area where the bloodthirsty bunny girl often roamed.
He was very lucky. He encountered the bloodthirsty bunny girl as soon as he arrived. At a roadside stall. The bloodthirsty bunny girl was eating there. Corresponding information appeared before him. Bloodthirsty bunny girl, GG. Favor points, 0. Relationship, indifferent to you. Level, evil strange. A level wanted strange being.
It is a very special rabbit-type strange being. She loves to fight, and her strongest points are her long, white, and powerful legs. A kick from her could take away half your life. When she's not fighting, she's adorable and poses no danger, even acting cute. With red eyes and while fighting, she will go completely crazy, beating anyone and anything in sight. But she won't kill. Because she believes she is just a weak little bunny. How could such a cute bunny kill a strange being? Additionally, out of 7 days a week, she spends 6.5 fighting. Chapter 60. Evil Strange Level? Lin Bei breathed a sigh of relief. Evil strange beings were exactly within his level of improvement.
That's good news. System, have the favor points for this group of strange beings been fully raised?
There are still a few strange beings whose favor points are not fully raised. Because of what Xiao Tian did, they are quite dissatisfied with the host, so their favor points are relatively low, and raising them to 100 will take some time.
Please be patient.
Lin Bei was not in a hurry.
After all, victory was assured.
At this moment, he could only see the back of the bloodthirsty bunny girl. Her perfect waist-to-hip ratio gave people a feeling of blood pulsating. Her 2 rabbit ears on top of her head wobbled from time to time. Explosive and fiery, yet adding a touch of pure cuteness. Sitting in front of the roadside stall, illuminated by the dim yellow lights, there was a special atmosphere.
A neighborly cute girl with a great figure eating at a roadside stall.
At this moment, the bloodthirsty bunny girl, who was eating, looked over with an excited face. Her face, which was exceptionally cute, was adorned with a mad smile.
Are you here to fight me? Wait a minute.
Let me finish this bowl of radish noodles. She was eager to rush into the group of strange beings, but couldn't bear to part with her favorite food in front of her.
Radish noodles. If they get cold, they won't taste good. After speaking, the bloodthirsty bunny girl slurped up a mouthful of noodles. Xiao Tian didn't take the initiative to decide. Instead, he first asked Lin Bei.
Big brother, what do you say?
Should we let her finish this bowl of noodles? Lin Bei nodded.
Let her eat first.
There's no rush for a moment.
He had basically deemed the bloody bunny girl as his own bazaar. So being casual was not a problem.
Okay. Xiao Tian absolutely complied.
Those bizarre beings with 100 points of favor also felt the same way.
Listen to Big Brother. Whatever Big Brother says, we will do. But those bizarre beings with lower favorability did not think this way.
They were quite displeased with this situation.
A group of bizarre creatures, yet they listened to a human? Crazy.
Rebellious thoughts stirred, a quirky creature said uncomfortably.
What are we waiting for?
We should strike while she hasn't eaten her fill.
I'm going first, anyone coming with me?
As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled out a dagger and charged towards the bloody bunny girl. Other bizarre beings with lower favor followed suit, rushing forward with that one creature. The remaining bizarre beings stood behind Lin Bei, having no intention of disobeying his orders at all.
Each of them wore an ugly expression. Dare to defy Big Brother's orders? Looks like these brothers can't stay. Too much, they need to be taught a lesson. Xiao Tian's face darkened.
Killing intent surged within him. These few bizarre creatures were recruited by him. Now this happened, it was like slapping him in the face, making him unable to lift his head in front of Lin Bei.
Damn it! How does Big Brother see me? You all will pay the price, I won't let you go. Xiao Tian cared about Lin Bei's opinion of him.
Hearing footsteps behind her, the bloody bunny girl put down her chopsticks, her delicate face showing anger. Her eyes were a fiery red, skin pale and tender, not quite matching her name.
I said to wait. How can you not understand? Since that's the case, I'll have to deal with you first.
With that, she directly left her seat, her legs exerting tremendous force as she kicked the ground, exploding with immense power, like a white bullet, rushing into the group of bizarre creatures in the blink of an eye.
Bang!
The bloody bunny girl casually kicked out, and the bizarre being that got kicked flew into the air, soaring over 50 meters high, before crashing hard to the ground.
It did not die.
But it suffered multiple fractures and a severe concussion. It wouldn't recover in half a year even lying in a hospital. This was just the first. For the bloody bunny girl, this was barely a warm-up. She rushed towards the next bizarre being.
Boom! Another kick.
The body of that bizarre being twisted, and it vomited up the food it had eaten the day before.
Still so weak.
I don't know where you got the courage to provoke me.
Boring.
The bloody bunny girl continued on. Her snow-white long legs left trails of phantom shadows due to their incredible speed.
Those legs
were longer than the life of the old longevity deity.
Whiter than the snow in the Arctic Circle. Getting kicked was more painful than being struck by a train.
In just a few seconds, the several bizarre beings that rushed out were all wiped out, falling one after another. The scene was a dreadful sight.
At this moment, the bloody bunny girl looked at Xiao Tian, disdainfully snorting. Let's all go together. Don't waste my time. She was very arrogant.
But she had the capital to be so. Xiao Tian and the bizarre beings were already furious, and with the bloody bunny girl taunting them like this, their anger rose even more. But they all held back. Simply because they had not received Lin Bei's permission yet.
What's wrong? Are you all cowardly?
If you're scared, just roll out of here quickly. Don't disturb me while I eat noodles.
The bloody bunny girl was also on edge.
Her good mood had been ruined. Seeing that no one moved, she returned to her seat, preparing to finish her meal.
Lin Bei looked at the bloody bunny girl, an information panel appearing before him. Bloody bunny girl, GG. Favorability points, -10. Relationship, displeased with you. Level, evil bizarre. She is unhappy. Needs to beat up 100 bizarre beings to relieve it.
She thinks you are in league with Xiao Tian, so you are also one of her targets to beat up.
Better hurry and run.
Otherwise, when she finishes the noodles in front of her, it will be your turn to get beaten up.
Lin Bei continued to watch the bloody bunny girl while asking the bizarre beings behind him. If I let you all go together, can you handle her? Speak honestly. Xiao Tian shook his head, looking a bit awkward. It's hard to say.
But as long as you say the word, Big Brother, we're willing to risk our lives.
Even if we can't subdue her, we can at least make sure she can't hurt you. You don't need to worry. Sigh.
Lin Bei sighed heavily. He felt that the weirdness on his side was still too weak. The number was quite a lot, but the quality was very average.
He needed to boost the quality. Then just stay honest. I'll handle her myself. 2 minutes.
Lin Bei decided to take matters into his own hands.
He lifted his leg and walked towards the bloodstained bunny girl. Xiao Tian and the others hurriedly tried to stop him. Big brother, come back. She's just a violent crazy woman. Don't be impulsive. Big brother, you can't fight her. What should we do?
I'm really worried something will happen to Big Brother. They instinctively wanted to stop Lin Bei, but remembered his order to stay put.
For a moment, they didn't know what to do.
Lin Bei sat down at a roadside stall.
The spot was right next to the bloodstained bunny girl.
The bloodstained bunny girl glanced at Lin Bei, put down her chopsticks, and raised her fists tightly.
Crack.
Her fists cracked ominously, with a great threat.
Here to cause trouble?
Go to the back, don't disturb the boss. Lin Bei picked up the menu and looked at it. The dishes weren't many, just some staple foods.
He randomly ordered a plate of cold rabbit meat. Don't get me wrong, I just came to eat. The bloodstained bunny girl certainly didn't believe Lin Bei's words.
But with food in front of her, and as Lin Bei hadn't done anything, she ignored him.
Ding. Gained 1 attribute point. Just then, another strange being's favorability rose to 100. System. First, increase the favorability of the bloodstained bunny girl. Ding. Target locked. Favorability has started to increase. Chapter 61. Lin Bei was watching the bloodstained bunny girl.
On her pair of bunny ears, numbers kept popping out and disappearing.
+1. +1. 10 seconds passed, and the bloodstained bunny girl's favorability turned to 0.
She no longer had the desire to hit Lin Bei. After eating a piece of carrot, she glanced at Lin Bei.
Although I don't know why, I don't really want to hit you. Finish your meal and leave quickly. Otherwise, I won't mind beating you too.
Lin Bei ignored her. The plate of cold rabbit meat was served, and the speed was astonishingly fast.
He picked up a chopstick and tasted it. It was spicy enough. Not bad. Gotta love roadside stalls. +1. +1. Favorability reached 10.
The bloodstained bunny girl glanced again at Lin Bei, and also looked at the plate of cold rabbit meat full of chili in front of him. She didn't know why, but she just wanted to remind Lin Bei. Eating something so spicy and cold. Be careful not to have an upset stomach later. There's a restroom if you turn left after walking 800 meters. Just after saying this, she couldn't help but freeze. So strange. Why can't I help but remind him? +1. +1. A dozen meters away, Xiao Tian and the others stood there, their eyes filled with worry as they watched Lin Bei, fearing he would be beaten into a meat pie by the bloodstained bunny girl. If any dangerous situation arises, they would stop it immediately. At the same time, they were very curious. If I'm not mistaken, Big Brother means to defeat this crazy bunny in 2 minutes, right? From the literal meaning, that is indeed it, but even if Big Brother does it himself, it may not be possible. He's facing a monster girl after all. All she does every day is fight. Though I really want to believe Big Brother, looking at him like this, I really can't. After all, he's eating. I can't understand it. I believe he can finish that plate of meat in 2 minutes, but handling that girl in 2 minutes? Basically impossible. Even Xiao Tian wasn't sure he could believe it. At first, he thought Lin Bei planned to fight with the bloodstained bunny girl and use absolute strength to subdue her, but he never expected Lin Bei would just sit down and eat. Half a minute had passed, and time was running out. However, Xiao Tian wouldn't openly say anything that would be unfavorable to Lin Bei. Everyone, calm down, we must believe in Big Brother. Since he dares to say this, it proves that Big Brother can definitely do it. All the weirdos understood this logic. They were just curious. Even if Lin Bei ultimately failed, they wouldn't laugh at him, but instead think of all kinds of ways to guide and comfort him. In the blink of an eye, the bloody bunny girl Gigi's affection reached 30. The more she looked at Lin Bei, the more pleasing he seemed to her, feeling that his appearance matched her aesthetic perfectly. Take a closer look, his looks are really good. Should I knock him out and take him away? Having him to play with for a few months seems nice, his build looks good, he can withstand some rough treatment. +1. +1. Affection rose to 40. The bloody bunny girl Gigi felt a surge of impulse in her heart. She first looked at her left fist, then looked at Lin Bei's head. With one punch, knocking him out is no problem. After we beat those weirdos, I'll knock him out and take him away. +1. +1. Affection quickly reached 70. At that moment, Lin Bei looked at the bloody bunny girl Gigi, and corresponding information appeared in front of him. Bloody bunny girl Gigi. Affection points, 70. Relationship, secret affection. Level, evil weirdo. She is already attracted to you, and feelings of love are growing in her heart. But it's not strong enough, still in the secret crush stage. She will secretly pay attention to you, want to know about you, and will think of you from time to time. Almost there. Just half a minute more. +1. +1. At this moment, the bloody bunny girl felt that the carrot soup noodles in front of her were no longer appealing, far less attractive than Lin Bei. She lost her desire for food, starting to care more about Lin Bei, stealing glances at him or turning to look at him every few seconds. In short, something was very wrong. It was the kind of thing that was obvious at a glance. The first to notice something unusual was the street vendor. She kindly reminded. Gigi, hurry and eat your noodles, if you don't eat soon they will get cold. I remember you don't like to eat cold noodles. The bloody bunny girl perfunctorily replied a few words. Huh? Oh, okay. Got it. But she still didn't eat. After her affection surpassed 80, the bloody bunny girl simply put down her chopsticks, changed her sitting posture to face Lin Bei directly, and started to look at him openly. Her admiration was completely unmasked. She stared like that, as if entranced, her crimson eyes resembling a deep pool of water. This scene, viewed by Xiao Tian and other weirdos who were unaware of the situation, seemed like a bad omen. So close, yet staring continuously, it couldn't be good. It looks like that guy wants to make a move first. What is Big Brother doing, still eating that plate of meat? The situation isn't good, Big Brother is too careless, how can he ignore her at all? Should we remind Big Brother? I don't want Big Brother to get hurt. Xiao Tian was also very worried, but he knew he couldn't disturb Lin Bei. Don't do anything. Trust Big Brother. On the surface, he said this, but in reality, he was very anxious. Lin Bei could naturally feel the bloody bunny girl's gaze. What are you looking at me for? Do I have flowers on my face? He looked at the bloody bunny girl once more. He found that the affection points just happened to reach 90. Because you're good looking. I can't help but want to look at you. I really like you. I want to have you. In body and mind. The bloody bunny girl was very bold, directly expressing her feelings. After she finished speaking, she watched Lin Bei eagerly, waiting for him to respond.
+1. +1.
Meanwhile, Lin Bei picked up a piece of meat with his chopsticks, put it in his mouth, and then replied.
You can give it a try. I won't stop you. Ding. Gained 1 attribute point. Finally.
The Bloody Bunny Girl's affection reached 100.
Bloody Bunny Girl, GG. Affection points, 100. Relationship, full of yearning. Level, evil weirdo. She loves you. Deeply loves you.
So she wants to frolic on you, to show you her overwhelming love.
She wants to smell your body scent.
She wants to hold you in her arms while sleeping.
She wants to live in your heart.
She wants to play with your hair and fingers.
She wants to be intoxicated by your charm. She wants to possess you entirely. For life, forever. For every lifetime. Can I do this?
Her crimson eyes were full of anticipation. Lin Bei couldn't bear to refuse, he could only nod. With permission granted, the bloodthirsty bunny girl Gigi immediately took action, picking up a piece of rabbit meat with chopsticks and bringing it to Lin Bei's mouth.
Ah. Open your mouth.
I'll feed you. Lin Bei cooperated and opened his mouth. The bloodthirsty bunny girl Gigi gently placed the piece of rabbit meat into Lin Bei's mouth.
Is it delicious? Lin Bei nodded. The taste is good.
The bloodthirsty bunny girl picked up another piece of rabbit meat and fed it to Lin Bei. But this time, she changed her question.
This is rabbit meat, you think it's delicious. So, do you want to try my meat? I'm a rabbit too. The taste is also great. Chapter 62.
Hearing this, Lin Bei began to examine Gigi closely.
He had to admit. The taste of this rabbit's meat must be great, and its texture is definitely chewy. Let's not eat now. I'm full today.
Even if it's a delicacy, I can't force myself to eat. The bloodthirsty bunny girl Gigi felt a bit disappointed.
But she could only accept. Then can we eat when you're hungry? Lin Bei nodded. Okay.
He wasn't foolish, he would naturally eat when hungry. Seeing Lin Bei agree, the bloodthirsty bunny girl Gigi picked up another piece of meat to feed Lin Bei.
Lin Bei opened his mouth and ate it.
Then, Gigi picked up her favorite carrot noodle and brought it to Lin Bei's mouth.
Try this. This is my second favorite. My first favorite is you. Ah. Lin Bei still cooperated. He was enjoying it. This treatment was very comfortable.
Gigi was also immersed in the intimate interaction with Lin Bei. During the feeding process, she kept getting closer to Lin Bei. Now there was no distance between them, their bodies were pressed together, leaving Lin Bei with nowhere to put his hands, which had to rest on those snowy white bunny legs.
Smooth and bouncy. He felt helpless. It was all forced.
A dozen meters behind, the many strange beings staying with Xiao Tian watched the entire process without missing a second, every frame captured perfectly. They saw the bloodthirsty bunny girl feeding Lin Bei. They saw the bloodthirsty bunny girl getting closer to Lin Bei, until they were finally pressed together. They also saw the brilliant smile on the bloodthirsty bunny girl's face. If they didn't know what had just happened, they would think Lin Bei and the bloodthirsty bunny girl Gigi were a couple in the heat of romance. Although one was human and the other was a strange creature. The jaws of the strange beings almost dropped to the ground in shock. Just seconds ago, they were worried that the bloodthirsty bunny girl would attack Lin Bei, but who could have thought the developments suddenly changed direction?
Attack? No.
It was a warm embrace in close care instead.
2 minutes, just 2 minutes, he really did it. Why does it feel like a dream? That girl strange is really. That crazy fighting rabbit I'm used to seeing? It's completely different from how I know her.
How did he do it, turning a battle fanatic into this? It's like she has a love-struck brain now.
This is unbelievable.
Watching the tender scene not far away, the suited thug Xiao Tian felt his scalp tingle. A particularly tricky trouble. A girl strange with serious violent tendencies, someone he would choose to avoid, was so easily dealt with. He witnessed the entire process and knew what Lin Bei had done. Just by ordering a plate of rabbit meat and eating a few bites, it turned out like this.
Amazing, absurd, unbelievable. I can only say. No wonder he's the boss.
The bloodthirsty bunny girl Gigi was still feeding Lin Bei. She was completely immersed. Suddenly, Lin Bei frowned. Gigi immediately noticed and hurriedly asked with concern.
Baby, what's wrong? Why are you frowning? Lin Bei didn't answer, but looked to the east direction.
There, a strange creature holding a lantern was approaching.
The lantern emitted a purple glow. Obviously, it's another lantern bearer. Another one? So troublesome. There are really quite a few lantern bearers in Grey Abyss City.
A relevant information panel appeared before him.
Lantern bearer number 917. Favorability points -50. Relationship, it will attack you. Level, resentful spirit.
A lantern bearer, a puppet of the soul-devouring ancient lantern. The replica has the ability of spreading fear.
As expected. It's the ability to awaken fear again.
The reason Lin Bei noticed this lantern bearer immediately was that a familiar, inexplicable fear surged in his heart. He had just experienced it not long ago.
System, is raising its favorability useful?
He was skeptical, because the information panel clearly stated that this lantern bearer was a controlled puppet, including the previous 2 lantern bearers.
Since it is a controlled puppet, how could it have independent thoughts?
Useless. Even if favorability reaches 100, the host can only control it, and cannot ask anything from it, because it knows nothing. Now, Lin Bei was even less interested. Then, he answered the bloodthirsty bunny girl Gigi's question.
Did you see it? That guy came to cause me trouble.
In an instant, a killing intent flashed in Gigi's red eyes. She put down her chopsticks, stood up, and looked at the lantern bearer with her crimson eyes, speaking each word with conviction.
I will deal with him. For you, I am willing to break my principles. He must die.
Although the bloodthirsty bunny girl had beaten many strange ones, some of which she had severely injured, she had never gone for the kill.
But today, she was ready to go for the kill, to beat him to death.
All because that strange creature had set its sights on Lin Bei, on her precious darling.
Remember to take that lamp back.
As her voice fell, the bloodthirsty bunny girl exploded with all her might, rushing towards the lantern bearer with lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, she dashed several dozen meters, arriving in front of the lantern bearer, and without hesitation, she kicked towards the lantern bearer's head.
Bang!
It was as if a grenade had been inserted into its brain, exploding into countless tiny neat chunks that splattered everywhere. And the bloodthirsty bunny girl had already returned to Lin Bei's side, without a speck of blood on her, holding that replica lamp.
Here, for you.
Lin Bei put the soul-devouring ancient lantern replica into his portable space, and the strange sensation in his heart disappeared once again. He was amazed by the bloodthirsty bunny girl's strength.
Instant kill.
From the moment she killed to the moment she returned, the total time spent was less than 3 seconds, far more terrifying than when she took down that group of strange creatures earlier.
Did you not use all your strength when beating those strange creatures just now?
The bloodthirsty bunny girl's ears twitched as she leaned closer to Lin Bei, saying,
Yes. I deliberately held back my power because I didn't want to kill them. Otherwise, they wouldn't come looking for me to fight anymore. Lin Bei understood what the bloodthirsty bunny girl meant. Good lord. So she was fishing. He.
The bloodthirsty bunny girl smiled proudly. Lin Bei waved at the suit-wearing thug, Xiao Tian.
Xiao Tian, come over. Xiao Tian immediately ran to Lin Bei's side. Big brother, what's your command?
Lin Bei frowned, his tone a bit serious.
You go check about the soul-devouring ancient lantern and the lantern bearers. The underworld office should have relevant information. You can also use other methods to investigate. The more detailed, the better. He wanted to quickly grasp information about the lantern bearers.
In just these few hours, he encountered 3 lantern bearers, and it was likely that there would be more ahead.
All right. Then I'll go now.
Big brother, second sister-in-law, I'm leaving now.
Do you need me to leave the motorcycle for you? Xiao Tian prepared to investigate immediately. Faced with Lin Bei's orders, he wouldn't show any neglect.
Just as he finished speaking, before he could leave, the bloodthirsty bunny girl's puzzled voice sounded.
Wait. What did you call me? Second sister-in-law?
At this moment, Xiao Tian experienced what it meant to sweat profusely. Sweat poured down his forehead, back, and palms.
In an instant, sweat beads filled my forehead.
Though the blood-soaked bunny girl used a puzzled tone, Xiao Tian could sense the deeper meaning behind it. She didn't know how to respond.
Should I call her sister-in-law again? Xiao Tian feared that his fate might slip away from him. Why aren't you talking? Answer me. What did you just call me?
It was evident that the blood-soaked bunny girl's tone had turned rather unfriendly, and her crimson eyes began to show a fierce glare. Xiao Tian understood the blood-soaked bunny girl well. He knew that if he didn't solve this matter quickly, those 2 fists, seemingly soft and powerless, but truly capable of causing destruction, would mercilessly come crashing down on him.
Hello, sister-in-law. Just now, I spoke out of turn. You are my sister-in-law.
His survival instincts took over, making him say something he knew was wrong.
The blood-soaked bunny girl nodded in satisfaction. Oof. That's more like it. From now on, be careful with your words.
It was clear that she was in a good mood. Xiao Tian wiped the sweat from his forehead, feeling a sense of relief as if he had survived a disaster.
Brother, sister-in-law, I really have to go now. You can ride the motorcycle as you like. Goodbye. Without looking back, he dashed away, disappearing quickly. The other strange beings followed suit, and soon only the blood-soaked bunny girl and Lin Bei remained, with a pile of fallen strange beings left behind on the ground. The blood-soaked bunny girl looked directly into Lin Bei's eyes, blinking lightly before asking, "Have you been hiding other female strange beings from me?" Her tone gave nothing away, making it impossible to guess her thoughts. Lin Bei directly admitted, "Yes. There are quite a few." The blood-soaked bunny girl's heart skipped a beat, and a rare panic appeared on her face. "What? Several?" Then, her expression shifted to one of regret. "It's all my fault. It's because I met you too late. If I had met you earlier, I could have been the rightful sister-in-law." She didn't blame Lin Bei for having other strange beings outside, she didn't mind that he had several female strange beings. In the blood-soaked bunny girl's eyes, Lin Bei had done nothing wrong. She only blamed herself for not meeting Lin Bei sooner. If they had met earlier, things wouldn't be like this. Lin Bei gently touched the blood-soaked bunny girl's rabbit ears, comforting her with a somewhat tender tone. "It's okay. Here, we don't distinguish between first come, first served. Fair competition. Whoever has the strength is the boss." He had never said anyone was a sister-in-law or a second sister-in-law, it was all just Xiao Tian's silly chatter. In Lin Bei's view, whether it was Yumei, Gigi, or Rose Gemini, they were all his close partners. "I understand now." The blood-soaked bunny girl seemed truly comforted. "Let's go, continue eating, I'm still not full." Lin Bei sat back down, casually ordering 2 more dishes. Only by eating until full, resting well, could he better catch the wanted strange beings? The blood-soaked bunny girl sat beside Lin Bei, temporarily putting aside the matters of sister-in-law and second sister-in-law, happily feeding Lin Bei food. On the other side, in the Ming Feng residence. After leaving the top suite, Feng Jinbao made his way to the top floor and found his father, Feng Zhoutian. As soon as he walked in, Feng Zhoutian directly spoke. "Jinbao? You've come just in time. I have an important question to ask you. Earlier, you mentioned that the suitcase was in the hands of a human? What's the story behind this? Tell me all the details." He had wanted to ask this for a long time, but due to Feng Wu and the children's interference, he had to set the matter aside for a while. Before entering, Feng Jinbao had already guessed it would be like this. And he had thought out a strategy. "That's right. It's in the hands of a 3-meter-tall, sturdy woman with 4 arms, a big wave of blonde hair and a mouth full of gold teeth. She knocked me and my sisters out when she showed up and then clearly took the suitcase. I suspect she knows what's in the suitcase. This is very likely a targeted operation against us. In a world filled with horror, everything is bizarre and unusual, any absurd thing could happen. It is quite normal to have such a person in humanity." As soon as she heard this, Feng Zhoutian instinctively didn't believe it, because the described human was somewhat strange. But Feng Jinbao looked very serious, completely unlike he was joking, which made her have to believe it. "Okay. I understand. The characteristics are 3 meters tall, very strong, with 4 arms, a mouthful of golden teeth, and golden hair in large waves. At least we have concrete information now." He didn't think for a second that Feng Jinbao would lie and deceive him. Because there was no possibility of that. How could a son possibly deceive his father? "What do you want from me?" Only now did Feng Zhoutian remember to ask. He hadn't noticed the dim light in Feng Jinbao's eyes. Feng Jinbao covered it up very well. "Father, I want to learn from you, to be your right-hand man, and help you solve various problems. You are too tired every day. With my help, you could relax a bit." Upon hearing this, Feng Zhoutian looked surprised, staring straight at Feng Jinbao, with a swirl of thoughts churning in his heart. After a while, he finally nodded heavily, pretending to wipe away non-existent tears. "Jinbao, you have grown up. I am very touched. It seems this experience has been special for you." Feng Zhoutian remembered a saying. Only after going through certain things can a child truly grow up. "Yes. Not just me. Mother and my 2 sisters have also grown up." When he spoke this, Feng Jinbao was thinking of Lin Bei. And Feng Zhoutian didn't feel surprised. He was very pleased. "Yes. After all, it is such a matter. Then you can learn with me for now." What Feng Jinbao wanted was just this outcome. To help Lin Bei, no matter how hard it was, he was willing to do it. The handheld device in Xiaotian's hand suddenly vibrated. Lin Bei swallowed the food in his mouth and checked the new message that had just arrived. It was a message from Xiaotian. "Big brother, latest news. An S-Class wanted strange creature has entered an abandoned factory in the North District. The factory is named Human Meat Canning Factory, and that guy seems to plan to rest inside. Are you interested in going over to take a look? As for which specific strange creature it is, we cannot determine for now." Lin Bei raised an eyebrow and made a decision immediately. Send me the address. This kind of opportunity must be seized. However, he wouldn't just go like that. S-Class wanted.
Then this strange creature's strength must not be weak, just going with Gigi might not succeed.
To be on the safe side, I need to call Yume as well.
A butcher on a rainy night, Yume, a bloodthirsty bunny girl, Gigi, to deal with an S-Class wanted strange creature.
That would be enough.
So Lin Bebe contacted Yume through the handheld device and sent the work address to her.
Gigi, get ready to go. We have things to do.
Buzz. A few seconds later, he rode a motorcycle, carrying the bloodthirsty bunny girl Gigi, heading towards the human meat canning factory. Bloodthirsty bunny girl Gigi was closely attached to Lin Bebe. Lin Bebe felt a bit distracted. A soft touch.
Chapter 64.
Hanging up the handheld device, Yume held the dead feast oil paper umbrella and looked at her good friend who had just arrived here. It was the strange creature that built this dungeon.
An SS-Class wanted strange creature. Loli, can you fix it here for now? I have something important to do. I'll come back to find you after I'm done.
Loli put down the hammer in her hand, picked up a large toolbox, and while walking towards the damaged wall, she answered Yume's question.
I can, but I'm so scared.
These creatures are looking at me strangely.
What if they come out and bully me? What should I do? You know I'm very timid. And besides making and fixing things, I can't do anything else.
Her tone was filled with obvious unease, sounding soft and weak, just like someone easily bullied.
Yume was anxious to leave. It's up to you. They shouldn't dare. After finishing, she took the dead feast oil paper umbrella and left the dungeon.
Ignoring Loli's worries, Yume showed no concern whatsoever. She was not worried at all. In the dungeon, those strange creatures still alive, at this moment, were all very lively in their thoughts.
They all heard the conversation between Yume and Loli.
From the conversation, one could draw a conclusion: Loli is a timid, weak monster, whose only skill is repairing and manufacturing.
This might be an opportunity. This female monster seems easy to bully. A timid and weak monster, staying here would be seeking death, wouldn't it?
She is here to repair the wall. Unlike that suit-wearing monster from last time, attacking her won't cause any trouble.
Since she made this place, wouldn't she know how to leave?
That's right, she can help us leave. We should hurt her first, torture her, and force her to cooperate unconditionally. These monsters learned from Xiaotian's lesson last time, and they wouldn't rely on the foreign monsters to take them away. They plan to take matters into their own hands and fight for a future. They spoke without avoiding Loli.
Loli could hear them.
She was very scared.
Don't do this, I'm just here to repair a wall, I never thought of harming you. I'm innocent.
You all stay inside, I'll finish repairing the wall and then leave.
Loli's hand holding the hammer was trembling slightly.
This scene gave the monsters more confidence. One monster directly stepped out from the hole in the wall, grinning fiercely, and walked step by step toward Loli. Haha, finally waiting for a soft target.
I'm going to squeeze you good.
Loli was very scared, stepping backward step by step, her eyes starting to get wet, almost on the verge of tears.
Don't come closer. Please, don't come closer. Don't do anything to me. I'm just a repairman.
But the more scared she became, the more rampant the monster opposite her became, and the distance between them continued to shrink. Soon, Loli was pushed into a corner.
The monster became even more audacious.
At the same time, other monsters also came out of the cells, all moving toward Loli. Loli leaned against the corner, facing many monsters with ill intentions. She felt helpless and very afraid, a sense of despair growing in her eyes.
Don't do this. I'm scared.
To protect herself, Loli could only swing the hammer in her hand repeatedly. She swung several times at once. Although most of them were dodged by the monster, one blow successfully hit.
Thud.
A soft muffled sound. The monster directly fell to the ground, several organs damaged by that blow. In the next moment, several other monsters closest to him also fell to the ground, with their internal organs seriously damaged, but slightly less severe. Then came the third circle of monsters, each of them severely hurt internally, but the severity was lighter again. Then the fourth circle.
The fifth circle.
In the blink of an eye, all the monsters were on the ground, their injuries identical, their internal organs violently impacted, with the monsters falling later suffering less damage.
This was the power of just one blow. Split in true damage. Even gods couldn't withstand it. And Loli kept swinging the hammer.
After a while, she opened her eyes in confusion.
Strange. Why did they all fall down? What happened? I just swung the hammer. It must have been Yume who did something bad to them. Has nothing to do with me.
Although she couldn't quite figure out the situation, Loli knew that the danger was successfully resolved, and she could now repair the broken walls. That's what she thought, and that's exactly what she did. She quickly grabbed her toolbox and went to the broken prison cell, starting to knock and patch it up. V-room. Riding at full speed, Lin Bei arrived at the destination with the bleeding bunny girl, Gigi, and the mudguard behind the bike worked especially well, though there were no mud pits along the way. The human meat canning factory was just a few hundred meters away. An abandoned factory, but it still had electricity, and the lights on the first floor were on. After parking the bike, Lin Bei lit a cigarette while observing the factory. Coming here in the middle of the night? What's the idea? Is there something going on? Or just resting? Without relevant intelligence, he couldn't be sure of the situation. At this moment, Gigi, the bleeding bunny girl, who had just gotten off the motorcycle, spoke up. Why aren't we going in? Don't worry, I'm here. I can protect you. She couldn't wait to show herself, so she could elevate her status. In Lin Bei's heart status. Don't rush. Wait for another trick. 2 will have a higher success rate. He didn't want to take risks. Since help could be found, why not avoid being stubborn and take a risk? The bloodthirsty rabbit girl, Gigi, keenly sensed something was off. Wait for a trick? Male trick and female trick? Lin Bei took a puff of smoke and blew out a smoke ring, then naturally spoke. Female trick. The first one called Sister-in-Law by Xiao Tian. He was just kindly explaining. But bloodthirsty rabbit girl Gigi was alarmed. It's her. Okay. I didn't expect to meet her today, so I must compete fiercely. Let's see who is qualified to be sister-in-law. She felt as if she was on fire, filled with energy from head to toe. Moments later, the rain enchantress arrived, holding a dead banquet oil paper umbrella, directly ignoring the bloodthirsty rabbit girl Gigi and looking at Lin Bei. I'm here. What do you need me to do? Her tone was gentle, her attitude very good, wanting to give everything to Lin Bei. Wait a minute. Xiao Tian just said he would send me some information. The rain enchantress nodded. Okay. After this, she looked at the bloodthirsty rabbit girl Gigi. At first glance, she felt the hostility in the other's eyes. Who are you? The bloodthirsty rabbit girl stretched out a hand towards the rain enchantress, speaking with a very generous tone. Sister, hello. I am sister-in-law. The rain enchantress was startled, her expression immediately becoming serious. You are sister-in-law? Then who am I? Chapter 65. At this moment, the rain enchantress already knew the identity of the bloodthirsty rabbit girl Gigi. Hostility surged within her heart as well. The hands of the 2 tricks holding each other separated. The rain enchantress was aware. The girl with rabbit ears in front of her was a powerful competitor. Not a mortal enemy, no need for life and death battles, sharing common interests and goals, but there would definitely be fierce competition between them, and it wouldn't be few. Who are you? Is that even a question? Of course, you are the second sister. Good sister. The bloodthirsty rabbit girl Gigi was determined to be sister-in-law. So she planned to deal with the rain enchantress first. As for the other female tricks, she would settle them one by one when she met them later. This sister's strength is quite average, probably not my opponent. I assume the other sisters shouldn't be too strong either, otherwise, it wouldn't be her coming. So, as long as I deal with her, then I am the real sister-in-law, the rightful sister-in-law. This was the conclusion that the bloodthirsty rabbit girl Gigi reached after analysis. Lin Bei obviously attached great importance to what he was about to do, finding female tricks to help had to be the strongest one. In fact, she was right. About Lin Bei's true thoughts, it was pretty similar. Among the weird beings he could call for help, the rain enchantress was indeed the strongest one. Xiao Tian was not as strong as the rain enchantress, and the Fengwu and others were even weaker. The powerful Rose twins were in the safe zone. He could only find the rain enchantress. How could the rain enchantress give up the position of sister-in-law? She opened the dead banquet oil paper umbrella, the dark umbrella surface scattered the moonlight, and dark clouds quickly gathered in the high sky, heavy rain could fall at any moment. Want to take my position? You can try. If you want to fight, I'm ready anytime. Whoosh. Heavy rain fell. The rain was heavy, as if wanting to destroy the entire earth. At this moment, the rain enchantress walked to Lin Bei's side, holding the umbrella over Lin Bei's head, shielding him from the rain. The bloodthirsty rabbit girl stood in the rain with red eyes, her 2 rabbit ears drooping slightly, wet from the rain. Her expression was strangely serious. She is not simple. From the moment the rain started, she gave me a very dangerous feeling. The atmosphere was tense, only the sound of the rain could be heard. No one moved, everyone was waiting for the other to act first. Buzz. A vibration in his hand, Lin Bei immediately checked.
It was Xiao Tian who sent relevant information. S-Class wanted anomaly, 100-mouth glutton.
The strongest two abilities are biting power and digestive ability. With thousands of sharp teeth, he can almost bite and swallow anything. The strangeness and cruelty he brings with his hands are numerous, and he does not specifically choose his targets when he strikes. Basically, whoever he encounters becomes his target.
The purpose of coming to the human processing factory is to sharpen teeth and digest the accumulated food.
His overall strength is at the evil strange level.
It's the tricky kind of strange. If not necessary, it's best not to provoke it.
After reading the information, Lin Bei had an approximate idea in his heart. He only needs to deal with one evil strange being, and the two strange beings on his side are more than enough, not to mention they can also boost his favorability.
He looked at Yu Mei and Ji.
The two strange beings were still silently confronting each other, and there was no clear winner yet.
Seeing this situation, Lin Bei couldn't help but feel a headache. There are only two now, and they have already started to compete. When more strange beings are in the same room later, won't it be chaotic?
He suddenly felt that he indeed needed to select a big sister, responsible for leading many of his own strange beings. This big sister must be recognized and trusted by all the strange beings, or else there will be many troubles later on. Lin Bei set this plan aside for now. It wasn't the right time to think about it.
You two, stop staring at each other. There is an S-rank wanted strange being in the factory. Its feature is that it has many mouths. Go, take care of it.
At this moment, Yu Mei and Ji were still staring at each other. They saw the fighting spirit in each other's eyes. They tacitly regarded this matter as a competition. A competition about who has the qualification to be the big sister.
Okay. Leave it to me.
After answering, Yu Mei ran forward with her umbrella, the rain following her as she moved, each drop perfectly avoiding Lin Bei, ultimately enveloping the entire processing factory. At the same time, Ji kicked the ground hard and charged into the factory at a faster speed, leading Yu Mei by a few seconds, as speed was her advantage. As soon as she entered the factory, she began to search for that strange being.
Yu Mei did the same.
She walked through the factory while it started pouring rain inside.
So absurd.
Lin Bei stood outside, looking like he had nothing to do. After finishing his cigarette, he threw the butt away and stepped into the processing factory. In a warehouse on the 4th floor of a canning factory, a strange being as strong as an ox but covered in mouths was frantically devouring the steel plates and other materials left there.
Crunch, crunch.
Clearly thick and heavy steel, yet in his mouth, it was like candy, easily crushed with a bite. While frantically swallowing, he was also complaining. No way, I must restrain myself, I can't eat too much meat every day. It's hard to digest and can get stuck in my teeth, it's really uncomfortable. It makes me only able to eat some iron and steel to aid digestion. At that moment, a voice sounded from behind.
No need to complain. You won't have this opportunity again in the future.
The 100-mouth glutton turned his head to look back.
The first one to arrive was the blood bunny girl Ji.
She was observing the 100-mouth glutton, and through those mouths everywhere, she could confirm that this was the target Lin Bei mentioned.
Who are you?
The 100-mouth glutton looked confused, never expecting there would be other strange beings.
Moreover, its attitude was very unfriendly. But its question ultimately went unanswered.
Because the blood bunny girl Ji had already arrived beneath him, kicking straight up with one leg, her legs almost forming a straight line. Her flexibility was excellent.
Bang! Her kick landed squarely on the 100-mouth glutton's chin.
The force was so strong that the 100-mouth glutton's teeth shattered, and a large amount of blood gushed from its mouth.
Ah! So painful. My teeth. What are you doing? Why are you attacking me?
Some of its other mouths screamed while some questioned, unable to understand what was happening. An ordinary rabbit girl strange being suddenly appeared and kicked out its teeth without saying a word.
What's wrong with her? But the blood bunny girl didn't answer.
She didn't want to waste her strength and time, she just wanted to kill the 100-mouth glutton quickly to prove that she was more suited to be the big sister than Yu Mei. In an instant, the bloodthirsty rabbit girl appeared behind the 100-mouth gluttonous beast, kicking fiercely at him again.
Bang!
Several of his mouths were destroyed, and a part of his body caved in, with broken teeth and blood splattered everywhere. Then, the third kick came. The 100-mouth gluttonous beast's injuries worsened, and the bloodthirsty rabbit girl's attack was fierce and swift, making it impossible for him to dodge in time. Counterattack, I need to counterattack, or I'll be kicked to death.
I will crush you. Die, die.
Barely regaining his senses, the 100-mouth gluttonous beast prepared to fight back.
But at that moment, another voice sounded. Yo! What a lively scene! Woo! Accompanied by the sound of rain. Clearly, it was Rain Demon.
As for the missing chapter, it will be made up after the 21st. I've been too busy and tired these past few days, but after the 21st, things will return to normal, and the earliest will be that day, the latest by the 23rd, I will definitely make it up.
Another one?
Before he could even counterattack, the hundred-mouthed gluttonous beast looked at the door and saw Rain Demon standing in the rain with an umbrella. The first impression Rain Demon gave him was extreme danger, making his pores stand on end. Even the originally soft sound of rain now felt terrifying.
What is she here for? No, she wouldn't also be here to beat me, right?
The hundred-mouthed gluttonous beast was very scared. A single squeak had already beaten him until he was spitting blood everywhere, and now, if another one came, it would be unimaginable.
Squeak was not happy. This is too quick? I've only kicked him a few times. But fortunately, I'm ahead. Bang!
Taking advantage of the hundred-mouthed gluttonous beast's distraction, Squeak seized the opportunity and kicked again.
Another heavy blow.
Rain Demon seemed calm, but in her heart, she was very anxious. The hundred-mouthed gluttonous beast's injuries were visibly severe, and she had fallen behind a lot.
I can't do this. I need to hurry.
Muttering to herself, she decisively launched an attack. The rainstorm spread. In an instant, a layer of dark clouds covered the top of the storage room.
Woo! Heavy rain poured down.
Rain Demon's figure flickered in the rain, every raindrop was under her control, and each could become a weapon of death. Under her control, the rain in the room became chaotic, like tiny, sharp blades, frantically stabbing at the hundred-mouthed gluttonous beast. Even though he desperately opened his mouth to swallow the rain, it was futile, he couldn't eat it all. In the blink of an eye, his body was covered in countless wounds from the rain. Moreover, the rainwater he swallowed was still moving inside him, continuously causing damage. On the outside, it was tragic, and on the inside, it was just as bad.
Now, it was Squeak's turn to panic.
In comparison, Rain Demon's attack was stronger, with a wider range and more variety. Meanwhile, Squeak could only rely on punches and kicks.
There was an invisible gap between them. But Squeak would not give up.
She was still determined to fight for the title of Big Sister, and she was determined to earn it. So what if her ability is special?
I'm not necessarily going to lose. Bang! Squeak kept attacking, dodging the rain each time.
Her speed was fast. Much faster than the hundred-mouthed gluttonous beast, who couldn't react in time. At this moment, the power exerted by the second trickster was already beyond normal. With the second trickster's body cooperating despite their internal rivalry, the hundred-mouthed gluttonous beast was nearly killed in less than a few minutes, with only one breath left. He collapsed to the ground, his remaining eye filled with deep confusion.
Until this moment, he still couldn't understand why this was happening.
He had just come here to sharpen his teeth, and this terrifying thing happened. He felt utterly hopeless. Two beautiful, beautiful sisters.
May I ask where did I offend you?
You suddenly appeared, without saying a word, and beat me into this state.
I almost lost my life.
Why? The hundred-mouthed gluttonous beast looked at the two tricksters. He knew he was undoubtedly going to die, but before he died, he just wanted to know why.
Squeak and Rain Demon didn't answer such a question. A creature about to die, what's the point of knowing the truth? Does it make any difference? Anyway, it's death.
The reason they hadn't finished him off yet was simply because Lin Bei hadn't arrived.
Squeak placed a foot on the hundred-mouthed gluttonous beast's back. Soon, a human will come. You must answer his questions properly. If he asks who is more ruthless, remember to say it's me. And answer any other similar questions for me.
After she finished speaking, Yu Mei hurriedly added.
Don't listen to her. It's all about me. You wouldn't want to experience the feeling of being suffocated by rain, would you?
Her tone held a threat.
Rain continued to fall. Every drop was deadly. You know who to mention. She can suffocate you with rain, how much more painful can it be?
My methods are harsher. If your answer disappoints me, I will grind you into dust, leaving not even a toe untouched.
The gluttonous monster wept.
It truly could not understand.
What is this all about? A human is coming, so what? Why force him to answer like this? Do they all want to carry the most evil and terrifying reputation?
What a crazy world. It has turned into something I cannot understand. After a while, Lin Bei slowly arrived at the fourth floor. Before he found the storeroom, a strong smell of blood hit him. But there was nothing there. No sounds of fighting or wailing. He had an idea in his heart.
Has it already ended? Quite fast.
Lin Bei followed the smell of blood to the storeroom.
As soon as he entered, he felt uneasy.
The situation was somewhat terrifying. The ground was covered with blood mixed with rain, and there were many shattered fangs, along with lots of broken flesh. A strange, twisted figure lay on the ground, covered in wounds, its one remaining eye filled with confusion and despair.
The body was still alive, but the heart was already dead. The gluttonous monster immediately looked towards Lin Bei. Finally, he saw the human the two creatures spoke of. Is that him? He looks pretty ordinary, nothing special about him. How did he manage to do this? When Lin Bei walked in, Ji and Yu Mei both stirred. One on the left and one on the right, they intimately linked their arms with Lin Bei, their four eyes filled with affection, a rare moment of harmony. You finally came. I was just kicking him, and I caused 2/3 of his injuries. Don't you think I am more suitable for the sister-in-law position? Nonsense. Clearly, I contributed the most. I took half of his life. You are not qualified to compete with me. So? The sister-in-law should be me. Impossible, it is clearly me. Ji and Yu Mei were arguing. The topic of discussion remained who could be the sister-in-law. Anyone could see they were vying for attention, their actions leaving no room for concealment. Lin Bei sighed helplessly. As expected. Before the real sister-in-law emerges, neither will submit to the other. I'm afraid even the white rose and red rose are the same. At this moment, the gluttonous monster finally understood the situation and realized why it had encountered such misfortune. So you two teamed up to beat me up like this, just to compete for affection in front of this human. The reason for making me answer like that is just to become the top one? What a joke. Two such powerful creatures, each stronger than me, yet for a human they would do such a thing, and still an average human? Crazy. Totally crazy. It was crashing down. After thinking it through, it never imagined it would turn out this way. However, the gluttonous monster was not foolish. Though it could not see anything special about Lin Bei, having experienced this situation, it knew that Lin Bei must hold something special, understanding it could not afford to offend him. It could only do what the two creatures asked. At that moment, Lin Bei, entangled by Yu Mei and Ji, also guessed what the two creatures meant. He could only helplessly ask. Who was the one that attacked the hardest just now? Chapter 67. Lin Bei looked at the gluttonous monster, the related information panel appeared before him. Gluttonous Monster, by Zue. Favorability points, -999. Relationship, unresolvable. Level, soul wandering, originally a malevolent monster level, severely injured. The strength is severely impacted, lowered to the level of a wandering soul. S-class wanted bizarre. A true villain, striking indiscriminately, with a large number of victims. He hates you, all because of you. He has to go through this nightmarish experience, to feel the agony piercing through every part of his body. His suffering is greater than yours. Without you, his mouth, his teeth, his skin, his bones, would not be in such a miserable state. Everything is to blame on you. He admits he has done many bad things, devouring many innocent bizarre beings and humans, but he does not deserve this fate. At the same time, he is also shocked. Why would two exceptionally powerful female bizarre beings treat you like this? Obeying you, being incredibly close to you, doing all this just to gain your approval. Your appearance makes him feel like the world has gone mad. When did the world become so insane? So low in favor? But, it's normal, after all, it thinks I am the culprit. Strength has fallen to wandering soul level? Any random bizarre found on the street can kill him. No need to keep him. Originally, Lin Bei was still considering whether to increase the favor of the gluttonous bizarre. Now it seems, there is no need. A critically injured bizarre, rather than gambling on when he can fully recover, it's better to exchange him for a bounty, which can prepare for future plans. This question, the gluttonous bizarre does not know how to answer. It clearly remembers what just happened. Both bizarre beings forced him, no, not coaxed, only threatened, making him confess that he was the most ruthless one. What should he do? Daring not to offend either. No matter which one he offends, it's a dead end. So, the gluttonous bizarre did not answer, collapsing to the ground in silence, hoping to escape punishment from Lin Bei this way. He still holds a glimmer of luck. Perhaps not answering this question would avoid offending those two female bizarre beings, and he wouldn't have to lose his life. I must remain silent. This is a life-threatening question. Seeing the gluttonous bizarre's continuous silence, Lin Bei frowned slightly. This is pure stall tactics. Ji noticed it at the first moment. Bang! She kicked out, sending the gluttonous bizarre flying several meters away, spinning in the air several times. Are you mute? Hurry up and answer. Beside her, Yu Mei also had a grim expression, coldness rising in her eyes. TCH, let you be the first. If I were the one, it would be worse for him. She coldly looked at the gluttonous bizarre, the warning intent clear. The gluttonous bizarre, almost fainting, now completely understood one thing. Indeed, no matter who he says is the cruelest, he will offend the other bizarre being. But if he doesn't answer, he offends both bizarre beings at once. No choice. He can only answer Lin Bei's questions. He knows clearly. The real reason that made these two bizarre beings angry is because his silence caused Lin Bei to frown. Just a mere frown. They both hit me. Equally hard. Both very scary and vicious. They don't view me as a bizarre at all. The gluttonous bizarre didn't want to offend anyone, so he gave a middle answer. Lin Bei continued to ask. Then which one hurt you more? Just the same. 50-50. The gluttonous bizarre replied. He doesn't know the real answer at all. When getting beaten, who remembers these things? Among the two, who makes you more afraid? I'm scared of both. Then, Lin Bei asked a few more questions. But the answers were all similar. So, you're saying? You think this time is a tie? Lin Bei finally asked this question. The gluttonous bizarre nodded seriously in response. Yes. Both sisters are very strong, attacking without any mercy. I really can't judge who won or lost. He is gambling. Gambling that this answer can save his life. But the gluttonous bizarre has no idea. At this moment Gigi and Yume are both quite upset. After all the hard work, it ends up as a tie? You all know the result. No winner was determined. Let's talk about it later. I'm going to the underworld office to collect the bounty. You two, get ready. After saying this, Lin Bei prepared to leave, not wanting to stay any longer in this terrible room. Gigi hurriedly asked. What about it? Can we dispose of it freely? I remember that even a dead monster can be used to claim a bounty, right? She didn't want to let the gluttonous beast get away. If the gluttonous beast cooperated, she could overshadow Yume and perhaps even directly become the respected big sister recognized by Lin Bei. Dispose of it as you wish, but keep its characteristics. Okay. Gigi walked a few steps to the gluttonous beast's side. Without saying a word, she lifted her foot and stomped down. Bang! The gluttonous beast's eyes went blank, and it would die in a few seconds. I told you already, just say I'm the most ruthless. But you still chose to seek death. You made me miss the chance to be the big sister. Do you know? I almost went crazy wanting to be the big sister. I was the last to appear, and didn't have a chance to win him over. I really feel insecure. In truth, Gigi was under a lot of pressure. The strength Yume displayed in Lin Bei's trust in Yume made her feel a sense of crisis. It seemed that if she made one mistake, the position of big sister would be taken away by Yume. Hearing these words, the gluttonous beast wanted to say something. But due to its severe injuries, it couldn't utter a single word and died in endless pain. Yume listened to Gigi's complaints. At that moment, she suddenly felt confident. So you two haven't had a chance to do anything, huh? What a pity. Your big sister here has done a lot. In the car. In the dungeon. In the grave. So many, so many. Looks like I'm more suited to be the big sister. Gigi was furious. She nearly exploded on the spot. Don't be smug. I will catch up one day. No. I will surpass you. I will exceed you in number. And in variety and quality. She had made up her mind. Gigi could not bear this insult. Lin Bei rode Xiaotian's motorcycle back to the underworld office. Meanwhile, Yume and Gigi hid nearby. They were not suitable to appear near the underworld office. After all, they were both wanted criminals. Holding the head of the gluttonous beast, Lin Bei intended to enter the office to exchange it for a bounty. But he unexpectedly discovered that many new wanted posters were pinned at the office entrance. Each wanted poster had the same content, with at least hundreds of them. Huh? New wanted posters? What's going on? Filled with curiosity, Lin Bei walked over to the new wanted posters. Chapter 68. Although the distance was too far to clearly see the contents of the wanted posters, Lin Bei realized something through the fact that these hundreds or even thousands of wanted posters were identical. There's no doubt, this wanted poster is very important. Such treatment means the reward will surely be very high. Let's see if I can get in on it. If possible, he would get involved. At the entrance stood many people and monsters, all looking at the newly posted wanted posters. As they left, they would tear off a poster to take with them, clearly preparing for action. As soon as he got there, Lin Bei heard several challengers discussing. Nice luck, we haven't even investigated much and already have intelligence. The next task is to find this woman. Her features are very obvious, finding her won't be difficult, everyone should cooperate. Once we get her, we can complete this challenge. 50 people working together to catch her is simple, this might be the easiest professional challenge yet. Everyone, let's do our best. As he listened, Lin Bei sensed something was off. The more he listened, the more he felt that this wanted poster could relate to him. Wait a minute. It seems something is wrong.
Lin Bei quickened his pace to the wanted posters and began to check the information written on them.
SS class wanted criminal, four-armed female GI. And even snatched away the ancestral treasure of the owner of the Mingfeng residence. The reward amount is 25 million, and the owner of Mingfeng residence sponsors an additional 50 million exclusively. Those who provide information can also receive rewards, and solving this issue can lead to a permanent position. The son of the owner of Mingfeng residence revealed the following information. The characteristics of the four-armed giantess include a height of over 3 meters, a particularly strong build, for robust arms, golden wavy hair, and teeth made of gold in her mouth. Please hurry to find her, preferably alive. Anyone can participate, not just the office staff. After reading it, Lin Bei felt complicated inside, and for a moment, he didn't know what to say. Although the characteristics have nothing to do with him, all those things were done by him. Clearly, this is his wanted notice. But it has been forcefully misled in a strange direction. Upon seeing the words son of the owner of Mingfeng residence, Lin Bei understood what was happening. Good, Yufeng Jinbao. You are a professional at deceiving your own father. Does he really believe in such characteristics? Not only have you fooled your dad, but the Mingfu office also believes in your lies, even updating the wanted notice because of you. So impressive. Lin Bei suddenly felt that Feng Jinbao was not without merit. After all, she has some skills when it comes to lying and nonsense. He lost the desire to get involved. This matter is a bit complicated, he must take it step by step. First, go to change the reward money. This is just the right opportunity to clarify the specific situation and pick out some important oddities to improve goodwill. That way, it will be much easier to earn horror coins later. Retracting his gaze, Lin Bei entered the office. Under the deliberate manipulation of the owner of Mingfeng residence, Feng Jiutian, the SS-level wanted criminal, the four-armed giantess's news spread quickly, soon reaching the entire Grey Abyss city and moving towards surrounding cities. It won't be long before the entire horror world knows. 100 miles away from Grey Abyss City, in the Ghost City, in a remote small town with rare eerie occurrences. This is a film base and a very popular shooting location. Today, a crew is filming a movie here. What the hell? Suddenly, a piercing scream rang out. Boom! Boom! The ground seemed to shake as a strong, tall woman with a tiger back and bare waist, sporting 4 sturdy arms and golden wavy hair, burst into the exclusive room of the film queen. Boss, I am wanted. I have inexplicably become a wanted criminal. Who are the 3 siblings of Mingfeng residence? I don't even know them. She was panicking. As she spoke, her mouth full of golden teeth was revealed. For the past month, she had been here with the boss, handling all sorts of tasks, never stepping out, let alone robbing something from the neighboring city. The film queen, Shurya Xiang, was calmer. She took the wanted notice, read it, and found that the described characteristics indeed closely resembled her human employee. It was almost the same person. If she hadn't known that the other party had never left, she would have thought it was that person's doing. Xiao Li, do you have a twin sister? Could the wanted person be her? Xiao Li nodded. Yes. But she died in the first round of challenges. So it cannot be her. Boss, you must believe me. I've been by your side this month, I haven't had time to do such things. I beg you to help me testify later. The film queen, Shurya Xiang, did not refuse. Xiao Li was very handy as her assistant, reading faces well and working efficiently, so she would help when needed. Don't worry. You know my influence. As long as I speak on your behalf, my fans will defend you. Hearing this, Xiao Li finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, boss. In the Mingfeng residence. In the top-tier suite exclusive to Lin Bei, Feng Wu, Feng Hong, and Feng Zi, the 3 spirits. In front of her lay the brand new bounty notice. They knew this was the work of Feng Jinbao. Jinbao has really grown up. With Jinbao secretly helping, Uncle Lin will be safe for now. Father, don't blame us, you are not as important as Uncle Lin. Daughters, don't feel guilty, to him, you're not as important as that egg, he never considered your safety. After several days, Lin Bei came again to the bounty office, still that familiar, simply decorated room. The bounty sister was present in the office. In front of her lay the brand new wanted notice. Lin Bei? Why are you here? Seeing Lin Bei arrive, the bounty sister's eyes lit up. She wanted to ship them again. Are you here to find Xiao Tian? You sit and wait. I will call Xiao Tian over right away. The bounty sister did not let Lin Bei go find Xiao Tian, but insisted on bringing him over. Because she wanted to see face to face. Lin Bei was speechless, his lips twitched a few times. The bounty sister always managed to show him up. A message panel appeared in front of him. Bounty sister. Affection points, 25. Relationship, she is still shipping. Level, mysterious. She is very happy to see you. She just wants Xiao Tian to come over quickly.
Then see your intimate interaction, and finally do something exciting in front of her.
She is looking forward to it. Chapter 69.
Sighing, Lin Bei spoke up. There's no need to call Xiao Tian.
I didn't come for him.
In the next moment, the Bounty Sister's face changed instantly, the excitement in her eyes fading, and her attitude changed accordingly.
Oh. Boring. Then why are you here?
If you have something to say it quickly, if not, then hurry and leave. Her attitude was not good, clearly reluctant to talk to Lin Bei. The information panel appeared again in front of Lin Bei.
Bounty Sister. Affection points, 20.
Lin Bei was even more speechless.
Affection dropped straight by 5 points?
Okay, if I don't let you ship, you treat me like this, right?
He made a decision.
He had to raise the Bounty Sister's affection. Originally, the Bounty Sister was one of the targets he needed to pursue. She was the main person in charge of the bounty department. At the banquet before, he didn't have time to work on her because raising Fengwu's affection was a higher priority. System, raise the Bounty Sister's affection. If I don't allow it to stop, then don't end it.
Ding. Target locked. Affection is starting to rise. +1. +1.
At the same time, Lin Bei lifted the tattered and strange head in his hand and casually placed it on the table piled with various items.
I came to collect the bounty. S-Class wanted strange, 100-mouth glutton, bounty amount is 250 million horror coins. This is his head.
Although it's a bit tragic, it can barely be recognized. Hearing this, the Bounty Sister's expression became more serious, and she quickly looked at the scarred head. The head was severely damaged, but upon careful inspection, one could still see several features that matched the wanted notice. So it could be confirmed that this was indeed the head of the S-Class wanted strange, 100-mouth glutton.
You turned an S-Class wanted strange into this?
Where's his body?
Why are his mouths all crooked? What about his teeth? They're all gone?
TSK, how hard did you hit him that not a single part is intact?
You are ruthless. Wait a moment, I'll go through the process, then give you the bounty. Lin Bei just listened, not answering the Bounty Sister's questions. Because he hadn't figured out an excuse yet.
This tragic situation was hard to explain. At this time, the Bounty Sister continued to ask.
Do you usually play like this with Xiao Tian? That's awesome. Lin Bei really couldn't take it anymore. What nonsense was the Bounty Sister thinking? Don't worry. Later, I will play something exciting with you.
Hearing this kind of talk, the Bounty Sister knew what Lin Bei meant. Rationality told her to teach Lin Bei a lesson. After all, this didn't sound like a good thing. But she couldn't bring herself to say it, feeling no hatred toward Lin Bei, even when hearing such words. Not only did she not dislike it, but she also felt a bit expectant. Since affection was just a middle value, the Bounty Sister skipped this topic.
+1. +1. At the same time,
she found her mindset had changed.
The fun in shipping CP had faded away. She even regretted shipping Lin Bei and Xiao Tian.
Bounty Sister.
Favor points, 50. Relationship, cannot dislike you. Level, mystifying.
She suddenly lost interest in CP shipping.
She regretted shipping you and Xiao Tian. She didn't know why.
Just now, she wanted to say a few words to you, but she couldn't. Disliking you was simply impossible.
+1. +1.
The favor continued to rise. Lin Bei casually found a spot to sit, watching the numbers popping up over Bounty Sister's head. Half a minute passed, and the favor reached 80. Bounty Sister was staring fixedly at Lin Bei, and once again she started shipping CP. However, she wasn't shipping Lin Bei and Xiao Tian, but herself and Lin Bei. It turns out, it's not that shipping CP is boring. It's that I shipped the wrong CP. How silly I was to ship him and Xiao Tian, what a foolish thought.
The most suitable CP. Of course, it's me and him. +1. +1.
In no time, the favor reached 100. The system's notification sound rang out.
Ding. Gained 1 attribute point.
Then, the favor continued to increase.
+1. +1.
At this moment, Bounty Sister was still staring at Lin Bei. Her eyes were filled with affection, almost bursting into pink little hearts. Such a perfect match. He and I are so well matched.
Cold handsome guy X love-struck fangirl. Forbidden love between temp worker and boss. He just said he wanted to do something exciting with me. Could he be a hidden black-bellied pervert? Wow, I really like it. I wonder when we can play.
Bounty Sister was totally in love. Her eyes turned into peach blossom eyes, completely losing her composure.
Bounty Sister. Favor points, 112. Relationship, only ship you and her for a lifetime. Level, mystifying. She was lost in love, unable to extricate herself from loving you. She was still shipping CP. But now it was you and her. The more she shipped, the sweeter it felt, imagining various scenarios. She was so excited. She felt her whole body heating up. She was about to lose control. She wanted to recreate all the CP scenarios in her head. Weak patient x passionate nurse. Human agent x female mysterious secretary. Popular male star x crazy stalker fan. For you, for your CP, she was willing to do anything for you. Lower limit? Does not exist. In an instant, Lin Bei was speechless. He truly hadn't expected the favor points to rise so high, yet Bounty Sister still loved shipping CP. Fortunately, she was no longer shipping creepy CP. Let's leave it at that. What else can we do? Having a little hobby isn't a bad thing. At least she would willingly play various roles. Ha! Taking a deep breath, Lin Bei interrupted the CP-loving Bounty Sister. Let's ship later. There are more important matters. Although deeply engrossed in the idea of her and Lin Bei's CP, Bounty Sister still prioritized Lin Bei in her heart, and as soon as he spoke, she regained her clarity. Okay. What do you want to do? Whatever you say. Lin Bei looked around, confirming there were no other abnormalities, before pointing to the head of the gluttonous monster. He indicated for Bounty Sister to sit beside him. But unexpectedly, Bounty Sister overinterpreted and directly sat in Lin Bei's lap, wrapping her arms around his neck. So comfy. Lin Bei rubbed his temples and spoke in a low voice. What's the specific process for claiming the bounty? Tell me everything about what will happen to you later. Everything. How could Bounty Sister refuse such a thing? She immediately told the truth. First, I'll confirm, as long as there's no problem, I'll give you the bounty. In a few minutes, several abnormalities will come to take the wanted criminal away. They will take him regardless of life or death. They will send the wanted criminal to a temporary holding area, then the wanted criminal will be monitored by the abnormalities in the holding area, and finally, based on their crimes, will be assigned to different prisons. Those with lighter crimes will go to regular prisons, and those with serious crimes will go to the abyss. That's the entire process. Chapter 70. The process isn't complicated, but there are quite a few abnormalities involved. Bounty Sister, the abnormalities responsible for the handover, the abnormalities in the holding area, and the abnormalities supervising the different prisons. Lin Bei couldn't help but frown, feeling that things were not simple. What are their strengths? Are they strong? Sister Bounty understood these things well enough, she had been in this position for many years. She revealed everything when she answered. The strength of those who come to capture the wanted criminals is usually average. They are mainly taken care of by 4 strange beings who have never acted themselves. The strength of the strange beings in the holding room is slightly stronger than mine, basically on par with Laughing Heaven. But as for those prison staff strange beings, their strength is uncertain. In an ordinary prison, the staff's strength is usually normal, but in those special prisons, the staff's strength is stronger than the next. For example, the most terrifying hell of no return, or even the weakest staff have the strength of a strange king. I have heard that many powerful humans work there. Similarly, those who are imprisoned in this prison are not ordinary strange beings. I don't know the specifics of Hell of No Return, but a prison staff once revealed that it is divided into male and female sections, separated by a wall of flesh, ensuring that male prisoners and female prisoners can never meet. Lin Bei caught several important pieces of information from these words. The most significant is undoubtedly the Hell of No Return. The most terrifying prison? There are humans working inside? So, there are professions that can be challenged. The difficulty is probably unimaginable. In a short time, I definitely don't have the qualifications to challenge this profession. In fact, Lin Bei wanted to take a look around this prison because it held many powerful strange beings. Not only the prisoners, but every strange staff member was also quite strong. If he could raise their favorability, wouldn't he just take off from that spot? It would be like a treasure trove. It's a good thing I currently don't have the qualifications to go. Otherwise, it would probably be a dead end. At present, I can only raise the strength of evil strange beings. The staff in Hell of No Return are at least strange king level. After figuring out the situation, Lin Bei decisively gave up on the idea of taking action against the prison. Because it was unnecessary to go that far, and there were too many prisons to determine which one he would be imprisoned in. Therefore, the only ones he needed to target were the responsible strange beings for the handover and those in the holding room. First, transfer the bounty to me, then we can move on to the next step. Once those strange beings arrive, delay them as much as possible.
Although she didn't know what Lin Bei wanted to do, Sister Bounty, believing herself to be the best partner with Lin Bei, would never refuse her partner's request. Reluctantly leaving Lin Bei's arms, she began operating according to the normal procedure. 10 seconds later, 2,500,000 terror coins arrived.
The strange beings responsible for the handover will arrive soon. I will use a program glitch to hold them up. You can do whatever you want.
Lin Bei nodded to show he understood.
After a few minutes, there was a knock on the door. Come in.
Sister Bounty's voice was very normal, with no sign of anything unusual. Four strange beings pushed the door open and entered, and one of them asked,
Another wanted criminal has been caught? Who is it? Can they reach A level? Lin Bei looked at the four strange beings right away.
The corresponding information panel appeared before his eyes.
Handler, wild laughter. Favorability, 0. Handler, great cry. Favorability, 0. Handler, furious. Level, grudge soul. Handler, gloomy. He was one of the strange beings specifically responsible for handovers, codenamed Gloomy. Whatever codename one had, one possessed the corresponding ability.
Gloomy, furious, wild laughter, great cry, pain, despair, fear, greed, and several others. Each office would assign a few of these strange beings. They were cultivated by the Underworld office at a great cost. Although their level was only grudge soul, their true strength was not so simple. They could unleash power beyond their current level, especially when they faced enemies together. Their strength was even more terrifying. That is why they qualify to be responsible staff for handovers. After reading this, Lin Bei was somewhat surprised. These four weird and unexpected beings are special. The abilities they possess are powerful. I told you, the weird creatures in charge of the handover cannot be weaker than the bounty hunters. After all, this is such an important matter. What makes Lin Bei happiest is that these four weird creatures have low levels. No matter how strong their real power is, their ghostly levels determine their fate.
System. Raise each to 100. Ding. Target locked. Favorability has started to increase.
At this moment, the four weird creatures noticed Lin Bei.
Temporary worker? Don't tell me this temporary worker caught the wanted criminal.
If it was him, it would at most be a B-level wanted criminal.
That's boring. You're too early to be happy. A human? Ah, disappointing. Hearing these words, Bounty Sister lost control of her emotions. Bang!
She slammed the table hard.
Quiet down. What nonsense are you saying? Just because he is a human, you look down on him? What a foolish thought. Have your brains been eaten by dogs? A bunch of idiots. Beasts asterisk asterisk asterisk. Filthy asterisk asterisk asterisk. Bounty Sister couldn't stand seeing Lin Bei being looked down upon.
She cursed very harshly. The four weird creatures were stunned on the spot.
The incident happened suddenly, they couldn't react at all. They were unexpectedly scolded? So harsh, so fierce, they were left dumbfounded. They were confused and couldn't understand Bounty Sister's actions.
The previous Bounty Sister was never like this, she always appeared reasonable and intelligent.
What's going on? Why is she scolding us like we have some huge grudge? Is she protecting that human?
It seems so, and we didn't say anything too extreme.
Does she really need to go this far?
She's completely different from her usual self.
What a scary lady.
Due to the positional suppression, the four weird creatures didn't dare to argue with Bounty Sister and could only endure the scolding with increasingly ugly expressions. Seeing this, Bounty Sister had no intention of stopping. She decided to change her plan.
Before, she wanted to delay using the excuse of a system glitch.
Now it seems unnecessary, she would directly scold until Lin Bei spoke up.
Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk.
At the same time, Bounty Sister was also shipping herself with Lin Bei. A weak man who was easy to bully a sharp-tongued, fierce lady.
Ding. Gained a point in attributes. Ding.
Until the favorability of the four weird creatures reached 100, Bounty Sister's scolding did not stop.
Unlike before, the few weird creatures had no objections to this, instead, they recognized it immensely. Sister, you are absolutely right.
All the faults are ours, it's all our fault for speaking without thought. We are the scoundrels, we really deserve to die. Whoa, I regret saying those words. I'm truly an idiot. Please forgive me, I shouldn't have looked down on you.
Chapter 71. System, continue to increase Bounty Sister's favorability.
Lin Bei didn't plan to raise the favorability of the four handover weird creatures any higher.
100 exactly, that's enough. Stop.
The moment his words fell, the office became very quiet. Bounty Sister and the four responsible weird creatures all fixed their gazes on Lin Bei, waiting for him to continue speaking.
Lin Bei didn't want to waste time and quickly stated his plan. Listen up, my plan is like this. Next, I will deal with the weird creatures in the detention room, and then it's your turn to perform. I will often bring in a few wanted weird creatures, first get the bounty from Sister, and then you come over to take the wanted weird creatures away to the detention room. But they will escape. They might run away during transport or after reaching the detention room. In short, they will definitely leave. As for what happens in between, it depends on your cooperation. My requirements are simple: without exposing that you are undercover, let those wanted weird creature. In fact, she couldn't resist spending it all. Just buying a few nice things would drain her savings. Sister Bounty was very clever and immediately understood Lin Bei's plan. Got it. This is a good plan. Though there are certain risks, they can basically be ignored. The worst outcome is simply losing your job, but before you're fired, you can definitely help you get a lot of horror coins. She simply didn't care about the consequences. It's just a job. How could Lin Bei's happiness be more important, even if it was a very stable and reputable job? The four strange beings had no objections either. They would do whatever it takes to help Lin Bei execute the plan. They didn't care what would happen next. The plan was going smoothly, only the final step remained. Take me to the detention room. Bounty, remember to count the points for me. Then, Lin Bei followed the four strange beings to the detention room. Ding. Favorability has begun to increase. Ding. Gained a point of attribute. 10 minutes later, Lin Bei walked out the door of the underworld office. This operation went smoothly. He could start executing the next plan. Let's do it once. Send Yumei and Gigi in. 1 S-Class, 1 A-Class, a bounty of several million. To be honest, it's a bit low. First, let's inform them. After taking a few turns, Lin Bei arrived at the hiding place of Yumei and Gigi. The two strange beings kept a certain distance, not wanting to acknowledge each other, still looking at each other with disdain. Lin Bei told the two strange beings about the plan. As soon as he finished speaking, Yumei hurriedly said, "Since we are going to do this, why not bring my good friend along? She is currently in the dungeon repairing the wall. She is an SS-class wanted strange being, with a bounty higher than both of ours combined. Don't worry, as long as I ask, she will definitely agree. After all, it's not dangerous." Such a good suggestion, how could Lin Bei refuse? Okay. Take me to find her. Gigi listened from the side, feeling very anxious. She always felt that the situation wasn't good. Compared to Yumei, she was far behind. Oh no. I don't have any friends who are wanted. What should I do now? But I do know a hiding place of a wanted strange being. I can go catch it. To avoid losing to Yumei, Gigi decided to do this. So she said to Lin Bei, "I need to leave for a bit. Can you tell me the address of the dungeon? When the time comes, I'll give you a surprise." Lin Bei nodded. Sure. He then told Gigi the address. He didn't ask what Gigi was going to do. Since it was a surprise, there was no need to know in advance. Buzz. Racing around the corners, Lin Bei took Yumei back to the dungeon. The dungeon door was closed, everything seemed normal. Yumei opened the dungeon door. Still very quiet, no knocking sounds. Looks like it's already fixed. Let's go down. Yumei held Lin Bei's hand as they entered the dungeon. A terrifying scene unfolded before their eyes. On the ground outside the cell, there were strange beings lying about in disarray, each with eyes rolled back and white, fainted. Each one had obvious head injuries, clearly caused by some blunt object. Meanwhile, the little girl was sitting on a chair with an innocent and clueless look, isolated from those strange beings, as though what had happened had nothing to do with her. Lin Bei instinctively looked at the little girl. A particularly cute and adorable strange being. Big eyes, cherry lips, twin ponytails, a mini skirt. She looked only about 1.5 meters tall, wearing a white tank top and work pants, which didn't quite match her appearance. At the same time, relevant information popped up before Lin Bei's eyes. Lark Artisan, little girl. Favorability points, 6. Relationship, a bit surprised. Level, Strange Emperor. She is an SS-class wanted strange being. The assessment level for her wanted status is seriously lower than her actual strength, because she doesn't attack strange beings at will. She simply loves repairing and building things and has hardly ever done anything wrong. However, many of the things she has built have unknowingly affected the members of the Underworld office, bringing great misfortune to many members. In the dungeon of Raincharm, in Ling Air's moving house, in the evil pawn shop of the Spider Witch, in the encyclopedia library of Dr. Snake. Each one is particularly dangerous. Therefore, she was judged to be a very dangerous anomaly. The Underworld office once tried to lure her, wanting her to work for them, but each time she rejected them. This behavior angered the office, ultimately leading to her being marked as an SS-class wanted anomaly.
Her strength is very strong, although her best skills are in repairing and building. Over time, her power has been continuously growing to a terrifying level, and a casual punch could collapse a wall. Moreover, she is extremely skilled with tools like hammers, saws, and wrenches. Just picking up a similar wrench, she can unleash a power comparable to that of a high-grade underworld artifact. She is very worried and afraid, not understanding how strong she really is. If you can get along harmoniously with her, please do not provoke her.
Who? Lin Bei took a deep breath.
The information about this SS class wanted anomaly truly surprised him.
Her strength is actually that of a Gue crown.
There is no weakening, she can unleash her entire power as a Gue crown.
Gue crown. It's my first time seeing one.
This is a bit difficult. Currently, the highest I can do is enhance the favorability of evil anomalies. To raise the favorability of Gue crown, I need to level up 2 more times. At this moment, Lin Bei made a decision. Once the system levels up, he must prioritize raising the favorability of the lowly.
Chapter 72.
Lin Bei realized how important the lowly was. Although she is not good at fighting and lacks combat abilities, her strength is actually very strong. Without any fancy techniques, she just swings the hammer or saw wildly. The simplest attack method often exerts extremely powerful effects. More importantly, the lowly is proficient in creating various things and in repair work, which is a very important ability and can often play a huge role. In the end, the lowly is very cute, with twin tails. Having her around is definitely a good thing. The voice of Rain Charm rang out at this moment.
Her name is Lowly. She is a very good friend of mine.
I told you before, this dungeon is her work, perfectly isolated from the outside world. No matter what happens inside, no one outside will know. As long as I don't actively expose it, no one can find me. Lowly has created many works. I will take you to visit them when I have the chance. Her behavior and gestures were very intimate, as if she wanted to stick to Lin Bei.
Lowly happened to see this scene.
Her big eyes were filled with thick confusion. She had never seen such a rain charm.
So close to someone of the opposite sex? And it's a human. A little charm has gone crazy? Sticking so closely to a man? She seems very happy.
Lowly was truly surprised. Even though she had a good relationship with Rain Charm, they had never been that close.
Lowly, let me introduce you. His name is Lin Bei. He is my lover. Boom.
In her mind, it was as if a thunderclap had exploded, and Lowly was stunned, her big eyes filled with even more confusion, a tuft of hair standing up on her head, her twin tail slightly splitting, as if struck by lightning. Her understanding and worldview were violently shaken.
El lover? El little charm, you fell in love with a human? You're really not joking? Lowly couldn't quite believe it. Love between humans and anomalies has always been a taboo.
Over countless years, it has happened many times, but almost always ended badly. Humans and anomalies are 2 different races, and their worldviews are completely incompatible. The sweeter the initial relationship, the worse the backlash will be later.
It's true. I'm not joking. I love him. Rain Charm's tone was extremely certain, with no hint of lying whatsoever.
Seeing this, Lowly completely believed Rain Charm. She did not understand this matter, nor could she easily accept it, but she could accept it.
She would bless you, May. Congratulations to you. You have found your true love.
I hope you two can be happy and sweet forever. Luo Li was sincerely blessing her.
She really considered Yu Mei as a friend. Blessing aside, Luo Li didn't have much confidence. Thank you.
Yu Mei replied with a smile. She knew what Luo Li was thinking, but she didn't worry at all, because she believed in her love for Lin Bei.
Is the wall fixed?
Yu Mei changed the subject.
Yes.
It has returned to its original condition. But the ghosts you locked up suddenly passed out. Why? I just closed my eyes for a few seconds, and when I opened them again, it was like this.
Luo Li still couldn't figure this out.
In her view, this definitely had nothing to do with her. After all, she was just an ordinary repairman.
Yu Mei sighed helplessly. Don't worry about them.
If they want to lie down, let them lie down.
It's not important. I'm here to find you for another reason.
Then, Yu Mei started to communicate with Luo Li. Lin Bei was observing from the side. The longer he observed, the more he confirmed one thing. Other than in repair and construction, Luo Li was clearly a rather foolish ghost, nearly twisting her ankle just walking a few steps. At the same time, Lin Bei also confirmed another thing.
Luo Li really didn't know how strong she was. Soon, Yu Mei and Luo Li finished their communication. Luo Li readily agreed.
She had long wanted to see the office of the underworld, mainly to observe the various building structures there, and if possible, she also wanted to make some appropriate modifications. As for safety concerns, Luo Li wasn't unconcerned, she just hadn't thought about it yet, still lost in the excitement of being able to visit the office. After this, Lin Bei and the two ghosts temporarily waited there, while sending the other ghosts back to their cells. During this time, Luo Li's affection steadily remained at the value of 6. Half an hour later, Lin Bei's hand terminal rang. It was Gigi contacting him. Lin Bei answered the call, and Gigi's voice came from the other end. "Hubby." The sweet, spoiled tone echoed, which Lin Bei, Yume, and Luo Li could all hear. At this moment, Luo Li's pupils shook. She hurriedly looked at Yume, her speech slightly stammering. You quickly listen. The ghost on the other side is calling. Calling him hubby. Xiaomei, you have been cheated on. He is a scumbag." But to Luo Li's surprise, Yume remained very calm, showing no signs of being affected by this at all. She merely nodded. "Calm down. I already knew. The guy on the other side is trying hard to compete for the position of sister-in-law. She is indeed a strong competitor. But you don't need to worry, the position of sister-in-law definitely belongs to me. I came to ask for your help to solidify my position." After hearing this, Luo Li felt her worldview, built over the years, completely collapse. She was nearly going mad. Not only was she calm about being cheated on, but competing with the mistress for the sister-in-law position? What absurd behavior was that? When did the world become like this? The mistress actually dared to challenge the main wife? Just then, you may continue to speak. And I can confirm. It won't just be her competing with me for the sister-in-law position, there will probably be many other female ghosts as well. She is just the first one I encountered. Luo Li's head began to throb. The information was too overwhelming, her brain capacity wasn't enough. No way. I need to go out and calm down. Your world is so hard to understand. After saying this, Luo Li felt dizzy and went outside the dungeon. Yume kept watching Luo Li. I hope you will never understand. Don't get involved in this bloody fight. She was very worried that Luo Li would join. If she really joined, then it would be impossible to win. Chapter 73. Lin Bei was communicating with Gigi. In a little over 10 minutes, Gigi would arrive, and she was bringing an S-Class wanted ghost. In 10 minutes. Go out and find Yume. Yume observed her surroundings. The weird creatures that had been captured were in a deep stupor, and the loli had gone outside to clear her head due to shock. Only she and Lin Bei remained in the dungeon. Recalling the argument she had with Gigi a few hours ago, she wanted to expand her current advantage and further distance herself from Gigi, so she turned to Lin Bei and softly held his large hand with her delicate little hand. Brother. Although it was just a call, Yume's meaning was perfectly conveyed. Lin Bei's heart jumped. Wait a minute. There are only 10 minutes. That's simply not enough. Shall we do it another day? He was not afraid nor tired, it was just that there truly wasn't enough time. Yume realized this too. It's alright, we can find a different way. While waiting for you earlier, I secretly made some preparations. As she spoke, she pulled out 3 items from her pocket. A bottle of ice water, a bag of popping candy, and a pack of tissues. All of them were specialties from the horror world. The ice water's label clearly stated that the source extracted was from the river Styx. The popping candy had a few red characters written on it, saying it was absolutely explosive, jumping wildly, as if a heavy metal band was performing a concert in your mouth. The tissue's packaging was even more outrageous, it was specialized for disposing of bodies, perfectly erasing your crimes. Lin Bei was instantly dumbfounded. No, sister. This is way too extravagant, isn't it? He never expected Yume would go to buy these things. In such a short waiting time, she specifically went to the store for this? And all 3 of these items seemed a bit off. Ice water from the river Styx? Popping candy that hosts a concert? Tissues for disposing of bodies? Huh? What is going on? At this moment, Yume pointed to her mouth and tore open the popping candy packet. What do you think? I really want to try the popping candy. Now that it had come to this, how could Lin Bei bear to refuse? He absolutely didn't want to waste Yume's good intentions. Alright. Then as you wish. With a positive answer, Yume cheered in her heart. Yay! I've gained the lead again. At this moment, Lin Bei asked a question. By the way, what was Gigi doing while you were out buying things? Was she waiting for you? Or? His intuition told him that Gigi wouldn't allow Yume to act freely unless she also had something to do. As she prepared, Yume responded. Her? She also went to buy some things. It seemed like she bought socks and clothes or something, I'm not really sure. After saying that, she ate a piece of popping candy. Then she lowered her head. The loli was outside walking among the tombstones. Having distanced herself from Yume and Lin Bei, her not-so-smart brain gradually returned to normal. It's only been a few dozen days, how did Xiaomei become like this? Not only has she fallen in love with a human, but she's also willing to share with other female horrors. To willingly do such things, that human must be incredibly important to her.
I can't even imagine. The lowly felt that something was very wrong. No matter how she thought, she couldn't make sense of it.
But her intuition was sharp, knowing that Lin Bei must have done something.
I must stay cautious around him. I absolutely cannot fall for his tricks.
I don't want to get caught up in the competition for the older sister position. So, I must not be alone with him, always keep a certain distance, can't have physical contact, can't eat what he gives me, can't drink his water, can't wear his clothes. To prevent herself from becoming like that, the lowly kept reminding herself. Gigi soon arrived at the graveyard. She moved slowly because she was dragging a leg with her right hand, pulling along a weird creature in front. The creature lay on the ground. Motionless, with weak breaths, it was covered in scars, its eyes, nose, and mouth swollen, and its arms and thighs twisted irregularly. As it was dragged forward, a trail of bright red blood followed behind.
I'm about to see him.
We've only been apart for a little while, nothing should happen, right? I hope my little sister can be honest and not widen the gap any further. Gigi felt a bit worried. Originally lagging behind by a lot, wanting to catch up was already a big challenge. After all, wanting to monopolize Lin Bei was somewhat difficult. Just as I was walking nearby, I saw Gigi coming over with a strange gait. The moment she saw Gigi, she immediately thought of the word husband, and quickly made a judgment.
Is she the competitor that Xiaomei mentioned?
Gigi carefully observed for a moment and finally sighed in her heart. She really is a strong competitor. Those legs. Even I, a female monster, admire them. In this regard, she is indeed stronger than Xiaomei. At the same time, Gigi also noticed Loli. She didn't know Loli, but did not ignore her because of that. A particularly cute female monster wandering around this extremely remote cemetery in the middle of the night was not a normal sight at all.
Could she also be one of the many younger sisters?
It's possible. But she looks easy to bully, she probably lacks any competitiveness. No need to pay too much attention.
Loli gave the impression of being soft and easy to bully.
Gigi did not talk to Loli. She continued walking towards the dungeon. Loli lost the thought of continuing her walk and quietly followed Gigi toward the dungeon. That injured and unconscious monster was dragged along by Gigi as they passed. This directly led to Gigi's image and Loli's heart not being too good.
So scary. She must be hard to get along with.
I'm so worried that Xiaomei will be beaten by her. Just in time, as Gigi and Yumei reached the dungeon, Lin Bei, looking refreshed, and Yumei, with a shy and satisfied expression, walked out of the dungeon.
Looks just right.
Lin Bei first glanced at Gigi, and then at the near-dead monster behind her. The corresponding information panel appeared before his eyes.
Iron Head Monster. Affinity points, 0. Relationship, indifferent. Level, Evil Monster. He is an S-rank wanted criminal.
He has decent strength, enjoys causing trouble everywhere, and manages to escape dangers by luck every time. Once by chance, he got beaten by Gigi and ended up lying at home for 3 days, and since then he often goes to trouble Gigi, but every time he gets knocked out, Gigi just dumps him on the roadside without understanding. But today, the situation changed. Gigi actively found him, knocked him out, and forcibly brought him here. Lin Bei was slightly taken aback and casually asked.
Is this the S-rank wanted monster you mentioned? You brought him here after knocking him out?
Gigi nodded vigorously, looking at Lin Bei, her eyes full of a desire for praise.
Not bad. It is surprising. Lin Bei understood Gigi's thoughts. Clearly, she wanted to take this unfortunate fellow along to collect bounty money. Meanwhile, Loli was watching Yumei.
She noticed something was off with Yumei's mouth.
Xiaomei, what happened to your mouth? It's a bit swollen and twitching. Yumei explained normally. I'm fine. I just ate too many pop rocks.
Their power is much stronger than I imagined. Upon hearing this, Loli felt a strong curiosity arise.
What brand of pop rocks are those? Is there more? I want to try some.
At that moment, both Lin Bei and Yumei fell silent.
These pop rocks cannot be eaten casually. Yumei didn't know how to respond. And next time. All right. Loli was a bit disappointed.
A kind of pop rock that could make Yumei's mouth like this, one could tell it must be especially delicious. Her main hobby is repairing and building, and her secondary hobby is eating snacks and good food, especially candy. She loves chocolate, bubblegum, pop rocks, and lollipops.
Yumei now had a bitter thought she couldn't express.
If it were really just candy, she would have no hesitation in giving some to Loli. But in this situation,
she simply couldn't give it away.
Lin Bei remained silent.
Give some to Loli? Sorry, no courage for that.
The other party is the monster queen.
The kind I kind of want to eat too.
But I have that kind of relationship with her. If I ask her, she definitely won't tell me.
Forget it, I'll ask my husband later.
He was just with the second sister, maybe he has tasted this popping candy. As long as she waits for the right opportunity, she will ask Lin Bei about this matter.
Anyway, she won't ask in front of Yume. Otherwise, wouldn't that make Yume very proud?
Lin Bei withdrew his gaze and looked around.
Since everyone is here, let's get ready to set off. To carry out my plan. You all know the specific process, right?
He planned to make use of the time.
Because this matter carries great uncertainty. The underworld office is not stupid. Once they detect any anomalies, they will definitely take corresponding action immediately.
Okay.
Yume replied immediately. Let's go, let's go.
Gigi, unwilling to fall behind, chimed in. The lowly remained silent.
Taitu Gue just opened one eye, still confused about the situation. Where is this? Why am I here? Crazy rabbit, what's wrong with you today?
But no one paid him any mind. One person and 4 weirdos couldn't fit on the motorcycle, so Lin Bei used a reward he got last time. The random vehicle summon voucher, which, when used, can summon a random vehicle, valid for 3 full days. After 72 hours, no matter where the vehicle is or whether there are passengers, the summoned vehicle will randomly disappear. This time the luck was average. The summoned vehicle was a regular 5-seater hearse, looking a bit old-fashioned but still usable.
Get in.
Lin Bei took the driver's seat first. Gigi and Yume dashed to the passenger seat at the same time, both wanting to be the one sitting in the co-pilot seat.
Move aside, that's my seat.
You should move, you stinky sister. The competition was fierce, neither of the 2 weirdos gave way, almost ready to fight. The lowly watched from the side, shivering with fear. Both sisters were so fierce.
Taitu Gue was also quite bewildered. He was starting to doubt whether he was still asleep. That bloodthirsty rabbit girl, Gigi, who loved to fight every day, was actually competing with another female weirdos for the co-pilot seat? And the one driving is still a human. Even more absurd, it's a little broken car. Damn. This is crazy.
I should have stayed unconscious a bit longer. Lin Bei gripped the steering wheel, feeling deep helplessness. He planned to stop this. Let the lowly sit in the passenger seat, while the other weirdos sit in the back, and the problem would be solved. But after a moment's thought, Lin Bei felt it wasn't quite right. If he really let the lowly sit in the passenger seat, then the firepower from Yume and Gigi would probably focus on the lowly. Thus, he thought of a better solution, pointing to the bewildered Taitu Gue and saying,
"Stop arguing.
Throw him in the trunk.
Then the 3 of you can squeeze in the back."
Lin Bei had already spoken, and Yume and Gigi no longer fought, their gazes simultaneously turned to Taitu Gue.
Taitu Gue instantly broke into a cold sweat. "No, buddy. They're both fighting for the seat, why are you locking me in the trunk? I'm still an S-level wanted criminal. If not, let me sit in the passenger seat."
But his resistance was useless. Gigi knocked him out with a punch and casually tossed him into the trunk. Yume and the lowly proactively sat in the back, and Gigi returned to the car after finishing the task.
V-room.
Lin Bei started the vehicle and rushed to the underworld office. There were still many bounty notices on the wall at the entrance. As soon as he got out of the car, Lin Bei took out a rope and threw it to Yume.
"You two tie your hands together, and then I will take you in."
Gigi took the rope. The first one she tied was Yume.
The second was the lowly.
The third was herself. Finally, she dragged the unconscious Taitu Gue from the trunk and threw him disdainfully on the ground after tying him up. Lin Bei held the front end of the rope, walking towards the bounty sister's office. A rope tied 4 strange beings together. Yume, the lowly, chirped. And the iron-headed monster being dragged along on the ground.
Extremely eye-catching.
Along the way, all the strange beings and humans passing by would look at Lin Bei, who walked in the front.
4-4? Has he caught 4 wanted monsters? Ha? Does this guy catch wanted criminals like he's gathering a mahjong table? That's too much. I haven't caught a single wanted monster in 3 months. A few minutes later, Lin Bei arrived at Bounty Sister's office with a string of wanted monsters.
Just as Lin Bei pushed the door open, Bounty Sister had already stood up to welcome him.
"You're here. Sit down quickly, don't tire yourself. Do you want something to drink? Goji berry treasure tea is alright?
I brewed it specifically for you just now." After speaking, she finally saw the long line of wanted monsters behind Lin Bei.
4.
Bounty Sister was stunned. She knew Lin Bei's plan, but never expected him to go this big.
My god.
A-class wanted monster, bloodshed bunny, bounty 2 million horror coins.
S-Class Wanted Monster, Rainy Night Butcher, Bounty 2 million horror coins. S-Class Wanted Monster, Iron-Headed Monster, Bounty 2 million horror coins. SS-Class Wanted Monster, Master Lark, Bounty 6 million horror coins.
The total bounty for 4 monsters is 12 million horror coins. Plus the reward system I just set up for him, you can get 15 million horror coins in one go.
If you do this 6 or 7 times, you can get 100 million.
Bounty Sister was really shocked.
She was very clear.
If this continues to happen, it will surely bring about huge changes.
However, it needs some time. So, how about it? Is 4 enough? If it's not enough, I can go catch a few more.
Bounty Sister quickly replied.
Enough. I don't dare to ask for more.
She suddenly felt that the office of the underworld in Huiyuan City was very pitiful. They encountered Lin Bei, this temp worker. He could catch many wanted monsters, but was wholly focused on making profit.
I'll transfer the bounty to you right away.
Their total bounty is 12 million, and with the reward plan I just set up for you, the final bounty amount you can receive is 15 million.
Are you satisfied with this amount? If you're not satisfied, I can add a bit more. Chapter 75. 15 million? Too low. Add a bit more.
Lin Bei was not very satisfied with this price.
Working hard just to get 15 million? Not enough. 18 million. I want to give you more. But this is the highest price I can offer.
Bounty Sister was very straightforward. After all, it was Lin Bei getting the money, she was quite willing. The reason she quoted 15 million just now was purely because this was the total amount of the bounty and reward combined, not because she was stingy with Lin Bei, otherwise, she wouldn't have asked him if he wanted to add more. The process still had to be followed, so that she could cover it up in the future if needed. The loli looked at Bounty Sister, her cute little face filled with surprise. Because Bounty Sister was just too straightforward. She directly raised the offer by 3 million. As if that 3 million was just $3.
Is this how prices are?
Her advantage is nothing but being able to give a lot of terror coins.
I can do that too. And if I want, I can do it even better.
Plus, with my advantages in other areas, those two can only obediently be my little sisters. Rain Charm was particularly confident. The position of the big sister was within reach, just a hand away.
18 million? Okay. Let's go with this price.
This number, Lin Bei could accept. Although it wasn't particularly high, a few more times would be fine, breaking 100 million would still be quite easy. Getting Lin Bei's confirmation, Bounty Sister immediately began to operate, and a few seconds later, 18 million was transferred into Lin Bei's account. She couldn't help but wish to add a few more zeros. But fearing it would put Lin Bei in trouble, she could only hold back this impulse.
Now. Should I call those 4 guys over? Lin Bei nodded. He didn't want to waste time if it wasn't necessary. Okay.
Bounty Sister hurriedly did as asked. A minute and a half later, the 4 strange ones in charge of the handover, laughing mad, crying big, furious rage, and gloomy, came to Bounty Sister's office.
They first looked at Lin Bei, each speaking with great excitement. Boss, is it our time to shine?
Don't worry, leave it to us. With the 4 of us here, not a single wanted criminal you brought will escape.
Even if they don't want to run, I'll force them to.
Then, the 4 strange ones finally saw Rain Charm and others.
These 4 notorious wanted ones had some understanding of what was going on. Putting aside Ironhead, the other 3 were more terrifying than the last.
Rainy Night Butcher, killing with ease, specializes in targeting rich creatures. Once locked on, it's a dead end, dying in unimaginable pain. Bloody Bunny Girl, though she won't kill, those who conflict with her have a horrible fate, limbs broken, face swollen, bedridden. Lark Craftsman, though she has never done bad things or caused direct harm, the things she creates become nightmares for countless creatures. Calling her the greatest aid to evil isn't an exaggeration.
As for Ironhead? Better not to mention it. Rainy Night Butcher, Bloody Bunny Girl. And Lark Craftsman, the boss caught these 3 monsters?
To be honest, I'm not very brave to escort them. I always feel like I could die by their hands at any moment. Thinking it through, the boss is the scariest since he can make these 3 perform together.
Yeah, the boss is awesome. The boss is awesome.
The little girl was in a state of continuous shock. Just now, Bounty Sister's extra cooperation made her quite confused. And now, the 4 newly arrived office workers were all looking at Lin Bei with respect, not showing any unwillingness or feeling coerced. It was clear they regarded Lin Bei as their boss from the bottom of their hearts.
Even the strange ones in charge of the handover are his subordinates?
And this female strange one responsible for giving the bounty.
How did he do it? Why? Why do all these strange ones in important positions help him like this? He is obviously just a human. The little girl could understand less and less. The absurd truths related to Lin Bei were too many.
Not just Bounty Sister and those four strange ones.
There was also Rain Charm and Gigi.
Each one seemed enchanted. At this moment, the little girl was even more resolute about her own thoughts.
As much as possible. No. Not as much as possible, but definitely.
She must avoid any personal contact with Lin Bei and cannot get close to him.
She didn't want to end up like those strange ones. Submitting to a human, letting a human do whatever they want?
Just thinking about it is uncomfortable. Lin Bei picked up the goji berry treasure water specially prepared by Bounty Sister and said to the four noisy strange ones.
Hurry up and do your job. We still need to come back a second time.
Hearing Lin Bei say this, the four strange ones didn't dare to waste time.
3 respected wanted criminals, are you ready?
On the way, we will all have stomach problems, we purposely ate the jet meal earlier.
For about an hour you'll have a stomach ache, so you all better hurry and escape.
Just run, if it comes to it, we can still explain it away.
Let's get to work.
Soon, a total of 8 strange creatures left, and Lin Bei's terrifying coin plan officially began.
Only Lin Bei and Bounty Sister remained in the office. Lin Bei sipped his goji berry treasure water one mouthful at a time.
He really needed to replenish his energy.
After all that fuss, even a divine body couldn't hold up. A few minutes later, noises came from outside.
Everyone be careful, a wanted strange creature has escaped.
Quick, go catch them.
We 4 brothers have stomach aches, we can't catch them. In the office courtyard, Yume, Gigi, and Loli were running with all their might, while the iron-headed strange was crazily grinding on the ground. Many strange creatures and humans waiting in the office were drawn to this scene. One strange tried to block them, but as soon as he stepped forward, he was kicked away by Gigi, flying dozens of meters away, bones broken and fainting. After that, other strange creatures tried to intervene one after another.
But none of them ended up well.
Those who died were dead, those who were injured. In the end, no one dared to block them.
How did we get caught?
The only ones worth noting are that fainted guy and the one with twin ponytails, the other 2 are fierce. Look at their looks, they don't seem hurt at all, they're as fierce as tigers.
Can't mess with them, really can't mess with them. Chapter 76.
Lin Bei stood by the window, taking in the situation outside. Yume and the others were escaping smoothly, and in a few seconds, they would burst out of the office. No strange creature dared to stop them, all just watched closely as Yume and the others fled.
Very smooth.
Lin Bei's gaze shifted, finding the 4 laughing madly. At this moment, the 4 of them were rolling on the ground, holding their stomachs, their expressions of pain very real, beads of sweat on their foreheads.
Really fighting hard. They really ate some bad stuff.
To be honest, Lin Bei felt a bit moved. Bounty Sister stood by Lin Bei's window, helpfully explaining the situation. To make your plan succeed, they specifically went to the nearby restaurant with the worst reputation and ordered the meal with the 5th most bad reviews.
They said,
if we are going to act, we have to go all out, especially at the start, we can't be too perfunctory, so they really made themselves have stomach aches. They are really good little brothers. When she heard the 4 strange creatures' plan, she couldn't help but give them a thumbs up. Lin Bei completely agreed with this.
Exactly. They are great. If I have the chance, I will train them. Enough talk, I have to go do something.
As the words fell, he set down his empty cup and left Bounty Sister's office. Bounty Sister looked at the cup, a satisfied smile on her face. Not only drank all the water, but even the goji berries were eaten entirely.
Looks like he really liked it. Preparation wasn't in vain.
Soon, Yume and the other strange creatures burst out of the door of the underworld office, ready to find a place to hide and wait for Lin Bei.
But just then, a familiar shout came from behind. Stop! Don't run!
Yume and Gigi turned back at the same time. In their view, Lin Bei had just left the office building, holding the chainsaw and rushing towards them like he intended to catch them back. The 2 strange creatures instantly understood Lin Bei's intention.
Keep running.
Then, they turned and ran, while Lin Bei pursued from behind.
They ran, he chased. The farther they ran, the closer they approached the underworld office. Lin Bei kept holding the chainsaw as he chased, also leaving the underworld office, leaving behind a group of spectators shocked by Lin Bei's bravery. This guy is really fierce, holding a chainsaw, daring to chase those 4 strange creatures? Doesn't he know how scary they are? What a tough guy, I don't have that kind of courage. He is truly a role model for our kind.
After running a long way and arriving at a remote place, Yume and the others finally stopped. Lin Bei chased them to this spot. Looking at Yume and Gigi, he said.
Nice. The plan is going very well. Let's rest first. Waiting for the bounty news.
The news of several strange beings being captured yet escaping quickly spread. The high-ranking officials at the underworld office in Grey Abyss City naturally learned of this. Almost immediately, the related strange beings were summoned for a meeting. In the conference room, the true leader of the underworld office in Grey Abyss City looked grim. Since the bounty notice was released, this type of situation had never happened before. She could hardly imagine the huge impact this would cause. It was like a heavy blow to the head. Regarding this matter, does anyone have anything to say? As her voice fell, there was no response from the strange beings. The silence was terrifying. The leader waited. 1 minute. 2 minutes. There was still no movement. She could only speak again. I am not here to settle scores. The urgent matter is to find a way to deal with this issue. Feel free to speak if you have anything to say. But there was still no response from the strange beings. Seeing this, the leader could only call someone out. Bounty, why don't you speak? How do you think we should handle this matter? Sister Bounty immediately stood up without a trace of panic on her face. In fact, she really wanted to speak up, but to avoid raising suspicion, she had to suppress this urge. Now that the opportunity had come, Sister Bounty decisively said, I believe we should increase the reward for the 4 strange beings and appropriately raise their bounty level. Surely you also understand that the news of multiple strange beings successfully escaping will have a serious impact. Many members might lose trust in the office, and some may even withdraw, so we must do our best to rectify this. We need to raise the bounty on the 4 of them, so more strange beings and humans can capture them. It's best to bring them back in the shortest time possible, only then can we effectively minimize our losses. And to do this, the rewards must be sufficient. Furthermore, we must deal with that lousy restaurant. It was eating there that caused the problem this time. That is my proposal. As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Tian, also called to the meeting, expressed his stance. I support this proposal. Obviously, this is the best method. Then, the mad laughter of the other 4 strange beings who had barely returned to normal after taking medicine also expressed their opinions at this moment. I agree, we must quickly bring them back. It would be best to double the bounty, otherwise, it won't have much effect. Yes, we need to get rid of that restaurant too. Seeing that more than half of the strange beings supported Sister Bounty's proposal, the leader began to consider the feasibility of this method. After pondering for more than 10 seconds, she realized that this was indeed the only effective method. The 4 escaped strange beings led by Yume must be captured. Okay. Let's proceed with this method. Raise their bounty level and rewards. Bounty, you are fully responsible for the specific implementation. I have only one requirement. We must minimize the impact of this incident. Do you understand? Sister Bounty was very excited. An opportunity had come for Lin Bei to make a huge profit. Okay, leave it to me. I promise to bring them back in the shortest time possible. As soon as she finished speaking, the 4 mad laughter strange beings said, Please let us continue to be responsible for the escorting. This time we will choose another restaurant to eat, so there won't be a stomach issue again. Please trust us, there will absolutely be no mistakes next time. It is our fault, and we want to make amends. Xiao Tian had already known what was going on. Seeing the situation, he seized the opportunity to persuade. I also think they should be given another chance. Since the 4 strange beings escaped because of their stomach issues, having them escort those 4 strange beings to the holding room is the correct approach. And I will also join in and assist them in the handover. Other strange beings had successfully been swayed. They began to support Sister Bounty and the others' proposal. That sounds reasonable, we should indeed do this. I also agree. In the end, the leader of the underworld office in Grey Abyss City made a firm decision. Okay. Let's go with your suggestion. After thinking it over, she felt this method was very suitable, and couldn't think of anything wrong with it. Add a chapter. Chapter 77. The administrator of the underworld office still remembered something. By the way, I heard that those 4 strange creatures were caught by a temporary worker? And after the escape happened, that temporary worker chased after them immediately and never came back? Is there anyone who can contact him? Hurry and tell him if he can catch those 4 strange creatures again, he will receive an extra reward. Right, when he comes back to the office next time, make sure to bring him to see me. We need to keep good control of this temporary worker. She planned to cultivate Lin Bei. A human, yet able to catch 4 wanted strange creatures at once, was enough to show how strong Lin Bei was. If cultivated properly, he could definitely become a valuable assistant. The bounty sister instinctively wanted to roll her eyes. Fortunately, she suppressed it. Understood. I will contact him immediately when I go back. Even without this request, the bounty sister would quickly tell Lin Bei this good news. At this moment, Lin Bei, with Yume, Gigi, and Lolita, entered a private dining room at a restaurant and ordered a table full of various foods. As for Iron Head? He was thrown aside. He was still unconscious, with no signs of waking up. Gigi and Yume sat on either side of Lin Bei, treating feeding him as a competition, constantly putting food in Lin Bei's mouth, only eating a little themselves while Lin Bei chewed. Lin Bei's mouth was never empty, and the plate in front of him was piled high with food. Half of the dishes on the table were his. Yume took a bite of meat and glanced at Lolita, who was sitting alone right across from her.
Lolita, aren't you eating? You just fixed the dungeon, you should be very tired. Lolita shook her head. I won't eat. Gurgle.
Her stomach growled.
In fact, Lolita was very hungry.
Looking at the food in front of her, she felt very tempted, but she didn't dare to eat. Because this table of food was all ordered by Lin Bei, and although Lin Bei had been sitting in the private room the whole time, Lolita still felt uneasy, afraid that if she ate Lin Bei's food, she would fall into his trap.
She didn't want to be like Yume and the others.
Lin Bei glanced at Lolita. The related information panel appeared before his eyes.
Lark Craftsman, Lolita. Favorability points, -20. Relationship, afraid.
Level, Strange Emperor. After meeting you, within a short few hours, she saw so much that went beyond her imagination, and she couldn't understand it. Yume, Gigi, the bounty sister, and other strange creatures. No matter what their identity, regardless of their strength, their attitude towards you was unbelievably good, to the point of being completely obedient to you. Even when you made extremely unreasonable demands that would harm their interests, they would still unconditionally help you. There were no bottom lines, no strange rules, dignity, or face, all were thrown away. She didn't want to become like this, so she didn't want to get close to you, didn't eat food related to you, and didn't drink water related to you.
Even though she was very hungry and thirsty, she was enduring.
Once this is over, she would find a chance to leave Grey Abyss City, and wouldn't come back unless there was something important. After reading this, Lin Bei suddenly felt sorry for Lolita.
Clearly starving and thirsty, yet unwilling to eat or drink. She even planned to escape Grey Abyss City. Is it necessary to be scared like this?
At the same time, he felt a bit worried. The higher the system level, the more experience points required for advancement. Even if the system leveled up to LV5, it could only increase the favorability of strange creatures at the Strange King level.
To reach LV6, it would take a long time.
In such a long time, it was enough for Lolita to stay away from Grey Abyss City.
This is troublesome.
Who knows where she would run off to, and it would be hard to find her later. Lin Bei didn't want to miss out on Lolita, the Strange Emperor, as encountering a Strange Emperor wasn't easy at all.
At that moment, the system prompt sounded.
Through the lucky wheel, there is a chance to draw an item that can lower the requirements for increasing affection. When using this item on a loli, even if the system level is only LV5, it can forcibly increase her affection. However, whether this item can be drawn entirely depends on luck, and there will be a long cooldown time after using it. Only the diamond level lucky wheel and the legendary level lucky wheel can draw this type of item. Lin Bei's brows were still furrowed.
There is a method, no doubt.
But the conditions are quite harsh.
Most importantly, it relies on luck. I will soon gather enough affection points. At that time, I must try a diamond level lucky wheel. What if? Regardless of whether it makes sense or not, Lin Bei would activate the diamond level lucky wheel.
After all, other items that could be drawn are also very tempting.
Buzz.
The handheld device suddenly vibrated. Lin Bei swallowed the food in his stomach and answered the call from Bounty Sister. After communicating, he roughly understood the situation and asked the question he was most concerned about.
About the office manager you mentioned.
What is her strength?
Bounty Sister actually knew about this matter. Only the evil level. Not very strong.
She became the manager of the underworld office in Grey Abyss City simply because of her powerful family background. Other high-level anomalies can hardly compete with her and simply do not dare to challenge her. To put it simply, her ability is quite ordinary.
If it weren't for today's situation, she wouldn't bother managing the office's various affairs.
Usually, her assistants discuss and decide things, then ask her for permission.
Only with her approval can various plans be executed. You could say that the underworld office in Grey Abyss City is her personal fiefdom.
It could be heard that there was resentment in Bounty Sister's tone. And Lin Bei was very tempted. The highest manager of an office in a city, with a strength that is merely of the evil level.
Isn't that just clearly inviting him over? Lin Bei didn't hesitate for a second, immediately told Bounty Sister. Wait. I'm going over right now.
After saying this, he hung up the device, then spoke to Yume and Gigi.
You stay here. Wait for my news.
Lin Bei quickened his pace, finishing the food in his plate and mouth, then hurriedly left the private room, found Xiao Tian's motorcycle, started it and hurried toward the underworld office.
Buzz. The speed was fast, rounding corners, perfectly drifting. The cars on the road could only see his taillights. A few minutes later, Lin Bei pushed the door and walked into Bounty Sister's office.
Bounty Sister had just prepared a new wanted notice for the 4 anomalies related to Yume, which would soon be made public. Lin Bei's arrival interrupted her work rhythm.
Would you like some water? I've prepared a pot of goji berry treasure water.
Saying this, Bounty Sister lifted the cup of water and brought it to Lin Bei. Looking at the cup filled with goji berries and other nourishing ingredients, Lin Bei fell into silence.
Another cup of this water. That's too much. He raised the cup and took a big sip. Delicious, just the right temperature, and a bit sweet. What do you mean, do I look that weak? You keep preparing this water for me.
Bounty Sister sat beside Lin Bei, speaking with a hint of grievance.
How would I know? You don't give me the opportunity. Right?
Lin Bei naturally understood what Bounty Sister meant.
No rush. Let's handle the important matters first. The opportunity can be given any time. Chapter 78. Sigh.
Bounty Sister sighed in disappointment. This opportunity has made her very uncomfortable waiting. Every second is torture. If it weren't for knowing that Lin Bei really had important matters to attend to, Bounty Sister might have thought of revolting. Lin Bei patted Bounty Sister on the shoulder.
Don't worry. You'll get your chance. Now take me to the manager you mentioned. Let's see why she is looking for me.
Bounty Sister held back her disappointment and took Lin Bei to the office door at the very top.
This entire floor only had one office. It was the exclusive area of the manager of the underworld office in Grey Abyss City. Except for that office, other areas have been renovated.
In the entertainment area, there are game machines, billiard tables, and dance machines. In the fitness area, there are treadmills, ellipticals, and punching bags. In the living area, there are various snacks and fruits. In the resting area, there are massage chairs, massage beds, hammocks, waterbeds, and more.
There are also many other areas.
In summary, just looking at the elevator, one can tell that living on this floor must be very comfortable.
Lin Bei couldn't help but exclaim. This guy really knows how to enjoy life. Looks like he lives quite luxuriously. He became even more interested in the manager of the underworld office.
Combining what Bounty Sister had said before and what he saw now, it seemed that this manager really was not very reliable. Bounty Sister had already arrived at the office door and knocked a few times with an appropriate force.
Knock. Knock. Sister Ing, the temp you were looking for has arrived. Should we let him in?
The woman, referred to as Sister Ing, immediately gave her answer.
Let him in. You don't need to stay here. Go and do your own work. You still have a lot to do. She had no extra thoughts.
She simply wanted Bounty Sister to go to work. After all, something happened today. At that moment, Lin Bei arrived at the door.
You can go.
No need to worry.
Bounty Sister then left. She indeed had things to do.
The most important task was to issue a new bounty notice regarding Yume and her team.
Ha! Taking a deep breath, Lin Bei pushed the door and entered Sister Ying's office.
As soon as he entered, he was shocked by the scene in front of him.
He saw
a woman in pajamas was watching a movie, and in front of her was a particularly large LCD screen playing a movie called And Then There Were None. She was holding a bucket of popcorn, and on the table in front of her was a cup of milk tea, along with small snacks like fruits and sunflower seeds.
The curtains in the office were drawn, making the environment dim, the best setting for watching a movie.
On the super large screen, a blood-soaked but strikingly beautiful woman was wielding a scythe, weaving through the crowd and opening fire. The whole process was extremely bloody, the screams were so real. The woman was delivering lines while killing.
Humans who covet my beauty. You all shall not survive. Then came a manic laughter. Very insane, very terrifying. The background music was a creepy tune played on the piano. The eerie piano notes sent shivers down one's spine.
Combined with the breathtaking beauty covered in glaring red blood standing among a mountain of corpses, it created a dual shock to the senses. The manager of the Grey Abyss City underworld office was watching with great interest. As expected of the movie queen Xie Xiang.
Her acting is indeed excellent.
The background music is particularly pleasant, definitely played by her personal pianist Bai Lain.
Movie queen Xie Xiang and pianist Bai Lain. TSK, really nice.
Seeing Lin Bei enter, she reluctantly pressed pause, then smiled and looked at Lin Bei.
You must be the famous temp Lin Bei?
Come sit next to me and watch this movie together.
This is the latest work of movie queen Xie Xiang, it hasn't officially premiered to the public yet. We can chat about other things while we watch.
Lin Bei looked at the woman. At this moment, he was even more certain. This woman, as the manager of the underworld office, was definitely not reliable. A message bar floated before his eyes.
Silver Moon family's second young Miss Silver Mooning. Favor points, 18. Relationship, very optimistic about you. Level, evil oddity. Silver Moon family.
One of the most powerful oddity families in the horror world, with many extremely powerful oddities reported to have once produced an odd god. The influence of the Silver Moon family is vast, spreading throughout the entire horror world. She is the second young miss of the Silver Moon family. Possessing outstanding talent, perfectly mastering the unique powers of the Silver Moon family.
But she doesn't have too many ambitions. She is an oddity aspiring to slack off and take it easy.
The current head of the Silver Moon family sent her here to manage the Infernal Affairs office in Grey Abyss City, with only one request: as long as she doesn't ruin the office, everything else is up to her, since they don't expect much from her anyway. If she can't even handle this, she'll have to go back and compete for the position of family head. If it weren't for the significant events that happened today, which could impact the Infernal Affairs office in Grey Abyss City, she wouldn't have stepped in at all. Enjoying her little world of eating and drinking is the real pleasure. After reading, Lin Bei was somewhat at a loss for words. A gifted and privileged person who only wants to loaf around and slack off? Good gosh! How truly willful. This is actually easier to deal with. Even if she really brings down the Infernal Affairs office, it won't affect her much, it just means she can't continue slacking off. System. Let's begin. Ever since Lin Bei learned from Bounty Sister that Silver Moon Ying's strength was only at the level of a minor anomaly, he had resolved to increase her favorability appropriately. Now, seeing the information panel, he was even more determined not to let Silver Mooning go. Compared to the female anomalies like Yumei and the others, Silver Mooning is the real wealthy lady. It's not just about having money, background is also very important. Ding! Target locked. Favorability has begun to increase. +1. +1. Even though Lin Bei sat beside her, Silver Mooning didn't immediately get to the point, continuing to watch the movie starring the renowned actress Xia Xiang. Let's talk later. This part is very exciting. Let's finish watching first. Lin Bei said nothing and turned his gaze to the giant LCD screen. The sound of the piano continued, while Xia Tan was engulfed in a frenzy of killing. +1. +1. Favorability continued to rise. Originally focused on watching the movie, Silver Mooning suddenly felt a strange feeling rising within her. Compared to this movie, sitting next to Lin Bei seemed more delightful. Half of her attention had drifted, starting to steal glances at Lin Bei, seizing every opportunity to sneak a look. Taking a bite of popcorn, she would sneak a glance; taking a sip of milk tea, she would watch; even when cracking a seed, she would gaze over. Strange. Why do I suddenly feel this movie isn't interesting anymore? This is a new movie featuring a top actress. Chapter 79. +1. +1. Favorability was still on the rise. Silver Mooning had completely lost interest in this film, and the countless fans of Xia Xiang no longer appealed to her. The pinnacle of piano music couldn't engage her either. She even considered turning off the movie. What a boring movie. So tasteless. Silver Mooning picked up a handful of popcorn and handed it to Lin Bei, simultaneously turning her head to gaze at him directly. This is a way to openly look at Lin Bei without being sneaky. Want some? Caramel popcorn. The kind humans can eat. Lin Bei took the popcorn, eating while watching the movie. To be honest, he found this movie quite thrilling. As he popped a few pieces into his mouth, the caramel flavor spread in his mouth. Not bad. No wonder so many people enjoy eating popcorn while watching movies. Seeing Lin Bei satisfied, Silver Mooning gave him another handful of popcorn. Lin Bei accepted it again. He didn't mind having a snack during the movie. During this time, Silver Mooning kept watching Lin Bei. A bold idea surged in her heart. Have a sip of water. After saying this, she handed Lin Bei the milk tea she had already drunk half of. Lin Bei took it without looking. He took a large sip. It was sweet. There was a unique fragrance on the straw. Silver Mooning's face blushed a little. Her gaze focused on the straw. Indirect, K-kiss. At that moment, Lin Bei returned the milk tea to Silver Mooning. Silver Mooning hurriedly took the milk tea, eagerly biting the straw to savor the lingering taste. So delicious. He. Afterward, she was thinking of various ways to interact with Lin Bei. During this time, Lin Bei specifically glanced at Silver Moon Ying's information panel. Silver Moon family's second young miss, Silver Mooning. Affection points, 88. Relationship, heart fluttering for you. Level, wicked. She discovered that she fell in love with you. She is trying every way to interact with you. Every interaction makes her very happy. With you around, the caramel popcorn she loves has lost its sweetness. The long-anticipated movie has become boring. Without your drool in her milk tea, she no longer wants to drink it. She wants to get closer to you. About this matter, she does not want to be lazy, nor does she want to slack off, she will do her utmost. Lin Bei really just took a glance.
Then continued to watch the movie. +1. +1.
10 seconds passed, and the system's prompt sound rang out.
Ding. Gained 1 attribute point.
Lin Bei did not plan to stop here. Continue to increase her affection points. He watched the movie seriously. The more he watched, the better he felt about the performance of Jiu Yi Xiang. She didn't blink when killing, she played with the scythe in various ways. The piano music was also richer. Sometimes it was passionate, sometimes heavy, sometimes terrifying. When the affection reached 100, Silver Mooning no longer hid her feelings and began to boldly express her love. She stared at Lin Bei like she was crazy, watching silently, her eyes filled with obsession, her cheeks as red as fire, with drool at the corner of her mouth, about to drip down.
I love you so much.
You look so enchanting when you watch the movie seriously.
Come on, open your mouth, I'll feed you popcorn. Another sip of milk tea. You smell so good. Sigh.
Lin Bei felt a bit helpless from the harassment.
So he patted Silver Mooning head. Be good. Wait until we finish the movie to talk. There's just a little over 10 minutes left. Silver Mooning seized the opportunity to act cute. Can you hold me while watching? Being held by you must be very happy. Lin Bei transformed into an action-oriented person and hugged Silver Mooning tightly. Finally, Silver Mooning became quiet.
She leaned her head on Lin Bei's shoulder, enjoying it, her flawless face radiating happiness.
+1. +1. Ding. Gained 1 attribute point.
When the affection reached 1000, the movie just finished.
Continue to increase.
Lin Bei looked at Silver Mooning snuggling in his arms, and the relevant information bar appeared.
Silver Moon Family's second young Miss Silver Mooning. Affection points, 1000. Relationship, devoted to you for life. Level, wicked.
She has fallen into a love she cannot extricate herself from, her heart completely belongs to you. In her eyes, in her heart, there is only you. To her, you are the most important existence, for you, she can give up all principles. Even if you take her heart out, stomp on it, and crush it, she will happily pick it up, put it back together, and continue to love you. As long as you say a word, she is willing to do anything. Even if you want the entire Silver Moon family, she will do it without hesitation, will change her lazy habits, join the fierce struggle, and use all her strength to seize the position of the family head. Then, she will present it to you with both hands. Lin Bei felt very satisfied. Now, Silver Mooning had completely become his wicked one. He could trust Silver Mooning unconditionally. And in case of trouble, Silver Mooning would have his back. So, Lin Bei laid it all out, spoke about the matters regarding Yu Mei and the others, as well as his upcoming plans.
Right after hearing, Silver Mooning said, I see. However, I won't blame you.
Not only will I not blame you, but I will also praise you.
You're amazing.
Lin Bei gently raised his eyebrows.
Does that mean I can continue? He was considering one thing. Since Silver Mooning is the manager of the underworld office in Grey Abyss City, would it be inappropriate for him to clear the bounty?
Of course. The underworld office is not the Silver Moon family's, we are merely one of the creators, and the Silver Moon family's focus is not on this, having me here is actually a kind of punishment. Moreover, the bounty you get is not provided by us. Lin Bei understood Silver Mooning's meaning.
Okay. Then I will continue.
Silver Mooning cuddled Lin Bei's arm cutely and said, Feel free to play. What's mine is yours. The underworld office in Grey Abyss City.
You can torment me however you want. You can mess with me at will.
As long as you're happy, that's all that matters. Even if we ruin this underworld office in the city of Grey Abyss, it's fine. At most, I'll return to the Silver Moon family to help you seize the family position.
Darling.
Do you want to be the head of the Silver Moon family? Although I don't know much about the Silver Moon family, I know it is a powerful family. It must have plenty of horror coins and such.
I do.
His answer was very simple. But in Yin Yueying's eyes, this answer was particularly important, and she remembered it clearly.
Good.
When you're finished,
I will return.
So can you fulfill one of my wishes? She was willing to stop slacking off for Lin Bei, and would no longer take shortcuts. Since Yin Yueying had put in so much effort, how could Lin Bei bear to refuse? What wish? I will try to fulfill it for you.
Yin Yueying picked up the remote and turned off the movie.
She became the leading lady herself. Chapter 80. A movie's duration passed quickly. Lin Bei stood by the window, holding a cigarette, enjoying it with a deep drag.
Better than a living god.
Yin Yueying, who had changed from pajamas to a short skirt, sat obediently on the sofa, looking at Lin Bei's back with eyes full of infatuation. Just now, she had a deep understanding with Lin Bei, learning many things about him. After I rest well, I will transfer all my horror coins to you. You can continue doing what you want, no need to worry about troubles coming your way, I can handle everything on my side. You just need to feel at ease and do it. And afterward, with the horror coins, I'll transfer you everything except for necessary expenses.
In truth, Yin Yueying didn't want Lin Bei to take on such risky matters.
She wanted to provide him with everything he needed. In the end, she wished to have him by her side every day. Whatever he wanted, she would give. But Yin Yueying also knew that this was impossible. So she could only compromise with Lin Bei. While supporting Lin Bei, she would also cushion him from any fallout. As for how much wasted money the underworld office in Grey Abyss would spend, Yin Yueying didn't care at all. Anyway, those horror coins were not hers. The more, the better. Good. Lin Bei did not refuse. He would accept horror coins given voluntarily by weird women and would not miss out on those he could earn by other means. For a simple reason. He was in desperate need. Even a few 100 million horror coins couldn't last long. Just buying a few good products would exhaust them. Some he even couldn't afford. That's why Lin Bei would do these things. He didn't want to rely on the weird women for everything. Not because it felt inappropriate or shameful, but to prevent unexpected situations. What if one day he encountered danger, and there were no high favor women nearby, and he couldn't increase the favor of the opposing weirdos? At that time, he could only rely on his own hard strength. So, personal strength was also very important.
It might not be necessary, but it can't be absent. Currently, there are only over 300 million horror coins. Far from enough. Just buying the complete Thor bloodline requires 200 million. The Thor bloodline is a product Lin Bei had his eye on long ago. After fusion, it could obtain the Thor bloodline, mastering various lightning powers from the most ordinary thunder to the life-draining death lightning and even the god lightning that could destroy everything. There are many ways to use it. It can be released for attacks, or it can flow in the blood to enhance one's speed and strength, etc. Using it in special situations can also add some fun. Moreover, lightning is one of the strongest forces against the weird. The only drawback is that it's too expensive. After spending a little more time with Yin Yueying, Lin Bei got up to leave. Then I will take my leave. You rest well. You've worked hard. He still had many things to do. Upon seeing Lin Bei return, Bounty Hunter hurriedly handed him a cup of water. She didn't see anything unusual on Lin Bei's face. How did the conversation go? Sister Bounty was very concerned about this matter. Like Silver Mooning, what she cared about most was Lin Bei. It went smoothly. Now you can do as you please. Silver Mooning will take care of all the troubles. Lin Bei said honestly. Sister Bounty was momentarily stunned. Ha? Do as you please? What did you talk about with sistering? She was somewhat confused. What exactly do you have to discuss? To achieve the result of doing as you please? Lin Bei calmly said. Just talk longer and dive deeper into the topics, she will naturally agree. No need to think too much. Just fully cooperate with me. Once she's feeling better, she will contact you. During this time, Sister Bounty announced new bounties for the strange creatures like Raincharm. The news spread quickly. Raincharm and Gigi soon learned about this news too. S-level wanted strange creature, Bloody Bunny Girl, bounty set at 5 million terror coins. SS level wanted strange creature, Rainy Night Butcher, bounty set at 5 million terror coins. SS level wanted strange creature, Ironhead Monster, bounty set at 5 million terror coins. SSS level wanted strange creature, Lark Craftsman, bounty set at 12 million terror coins. The total bounty for these 4 wanted creatures was 27 million. Our bounty has increased a lot. It seems this incident has a big impact. Indeed, it's good news, we can earn more terror coins next time. Having internal strange creatures is great, it seems they are openly dealing with us, but secretly helping us. Among the 4 strange creatures, except for the still unconscious Ironhead Monster, only the lowly felt unhappy. She was very scared inside. It's over. This time it's really over. My bounty has crossed 10 million, there will be more strange creatures coming to catch me. I'm so scared. I must escape from Grey Abyss City. A few minutes later, the private room door was pushed open, and Lin Bei walked in. Everyone, prepare. I have dealt with the highest manager of the underworld office. Let's set off. The total bounty amounts to 27 million, plus various rewards, it can reach 35 million. Is that okay? Good, I'll transfer it to you right now. Everyone be careful, those 4 strange creatures have escaped again. Quickly stop them. Don't let them run away. Sister Bounty, do you have something to say? About this matter. The second collective escape incident.
I think we should keep increasing the bounty.
It will motivate the employees and temporary workers. Good. You arrange it.
The total bounty is 38 million, plus various rewards. It can be 45 million for you.
Something terrible happened.
They escaped for the third time.
Increase it. Keep increasing. In the following time, Lin Bei repeatedly performed this operation, with Sister Bounty and Silver Mooning backing him up. There was no problem at all.
Large amounts of terror coins flowed in. Lin Bei couldn't stop smiling. After a long time, the long unconscious Ironhead monster woke up. When he saw his new bounty, he fainted once again.
This time, he was frightened unconscious. SSS level 1 at strange creature, Ironhead monster, bounty set at 19 million.
A few days later, Lin Bei's terror coin balance broke 1 billion. To earn terror coins, he had been staying with Rain Charm and the 4 strange creatures for these days. Either going to the underworld office to collect bounties or waiting in the dungeon for prices to rise. He simply couldn't be bothered to stay in the top suite of Underworld Phoenix residence. Phoenix Dance would occasionally contact Lin Bei to invite him to stay for a few days. Lin Bei could only agree. Once he finished his tasks, he would naturally go. Buzz. While waiting in the dungeon, Lin Bei's brain started vibrating in his hand. This time, it was Silver Mooning contacting him.
What's wrong?
Lin Bei knew something must have happened.
Otherwise, Silver Mooning wouldn't suddenly contact him. Silver Moon Ying's voice rang out. There are 2 pieces of news.
First, the office has run out of terror coins. 900 million terror coins have been transferred to your account. They can declare bankruptcy at any time.
Second, the regulator responsible for your challenge came to see me.
After hearing these 2 pieces of news, Lin Bei's expression became serious.
Both are not good news.
The Underworld office has no horror coins left, which means he can have at most 1.2 billion horror coins, and a casual spending spree in the horror mall would wipe it out.
But what Lin Bei cares about even more is the arrival of the regulator. The regulator has come knocking. No matter how you think about it, something big is about to happen. Let's first see what the regulator wants to do. After chatting a bit more, Lin Bei hung up the brain device. He won't do anything for now. After all, the Underworld office in Grey Abyss City has no horror coins left. Why are there no horror coins? I'm not done having fun yet.
After getting the permission from Silver Moon Pearl, the regulator Blackbone took the elevator and directly arrived at a public reception area. Silver Moon Pearl would never let the regulator go to her exclusive area. That place is only for Lin Bei and her.
Regulator Blackbone sat opposite Lin Bei. She directly asked, "Do you know that in the past few days, the bonuses distributed by the Grey Abyss City Underworld office all went into the same account? That's a challenger's account.
In just a few days, he received 900 million horror coins from you guys.
Are you aware of this?"
In the view of Regulator Blackbone, she thought this irresponsible person, Silver Moon Pearl, probably didn't know about this unbelievable matter.
A challenger. Earning 900 million in just a few days?
Anyone who knew would certainly try to stop it.
Because this is clearly taking advantage of some loophole to do so. As long as it's a normal anomaly, they wouldn't let this situation continue to develop. I know. Is there a problem?
Silver Moon Pearl's answer left Regulator Blackbone speechless.
She opened her mouth,
but didn't know how to respond.
Is there a problem? No. Isn't this something obvious? How can there not be a big problem? Do you really think there's no problem? 900 million horror coins. All of it went into his account. That itself is the biggest problem.
Silver Moon Pearl pretended to not understand. She looked confused.
So what's the problem?
Although he received a considerable amount of horror coins, this matter was handled entirely according to the rules, and every horror coin he received is reasonable.
I don't think there's anything inappropriate.
Regulator Blackbone was momentarily left speechless. Her gaze towards Silver Moon Pearl changed. Because she realized there might be a problem with Silver Moon Pearl's thinking. This isn't the same as the legendary second young lady of the Silver Moon family. What I mean is, he must have used some means. We should retrieve those 900 million horror coins.
That would be good for both you and me.
But to her surprise, Silver Moon Pearl actually took out a document.
See for yourself.
It records every transfer of horror coins to him. I just said, there's no problem, every penny he received is what he deserves.
So I don't think there's any issue. Retrieve the horror coins given to Lin Bei? She would rather die than do that.
Regulator Blackbone looked at Silver Moon Pearl, wanting to say something but ultimately held back.
She took the document and began to flip through it.
As Silver Moon Pearl said, it detailed every transfer of horror coins given to Lin Bei. From the initial 18 million horror coins to later amounts in the hundreds of millions. The reasons were recorded clearly. However, they were highly similar. Aside from the first horror coin, the reason for each subsequent transfer was capturing the escaped wanted anomalies, and each time it was the same group of anomalies.
Rainy Night Butcher, Bloodied Bunny Girl, Lark Crafter, Ironhead Anomaly. Aside from variations in sequence, the rest could be said to be identical. You consider this to be no problem?
He is clearly exploiting this method to maliciously earn horror coins. Silver Moon Pearl naturally knew this matter very well. But she was Lin Bei's woman. She would only unconditionally protect Lin Bei.
No problem.
No matter what his thoughts are, he indeed did these things, and those escaping weirdos were caught back by his own hands. Since he achieved it, then I will reward him with a bounty. Every step is reasonable.
I really don't understand why you think there is a problem with this matter. Are you envious? Jealous that he made 9 billion? If you have green-eyed disease, it's recommended you treat it as soon as possible.
Hearing this, the supervisor, Black Bone, was almost so angry that she spat blood. She clearly had good intentions. Yet she was accused of having green-eyed disease.
This. It's truly infuriating. I do not have green-eyed disease. I am not jealous of him. Why can't you understand?
Silver Mooning, however, remained calm.
She was not angry at all. Oh? Is that so? Then why are you causing him trouble? Are you just bored?
At this moment, the supervisor, Black Bone, just wanted to get up and leave. But when she thought of the impact this matter caused, she suppressed that impulse.
I am doing this for your good. Your underworld office lost 9 billion, are you not afraid of being held accountable? This is 9 billion. Moreover, after losing this 9 billion, the underworld office of Grey Abyss City has no horror coins, right? Even if temporary workers catch other weirdos, you can't pay them horror coins, so how will my challenge continue? This was the true purpose of the supervisor, Blackbone.
This round of professional challenge
was closely related to the underworld office. If the underworld office has problems, the temp workers will definitely be affected. I am not afraid. At worst, I will go home and inherit the family business.
Besides, I didn't do anything wrong. Even if it gets investigated, I won't have any problems.
As for how you handle the challenge? What does that have to do with me? You figure it out yourself. Or do you want to invest some horror coins?
The supervisor, Black Bone, leaned back against her chair. She closed her eyes, silent for a long time, her heart full of bitterness that she couldn't express.
She was tired. Let it be destroyed.
The supervisor, Black Bone, no longer wanted to communicate with Silver Mooning.
Now she had realized that she couldn't communicate with Silver Mooning at all. No matter what she said, it would eventually circle back. It was evident that Silver Mooning was convinced that Lin Bei had no issues. Forget it. Let's not talk about this matter. Change the topic. How are you going to deal with those temp workers?
Silver Mooning said directly without thinking.
Fire them.
Meanwhile, Lin Bei remembered something.
System, have the favorability points accumulated enough? Can I activate the diamond level lucky roulette now? 10 consecutive draws.
These days, he hadn't forgotten to improve the weirdo's favorability.
Not a single second was wasted. Current favorability points quantity is sufficient. You can activate 1 diamond level lucky roulette 10 consecutive draws. Lin Bei took a deep breath.
He had really been looking forward to this diamond level lucky roulette for a long time.
Activate. 10 consecutive draws. The diamond level lucky roulette.
It basically doesn't produce poor rewards. The worst are purple light spheres, which means rare level rewards. Purple light spheres account for about 60%, red light spheres for 25%, and the rest are gold light spheres. With decent luck, one is bound to draw more than 1 red and gold light sphere. A huge wheel made completely of diamonds appeared in Lin Bei's mind. Purple, red, and gold light spheres were spread randomly. The huge diamond pointer in the center began to turn. At first, it was relatively slow. But soon it reached a point where it was impossible to see clearly. The diamond pointer spun wildly. A few seconds later, the diamond pointer came to its first stop. It landed on a red light sphere. Hiss.
Lin Bei's eyes suddenly brightened. Red. Rare level reward. Awesome.
Congratulations to the host for drawing a rare level reward.
Gained 1 suppression talisman for Bazaar Emperor level power.
After using, it can suppress a Bazaar Emperor level weirdo's power to Bazaar King level.
Can only be used on Bazaar Emperor level weirdos.
Before Lin Bei could react, the diamond pointer began to spin again. The speed gradually went from slow to fast. Lin Bei was in a daze. This reward can be said to be the one he wanted the most. Ah? Is this real? Did I draw it just like that? Lin Bei instinctively looked at the lowly who kept a certain distance from him, and a smile appeared on his lips. Lowly, oh lowly. This time, you can't escape. The system experience points will be filled up soon. At most, just a few minutes. A few minutes ago, he had talked with the system. He was only 600 experience points away from reaching the limit. Favor points and experience points are not equal, there will be some difference based on consumption and accumulation. A few seconds later, the diamond pointer stopped again for the second time. Unfortunately, it stopped at the purple light cluster. Obtained one super powerful invisible landmine. A landmine with outrageous power. After use, it could even severely injure a bazaar of the king level. The diamond pointer continued to turn. Perhaps the first reward drawn was too good, the next 5 draws were all purple light clusters. Obtained a bottle of time doubling pills, 500 pieces. Obtained 10 sets of magical women's clothing. Obtained a box of bazaar power boosting perfume, 20 bottles. Obtained a universal key. Time pills, let's not mention it, 1 hour becomes 2 hours. Magical women's clothing, the initial state is a set of white normal clothing, but it can change into any style according to the wearer's request. Short skirts, long skirts, denim suits, professional suits, sailor suits, etc. can all be done. Bazaar power boosting perfume, suitable for both genders, can make oneself smell good while also enhancing bazaar power to a certain extent. As for that universal key, its effect is even more straightforward and brutal. It can unlock any lock that requires a key, but does not include password locks and mechanical locks. The diamond pointer continued to turn. For the 7th time. The pointer finally stopped at the red light cluster again. Congratulations to the host for drawing a prize level reward. Obtained evil energy stockings. What is this? Stockings? Lin Bei was dumbfounded. Finally drawing a second prize level reward turned out to be a pair of stockings? Then, a pair of black stockings appeared in his hand. The relevant information panel appeared. Evil energy stockings. Grade, S-level nether object. A pair of stockings containing endless evil energy. After wearing it, one can absorb the evil energy within for their own use, limited to the areas where the body directly contacts the stockings. The effects of evil energy are many. They can directly enhance strength and speed. They can materialize directly to attack distant targets. They can also spread to the surroundings, forming an evil energy field, where people and bizarre beings within the field will be affected and will ultimately be completely controlled by evil energy, becoming puppets of evil energy. Sigh. Lin Bei sighed. The S-level nether object evil energy stockings were destined not for him but for his bazaar. Now by his side, there were only Yumei and Ji. The lowly had not improved her favor. The iron-headed bazaar was locked in a cell. Yumei already has the dead banquet oil paper umbrella, giving her the evil energy stockings isn't very appropriate. Ji is more suitable for the evil energy stockings. Because her legs are longer than Yumei's, and her main attack method is also punching and kicking. Lin Bei made a decision. He gave the unopened evil energy stockings to Ji. Here you go. Remember to wear them every day. Ji took the evil energy stockings, her crimson eyes filled with excitement. Okay. I will wear them every day. Then, in front of Lin Bei, she put on the evil energy stockings. In the next moment, Ji was stunned. She realized what Lin Bei had given her. They were not an ordinary pair of stockings at all, but an extremely rare S-level nether object. S-level nether object. A terrifying name. These stockings. They are an S-level nether object? Such a strange S-level nether object. Where did he get this kind of nether object? Could it be that he has a special fondness for this? I understand now, were it to take him down. This is the first gift he gave me, I must cherish it. Ji looked at Yumei, a proud expression on her face, tugging at her socks as if to show off. Seeing this, Yumei picked up the oil paper umbrella from the dead banquet. Did you see? He gave it to me, you know. It was days ahead of yours. She knew what Ji was thinking. Now, Ji stopped giggling. So it turns out it's just a tie. The diamond pointer kept spinning. On the 8th time, on the 9th time, all drawn were purple. And the 10th time. Which was the last time. Amid Lin Bei's anticipation, the diamond pointer stopped. This time. It stopped on the golden glowing orb. Congratulations, host, you have drawn a god-tier reward. Acquired ability, body quenching plus hell flame.
ability fusion complete. When you fall asleep next time, your entire body will undergo a quenching from the inside out, greatly increasing your physical strength, and you will gain immunity to fire burns. No flame in the world can hurt you. After the quenching, you will gain a power called Hell Flame. You can perfectly control the Hell Flame. Hell Flame burns with eternal purple fire at the bottom of hell, easily capable of burning everything. Soul, body, earth, sky, plants, and elements cannot resist the Hell Flame. Only at your command will the Hell Flame extinguish, otherwise, it will burn forever. Even after reducing the target to ashes, it will continue to burn on the ground. In the end, Lin Bei was very satisfied. Good. This 10 draw was great. Once I buy the Thunder God's bloodline, I will obtain powers of both thunder and fire. Now the only thing missing is a suitable hell artifact. Chapter 83. Lin Bei felt a bit helpless. He activated the lucky wheel 10 times for a 10 draw, a total of 40 draws, yet not a single suitable hell artifact was drawn. Indeed, he drew 2 S-rank hell artifacts. But they were not suitable for Lin Bei. After buying the Thunder God bloodline, there will still be a billion horror coins left. Let's see if I can buy a suitable hell artifact. I should be able to. Sometimes, compared to the luck-based lucky wheel, the horror market is more convenient, although the rewards from the lucky wheel are better and richer. At this moment, the diamond wheel in his mind disappeared. This draw officially ended. Meanwhile, the regulator, Blackbone, was sitting face to face with Silver Mooning. After talking for a while with Silver Mooning, the regulator, Blackbone, was about to break down. She figured it out. Talking to Silver Mooning was not even as good as talking to a wall, since a wall would not repeatedly refute her or make her blood pressure fluctuate. Are you sure you don't care about this matter? You're dead set on letting that human take away 900 million horror coins? Even if the underworld office temporarily closes, it doesn't matter? The regulator, Blackbone, prepared to ask one last time. She didn't want to stay there any longer. I have said it before. It's not that I don't care, but I can't manage it. What Lin Bei has done is all within the rules, and that 900 million horror coins were earned through legal means. So what can I do? I can't just go to him and demand it back without reason, can I? As for the matter of the underworld office closing, that's also unavoidable. After all, it will reopen when funds are sufficient in the future. So you don't need to worry about it. Silver Moon Ying's responses were about the same. Overall, she emphasized that Lin Bei was fine. The regulator, Blackbone, glanced deeply at Silver Moon Ying. If the other party was not cooperating, there was nothing she could do. Fine. Since you insist on this, I have nothing more to say. Though I'm really not happy. Now that it's come to this, I can only stop this round of professional challenge. I hope you can cooperate on one thing. Please gather all the temporary workers. I will come to find them tomorrow morning at 10. Is that okay? Regulator Blackbone's request was not refused by Silver Mooning. Such a small matter would be excessive to refuse. Okay. Ding. System experience has reached the limit, no further experience can be obtained, and the strange favorability cannot be increased further. Finally. Gathered enough experience points. Level up. Lin Bei answered decisively. He was looking forward to the new features after reaching level 6. Seconds passed, and the system's prompt sound rang out. Ding. System level has been upgraded to LV5. System level, LV5. Scope of effect, Anomaly King and below. System features, Favorability Enhancement, Lucky Wheel, Portable Space, Attribute Points, Portal. Experience points, 0/100000000. Unlockable feature at LV6, Anomaly Cultivation. During this process, the number of anomalies whose favorability can be enhanced at once will increase. Once experience points reach 1/3, 2 anomalies' favorability can be enhanced simultaneously. Once experience points reach 2/3, 3 anomalies' favorability can be enhanced simultaneously. Lin Bei's pupils suddenly shrank. The situation exceeded his expectations. The amount of information was massive. Anomaly cultivation feature? System, is it the one you mentioned to me before? Lin Bei remembered very clearly. The system once said that when reaching a certain level, excess favorability could be used for many things. Yes. When an anomaly's favorability reaches 100, it will no longer take actions harmful to the host, and situations of excessive favorability will often arise, with some anomalies' favorability even reaching hundreds of thousands. Anomaly cultivation feature is specifically for this situation. Host can rest assured, every bit of favorability will not be wasted. Details can only be understood after unlocking. Although the information received was not much, Lin Bei's sense of anticipation surged. 10 million experience points. That's a huge number. Gathering so many experience points is not an easy task.
Fortunately, being able to enhance the favorability of multiple anomalies at once reduces the difficulty a bit.
Buzz. The Palm computer began to vibrate.
Lin Bei's thoughts retreated, looking at the Palm computer on the table. What was waiting for him was silver mooning.
Looks like there's a result. I wonder what the situation is.
Lin Bei decisively connected to the Palm computer. Silver Moon Ying's voice immediately rang out, recounting everything that just happened.
After listening, Lin Bei fell into silence. He didn't know how to react at that moment. What the hell? Did this round of challenges fail again?
So frustrating. Lin Bei felt very complicated inside. So far, he had participated in 2 rounds of professional challenges. But none ended normally, they were all forcibly stopped midway. The first challenge was when he was forcibly expelled. And the second challenge had all challengers forced to end.
Not impressive.
This is just the start, right? I only earned 900 million terror coins. To be honest, Lin Bei really didn't want this round of professional challenges to end.
What a good opportunity, how regrettable it would be to waste it.
Who knows when the next chance will come?
But he could only complain a bit in the end.
The decisions made by the regulators, he could not stop for now.
Since it has come to this, there's no other way. I must quickly raise the little girl's favorability.
Otherwise, once I am sent back to the safe zone, she really will run away to another city. After all, her bounty is nearly 100 million now. Lin Bei did not want to miss the little girl. Not to mention how strong the little girl was, just her special abilities were worth him using various means. So, Lin Bei took out a suppression talisman of Anomaly King level, looking at the little girl who was 10 meters away, stubbornly unwilling to approach him. Days passed, and the little girl's favorability continued to decline, and her resistance grew stronger. Even to protect herself, she hadn't eaten a bite, hadn't drunk water, and didn't dare to sleep, afraid of accidentally falling into Lin Bei's hands.
Don't blame me. I'm doing this for your own good. I can't let you keep not eating, drinking, or sleeping, can I?
In the next moment, Lin Bei threw out the suppression talisman.
The talisman accurately locked on and pursued automatically.
A force crossed the space and stuck to the girl's head, then directly drilled into her body.
The girl panicked instantly. What have you done to me? Chapter 84. The girl had a bad feeling that something was wrong.
For these past few days, she had been on high alert, cautiously maintaining distance from Lin Bei, just to avoid falling into his trap. Even though Lin Bei had done nothing, and had hardly spoken to her, the girl would not let her guard down. But at this moment, Lin Bei pulled off such a stunt, she truly could not defend against it. It was too sudden, with no warning, tossing out that thing, it felt like a spur-of-the-moment act. And that thing was too fast, by the time she reacted to dodge, she had already unfortunately been hit.
Lin Bei continued to sit there, showing no unusual signs, speaking as indifferently as ever. Didn't you see it clearly? I threw a talisman into your body.
Don't worry, it's not a bad thing, it just means your strength will temporarily decrease by 1 level.
The girl, already feeling anxious, felt her heart sink even further after hearing Lin Bei's explanation. Strength decreased by 1 level, and you say this is not a bad thing? Don't worry? How could she not worry? Is this some kind of childish trick? The girl roughly confirmed one thing. He is going to target me.
Sure enough, he has been pretending these days, he ultimately doesn't intend to let me go, wants me to become like Xiao Mei and the others, a weirdo who revolves around him in everything.
No.
I don't want this, I will never surrender to him.
I have to leave. I need to get out of here.
No, I must leave Grey Abyss City directly, the farther from Grey Abyss City, the better.
The girl did not want to become like Yu Mei and Ji. She felt absolutely terrible.
2 recognized strange creatures had become 2 loyal lapdogs, crazily licking 1 human. The urge to escape was particularly strong. Looking at Yu Mei, the girl absolutely could no longer care about her feelings. The next moment, she got up and rushed directly toward the exit. At the same time, Yu Mei also stood up, preparing to stop the girl.
Loli, why are you running? It's okay, don't be afraid. It's just a talisman, it's not going to eat you.
She was very clear inside her heart.
Knowing that Lin Bei would not let Loli go, Loli would eventually become a new rival.
Since she couldn't change the situation, she might as well help a little. After all, who could ultimately become the elder sister depended on Lin Bei's nod of agreement, so Yu Mei would act this way. She and Loli were indeed very good friends. But in such matters, a clear distinction must be made.
Don't worry about her.
She will come back on her own later. Lin Bei was watching Loli's panicked back as she fled. Relevant information appeared before his eyes.
Songbird Artisan, Loli. Affection points, -99. Relationship, just wants to escape.
Level, Strange King, Suppressed State, originally Strange Emperor.
The longer she knows you, the less she wants to be with you. She is very scared of you. Afraid that she will become your lapdog.
She just wants to stay quietly, do what she loves, and not participate in unnecessary competition.
So, she ran away.
In her view, as long as she can stay away from you, as long as she doesn't see you again, she won't be affected by you.
Friends, she doesn't want anymore. Home, she doesn't want either.
The repair and construction tools, she also decided to abandon.
She just wants to escape.
Lin Bei was quite helpless.
Loli's thoughts and actions made him seem like a big bad wolf. He was almost reluctant to do it. System.
Increase Loli's affection.
Ding. Target locked. Affection has started to increase. +1. +1. After escaping from the dungeon, Loli's speed increased even further.
She leaped over the grave mounds and tombstones, fleeing at top speed.
I should have left a long time ago. Xiao Mei actually wants to stop me. Does she really want to drag me down?
During this period, Loli had tried to leave more than once. But due to various circumstances, every time she tried to leave, it ended in failure. She was either taken by Lin Beixiang to collect the bounty or persuaded by Yu Mei with various reasons. She was also afraid of the dangers outside. The constantly increasing bounty made her situation very dangerous.
Run. Just keep running forward. Don't stop before leaving Huiyuan City. Once I find a solution, I will come back to rescue Xiao Mei.
She was controlled, so she had to act like this.
I won't blame her.
The little girl burst forth with all her strength to escape. She soon left the cemetery area.
Cars began to drive by the roadside. She flagged down a taxi. To the neighboring city. As fast as you can. Buzz.
The mind device in her hand vibrated again.
This time it was Feng Wu,
the owner of the Mingfeng residence.
Hello? Is there something?
Lin Bei felt a bit confused. He didn't know why Feng Wu suddenly sought him out. I heard from Feng Jiutian.
The Mingfu office in Huiyuan City will temporarily close, and your ongoing challenge will be forcibly terminated. You will also be sent back to a safe zone. It will be officially implemented tomorrow. Can you come stay at Mingfeng for one night?
The top suite prepared for you is still waiting, and Honger and Zier clean it every day. I miss you a lot, and so do Honger and Zier.
Jin Bao often mentions you.
Even through the mind device, Lin Bei could hear the anticipation in Feng Wu's tone, along with a humble plea hidden within.
He was silent for a few seconds before giving his answer. All right. I will go over today.
I will spend some time with you before leaving. Lin Bei decided to go to Mingfeng again. After all, the benefits from the Mingfu office had already been taken, and staying in the dungeon had little significance.
It was better to sleep well for one night.
Additionally, he wanted to see the statue of the ancestor of Mingfeng again. Unfortunately, because of their special identities, Yu Mei and Ji were not suitable to stay at Mingfeng. Otherwise, he would have taken both of them along.
+1. +1. Affinity increased second by second. Affinity reached 20. Only 2 minutes after leaving, the little girl suddenly realized something. Lin Bei didn't seem so scary.
Being with Lin Bei, just like with Yu Mei, and spending happy times together wasn't such an unacceptable thing.
I think I was a bit impulsive. I shouldn't have done that. Wait, what am I thinking? Am I actually regretting? Sure enough, I was influenced. Good thing I ran fast. +1. +1.
Affinity reached 50.
Actually, when I think calmly, staying with Xiao Mei and the others is a really nice thing too. Being by his side. What kind of feeling is that? I really regret it. Why did I run away? +1. +1.
Affinity reached 80. At this moment, the little girl felt particularly regretful. Sitting in the back seat of the taxi, tears filled her eyes, born from her regret.
I'm such a fool. Why did I leave?
From the beginning, I never considered his feelings. Seeing my attitude like this, he must be very sad.
+1. +1.
Affinity reached 90.
The little girl shouted. Stop the car now.
She decided to go back to find Lin Bei.
She decided to join Yu Mei and Ji. Chapter 85.
The taxi driver suddenly hit the brakes, and the taxi stopped in the middle of the road, nearly causing a rear-end collision.
What are you doing? Why did you suddenly make me stop? Didn't you say you were going to the neighboring city?
And to hurry as much as possible. He was very confused.
They hadn't traveled more than 2 kilometers, and suddenly asked to stop? Come on. Turn around and go back. I need to find someone very important.
The little girl looked at the taxi driver with her big watery eyes. She was naturally very cute, and her peculiar appearance, along with her twin ponytails, made her even more adorable. At this moment, still crying, she added a touch of pitifulness to her cuteness. The taxi driver couldn't resist such a situation. All his grievances disappeared, he just wanted to get the little girl back as fast as he could.
All right. You hold on tight. I'll take care of the rest. Buzz.
The taxi driver quickly turned the wheel, shifted to the highest gear, and slammed down on the gas pedal.
In the traffic flow, he weaved through.
Now, the driving skills he showed were not at all inferior to Lin Bei's. What was originally a 2-minute journey was forcefully shortened to 1 minute.
Thank you.
The little girl was ready to pay and get out of the car. But the taxi driver generously said,
No need. Just a few terror coins, not even enough for the base fare. Hurry up and find your beloved.
Look at you, crying like that, the back seat is soaked, I almost doubted whether my car was a convertible supercar. After saying that, he drove away. He also glanced at the little girl who had rushed toward the dungeon through the rearview mirror.
Who is that? What a beast.
Let such a cute little girl cry like this, even I, a taxi driver, feel heartbroken.
Such a pity. Boom.
The tightly closed dungeon door suddenly opened, revealing a gap of less than 20 centimeters. The petite little girl couldn't wait to squeeze in and rush toward Lin Bei under the gazes of Rain Charm and Gigi, ultimately crashing into Lin Bei's arms.
I've figured it out. I want to follow you.
But I won't compete with Little Charm and the others for the big sister's position. I don't care about positions, I just want to be by your side, to accompany you for a lifetime, to accompany you for many lifetimes.
And I'm sorry. Before, I was too foolish to do such a thing. Not long after going out, I regretted it. Can you forgive me? I really know I was wrong.
Lin Bei let the little girl stay in his arms, grabbing her 2 ponytails with both hands. He played with her ponytails. The feel was great, like a top-tier steering wheel.
Let's see how you perform. If you can make me happy, of course, I won't hold it against you. Although she didn't receive Lin Bei's direct forgiveness, the little girl was already quite satisfied, at least Lin Bei didn't chase her away. I will perform well.
At this moment, the little girl's information bar appeared in front of her eyes.
Lark Craftsman, little girl. Favor points, 235.
Relationship, she wants to accompany you forever. Level, Enigmatic King, suppressed state, originally Enigmatic Emperor level. She just wants to be by your side. As long as she can be with you, she doesn't care about anything else. Whether to have the big sister position is irrelevant, she doesn't care how other enigmas view her, even if the sky falls before her eyes. No matter what the situation, no matter where she is. What she desires is only you. To accompany you, to stay by your side, to sit in your arms, to caress your cheek. You occupy the most important place in her heart. No one can compete. Meanwhile, Rain Charm and Gigi witnessed the whole process. When they saw the little girl crash into Lin Bei's arms, their expressions changed dramatically. Rain Charm already knew how strong the little girl was. After a few days together, Gigi also had a certain understanding of the little girl.
An enigmatic emperor level enigma joining the team? Damn, the sky is falling.
But hearing that the little girl didn't want to compete for the big sister position, both of them breathed a sigh of relief at the same time.
Thankfully, this little cutie doesn't want to fight, otherwise I really wouldn't be able to compete.
She is the little girl I know, who enjoys peace and doesn't like to fight for anything. After a while, Lin Bei let go of the little girl's ponytails and began to talk about serious matters. You all know the situation. Tomorrow, this round of challenges will end, and I will be sent back to the safe zone.
For a period of time, we won't be able to meet again.
Before I go back, I will have the bounty temporarily withdrawn for the 3 of you.
You 3 will no longer be wanted enigmas, and no other enigmas will capture you for the bounty. At that time, you can move freely.
You can often go to the place called Infeng Residence, and when you get there, find an enigma named Fengwu and mention my name. If she's not there, you can also look for Feng Zi, Feng Hong, and Feng Jinbao. You can move freely, my only requirement is for you to protect yourselves. He began to explain some matters.
Because Lin Bei didn't know where he would appear next.
But he felt that it probably wouldn't be in Grey Abyss City.
The challenges appeared consecutively in the same city? The odds are ridiculously low.
The 4 spirits listened carefully. They would do everything they could to meet Lin Bei's requests.
In the blink of an eye, night fell. Lin Bei left the dungeon, riding Xiao Tian's motorcycle, racing all the way to the residence of the Phoenix.
Feng Wu, Feng Zi, Feng Hong, and Feng Jinbao were already waiting here.
Even Feng Jiutian was present.
As soon as Lin Bei parked the bike, Feng Jiutian approached him, shook his hand, and said,
Brother Lin, long time no see. What's up? Do you have any information on that bastard? Although the Yama office has temporarily halted the bounty services, I am still operating as usual, same price as before. If you can accomplish it, come find me for your reward. I have a good feeling about you.
Lin Bei maintained a normal expression.
His response had no flaws. I haven't found anything yet. But I'm trying my best to look.
I remember that wanted notice clearly.
Feng Tian looked a bit disappointed.
He had hoped for good news.
But there wasn't any.
All right. You must work hard.
Brother Lin, you must keep this matter in mind. I'll wait for your good news. I won't disturb you any longer.
Jin Bao and the others have been asking about you for a long time, so go chat with them.
Feng Tian decisively left.
He came to find Lin Bei just to know about this matter. Lin Bei then looked up at the large black phoenix statue with its wings widely spread above.
Origin of the phoenix, soul. Favor points, 1. Relationship, it has noticed you. Level, spirit god. A few days ago, it opened its eyes once. I heard about you from Feng Tian.
The instinct of the spirit god tells it that you are a very special existence.
It has developed some interest in you. If suitable opportunities arise later, it will contact you.
If you qualify, it wouldn't mind letting you be the next master of the Phoenix residence. Lin Bei frowned slightly. The information bar changed significantly, with many important messages.
It has woken up in the past few days. Luckily, I wasn't here at that time. Otherwise, even if I didn't expose myself, it would definitely raise suspicion. I need to be careful.
A few seconds later, he withdrew his gaze from the high place and looked at the excited Fengwu and the other 4 spirits in front of him.
What are we waiting for?
Let's head upstairs.
Chapter 86.
After one night passed, Lin Bei woke up from his dreams. Now he understood why the price of the top suite was so high. Because it was really comfortable, the bed and sofa were top-notch, lying on them was simply a delight. Even when his skin touched the hard tables and coffee tables, it didn't feel uncomfortable or rough. Standing barefoot on the balcony didn't make his feet cold either. After all, it was a 4-season temperature-controlled balcony. The floor-to-ceiling windows were even better, the view was absolutely stunning.
Even the transparency of the windows could be adjusted by itself.
Of course, the best part was the soundproofing. No matter how loud the outside noise was, it could not be heard.
That was a really nice sleep. Yumei's dungeon can't compare to this room at all.
In the future, I have to bring Yumei and Gigi here to experience this expensive bed. The sofa can be used too.
Lin Bei sat up.
Feng Hong and Feng Zi were still fast asleep, showing no signs of waking.
They were exhausted. It's getting late. I need to head to the Yama office for the gathering. I wonder if the regulator I meet this time is still that guy.
He picked up the palm-sized brain device that was tossed aside. As soon as he turned it on, he saw several messages from Xiao Tian.
At the top was a document, followed by a few sentences. Big brother, this is the information I found related to the soul-chomping ancient lantern. If you have time, you can take a look.
The situation is not optimistic. You have been attacked multiple times by the lantern bearers, which shows you have become the target of the soul-chomping ancient lantern.
The lantern bearers will keep pursuing you.
According to reliable sources, many lantern bearers are on their way to Grey Abyss City. They are likely coming for you. Even though you will be leaving Grey Abyss City soon, you must remain vigilant. They will chase you to other cities, and the estimated number of lantern bearers is around 6 figures. After reading this, Lin Bei gently frowned. The situation is more troublesome than he imagined.
Lantern bearers. Soul-eating ancient lamps. I can only take one step at a time.
I will return to the safe zone soon, where I should not encounter any lantern bearers. As Lin Bei pushed the door open and stepped out, he saw Fengwu waiting outside.
Fengwu looked at Lin Bei and asked with concern. I'll take you for breakfast. We can go to the office after we eat. I stayed up all night and prepared a lot of food for you.
Naturally, Lin Bei would not refuse this. He did not want to let down Fengwu's kind intentions. In the private restaurant, Fengwu, wearing an apron, served dish after dish. Each one was made with great care. Delicious 10 treasures porridge, highly nourishing porridge, used only the best ingredients, strange kidneys, exotic meats, wild pure sun mushrooms from the mountains, etc. Crispy roasted tails of strange tigers.
Soft-boiled strange bird eggs. Lin Bei ate until he was very full.
When Lin Bei arrived at the office, the other temporary workers had basically gathered. He had specifically instructed Bounty Sister and Silver Mooning not to come over.
Everything should be as usual.
And the bounties on Yumei, Gigi, and Loli were cancelled. The challengers stayed in the same conference room as before, gathered in small groups discussing.
Didn't they say this round of challenges would last a month? Why is it ending just a few days in? I haven't gotten to do anything, haven't even met one wanted criminal.
It ended due to special reasons, but I don't know what the situation is, though it must be very serious. Speaking of which, our luck is really good, we muddled through and completed another challenge.
Don't worry, we will know the reason soon.
Lin Bei silently found a spot to sit.
As soon as he sat down, 2 challengers approached him voluntarily.
Hey buddy, why haven't we seen you these days? Ever since you left with the restaurant owner of Ming Feng, there has been no news about you.
We wanted to contact you, but we didn't have your way. Have you gained anything?
Lin Bei casually replied.
I've just been slacking off these days. As for gains, there is a little, but it's nothing to mention.
A few minutes later, a strange figure with a foul expression pushed the door open and walked in, exuding low pressure from all over. She walked to the front. Her gaze swept over the 50 challengers below, looking around, clearly searching for someone. Her expression was resentful and angry, filled with grievance. All 49 challengers, except for Lin Bei, felt very uneasy, while Lin Bei appeared calm, as if what was about to happen had nothing to do with him. He looked at the Overseer Haigu at the front, and relevant information appeared in his view.
Overseer Haigu. Favor points, -66. Relationship, dislike you. Level, nightmare level.
She is a B-level overseer, mainly responsible for managing 3 extremely difficult professions, and during her spare time, she also takes on duties in managing other professions. This temporary worker profession is her part-time job. Before the part-time job began, she never expected such a ridiculous situation to happen. Even for those 3 high-difficulty professions, nothing similar has ever occurred. She is very angry. Angry at your foolish actions. Even more angry at Silver Mooning, who is like a fool and cannot communicate at all. After being an overseer for so many years, every round of profession challenge she has been in charge of has smoothly proceeded to the end. And this round of challenge has not even reached 1/5 of the time, yet it can no longer continue. This part-time job has become a stain on her overseer career. Based on this, she hopes to meet you again in the future, ultimately in those 3 professions that truly belong to her management.
By then, she will let you know what cruelty means.
After reading this, Lin Bei appeared calm on the surface, but inside, he felt differently.
Good heavens. Preparing to hit back at me? Is it really that serious? It's just a small matter, not enough to tarnish a career.
Actually, he wasn't too worried.
With so many career challenges, meeting the regulator Black Bone again isn't an easy task.
At that moment, the regulator Black Bone directly asked,
"Who is Lin Bei? Stand up. Let me see what you look like."
As soon as she finished speaking, more than 10 challengers immediately looked at Lin Bei.
Then, other challengers began to turn their gaze towards Lin Bei.
Seeing this scene, the regulator Black Bone already had her answer in her heart.
Lin Bei knew he couldn't hide his identity.
However, he did not stand up. Instead, he sat there and locked eyes with the regulator Black Bone.
"So it's really you, Lin Bei?"
The regulator Black Bone gritted her teeth, even tightening her fists a bit.
"Clearly. It's me."
Lin Bei's tone was calm, revealing no happiness, anger, or sadness.
"Good. I'll remember you. Just wait for me."
The regulator Black Bone stared fiercely at Lin Bei. Lin Bei, she had made up her mind, even the strange god couldn't stop her.
At this moment, the other challengers started to realize that something was wrong.
These few words. The meaning clearly expressed was that she wanted to settle accounts with Lin Bei.
Damn, he offended the regulator? Where did he get the courage to provoke even the regulator? Amazing, amazing, really admire. The 2 challengers sitting next to Lin Bei were even more dumbfounded. No way, dude, man, didn't you say you were just slacking off these days? Slacking off and provoking the regulator like this, may I ask what kind of fish were you slacking off with? Abalone? Bonito? Even facing a regulator, Lin Bei wouldn't back down. No problem. Room 1818 in the Dark Phoenix Lodge. When you get there, just say my name. As long as you want, I'm always available. So you want revenge? I'm up for it. Chapter 87.
At this moment, the entire venue was silent. No one expected Lin Bei to give such a response.
Dark Phoenix Lodge. Room 1818. Always available.
What this meant was clear to everyone.
Wait, dude, you dare to say something like this? She is a regulator, aren't you afraid she might just kick you out right now? If it were me, I'd probably be so mad. So arrogant, I really can't learn this.
In front, the regulator Black Bone had an even worse expression.
But she couldn't do anything to Lin Bei.
Because in the strictest sense, Lin Bei hadn't broken any rules.
Daring to set your sights on me? Just wait. I won't just deal with you. I will also tear down room 1818 of the Dark Phoenix Lodge. The number 1818 had deeply etched itself in the mind of the regulator Blackbone. After a while, the regulator Blackbone finally shifted her gaze away from Lin Bei, looking at the other 49 challengers and said, "You all heard the situation. The reason for this round of career challenge being advanced. As for the reason, you can only blame him." She pointed her hand at Lin Bei. Her tone was even more displeased. He maliciously exploited the loopholes in the office's rules, colluded with 4 strange beings to repeatedly gain the bounty amount, ultimately acquiring a terrifying 900 million coins, draining the office's funds, causing it to be unable to operate. And you all have lost this profession, forced to stop this round of challenge. If there's anyone to blame, it's him. The challengers could all hear how unfriendly the regulator Blackbone's tone was. At this moment, they suddenly understood why the regulator Blackbone was so angry. However, they didn't care. What they cared about was something else. Wait, how much? 900 million? Is that something a person can do? That's ridiculous. I only have 4 digits in my balance, but you directly made it to 9 digits? All of us combined probably don't even have as much as what he got. The 2 challengers next to Lin Bei fell silent in an instant. They still remembered what Lin Bei just said. Slacked off for a few days. A trivial gain? You call 900 million a trivial gain? Am I crazy or are you crazy? I'm really dumb, I actually believed his nonsense. Slacked off for a few days, brought the office to bankruptcy, made the regulator get so angry like this? A trivial gain, in reality, it's 900 million? Dude, that's 900 million. He didn't say anything. Calmly waiting for the challenge to end. At the same time, he was thinking about other things. This guy's level is nightmare level, and she only manages 3 professions, making the chance of encountering her very small. I need to raise my system level as much as possible before I meet her again. So during the next challenge, I have to take it easy, so the challenge doesn't end too quickly. I'll try my best. Lin Bei had no confidence in this matter. Because in these 2 rounds of challenges, he didn't think he had done anything excessive. But it just happened that they all ended early. At this moment, the regulator Haigu spoke again. Although it was not my fault that the challenge ended early, I still want to apologize to everyone. As for the reward settlement, it will proceed normally. Now, I announce. This round of professional challenge is officially over. The next moment, all challengers, including Lin Bei, had their vision blurred, and the scene before them shattered, turning into dust. All senses lost, unable to perceive the surroundings. Time flow became chaotic, a second felt long as a month, a year felt brief as a minute. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Bei's vision finally returned to normal. What appeared before him was that familiar, spacious hall. Still the same, everything as it should be, humans and strange beings coming and going. I'm back. One after another, information bars appeared, and Lin Bei patiently checked. All favorability points were 0. While he was in the safe zone, he only raised the favor of the Rose twins, and ignored the other strange beings. And now, Lin Bei changed his mind. I need to raise their favorability too. Besides the administrator of the nightmarish level, the other strange beings are within the range that can be raised. System. First, raise the favor of the chief assistant. Ding. Target locked. Favorability is starting to increase. Lin Bei's idea was simple and straightforward. I need to completely turn this safe zone into my territory. That way, even if I encounter special situations, I can respond calmly. Let's add it for now. I need to go back and check on the Phoenix Eggs condition. Lin Bei left. He entered the elevator. But he did not notice that the warm apartment administrator was staring at him. It's him. Is he back already? Isn't he supposed to be working as a temporary worker at the underworld office for a month? It's only been a few days. He felt a bit confused. Unable to understand what was going on. But the warm apartment administrator was sure that something serious must have happened. Imminently, the elevator stopped at the 14th floor. Lin Bei walked out of the elevator and made his way to room 1414. The moment he entered the room, a prompt sounded in his mind. Congratulations on completing this round of professional challenge. The challenged profession was a temporary worker at the underworld office, with an overall level of BSSS. The rewards are being settled. Settlement completed. Your performance in this challenge is finally rated S-Class. The rewards you received are as follows. 100,000 horror coins, formal employee identity of the Underworld office, 1 evil Bane medal, 1 honor star title, a mind evolution gun, a daily updated wanted list, 1 beheading giant axe. Lin Bei found this reward quite satisfactory, much better than the first round's reward. But he currently had no intention of studying these rewards. Compared to the rewards, Lin Bei was more eager to check on the phoenix egg. The white rose and red rose were not in the room. The phoenix egg was placed on the table, surrounded by a nest made of stones and branches, filled with various foods, meats, fruits, vegetables, all abundant, obviously replenished as soon as there was a gap. And the whole room was particularly clean, everything tidied up very neatly. It could almost be described as spotless. Looking around, everything was clean and tidy. It gave Lin Bei a pleasing feeling. With her two sisters here, I can completely relax and enjoy. When they return, I will continue to raise their favor. Although their sister's favor has reached several 100,000, it is still necessary to raise it even higher. The more, the better. After all, the next ability is the bizarre cultivation. He wanted to restore the strength of the rose twin. Even reach a higher level. Then, Lin Bei took a few steps to the Ming Phoenix egg. After sitting down, he suddenly realized. On this Ming Phoenix egg, several fine cracks had already appeared. Chapter 88. Oh. Lin Bei raised an eyebrow and looked at those cracks. The cracks were very small. If not looked closely, they couldn't be seen at all. Cracks? Is it a sign of imminent hatching? He instinctively guessed. Information related to the Ming Phoenix egg appeared before his eyes. Ming Phoenix, unhatched. Favor points, unable to detect, not yet a complete life. Relationship, none. Level, none. Although it hasn't successfully hatched yet, it's only a matter of time. When the first crack appears, the hatching officially enters the countdown. When the surface of the eggshell is filled with cracks, it will break out. Please continue hatching. Soon, you will have a Ming Phoenix. Lin Bei withdrew his gaze, knowing the situation. It seems that it won't be long before it can successfully hatch. The only uncertainty is whether I will be in the safe zone on the day it hatches. I only have 10 days of rest. While muttering to himself, he took the nourishing breakfast made by Fengwu, which he brought back from the Ming Phoenix, and carefully placed it into the nest of the hatching Ming Phoenix egg. 10 treasures kanji, roasted crispy phantom tiger whip, 6 kidney goiwanas manthus cake. Although Lin Bei's appetite was many times that of an ordinary person after merging with the divine demon body, Fengwu worried about him starving, so each kind of food was 10 portions. How could he possibly eat all of it? Don't say I don't think of you when there's something good. I brought back some good stuff for you. Enjoy it well. All are nourishing. Crunch. With a slight cracking sound, another crack appeared on the Ming Phoenix egg. Lin Bei noddingly felt pleased. It seems you like it. That's good. After that, he began to check the rewards he had obtained this time. 100,000 horror coins? Lin Bei ignored it directly. The official staff identity of the Underworld office, as long as I have this identity, I can freely enter and exit every Underworld office. The Evil Nemesis medal and the Honor Star title, both are enhancement type items. The medal can increase the bounty I receive, while the title can increase points. Speaking of points, I still have a significant amount of points unused. I need to find an Underworld office later to use them. The wanted list is nothing much to say. What remains is the Soul Evolution Gun and the Decapitating Giant Axe. 2 fairly good Underworld artifacts, 1 handgun, 1 axe. Soul Evolution Gun, B-rank Underworld artifact, can create holy water bullets, single storage limit of 50 rounds. Holy water bullets can cause high damage to the bazaar, a weapon for shooting down the bazaar. Decapitating Giant Axe, B-rank Underworld artifact, specially made for beheading, especially sharp, can cut iron like mud, and will have bonuses when striking the head. Overall, it was quite good. Even though it's 2 B-rank Underworld artifacts. But they can still be used. Let's keep them for now. Lin Bei looked at the current balance of horror coins. 1.328 billion. First, by the Thunder God bloodline. Thunder God's body. He had been craving it for a long time. Thunder God bloodline complete version. Price, 200 million horror coins. Usage requirement, just stay alive. Product introduction, after purchase, you can merge with the bloodline of the ancient Thunder God, gaining the power to control countless thunder and lightning in the world, which can be used for attack, assistance, and even allow every cell to contain thunder, a particularly powerful bloodline. Note, this is the most complete bloodline, and cannot be upgraded afterwards, but can merge with other bloodlines. The introduction was very simple. But Lin Bei's decision did not change. Directly purchase. Purchase successful. This consumption is 200 million horror coins. Thunder God bloodline is merging. Boom. A deafening thunder sounded, and colorful lightning erupted inside and outside Lin Bei's body, rapidly destroying everything around, with many charred large holes appearing on the walls, floors, and furniture. He closed his eyes. He felt all the changes. The blood flowing in his body turned into lightning. His heart, kidneys, and other organs were wrapped in layers of lightning.
Every single cell gained the power of lightning.
Even every hair on Lin Bei had lightning in it. He tried to control the lightning in his body. It was as easy as controlling his limbs. Where he wanted the lightning to gather, that's where it would go. Lin Bei first tried to gather lightning in his left hand. Success. In his right hand, success. In his legs, success. In the mysterious place, success.
It had a paralyzing effect.
The best assistant for increasing emotions. There are still 1 billion left. Upgrade the divine and demonic body. Advanced divine and demonic body.
Price, 250 million horror coins / 350 million horror coins.
Usage requirement, have a mid-level divine and demonic body / have a low-level divine and demonic body.
Product introduction, a stronger divine and demonic body, significantly improving all aspects, can initially reach the level of being immortal and indestructible. Note, different conditions, different prices, can be further enhanced afterwards.
Buy. Purchase successful.
This purchase cost 350 million horror coins. Advanced divine and demonic body is merging.
Lin Bei's physique became stronger again. The increase was immense. However, there were no visible changes on the outside.
Thus, there were still over 700 million left. Lin Bei prepared to buy a handy underworld tool and was frantically searching in the mall. But there was a certain difficulty. There were many strong underworld tools, but few met his requirements. At this moment, the tightly closed door was suddenly pushed open. Immediately after, a voice full of excitement rang out.
You're back. So happy. Lin Bei's thoughts were interrupted, and he instinctively looked towards the door.
Walking in was his sister, White Rose. White Rose threw the cart full of cleaning tools aside and rushed directly towards Lin Bei, tossing her cleaning uniform to the ground in the process. When she reached Lin Bei's side, she was left in only her home clothes.
A warm sensation came over him.
The fragrance of roses filled the air. White Rose's affectionate words rang out.
I missed you so much. I haven't seen you for days, I'm withering away. While sister is away, can you water me a bit?
His physique had just received a huge boost, and he was at his peak state. Moreover, the special feast was beginning to take effect. With many factors overlapping, Lin Bei felt a surge of uncontrollable desire for the first time. He hoisted White Rose over his shoulder and stepped towards the room. As he passed by the area facing the door, Lin Bei casually released a lightning bolt in the shape of a hand, gently closing the door and locking it. Then, he controlled the lightning to begin gathering towards a certain place.
Ziz. As he moved forward, sparks flew everywhere, releasing an overwhelming power. Boom! Boom! In no time, the thunder roared.
The room was filled with lightning.
After a long while, the thunder quieted down.
Lin Bei returned to the living room again.
System. Check the panel. Lin Bei.
Level, Wraith level, experience points gained by completing career challenges. Strength, 49 plus 600, Divine and Demonic Body, plus 20, Superhuman Potion, asterisk plus 188, Attribute Points, asterisk plus 300, Thunder God Bloodline, asterisk. Physique, 50 plus 600 plus 20 asterisk plus 300, Thunder God Bloodline, asterisk. Spirit, 48 plus 600 plus 20 asterisk plus 300, Thunder God Bloodline, asterisk. Speed, 49 plus 600 plus 20 asterisk plus 300, Thunder God Bloodline, asterisk. Abilities, Advanced Divine and Demonic Body, Thunder God Bloodline, Unmatched Veteran asterisk, Thought Revival asterisk, Hellfire Star. Items, Frenzied Blood Shattering Saw, Evil Killer Metal, Mind Evolution Gun. After reading, Lin Bei was silent for several seconds.
So, what this means is, right now, I'm actually very strong? Chapter 89.
Looking at that long list of attributes, Lin Bei couldn't confirm at all what his real strength was.
He roughly calculated. Strength over 1,000.
The other attributes were also about to reach 1,000.
And the basic attribute of the Wraith level was 50.
A more than 20 times gap.
I wonder if I can face the King of Deception now.
With the basic attributes and a few abilities, it should be no problem.
However, I just figured out how the challengers level up.
It's not about killing the strange for experience points, but rather completing job challenges.
He hadn't heard anyone mention this before.
After all, he had only just experienced 2 rounds of challenges, and he had been so busy during the challenges that he didn't have time to communicate with other challengers. At this moment, the system explained.
Challengers gain experience points by completing job challenges.
However, judging a challenger's strength cannot just rely on their level, there are many other ways to enhance strength.
Level is just the minimum limit. Now, Lin Bei understood even better what was going on. Do not underestimate any challenger, including the strange as well. I am the best example. Though my level is of the vengeful spirit class, the reality is another matter. He took a deep breath, ready to spend more. The previous rhythm was interrupted by the white rose. He was frantically searching in the horror mall. After searching for over 10 minutes, he finally found a suitable ghost instrument. Song of Thunder and Fire. Price, 500 million horror coins. Usage requirements. 1. All attributes above 800. 2. Must possess both lightning and fire powers. 3. Must have dexterous limbs, hands, claws, pincers, tentacles, etc., able to play the guitar. Product description: an electric guitar, entirely made from a super special material, 3 flaming strings, 3 lightning strings, capable of infinitely amplifying the powers of lightning and fire, while also adding extremely strong piercing power, reaching a point of being undefendable. Different playing styles can unleash different effects, the number of plucked strings varies each time, changing its power accordingly. Single target precise attacks, indiscriminate area attacks, audible yet unseen attacks. Fingerpicking is relatively regular in attack. If strummed, it will create a soundwave field. Everything in the field will be utterly destroyed. It can also be used without playing. Even when swung randomly, its power should not be underestimated, one could easily crush an opponent. Note, SS-level ghost weapon, can be used in close combat or ranged combat, can attack and defend, most importantly, it looks very cool. Lin Bei was stunned. He admitted it was very expensive, absurdly so. But it was worth that price. Buy. With a grit of his teeth and a wave of his hand, Lin Bei spent another 500 million horror coins. Purchase successful. This transaction cost 500 million horror coins. The next moment, an electric guitar appeared in Lin Bei's hands. It was entirely purple, adorned with red and blue colors. It resembled a neon city in a cyberpunk night, possessing a unique charm. It was really cool. Especially those 6 strings. They were completely different from normal electric guitar strings. They were as fine as cords made of lightning and fire. Flames swirled, lightning danced. Each string was intertwined and installed. Lin Bei held the guitar with his left hand and gently plucked the flame string with his right hand. It produced a sound. The orange-yellow flame string instantly turned purple. Boom! A flame sound wave appeared, spreading outwards. The room began to melt, sparks appeared on the sofa and coffee table. Seeing this, Lin Bei hurriedly stopped. This electric guitar made him a bit afraid to sound it. Otherwise, the consequences could be quite severe. In any case, Lin Bei was very satisfied with this SS-level ghost weapon. At that moment, the system notification sounded suddenly. In the legendary roulette, there are upgrade materials for this ghost weapon. In the diamond-level roulette, there is a certain probability to draw it. If the host is interested, they can try. Lin Bei noted this in his mind. As for trying, the conditions didn't allow it, his favorability points were far from enough, he needed to save up for a while. Fortunately, it's just a matter of time. As long as there's enough time, he could surely accumulate enough points. At this point, he was left with just over 200 million horror coins. Lin Bei did not plan to spend for now, as he hadn't found suitable merchandise. He continued searching in the horror mall. A few minutes later, the room door was pushed open once more. The Red Rose entered, pushing a cart of tools. As soon as she entered, she saw Lin Bei and then did the same as the White Rose. She rushed towards Lin Bei. After a moment of intimacy, Red Rose suddenly remembered something. Where is my sister? Is her car here? But why haven't I seen her? She was so happy just now that she forgot about the White Rose. Lin Bei answered truthfully. She is inside, sleeping. For some reason, the Red Rose always smelled a strange odor. A faint burnt smell. How can there be this smell? It's still coming from the room. I'll go have a look. Though she was reluctant to leave Lin Bei's embrace, she forced herself to check the situation for his safety. As a result, this check completely stunned her. The White Rose lay there quietly asleep. Occasionally, there would be sparks of lightning dancing across her body, and her skin seemed to darken slightly. The odor was coming from the White Rose herself. The Red Rose was dazed on the spot. Her brain felt overloaded, almost crashing. Sister! What happened? Why is there a burnt smell on her? Why is there lightning? Lin Bei walked over at that moment. The Red Rose's reaction was within his expectations. How should I explain this? Have you heard of a special wood called Thunderwood? The Red Rose nodded. I've heard of it. She knew about Thunderwood. After all, it was also a way of dealing with the strange. Then it's easy to explain. You can think of her now as a Thunder Rose, just that she suffered from a lightning strike inside her body, but don't worry, this lightning is only beneficial.
The red rose still didn't quite understand. She looked puzzled, eyes full of confusion. But how could she be struck by lightning for no reason? This is a safe zone, although it also rains and snows. As long as one stays inside the room, they won't be affected.
My sister can't possibly be hit by lightning.
Lin Bei paused for a moment.
Then he sighed. Is there a possibility that she was struck by my lightning? Zzz.
A spark of lightning jumped in Lin Bei's palm, emitting dazzling and brilliant light. At that moment, the red rose suddenly understood Lin Bei's meaning. Her gaze shifted down.
Zzz.
Lightning surged. The red rose became excited, her face flushed a bit.
I also want to become a thunderstruck rose. She sighed in relief. As long as her sister is okay, that is enough. 1 hour later.
Another thunderstruck rose appeared. The two sisters were neatly arranged.
Lin Bei closed the door. He returned to the living room. He looked out the window.
Unbeknownst to him, it had started to rain.
Most of the things I needed to do are done. Let's go to the hall.
There are still things to do there.
Chapter 90.
Sitting in the elevator, he arrived at the hall. Lin Bei casually found a spot to sit down, looking at the strange things coming and going in the hall.
System. Start increasing goodwill. The target is all the strange things I can see.
He continued with the previous plan. He wanted to boost the goodwill of all the strange things, except for the administrator ranked as a Dread King, to effectively undermine the administrator's authority, turning the safe zone into his territory.
Ding. Target has been locked. Goodwill has begun to increase. +1. +1. Gained a point of attribute. +1. +1.
After more than 10 minutes, the goodwill of all strange things, except for the administrator, reached 100.
Chief Assistant, Waiter Number 1, Waiter Number 2, Security Guard Number 1, Security Guard Number 2, Maintenance Worker Number 1, Maintenance Worker Number 2. At this moment, all regarded Lin Bei as the absolute center, obediently following everything he said.
Lin Bei looked at the Chief Assistant.
Chief Assistant. Goodwill points, 100. Relationship, obedient to you. Level, evil strange.
On the surface, he is the capable assistant of the apartment manager, and everything in the safe zone is basically decided by him, except for a few particularly important matters that require consultation. But in reality, he is your loyal little brother, and your orders are more important to him than his own life.
No matter what demand you put forward, he will go to any lengths to fulfill it. He asked what he had always been curious about. Can I go outside this building to have a look?
Lin Bei knew that what existed outside the safe zone was black mist, the core power of a dread god-level stranger. Once one steps into the black mist without permission, they will be swallowed by it. In fact, he really wanted to go out and take a look. The safe zone is very safe. As long as you stay inside honestly and have some horror coins, you can enjoy a life without worries of food and drink. But Lin Bei always felt something was strange. This way of living is like being raised as a pet, let out to play every 10 days, while being locked in the safe zone the rest of the time. Even wanting to go outside requires the permission of the administrator.
Of course you can. I will just tell the administrator. Although no one has made such a request before. But I must clarify with you in advance, once you go outside, you can only wander nearby, do not stray too far, and do not provoke the humans and the weird things you encounter. I hope you don't feel annoyed. I say so much for your own good. Lin Bei nodded, indicating that he understood. Then, the chief assistant went to communicate with the administrator. Are you crazy? You actually took the initiative to apply for a human to go outside? And it just had to be him. The administrator frowned tightly. The chief assistant had never made such a request before.
He felt something was wrong.
But he couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. Yes. I think it's a very reasonable request.
It's just going outside to take a look, it's not an excessive thing.
You wouldn't possibly disagree with that, would you? No matter what you think, today I will let him go out for a walk.
The chief assistant was very determined. Even if he lost this job, he still wanted to satisfy Lin Bei. At this moment, other weird beings in the hall also gathered around, speaking up for Lin Bei. The assistant is right, this request is not excessive at all.
It's just going outside for a look, and you won't even agree to this small request? No way, you seriously don't treat the challengers like cattle and sheep, do you?
I didn't expect you to be such a malicious weird. I support the assistant, please agree to his request, or we will all go on strike.
That's right, if you don't agree, we will strike. Yes, strike. Lin Bei looked around.
One by one, information bars appeared.
Security 1. Favor points, 100. Security 4. Favor points, 100. Waitress 2. Favor points, 100. Repairman 3. Favor points, 100.
All had favor points reaching 100. Looking at the surrounding weird beings and listening to the continuous shouts, the warm apartment administrator was almost going crazy. He felt especially frustrated. In the past, they all listened obediently, but now they showed rebelliousness, resisting him for a human, even threatening him. Among them was his most trusted chief assistant.
Crazy. You all are crazy.
The warm apartment administrator still maintained his calm. He knew that if he didn't let Lin Bei go outside today, the chief assistant and the weird beings would never quiet down.
I agree.
In the end, the warm apartment administrator had no choice but to compromise.
He had no option.
Letting Lin Bei go outside for a stroll was not a big deal, it was originally within the permitted range.
He could not let such a minor issue lead to a collective strike. That's right, agreeing is good, then everyone is happy. Since we have succeeded, then we will not strike.
Don't worry, as long as you don't make things difficult for him, we won't make things difficult for you.
The chief assistant walked over to Lin Bei's side. Let's go. I will accompany you outside. This way, I can better protect you.
He didn't want Lin Bei to go out alone, worried that Lin Bei would encounter danger. Lin Bei did not refuse.
Okay.
The outside was shrouded in thick black mist. Having some weird beings accompanying him was also good.
I want to go too. Take me with you. How can such a thing happen without me? Wait a moment, I'll go get a knife.
Security 1, Repairman 1, Waitress 1, and many other weird beings all actively proposed to accompany Lin Bei outside. For these kind intentions, Lin Bei accepted all of them.
Then let's all go. Let's go for a walk together.
Before long, Lin Bei, surrounded by the weird beings, successfully stepped out of the safe zone's door and into the dense black mist outside. The warm apartment manager watched Lin Bei and the strange group leave, then began to look at the empty hall, which was now just him. At this moment, he only felt extremely absurd. The situation was more ridiculous than having a dream of becoming a Buddha or an ancestor.
What a monster!
Both challenges ended early, with Xiao Bai and Xiao Hong living with him long-term, and my assistants made things difficult for me because of him. Even though I witnessed all this with my own eyes, each event still makes it hard for me to accept, it truly defies common sense.
He must have big issues.
But it's also quite curious, after all, he is in the safety zone I manage. From another perspective, he is my commodity, I can freely sell him to other safety zones or to those big shots. The warm apartment manager did not dislike Lin Bei. In his eyes, Lin Bei had great value. Lin Bei found himself in a sea of black mist. At this moment, after truly stepping outside the safety zone, he finally felt the mystery of the black mist. The black mist enveloped his body. The areas of his skin directly contacting the mist experienced a faint burning sensation, like tentacles slowly crawling over, the bone-chilling cold seeping into his marrow, and strange whispers ringing in his ears, leaving Lin Bei's head spinning. Breathing became difficult, his limbs felt heavy, and taking a step forward required immense effort.
Well, this really gave me a wake-up call.
Inside the safety zone and outside the safety zone can be seen as two different worlds. The feelings are completely different, the pressure is doubled, and it's hard to adapt. If one stays outside for too long, one will surely die in this fog. Lin Bei took deep breaths repeatedly, his condition improved a little.
He observed his surroundings. The high situation was still the same, he could only see windows lit up, along with shadows occasionally passing by the window. But the lower area was different, it had a certain visibility. At this moment, Lin Bei was in a courtyard, planted with various unfamiliar flowers and trees, not much different from an ordinary courtyard.
Surrounding it were countless tall buildings, and even when looking up, there was no end in sight. Lin Bei bore the discomfort and walked around the courtyard under the protection of the strange group. At the same time, he looked at the weird flowers and trees. They all looked strange, and the colors were off.
Even more incredible, some of them even popped up information bars.
Master of the Garden's subordinate, purple night flower.
Like points, 0. Relationship, stranger.
Level, strange king.
It is watching you. You can approach it, but do not touch it. It contains deadly poison. Touching it could mean death or disfigurement. Master of the Garden's subordinate, starry grass. Like points, 0. Relationship, stranger. Level, evil weird. It is growing freely.
It wants to grow under the starry sky. But there is no starry sky here. Master of the Garden's subordinate, undead fruit tree.
Like points, 0. Relationship, stranger.
Level, strange emperor.
It can bear various fruits. Please consume it in the right way.
Otherwise, the flesh will take root and sprout within you, crazily draining the nutrients of your blood and soul until it bursts out.
Things were unexpected.
Lin Bei knew these plants had problems, but he didn't expect there would be such a situation.
Master of the garden? Wait a minute.
Red Rose and White Rose also mentioned the garden. One night, during casual chat, I heard those two words, but I didn't pay attention then.
Is it the same garden they were talking about? Master of the garden. From the name, it seems to be the owner of the garden?
That flower is strange king level, that tree is strange emperor level.
TSK tisk, that's terrifying.
Even though he only heard the names, Lin Bei had already realized how frightening this place called the garden was.
Rose twins, strange emperor level trees, strange king level flowers. Every one of them is terrifying. And this is still outside the garden. What about inside the garden? It would only be more terrifying.
Afterward, Lin Bei no longer looked at these flowers and trees but led the strange group to the streets outside. The streets were quite similar to a normal community. Apart from the strange plants on both sides and the countless black mists present.
Wow. It was raining, a light misty rain. After a while, Lin Bei found a lake.
He was surprised to discover that the lake was not affected by the black mist. The lake water was pure white, the surface calm, with a small boat. In the boat sat a strange woman. Veiled and dressed in white, even her hair and eyebrows were white.
She did not row the boat.
There was no wind.
Yet the boat was moving. Lin Bei instinctively looked at the strange woman.
A message bar appeared.
Pure white apostle, lake woman. Favor points, 0. Relationship, no fluctuation.
Level, strange god.
She is a strange god.
She controls all that is pure white. As long as there is white, she can claim to be invincible. Lin Bei was completely stunned. His eyes widened uncontrollably.
Strange. Strange god.
At that moment, the lake woman's gaze fell on Lin Bei.
Her gaze was flat. Nothing changed. Go back. This is not a place for you. As soon as her voice fell, pure white descended, engulfing Lin Bei. A second later, the pure white dissipated, and Lin Bei disappeared.
The chief assistant and other strangeness experienced the same fate. The boat continued to move, and the lake woman sat silently. She looked in the direction of the warm apartment.
You came a bit early.
When Lin Bei's vision returned, the first thing he saw was the familiar hall, and the second was the warm apartment manager, followed by the chief assistant and other strangeness.
Sent back to the safe zone? It seems I can't just go there casually again.
He planned to go out for a walk again. But when he looked back at the door, he found that it had turned pure white, including the openable windows, which had also changed to white.
The situation was clear. That strange god did not want him to go out again.
Lin Bei was very puzzled.
Why? Are they targeting me on purpose?
He did not foolishly try to rush out. Lin Bei had a good sense of the situation. Since the strange god sealed the doors and windows, he absolutely couldn't get out.
Go back.
A few hours later, the thunderstruck White Rose and the thunderstruck Red Rose woke up one after the other. Lin Bei decisively asked about the garden.
What was that garden you mentioned before? Tell me about it.
The twin roses spoke one after another, sharing what they knew about the garden with Lin Bei.
The garden.
A place filled with various flowers, plants, and trees. But uniquely, the plants grown in the garden would undergo various mutations. The two sisters were born because of this. Before the mutation, they were just two ordinary rose flowers. And the master of the garden was the strange god who established the garden. Also the first gardener.
Very mysterious, often planting various plants.
Occasionally, humans would go to the garden, playing the important role of gardener.
But so far, no one has been able to complete the challenge. All human gardeners eventually became nutrients for the plants.
Beneath the garden's soil lie countless white bones. In the blink of an eye, 10 days passed.
Rest time was over.
The cracks on the dark phoenix egg had increased, but it still hadn't hatched.
The twin roses suffered increased strikes from lightning, and now occasionally leaked electricity while moving.
The favor from the second strange one successfully broke 800,000. Favor points increased by several 100,000. Lin Bei did not spend his horror coins, still over 200 million. Lin Bei planned to save more. After exchanging farewell words, it was exactly midnight. The familiar voice sounded once again. The 10-day rest has officially ended.
A new round of professional challenges will begin in 1 minute. Please prepare everything and take what you need. Only items that completely belong to you can be taken.
Lin Bei had a personal space, so he didn't need to worry about this.
This time's profession will surely not be simple.
But it shouldn't reach the level of extreme difficulty.
Soon it will be revealed. 1 minute passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Bei's vision began to blur.
The space shattered, and all senses were lost. After a long time, the situation finally returned to normal. When he opened his eyes, he hurriedly began to observe the surroundings. The first thing he saw was a red cloth banner. The new movie To My Beloved by Shadow Queen Shinyao officially begins shooting.
Chapter 92. New movie? Best Actress Xia Xiang? Such a familiar name. The movie I watched with Yue Ying was starring Xia Xiang. So this job is related to acting?
Lin Bei continued to observe the situation. He was in an open space, with no chairs or benches, and the ground wasn't very even. There were about 100 challengers, including Lin Bei. Half were men, half were women.
They were all around the same age.
They were mostly young.
Not much useful information could be obtained.
However, Lin Bei could be sure of one thing.
This shouldn't be in Grey Abyss City. I've never heard of a film base in Grey Abyss City.
Just then, a prompt sound appeared. You have entered a new round of occupational challenge.
This round's occupational challenge is acting, mainly extras and stunt doubles, with a danger level rated as S. S level. Extras and stunt doubles. It seems the danger mostly occurs during the acting process.
I have to be careful. Lin Bei remembered the movie he watched with Yue Ying. He clearly remembered the scenes from the film.
It was bloody and terrifying.
A ground full of corpses, endless killings, Xia Xiang covered in blood, holding a scythe, wearing a white dress, simply a white reaper. At that time, Lin Bei felt only one thing.
Real. Incredibly real.
Whether it was the acting skill or the special effects, the corpses of the actors on the ground were not breathing, the blood and flesh split by the side still wriggled.
That blood looked so real. Not like some kind of film prop. Other challengers received their information one after another. Whoa, we're actually acting. I've never played an extra. Extras and stunt doubles? Of course, I'll be an extra. Just the name stunt double sounds too dangerous.
I'll take the extra role, I won't be a stunt double. It's not just in this horror world, even in our real world, stunt doubles often end up hurt, and sometimes they even suffer serious injuries or die. But extras are different, most of them just get a little tired. You guys are too cowardly, the pay for stunt doubles must be high.
The prompt sound continued to ring in everyone's minds.
The horror world is a high-pressure world, where the strong prevail, and the weak suffer. Bad things can happen every moment. Most weird creatures encounter unhappy situations, work and study don't go well, there aren't horror coins to eat, no shelter from the storm, and unexpected deaths of friends and relatives. While every strange creature is in pain, they're also creating pain. There are many forms of entertainment in this world: racing, hunting, beachcombing, drinking, singing, reading novels, and watching movies, etc.
For most weird creatures, watching movies is a form of entertainment that isn't too expensive, and the most popular movies are those starring Best Actress Xia Xiang.
Every movie is full house, and after watching, no strange creature gives a bad review.
Today, Best Actress Xia Xiang is starting to film her new movie.
This is a pure love, refreshing movie, mainly telling the love story of the main characters and all the little things that happen during this process. You are very lucky to have got a chance to participate in this film, but initially, you can only be an extra. Only a few outstanding ones can become stunt doubles and may even have a chance to take a photo with Best Actress Xia Xiang. Please do your best to help Xia Xiang finish filming this movie. This occupational challenge has no specific time limit, it will end once your part is filmed.
Those who complete the filming will receive generous rewards. The challenge officially begins.
As the prompt faded, a strange creature walked over.
It waved to Lin Bei and the other challengers.
Get ready, filming will start soon.
This scene requires 3 extras. You, and you. Come over to film.
Lin Bei was selected as an extra for this filming. He looked at the strange creature. The corresponding information bar appeared before his eyes.
Casting director, Brother Liu.
He feels that your looks are quite good. So he decides to let you participate in the first scene. A very ordinary information panel.
Casting director? Should be quite useful. First, let's raise the favorability. System. Ding. Target locked. Favorability started to increase. +1. +1.
Lin Bei and 2 other challengers, whether they are willing or not, can only follow the casting director away. Other challengers also move together. Although they do not participate in this filming, they are also required to observe, the reason being to prepare for the filming later.
In a little while, they arrived at the filming location. +1. +1. Gained 1 attribute point.
The favorability points of the casting director reached 100.
Casting director, Brother Lee. Favorability points, 100. Relationship, best buddies.
Level, historic trickster. In his heart, you are his best buddy. Best buddies share both good fortune and endure hardships for each other.
Let's keep increasing. Switch when we get a new target. +1. +1.
Suddenly, the casting director stopped and lowered his voice to Lin Bei, saying,
Brother.
For this round of shooting, don't go.
I'll switch to someone else. Is that okay?
Even though Lin Bei didn't know what was going on, he still agreed to the request.
Okay. He knew. The casting director wouldn't lead him astray. That person.
For this round of filming, you take his place. The casting director casually chose a challenger to replace Lin Bei.
That challenger felt very excited. Great. I can earn some horror coins. The more scenes, the higher the pay.
He didn't yet realize the seriousness of the situation.
After walking a little further, they finally arrived at the destination. The casting director stood next to Lin Bei and pointed southeast.
To be exact, he was pointing at a female weird creature.
Brother, that's the film queen, Shi Xiang. Want an autograph or something? I'll take you to get it.
The film queen will still give me face. Lin Bei instinctively followed the casting director's hand to look at film queen Shi Xiang. But the next moment, his eyes suddenly widened, and what he was looking at was not the calm-looking film queen Shi Xiang sitting there. What Lin Bei was looking at was that assistant Xiaoli, who was busy near film queen Shi Xiang, with a physique much larger than ordinary people.
What the hell? He was completely stunned. 4 arms. Over 3 meters tall. Extremely strong physique. With 4 arms. Golden wavy hair.
Mouth full of gold teeth. Lin Bei took out the wanted notice from his space. The strong woman in his view looked just like what was described in the wanted notice, without a hint of difference.
What the hell? Chapter 93.
At this moment, Lin Bei completely lost his mind.
This. For a moment, he didn't know what to say.
He thought it was just a made-up character by Feng Jinbao, never expecting that the person really existed, and he even encountered her. This is such a ridiculous character.
But there really is a person like this?
Lin Bei looked at Xiaoli with a complicated gaze. There was shock, confusion, and also a sense of guilt. I wonder if she has seen that wanted notice.
It would be best if she hasn't seen it. Film queen Shi Xiang noticed Lin Bei's strange gaze.
She looked at Lin Bei. She understood the meaning in Lin Bei's eyes.
Xiaoli, do you know that human? Why does he look at you with such strange eyes? How to say? It's guilt. Is he your ex-boyfriend who abandoned you?
Hearing this, Xiaoli also looked at Lin Bei. She shook her head, her tone a bit disappointed.
He does look a bit like him. But he is too thin. Our body types don't match. This body type difference is not harmonious for anything.
Film queen Shi Xian was still looking at Lin Bei. The more she looked, the more she felt something was off. Lin Bei's gaze was indeed complicated, and he was holding something that looked like a photo.
You say. Could he be what your ex-boyfriend looks like after losing weight?
Xiaoli shook her head again.
No. Because my ex-boyfriend is a head taller than me.
And he also has 4 arms. More importantly, he has a mouth full of gold teeth, and his hairstyle seems to be called shemate. He is super handsome. Also, I often compete with him in everything.
The movie queen, Shi Xiang, was momentarily stunned. She suddenly understood what Xiaoli meant by disharmony. It seems I misunderstood. So the question is, who is he? Why do you look at me so strangely?
Xiaoli was also very puzzled.
Lin Bei's gaze was indeed not quite right. I don't know. Could it be that he likes me?
Shi Xiang took a serious look at Xiaoli.
It's possible.
A little while later, Lin Bei finally shifted his gaze away from Xiaoli. He didn't know how to handle the current situation and couldn't think of a suitable method for now.
This matter was too big, involving the Mingfeng residence, the underworld office, and now also the movie queen, Shi Xiang. Who is that blonde giantess? What does she have to do with the movie queen?
The casting director immediately provided the answer.
That's her.
She is the movie queen's assistant. I heard she has been with the movie queen for many years, deeply trusted by her, and under the queen's protection, her status is even higher than some actors. It is said that a previous third-rate actor insulted her, and a few days later, that third-rate actor was found dead in a garbage bin.
Since then, everyone in the industry knows one thing. The movie queen is very protective. He spoke in a low voice. It seemed he was afraid of being overheard by Shi Xiang.
By the way, I heard that recently she mysteriously became a wanted criminal.
The movie queen is very angry.
She said that anyone who dares to come will be killed. So no one dares to cause trouble. I heard from a friend that after this film is finished, the movie queen will investigate the matter.
TSK, someone is about to be unlucky. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei couldn't help but frown.
Clearly, this matter had offended movie queen Shi Yaoxiang.
Feng Jinbao. Look at the trouble you've caused. I still have to deal with this mess.
If you don't take down the Ming Feng residence, you won't be living up to me.
Finally, Lin Bei's gaze fell on the movie queen Shi Yaoxiang. This was his first formal look at the movie queen Shi Yaoxiang.
The next moment, a corresponding information panel appeared.
A special information panel that had never appeared before. Shi Yaoxiang, true form. Favorability, 1. Relationship, noticed you. Level, Ghost Emperor.
She is a very special ghost.
100 forms ghost. Multiform ghost.
The role she has played while acting in movies eventually become part of her. The more she merges, the stronger she becomes, and she can even advance to the realm of gods and ghosts through this method. She brings many characters to life, gaining public recognition. Or she can bring a few characters to their peak. Although the system level is temporarily not high enough, it can still improve her favorability. The method is to enhance the favorability of the characters she plays. As each character's favorability rises, it will also impact her true form to some extent. When she performs a role, her strength will decrease to a certain degree. She noticed your gaze at Assistant Xiaoli. There is no malice in it, no ill intentions, so she does not dislike you.
It's a bit complicated.
Lin Bei took 3 seconds to understand.
Got it.
When she acts, she can enhance her favorability. Improving the character's favorability is equivalent to indirectly improving her true form's favorability.
Not bad, this isn't bad news at all, rather, it's good news.
Otherwise, I wouldn't know how to approach her. Her strength is Ghost Emperor. Currently, the system level is still not high enough, and can only improve the favorability of Ghost King level ghosts. He can only start from the first act.
As for the movie queen's signature?
Lin Bei wasn't very interested.
What does a signature mean? In the future, he could even ask Shi Yaoxiang to tattoo his name on her body.
Finally, about 10 minutes later, the set was ready, and the responsible director ghost was shouting with a megaphone.
The first act is ready to shoot.
Everyone has read the script.
Let me briefly explain this scene.
The story is simple, it's the first encounter between the male and female leads. The male lead is still in childhood, a weak and strange child, who is the favorite target for those bad human beings to bully. The 3 background actors are tasked with bullying the young male lead. You 3 must hold nothing back, bully him fiercely, however hard you can hit, the punching and kicking must be at least 3 minutes long. There are no suitable stunt doubles for this scene, so the actors themselves will need to take the hits. When the time is right, the female lead will come in to save the young male lead. The big-name actress shouldn't go too hard, breaking an arm or a leg will do, just try not to kill them, as there will be many more uses for the background actors later.
If you really want to go all out, then you can only kill one. Alright, let's shoot.
After hearing this, Lin Bei finally understood why the casting director didn't let him participate in the filming.
Real hits, real bullying. Breaking arms, breaking legs. How is this just simple acting?
He recalled a movie he had seen before and asked the casting director beside him.
If we need to shoot scenes of killing, what will happen to those participating actors? Will they really be killed? Chapter 94.
The casting director nodded, his expression unchanged, as if he was already used to it.
Of course they will.
If a character who needs to take a fall dies, the actor playing them will naturally also die. Although there are a few unprofessional actors who might try to survive, affecting the overall realism of the movie, they will have their pay deducted. But you can rest assured, usually, those who die are just background actors or characters with not much role.
Major villains are generally not written to die, as actors playing major villains usually have some fame.
His tone was calm,
as if he was just talking about something very normal.
After hearing this, Lin Bei confirmed one thing completely.
He understood why this challenge's difficulty was rated S. Unlike the usual background roles in the normal world.
The background roles in the horror world.
Here, being a background actor could mean risking one's life.
As for whether he could leave the set alive, it was entirely a matter of luck, depending on what kind of roles were visible. If luck was on his side, getting a role with a good ending, then the background actor could survive. Conversely, if the role didn't end well, the actor would also be in trouble. At that moment, the casting director spoke again.
You're also a background character now.
I will try my best to help you avoid dangerous scenes and arrange you in roles that just pass by. This way, although you won't shine, surviving to the end is definitely not a problem. The screenwriter won't kill off all the background characters, there will always be 3 to 5 who get to live.
This is the safest approach.
Besides, there's another method, which is quite difficult.
Honestly, I don't recommend you do it.
Lin Bei became interested.
Tell me about it. He didn't want to just get by. After all, the harder the dungeon, the better the rewards for clearing it. That is to become a stunt double.
Only the main characters will use stunt doubles. And the main characters generally won't die, at most, they might get hurt, and the pay is also much better.
However, becoming a stunt double is not an easy task.
You must have an impressive performance and meet special requirements, your skills must be good, and you must be able to take hits. It's very difficult.
I don't really recommend it.
Buddy, listen to me, just getting through this round is enough.
Lin Bei could feel it.
The casting director's words came from the heart, he was thinking of him from beginning to end, not wanting him to face danger. In the back, the other challengers who had come with Lin Bei overheard the conversation between him and the casting director.
Everyone's expression was not good.
Until now, they only realized how dangerous this round of professional challenges was.
Most of the background actors will die.
And they are the background actors.
Huh? Running as a background actor and still risking your life? When will there ever be a chance to break through?
Underestimating this round of challenge, once we entered here, it was like stepping onto a journey of death.
What should we do? How can we survive?
The method was already mentioned, either become one of the very few background actors with a good ending, or become a stunt double who suffers but survives.
After a round of communication, the challengers fell into silence.
Their faces turned even darker.
They fully understood how small the chance of survival was. Only 3 or 2 out of 100 people might survive.
At this moment, the first scene officially began. The first to appear was a young weird creature.
Mischievous weird Xiao Ming. Affection points, 0. Relationship, ignored. Level, wandering soul.
A famous child star.
Has acted in many movies. On screen, he maintains a cute image. In reality, he is very naughty and mischievous. Likes to cause trouble. Physically.
Be careful of him and stay away from him.
His favorite target to bully is background actors. Don't provoke him.
Every time he shoots a film, he brings his parents along. Lin Bei inhaled sharply.
This little weird creature is a bit scary.
The set background was a small alley. 3 background actors appeared. One of them grabbed Xiao Ming the mischievous weird by the collar, threw him hard into the alley, and then started beating him.
The other 2 joined in.
They were still reciting their lines.
Finally caught a little weird, he looks so cute, he must be easy to bully, hee.
Can't beat those big weirds, but beating a little weird is still fine, let's beat you half to death today.
Die.
The 3 of them beat him harder and harder. Soon, Xiao Ming the mischievous weird was beaten into a swollen face, blood on the walls and ground. The 3 didn't seem to want to stop, their faces twisted into crazy smiles. Lin Bei furrowed his brows. The situation of the 3 wasn't right.
This is also a normal situation.
It's the director's ability, with the director's enhancement, the 3 of them quickly got into character.
But tonight they're going to be unlucky, that little weird won't let them go, TSK.
Lin Bei roughly guessed what would happen.
Xiao Ming is a mischievous weird. 3 minutes later, the beating of the 3 background actors finally ended. Then, a cold voice sounded.
How despicable. 3 grown men bullying a little child.
Humans really are a scary species. Lin Bei looked towards the actress Xia Xiang at the alley's entrance. A brand new information panel appeared. Xia Xiang, 1000-year female assassin. Affection points, 0. Relationship, won't even look at you once. Level, weird king. She has entered one of the 100 appearances.
This appearance is called 1000-year female assassin. She's an assassin who has walked the world for 1000 years, killing countless targets, she hates all evil and injustice, and loves helping the weak.
She now just wants to take care of those 3 background actors.
You can increase affection with this appearance. It will affect the main body with a ratio of 30 to 1. For every 30 points of affection with this appearance, 1 point of affection for the main body will increase.
Lin Bei's eyes lit up. Here's the chance. Without hesitation, he ordered. System. Increase her affection. Ding. Target locked.
Affection has started increasing.
+1. +1.
The 3 background actors were immersed in their villain roles.
Who are you? Don't get in the way, or we'll beat you too. Hee, a female weird, looks easy to bully too.
Let's catch her and beat her up.
Saying this, they walked towards actress Xia Xiang.
Although it was scripted, they had long forgotten about this and were completely immersed in their roles.
Humph. Xia Xiang only let out a cold snort.
She walked forward, holding a curved knife in her hand.
3 scumbags. Clang.
The cold light flickered. A few seconds later, the 3 background actors fell to the ground. They were seriously injured. Without exception, both hands were severed, falling to the ground, bleeding profusely. The scene was terrifying.
Lin Bei observed his surroundings. Apart from the challengers, none of the crew members showed any unusual reaction.
It was as if what was happening before them was just the most ordinary of events.
Chapter 95.
It hurts so much, my hands.
Crazy, crazy woman. Ah.
At this moment, the 3 challengers were still in character, seriously acting as the punished villains. The film queen, Shi Xiang, walked over to one of the challengers and raised her foot to stomp down hard.
Bang. The sound was loud.
That challenger fainted on the spot. Then, she walked over to another challenger.
Bang.
Another stomp, and he also fell unconscious.
The 3rd challenger did not escape this fate either.
Just 3 stomps, all were unconscious, blood still spraying from their broken arms.
Good. The first act is over.
The director announced with a loudspeaker.
Clap. Clap.
Then there was a round of applause. As expected of the film queen, she acted so well, especially when she just swung the knife, presenting the aura of a 1,000-year-old female killer with almost perfect grace.
So satisfying, those 3 extras were so disgusting, I wanted to stab them myself.
It's a real pleasure to see the film queen act live.
At this moment, the director spoke again.
You extras over there, don't just stand there.
Go lift those 3 guys away.
The casting director casually pointed to a few challengers.
You few hurry up.
Just find a place to dump them.
Anyway, they are not dead. Half a minute later, the 3 challengers were placed in an open area.
They were still unconscious, unaware of when they would wake up. And no one was taking care of them. There was a medical team and the crew, but the medical staff didn't even glance at these 3, not stopping the bleeding, not wrapping them in bandages, obviously planning to let them fend for themselves.
Let's take a few minutes break. Film queen, let me tell you about the next scene. Now you have saved the male lead, and what you need to do next is interact with him. The plot is arranged so that you fall in love at the moment you see him, chat a few lines, and then you kiss him, leaving a deep impression on the male lead. That day, the male lead vowed to be with you for life, while you kiss and run, leading the male lead on a journey to find you, which is the main plot afterwards. You meet many times, have many stories, going from strangers to familiar faces, and finally expressing your feelings for each other, officially becoming a couple, living an incredibly loving little life. The director was seriously explaining the follow-up plot.
But the film queen Shi Xiang's brow was furrowed tighter and tighter.
She couldn't help but interrupt. Wait a second. Don't you know that I never do kissing scenes? That's my rule. And you never said that during our discussions.
The film queen Shi Xiang had a principle of not accepting kissing scenes or similar intimate interactions.
She hated them.
The director hurriedly explained.
It's nothing, just kissing a little kid.
It may not even be filmed later.
Xiaoming, come here.
The mischievous kid Xiaoming, beaten and bruised, came running over with excitement, staring in awe at the legendary film queen Shi Xiang. His main focus was on Shi Xiang's lips.
Gulp.
Mischievous kid Xiaoming swallowed hard.
Film queen Shi Xiang was loved by all ages.
Not only was her acting exceptional, but her looks also surpassed any bizarre female star.
Not even a child. I won't film. Look at his appearance, he's just a little pervert.
But the film queen Shi Xiang firmly refused. She would not break her bottom line. Now the director was in trouble. That kiss between the male and female lead was very important, a connecting thread for the entire plot.
You wait a moment. Let me think about how to handle this. Mischievous kid Xiaoming looked at film queen Shi Xiang with a dissatisfied gaze.
He had never encountered such frustration. He was a very popular child star, always enjoying exceptional treatment.
Due to fearing to offend Shi Xiang openly, mischievous and cunning Xiaoming could only curse in his heart.
Old woman trickster.
Bah!
You just wait. I will find a chance to make you pay. Having seen the miserable state of the 3, the challengers finally had an intuitive understanding of the dangers of being an extra. They all didn't want to participate in the filming. It started off like this. Let alone what happens after. A challenger walked up to the casting director and took out a card from some prop space.
A 10,000 value shopping card from 444 supermarket, can I exchange it for a safe extra spot? If that's not enough, I can offer more.
But the casting director wouldn't accept it all.
No way. Who knows how many safe extras there will be? What if there's only one?
I can't risk my brother's safety for a shopping card.
Don't bother, no matter what you offer, I won't take it. And I can clearly tell you all. The safest role
is my brother's. As he spoke, he wrapped an arm around Lin Bei's shoulder, making the message very clear.
No matter what benefit is offered, it can't compete with Lin Bei. Want a safe role? Sure. But it has to be after Lin Bei.
The challengers all looked at Lin Bei, their minds filled with question marks. They still remembered what had just happened. Lin Bei had originally been chosen to be the extra for the first scene. But for some unknown reason, he was switched out.
Now it was the same situation again.
Calling each other brothers, it was completely different from the start.
Did you understand? I'm so confused, how can their relationship be this good? What's going on? Just now they looked unfamiliar, and now they call each other brothers? This is really unreal, it's not love at first sight, is it?
Lin Bei, on the other hand, acted as if nothing happened, not responding to the challengers' gazes.
His eyes remained fixed on the actress Shi Xiang. +1. +1. Gained 1 attribute point. Keep adding. At the same time, an information bar appeared. Shi Xiang, 1000-year female assassin. Favor points, 100.
Relationship, she is willing to give up her assassin identity for you.
Level, Cunning King. She has fallen in love with you. Willing to give up her identity as a killer.
Willing to be a qualified wife for you, taking care of your food, clothing, and shelter, living sweetly with you, and she doesn't need you to earn terror coins. The terror coins she earned over the years are enough for you both to live without worry. She doesn't care about your identity, even if you are just an extra, doesn't care about your past, and certainly doesn't care whether you are rich or not.
She just wants to have you. She just wants to get you.
Up ahead, the director was still deep in thought, struggling to figure out what to do. Suddenly, actress Shi Xiang said,
Actually, the kissing scene isn't impossible to shoot. But it has to be with him. She pointed right at Lin Bei. In the next moment,
everyone in the scene, including assistant Xiao Li, mischievous Xiao Ming, and the more than 90 challengers, all looked at Lin Bei along Shi Xiang's finger.
Chapter 96. Human?
The director was immediately stunned.
Shi Xiang's words continuously echoed in his mind. Is this a joke? The actress wants to kiss a human? She must be playing with me. The director instinctively denied it.
Because this simply could not happen. Even kissing a cute child star was impossible. How could she willingly kiss a human, especially one who was just an extra among many, without money, without power, and whose strength could hardly be significant? Assistant Xiao Li was completely bewildered. She was sure. Not long ago, Shi Xiang and Lin Bei definitely didn't know each other, it was even their first meeting.
Otherwise, Shi Xiang wouldn't have asked so many questions just now.
But now, Shi Xiang was saying she would only shoot the kissing scene with Lin Bei.
So you just want to shoot a kissing scene with him now? I can't understand what you're thinking. Mischievous Gua Xiaoming's eyes were filled with resentment.
Shi Xiang's rejection already made him feel very unhappy, as if his face had been stomped on. Now with this happening, his dissatisfaction grew even stronger.
I remember you. I'll come find you tonight.
Others in the crew reacted strongly to this strange situation and to the challengers.
This statement left everyone dumbfounded. A famous actress and a newcomer doing a kissing scene? Who would believe that? Many well-known actors would want to take part but couldn't.
The casting assistant was very excited. To him, this was huge news.
Bro, this is a good thing. If they really let you shoot a kissing scene with the actress, make sure to agree.
With this part, you won't just be an ordinary extra anymore, at the very least you can mix into a decent role and won't have to worry about a tragic end.
Maybe it's even better than being a stunt double. It's like a pillow sent to a sleeping person.
Having been on the set for years and faced many career challenges, the casting director understood these things very well.
That's why he was excited. A character with its own plotline has a small chance of a bad ending.
At this moment, even Lin Bei himself was stunned.
No way. Are we really going to shoot a kissing scene? Don't joke around. I haven't even acted as an extra yet. Is it a bit too much to go directly to a kissing scene with the leading actress?
And this leading actress is the renowned Shi Xiang who never shoots kissing scenes.
Doesn't seem quite right. I haven't even played a corpse. But now you want me to shoot a kissing scene with the leading actress? At this moment, the actress Shi Xiang's gaze landed on Lin Bei. Her captivating eyes were filled with emotion. At the same time, she was speaking to the director. What do you think? Should we shoot or not? Forget it, looking at you, I can tell you're not decisive, let me make the decision for you. Shoot. Alright, you can go communicate with him.
Make sure to pay attention to your attitude, and the compensation must not be less, otherwise, I can't guarantee what will happen.
Director, you know my influence, just a few words from me, and your movie will be ruined. You wouldn't want this movie to fail, would you? Sure, Yesyang was determined to let Lin Bei shoot the kissing scene.
After all, this was a golden opportunity to take advantage of Lin Bei. The director stood frozen in place.
He understood one thing now. The actress wasn't joking. She was serious. She really wanted to shoot a kissing scene with an extra. How willful. Kissing an extra, her fans will explode.
The director felt his mindset crash.
He was quickly adjusting. After a long pause, he finally spoke up. No, we can't shoot like this. Please listen to me.
Letting you shoot a kissing scene is to lead to the subsequent plot. The young male lead will be moved by your kiss and will search for you when he grows up, leading to that series of stories. This movie is called To My Beloved, and the main content is your relationship with the male lead. But if we shoot it as you say, it won't lead to your emotional connection, and the subsequent plot can't unfold. The director was trying to persuade. If it's done this way, the plot would be ruined.
The screenwriter chimed in. That's exactly the case. The main cause of the story is this kiss. Without this, we really can't go on. The implication in their words was to have actress Shi Yesyang cooperate.
Mischievous Gua Xiaoming occasionally inserted a few lines.
Sister, do you not like Xiaoming? It's okay. Xiaoming won't cry. Wu-wah. He pretended to be pitiful,
wanting Shi Yesyang to soften her heart. But Shi Yesyang was unaffected by soft or hard tactics.
Can't shoot? Then change the plot. You don't think the current plot is good, do you? To put it bluntly, the plot is cliché, there's no attraction.
Shi Yesyang was very straightforward. The plot of this movie was indeed average. But fortunately, there were enough thrilling scenes. Otherwise, she wouldn't take the call.
How to change it?
The screenwriter said in a daze. In a short time, Shi Yao didn't have any suggestions either. She hadn't thought carefully about it yet. So, Shi Yao simply waved at Lin Bei.
You come here. Is that okay?
Her tone was rarely gentle, with a shy expression on her exquisite face. Lin Bei was very cooperative. He walked to where Shi Yao was and stood face to face with her. Shi Yao licked her lips, looking at Lin Bei with expectation.
Are you willing to shoot a kiss scene with me? There's a generous reward.
Lin Bei didn't plan to refuse. His thought was very simple. Playing a role with a substantial part was definitely better than just being a background character.
Let's just shoot it. Shi Yao almost laughed out loud. Fortunately, she held it back.
So do you have any good suggestions for the plot?
It's about our kiss scenes plot. Don't worry about the later plot.
Lin Bei thought for a moment. His peripheral vision caught sight of the mischievous, fierce-eyed Xiaoming next to him.
Mischievous Xiaoming. Favorability points, -50. Relationship, wants you dead. Level, soul level. He hates you.
He thinks you stole his chance to shoot a kiss scene with Shi Yao.
He plans to take revenge on you.
Using his most adept methods.
After today's shooting, you better lock the doors and windows.
Lin Bei's mouth twitched.
He felt speechless. But he wasn't afraid at all. A soul-level little mischief? Easy to deal with.
When it comes to the plot, Lin Bei wasn't very good at it. After thinking for a long time, he couldn't come up with a good plot, so he casually shared his thoughts.
I have a not-so-mature idea. Since we are considering a kiss scene and leading into the plot, I think it can be like this.
The young male lead, saved by the female lead, feels grateful, but suddenly a man falls from the sky and lands on the young male lead. The female lead, eyes closed, goes forward and kisses, not knowing the male lead has been knocked out. After the kiss, she realizes she kissed the wrong target. Then she shyly runs away.
Isn't the kiss scene produced? As for the male lead, that's easy to solve.
He knows the female lead got it wrong and what she really wanted to kiss was him, then continues the plot looking for the female lead.
Lin Bei knew this plot was ridiculous.
But as soon as he finished speaking, before the director and screenwriter could react, the film queen Shi Yao immediately clapped her hands in approval.
Good. Let's shoot it this way. This plot is especially good, I like it. Chapter 97. Clap. Clap.
The applause was still echoing, and the film queen Shi Yao had a beaming smile, seemingly really liking the plot Lin Bei created. Lin Bei looked into Shi Yao's eyes. He opened his mouth, intending to say something, but in the end, it only turned into 2 words.
Thank you.
If he were the director, he would never agree to shoot with such a script.
It's utterly ridiculous. Falling from the sky and knocking out the male lead, then kissing the female lead? Are they making a sci-fi film?
No, even sci-fi films wouldn't dare to shoot like this. Information about the film Queen Shiryao appeared before him.
Shiryao, 1000-year female assassin. Favorability points, 268. Relationship, unconditionally gentle towards you. Level, mischief king. She will always be the one who is the most tolerant of you. Her gentleness will always be shown only to you.
In her eyes, you are the most excellent and perfect. No flaws can be picked out, not a single problem. Even if the revised plot is a pile of nonsense, she will say it's delicious at the first moment. The director and screenwriter were both stunned. In their eyes, Lin Bei's plot was completely indescribable.
It was one thing to accurately knock out the male lead. But did the female lead really need to close her eyes and kiss the wrong target? Isn't that a bit excessive? Have they considered the male lead's feelings? Have they considered the audience's feelings? Are we really going to shoot it like this? Film Queen, are you sure? The director was a bit hesitant to shoot.
In many years of filming, he had encountered a few situations where the plot needed to be changed, but they were all very minor changes that would not affect the overall plot structure at all. But the situation before him, was it really starting to change from the first act? The director had never heard of such a thing happening in any film crew before.
I'm sure. Let's shoot it like this. Don't worry, it'll be a hit. This is the forbidden kiss between humans and the supernatural.
And it's my first kiss with a human.
Imagine how it will look for promotion. The film queen, Shiryao Xiang, was very determined. She was set on filming the kiss scene. She would not let Lin Bei's lips get away.
Hearing Shiryao Xiang's words, the director and the screenwriter exchanged a glance, excitement visible in their eyes.
If they really used this gimmick for promotion.
Forget about the film's quality for now, just this point alone could attract many viewers.
Although they didn't understand why Shiryao Xiang was doing this, the director knew Lin Bei was very important to her.
So important that she was willing to give everything.
She could even give up her fame and her first kiss. This human is unbelievably lucky.
Even in his supporting role, he has won the favor of the film queen. It's just a matter of time before he becomes a big star.
A human superstar. I must admit, I am a bit excited.
Seeing this, the screenwriter stopped opposing.
Let's change it.
We'll shoot this scene first.
I'll modify and polish the subsequent plot, striving to make the script the best it can be.
In fact, he was a screenwriter with principles. He normally wouldn't allow changes to the plot lightly.
But today was an exception.
The film queen, Shiryao Xiang, had too high a status in the industry for the screenwriter to dare resist.
Go ahead. Give him more scenes later. Since there's already a kiss scene, it would make sense to arrange some hugging or hand-holding scenes too, right? Once the script is finalized, bring it to me. I'll suggest some revisions. The screenwriter understood Shiryao Xiang's implicit meaning.
Clearly, she wanted to interact more with Lin Bei.
As for everything else? The main plot, the development of the male lead, the emotional line between the male and female leads, Shiryao Xiang didn't care at all.
With tears in his eyes, he nodded.
Okay. I'll do my best.
Lin Bei remained silent.
Shiryao Xiang's intentions were too obvious, he knew what to say.
Sighing lightly, Lin Bei looked at the director and the screenwriter, two information bars appearing before his eyes.
Chief Director. Favorability, -10. Relationship, very complicated. Level, malevolent.
He feels very complicated about you. There's resentment, after all, you messed up the film.
There's gratitude, also because of you, Shiryao Xiang is willing to promote heavily, using such a gimmick. There's envy, he wishes he could receive such treatment too.
There's confusion, he doesn't understand what's so special about you that can make the film queen, Shiryao Xiang, go this far.
Chief Screenwriter. He wants to cry. His hard work was destroyed because of you. But he doesn't dare to show it.
At that moment, Shiryao Xiang urged.
Communication is over. Let's start filming. I can't wait.
While speaking, she was staring at Lin Bei's lips. Her lips were starting to dry.
Xiao Li. Bring me my lip balm.
The 3-meter-tall assistant, Xiao Li, immediately sprang into action. She took out more than a dozen lip balms.
Shiryao Xiang lined up the lip balms and asked Lin Bei. Which flavor do you like?
Lin Bei took a glance. The flavors were a bit strange.
Blood flavor lip balm, brain flavor lip balm, eyeball flavor lip balm. He could hardly accept any of them. I like the original flavor. Shiryao Xiang put away all the flavored lip balms.
She wanted to apply lip balm, intending to leave a unique impression on Lin Bei. So that later, when Lin Bei smelled the same scent, the first thing he would think of would be her. For example, the blood flavor. After shooting this kiss scene, if Lin Bei smelled blood again, he would remember this kiss scene and naturally think of Shi Yaoxiang.
However, since Lin Bei didn't like it, Shi Yaoxiang wouldn't force it on him. She couldn't bear to. Alright. Then let's stick with the original flavor. +1. +1. The director and screenwriter both left, busying themselves with their respective tasks. The mischievous spirit, Xiao Ming, was going crazy. After all, the unluckiest one is him. Not only can he not film a kissing scene, but he also gets knocked out by a human and half-conscious, witnesses Lin Bei and Shi Xiang kissing. Torture. Simply extreme torture. Hey, have you considered me? But no one paid him any attention. Moments later. The director picked up the microphone again. Get ready, everyone. We start shooting the second act in 3 minutes. The plot goes something like this. After dealing with 3 scumbags, the female lead plans to kiss the male lead, but suddenly, a human falls from the sky, knocks down the male lead, and stands where he used to be, accidentally kissing the female lead. We will film just this scene. It will be done quickly. As soon as these words were spoken, a huge uproar broke out. The weird ones present were all shocked. What? The best actress is really going to film a kissing scene with a human? My goodness, this is the best actress's first kiss on screen. What kind of good deeds did that human do in the last life to get such treatment in this life? So envious. While the best actress, Shi Xiang, sat there. A wicked smile appeared on her face. So you'll finish quickly? He. Impossible. Chapter 98. Having finally gotten this opportunity, the best actress Shi Xiang did not want it to end too quickly. She had already made a plan. Waiting for 3 minutes before shooting began. Her assistant, Xiaoli, raised her big hand to massage Shi Xiang's shoulders. With no other weird ones around, she asked her burning question. Boss, why do you want to shoot a kissing scene with this human? Before this, you must not have seen him, right? Earlier, you even asked him if he was my ex-boyfriend. The more Xiaoli thought about it, the more she couldn't understand. In short, it was absurd. Shi Xiang was still staring at Lin Bei, who was changing clothes with the casting director, showing no signs of looking away. It's simple. I crave him. He looks so fragrant. And for some reason. After I used this form, I inexplicably fell in love with him. The kind of love at first sight. This results in me not wanting to change back to my real form. Suppressing my real form with this form, I'm facing this for the first time. In fact, she was also very shocked inside. When filming movies in the past, except for shooting time, she would always change back to her real form, never maintaining a certain form for too long, or she would be somewhat affected. But now, she just didn't want to change back. She only wanted to keep it that way. On the other side, the casting director handed the clothes he found to Lin Bei while speaking in a relatively low voice. Bro, seize this opportunity. The chances to change your fate are rare in a lifetime. Don't miss this opportunity. The best actress has high hopes for you, so you need to perform well, and be honest, don't have any bad thoughts. My instincts tell me that the best actress has a soft spot for you, and later, I will talk to her to try to get you a good role. He kept telling Lin Bei these things. Just wanting Lin Bei to survive, not to end up like most extras, ultimately dying along with their characters. Lin Bei didn't respond. For some reason, he always had a vague sense of unease. 3 minutes passed, and filming of the second act began. Everyone, to your positions. Xiao Ming, go stand in the alley. Best actress, how are you preparing over there? That human, did you brush your teeth yesterday? Troublesome weird Xiao Ming unwillingly walked into the alley, sitting on the ground, waiting for Lin Bei to fall from the sky. Best actress Shi Xiang was the first to take her position. The joy on her face was obvious, reaching an uncontrollable level. So happy. Soon I can get what I want. It's wonderful. Lin Bei stood outside the camera, waiting for the moment to appear. At this moment, the chief director looked at Lin Bei. How do you plan to fall from the sky? Do you need props? When props were mentioned, his expression didn't look too good. In fact, the chief director particularly did not want to use any wire work or the like. This was a movie in a horror world. Using those props would lead to a lot of bad reviews. The audience wants to see the truth. Real killings, real deaths, real bloodshed. No need. I can do it myself. A method of coming down from the sky? Lin Bei has no shortage of them. Boom. Under his feet, 2 bursts of purple flame shot out, exploding with the force of a robbery, like 2 boosters, instantly sending Lin Bei soaring into the air 100 meters high. Lin Bei looked down. Flames erupted from other places, and he successfully adjusted his position.
The landing point was the shoulders of mischievous Guai Xiaoming.
Boom! Lin Bei began to descend. With his hands raised, the flames shot out.
Mischievous Guai Xiaoming looked up at the sky, his eyes filled with terror.
Human! Are you out of your mind? Is this meant to knock me out? This is clearly meant to kill me. He instinctively wanted to escape. But before he could do anything, the actress Shi Yaoxiang spoke up. Stand there. Do you want to be severely injured? Or do you want to be removed from the acting circle? Her expression was cold. She didn't want mischievous Guai Xiaoming to ruin this opportunity.
If mischievous Guai Xiaoming insisted on doing so, then he would have to bear the consequences of provoking her.
Mischievous Guai Xiaoming looked at actress Shi Yaoxiang in disbelief. He felt humiliated. After shooting so many movies, when was there ever a time when he wasn't catered to by the crew? When had he ever suffered such humiliation? How could he be stepped on by a background actor? Why? Although he was very reluctant, mischievous Guai Xiaoming didn't dare to resist anymore. Actress Shi Yaoxiang. He truly didn't dare to offend her. One day, when I become the best actor, the humiliation I suffered today will surely be repaid to you in double. Boom!
At this moment, Lin Bei fell from the sky, landing on mischievous Guai Xiaoming's shoulders. Mischievous Guai Xiaoming was stepped into the ground, his eyes rolled back as he fainted on the spot. At the same time, actress Shi Yaoxiang closed her eyes and approached Lin Bei. As soon as Lin Bei stood firm, she directly wrapped her arms around his neck, her lips painted with lipstick landing precisely. She kissed with great force. Very passionately. Holding on, she bit him affectionately. Even her tongue became a bit restless. Flexible and vigorous. In contrast, Lin Bei was a bit dazed. Actress Shi Yaoxiang was even crazier than he had imagined. A message panel appeared in front of him. Shi Yaoxiang, 1000-year female assassin. Affection points, 520. She just wants to kiss you to death. This big move. Lin Bei couldn't handle it. The crew was very professional. The cameras captured everything. Every crew member was stunned. They knew actress Shi Yaoxiang wanted to film a kissing scene with Lin Bei. But they never expected it would become this aggressive? Is this a kissing scene? Shi Yao's appearance looked like she wanted to devour Lin Bei. Why do I feel like the actress has been planning this for a long time? Kissing to this extent? Isn't it a bit inconsistent with the plot? Are you sure the character she is playing is the 1000-year female assassin? Why does it look more like an eternal old seducer? This has completely overturned the image of the actress in my heart. To be honest, it doesn't look like acting. After a long while, actress Shi Yaoxiang reluctantly let go of Lin Bei. She had a look of reminiscence. Still wanting more. Only 5 minutes. It wasn't enough at all. So uncomfortable. The crew members gradually came back to their senses. The first to react was the director. He put down the bullhorn and started to malfunction. Clap. Clap. Although he felt something was off, this segment was perfect, clearly heartfelt, consistent with the plot setting, even though the kiss wasn't with the male lead. Good. Once more. He had just finished half his sentence when actress Shi Yaoxiang suddenly interrupted. No. I didn't perform well just now. I should say, I performed very poorly. We need to shoot it again. As soon as she finished speaking, the whole place fell silent. They all doubted their ears. Wait. Did you call that a poor performance? What are you talking about? Actress Shi Yaoxiang continued. The understanding of the character is not deep enough. There are still many other issues. Let's reshoot it, we can do better. The cost of reshooting can be reimbursed by me. At this moment, he noticed the expression in actress Shi Yaoxiang's eyes. How can I say it? It was a kind of unfriendly glare. Fierce, cold, dissatisfied. The director felt a chill at the back of his head. He didn't dare to continue speaking. His sharp sixth sense told him that the consequences of continuing would be serious. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, the director changed his words. Reshoot. We must reshoot. This scene is indeed not perfect. While speaking, he kept an eye on actress Shi Yaoxiang's changing expressions. He watched the whole process unfold. Fierce? Cold? Dissatisfied? Now all of that disappeared. Replaced by excitement and anticipation. In that moment, the director finally understood Shi Yaoxiang's intention. This is not about wanting to reshoot because of a bad performance. This is clearly about wanting to film more kissing scenes with Lin Bei. Just casually finding a reason that could be somewhat justified.
How could he dare refuse? What can he do? Reshoot it. Okay. Then, hurry. Shi Yaoxiang was unwilling to waste time. She quickly walked back to her position. The director was very cooperative. Lin Bei, you should step out too? Let's reshoot. He didn't dare call Lin Bei that human anymore, fearing it would anger Shi Yaoxiang. Lin Bei didn't want to speak. He was very suspicious. Is the understanding lacking? Are there many other problems? Is this some kind of trick for kids? But what if? What if the acting really is the problem? After all, he doesn't understand movies. Especially the movies of the weirdos. Forget it. Let's observe and talk later. This is when the director looked towards the troublemaking weirdo Xiaoming who was stuck in the ground. Medical team. Go check the situation. Construction team. Also go check. A pair of responsible weirdos immediately ran over. They began to implement emergency treatment on troublemaking weirdo Xiaoming. The weird treatment methods, of course, were different from regular methods. Various powerful medicines, various devices. Compared to healing, it felt more like harming. However, the treatment effect was impressive. After a minute, troublemaking weirdo Xiaoming had already recovered enough to jump around. Lin Bei was quite surprised. He knew how severe troublemaking weirdo Xiaoming's injuries were. From 100 meters up, falling with fire propulsion, even hitting a building could destroy it. He looks perfectly normal. A message box appeared. Troublemaking weirdo Xiaoming. After using a medicine called restoration liquid, he returned to normal, and all injuries were healed. But he paid a price. Lost a small part of his soul. Hiss. Lin Bei gasped. Using the price of losing his soul to regain normalcy? That's a bit scary. Doctors or pharmacists in the scary world, I guess, have a bit of madness in them. Xiaoming, don't just be happy. Prepare for the reshoot. The director hinted. He looked at troublemaking weirdo Xiaoming with a complex expression. Troublemaking weirdo Xiaoming's face immediately fell. Ha! He didn't want to go through that experience again. Hurry up and shoot. Don't waste time. Actress Shi Yaoxiang had tasted the sweetness. Now she was even more impatient. If it weren't for the concern of not being too obvious, she would have skipped the step of Lin Bei dropping down from the sky and knocking troublemaking weirdo Xiaoming unconscious. Such a thing must be done step by step. Otherwise, what if Lin Bei notices something wrong? The director dared not delay. Start. Boom. Controlling the purple flames, Lin Bei fell from the sky. The landing point was the same as before, on the shoulders of troublemaking weirdo Xiaoming. The newly repaired ground was again damaged, and troublemaking weirdo Xiaoming, who hadn't even had time to rejoice, was buried deep in the ground. Actress Shi Yaoxiang walked up. Once again, she wrapped her arms around Lin Bei's neck. This time much bolder than the last. A wonderful kissing scene. Minutes passed before actress Shi Yaoxiang finally pulled away. There's no choice. Not because the kissing scene couldn't be too long, but because if it continued, she would lose control. Seeing this situation, the director hurriedly asked, "How was it this time? Are you satisfied?" Realizing Shi Yaoxiang's intentions, he knew he had no decision-making power in this scene. When to stop, it all depended on Shi Yaoxiang's idea. Even if this shoot lasts a day, the chief director will not stop it. No matter who it offends, you cannot offend the film queen, Shi Yaoxiang. This movie is all supported by the film queen, Shi Yaoxiang. Not quite satisfied. I accidentally opened my eyes just now. So, let's do it again. The director nodded and immediately began to command. This result was within his expectations. Construction team, medical team. Hurry up. Soon, the mischievous Xiaoming was revived again. Bang! Falling from the sky, hitting Xiaoming and knocking him out, Shi Yaoxiang stepped forward. Kiss scene. Minutes apart. Again, a set of the same process. How about this time? You're satisfied? No. Are you pleased? Pleased? How could Shi Yaoxiang be pleased? Only 3 times. Still an issue. Better to redo it. Otherwise, it will affect the film quality. After 5 retakes. The director was already numb. Film queen, do you want to shoot it for the 9th time? Shi Yaoxiang decisively nodded. Needs to be redone. My hair was a bit messy just now. The 15th time. How about this time? Need to redo it. My leg was a little shaky just now. The 30th time. So how about this time? Still feeling it's not right. A bit shy to say. But I couldn't help drooling. The casting director's inner thoughts were extremely complicated.
He recalled what he had said to Lin Bei earlier.
To let Lin Bei seize the opportunity well. To perform well and be honest.
Only then could they negotiate with the film queen.
But now it seemed unnecessary. Brother. You hit the jackpot this time. The film queen is not just infatuated with you. She must be eager to turn this film into an adult-rated one. The 50th time.
Film queen, there's a bit of a situation. The treatment agents and the crew have run out.
We can't continue treating Xiaoming. What should we do? Shi Xiang gave the answer in a second. Easy. Then let's start with the kiss scene.
After 50 times, she felt there was no need to hide anymore.
Her thoughts. The bizarre inhumans present already knew. The 100th time. Film queen.
Your lips are both swollen.
It's been almost 10 hours. Are you still not satisfied?
Hearing this, Shi Xiang looked at Lin Bei's lips.
They were indeed a bit swollen. And very red. All right. Let's call it a day. We'll continue tomorrow. She was still not satisfied.
The next moment, Lin Bei spoke to stop her.
Let's leave it at this. Tomorrow we'll shoot a new film. As for what you want to do, let's talk privately. He was tired. Didn't want to continue. In fact, Lin Bei was intentionally indulging Shi Xiang.
After all, it was his trick. Moreover, the good feelings had already reached a high level. Otherwise, how could he let Shi Xiang toy with him?
Shi Xiang's eyes lit up. Really? Then I'm so excited. He. Chapter 100. Shi Xiang smiled proudly.
How could she bear to refuse Lin Bei's proposal?
And it, so be it.
After all, she had gained Lin Bei's promise.
A promise to talk privately.
So, Shi Xiang said to the director.
Then let's listen to him. Let's end it.
Director, you must edit it well for me, cut out the most perfect kiss scene.
I will review every version of the finished product.
Also, send me all the original materials, I want to keep them well.
She was very satisfied with today's shoot.
Even though the overall progress was small, or even could be said to be nearly non-existent, she had a full harvest.
A very happy and beautiful harvest.
Moreover, Shi Xiang planned to post that kiss scene segment on the most popular Mingbo platform and the Douhan platform, to flaunt their affection fiercely.
Sure. We'll send it to you later. Film queen, do you want to rest first? Or get a drink?
After such a long busy day, you must be hungry and thirsty, especially after drooling so much. The chief director readily agreed. A day of unreasonable requests was so easily complied with, let alone such a small request?
He just wanted to go rest now.
After all, he had watched kiss scenes all day. And it was the film queen known for her acting and looks, he was now envious and uncomfortable, with no mood to do anything else.
Huff.
After taking a deep breath, the chief director looked at the crowd of extras, his gaze subtle.
Sneaking a glance. Male extras, he directly ignored.
The quality of this batch of extras is pretty good.
I want to take out 10.
In the eyes of the chief director, the lives of extras are worthless and do not deserve any dignity. Completely under his control. Not just the chief director, but also the deputy director, casting director, and screenwriter, all in important positions, can have their way with the extras.
The actress Shi Xiang was indeed tired. After several hours of continuous shooting, even iron would not hold up. But she did not pay attention to the chief director. Instead, she looked at Lin Bei and said,
I'll go rest first.
You can find me anytime.
I'm staying in the best room.
After chatting with Lin Bei for a while, actress Shi Xiang finally reluctantly left. Numbers still kept jumping above her head. +1. +1. Lin Bei watched Shi Xiang's back.
The related information panel appeared in his sight.
Shi Xiang, Millennium Female Assassin. Favor points, 30088. Relationship, love you for a billion years. Level, Ghost King. She loves you. 100 years is not enough. 1,000 years is not enough. Even 10,000 years is not enough. She will always love you. Love you for a billion years.
Her love for you can be witnessed by the sun and moon, whatever you ask, she will fulfill, no matter how unreasonable and absurd. Even if you want the male and female leads in this movie to die, she will not hesitate to do so. Because she loves you, she cannot help but want to get close to you.
Filming a kissing scene is just one of her ways to get close to you. Afterward, she will think of ways to get close to you.
Although everything she does revolves around you, she also has her own little thoughts. Every little thought is related to you. Under the influence of this split, her original favorability also improved to some extent. The ratio remains unchanged.
30 to 1.
When the original favorability breaks 100, it will affect all other splits. Lin Bei raised his eyebrows slightly. Unknowingly, actress Xia Xian's favorability points had reached a very high level.
30,000 points of favor.
According to the 30 to 1 feedback ratio.
Her original favorability has also broken 1,000. Not bad.
Now it can be said that I have completely won her over. A smile unconsciously appeared at the corners of his mouth.
Undoubtedly, actress Xia Xian's position in the entire crew could even be described with the word supreme.
From the chief director and extras to the stand-ins and background actors, everyone must follow the demands of actress Xia Xiang.
And Xia Xiang
is centered around Lin Bei. Whatever Lin Bei says goes.
Does this mean, in the future, this will be my one-man show?
I want whoever to have more scenes, they will have more scenes. I want the male lead to die, then the male lead must die.
After Xia Xiang left for a while, the chief director came to Lin Bei's side.
Lin Bei, what is your relationship with the actress?
Did you know her a long time ago?
Her performance today is particularly unusual, completely different from the rumors about her. He was particularly curious.
A human. Yet received such treatment? So magical. Extremely unreal.
If there were no cameras recording everything, no one would believe it. Even if hundreds of ghosts said it together, people would just regard it as a rumor.
Lin Bei shook his head. I don't know her. Today is the first time I've met her. He wasn't lying. It really was the first meeting.
As for the real reason, Lin Bei naturally wouldn't say.
The first time meeting. And such things happened? Why do I feel that the shooting afterwards won't go smoothly? It should be just an illusion, right?
The chief director did not pursue other matters.
He just came to connect with Lin Bei.
With actress Xia Xiang around, he didn't dare to offend Lin Bei.
Okay, you should go rest too.
You have worked hard today.
For this scene's remuneration, I will pay you based on the male lead standard.
However, let me say beforehand, at other times, the price will be according to the extras.
Lin Bei did not spend too much effort on the remuneration matter. The matter of the horror coins is not urgent for now. Today is only the first day.
He has already realized one thing. As long as the movie queen, Xia Xiang, is present, the shooting schedule will not be too short. The director and writers quickly left. The casting director came to Lin Bei's side.
Now, he is completely unworried. Bro, I was so worried about you before. Hey, that was unnecessary. With your connection to the movie queen Xia Xiang, who in this film set would dare to make things difficult for you? I won't have to go out of my way to find you a safe role.
You must maintain a good relationship with the queen.
If she makes any over-the-top requests, like wanting you to visit her at night, you'd better agree. You understand what I mean, right?
Lin Bei could not possibly not understand. But he is a person with principles and bottom lines, and he won't agree to such excessive requests.
No, I will not agree. I live my life straight and upright, how could I bow to her?
Upon hearing this, the casting director became very anxious. He was genuinely concerned for Lin Bei.
Brother, listen to my advice. Sometimes, useless dignity doesn't need to be upheld.
After persuading for a long while, Lin Bei finally reluctantly softened his tone.
All right. If she insists on asking, then I'll agree reluctantly.
Afterwards, Lin Bei returned to his room.
Unlike the other extra simple rooms, his room was a luxurious suite. Gulyolu. Gulyolu.
The first thing Lin Bei did when he returned to his room was to gulp down water like crazy, drinking several bottles in one go. The kissing scenes that afternoon had left him severely dehydrated. After drinking to his heart's content, Lin Bei finally put down the bottle and sighed.
Xia Xiang is really crazy. More than you may in Gigi.
And she isn't shy at all. Even with so many people and weird glances around, she wouldn't feel remotely affected.
Sigh. It's all for making a movie.
This made Lin Bei feel a bit overwhelmed. In fact, he is a conservative person. He doesn't like too many spectators for such private matters. Except for the female weirdos he has developed affection for.
Other outsiders and weirdos? Better not.
Meanwhile, the casting director was with the extras. He had to manage these extras. Arrange food and lodging, explain the general content of the shooting tomorrow, and select outstanding candidates. Extras also need acting skills.
The scene we are shooting tomorrow is actually very simple. Only the male lead scenes.
The main content is that the male lead vows to become stronger in order to find the female lead. He hears about her through some channel, knowing she is a cold-blooded assassin who frequently faces bizarre pursuits. So the male lead keeps training to become stronger. The extras will be used as practice partners, getting battered and tortured by the male lead in various ways. It starts with 1, then 2, then 3 or 4, basically, the more they go on, the more there will be. Ultimately, 50 will come at once. Tomorrow, give it your all in acting. The male lead becoming stronger is a huge highlight. As for who will act, we will draw lots tomorrow. I'll prepare 99 lots, and the first 50 will act. The casting director wore an expressionless face, becoming a heartless script machine. His attitude was completely different from when he faced Lin Bei. At this moment, a challenger actively asked, "Excuse me, can I negotiate with you for those safe roles?" After all, that guy. Before he could finish, the casting director's expression suddenly changed. It became particularly ugly. "Shut up. Watch your words. I remember your face. Tomorrow you'll act as the first extra to be hit, from start to finish. If there are bad rolls later, the first one will be yours. This is the price you pay for your words." That guy. Clearly referring to Lin Bei. A not-so-nice title. The casting director, who viewed Lin Bei as a good brother, would never allow an extra to refer to his brother like that. So, within the allowed range, he carried out the most severe revenge. The challenger was completely stunned. He never expected it. Just a casual title could lead him into an irreversible abyss. I was wrong. Don't say that. I beg you, spare me this time. I will never make the same mistake again. But the casting director ignored him completely. Spare him? No way. The other challengers learned their lesson and no longer dared to disrespect Lin Bei in their words. That handsome guy clearly doesn't need a safe extra role, so can we rely on our own abilities to gain such an opportunity? Here is a supermarket shopping cart for you. If you have time, you can buy some cigarettes and alcohol. I have several concert tickets. I wonder if you're interested in attending a concert. Everyone get away. I have 1% shares in a wildlife park. They can be transferred to you at any time. Compared to these external things, they were more eager to clear this challenge. But the casting director didn't want any of these items at all. He looked around at the extras in front of him. Can you guys use your brains? Haven't you figured out who to please? A bunch of fools. You definitely need to please my brother. He is both my brother and the beloved of the film queen, Shi Xiang. As long as you can get him to nod, all kinds of troubles will be solved. With his words, let alone a safe extra role, he could probably arrange for you to be the male lead, and that wouldn't be a difficult task. Got it? Don't blame me for not reminding you. The casting director certainly did not plan to take these items. The things were nice, but he wanted to keep them for Lin Bei. The challengers could hardly misunderstand. The general meaning was that Lin Bei was their savior. They wanted to seek Lin Bei's help. But looking around, where was Lin Bei? He had long since run off who knows where. Thus, they could only wait for tomorrow. Time always flows, and every second is brand new. After a day of exhaustion, Lin Bei lay down in bed and closed his eyes, ready to have a good sleep. He wasn't sure if there would be anything to do tomorrow. But resting well was definitely not a bad thing. Lin Bei fell asleep quickly. Meanwhile, the film queen, Shi Xiang, was anxiously waiting. She could not sleep. Late at night, in the deep silence, Lin Bei, who was sound asleep, suddenly opened his eyes. Because he sensed danger. In the next moment, illuminated by the moonlight, Lin Bei saw a terrifying scene. He saw mischievous Xiao Ming standing near his thigh, holding a big iron hammer, glare at him fiercely. Damn it! Turn me into this, and yet he sleeps so soundly. I will crush you now. A message board appeared before him. Mischievous Xiao Ming. Favor points, minus 999. Relationship, utterly hateful. Level, wandering soul. His hatred for you can never be erased in a lifetime. After regaining a bit of awareness, he directly used the top-quality restoration fluid he carried, even if it meant paying the price of a tenth of his soul to ruin you. He brought the hardest hammer. Sneaking into your room. Soon, his revenge will fall upon you. Do you see his hammer? You know where he is aiming. Boom! Mischievous Xiao Ming acted decisively, giving Lin Bei no time to react, and slammed the iron hammer down. He had done this many times, and there was no way he could miss. As the hammer descended, mischievous Xiao Ming had already begun to grin savagely. Disabled, disabled. Become a cripple for me. He didn't want to give Lin Bei an easy death. Instead, he wanted Lin Bei to die after enduring endless humiliation. He had even planned how to make a big deal out of it after Lin Bei was crippled. First cripple that. Then your mouth.
Not a single tooth will be left. In the next second, the hammer struck Lin Bei's body. However, the situation they had envisioned did not happen. Boom! First came a loud bang.
Then, that high-quality big hammer unexpectedly shattered on the spot, turning into countless fragments that fell everywhere.
Yet, Lin Bei's body was completely unharmed. Chapter 102. Trickster Weird Xiao Ming froze by the bedside. He looked at the hammer in his hand, then at Lin Bei's body. Trickster Weird Xiao Ming was very sure. He definitely struck Lin Bei just now. This blow couldn't have missed. But now the result is like this. The one hit seemed fine.
But the hammer that hit him was destroyed, and could no longer be used.
How could this happen? My hammer is broken? I didn't make a mistake.
This hammer was something Trickster Weird Xiao Ming had custom made for a high price, top-notch quality, capable of turning copper walls and iron walls into scrap metal.
And now, it couldn't even hurt Lin Bei's weak spots. What is his body made of? Iron? It actually shattered my hammer. He realized one thing.
Lin Bei's body is very tough.
Far beyond ordinary steel.
At this moment, Lin Bei opened his mouth and asked,
"What's up? Is this your wake-up service? To tickle someone?" He wasn't worried at all about getting hurt. A high-level divine devil physique is not something to joke about. Even a spirit-level oddity, even holding a decent ghost weapon, couldn't leave even a scratch on his body.
In Lin Bei's heart, Trickster Weird Xiao Ming was already a dead oddity.
He would not let Trickster Weird Xiao Ming go. This oddity must die.
Even if the other party is a very famous child star, killing him would bring serious consequences. But Lin Bei didn't care.
Some oddities need to be killed. Improving goodwill is not an option.
At this moment, Trickster Weird Xiao Ming realized the seriousness of the situation, regaining the reason he lost in anger.
That's right. It's a wake-up service. Do you like it? He could only follow Lin Bei's words. Besides that, he couldn't think of any other way. The force was a bit light. Come. Lie down. I'll let you experience normal force.
Lin Bei sat up and patted the soft mattress.
Trickster Weird Xiao Ming did not dare to refuse. He was trembling. Lying down with a heart full of fear.
Lin Bei then took out the crazy blood bone saw.
"Sorry. I don't have a hammer, so I'll make do with an electric saw. Don't worry, it's not much different. It'll all be over in an instant. V-room. V-room." He started the crazy blood bone saw, the blades whirring with bits of flesh beginning to turn. Trickster Weird Xiao Ming lay on the bed begging for mercy. "Please, spare my life. I really just wanted to wake you up, to discuss acting with you. Your performance today was perfect, much better than mine. I want to be your student. You must believe me, I have no bad intentions. And, I'm the young male lead, tomorrow is my part. If you kill me, how will they shoot my scenes tomorrow? How will they shoot in the future? So, you can't kill me."
In a moment of desperation, he thought of this matter, wanting to use it to persuade Lin Bei to spare him. Lin Bei was not affected. He held the crazy blood bone saw, ruthlessly cutting.
Ah! A piercing scream rang out.
Seconds later, Trickster Weird Xiao Ming turned into Little Ri and Little Yu. The sheets, curtains, and quilt were all soaked in blood. Lin Bei walked into the bathroom, washing off the blood that accidentally splattered on him, casually changing into a new set of clothes. He left the room where a murder happened. "No, I can't stay in this kind of room. It's too dangerous, there's no safety at all, a small oddity could come in any time. If it weren't for my good physical condition, that hammer just now could have crushed my happiness for a lifetime. I'm a bit scared, I need to stay in a safer room." Out of consideration for his own safety, Lin Bei planned to stay in the best room. That is, the only one qualified to stay there is either. The next day came quickly. Lin Bei and 10 Night Fragrance arrived at the set on time, waiting for the shooting to begin. But after a long wait, the main character of today's shoot still hadn't shown up. The director was getting frantic. "Where is Xiao Ming? Why hasn't he come yet? He's already half an hour late, is he trying to act like a big shot? Get him here quickly. Xiao Ming's parents, you need to do something, educate your son properly." The crew was busy. They were all searching for troublemaker Xiao Ming. Just then, Xiao Ming's parents, who had just arrived, focused their gaze on Lin Bei. They knew exactly what Xiao Ming had been doing yesterday. Out of their indulgence towards their son, they wouldn't stop him. But the problem was, Lin Bei was standing there perfectly fine, with only a few faint red scratch marks on his body. There were no other injuries to be found. "Honey, look, he seems fine." Xiao Ming went to find him for a showdown. "This is bad. I feel like something's wrong."
He's not injured, Xiao Ming hasn't shown up, could something have happened to him? Quick, go check this bastard's room. For now, they couldn't care less about settling things with Lin Bei. Finding Xiao Ming was their priority. A few minutes later, the couple returned, each holding Xiao Ri and Xiao Yu in their arms. They rushed up to Lin Bei, their faces twisted with rage, and viciously questioned him. Did you do this? You bastard, I'm going to make you pay for my son's life. Die. They were losing their minds. Their beloved son had been torn in half. The half-faces on both of them showed clear and intense fear. The murderer was right in front of them, and all they wanted was to kill him. Lin Bei remained calm, his expression unchanged. 2 information boxes appeared in front of him. Xiao Ming's father, Duri. Affection points, -999. Relationship, mortal enemies. Level, historical evil. From now on, his only wish for the rest of his life is to kill you. In the most brutal way possible. To make you suffer every possible torment, to make you experience true despair. He indulged Xiao Ming too much. No matter how awful or wicked Xiao Ming's actions were, he would always side with him and clean up the mess. No bottom line? Doesn't exist. In his mind, Xiao Ming was always right. Even if Xiao Ming wanted your life, it was totally reasonable and normal. Only you are wrong. What you should do is lie down quietly and let Xiao Ming kill you. Xiao Ming's mother, De Yu. Same as above. At that moment, other strange beings and challengers on set witnessed Xiao Ri and Xiao Yu's Xiao Ming. Instantly, a stir was caused. What the hell, Xiao Ming was actually killed? And died so horribly. Did Lin Bei do it? How dare he, this was Xiao Ming, the beloved child star. He was so ruthless, he split him in half. He's not even human. The young male lead is dead, how are they going to shoot this movie now? Chapter 103. No one expected such a tragedy to happen. The young male lead actually died so miserably on set. This was a huge problem. The director furrowed his brows, his expression serious. For a moment, he couldn't think of how to solve this mess. This is such a troublesome situation. Why did this happen so suddenly? What should I do now? Kick Xiao Ming's parents out? That would be clearly inappropriate, since Xiao Ming died here. Hand Lin Bei over to apologize? This thought just appeared, and the director immediately glanced at the Best Actress, 10 Night Fragrance, behind him. Then, he directly rejected this option. That won't work either. Best Actress 10 Night Fragrance definitely won't allow this. She and Lin Bei came here together, I saw them come out of the same room. This is tricky, I have a headache. He wasn't planning to step in just yet. He wanted to observe how things developed and then decide what to do. As for how to continue shooting the movie, the director couldn't care less for now. If the problem in front of him wasn't solved, the movie would never continue. Lin Bei stood in place, his face showing no sign of panic. He had already made his decision in his heart. So noisy. As soon as he said this, the leading actress Shi Yaoxiang stepped forward. She pulled out a dagger from somewhere. Without a word, she walked towards the 2 strange creatures. Holding the dagger tightly in her right hand, her strange power surged wildly, clearly intending to kill the 2 creatures. The pressure of the strange king spread everywhere. The great sun and great moon were enveloped by the pressure, feeling as if their bodies were about to explode. The 2 strange creatures were utterly helpless before the strange king. Kill the strange. The leading actress wants to kill the strange. Everyone, hurry, take a video. Can the leading actress do whatever she wants? Is there anything wrong with us avenging our son? They were consumed by anger. Even though they knew they couldn't win against Shi Yaoxiang, they didn't give up on revenge. Lin Bei must die. An information panel appeared before Lin Bei's eyes. Shi Yaoxiang, 1000-year female assassin. Favorability points, 66666. She won't let anything happen to you. She will personally deal with the troubles you encounter. But Lin Bei didn't want that. Come back. His words were very effective. The leading actress Shi Yaoxiang stopped, turning her head with a puzzled expression. Why? They disturbed you. I just wanted them to shut up. Lin Bei shook his head. You can't take action. You still need to eat this bowl of rice. So, be obedient. He didn't want the leading actress Shi Yaoxiang to lose her current position over such a small matter. The leading actress could easily earn hundreds of millions or even billions with just one movie. She was truly a veritable money tree. When they were in the same room yesterday, Shi Yaoxiang insisted on giving Lin Bei her account to manage, saying that he could spend the 10 billion horror coins inside however he liked, even if it was all spent, she could continue to earn more.
Therefore, Lin Bei wouldn't let Shi Yaoxiang take action.
With so many onlookers, news would inevitably leak out.
Even though this was a horror world, it would still have a significant impact if word got out.
How would he still get a high film salary then?
No matter how much they wanted to vent for Lin Bei, under his command, Shi Yaoxiang could only return to his side. Lin Bei stroked Shi Yaoxiang's head.
Don't worry. I won't let them off. Just watch obediently.
After saying this, he walked toward the great sun and great moon.
No need to say much. Just make your move. Lin Bei didn't think he did anything wrong.
It was the troublemaker Xiao Ming who sought his own demise, wanting to fundamentally destroy him.
Killing him was fine.
These two strange beings knew that the fault lay with troublemaker Xiao Ming, yet they still wanted him dead.
Then, it was time to kill.
Lin Bei had been in the horror world for a month, and it was the first time he truly felt the desire to kill. The great sun and great moon did not hesitate, immediately pouncing toward Lin Bei, their faces twisted, claws wildly swinging. Lin Bei controlled the lightning power within his body, converging it at his eyes.
His eyes became lightning eyes. Boom!
The lightning spewed out from his eyes, resembling two thick pythons, instantly swallowing the two strange creatures and Xiao Ming's remains.
A few seconds later, the lightning dissipated.
Where the lightning had rampaged, nothing remained, only a destroyed ground. Turning to ash, soul scattering. Lin Bei was a bit startled. No wonder it can restrain the strange with lightning power.
Truly terrifying. Not a scrap left.
At this moment, the entire set was very quiet.
No one dared to speak.
What just happened was too shocking. Lightning shot from his eyes, destroying everything in front of him.
Except for Shi Yaoxiang. She was applauding and cheering. You are amazing. It should have been wiped clean and erased.
Now, except for the people here in the strange, no one knows those three bad guys are dead. Shi Yaoxiang glanced around the entire set, her gaze passing over every strange creature. Her expression then turned cold.
This matter, I hope everyone treats as if they don't know. Otherwise, what might happen? I can't say for sure. As for the extras?
Shi Yaoxiang wasn't worried. Very few could survive until the end. At this moment, Lin Bei also spoke up.
It's fine. Let them talk. As long as you are not afraid of turning to ashes.
After saying that, he looked up at the sky.
Unbeknownst to him, the sky was already filled with dark thunderclouds.
Countless lightning bolts danced within the clouds, as if ready to strike at any moment.
Clearly,
this was Lin Bei's warning. Seeing the scene, the people on the set and the ghostly ones dared not have any other thoughts.
They definitely didn't want to die.
Moreover, some of the ghosts didn't like the troublemaker ghost Xiao Ming to begin with.
Huh? What just happened? I don't understand what you're saying. The weather is nice, perfect for starting work. You might not know, but my mouth is tighter than a safe. It was hard to say what would happen next. But for now, things would be fine. Shi Xiang walked over to Lin Bei and whispered to him. Leave the rest to me. I will handle them.
After a moment, the filming set returned to normal.
Of course, it was only on the surface. Only then did the director dare to talk to Lin Bei and Shi Xiang. This situation makes it very hard for me. It's his scenes today, but he vanished into thin air. How can I shoot like this? He dared to bring this up. Because he would never let it slip. After all, it was his film crew.
Shi Xiang immediately provided a solution.
It's simple. Just revise the script. I've already thought of the new plot for you.
Due to fate, I ran into him several times afterwards, and the more we met, the more I began to accept this fate. Then, we started dating frequently, just like a normal couple would, feeding each other, hugging, and filming all the sweetness.
Meanwhile, the male lead's plot continues normally, saying he's training.
As for the filming method, it's very simple. No need to shoot, just transition to a black screen with subtitles. The subtitles will read like this. The male lead is working hard to become stronger.
Chapter 104. After hearing Shi Xiang's suggestion, the director fell into silence.
After thinking it over carefully, he realized this method wasn't impossible. The young male lead was indeed dead. But the grown-up male lead was still here, and the scenes could continue, just not at the set. So, this method was viable.
Sounds good.
Xiao Ming's scenes aren't particularly important, so skipping them like this isn't unfeasible. After all, as long as we replace his scenes with the female leads, it's fine. Compared to that little brat, the audience wants to see the leading lady more. The more the director thought, the more feasible it seemed.
Now there were just two questions left. Would leading lady Shi Xiang be willing to film more? And how would the pay be arranged?
You must know, leading lady Shi Jixiang's price is quite high. Moreover, there were no scenes for the female lead during this time in the original script, so they would have to force in new scenes.
Leading lady, would you be willing to cooperate?
You also know, our audience loves bloody and violent plots the most, so scenes like dating and walking around have a smaller audience. Thus, it must be filmed perfectly, and it will be quite difficult.
It might not be finished in a day. And how will the pay be calculated?
The director asked, appearing somewhat compromised.
He wouldn't dare offend leading lady Shi Jixiang. How could leading lady Shi Jixiang not want to film?
Even if she earned no money, as long as she could go on dates with Lin Bei, she would do anything. Besides, this was a public-funded date. Plus, there were terrifying coins to earn.
Of course I'm willing. Let's shoot.
It must be shot to perfection. For that, I'm willing to date him continuously, a year long would be no problem.
As for the payment? Just give me my normal standard.
Also, Lin Bei's payment can't be low, besides matching his pay to the male lead, we'll have to top off that poor guy's payment to Lin Bei as a sort of compensation. The director immediately agreed. He now had only one thought in his mind. He hoped to finish this movie smoothly.
All right. Then let's get ready to start shooting? Everyone, get ready. Let's get to work. Today's shooting content
is the sweet date between the film queen and Lin Bei. No need to set up a scene, just go to a nearby attraction or street to date, we want to show the most natural state. You, clear the space.
You, communicate with the management.
You, explain the situation.
Extras and those idle actors, get ready to be the background.
The whole crew started to get busy. A few kilometers away, there was a food street. The shooting had already begun.
Film queen Shi Jixiang was wandering down the street, surrounded by actors pretending to be passers-by in crowds. It was very lively. People came and went.
Vendors calling out, conversations, the sound of money arriving, various food smells, and clothing and accessories for sale. A peaceful scene, as if back in a normal world. Half a minute later, the film queen Shi Jixiang suddenly froze, her face in shock as she looked at Lin Bei standing dozens of meters away, holding a grilled sausage.
It's him.
I didn't expect to see him so soon. The scene of their kiss flashed in her mind. When it officially airs, this memory segment will be inserted too.
Shi Jixiang's acting was excellent.
She perfectly showcased the desire to approach Lin Bei but felt too shy to do so.
At that moment, a dramatic scene occurred.
Lin Bei unexpectedly walked toward Shi Jixiang, grabbing her hand just as she thought about turning to run.
Still want to run? This time. I won't let you go. Little lady. Come on a date with me.
He laughed while reciting his lines, mentally complaining.
This line is really well written. Shi Jixiang was still acting shy.
Her face was very red, almost ripe.
She genuinely liked being called little lady.
That's right, the lines were written by her. Okay. After this, Lin Bei held Shi Jixiang's hand and began dating on this street. Buying food, drinks, and clothes, with particularly natural intimate contact, there was no awkwardness or shyness.
It didn't feel like their second meeting. More like an old couple who had lived together for many years.
Every time Lin Bei went to pay, Shi Jixiang would eagerly snatch the opportunity away. While eating, Shi Jixiang would feed Lin Bei, sometimes even with imported food like grilled sausages and milk tea.
She often took advantage of Lin Bei. Watching the sweet interactions between Lin Bei and Shi Jixiang, the director couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Is this film queen really just acting? Why do I feel like she's using this opportunity to show off her love? I really doubt it, but I have no evidence. He always felt something was off. The casting director was silently praying for Lin Bei. Bro, you must hold on.
No matter how much the film queen takes advantage of you, even if she asks you to bend over, you must not resist.
Being noticed by her is your blessing. He now had a guess. Thinking Shi Jixiang wanted to be Lin Bei's benefactor. Lin Bei could become a canary at any time.
The extras were continuously thanking Lin Bei. I'm benefiting from his light, I don't have to shoot those scenes where I'm constantly beaten. Just being a passerby in the market and getting to spend money on food is such a great feeling.
Wah, thank you, big guy, gotta hold on tight to his thigh.
Meanwhile, a shocking explosive news spread rapidly across the strange internet. Explosion asterisk the popular film queen Shi Jixiang actually forcefully pulled an unknown human into her room at midnight, and that person only successfully escaped the film queen's grasp the next day, screaming all night, suspected to have suffered inhuman torment.
Video.mp4. Image.jpg.
Explosion asterisk according to insider gossip, the film queen Shi Jixiang has been acting very strangely, throwing tantrums and deliberately making things difficult for the director and fellow actors during filming, supposedly due to a human.
Image.jpg. Audio.mp4.
Explosion asterisk. The true nature of film queen Shi Yixiang is revealed. It turns out she is this strange.
Hot star. Hot star.
The news about film queen Shi Yixiang dominated the top 3 spots on many high-traffic platforms. Thin Fate platform, Shaken Soul platform, Quick Depart platform, etc. In just a few minutes, millions to billions of strange things saw these shocking news. Then, it sparked a huge debate.
The topics discussed all revolved around Lin Bei and Shi Yixiang.
Wait, why are you, the actress, treating a human like this?
What about dignity? What about morals? What about connection? Is this the filming site of the movie Dominant Actress Loves Me?
Let him go. If you have guts, come at me.
Dude, this is really good. Chapter 105. The actress Shi Yixiang is truly a top-tier star.
Even a small piece of news about her can cause a big stir.
Let alone such big news.
In just an hour, various platforms saw hundreds of millions of views, and comments broke 1 million, most of which did not believe this matter, thinking the videos and pictures were faked. Actress, hurry and come out to clarify. I believe you are not this kind of person. It must be your rivals trying to smear you. Impossible. The actress in my heart is perfect, absolutely would not do such a thing. As we all know, pictures can be edited, and videos can also be edited, so don't believe it.
It's been an hour, why hasn't she come out to clarify yet? I'm so anxious.
Everyone paying attention to this news and the weird things were waiting for a definite response.
When the news first broke, it reached the crew.
Assistant Shelley immediately called for a stop to the filming and told Shi Yixiang what had happened. However, Shi Yixiang was not flustered at all, seeming not to care.
She calmly said, "It's fine. Let them say whatever. Filming is more important."
After saying that, she continued to film the dating scenes with Lin Bei.
She was fully immersed, completely ignoring the outside situation.
2 hours later, the chief director called for a stop to the filming.
Perfect. No flaws can be found.
I believe that with your performances, even a dating plot without visual impact can attract the audience to keep watching. Because it's really natural, with a special charm. He felt that using the word performance was not quite right. Strictly speaking, it had transcended acting. The chief director had originally prepared for the scene to take many days to film.
Romantic scenes are the hardest to shoot.
But unexpectedly, it was done in just 2 to 3 hours, and during the process, there were no mistakes. Both actors were fully invested, showcasing genuine emotions. Although the filming was over, Lin Bei and Shi Yixiang's date was not over. They continued to explore and eat.
Until finally, they visited every shop once.
At this point, Lin Bei finally spoke.
"Let's call it a day. You handle that matter." He also knew about the news.
His smart device had pushed notifications multiple times.
Okay. Only then did Shi Yixiang prepare to deal with the trending topic. As for the method?
She had already thought of it the moment she heard the news.
"Director, send me yesterday's video, I want the best part." The chief director didn't know what Shi Yixiang was planning to do.
But such a simple request, of course, he would not refuse.
Okay. In 1 minute, Shi Yixiang received a video. She opened it to watch.
On the screen, it showed her kissing Lin Bei.
Fully invested, full of genuine feelings.
After appreciating it with a smile, Shi Yixiang began to edit the text document. After editing the text, she opened various platforms, pasted the text, and added a video clip.
Finally. Sent across all platforms. Buzz. Lin Bei's smart device vibrated.
He took out his smart device and looked at the latest news.
Another piece of news push. The title was like this. 3 hours later, actress Shi Yixiang responds.
Lin Bei was curious about how Shi Yixiang would respond, so he clicked on the news. At the same time, at least tens of millions of strange beings and humans did exactly what Lin Bei did, clicking into this news push where they could only see the title. What followed was Shi Yixiang's response.
Youthful and sweet Shi Yixiang. Yes, those news are all true. I fell in love with a human. In the deep night, I pulled him into my room. I really argued against the director and the actors for him. Because I love him so much. I won't allow him to suffer any grievances, I won't allow him to face any unfair treatment. This place is his forever home, a home that can shield him from the wind and rain. No matter what he wants to do, I will support him unconditionally. I love him. But everyone can rest assured, I won't let love affect my career, I will work even harder to portray every character well. After all, I have to support my husband, I need to spend a lot of scary coins. After a piece of text, there is also a video. A kiss scene video shot yesterday. Anyone who saw Shi Yixiang's statement and the strange things were extremely shocked.
No one expected that Shi Yixiang would not issue a denial, nor send out some kind of green corpse letter, but would boldly admit this matter, even using this opportunity to let countless people know about her love with Lin Bei.
This approach is unprecedented.
In the past, when faced with such situations, actors and stars would deny it using various excuses, and then create another hot search to bury their gossip news.
But Xie Xiang did the opposite. After reading Xie Xiang's statement, Lin Bei began to look at the comments section.
To his surprise, there were no nasty comments, every comment was a blessing. Since you said so, I can only wish you both a long-lasting relationship.
Love if you love, just don't let it affect your acting, you are a strong actor, you can date.
Respect, understand, bless, and look forward to you having babies.
How damn it, let a human get a chance.
Sob sob sob, my white moonlight in my heart.
I envy the humans so much, next life, I want to be a human.
In the city of Grey Abyss, in the office of the underworld, Yin Yueying, who had been paying attention to Xie Xiang, saw Xie Xiang's statement at the first moment.
She is a loyal fan of Xie Xiang, she has watched every film of Xie Xiang.
Regarding Xie Xiang getting involved with Lin Bei, Yin Yueying did not feel uncomfortable at all, instead, she felt a bit excited.
So that means I am now sisters with Xie Xiang? Wow. So happy. Wow.
In the rain, during a hunt, the rain charm also saw this statement. Unlike Yin Yueying, she furrowed her brows tightly.
Another one.
The competition just got tougher.
Sigh.
Gigi was staying in an alley, surrounded by the fainted strange beings.
She looked at the brain in her hand, staring at Xie Xiang, who appeared delicate and weak.
Such a thin waist.
I could probably hurt her with a kick? She shouldn't be much of a threat.
In the safe zone, the most special place. Also covered by an all-encompassing network. The Thunderstrike Red Rose and Thunderstrike White Rose sat on the sofa in front of the underworld Phoenix Egg, watching Lin Bei and Xie Xiang's kiss scene clip. The two of them were very silent. Trapped here, unable to interfere with the outside world.
Sister, to be honest, I don't really want to take him to the garden.
Given the current circumstances, the consequences of taking him to the garden could be severe, there are plenty of little spirits in the garden.
Sister is right, peony, mandrake, higenflower. Each one worse than the last. Bang! Bang!
At this moment, the little girl was renovating the dungeon.
No time to pay attention to the news. Chapter 106. The news of the film queen Xie Xiang's official announcement was still spreading continuously.
Time passed second by second, and the number of strange beings and humans who knew about this news was also continuously doubling. The kiss scene video had already surpassed 1 billion views. It is currently ranked as the #1 most explosive news of the year.
Lin Bei's name and appearance were remembered by countless strange beings and humans.
His popularity skyrocketed to become a top influencer.
Lin Bei quietly looked at the comments section.
He felt a bit complex inside.
He was very clear about what consequences this would bring. Now, I have completely become popular.
In the future, when participating in other job challenges, there is a certain probability of being recognized. When they mention me, they will only say I am the man of the movie queen. No, this will affect my reputation.
It will make them think I am just a man living off a woman. I have to clear my name.
In Lin Bei's eyes, he had nothing to do with living off others. He earned his living by strength.
Living off others? Impossible.
So, this matter was considered solved.
Today's filming officially ended.
The chief director, suppressing his shock, spoke to the actors with a loudspeaker.
Actors, take a break. Today's filming went very smoothly.
Editing team, subtitle team, get ready to work, we aim to work overtime today. Props team, prepare the next filming location.
Called work teams immediately began their tasks.
The chief director then looked at a camper van with the door tightly shut. His tone suddenly became more polite.
Bai Luyin, come here. I need you to create a few piano pieces.
A romantic score for the kissing scene, a score for their reunion, and a score for their date.
All 3 pieces should have a sweet and romantic style. Is that okay? How long do you need?
Clearly, this Bai Luyin had an unusual status. But compared to Xie Xiang, she was still somewhat lacking.
A few seconds later, a particularly pleasant yet somewhat cold voice sounded.
Of course, it's possible. I need 3 hours. Creating original piano pieces has a bit of difficulty. The camper van door was pushed open, and the one named Bai Luyin stepped out with elegant and unhurried steps. With top-notch looks, an icy demeanor, exuding an air of do not disturb, clearly telling others not to bother her.
Bai Luyin first looked at Xie Xiang. Xiang, congratulations. You have found true love.
Don't worry, I will create the most suitable piano pieces. To her, Xie Xiang was special. By a twist of fate, Shi Xiang had protected her. Then, Bai Luyin turned her gaze to Lin Bei. Just now, she had also seen that astonishing news. Bai Luyin did not see anything special about Lin Bei, he looked like an ordinary person. So she couldn't understand. Why would Xiang like him? Reaching this level is definitely not a deliberate hype. At this moment, Lin Bei was also looking at Bai Luyin. Both the person and the anomaly locked eyes. A message panel appeared before them. Bai Luyin. Favorability points, 5. Relationship, a little curious. Level, anomaly king. S level wanted criminal. Real identity is the eldest lady of the Bai family. But because the Bai family was wiped out in one night years ago, the reason is unknown. The murderer is still out there committing crimes, so she concealed her identity and infiltrated the horror world as a musician. After meeting Shi Xiang, she was invited to join Shi Xiang's team to help create scores. She hides very well, and has never aroused suspicion. The murderer does not know that there are survivors from the Bai family. The 2 high-level ghost weapons taken from the Bai family have never been used in front of other anomalies. On the surface, she seems normal, just not fond of contacting anomalies. But in fact, every moment she thinks about revenge, she keeps the grudge of her family being exterminated in her heart. She silently bears great pressure and is often awakened by nightmares. But she won't show it. Putting other matters aside, her musical talent and skill are exceptionally high, making her score for every movie perfect, and she has gained quite a bit of popularity. If she had been a musician before switching channels, her fame wouldn't be any less than Shi Xiang's. Lin Bei couldn't help but exclaim. Another anomaly with a story. A family wiped out in one night. The hidden identity of a lady. A musician destined to be famous? He became very interested in Bai Luyin. A more special anomaly. A deep blood feud, 2 high-level ghost weapons, outstanding looks, and voice. Especially her voice. It was of a level that could be a voice actor. System. Enhance the affection. For Bai Luyin's deep-seated hatred, Lin Bei was not particularly resistant. Should just carry this burden. After all, from the information bar's content, it seems there won't be any revenge for a short time. The murderer believes the Bai family is completely wiped out and has no idea there are survivors. Most importantly, Lin Bei is not afraid. After a while, the system will level up again. At that time, he can make his own strange beings stronger. Top. Target has been locked. Affection has started to increase. +1. +1. Bai Luyin entered her exclusive studio alone, filled with various musical instruments and tuning equipment. She sat in front of a piano, recalling the scene she had seen before. About the kiss scene filmed by Lin Bei and Shi Xiang. At first, Bai Luyin didn't feel anything special, she was only thinking about what kind of piano piece to create. But before she could even think of the beginning of the first soundtrack, a strange feeling surged within her. Looking at the familiar emotion before her, Bai Luyin had no desire to press the piano keys. In fact, she even began to hate the piano. No. To be exact, she began to hate music. Hate all music related to sweetness. Why? Why is this world so unfair? Clearly, I love him just as much as Shi Xiang does, but she can film kiss scenes with him, can date him everywhere, can eat the same food as him, can drink from the same cup, while I can only stay here and create music. Still for his sweet interactions with another female strange. So uncomfortable. I even just wished her to find true love. Tick-tock. Tears fell onto the piano keys. Bai Luyin lost control and cried. The keys got damp, and tears flowed through the gaps. I don't want to play. Even if I would lose my job, I don't want to play. It's too painful. I don't want to be the background for him and another female strange. Bai Luyin left the piano and moved to a corner, burying her head in her knees. She sobbed. Her pant legs soaked with tears. When the Bai family was annihilated, she did not cry, she only held her hatred in her heart, patiently waiting for the chance of revenge. When she fled after escaping the Bai family, she didn't cry either, focusing only on revenge. But now, she really couldn't hold it in anymore. All the grievances, discomfort, and sadness. Various emotions gathered, ready to explode. Chapter 107. +1. +1. Bai Luyin's affection level was still increasing at the speed of 1 point per second. Her affection points for Lin Bei successfully surpassed 100. So unwilling. Why am I the only one treated like this? They all seem so happy. What about me? It's the blood-soaked hatred from the extermination of my family, and being shown off in front of my beloved with other female strains. I can only watch like a maggot in the dark while helping them display their affection to the fullest? No. This matter.
Only this matter. I can't tolerate it. I'm not playing. Rather die than play.
Bailain stood up, wiped away the 2 lines of tears on her face, ignoring her soaked pants.
She made a decision. I will resist. I can always hide in another place.
For years, Bailain had lived in oppression. She really needed a chance to vent.
Now. The opportunity has come.
Bailain hurried to the piano. She kicked the piano over onto the ground and stomped on it fiercely a few times. Then, she tore the music sheets piled beside her into shreds.
Other instruments.
Drums, guitars, disciples, eru, swana.
All couldn't escape from disaster.
One by one, they were destroyed by Bailain.
The professional tuning equipment met the same fate.
The studio was in chaos, as if a great disaster had occurred. The noise was tremendous and could be heard outside. The still present Shurya Xiang and other strange beings heard the commotion in the studio.
Immediately, they all realized something was wrong.
Something feels off, the noise inside is terrifying.
This is definitely not playing the piano, it's more like smashing the piano. So noisy, so chaotic, it even sounds like there's crying. I can tell, something terrible is happening inside. The one reacting the most is Xinyao. In strict terms, Bailain is her employee. What is she going crazy about? Is she stimulated? Or did she have another nightmare? Xinyao knows Bailain often wakes up scared from nightmares. She used to care.
But Bailain just brushed it off casually. Never mentioned the specifics.
Bang!
The studio is still chaotic, showing no signs of stopping.
Shinyao's brows furrowed.
Her instincts told her she must go in and take a look. So, Xinyao walked to the studio door, pushed it open with a slight force. In the next moment, she saw the situation inside.
Utter chaos. Various instruments scattered everywhere.
The piano cracked in multiple places, the guitar broken in half, torn sheet music all over the floor.
It looks like a ruin.
Bailain is sitting among the ruins, covering her face in pain, her body shaking. Seeing this scene, Xinyao froze. The situation is more serious than she imagined. It's clear, Bailain has collapsed. Why is she crying?
Crying. It seems she really has been stimulated. But she has been on set all the time, hadn't had any contact with the weirdness outside, how could she suddenly be stimulated? Xinyao can't understand.
Her mind is filled with doubts. Despite this, Xinyao still walked to Bailain's side, patiently asking with concern.
Lain, what happened?
You can tell me any grievances or difficulties, I will do my best to help you.
You are my employee. I will protect you. She speaks sincerely, not deceiving Bailain. Bailain stopped sobbing, looked up at Xinyao. The reason, she can't say it out loud. Bailain knows she can't blame Xinyao.
And she doesn't hate Xinyao, on the contrary, she is very grateful to Xinyao. After all, it is Xinyao who has sheltered her for so long. She's not the kind of person who repays kindness with hatred. Thus, Xinyao hides her true thoughts in her heart, what she says on the surface is something else.
I can't come up with it. I really can't come up with a suitable piece. This question. I can't solve it. I don't want to play music anymore. Xiang. No, it's boss. I want to resign. I want to go hide in the mountains, I want to drift on the sea. She cries while speaking. Hearing this explanation, Xinyao knows Bailain isn't telling the truth. But she didn't say much more. She just keeps comforting Bailain. It's okay, if you can't come up with it, then don't. It's just a few pieces of music. It's fine, don't put yourself under psychological pressure. If you want to rest, then take a break.
At that moment, Lin Bei arrived at the scene.
Bailain immediately looked at Lin Bei. She had broken again. Her state worse than before. Xinyao continued to comfort.
But it was of little use. A message bar appeared in front of Lin Bei.
Bailain. Favor points, 369. Relationship, deeply entrapped, unable to extricate. Level, Weird King. She is completely attracted to you, sinking into your charm.
Because she loves you deeply, she is very envious of Xinyao being able to be close to you.
Coincidentally, she remembered the past, grievances flooding her heart.
Moreover, her task is to compose 3 piano pieces, each piece a sweet love song, meant for you and Xinyao.
Deeply in love with you, she really cannot complete this task. Then, she collapsed. Accumulated negative emotions took control of her brain. She is looking at you. Wanting your comfort. Now.
You are her only spiritual harbor, the only existence that can make her feel warm. After reading, Lin Bei understood the situation.
He made a decision at once. to intervene in Bai Lain's matters. Not because Bai Lain is pretty or has a good voice, but because Lin Bei is a bit soft-hearted.
Lin Bei walked into the studio, his gaze first looking at Xinyao.
Hand her over to me. I'll handle her affairs.
After saying this, he looked at Bai Lain.
Are you willing to go with me?
I'll take you for a stroll nearby.
Bai Lain and Shi Xiang answered at the same time. Sure. Neither of them had any objections.
Lin Bei took a few steps forward, grabbed Bai Lain, and then held her hand as they left the place. Bai Lain cooperated throughout the process.
She obediently followed Lin Bei away. Numbers kept popping up above their heads. +1. +1. Shi Xiang didn't feel anything strange.
Blinded by happiness, she only thought Lin Bei wanted to help her solve her troubles.
Just a few minutes later, a super sports car drove into the film set. This car looked very expensive. Golden color, 2 doors, especially cool. A young man wearing sunglasses stepped out of the car in a peculiar manner. Everyone present looked at this strange young man, including Shi Xiang and the director. It's the male lead. Why is he here? He doesn't have any scenes recently, right? So handsome.
I heard he's not only the male lead in this movie, but his family is also the biggest investor in it.
Chapter 108.
The director stopped what he was doing and walked over to the young man with a big smile, speaking with an attitude that could almost be described as fawning.
Young master, you have arrived. Why did you suddenly come to the set? You didn't give any prior notice. Look at this. We didn't even prepare a pot of tea for you.
Screenwriter, hurry, go make tea for the young master.
He didn't dare to show any neglect.
The young master had a noble status. One word from him could decide the life or death of the movie, so he had to be treated like a deity, ensuring the young master felt satisfied.
The screenwriter understood this well. He immediately dropped the script and rushed to the kitchen.
The young master sat in the director's chair, casually propped up one leg, playing with a butterfly knife, looking like a reckless heir. The past few days on the set have been quite lively. Kiss scenes, stealing roles, significant script revisions, and even a well-known child star died on set.
And what else was there? Oh, I remember. TSK, the leading actress Shi Xiang, who is far ahead in popularity, openly announced her relationship on all major platforms, with a human. Great. Really great. This totally shows no regard for the consequences, right? Suddenly, he looked at the leading actress Shi Xiang. His expression turned grim and resentful, the blade of the butterfly knife pointing at Shi Xiang. I'm asking you. Have you even considered the impact of your reckless actions? Take today, for example. A perfectly good violent and bloody plot, and you force it into a lovey-dovey date scene? Where is the audience for that? Understand, this is a horror world, not the human world. We don't need light and beauty here. I hope you can give me an explanation. Otherwise, I will have to take measures. You are the leading actress, I cannot touch you, but that human is different. I can do whatever I want. At that moment, a killing intent surged in Shi Xiang's eyes. She was filled with murderous thoughts. Touch him? Go ahead and try. I will risk my life and everything I have to stop you. At any cost. Shi Xiang knew she wasn't invincible and couldn't handle everything. But she would do her best. Even if it meant death, she would be the first to die.
The young master frowned, a flash of surprise in his eyes.
He held some reservations about Shi Xiang.
Very hard to deal with. The influence of the leading actress was enormous, and she had many crazy fans.
Doing this for a human? You really are hungry.
But this matter must have an explanation. As his words fell, he fell into a prolonged silence.
At this moment, Lin Bei was taking Bai Lain to a nearby riverbank.
One person and one ghost were closely pressed together.
The atmosphere was somewhat ambiguous.
Bai Lain buried her head on Lin Bei's shoulder. The restlessness and grievances in her heart. At this moment, everything completely dissipated and returned to the way it normally was. Not only that, a long-lost happiness appeared in her heart. She wanted time to freeze forever and to make this scene eternal.
No one spoke.
They just sat there quietly. Being alone with Lin Bei made Bai Lain very content. Looking at the murky river ahead, she occasionally spotted a few oddly shaped fish, and Lin Bei slowly spoke up.
Are you feeling better?
Bai Lain was reluctant to move her head and continued to rest it on Lin Bei's shoulder.
Much better.
I'm sorry, I was a bit impulsive just now. Feeling Lin Bei's warmth, she found herself somewhat enchanted. Lin Bei took out a piece of candy. He personally fed it to Bai Lain's mouth.
Have a piece of candy. Life is already so bitter, don't make your mouth suffer too. Bai Lane glanced at the packaging bag in Lin Bei's hand. She made a decision in her heart. She would buy candy later. Buy this brand and this flavor of candy. Buy a ton. No. 10 tons.
If it were another girl, Lin Bei wouldn't feed them candy. But Bai Lane was different. Bai Lane's experiences were far too tragic. After finishing the candy, Bai Lane took the initiative to say to Lin Bei, "I'm better now. Let's go back. I still need to compose 3 more pieces." She had come to terms with it. Even if she was composing sweet melodies for Lin Bei and the other girls, Bai Lane decided she would give it her all. Because it was related to Lin Bei. She didn't want Lin Bei's first film to have any regrets. Lin Bei nodded. At the same time, he made a decision. At 3 in the morning tonight. We meet here again. Bai Lane's eyes brightened. Okay. Soon, Lin Bei and Bai Lane returned to the film set. As soon as they arrived, Lin Bei noticed something was off. He saw that exaggerated supercar. And the set was very quiet. The strange actors and human actors stood still as if they were frozen, apparently not daring to breathe. Shi Yexiang sat in her chair, her face extremely serious, exuding a killing intent. The director and screenwriter surrounded a young strange actor, one serving tea and water, the other fanning and telling jokes, clearly attending to this strange one. Lin Bei's gaze was drawn to it. He already had the answer in his heart. Without a doubt, the set had turned into this because of the newly arrived strange actor. The newcomer is mostly not friendly. Based on Shi Yexiang's state, Lin Bei made this deduction. That killing intent couldn't be hidden. Is it coming for Shi Yexiang? Or is it coming for me? He wasn't too sure about this. But it was definitely not simple. Lane, find a place to sit down first. Don't stay too close to me. Listen, I'll be fine. Otherwise, the plan for the night will be cancelled. Although reluctant, hearing that threat, Bai Lane still chose to compromise, moving to a spot about 30 meters away from Lin Bei, keeping a close watch on the situation. If Lin Bei was in danger, she would face it with him, even at the cost of the plan being cancelled. At this moment, Shi Yexiang saw Lin Bei and immediately waved at him. Come over here. Lin Bei complied and walked over to Shi Yexiang's side. He planned to observe the situation first. Assistant Xiaoli was very perceptive and brought a chair for Lin Bei, placing it beside Shi Yexiang's left side. As soon as he sat down, Shi Yexiang leaned in, whispering in Lin Bei's ear. Don't pay attention to that male strange actor. He will definitely find ways to make things difficult for you later. Remember, don't engage with him, leave everything to me. Also, don't lay a hand on him. His identity and background are very strong, not something that little strange can compare to. The situation was not looking good, and she didn't want it to get worse. Shi Yexiang wasn't afraid of trouble. She was worried Lin Bei would get into trouble. Chapter 109. Now, Lin Bei was even more certain of one thing. 100 meters away, that strange one enjoying the services of the director and screenwriter. He came here specifically for him, and next, he would trouble him. Is his identity and background very strong? Then that means a big fat sheep walking right into our arms? Lin Bei decisively looked at the second young master. The information panel belonging to the second young master floated before him. Second young master of the U-Kill group. Favorability, -50. Relationship, quite dissatisfied with you. Level, Ghost King. He is the top-notch rich second generation, living a carefree wealthy life since birth, receiving the best education and training. Unlike other rich second generations, he is not a playboy. He entered the U-Kill group long ago, responsible for the film and television business within the group, including investments, shooting, promotions, and more. This movie is managed by him. The chief director and screenwriter, along with many other strange beings present, are his employees. Even the extras are temporary workers under him. In other words, with a casual word, he can decide the life and death of this movie. Anyone who knows his identity and the strangeness will try their best to please him, not daring to have any bad thoughts. As for resistance? Only those truly not afraid of death would dare to do so. Although his level is only Ghost King, with various cursed artifacts and tools, the power he can unleash is not less than that of a Ghost Emperor. In an emergency, using his final trump card could even seriously injure a Ghost Emperor. Killing one is not out of the question. His most terrifying aspect is not his battle power, but his identity and background. U-Kill Group. The top 10 groups in a horrifying world. It is an enormous group unattainable by countless strange beings that once participated in the professional challenge program. Don't ever offend the U-Kill group. Otherwise, it will take your life. After reading, Lin Bei understood why Shi Yexiang would say such things.
Indeed, from many aspects, the second young master is simply not someone you can provoke. All because of this you kill group. Lin Bei remained calm and whispered to Shi Xiang. How strong is the you kill group? What kind of outcome will you face if you offend this group? He became very interested in the you kill group. Not only because of the power of the you kill group, but also due to a statement in the information panel. You kill group is one of the participants in the professional challenge program. And Lin Bei is the challenger. Shi Xiang truthfully provided the answer. You will die. It's just a matter of time. With my current rank, I should be able to hold on for a while.
As for other strange beings, they wouldn't last more than an hour. In fact, she felt a lot of pressure in her heart. After all, she was facing the you kill group, not some small-time group.
But even knowing the result, Shi Xiang still decided to take everything for Lin Bei.
If Lin Bei insisted on attacking the second young master, she would not forcibly stop him, she would only do it on Lin Bei's behalf.
However, Shi Xiang did not notice that Lin Bei's eyes suddenly lit up, and a smile appeared on his face. I see. This is really great. He was not anxious at all. Because the second young master's level is Ghost King. Exactly within the range to increase favorability. The second young master naturally would not miss Lin Bei's return. Moreover, there was also the chief director and screenwriter fawning over him. Second young master, that human is the one the movie queen fell in love with. Should we call him over to apologize to you? As long as he knows your identity, he will definitely be scared and beg for mercy. The second young master shook his head. To take Lin Bei's life? No, that won't work. We can't do that. The situation had already developed to an uncontrollable level. Even if they killed Lin Bei, it wouldn't help, and it might even escalate the situation to a more serious degree. He did not come here to kill Lin Bei, but to find the most suitable solution. Ultimately speaking. Still need to save this movie. It's to earn the horror coins. A movie. A movie starring a famous actress, with an investment that has already reached 9 figures. It can't just be inexplicably all lost like this. The second young master's blood-red eyes hidden beneath his sunglasses were piercingly fixed on Lin Bei, staring him up and down several times, but he just couldn't see what was special about Lin Bei. A dignified actress has lost her usual reason for such a person? Just looking doesn't reveal anything. To know his special quality, I suppose I can only contact him. He hated Lin Bei. But emotions wouldn't sway him. Only after confirming that Lin Bei was completely worthless would the second young master act to kill him. At this moment, Lin Bei had already begun to take action against the second young master. System. Raise his favorability. Bai Lain's current favorability had just broken 1,000, reaching a level where she could do as she wished, and she could change her target to increase favorability. After all, the system needed a long time to upgrade. Ding. Target locked. Favorability has started to rise. +1. +1. Lin Bei showed no signs of change. In 2.5 minutes, the situation will change. Finishing the top tea in his cup, the second young master stood up and walked towards Lin Bei. It's time to get in touch. He still held that butterfly knife. Playing with the knife skillfully, like performing acrobatics. At that moment, Shi Xiang stood up, walked in front of Lin Bei, blocking him from the second young master. He's coming. If things go wrong, you hurry and leave. Don't hesitate. Her only thought was to keep Lin Bei safe. Not far away, Bai Lain couldn't sit still either. She was ready. She could take out the 2 strongest spirit weapons of the Bai family at any time. The second young master keenly recalled Bai Lain. He was even more surprised. Oh? There's actually another one? One in the light, one in the dark, clever. One can perform, one can play an instrument, knows how to enjoy. Bai Lain. Shi Xiang's exclusive musician, her music composition fee is not low. Truly interesting, this human has great secrets. Now, the second young master had greater interest in Lin Bei. Because of this, he developed an idea. No matter how bad the situation, keep Lin Bei alive. Instead of killing Lin Bei, a better approach would be to capture Lin Bei for study. As long as something could be studied from Lin Bei, it would justify the 9-figure investment. Step aside. I want to talk to him. The second young master looked at Shi Xiang just a few meters away, his tone lacking any respect for the famous actress. I won't. Before Shi Xiang could finish her words, Lin Bei grabbed her hand and interrupted. Sit down first. Since he wants to talk, then I will talk to him. Chapter 110. +1. +1. Numbers kept jumping above the second young master's head. Though the favorability was still in the negatives, Lin Bei was not nervous at all. Because it was quick. Current favorability was -10, in 10 seconds, it would return to 0.
Lin Bei looked at the second young master again.
How do you want to talk? Talk here? Or change to another place?
His tone was calm. As if the initiative was in his hands.
Talk alone.
Change to another place. After all, there are 2 female spirits here who want to chop me up and make soup.
The second young master's tone was dripping with sarcasm. Afraid? How could that be?
He was one of the heirs to the You Kill group, how could he be afraid of mere 2 female spirits? For Lin Bei, whether it was talking alone or in front of other spirits, there was basically no difference. After all, what needed to happen would still happen.
Okay. Where to?
He could hear the meaning contained in the second young master's words. However, Lin Bei didn't care. It wouldn't be him regretting later.
The second young master looked around and quickly chose a place. Go to my car.
He couldn't find a more suitable place. The set was large, with many rooms and studios, but with so many people and spirits in the crew, the privacy couldn't compare to a top luxury car.
Okay. Lin Bei stood up.
Taking the initiative, he stepped forward, preparing to head to the super luxury sports car.
This reminded him of something.
Speaking of which, I haven't heard from the traffic light since.
Is he okay? Did he keep his promise to me? If I have time later, I need to check back at the taxi company.
Although the traffic light is weak, after all, it's my first Erie.
Lin Bei always remembered the traffic light. The second young master's suggestion, Lin Bei agreed, but Shi Yexiang was unwilling. No. You can't be alone with him, he's very dangerous. I'm worried about you.
She dared not underestimate the second young master of the Want Your Life group.
Absolutely a dangerous character.
Trust me. Lin Bei only said this one sentence, then directly walked to the super sports car. The second young master watched Lin Bei's back, a flicker of confusion appeared in his eyes.
He didn't understand why Lin Bei seemed so calm.
Clearly facing such a situation, the investors of the movie came knocking, obviously wanting to settle scores. But Lin Bei's reaction did not fit normal logic. If it were other eerie creatures and humans, they would only feel immense fear, continuously begging for mercy, saying all kinds of nice words to win back forgiveness.
It's getting more interesting. Is he pretending? Or has he made other preparations?
While pondering, the second young master also went to the sports car.
He opened the car door and sat in the driver's seat, gesturing for Lin Bei to sit in the passenger seat.
At that moment, the second young master noticed something. Unknowingly, his dissatisfaction and resentment towards Lin Bei had miraculously vanished. He even lost the thought of continuing to interact with Lin Bei, as if Lin Bei was just a stranger he had met once.
Not good. I seem to have fallen into his trap. From the looks of it, he seems to be able to change my thoughts. Is it a kind of mental intervention ability?
Not too sure, but it must be a very strong ability. He's a troublesome guy. Realizing this, the second young master immediately took out a small blue pill from his spatial magical tool, and without hesitation, swallowed it. This was a drug developed by the Want Your Life company, designed to significantly enhance mental resistance, creating an invisible shield, a nemesis to mental abilities. The effectiveness was very strong. It could even block attacks from Eerie Kings.
Now it's stable. The ability has already failed, let's see what tricks you can still play.
Shi Yexiang was very worried. She followed to the vicinity of the super luxury sports car, paying attention to Lin Bei's situation all the time. Her gaze was fixed on that car, not willing to look away for even a second. Every little movement escaped her eyes. On the other side, Bai Luin also did not avoid it, secretly coming to the car's surroundings as well.
She wasn't as obvious as Shi Yexiang.
Almost without attracting the attention of others and the eerie creatures, Lin Bei sat down directly. The seat was very comfortable, able to adjust automatically, soft yet not sinking. He leaned back, finding the most comfortable position.
What do you want to talk about? Go ahead. The second young master lit a cigarette, frowned, and took a deep drag. I want to talk to you about this movie. You might not fully understand the situation.
This movie was personally chosen by me, from the script to the crew, from the supporting roles to the lead, each was personally selected by me, except for you extras, even the location was mine. And my idea is very simple, to create a blockbuster movie, the female lead is the most popular actress, and the male lead is personally played by me. The young male lead had quite a few fans, and the supporting roles were also carefully selected, providing good treatment for the actors and crew, covering meals, drinks, and lodging, everything was the best, spending money like running water.
But look at the current situation. Because of you, the plot was forcibly changed, an actor died in the crew, the actress was involved in negative news, a mess, it's a total disaster.
This movie has just started, and it's basically certain to fail, losing everything in the process.
You said. Shouldn't you give me an explanation?
In the second son's eyes, Lin Bei is the main culprit. If it weren't for Lin Bei, the situation wouldn't be this bad. After speaking, he looked at Lin Bei, observing his expression. Numbers were still jumping above his head.
+1. +1.
Lin Bei did not feel surprised, the second son's words were just as he expected.
He didn't answer. He just looked at the second son. Seeing that Lin Bei had no reaction, the second son's brow tightened further.
He intended to say something, but under the influence of the 30 points of favor, he ultimately said nothing and instead thought silently in his heart.
Don't rush. He might be thinking about how to answer. Give him some time.
After his self-talk, he felt something was off. The impact on his spirit seemed to become more severe.
Strange. Is there a problem with the medicine?
The second son instinctively thought about taking another pill but hesitated to act. He was deceiving himself.
Illusion. It must be an illusion. The medicine I got from my own group couldn't possibly have quality issues. +1. +1. In the blink of an eye, his favor reached 70.
Lin Bei remained silent. But the second son felt increasingly uncomfortable.
Why isn't he talking? Was my tone just now too harsh?
It seems a bit harsh.
I regret it. I shouldn't have been like that. +1. +1.
That uncomfortable feeling grew worse, as the second son felt guilty and self-blaming.
Sigh.
It's all my fault for this mouth. After half a minute, his favor reached 100.
Ding. Gained 1 attribute point. +1.
Only then did Lin Bei slowly speak.
So what kind of explanation do you want? Feel free to ask. If I can do it, I will do it. Chapter 111.
Lin Bei had been silent, just waiting for this moment. With the blessing of 100 points of favor, even if he pointed at a dog and called it Godzilla, the other person absolutely wouldn't refute him, but instead would find a way to make that dog into Godzilla. At this moment, the information bar related to the second son appeared before Lin Bei's eyes. Second son of the You Need to Die group.
Favor, 100. Relationship, eager to make it up to you. Level, Trickster King.
He no longer cared about the movie, even if it ended up as a pile of trash, it didn't matter. It was just a loss of a few billion horror coins, really not worth making things difficult for you over. He felt guilty for what he said just now, realizing he had gone too far and caused significant harm to your young heart. After careful consideration, he discovered that you were actually not at fault. It wasn't you who asked to change the plot, and it was reasonable to kill the troublesome trickster Xiaoming, and whether it trended or not was beyond your control. Throughout this process, you were innocent. You could even say you were a victim, forced into these matters. But he had, without clear consideration, blamed all these mistakes on you, making you unfairly suffer a great grievance, to the point where you couldn't even utter a word in a full minute.
So, he wanted to compensate you. He immediately thought of a method.
Feeling Lin Bei's gaze, the second son lowered his head, the cigarette in his hand lost its appeal, and the steering wheel in front of him made him feel annoyed. But he dared not remain trapped in regret. Taking a deep breath, the second son gathered his courage to look at Lin Bei and spoke out his idea for compensation.
I'm sorry. I was wrong just now.
It's not that you should explain to me, but rather that I should explain to you. Thank you, because of you, this movie started shooting and has become known to everyone in the trickster world. They all know that the actress, Shirya Xiang, found true love in this film, and they know she gave her first on-screen kiss in this movie, so there will definitely be many viewers who come for that point when it releases, thus gaining a lot of audience beforehand.
And I must say,
you did a great job dealing with that troublemaker Xiaoming.
I've heard many negative stories about that guy. He often abuses his identity to do whatever he wants. Solving the issue with his family is basically saving the people.
As the saying goes, you must break before you can build. Your appearance corresponds to this saying, giving this movie a real chance to take off. Otherwise, even if it was made as originally planned, it would just be an ordinary film.
He kept talking.
Lin Bei felt a bit embarrassed listening. If it weren't for the second young master saying this, he wouldn't have realized how crucial his role was.
After praising Lin Bei for a full 3 minutes, the second young master finally stopped.
Then, his expression became much more serious.
So I want to thank you and give you an explanation. There has always been an unstarted plan in the Yuming Group. It's called the Super Challenger Training Program. Simply put, we invest in a challenger, providing him with enough horror coins and various support to help him grow stronger in the horror world. Once he reaches a certain level, he can become a member of our group to handle various troubles. However, due to too many uncertainties, even if we invest in 100 challengers, it's highly likely we won't get any returns. So this plan has been shelved and likely won't be activated in the future. I want you to participate in this plan.
Don't worry, I will use my authority to make minor adjustments to the plan, to ensure it only brings you benefits and no harms.
Even if you successfully become very strong in the end, you won't owe the group any returns. To put it bluntly, it's a training plan just for you. Of course, this is just one explanation. I will give you other explanations.
Like this car, or a few houses, or all of my horror coins.
The second young master was not stingy. He was willing to give Lin Bei everything he had.
The second young master also wanted to use the entire Yuming group's wealth to compensate Lin Bei.
But he could not do that.
The Yuming group was controlled by many bizarre entities at the top. The second young master, as part of the younger generation, could only hone his skills in the group. It would take a long time to become a true power holder in the group, and the competition was fierce. There were the first young master, the third young master, as well as the fourth and fifth young masters. And the young lady, the second young lady, the third young lady, and so on.
Defeating all competitors was not an easy task.
Starting this unactivated plan and properly modifying the contract's content was the best the second young master could achieve within the group. That's why he specifically talked to Lin Bei about this.
Lin Bei roughly understood the second young master's intentions.
Such a great opportunity, of course, had no reason to be rejected.
Okay. Let's do it as you say. I am willing to participate in this training program.
Though he hadn't seen the contract yet or understood it in detail, he knew the second young master couldn't be lying to him.
Hearing this response, the second young master let out a sigh of relief. This way, he could feel a little better inside.
Then wait for me a few hours.
I will go back to the group quickly, and after modifying the contract, I will come find you. The contract will guarantee your satisfaction. By the way, this car is a gift for you.
It was just bought a few months ago, almost new.
I hope you won't dislike it. Lin Bei actually liked this car.
So he did not refuse.
The second young master's goodwill was not something to turn. Things became a bit off.
The second son went from fierce to guilty and self-blaming, then from guilty and self-blaming to flattering and trying to please, speaking to Lin Bei in a lowly manner. And Lin Bei remained unchanged, calm, indifferent, expressionless.
It was as if this was a solo performance by the second son, while Lin Bei was merely an NPC. What were they talking about? What caused such a big change in the second son?
Lin Bei clearly said nothing. Sure, Yexiang saw the entire process. From beginning to end, Lin Bei spoke only a few sentences, while the second son did all the talking, and then the situation turned out like this.
The high and mighty second son
had become the one trying to please the other.
Chapter 112. Although unsure of the reason, the situation was ultimately positive, and sure Yexiang's worries faded a bit.
At least on the surface, the second son would not trouble Lin Bei or make him pay a price. Based on the situation, he might even help Lin Bei.
It was a great thing.
Forget it, no need to think too much.
As long as he is fine, that is the best result.
Sure, Yexiang knew clearly that Lin Bei must have done something, but she would not touch Lin Bei's secret. What she cared about was only Lin Bei's safety. Even knowing Lin Bei had secrets that could influence other strange thoughts, she felt no discomfort. Instead, she felt happy for Lin Bei. Because having such means, Lin Bei could protect himself well.
This is good.
After all, he is a challenger. I can't be by his side forever, can't protect him all the time. At this moment, Sure Yexiang no longer anxiously wandered around. She could finally sit down at ease. Bai Lian secretly returned to the place she was at the very beginning. Clearly, she had also put down her worried heart and began to fantasize about tonight's date. The second son handed the car keys to Lin Bei, then rose from the driver's seat, his state when getting out of the car vastly different from when he got in. He was in a good mood, humming a little tune as he walked back to the chief director. The chief director and the screenwriter immediately changed their posture, ready to continue serving tea, bringing water, and fanning. But the second son waved his hand.
No need. I will leave soon. I'm here to explain something.
At this point, he glanced at Lin Bei, who was still sitting in the car. The chief director noticed this and immediately understood that the second son wanted to explain something regarding Lin Bei.
Please go ahead. I will do everything as you say.
No matter what your requirements are, I can help you achieve them, you don't need to worry at all. He had made up his mind. Even if it meant offending the actress Sure Yexiang, he must do as the second son required, regardless of the cost and consequences.
If the second son wanted Lin Bei's right leg, then the left leg must remain untouched.
If the second son wanted half of Lin Bei's life, then exactly half a life must remain.
The screenwriter chimed in. That's right. I will definitely ensure you are satisfied, second son. The actress is nothing compared to you.
He was trying hard to please the second son. As long as he could gain the second son's favor, even a tiny opportunity that slipped through his fingers would allow him to soar in no time. The second son did not think much, he was quite satisfied with the chief director and screenwriter's attitudes, and could confidently hand this matter over to them.
Good. Having your words makes me feel secure.
The chief director and screenwriter were very pleased. Evidently, the second son was really prepared to delegate this matter to them. They focused their energy, waiting for the second son's next words. The second son glanced at Lin Bei again, then finally stated what he wanted to explain.
From today on, he calls the shots here. Every matter will be like this. If there is any disagreement on something, no need to hesitate, no need to think much, just do everything as he says, even if that decision is wrong, just go with what he says. Do not care what the consequences will be. As long as it makes him happy, that's enough. This was the matter he wanted to convey. Regarding the challengers, the second son could not interfere.
Even the master of the You Can't Kill group could not stop ongoing professional challenges. At most, he can only sneak in a few challengers before the challenge began.
Professional challenges, even if too high, were too sensitive.
So he would do this to prevent unexpected situations. Since this time the professional challenge was to play a supporting role, giving the highest management authority to Lin Bei would likely minimize danger. The chief director and the screenwriter were momentarily stunned.
For a while, they couldn't quite react.
What the second son conveyed was completely beyond their expectations, almost the opposite of what they anticipated. After a moment, the chief director cried out in shock.
Ha! He has the final say? Second son, are you joking? How could you give such an order?
You just said that Lin Bei is the real culprit, that we should have a proper reckoning with him.
But now it's...
He was truly dumbfounded. Just moments ago, the second son had clearly said that Lin Bei must pay the price, or the anger in his heart could not be resolved. The tone, the expression, was definitely not fake, as if he wanted to bite Lin Bei into pieces. And at this very moment, he said such things, directly giving Lin Bei the highest power, allowing him to decide everything on set, from what to eat for the main meal today to whether to change the lead actor.
This. Is he really losing his mind? The screenwriter's reaction was similar.
The contrast was too great, creating a strong sense of incongruity.
The second son did not feel surprised. Even he found it unbelievable. My arrangement, you don't need to ask too much. Just do as I say. The chief director looked at the second son,
but found he couldn't understand the second son at all.
He felt that the second son was mad.
Suddenly, the chief director shivered, recalling another matter.
About the actress Xie Xiang. Wait. The actress seemed to be the same.
At first, Lin Bei was just a supporting role, the actress only glanced at him a few times without any unusual reaction, but after a while, she fell in love with Lin Bei and did many crazy things for him, almost losing all her sanity.
It's simply identical. It's Lin Bei. He's the one who caused this.
Realizing this, the chief director was sweating profusely.
At that moment, he finally understood how terrifying Lin Bei was. But it was too late.
He could no longer escape from Lin Bei's side. He could only follow the second son's instructions, obeying Lin Bei like a servant, at least until this movie was finished.
Ah! What a terrifying ability. But I really envy him.
After finishing this matter, the second son returned to Lin Bei's side to share the good news with him.
From now on, you have the final say here. You can do whatever you like.
I will leave now, go back to the group to change the contract, then start that plan. It may take a little while because all the processes need to be connected, if fast, 1 or 2 days, if slow, it will take 4 or 5 days.
Once I sort it out, I will rush back. Wait for me.
He walked away from the set, hailed a taxi on the roadside, and left the place in the taxi. Lin Bei kept his gaze on the second son, naturally noticing that taxi.
He was very familiar with the paint job on that taxi. Abyss Taxi. Stopping when hailed. It was indeed the vehicle from the taxi company at the traffic lights. Abyss Taxi? Such a wide service range? Even this city has. Last night, while together, Lin Bei had received some information from Xie Xiang.
This place was a certain distance from Grey Abyss City, with several cities in between, but now he saw the familiar taxi. The vehicle is intact, no damage, looks like the driver isn't a challenger. At that moment, the taxi that had driven away for dozens of meters suddenly stopped, and then the trunk opened automatically, revealing a faint view of a birdcage. Inside the birdcage was a small black bird, quietly standing on a blood-red branch, staring intently in the direction of Lin Bei. Lin Bei and the little bird locked eyes.
Unexpectedly, an information panel appeared. Lady Moon Nightingale's messenger. Affection, -18. Relationship, dissatisfied with you. Level, vengeful spirit. It is a nightingale. It is one of many nightingales under Lady Moon Nightingale. Its main duty is to be a messenger. The reason it has appeared here is to deliver a letter to you.
Do not harm it, it is just a small bird that will leave after delivering the letter. Lady Moon Nightingale is the boss of the Abyss Taxi Company. Offending her bird is offending her, and you will be blacklisted by the entire taxi industry.
Just as Lin Bei finished reading, the nightingale made a new move.
It opened the door of the birdcage from the inside and gracefully slipped out.
With its black wings flapping, the nightingale flew towards Lin Bei, a letter appearing out of thin air in its claws. A letter from Lady Moon Nightingale?
The boss of the traffic lights.
Interesting.
Lin Bei was very curious about the content of the letter. A few seconds later, the nightingale arrived beside Lin Bei, casually tossed the letter to him, then turned in the air and flew back in the direction it came from, clearly not intending to spend much time with Lin Bei. Lin Bei did not stop it. He took the letter while communicating with the system in his heart.
System. Can I raise this bird's affection?
Yes. Strictly speaking, this bird is also a type of anomaly, so its affection can be raised.
This was the answer Lin Bei wanted. Good. Raise this bird's affection. Ding. Target locked. Affection has begun to increase.
Soon, numbers began to pop up above the nightingale's head.
+1. +1. In a short while, the nightingale flew back into the birdcage.
The trunk closed, and the vehicle began to drive again. Lin Bei then opened the letter he held. The packaging of the letter was very simple, without fancy stamps or anything, and even the content of the letter was informal, just a few short sentences.
Please come to Abyss Taxi Company to meet.
Talk about the traffic light situation, it's not very good.
Also discuss my car, there's a foul smell that won't go away.
And talk about what you did to Feng Jiutian's children, those 3 suitcases look good.
Please come quickly, I will wait for you. Try not to delay too long, or I won't be able to help but go talk to Feng Jiutian. Understand? Boom.
A fireball erupted, turning the letter to ash. At this moment, Lin Bei's expression turned serious. The content of this letter was not good. Throwing away the ashes in his hand, he began to analyze the meaning behind this letter. It seems the traffic light is in some trouble, but it shouldn't be life-threatening.
As for that smell, I can only blame you, May, for making the car so damp. The most important thing is the suitcase matter. How did she know?
I really need to find time to visit Abyss Taxi Company.
This Miss Nightingale is waiting for me there. What does she want?
However, from the content of this letter, it seems she won't tell Feng Jiutian about this message for now.
It seems she has something to talk to me about.
Lin Bei had already made a decision in his heart. After signing the contract with the second young master, he would go to Grey Abyss City to discuss with Miss Nightingale. After all, he was in charge on set now, so it didn't matter if he stayed outside.
Who?
Taking a deep breath to adjust his state, Lin Bei walked towards the director and the screenwriter. Seeing this scene, the director immediately straightened his posture, feeling highly nervous, afraid that any inappropriate appearance would cause Lin Bei's dislike. The screenwriter quickly changed to a new teacup, busy preparing to brew a pot of hot tea again. He didn't dare to let Lin Bei drink the tea the second young master had drunk. Shi Yexiang completely put down his worries. The second son has left, and there is no more threat in the film set. Bai Lain silently returned to the studio, lifting each instrument she had pushed aside, and somehow repaired them. After that, she moved a piano to face the door, sat on the stool, touched the keys, and entered a state of creation, stealing glances at Lin Bei from time to time. The purpose of moving the piano was to see Lin Bei.
Shi Yaoxiang looked at Bai Lain at that moment.
She was very surprised.
Ah, she's playing again? He really got through to Lain. How did he do that? What I said earlier to comfort Lain didn't work at all.
It came down to the point of quitting. Impressive, as expected of my man. Then, Shi Yaoxiang noticed something strange.
What's going on? Is Lain planning to create music with the door open?
She never allowed any disturbances when she was creating, not even me. But today she is like this.
Ha, women are really hard to understand.
A few seconds later, pleasant piano music began to play. Lin Bei quickly went to where the main director was, sitting in the seat that the second son had occupied, the best chair in the entire film set. As soon as he sat down, the main director came over, waving a fan to cool Lin Bei from the non-existent heat, while the screenwriter was busy making tea and even prepared plenty of fruits and snacks, ready to obey orders at any time. Lin Bei had a small cake.
Director.
If I may say, I have many dreams, and one of them is to direct a movie myself.
Would you be willing?
Before he could finish, the main director quickly answered. Yes, I would love to.
I am willing to do whatever you say.
Lin Bei raised an eyebrow slightly.
Oh, you even know how to jump in. Alright, this time I will be the director, and you will assist me.
After saying that, he turned to the screenwriter.
I am also willing. Before Lin Bei could ask anything, the screenwriter gave an answer. He didn't care what Lin Bei was about to say, his choice had only one option. Okay. As long as you have no objections. Then I can make changes to the script at will. The screenwriter could only smile bitterly. Objections? How dare he have any? Suddenly, the system's notification sound rang out. Ding. Gained 1 attribute point. The next moment, a small black dot flew in quickly from 100 meters away. Numbers popped up above its head. +1. +1. Lin Bei looked at the small black dot, and an information bar appeared before his eyes. Lady Nightingale's messenger. Favorability, 100. Relationship, absolute loyalty. Level, vengeful spirit. It wants to become your Nightingale. Lady Nightingale? Who is that? I don't know her. It is quite human-like, very clever, and its strongest trait is perfect disguise. No one would suspect a little bird. It's coming. The nightingale was incredibly fast, as if bursting with all its strength.
Shi Yaoxiang didn't understand the situation, instinctively worried that Lin Bei would be in danger. She immediately got up and rushed towards the nightingale.
Whoosh!
Her speed was far faster than the nightingale, and with a swift move, she got in front of the nightingale, reaching out to grab the messenger.
At that moment, Shi Yaoxiang clearly saw what was rushing over. Is it the bird that delivers messages? What is it back for?
She had been paying attention to Lin Bei, so she naturally knew about the bird delivering messages to him. As she spoke, Shi Yaoxiang grabbed the messenger. Fortunately, she controlled her strength, not directly crushing the messenger.
The messenger couldn't dodge at all. It was fast, but Shi Yaoxiang was at the level of the Ghost Emperor. The gap between them was as wide as a chasm.
Shi Yaoxiang held the messenger in her hand, revealing only the little bird's head, and decisively walked towards Lin Bei.
This bird doesn't know what it wants.
It rushed over here, clearly aimed at you.
I suspect it wants to harm you. Lin Bei's mouth twitched. Shi Yaoxiang's reaction was a bit too extreme.
She didn't even let a little bird escape.
From this perspective, as long as he nodded, Shi Yaoxiang would crush the messenger to death. Let it go. It just wants me to be its master. Hearing this, Yaoxiang felt shocked, but still let go of Yueying.
Yueying immediately flew to Lin Bei, finally landing on Lin Bei's shoulder, rubbing its furry head back and forth against him, showing a very affectionate appearance, as if it were truly a pet bird being spoiled by its owner. After rubbing off a few feathers, Yueying finally seemed satisfied, then looked at Yaoxiang, her eyes flashing with pride, as if to show off.
It was saying, "Look, I can do this, what about you?" Yaoxiang was furious. A tiny bird dared to be so arrogant. Did it want to become roast bird? She certainly would not tolerate it.
Taking a few steps to Lin Bei's side, she sat in his lap in front of Yueying, wrapping her arms around Lin Bei's neck, her lipstick-covered lips landing on the other side of Lin Bei's face, leaving him covered in drool. After a while, she looked at Yueying with a provocative expression.
Now it was Yueying's turn to get angry. It wanted to do the same.
But when it saw its beak that could easily pierce through steel, Yueying directly froze on Lin Bei's shoulder.
It couldn't do it. Absolutely couldn't do it. Yaoxiang couldn't help but sigh in her heart. I'm really crazy. Actually competing with a bird over jealousy? I'm a movie queen after all.
She didn't even know what to say about herself. Lin Bei didn't drive Yaoxiang away, he just raised his hand to wipe off the drool on his face, then let Yueying hop onto his palm.
Raising his hand, he looked at Yueying. Do you know why Miss Yueying called me here? And how's the traffic like now?
Yueying immediately opened her mouth, chattering away for a while.
But Lin Bei couldn't understand.
He forgot that he couldn't communicate with birds. Yaoxiang noticed this point, and after giving Lin Bei another passionate kiss, she called out to her assistant, Xiaoli, who was waiting not far away.
Xiaoli, come here. Translate what this bird means. She felt even prouder. Because she had helped Lin Bei again. Bang! Bang!
A tremor shook the ground. Assistant Xiaoli was running over.
Lin Bei looked at Yaoxiang in surprise. She can understand bird language? Yaoxiang nodded. Yes. Xiaoli is a very versatile assistant.
And she's a bird language speaker. Lin Bei was astonished. He never expected Assistant Xiaoli had this skill.
A bird language speaker? Are there also beast language speakers or fish language speakers? He instinctively thought of these. Yaoxiang's answer confirmed it. Yes.
I've heard that there are a total of 7 types of language speakers. Bird language speaker, beast language speaker, fish language speaker, plant language speaker, insect language speaker, magic language speaker, divine language speaker. You might not have come across these yet, but actually, each of these languages has great use, and only by mastering any one language can one challenge related professions. For example, if you are a bird language speaker, later on you might encounter challenges related to birds. Of course, it won't just be simple tasks like raising birds, feeding them, or walking them. I'm not very clear on the specific situations either. And it's the same for beast language speakers, insect language speakers, fish language speakers, and so on. The last two types of languages are no exceptions either. Her words contained heavy information. At least Lin Bei was amazed. Is there such a thing? I really learned something new. After this revelation, he didn't say anything else. Among the 7 languages, the first 5 were easy to understand, but the last 2, magic language speaker and divine language speaker, left Lin Bei puzzled. Magic and divine. Neither are simple terms. Can they understand the language of magic and divine? It should be that way. If the situation permits later on, you might consider learning those 2 languages. He was very interested in the professional challenges related to magic and divine. What would it be like to have professional challenges associated with the divine and magic? Lin Bei didn't put too much energy into this matter. Anyway, he wouldn't learn it anytime soon. After Assistant Xiaoli arrived, he spoke to Yueying. Repeat that again. Yueying began to chatter again. Assistant Xiaoli was translating sentence by sentence. She said she doesn't know what Ms. Yueying's purpose is, but Ms. Yueying seems very interested in you and has mentioned wanting to study people like you. And the strange one called traffic light is now thin as a stick, even missing a large part of its soul, guarding a sports car like a fool every day, not allowing any strange beings to approach. Looks like it won't last long, at most 4 or 5 months. Lin Bei instantly furrowed his brows. The situation with traffic light was worse than he had imagined. He clearly remembered what traffic light used to look like, and thinness had nothing to do with it. What happened? I don't know if there's still hope. It's still holding on. We must go once. From Miss Yu Ying's response, it can be analyzed that she is just interested in me and doesn't seem to have the intention to kill me for now. I hope the second young master comes quickly. Huff. Taking a deep breath, Lin Bei asked a few more questions. After a flurry of chattering, Assistant Xiaoli began to translate. It said that although Miss Yu Ying is ruthless, her temper is not bad when normal. She generally won't deliberately make things difficult for other strange beings and people. Ms. Yu Ying is looking forward to your visit. The reason it knows your location is that her network of relationships is very developed. Chapter 115. At this point, Lin Bei knew everything he wanted to know. It was certain that Ms. Yu Ying sent the message this time not with any excessive thoughts, probably due to the matter of traffic light. You had just mentioned that Ms. Yu Ying cared about her subordinates and treated them as friends during off-work hours. Only the second young master can come back. Once the contract is signed, I'll rush over. Lin Bei was unsure how long it would take to go to Grey Abyss City, so he decided to wait until he completed this matter before going. What if he needed 10 days or half a month to come back? He wouldn't neglect traffic light. After all, traffic light had done this much for him. At that moment, Lin Bei said something to Yu Ying again. Help me tell Ms. Yu Ying something. I'll come over in a few days. During this time, let her take good care of traffic light. Also, tell Ms. Yu Ying my cell phone number. Once I arrive, let her contact me. Alright, you can go back now. He took some measures. In the current situation, he could only use remote measures. Although Yu Ying wanted to stay with Lin Bei, she knew this would make Lin Bei happier, so she grabbed a small piece of paper, flapped her wings, and flew into the sky, leaving quickly. Every half meter she flew out, she would turn back to look at Lin Bei. A few seconds later, she flew out of the filming location. Seeing that she could no longer see Lin Bei, Yu Ying dashed forward and quickly caught up to the taxi. The taxi's trunk was wide open, and the birdcage was securely placed in the back. Yu Ying returned to the birdcage, continuously staring in the direction of the filming location. Xie Xiang listened throughout, naturally knowing what Lin Bei was about to do. Are you going to find Ms. Yu Ying? I'll go with you. I've heard of Ms. Yu Ying's name. That person has a bad reputation, it's somewhat dangerous. She didn't want Lin Bei to go into danger alone. Ms. Yu Ying, the owner of Grey Abyss Taxi. Her reputation wasn't small, all of it was bad. Taking Xie Xian along? Just thinking about it made Lin Bei's scalp tingle. Wouldn't that stir up a bloody storm once again? No need. I have helpers over in Grey Abyss City. Each one is very reliable. Don't worry. He was particularly confident about this. There was no shortage of strange beings who could help in Grey Abyss City. Yume, Jiji, Loli, Bounty Sister, Yin Yuing, and Xiao Tian. Except for Xiao Tian, each was quite capable, strong helpers. Oh, I see. What a pity, I clearly wanted to help you. Xie Xiang didn't think too much. She simply believed they were all very ordinary helpers.
But she still felt a bit uneasy. It's actually more reliable to entrust Lin Bei's safety to himself rather than others.
Just as Shi Xiang was about to say something, Lin Bei hurriedly interrupted again. Really, there's no need to worry. Among my helpers, there are both the Demon King and the Demon Emperor, as well as some with a strong background, so my safety is guaranteed.
Lady Yueying wouldn't dare to do anything to me. Besides, you need to help me with the movie here. Right now, I'm in charge of this set. Don't you want to share the burden for me? He wasn't lying.
The helpers from Huiyuan City were indeed strong, and the set truly needed Shi Xiang's management, not just to stop her from going. Seeing that Lin Bei said so, Shi Xiang no longer argued. She just made one last request.
By the way, if you have time, could you visit the underworld office? Xiaoli has been inexplicably wanted.
She didn't do those things at all, but she's been offered such a high bounty. She's been very scared every day for this period, can't sleep well, and doesn't have much appetite. Yesterday, she only ate 30 buns and drank less than 10 bowls of meat soup.
She hasn't even eaten half of what she used to. Lin Bei was taken aback. What a lack of appetite. If she has such an appetite to eat this much, what would happen when she actually has one?
However, he remembered a few seconds later that with his high-level divine demon body, he seemed to be able to eat more than assistant Xiaoli. This matter was somewhat ridiculous. After all, the one who issued the bounty was actually Feng Zhoutian. Lin Bei was also quite speechless. Who would have thought that a person whom Feng Jinbao casually talked about actually existed? After a short while, Lin Bei began to manage the set. Everyone can disperse for today, we'll continue filming tomorrow. Director, screenwriter, Xiang Xian, you three stay. Let's discuss how to shoot next. The plot may need a major overhaul.
The second young master said he wants to play a supporting role.
He immersed himself in work. 3 demons were discussing the next script. The script had completely changed, it was no longer about bloody violence and killings but transformed into a plot where the extras had to kneel and loudly thank someone. After a long time, the discussion concluded. The chief director was covered in sweat, his expression hard to describe, very complicated.
I understand.
I'll go find some actresses and conveniently buy some costumes.
And then I'll need to measure your size. The style of the dragon robe can be found from horror websites, right? 3,000 beauties. It shouldn't be necessary to really find so many female demons, right? The conditions are simply not sufficient to shoot 3,000 beauties. Lin Bei lightly nodded. Not so many.
Only a little over a dozen will have speaking roles, let's just use extras for the rest as long as they don't look too bad.
Otherwise, it will affect my image.
He was very serious.
Filming is something that needs to be taken seriously. Sigh.
The screenwriter sighed deeply while looking at the script in his hand. He didn't even know how to face this matter.
A good movie had been changed into this shape.
Originally, it was a bloody epic where the male lead grows while searching for the female lead, finally joining forces to kill everywhere, but under Lin Bei's guidance, it transformed into a palace intrigue romance film.
Are you sure you want to show this to the demons? Are you really not just joking?
Shi Xiang felt no dissatisfaction. She just made one request.
Since you're playing the emperor, then I want to be the empress.
Watch me deal with those little shameless demons. To this, Lin Bei did not refuse. After all, Shi Xian was originally the female lead.
Okay. You are the empress. In the blink of an eye, it was 3 a.m.
Lin Bei casually found an excuse to deal with Shi Xiang, then relied on his quick reflexes to arrive by the river. Bai Luyin had been waiting there for a long time.
What are we going to do?
Her eyes were filled with anticipation, and she was a bit shy.
Lin Bei glanced around. It was very quiet and safe. Let's study music together. I heard you are proficient in all musical instruments. Coincidentally, I also have some understanding of music.
A few hours later, Bai Luyin learned several new songs.
Midnight Soul Melody. Midnight Requiem. As the music ended, everyone returned to their homes. Chapter 116. The next day.
The chief director started his busy day early. He was preparing to leave the film set to meet with various famous actresses available for the scheduling, to discuss their participation in this movie. This work would take some time, after all, these actresses were not easy to book. Just as the chief director left the set, a familiar voice suddenly called out behind him.
Director, please wait. I want to talk to you about something.
The chief director stopped, turned around, and looked at where the voice came from. It was Bai Luyin, who had just learned new songs from Lin Bei. She had been waiting for the chief director.
What is it? You specially waited for me, so it must be important. The chief director was very polite.
Because he could see that Bai Lane's relationship with Lin Bei seemed quite special. Bai Lane directly expressed her thoughts.
I want to participate too. Can you arrange a role for me? For example, the emperor's favorite musician, who needs to hear the musician's performance every day and prefers to listen alone without being disturbed. Is that possible? I can play any instrument. She just wanted to have more chances to be close to Lin Bei. This request, how could the chief director refuse? They were short on actors anyway. Sure, of course. How about I arrange a role as an imperial concubine, one who studies instruments and has no interest in fighting, only wanting to ease the emperor's daily fatigue with music? What do you think? He was cunning. How could he not understand Bai Lane's intention? She just wanted to be with Lin Bei and was eager to challenge Shi Yexiang. Bai Lane's eyes brightened. This role was just perfect for her. That sounds great. When do we sign the contract? She was very satisfied with this outcome. The compassionate concubine. It fits so well. No rush. Wait until I come back, I have something to take care of. Don't worry, I would never fool you. After receiving the affirmative answer, Bai Lane let the chief director leave. She also returned to her room to rest. Learning songs yesterday was really exhausting. Bai Lane worked very hard while learning from Lin Bei, even sometimes reaching the point of being able to draw inferences from one instance, showcasing her immense talent. Although the script underwent major changes, filming continued today. The previously shot segments could not be discarded, after all, they had already stirred up so much excitement. So today's shooting content connected the previous and following storylines. Lin Bei was holding a megaphone directing the scene. Today's content is very simple. At first, continue dating and sweet interactions, then encounter an uncontrollable torrent, causing the male and female leads to travel back thousands of years, one as a prince and the other as a general's daughter. After familiarizing themselves with their identities when they meet, the male lead encounters a crisis, with too many rivals for the throne. In simple terms, it's a very common storyline. Recruiting soldiers to deal with rivals, successfully ascending to the throne, where the emperor indulges in the 3,000 beauties of the harem, only to awaken in the end alongside the empress and decide to be with her forever. In the normal world, even with such a strong cast, this movie could hardly escape a loss. But in the horror world, it was different. Time traveling to fight for the throne and palace intrigue. Such themes had never appeared in the horror world. With this kind of ensemble, along with fighting scenes and many intimate moments, it would be hard not to explode in popularity. Moreover, there was also the funding injection from the group that would take your life. Everyone present, both the strange entities and humans, knew about Lin Bei having supreme control, which far exceeded their expectations. In this bizarre film set, it was actually ruled by a human? The movie can be changed just like that, and the cast can be expanded at will. I cannot understand why a human is in charge. What on earth are the second young master and the director thinking? Absolutely insane. This plot is ridiculously outrageous. So many complex elements, time travel, dynasties, war, harem, pure love, what is all this? Will there really be a bizarre mix of a movie like this, and the emperor is played by a human? But the challengers thought differently. They had no objections, instead, they were eager to see this situation. Each challenger was closely watching Lin Bei. Now, they placed all their hopes on Lin Bei, recalling what the casting director had said earlier. Everyone knew in their hearts. Do you think that if we can handle him, we can get absolutely safe roles and smoothly pass this round of challenges? Of course. Just look at how the director's team treats him, they practically worship him like a father, and they even let him change the script to that extent. Is it too much to arrange dozens or hundreds of safe roles? At this rate, even if he wants to turn this movie into a children's show, those weirdos will immediately comply. After today's shoot, I will go find him. Is anyone planning to join me? In the blink of an eye, a day of shooting ended. After a long day, Lin Bei was ready to return and rest. But just as he walked to the accommodation area, a few challengers ran over. Director Lin, please wait. We want to discuss something with you. Lin Bei stopped and looked at the challengers. He knew very well what they were here for. Go tell the others, today I will give you an opportunity, anyone who wants a good role can come. That's right, I am going to set rules for you. Only today, don't miss it. In half an hour, I will go to warehouse number 2. After speaking, Lin Bei left directly, not giving the challengers a chance to stop him. The challengers exchanged glances and hurried to convey Lin Bei's message to the others. Half an hour later, Lin Bei arrived at warehouse number 2 on time. As soon as he opened the door, the warehouse was filled with challengers, including the 3 who had been injured on the first day. Everyone had gathered here. Lin Bei walked through the crowd and sat down on a chair at the front. Everyone's here? I believe you all know what I'm going to do? I can clearly tell you, I can arrange absolutely safe roles for you.
They can be minor characters or even roles with some lines.
As for what kind of roles you can get, it depends on how much you are willing to pay. You can think of it as an auction. Let me introduce the roles I have prepared for you. 45 eunuchs, 45 palace maids. The rest are higher ranking positions, such as chief eunuchs, chief palace maids, palace guards with swords, royal doctors, and cooks. If you want to be a general, that's not impossible. The safety of these roles can be guaranteed, although you may have to do some dirty or hard work. You will not die in the movie. Alright, that's all I have to say. The time ahead is for you. As soon as the words fell, a challenger stepped forward. Director Lin, I have a sports watch here, a sea-level ghost artifact, which I got by chance during a professional challenge, but it has requirements for the wearer's physique, so I have never worn it. I wonder if you're interested. Hearing this, Lin Bei raised his eyebrows. Sea-level ghost artifact. A watch. It sounded quite good. Let me take a look. The challenger immediately handed the watch to Lin Bei. Lin Bei put it on directly. He also learned the function of this artifact. A very powerful ghost artifact. In addition to telling time and checking physical conditions, it could also turn back time for 1 minute by turning the dial. The only downside was that it could only be used once a day. Alright. I like this watch. The role of chief eunuch is yours. Phew. Hearing Lin Bei's words, the challenger breathed a sigh of relief. From now on, in this round of challenges, he would no longer be in life and death danger. Next, just need to follow Lin Bei's arrangements to work well. Thank you. His gratitude was very sincere. Lin Bei's mouth twitched slightly. Hey, he not only gained benefits but also received thanks. He should thank us too. You can go wait over there, or you can go back to your room to rest. It's your choice. Don't worry, I will remember what you look like, and the role arrangement will be accurate. The challenger stepped aside, ready to watch from here. He felt completely at ease. In the past career challenges he participated in, he had never felt like this. Every time he was mentally tense, unable to relax until the challenge was over. But now, it felt like a vacation. All he needed to do was act, and he could watch the hottest female star in the thrilling world every day, plus food and drink were taken care of, and there were horror coins to earn at the end. This. Simply delightful. Lin Bei's intention in doing this wasn't out of kindness, nor did he want the challengers to survive. He just wanted to gain some benefits from the challengers. To put it simply, it was a transaction. Arranging a role was incredibly simple for him, much easier than figuring out whether something was solid or liquid. Every time it was a profitable deal. With a leading example, other challengers could no longer hold back, eagerly approaching Lin Bei to buy roles at the price they were willing to pay. I have a D-grade ghost tool, a small shovel for digging. It can quickly loosen soil, and it's said that when used to the extreme, it can allow for tunneling. C-grade ghost tool, an unlimited oil tank. Take a look. Director Lin, I have a box of nourishing wine. Can I swap it for a role? I don't have extra ghost tools, but I have a sister, fair-skinned and beautiful, light and graceful. You know what I mean. Lin Bei welcomed them all. As long as it wasn't too extreme, he would agree. Tunneling shovel? Good, I'll take it. Go act as a eunuch serving the princess. Unlimited oil tank, sounds good. Bring it here, I'll give you a royal chef role. Nourishing wine? How did you see that I needed this? Why is there only one box? Go act as a eunuch. Pfft, you scum, where's your morality? Where's your bottom line? Where's your sister? You can act as a wandering refugee. The challengers left one by one, satisfied. No matter what the role was, at least there was safety guaranteed. So even if they paid a considerable price, they did not regret it. As for Lin Bei, he was raking in large profits. After a full hour and a half, Lin Bei had completed all the challengers' roles. He felt a bit tired. For a moment, he didn't know where to go. Looking for Xie Xiang? No, that would lead to another sleepless night. Looking for Bai Lain? Also not an option, there were no new songs to teach today. Better go back to my original room. No weird things dare to ambush me now. A night passed. Lin Bei still didn't sleep well. There were no oddities or annoying little troubles attacking him, no strange beings secretly knocking on his door every few minutes trying various ways to sneak into his room. There were many female weird beings, and a few male ones, and he had no idea what they were up to. Lin Bei felt very puzzled. Fortunately, he was upright and kept all the oddities outside the door. With 2 black circles under his eyes, Lin Bei sat in the filming set, directing Xie Xiang and other strange beings in acting. Today, there were no scenes for him as the male lead. Hours passed, and today's shooting reached a temporary halt. At this moment, a loud rumbling sound came from afar, like a beast roaring. Lin Bei looked in that direction. He saw a racing car speeding toward him. In the end, the 2 racing cars stopped beside Lin Bei's car, and the second young master got out of the car. Seeing this, Lin Bei couldn't help but sigh. As expected of a top-tier rich heir. The second young master quickly walked toward Lin Bei, holding a document in his hand. The document wasn't thick, only a dozen pages, and could be read in a little while. Boss, it's done. You just need to read it once, then sign the contract. Let's find a quiet place. Lin Bei nodded in agreement and left the filming site with the second young master, getting back into that supercar again. Only this time, Lin Bei sat in the driver's seat, while the second young master sat in the passenger seat. Taking the contract, Lin Bei began to carefully examine it. There was a lot of content. But not a single thing was bad for him. Those who accept this funding must, after growing up, enter the Kill You group and work there for 10 years. But you don't need to. The Kill You group will fund you for free. During the period of funding, the funded must not do anything that harms the Kill You group. But you are an exception. You can do whatever you want. Even if you target the Kill You group on purpose, you won't face any revenge from them. The funded must report their own situation to the Kill You group from time to time, including but not limited to their level and personal attributes. But you don't have to do that. The Kill You group will not touch your privacy. The estimated first round of investment is 10 billion terror coins, and there will be more investments later. It's basically all like that. All the original restrictions on the funded were changed. In other words, the person Lin Bei was going to become, as the funded, would only enjoy the benefits, didn't have to give back anything, and his freedom and privacy would not be violated. He would have absolute freedom and human rights. What a fair contract. So fair that I feel a little guilty. Would this be not so good? I'm not someone who likes to take advantage of others. The second young master then explained gently. I understand. I know, boss, you don't like to take advantage of others. That's why I prepared this huge advantage for you. Do you like it? Like it or not? Lin Bei didn't think this was something to think about. I like it. Give me more in the future. He wouldn't take small advantages. But he wouldn't miss big ones. Alright, boss, don't worry. Once there's something like this again, I'll contact you right away. Soon, Lin Bei finished signing the contract. He signed his name and number at least 20 times. There were a lot of places that needed signatures. Obviously, this was a very serious contract. The second young master carefully put the contract away. Boss, please be patient. Once you pass this round of career challenge, the first round of funds will be in place. Lin Bei nodded. He was not in a hurry. He wanted to finish what was in front of him first. By the way, have you seen the new script? Lin Bei just asked casually, but the second young master started praising right away. Yes, I've seen it. The new script is really great, very creative, and super attractive. It breaks the limitations of traditional screenwriting. It's a very fresh movie style. I can guarantee, this movie will definitely be a hit. Just focus on filming. I'll handle everything else. Chapter 118. For a moment, Lin Bei couldn't tell whether the second young master's words were true or not. Because the second young master looked so serious, there was no sign of pretending, even with some clear excitement. Judging from his expression, he really seemed to be optimistic about this movie. After a short while, Lin Bei convinced himself. Even this top rich second generation said so, looks like the script I rewrote has no problem. That's good. He had more confidence now. At most 1 month, the filming could be finished. Then it would just be editing and special effects and such. Filming in the terror world was different from the real world. The efficiency was faster, and the shooting time was shorter. As for whether the quality was good, that depended on whether the funds were enough. The most important thing was that releasing the movie wouldn't get stuck. They could release anything. Even a movie of someone squatting in the toilet for 2 hours could get released in every theater. The second young master was not just sweet-talking Lin Bei. He truly had high hopes for this movie. It was a type of movie that had never appeared before in the terror world. As long as the promotion is strong enough, this movie will definitely be a hit. I have confidence. One day earlier, the second young master already thought about how to promote it. He poured in a massive amount of money, 10 times the standard of other blockbuster movies. The only goal was to make the movie a huge hit. The second young master had arrived, the contract was signed, and Lin Bei planned to head to Grey Abyss City. Although he was the main character, he didn't need to appear all the time. During his absence, they could shoot scenes for other characters first. So, Lin Bei called for Shi Yesyang to come over. Second brother, think about it, I will be away for a while. You all take care of the movie. You've all read the script, so start filming the parts that don't need me, and for the rest, do your best. I trust you all. He had absolute confidence in Shi Yesyang and the second young master.
After all, one was the hottest actress, and the other was a top-tier second generation. Both were extraordinary.
Shurya Xiang hugged one of Lin Bei's arms. Are you really not taking me with you? When you get to Grey Abyss City, you won't do anything to betray me, right? Because one of me is enough. I can act just the way you like.
Clearly, she still wanted to accompany Lin Bei.
Lin Bei immediately responded. Don't worry. I will absolutely not betray you.
His attitude was serious, he was not pretending.
He just only said half of it. Doing something to betray Shurya Xiang? That definitely wouldn't happen.
If he really did something, it would only be something that also betrayed Yume, Gigi, Silver Mooning, and many other female characters. There was no possibility of betraying anyone individually, which was why Lin Bei was so confident.
For example, teaching Bai Lain to learn music.
When it came down to it, he would have a lot to apologize for.
The second young master didn't interfere with Lin Bei and Shurya Xiang's matters.
At the right moment, he finally spoke. Okay. I will use all my effort to make this movie great. After a round of conversation, Lin Bei prepared to leave. He sat in the driver's seat of the ultra-luxurious sports car, and the route from the filming site to Grey Abyss City appeared in his mind. He didn't even need to use navigation software.
V-room.
The sports car started, the engine roared, and after Lin Bei shifted gears and stepped on the gas, with Shurya Xiang and Bai Lain watching reluctantly, he quickly disappeared from the filming area.
Until they couldn't see the tail lights anymore, Shurya Xiang and Bai Lain finally pulled back their gazes.
At this moment, Shurya Xiang sensed something was wrong. From the time Lin Bei had comforted Bai Lain earlier, she had felt something was off. Why would Bai Lain be comforted by a stranger? And so well that it almost approached a euphoric state, especially the next day when Bai Lain seemed unbelievably happy, humming songs all day. Then there was now, when she actively came to see Lin Bei off, her eyes full of reluctance, not any less than her own.
Something's wrong. It seems he has already done something to betray me.
The thought peaked within 3 seconds. Shurya Xiang walked over to Bai Lain and pinched her cheeks on both sides.
Lain, did you do something bad? Like giving me a green hat?
Actually, she already had an answer in her heart.
But Bai Lain didn't dare to admit it. She felt guilty towards Shurya Xiang.
But unfortunately, love was too overwhelming, and that love killed the guilt.
No. I just learned a few songs from him. Shurya Xiang would never believe such words. Oh? What songs? Play one for me now.
Bai Lain panicked.
Play? What to play with? She didn't have that instrument. She couldn't possibly go find a place to sew one, right? Well. Actually, I didn't master it. Even Bai Lain didn't believe such words herself. A musical genius, unable to learn a few songs? Shurya Xiang wouldn't believe it either. Oh? Unable to learn? Is that so? Then tell me, what songs are they?
She was now completely sure. Bai Lain stood on the opposite side of her.
Midnight Soul Catching Tune and Midnight Soul Calming Tune. Bai Lain could only respond. These two pieces of music have names.
It was inspired by her feelings that night.
Shurya Xiang tightened her grip on Bai Lain's cheeks. Midnight Soul Snatcher? Midnight Soul Lullaby? Which one is Soul Snatcher? The one for shooting arrows? And which one is Lullaby? The one for earthquakes?
He. Little Lain, we need to have a good talk. She released Bai Lain's face. Bai Lain immediately began to rub her cheeks.
It hurt a bit. I really didn't do anything. Shurya Xiang didn't reply.
She just looked again at the direction Lin Bei was leaving. Her heart was complicated. After a long while, she sighed deeply. Sigh. If I remember correctly, his last 2 challenges were in Huichao City.
I can't even imagine. Then, Shurya Xiang pulled Bai Lain away.
As for the second young master? He had already hidden far away when the conversation started. He knew one thing very well: don't interfere in the battles of female quirky beings, especially when it's 2 unmanageable female quirks.
Let's just pretend we don't know about this. Making a movie.
Big Brother said not to kill those supporting actors, so let them live, but he didn't say they couldn't get hurt, so we can arrange their scenes appropriately. It's also reasonable for the chef to get hurt while cooking. Buzz. The luxury sports car sped down the road. Lin Bei's driving skills were extraordinary, taking every opportunity to overtake when the road allowed, turning a 20-minute journey into just 10 minutes, as fast as lightning. The car was playing booming upbeat music, and there was no worry about falling asleep. After driving for 4 hours straight, Lin Bei decided to rest for a while. Driving while tired was not a good idea.
He entered a rest area.
But he didn't get out of the car immediately. Instead, he took out his handheld brain to edit a message.
I will be back in Huichao City soon. It will take about 3 more hours. If you have time, come meet me at the bone-breaking graveyard. After finishing the edit, Lin Bei chose to send it to the group. Yume, Gigi, Loli, Bounty Sister, Silver Mooning, Phoenix Dance, Phoenix Red, Phoenix Purple. As for Xiao Tian and Phoenix Jinbao and other quirks, he didn't want to disturb their work. Chapter 119. Message sent successfully. Seeing this prompt, Lin Bei put the handheld brain back in his pocket, looking at the busy service area. He needed to use the bathroom. Even with an advanced body of a god, holding in urine would still have negative effects. As soon as Lin Bei opened the car door, he noticed many quirky beings looked over. At least 90% of the quirks in the service area were doing the same. This situation didn't surprise Lin Bei. If he were to blame anyone, it would be that the second young master's car was too flashy. With a golden body, the car was nothing but expensive. I miscalculated. This car is too eye-catching, it doesn't fit my low-key personality. Although he felt a bit regretful, he had to endure it as he walked towards the bathroom, being watched by various gazes while also hearing excited discussions from the quirky beings. This car is so cool, it exudes the scent of money from head to toe, it's probably worth enough to buy several of my lives. Be bolder, it could buy you hundreds of lives, this car costs 9 digits, over 100 million horror coins. Dree. No matter how you look at it, it is exactly the same. Without a doubt. The person in front of me is the rumored partner of the film queen Xie Xiang. Really, it really is him, he kissed the film queen's lips. That damn guy, he did everything a weird man wants to do. I can't believe I ran into him in real life, I really want to go tear his mouth apart, Xie Xiang is my goddess. So, that car was given to him by the film queen, I also want to eat soft rice. Envious whispers flooded Lin Bei like a wave. Both strange men and strange women envied him. Lin Bei felt a lot of pressure. He was always under the watchful eyes of many. Even when he urinated, strange heads would poke in to look, and it happened more than once, as if they all wanted to see how well the film queen was doing. The result was the same, each strange being was shocked to the point of wanting to be quiet. Some even started to feel inferior. No wonder he can become the man of the film queen, this kind of capital is indeed unique. So envious. At the same time, the peculiar beings in Grey Abyss City, including Yume, received a message from Lin Bei at the same moment. Yume reacted immediately, retracting her open dead banquet oil paper umbrella, pausing the hunt in the rain. She darted through the rain, quickly heading towards the mass grave. That targeted peculiar being felt a sense of relief as if it had survived a disaster. But it didn't know, the nightmare would soon strike again. She just walked away like that? I don't know what happened, but it seems like I'm okay now. Whoosh! With a powerful push from her legs, she zipped through the street like a cannonball, leaving a big pit wherever she landed, dark energy lingering for a long time. She was very excited. After waiting for so long, she finally waited for this day. So happy. I can see him again. The little loli was expanding the dungeon. It seemed she planned to turn this place into Lin Bei's secret base. When her palm brain rang, she picked it up to check, a charming smile appeared on her cute little face. Poof. I didn't think about you. Bounty Sister and Silver Mooning left the underworld office together. During this time, they had confessed to each other and had finally accepted each other, upgrading from superior subordinate to close friends. Let's go, hurry to the mass grave. I don't even know if he brought the film queen back. The three strange beings, Feng Wu, Feng Zi, and Feng Hon, left the Ming Feng residence, abandoning Feng Jinbao. Each strange being was on their way to the mass grave. In just 5 minutes, Lin Bei felt exceptionally long. When he returned, he was still being watched. The topics of discussion among the strange beings had changed, each one praising him, saying the film queen was doing well. Struggling through the crowd of strange beings, Lin Bei sat in the driver's seat, he just wanted to leave quickly. Although most strange beings meant no harm, they made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Being a public figure is really not an easy task. Lin Bei couldn't even dare to imagine. If the film queen Xie Xiang appeared in public, it would trigger a terrifying series of reactions. He pressed the start button, ready to leave as soon as possible. Bang! Bang! Suddenly, the car window was knocked. Lin Bei turned his head, and a female strange being was pressed against the car window, showing a pleading expression to him, her mouth moving, clearly saying something. Unfortunately, the soundproofing of this car was too good, he couldn't hear what this strange being was saying at all. This strange being had a very high appearance, with exquisite features, but unfortunately, her hair was dyed pink, and she had several tattoos on her body. The tattoos were very messy, some had an artistic flair, some were quite scary, and others depicted knives, guns, and clubs. Even with her face pressed against the window, crying heavily, it didn't affect her overall beauty, but instead added a touch of pitiful grace. A message bar appeared in front of Lin Bei. Tattoo strange, Chen Qian. Favorability, -99. Relationship, takes you as a big fat sheep. Level, Strange King, normal state. A very special strange being, naturally possessing control over tattoo power. Her tattoos correspond to a kind of power, weapon tattoos correspond to weapons, animal tattoos correspond to animals. Activating the tattoos allows her to use the corresponding power. For example, activating a snowflake tattoo causes snow to start falling around her. Her strength is related to the power of her tattoos. In normal state, she is at the level of the Trick King, and if the activated tattoo is strong enough, she can reach an even higher level, the Trick Emperor, or even higher. She can tattoo this on herself or on other strange beings and humans, but she won't easily tattoo because every time it severely affects her condition. On the surface, she is just a special tattoo artist. In reality, she is the leader of a criminal gang. Burning, killing, robbing, torturing, they do all kinds of evil. She and her gang have targeted you. They want to find an opportunity to kidnap you and then violently extort money from Xie Xiang. She is a villain who keeps her promises. As long as Xie Xiang gives her the terrifying coins, she will let you go. Chapter 120. Oh? You want to kidnap me? And then ask for money from Xie Xiang? Indeed, you're not good people. But it makes sense, this is a horror world, good strange beings are said to be dead, but their numbers are tragically few, 1 in 10,000. Lin Bei was not particularly surprised. After all, strange beings have no martial ethics to speak of. To survive, to live well, they would do anything. The horror world is inherently evil and chaotic, filled with countless dangers, and death is everywhere. Lin Bei was carefully observing the tattooed strange Qianshan. First, her looks are definitely qualified, even though she disguised herself to look pitiful, with snot and tears, her natural beauty cannot be concealed. It's a shame she's a runmancer. Second, her ability and strength completely meet the standards. In normal state she is at Trick King level, and after activating her tattoos, she can reach a higher level. Her abilities are even more special. The power of tattooing not only enhances her own strength but also that of her companions. Finally, there's her power. As the leader of a criminal gang, her subordinates must have many capable strange beings. With these 3 points combined, Lin Bei decided to take action against tattooed strange Qianshan. To recruit such a strange being for himself is undoubtedly a very good choice. So, Lin Bei pretended to be unaware and pressed the button to roll down the passenger window while looking at tattooed strange Qianshan with a puzzled gaze. The tone of his voice was also filled with confusion. What's wrong? Is there something I can help with? He secretly pressed the unlock button, creating conditions for tattooed strange Qianshan to get into the car. But tattooed strange Qianshan did not notice this. She hurriedly recited the line she had prepared in advance and successfully rehearsed several times. Brother, please help me. The group of strange beings behind, they are targeting me. They want to capture me, then sell me off as a product to some old pervert, wanting to torture me to death in despair. I don't want to live this kind of life. I am just an ordinary strange being. I haven't done anything bad, not even stepping on an ant. Can you please help me? As long as you help me get rid of them, I am willing to pay any price, even if it's my body. By the end, tattooed strange Qianshan's face turned red, unable to utter the last 2 words. She performed her shyness perfectly, clearly someone who had never experienced much but was forced into a dead end like a pure-hearted strange being. If it weren't for seeing the information bar, Lin Bei wouldn't notice that tattooed strange Qianshan was acting. He continued to pretend. Why did you come to me? There are so many strange beings here, why did you choose me? Tattooed strange Qianshan had encountered similar situations before and had long been prepared with coping measures. Because you're kind. Brother, you look like a very kind person. You're handsome, have a good figure, and are young and wealthy. You look like someone with great blessings. And saving me is the kind of thing. To you, big brother, it's just an easy task. Besides, they will repay you too. She said a lot of nice things. Lin Bei felt pleased, realizing that the tattooed girl Qianshan was right. It matched him perfectly. Get in the car. I'll take you away from the claws of evil. Tattooed Qianshan got the result she wanted and immediately grabbed the car door handle, pulling the door open and skillfully sitting in the passenger seat. She looked at Lin Bei with a grateful expression. I told you, big brother, you're very kind. As soon as you heard my plea for help, you unlocked the door right away. Thank you, big brother. Unlike her surface gratitude, tattooed Qianshan was sneering inside. Ha! Another fool. I can easily profit from this time I'll make a big score. Lin Bei didn't start the vehicle immediately. Instead, he asked the system. System. Are there any rewards related to tattoos in the lucky wheel? He cared about this matter. After all, tattooed Qianshan's ability was very special. To enhance her strength, the best option was obviously to be related to tattoos. Yes. There are 3 tattoo albums available to draw. Weapon type tattoo album, character type tattoo album, ability type tattoo album. Each tattoo album is powerful and very suitable for tattooed Qian.
Lin Bei had a clear idea.
Hold on. I'll get out and take a look. We'll leave soon.
After saying that, he directly got out of the car, his gaze fixed on a few nearby strange creatures. These strange creatures were working with the tattooed Qian. They were staring at tattooed Qian, cursing, their eyes filled with malice, showing no concealment. It was obvious they were her accomplices. A few information panels appeared in front of him.
Dominant blade. Favorability, -100. Relationship, full of malice. Level, King of Oddities. One of Qian's 4 generals.
His swordsmanship is very strong, and he has many blades, all his tattoos are related to blades.
Strong sword. Favorability, -100. Relationship, full of malice. One of Qian's 4 generals. His swordsmanship is very strong.
All his tattoos are related to swords.
Wild gun. Mad stick. Lin Bei was shocked.
These 4 strange creatures had very fierce names.
Their abilities and names matched perfectly. Goodness, is this her gang? 4 big men. If you count her, that's 5 kings of oddities. Indeed, they cannot be underestimated. He didn't expect tattooed Qian's team to be like this.
Most importantly, they were all very capable.
As long as they got the right tattoo albums. Blades, swords, guns, and sticks. The best choice was the weapon-type tattoo album. Ha!
Taking a deep breath, Lin Bei returned to the driver's seat.
Buckle up. I'm going to drive now.
As soon as he finished speaking, he slammed on the gas pedal, and the luxury sports car roared, charging directly towards the exit. In the blink of an eye, they had covered a great distance. Qian's 4 generals also immediately got in the car, using their driving skills honed through many life-or-death journeys, closely following Lin Bei's car, always maintaining a distance of about 100 meters.
The 4 of them were in good spirits, chatting happily while chasing Lin Bei's car.
Big Sister did it again, this time she should make quite a lot.
The man of the movie star, he should be worth at least 9 figures, right? Ha, it's still Big Sister.
Even managing to snag a movie star's man, I've always said Big Sister could be a star. Speaking of which, humans really are easy to fool, especially these kind of men who rely on others. It doesn't matter whether he's really kind or not, but he's definitely got his eyes on Big Sister, he'll need a good lesson later. The 4 generals had yet to realize how terrifying the situation was. Similarly, tattooed Qian was still lost in her role, maintaining a charmingly pitiable appearance. Wow, Big Brother, your driving skills are awesome. Sitting in Big Brother's passenger seat, the movie star sister shouldn't be jealous, right? Big Brother, drive slowly, I'm scared. Chapter 121. Tattooed Qian kept calling him Big Brother, occasionally showing off her refined tea skills, making Lin Bei feel very strange. Is this little green tea really the leader of a criminal gang? Why doesn't it look quite right? Brother. Your car is so cool, I really like it, my dear brother. Wow, this dashboard, this interior, this speed, everything is amazing. Especially this gear stick, it's wrapped in leather. You can tell it's usually taken care of. Brother must really love his car. Brother, why aren't you talking? Is it because the actress sister won't let you talk to other girls? She's so unreasonable. Unlike me, I would never restrict you. Brother. Lin Bei felt a bit of a headache. Calling him brother over and over was just like a bad egg laying a pigeon. He took a moment to glance at the tattooed eerie Qian. Tattooed eerie Qian. Affection, -99. Relationship, treats you as a big fat lamb. Level, eerie king, normal state. In her eyes, you have nowhere to escape, trapped in a web woven by schemes, just like a lamb ready for slaughter. She can't wait to take action against you. To deal with you, she's always ready to activate the tattoos on her body. The affection level hadn't changed. It remained filled with malice. And Lin Bei was not the least bit anxious. He wanted to play with the little green tea tattooed Qian, so he deliberately slowed down his speed, the entire process unnoticed. The 4 warriors in the vehicles behind hadn't detected anything unusual. By the time they reacted, Lin Bei had already switched to another lane, moving parallel with them, keeping the same speed. What is he doing? Is the car malfunctioning? Doesn't seem like it. He must be doing it on purpose, definitely plotting something bad. How did he do that? I've been driving seriously, but didn't notice when he slowed down. Ba Dao, slow down, go behind him, don't pass him. The driver, Ba Dao, immediately stepped on the brakes, and the vehicle slowed down. But it was useless. They simply couldn't pull away from Lin Bei's car. It was like they were coated in transparent glue, remaining perfectly parallel. It's definitely intentional. Try speeding up. Ba Dao pressed the gas pedal to speed up, but the situation didn't change. They were still parallel.
After several attempts, he realized something. I can't do it. His driving skills are above mine. Incredible.
The driving skills I gained from desperate escapes are being completely suppressed by him. He suddenly felt something was wrong. Lin Bei was leisurely driving while turning his head to look to the left, seeing the 4 eerie creatures in the neighboring car. He ignored the info bar that appeared again and directly communicated with the system in his mind.
System.
Increase the affection of these 4 eerie ones in the neighboring car.
1 by 1, stop when it reaches 100.
This time, he didn't intend to make a move on the tattooed Qian first, but rather aimed at the 4 warriors.
The reason was simple. To give tattooed Qian a surprise.
As a reward for her superb T skills.
Ding. Target locked. Affection is starting to increase. +1. +1. The first to start increasing affection was the madman sitting in the back left seat.
Tattooed Qian felt something was off. Lin Bei's actions clearly didn't look like he wanted to shake off the 4 warriors. He could have floored the gas pedal and sped away, yet he chose to drive parallel, with less than half a meter between the 2 cars.
Brother. Why are you driving alongside them? Keeping distance is a better choice, right?
Meanwhile, Lin Bei showed a meaningful smile.
He looked at tattooed Qian and slowly said, "Of course, it's because I'm admiring their tattoos. To be honest, the tattooing skills are really nice. I'm thinking of getting a few myself."
But upon closer inspection, their tattoos seem to have quite a lot in common with yours. It feels like they all came from the same tattoo artist's hands.
Aren't you and them getting tattoos in the same place? The tattooed girl, Gui Qian, was taken aback.
She never expected Lin Bei to ask such a question. For a moment, she didn't know how to respond.
She really wanted to ask Lin Bei. Given how dangerous the situation was, why are you focusing on this? Hey! Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Your focus is off.
But on the surface, the tattooed girl continued to pretend.
Not at all.
To be honest, my tattoos are natural, I was born with them, and they just keep increasing.
As for the reason, I'm not too sure, I'm really a little fool.
Hearing this, Lin Bei's expression changed.
He looked at the tattooed girl as if she were a fool.
What a natural tattoo, how it keeps increasing.
Who would believe that? 6.
In another car, the crazy man who usually chatted occasionally fell silent, his heart was enduring a deadly torment.
What should I do? What should I do? My sister and Ba Dao are trying to take action against him, what can I do to stop it? No, I absolutely can't let anything happen to him.
I can die, but he can't.
At this moment, Kwang Chang noticed the crazy man's abnormality. He kindly asked, "Gunzi, what's wrong with you? Not happy?"
The crazy man kept telling himself that he couldn't reveal anything right now.
1 against 3. He simply couldn't win. Forcing action would only harm Lin Bei. I'm fine. Just thinking about some things.
You don't need to worry about me.
Ding. Gained 1 attribute point.
Target has been changed.
+1. +1.
This time, the one whose favorability rose was Kwang Chang.
Ding. Gained 1 attribute point.
Target has been changed.
Kwang Chang's favorability also reached 100.
He fell silent as well. He was thinking about the same question as the crazy man.
How to resolve the current predicament. Ba Dao and the others are a different story.
If I fight hard, even if I can't win against all 3, I can at least hold them off for a while to create an opportunity for him to escape.
But what about my sister? She is the most dangerous one.
At this moment, Kwang Chang noticed something. The crazy man was looking at Lin Bei in the next car, and although he was forcefully suppressing the worry in his eyes, Kwang Chang could still see it.
Because they looked exactly the same. He was looking at Lin Bei in the same way. Could it be? Kwang Chang discreetly poked the crazy man.
The crazy man turned his head and met Kwang Chang's gaze. In the next moment, both of them froze, understanding each other's meaning.
As partners for many years, they understood each other too well. In chapter 122, Kwang Chang was the first to speak. Gunzi, are you thinking the same as me? Are you considering for him? His voice was low, his gaze seemingly on the crazy man, but actually stealing a glance at Lin Bei. Though he didn't say anything explicitly, his meaning was clear, as long as the crazy man understood him, it would be natural.
And the crazy man certainly understood Kwang Chang's meaning. He nodded, suppressing the excitement bubbling up inside him, and responded in a low voice.
Exactly. I think like you.
That's great, with you joining, the chance to protect him is higher.
The crazy man felt fortunate.
Initially thinking it would be 1 against 4, he didn't expect it would be 2 against 3, relieving the pressure significantly. Now he was confident he could protect Lin Bei. Kwang Chang patted the crazy man's shoulder.
I understand what you mean. Don't rush, just wait and see.
Now is not the time to act. He was waiting for an opportunity. In the front passenger seat, Chang Jian turned to Ergue with a puzzled look and asked,
What are you two whispering about? What is the same or different? I don't understand. But his question didn't receive a response. Kwang Chang and the crazy man kept silent, ignoring Chang Jian.
Seeing this, Chang Jian realized he couldn't find out anything. The expressions of Kwang Chang and the crazy man clearly indicated they weren't going to speak.
But he could be certain of one thing. Kwang Chang and the crazy man had a secret. What the hell is going on? Why are you staging this against me? Ba Dao furrowed his brow.
He felt something was off. The two at the back, Crazy Gun and Mad Stick, were completely different from usual. They were too silent, too quiet, not making a fuss at all, as if two strange creatures had taken their places.
Do these two have something on their minds? Ba Dao disliked hiding things.
If there was something, he would ask directly. Stick, Gun, if you two have something to say, just say it.
No need to be polite with us.
We've been through wind and rain together for so many years, experiencing countless storms. Our bond has grown to an unbreakable level. Of course, Crazy Gun and Mad Stick were aware of this matter.
But they dared not speak.
They could only maintain their silence. After all, what they had to do was sabotage the plan of the tattooed and deceptive Qianshan.
And the tattooed Qianshan was the boss.
She was the one who brought the 4 of them out of a desperate situation and gave them strength through tattoos.
If it weren't for Lin Bei being too important, they wouldn't act this way.
Even if they decided to sabotage this plan, Crazy Gun and Mad Stick would only block the tattooed Qianshan.
Unless Lin Bei asked, they didn't want to hurt the tattooed Qianshan. Seeing this situation, Ba Dao sighed. You two, why are you still putting on airs? You usually aren't like this. He didn't notice.
Originally also involved in this matter, Chang Jian had now entered a strange state, quiet and silent, frowning and pondering something.
+1. +1. I think I understand them a bit now. Brother. Why haven't you shaken them off yet? You wouldn't be unable to, would you?
But it's okay, brother, I absolutely won't dislike you.
The tattooed Qianshan was stable and performing well.
Using the method of T-art display to stimulate Lin Bei. She even specifically glanced at Lin Bei's legs.
But how could Lin Bei, who knew everything, be affected? Don't worry, I'm capable. I can even get you 100 frightful night-walking tattoos.
His tone was playful.
He was already tired of pretending.
The tattooed Qianshan was momentarily stunned, her face showing an expression of disbelief.
What? You can tattoo 100 frightful night-walking tattoos? How big would that be? And it would take such a long time. Wouldn't it turn into a sieve?
Soon, she reacted and understood Lin Bei's insinuation.
Brother, what are you talking about? Let me tattoo? But I don't know how to tattoo at all. If brother insists on doing that, I could specially learn how to tattoo.
Lin Bei said nothing further. He was waiting. Inside the neighboring car, there were still 2 strange feelings that hadn't reached 100. After a short while, the system's prompt sound rang out.
Ding. Gained 1 attribute point.
Target has shifted.
Affinity has begun to increase.
At this moment, Chang Jian completely understood Crazy Gun and Mad Stick. He looked at the 2 strange beings. The 3 strange beings exchanged glances, understanding each other's meaning.
Jianzi, do you also? Chang Jian nodded heavily. That's right. Me too.
The car was even quieter. Only Ba Dao occasionally spoke. But there were no strange beings responding.
Why is it so quiet? Jianzi, say something. Chang Jian shook his head, his expression a bit complicated. I don't want to talk. Ding. Gained 1 attribute point. Continue to increase affinity? Continue.
Lin Bei stepped hard on the gas. The super luxurious sports car suddenly accelerated, as fast as lightning rushing forward. What he had to do was already done.
Next, he could speed away. By the way, where are you getting off? I want to go to Grey Abyss City. And you? The tattooed Qianshan pretended to be very surprised. Oh my, you're also going to Grey Abyss City? What a coincidence, that's my destination too. We really are fated.
She had no destination at all. She just wanted to find a suitable opportunity to act against Lin Bei. In another car, the atmosphere was especially strange. The 4 warriors were silent, not knowing what they were thinking. Ba Dao stepped hard on the gas, closely following Lin Bei's car, he didn't want to lose sight of Lin Bei. If he lost sight, the situation would become uncontrollable. It would be terrible if Lin Bei encountered danger. Seeing the car's speed increasing and Ba Dao remaining silent, Chang Jian suddenly thought of a possibility. He tried to ask. Dao Zi, are you also worried about that human? Worried that the big sister will hurt him? Want to give him a chance to escape? Just as Chang Jian finished asking, the gazes of Quang Chang and Feng Gun all fell on Ba Dao. The three of them were very nervous, waiting for Ba Dao to give a definite answer. If so, then everyone would be happy, and the situation would be more favorable. On the contrary, if not, then the situation would be very bad, and they would have to work together to deal with Ba Dao first. Ba Dao was stunned on the spot. Only then did he realize. The situation seemed to be a bit beyond imagination. Wait, did you say also? That means you, like me, want him to escape from the big sister's grasp? Chang Jian immediately nodded to give a positive answer. That's right. That's my thought. Quang Chang and Feng Gun hurriedly said. Me too. Same here. Their attitudes were very firm. Ba Dao took several seconds to accept this result. So, we four have all betrayed the big sister? At least in this matter, that's how it is. He felt that this result was very absurd. One betrayal would be fine, but a group betrayal was what the hell? Crazy. Chapter 123. Not only Ba Dao felt this way, but the other three great generals felt the same. All of them betrayed. No matter how they thought, it was something impossible to happen, yet it happened now, and they didn't even understand why they were betraying. All they had in their hearts was the idea of protecting Lin Bei. I can't understand why we all betray the big sister, she treats us so well usually, I can't think of a reason to betray her, but I just want to help that human, I can't bear to let him be harmed by the big sister. I'm pretty much the same, I just want to protect him. Rather than saying it's betraying the big sister, it's more about wanting to stop the big sister and not wanting her to continue making mistakes. That's right, the big sister is important, and he is important too, I want to protect both him and the big sister. I have an idea, why not let him be the big sister's husband? Good idea, but will the big sister agree? Don't be deceived by the big sister's bad reputation, actually, in that aspect, she is still a blank slate. Once, when she got drunk, she said that she also wanted someone to rely on. We can try hard, but the premise is we must protect him well. The four great generals quickly reached a consensus. This result would make them feel a bit better inside. Sitting in the passenger seat, Chang Jian took out his palm brain and sent a message to the tattooed girl, Gui Chenxian. Stop it, big sister. Let him go. After hitting send, he took a deep breath. What should we do next? Do we keep following? He doesn't seem to have any intention of stopping. Ba Dao was highly focused. At this moment, he didn't dare to have the slightest fear while driving, fearing that if he wasn't careful, he would lose Lin Bei. There's no way but to follow like this, we can't drive dangerously. I'm worried about hurting him. Quang Chang and Feng Gun agreed. That is true, we can only follow like this for now. After all, without our cooperation, the big sister won't recklessly strike. I hope he stops soon, the longer it drags on, the more variables there are. Buzz. The palm brain of the tattooed girl, Gui Qianqian, vibrated. Brother, can I take a look at a message first? I'll finish soon. She was very skillful. Without Lin Bei's permission, she wouldn't take out her palm brain. Look. If you want to reply, just reply. Lin Bei casually said. He didn't know what the message was about. Gui Qianqian took out her palm brain calmly, and when she saw that the message was from Chang Jian, she suddenly froze for a moment. It's Chang Jian? Why is he suddenly messaging me? Is something wrong? She had a bad feeling. At such a time, sending a message was definitely not good news. Although her heart felt strange, Gui Qianqian still appeared normal on the surface and just opened the message to check. At the moment she saw the content of the message, her expression instantly became very bizarre. What's going on? Stop it? Give him a break? What a mess. Are the four of them playing truth or dare? Tattooed Guixiang did not believe that Chang Jian was serious. She edited a text message to reply. Be serious with me. The big fat sheep is about to be caught, you four don't mess it up. Otherwise, I will punish you severely. After replying, Tattooed Guixiang put away the palm-sized brain device. Lin Bei showed a concerned expression. What's wrong? Your face doesn't look good. Tattooed Guixiang smiled again. It's nothing, brother. Just received a scam message. Looking at the message, Chang Jian felt helpless. He had anticipated this. Tattooed Guixiang's decision would not be changed so easily. Sister thinks I am joking. You three should try. Hearing this, Kwang Chang and Phone Gun decisively took out their palm-sized brain devices, editing messages that were roughly the same, while urging tattooed Guai Xiang to stop and let Lin Bei go.
Ba Dao threw his palm-sized brain device to Chang Jian. You help me send it. I need to keep my hands on the steering wheel.
He didn't even look up, just kept staring at Lin Bei's car. Chang Jian picked up the brain device and sent a message. Buzz. Buzz. The brain device vibrated continuously, and tattooed Guai Xiang frowned slightly.
3 messages? What's going on? She first asked Lin Bei and only opened the brain device to check the messages after getting his permission.
After reading all 3 messages, tattooed Guai Xiang's expression looked even stranger.
Are you all doing this?
And still say you're not playing a dare?
That's a bit too much.
Once this terrifying coin is in hand, I must teach these 4 bastards a lesson. Humph, how dare you play such a joke with me?
Although a bit unhappy, she still replied one by one. Get lost. Shut your mouth. If you send another message, I'll hit you.
Inside the car, Chang Jian, San Gue, and others all sighed. Sister really doesn't believe it, she's determined that we are joking.
Give it up.
This method won't work, and we can't call Sister now, or it will scare her.
If it distracts her while driving, that would be terrible.
We can only take it step by step, we definitely cannot let Sister lay a hand on him. They felt helpless. The simplest method was ruthlessly crossed out. At this moment, Lin Bei asked again with concern.
Are you really okay?
Your face looks worse than before.
There's a small road up ahead, shall we take a break?
Few people know this road and its secrets, basically, no vehicles go there all day, it's an absolutely safe and hidden place.
He acted concerned very convincingly. This depth of learning from the actress Shi Yexiang was not wasted.
Hearing this, tattooed Guai Xiang's eyes lit up.
An absolutely hidden safe place, with no other people or weirdness around, isn't this exactly the crime location of her dreams?
Great. I'll listen to brother.
Sister is indeed a bit tired.
Tattooed Guai Xiang almost couldn't contain her smile. A big fat sheep, covered in grease, pointed the way to the slaughterhouse. What could be more comfortable than this? She just needed to swing the butcher knife once they reached the slaughterhouse. All right. Let's go take a trip. After saying this, Lin Bei turned on the turn signal, and the car began to drift to the right. Ba Dao immediately followed suit, not giving any chance for other cars to cut in. A few minutes later, Lin Bei drove the vehicle into a gap, and Ba Dao's car closely followed, leaving the wide road behind. In front of them was a rugged downhill road, where a little driving skill was necessary, or one would surely crash on this road, where marks of collisions could often be seen on the roadside. But the more it looked like this, the happier tattooed Guai Xiang became. This is wonderful. With a road like this guy won't escape, and the actress can't rescue him in a short time. Before long, after passing through this bumpy road, they arrived at a small square ahead. Looking around, empty as can be, not even a building, let alone people or the bazaar. Lin Bei stepped on the gas and parked the car randomly in the open space. We've arrived. Get out of the car. Chapter 124. Lin Bei was the first to open the car door and get out, stretching hard and breathing in the fresh air. Around him were many flowers and trees, though they were the special plants of the horror world, they still carried a bit of fresh plant scent, just mixed with a stronger smell of blood. He stared into the distance, showing no intention of looking back at the tattooed demon Xian Shen. She must be quite pleased, right? After all, to her, I am about to meet my end. The tattooed demon, TSK. With those few albums boosting her, she might just become the strongest support. In fact, Lin Bei truly valued the tattooed demon Xian Xian. Her abilities were highly malleable. The only downside was that it affected her original skin. There must be a way to avoid this side effect. Compared to a body full of tattoos, I prefer smooth and pure skin. He had a bit of obsessive cleanliness. But if it were a tattooed demon of Qian Xian's caliber, he could overcome his cleanliness obsession. Ahem. But this point wasn't important. What mattered was the tattooed demon Qian Xian's ability, which could both assist and fight, very comprehensive. Coupled with the rewards drawn from the lucky wheel, it reached a level of unimaginable madness. The tattooed demon Xian Xian opened the car door, her gaze falling on Lin Bei, a flash of harshness flickering in her eyes. You're very kind. But also very foolish. Answering a demon's call for help in a horror world? Isn't that the same as seeking your own death? If there's blame, it's only because you're too kind, and my acting is just too good. Even until now, Qian Xian's thoughts hadn't changed. She had already set her sights on Lin Bei, the big fat sheep, the butcher's knife was sharpened, and her teammates would be arriving soon. At this moment, Lin Bei turned around, and seeing his plain gaze, Qian Xian immediately reverted to disguise, putting on a weak and pitiful act. She hurriedly walked up to Lin Bei, deliberately tightening her voice as she spoke.
Thank you, brother. I do feel much better now.
Such fresh air, such cool wind, just a few more minutes and I'll be fully recovered, then we can leave. The tattooed demon Xian was deliberately stalling for time, waiting for the bizarre Ba Dao to arrive. Lin Bei was fully aware of everything. He still chose not to expose it.
All right. Then we'll wait a moment.
As soon as he finished speaking, a car rushed over the rugged road and entered the small square.
The car had several scratches and a few minor dents, showing just how tough this road was. Even the often reckless Ba Dao couldn't pass through unscathed. Lin Bei and the tattooed demon Xian both turned to look at Ba Dao's car. Upon seeing the state of the car, Xian was slightly taken aback, instinctively looking at Lin Bei's luxury sports car which, despite having a lower clearance than an ordinary sedan, showed no signs of damage after the drive, and she hadn't felt noticeable bumps either. But Ba Dao's car was a different story. So this road is this difficult? This is Ba Dao, the best driver among us. His skills have helped us escape many major troubles. Yet he stumbled on this road. This surprised Xian. But what surprised her even more was Lin Bei. Driving a sports car with even worse road handling, yet it had not a single scratch? How strong must his driving skills be? He can achieve this. It's simply outrageous.
Xian had some other thoughts.
If she could get control of Lin Bei, or rather gain his driving skills, wouldn't they be several levels better when driving to escape or chase?
She believed this was very necessary. It seems the plan needs to change. Not only do I need to get a large sum from the actress Shi Xiang, I also want to turn him into a tattoo specimen.
Then tattoo it on the blade of the Dominator. This is the ability of the tattoo demon, Xian.
It is also her core power.
She can transform a person, an animal, or an object into a tattoo specimen.
After tattooing the corresponding pattern, activating it will allow one to obtain the power contained within. But the premise is to deal with the target and make them lose the power to resist. The Dominator parked the car steadily, then pushed the car door open with one hand and stepped onto the cement ground. He hurriedly walked towards Lin Bei and tattooed demon Xian. Behind, the three demons, Strong Sword, Mad Gun, and Crazy Stick, closely followed, and each of their faces was serious, as if something terrifying was about to happen. Seeing this, tattooed demon Xian immediately hid beside Lin Bei.
Brother, they are the ones who want to take me away.
You must protect me.
They must be coming for me. I don't want to be taken away. She was still acting.
Lin Bei was watching the four war generals led by the Dominator. Several information bars appeared in front of him.
Dominator. Favorability points, 999. Relationship, you are the big brother-in-law. Level, Demon King.
You are very important to him, and tattooed demon Xian is also very important to him. In comparison, you are more important. As long as you insist on commanding, he will look at tattooed demon Xian with his blade, and won't hold any grievances in his heart afterward.
He wants to have both fish and bear's paw, hoping to have you and tattooed demon Xian stand together, making you his big brother-in-law, or making tattooed demon Xian the big sister-in-law. This would be the most perfect ending. Strong Sword. Favorability points, 100. Mad Gun. Favorability points, 100. Crazy Stick. Favorability points, 100. The four war generals all surrendered. After watching, Lin Bei spoke to tattooed demon Xian without looking back. That's right. They are indeed coming for you.
His words were profound, but tattooed demon Xian did not understand.
She just thought the plan was about to succeed. Soon, she could obtain a fortune beyond imagination.
But at that moment, Lin Bei did something that tattooed demon Xian could not understand. He actually took the initiative to walk towards the Dominator and the four demons, smiling and greeting them.
Why are you only just arriving? It's up to you now.
As his voice fell, Lin Bei passed by the four demons of the Dominator, leaned against his own car, lit a cigarette, and looked at tattooed demon Xian with a leisurely expression, his eyes filled with unabashed mockery.
Tattooed demon Xian was stunned. Finally, she realized something was wrong.
Lin Bei didn't look like a lamb to slaughter, he was clearly a hunter.
Was he just pretending all along? What do his words to the Dominator mean? It's up to them? I can't understand. Tattooed demon Xian's mind was a mess, feeling that everything was wrong.
And the Dominator's four demons stood right in front of tattooed demon Xian, blocking the way between her and Lin Bei, clearly to prevent her from harming Lin Bei.
The Dominator took a deep breath, and his expression was very complex when he spoke. Big sister, please stop, don't do anything to him, just give us four a face. If you are determined to deal with him, then we can only say sorry to you.
As soon as he finished speaking, Strong Sword and the other demons also urged. Don't touch him, we won't let him get hurt, but we also don't want you, big sister, to get hurt, but if we must choose one, we will choose to help him.
Big sister, listen to our advice, please change your target.
If you have to touch him, you'll have to cross over our corpses.
Chapter 125.
Tattoo Demon Xian was stunned, her mind buzzing, as the situation developed to an absurd level.
What are you saying?
Are you still playing Truth or Dare?
She couldn't believe it. After all, it was too unrealistic.
The 4 war generals she had trained with her own hands were all saying such things, and they looked like they were doing it for her good?
Are they crazy? The Dominator shook his head.
Big sister, you know me, the Dominator, will not joke about such things.
Accept reality.
The 4 of us swear to protect him with our lives. He found it very difficult. His mood was particularly heavy. The 3 tricksters, Strong Sword, Mad Gun, and Crazy Stick, remained silent, yet stood immovable beside Domineering Blade. Their attitude was clear. They were also devoted to protecting Lin Bei.
At this moment, even if Tattoo Trickster Qianqian was unwilling to believe it, she had to face this reality.
Why?
I've treated you all so well?
Your lives were saved by me, your powers were given by me, and I have never mistreated you.
But how can you treat me like this? Just to protect a human you've met for the first time? She truly could not understand.
These were once her close companions, yet in this moment, they had acted this way.
Tattoo Trickster Qianqian was sure that the 4 tricksters of Domineering Blade did not know Lin Bei. So she really couldn't figure out how this happened. Domineering Blade simply sighed. Sister, we also don't know what's going on.
There's no special reason, we just want to protect him and can't bear to see him hurt.
You can think of us as being possessed.
Even he didn't understand the situation. He didn't want to know the reason, he just wanted to follow his heart and protect Lin Bei at all costs. The Strong Sword tricksters did not speak, tacitly agreeing with Domineering Blade's words.
Tattoo Trickster Qianqian fell into silence. She had some thoughts.
She knew that if she wanted to attack Lin Bei, she would inevitably face the combined assault of the 4 tricksters of Domineering Blade. Although she was confident of winning, the result would be devastating. After a moment of silence, Tattoo Trickster Qianqian looked at Lin Bei, her gaze was vigilant, no longer underestimating him.
What did you do to them? Why have they become like this? This matter ends here. I will apologize to you and won't attack you again. But you must return them to me.
She wanted to extort a massive amount of terror currency from Shadow Queen Night Fragrance, but she didn't want to use her 4 great warriors as a bargaining chip. Training these 4 great warriors had cost her a lot of effort, invested immense energy, and after going through so much, they had developed a bond that was stronger than life itself. Even a billion terror currency was insignificant in the face of such a relationship.
Lin Bei shook his head. I can't do that. He truly couldn't do it.
The system could only increase affection but couldn't lower it. Once the affection increased, there was no turning back.
You can try forcibly taking them away. I won't stop you. Tattoo Trickster Qianqian had been observing Lin Bei and saw nothing in his expression. She could basically conclude that he truly couldn't do it.
She did not plan to invest more energy in Lin Bei.
All right. I'll leave him be. You all come with me, let's go look for our next target.
A sharp intuition told Tattoo Trickster Qianqian that it was better to distance herself from Lin Bei quickly. Since the 4 tricksters of Domineering Blade could change like this, she was likely to be affected as well, considering her own level was only Trickster King, the same as the 4 tricksters of Domineering Blade. That's why she said this, wanting to take the 4 tricksters of Domineering Blade away.
Sorry, sister, we can't leave with you, we need to stay by his side to protect him. He is so famous now, and there are many abnormalities that will target him, we don't want any accidents to happen.
Sister, starting today, perhaps we can only part ways, the 4 of us will go one way, and you will go another.
How about sister you join us to protect him? Actually, I feel you two are a good match, you might consider changing direction, like making him your brother-in-law. The 4 tricksters all chose to refuse. Without Lin Bei saying anything, they would also actively follow him.
Tattoo Trickster Qianqian fell silent again. She didn't know how to handle this situation.
Leave alone?
No, doing so would mean losing both the wife and the soldiers.
Forcibly taking Domineering Blade's 4 tricksters away? That didn't mean much. With her heart focused far away, what was the use of leaving her body behind? Leaving was just a matter of time.
Make Lin Bei her brother-in-law.
No way.
Lin Bei was the man of Shadow Queen Night Fragrance, and she didn't like sharing a man with other abnormalities. In the end, the tattooed girl Qianqian planned to stay by the side of the Blade King, searching for an opportunity to restore the 4 strange ones to normal.
As for killing Lin Bei? The tattooed girl Qianqian had never considered it. She didn't dare to gamble, unable to bear the consequences.
At this moment, Lin Bei, after finishing a cigarette, spoke up.
Are we done talking? If we're done, I'm leaving.
I have very important things to do, I don't have much time to waste. He got into the car, starting the engine, ready to drive away at any moment. The Blade King immediately responded.
It's over. Let's get in the car right away.
He quickly ran back to the car, still sitting in the driver's seat, while the others went back to their places. Only the tattooed girl Chan remained on the ground. Seeing this, though she felt helpless, she could only choose to leave first, so she walked over to the car that the Blade King was driving, but before she got there, the Blade King said,
"Sister, why don't you get in that car? There's no room."
The tattooed girl Chan rolled her eyes.
"In a 5-seater, 4 of you are sitting, and you tell me there's no seat? I'll tell you, even if you push me to his car, I still won't be with him.
I will only find a way to uncover how to make you return to normal." She walked in front of Lin Bei, hesitating whether to get in.
Lin Bei took the initiative to speak. "Get in the car, what are you waiting for?" He was very sure.
Now the tattooed girl Chan had no bad intentions, and was even highly guarded against him. This was the result Lin Bei wanted. He just did this for a bit of fun. After all, driving for nearly 10 hours straight was really exhausting.
Playing this little game with the tattooed girl Chan also eased his boredom. The tattooed girl Chan sat in the passenger seat, watching Lin Bei warily. "I warn you. Don't lay a hand on me. We are even now." Lin Bei raised an eyebrow. "Oh? No more acting innocent?" The tattooed girl Chan didn't reply.
Now there was no need to pretend. She was sure Lin Bei had known her purpose all along, and had just been toying with her on the way.
"Ha, what a heartless guy. Not much better than me. So unlucky. I really don't understand why the actress would take a liking to him." Chapter 126. The tattooed girl Chan didn't want to pay attention to Lin Bei. She never expected a human could be so bad. Her hard work in disguise was easily seen through. What was the difference from being a clown? This made the tattooed girl Chan feel insulted.
Sitting next to Lin Bei, her anger surged again and again.
Bad guy. Heartless. Kept man.
Lin Bei drove easily over the bumpy dirt road, returning to the wide, smooth road where he could accelerate freely. This time he deliberately controlled the speed, so the Blade King was able to keep up. Under Lin Bei's guidance, the Blade King perfectly navigated the road, deepening his admiration for Lin Bei's driving skills.
Really impressive.
Following him through this road that was bumpier than the moon, not a scratch on the car, it's simply amazing.
This driving skill, I could never learn in my lifetime. Chang Jian had been watching the car ahead. He asked a question. "Do you think the big brother might become the big sister's husband? Will sparks fly when they are alone? If that really happens, wouldn't it be a happy ending? Although Big Brother already has the actress. But it doesn't matter. After all, Big Brother is human."
This was what Chang Jian most looked forward to happening.
Not to trick Lin Bei, nor to trick the tattooed girl Chan, but sincerely thinking this was the best outcome.
The Blade King shook his head.
"I don't think it's likely.
Look at the sister's attitude. She wishes she could tear Big Brother apart. She's just holding back because we're here. There's no way to expect her to be with Big Brother."
It's good enough if they don't end up fighting. He understood the tattooed girl Chan, knowing she was a strange one.
The creator of a criminal gang, carrying out all sorts of bad deeds countless times.
There are many strange betrayals, so how could I be moved by the enemy Lin Bei?
The thoughts of the Mad Gun and Crazy Stick are similar. It's tough, considering Big Sister's personality. She will only find a way to regain her face, and if conditions allow, she will retaliate even harder. Indeed, and I suspect Big Sister has no interest in feelings at all. When she is not busy, she is always studying tattoos and hardly ever interacts with outsiders. I have never heard Big Sister mention liking any supernatural beings, and when she encounters a beautiful one by the roadside, she doesn't even take a second look. They all think it is unlikely.
Hearing this, Chang Jian didn't say much more. After all, his thoughts were the same.
The 4 great generals all believe tattoo monster Qian will never be with Lin Bei. This Big Brother and Big Sister will forever be 2 parallel lines that never meet.
Inside the super luxury sports car, Lin Bei glanced at tattoo monster Qian.
The corresponding information panel appeared before his eyes.
Tattoo monster Qian. Affection points, -99. Relationship, very dissatisfied with you.
Level, Monster King, normal state. She has many grievances against you in her heart, but at the same time, she doesn't dare to act against you lightly. Because you hold her lifeline, she doesn't want to lose her 4 great generals. Cultivating these 4 great generals has cost her a lot of energy and effort. They are her most proud and trusted 4 helpers. Though she seems calm on the surface, her heart is churning with waves, still unable to understand why things have turned out this way. The 4 great generals, who were supposed to help her, have turned against her and instead support you.
She secretly made a decision.
Once the 4 great generals return to normal, she must turn you into a tattoo and uncover your secret. Then, she will be the first to tattoo you on her body, gaining your special abilities.
Lin Bei couldn't help but feel surprised. Can she really turn him into a tattoo? What kind of special ability is that? It's a bit scary.
Thus, Lin Bei decided to take action against tattoo monster Qian Chen. After all, he had already spent some boring time, so he could do something appropriate.
System. Let's start. Although there would be some consequences, I can handle it.
In fact, the reason he didn't directly increase tattoo monster Chen Xian's affection from the start was also due to concerns. He worried that tattoo monster Chen Xian would lose control in the car, as it was a good example from before with Rain Charm. First, she broke down in tears, her rationality was swallowed by guilt, then she did some extreme things. At this moment, the distance to Grey Abyss City wasn't too long, so he could start increasing affection.
Ding. Target locked. Affection has begun to increase. +1. +1.
Buzz. In the passenger seat, tattoo monster Qian Xian had complex feelings, secretly glancing at Lin Bei. Her affection had turned into a positive number. In her heart, she held no grievances against Lin Bei, nor did she have the previous greedy thoughts.
Ha! It seems I don't dislike him as much.
Careful, Qian Xian, Ba Dao and the others will help him. It seems it really is because I did something wrong. It's all my fault, I can't blame him at all.
As for the thought of turning Lin Bei into a tattoo? Completely gone without a trace. +1. +1. Affection reached 50.
At this moment, tattoo monster Qian Xian felt uncomfortable all over, clearly sitting on an extremely expensive seat. It felt as if there were countless nails beneath her, making it difficult for her to sit comfortably.
Why did I have that kind of thought before? I even thought of kidnapping him and trading him for a sky-high ransom. I really am not a good person. What did he do wrong? Isn't he just known for living off others? This can't be blamed on him, it must be the movie queen forcing him. I must be truly despicable. +1. +1. Affection reached 80. Tattoo monster Qian Xian couldn't hold back anymore.
She lowered her head, not daring to look at Lin Bei, her heart filled only with guilt. She wanted to say sorry to Lin Bei, but felt that a simple apology was entirely useless.
The deed is done, what's the use of saying sorry? A meaningless apology. I regret it so much. What stupid thing did I do? He is so kind, but I actually wanted to harm him?
And just now, I misunderstood him, imagining he was trying to get back at me, but that was absolutely impossible.
Only the 5 of us knew the plan, no one told him my plan, so how could he know? So he truly wanted to help me, he wanted to take me away from the trap I made up.
Ba Dao and the others realized their mistake earlier than I did, which is why they used that method to stop me.
But I betrayed their good intentions. Not only did I not cherish that opportunity, I even had worse thoughts. I am an irredeemable scum. I deserve to die 1,000 deaths.
I want to tattoo the word guilt all over my body, to remind me to never forget today's mistake. Thinking of this, tattoo scum Qian Xian immediately began. She took out a set of tattoo tools. It's called a set, but actually, it's just a needle and a few cans of ink. The rest she had to rely on her own abilities. Tattoo scum Qian Xian grabbed a needle and harshly stabbed it into her thigh. Drip, drip. She cried as she moved the needle.
At that moment, Lin Bei's voice sounded. Pull it out. I won't. Tattoo scum Qian Xian didn't want to pull the needle out of her leg.
She believed this was the only way to atone, the best way from her own perspective.
She is a tattoo artist. A part-time leader of a criminal gang.
To tattoo the word guilt all over her body seemed to her the most fitting choice for her identity as a tattoo artist.
Didn't you hear me? I told you to pull it out. Don't leave it stuck inside. Don't force me to do it myself.
Lin Bei looked at the needle in tattoo scum Qian Xian's hand, his brow furrowing, his expression slightly serious.
An information panel appeared in front of him. Tattoo scum Qian Xian. Affection, 88. Relationship, doesn't dare face you. Level, Scum King, normal state.
She doesn't dare to look at you, her heart full of guilt, realizing how foolish she has been. After thinking it over, she made a decision. She wants to tattoo the word guilt all over her body. That way, she'll always remember today. She wants to remind herself constantly. Even though it will bring countless strange looks. But she is willing. Lin Bei didn't want this to happen. Having some tattoos is fine as long as they are somewhat normal designs, that is still within his acceptable range. But to tattoo the word guilt all over her body? What kind of operation is that? After it's done, can she even look at herself? He even worries that he won't be interested in interacting with her in the future. Therefore, for his own sake and also for tattoo scum Qian Xian's sake, Lin Bei had to stop this from happening. To be honest, the mistake tattoo scum Qian Xian made wasn't that severe. At least it didn't cause any major damage, a little compensation would be enough. As for how to make up for it, there are many things to discuss later.
+1. +1.
Tattoo scum Chen Xian's affection points continued to rise.
She held the needle, unsure of what to do.
She wanted to tattoo the word guilt all over her body, but didn't want to disobey Lin Bei's order, fearing it would upset him more. Her hand froze there. To pull it out or not, the sharp needle was stuck in her leg. Seeing this, Lin Bei directly took action and personally pulled the needle out of Tattoo scum Chen Xian's leg. The needle was still stained with blood, showing how hard Tattoo scum Chen Xian had stabbed it in, at least 2 centimeters deep. He handed the needle back to Tattoo scum Chen Xian. At the same time, the system's notification sound rang in his mind.
Ding! Gained 1 attribute point. Do you wish to continue increasing Tattoo scum Chen Xian's affection? Continue.
Compared to Ba Dao and the other 4 great warriors, Lin Bei cared more about Tattoo scum Chen Xian.
+1. +1.
A new information panel appeared in front of him. Tattoo scum Chen Xian's eyes were filled with tears, but she gathered her courage and looked at Lin Bei, her voice already starting to choke up.
How can I gain your forgiveness? I'm a jerk. Woo woo. I'm sorry. All the mistakes are my mistakes.
I shouldn't have aimed at you, I was too greedy, I was too vicious, I am the source of all evil.
I beg you to kill me, hoping that this will make you happy.
The crying voice of Tattoo Guixian drowned out the music, and the noise from outside the car was barely noticeable, like it was coming through a loudspeaker. And this situation hardly surprised Lin Bei. He had been through it more than once.
This was also one of the reasons why he didn't upgrade Tattoo Guixian from the beginning.
Tattoo Guixian's cries were piercing, even reaching the vehicle driven by Bad Knife right behind them.
Bad Knife was the first to hear it. You guys listen, doesn't this crying sound familiar? It sounds like the big sister is crying, doesn't it? He couldn't be sure. Because Tattoo Guixian had never cried.
Strong Sword perked up his ears, his thoughts were the same as Bad Knife's.
It sounds like the big sister is crying. But how could the big sister cry? She is even stronger than me. Crazy Gun and Mad Stick thought similarly.
Indeed, it sounds familiar, but it shouldn't be the big sister.
I must be hearing things, that is the big sister, our gang's leader, how could she cry like this? They all instinctively denied it. Thinking that Tattoo Guixian would not cry. And inside Lin Bei's car, Tattoo Guixian was holding her head and crying, her whole weird state could be described as a breakdown.
She cried and apologized, one sentence after another.
Lin Bei was getting a headache listening to it. Stop, stop, stop. I didn't say I would do anything to you. First answer me one question.
Upon hearing this, Tattoo Guixian's crying lessened somewhat, but it did not completely stop, tears still flowed into her mouth. She looked at Lin Bei, her eyes filled with complex emotions.
What question? Lin Bei looked ahead and slowly spoke. Can you make a person or a weird thing into a tattoo? After being tattooed, can I obtain the power of that person or weird thing?
This was the question she cared about the most.
If so, then Tattoo Guixian's importance would rise another level.
With the goodwill reaching this level, no matter how important the secret was, Tattoo Guixian would not hide it, she would tell Lin Bei everything.
Yes, I can do that.
Choose a target, and I can transform that target into a tattoo using an innate ability. After tattooing this design, just activate the tattoo to use the corresponding power.
I've done this several times. It's not difficult for me. This answer was enough, and Lin Bei valued Tattoo Guixian even more. However, he wanted to know more. What happens to the target after this is done? Do they die? Or is there another outcome?
This was also very important.
Tattoo Guixian answered honestly. It depends on the situation.
If it's a forced transformation, then the target will die, and not even leave a body, which will also affect the completeness of the tattoo. The power available after activating the tattoo will also be impacted. If transformed under 100% cooperation from the target, then at most the target will be weak for a few days, and the tattoo's completeness will reach a perfect level, and nothing will be affected. Furthermore, it can be transformed again, a second, a third, a fourth, a fifth time, with no limit.
Tattoo Guixian explained clearly. Lin Bei understood completely. I see. I understand.
So, if I find a female weird thing for you as a transformation target, after you turn her into a tattoo and tattoo it on me somewhere, then as long as I activate that tattoo, I can use her power? For example, if it's a female weird thing that can control rain, then I could also gain the power to control rain? Or if it's a weird thing skilled in manufacturing, I could also obtain the corresponding power? Even he didn't notice that a light had ignited in his eyes.
Chapter 128. +1. +1. The guilt pierced Xianxian, second by second, as she focused on answering Lin Bei's questions, completely ignoring everything else. It's like this.
As long as they cooperate with me, I can successfully complete the transformation and tattoo it on you.
It's not just weird.
The target can also be a human or some animal, a dog or a bird, the dog's sense of smell, the bird's ability to fly.
In short, my ability is still very useful. She didn't know what Lin Bei wanted to do.
Anyway, she answered whatever Lin Bei asked. As she received affirmative responses, the light in Lin Bei's eyes grew brighter.
This was definitely good news. Xianxian's ability was not just useful, it was extraordinary. That's really great. I can't believe you can even do this. Then if I tattoo Yumei and Gigi all over my body, won't that mean I can have their powers?
If conditions allow, I could even tattoo the Rose twins on me.
Maybe I can really gather a full 100 oddities for the 100 oddities night map.
Lin Bei discovered that it was truly possible.
Although the oddities under his command were still very few, only a little over 100, many of them were not strong, and only about 10 were truly powerful, he had enough confidence that one day he would gather enough exceptional strength. When Lin Bei first mentioned the 100 oddities night map, he had no extra thoughts, he was just chatting with Xianxian and never expected to reach this point. He looked at Xianxian, his face unable to hide his smile. How about this? You seem to feel very guilty. I can give you a chance for redemption.
Come with me to Grey Abyss City, and I'll introduce you to a few oddities. After that, you will stay by their side, and with their cooperation, transform the tattoos to the best possible level. I want to tattoo the 100 oddities night map.
About how long does it take to create a tattoo? And can the tattoo be hidden? How could Xianxian refuse such a good opportunity?
She cried, she broke down, all for the sake of gaining Lin Bei's forgiveness. Now that Lin Bei had voluntarily given her a chance, how could she not cherish it?
Okay.
Her answer was very decisive, her voice loud and firm, eager to fly straight to Grey Abyss City. Then, she answered Lin Bei's questions. To make a perfect tattoo, at least a week is needed. During this time, I must study the target repeatedly, and I also need to design it artistically. Take the oddity of rain, for example, not only will I transform her into a tattoo, but I'll also add a background of rain or dark clouds.
A perfect tattoo cannot be too monotonous. As for hiding the tattoo, that's not difficult.
I can add a kind of power into the tattoo when I do it, a power I inherently possess and usually do not use.
I can solve all these problems. After saying this, Xianxian fell silent for a few seconds before speaking again. Thank you
for giving me this chance for redemption. If I didn't get this chance, I would have tattooed my body full of words of sin and chosen to end myself after a while.
You have given me hope to live.
She spoke sincerely, absolutely not pretending. Lin Bei was also somewhat moved.
At this moment, Xianxian was different from before.
Indeed, every oddity, every human, is multifaceted and complex, and cannot be simply judged by one thing or one encounter.
He couldn't help but reach out to touch a tattoo on Xianxian's body.
Originally, he wanted to pat her head, but his hand was a little disobedient.
It's okay. I won't hold grudges. Don't forget what you said before. Xianxian remembered the words she had said. Because you are kind. She now realized that she was indeed right. You are really so kind.
Tattoo artist Qi Qian's mood completely brightened, she looked forward to the upcoming journey to Grey Abyss City, looking forward to Lin Bei introducing her to female ghosts. For Lin Bei, she planned to dedicate a long time to the opening of the 100 Ghosts Night Walking tattoo. She was willing to go to the extent of not eating, drinking, sleeping, or resting, as long as it would satisfy Lin Bei. At the same time, tattoo artist Qi Qian had another question. She looked down at Lin Bei's thigh.
Are you going to tattoo the 100 Ghosts Night Walking map in that position?
Tattoo artist Qi Qian still remembered Lin Bei's previous words.
Lin Bei was taken aback. This. He actually didn't know what to say. Can it really be done? Tattoo artist Qi Qian nodded vigorously. Of course. My skills are good enough. Apart from it being a bit painful, there won't be any other issues. Her answer left Lin Bei in silence. He felt regret. Talking too much can lead to trouble.
Buzz. The super luxury sports car continued to speed ahead, and tattoo artist Qi Qian controlled her emotions, not doing anything that would affect the driving. Therefore, they smoothly arrived at Grey Abyss City. Looking at the familiar city, Lin Bei's thoughts were a bit complicated.
Here we go again.
3 challenges, each taking place in Grey Abyss City. The first 2 challenges were normal, as they were held in Grey Abyss City, but the third challenge, held far from Grey Abyss City, still somehow returned to Grey Abyss City for some reason. He always felt there was a mysterious connection between himself and Grey Abyss City. Lin Bei parked the car by the side of the road, got out to change the air, and also waited for the 4 ghostly thugs to arrive.
Gulp. He was a bit hungry.
Having driven for 7 or 8 hours, covering over 1,000 kilometers, it was a big drain on his energy.
Let's go eat something good later. I've gotten tired of eating with the crew these past few days. Let's see if there are any decent restaurants on the way.
Tattoo artist Chi Qian was by Lin Bei's side, one hand linked with Lin Bei's arm, chatting and laughing with him, actively finding various topics to talk about.
Meanwhile, in the warm apartment,
the manager gathered all the other ghosts in the hall, his expression very serious, looking at everyone and saying, "I have an announcement. Starting now, I am no longer the manager of the warm apartment, I will officially become the deputy manager of the warm apartment. The new manager is her. Let me introduce everyone, her name is Mi Feng, she will take over my position and be responsible for managing the warm apartment. From now on, if anyone has any matters, you must apply to her." At that moment, a female ghost stepped forward, wearing yellow and black striped clothing in orderly alignment, with a pair of nearly transparent wings behind her, and short, fluffy beige fur all over her body. Her eyes were very big, pitch black, like she was wearing 2 sunglasses. She walked in front of all the staff, a peculiar smile on her face, her gaze eventually landing on the red rose and white rose.
Hello everyone. Let me introduce myself first.
My name is Mi Feng, nicknamed B, and my hobby is smelling flowers. I have come from the garden. Please take care of me.
Chapter 129. Garden? Is it the legendary garden?
I can't believe it, she is actually from the garden, I heard it is a mysterious ideal country. So the garden really exists.
Wait, what are you all talking about? What is the garden? I have never heard of it? Me neither, I have never heard of the garden. Garden. A mysterious synonym. Whether one has heard of this name completely depends on personal experience.
Even if one has heard of the name garden, it is impossible to have any contact with the garden, or rather, to have contact but not know it. The expressions of White Rose and Red Rose were very strange, they stood together, staring at Mi Feng with shock and confusion in their eyes.
Clearly, they recognized Mi Feng. Sister, how could she come here? Is she coming for us?
White Rose felt a bit uneasy. She was afraid. Not that she was scared Mi Feng would hurt her, but she was scared of being forced to leave the safe zone.
White Rose did not want to leave the safe zone.
Because only here can I see Lin Bei.
Not so sure. But this stinky became. It might be coming for you and me. The situation might not be good.
Red Rose clenched her fists.
Mi Feng. She knows her very well. A bee that often collects her nectar.
At this moment, Mi Feng withdrew her gaze from White Rose and Red Rose, interacting with the other anomalies present. The anomalies found Mi Feng easy to get along with, so they asked questions one after another.
Mi Feng, I also want to join the garden, can you create an opportunity for me? Mi Feng smiled and answered.
Of course.
I will take you to the garden later.
As for whether you can become part of the garden, it depends on how you perform that day.
I sincerely wish you can join the garden.
Her answer revealed no problems. Only Red Rose and White Rose among the anomalies knew Mi Feng's hidden meaning.
Join the garden? Become part of the garden?
Simply put, it means becoming the nutrients used to water the plants. They will be buried underground, rotting away after all the nutrients are absorbed.
Isn't this a kind of joining as well?
But who knew that anomaly would suddenly change its words?
Thank you for your kindness.
But I'll pass.
I prefer to stay here.
His affection had already been raised to 100 by Lin Bei. On this day, he would guard this place for a day.
It was just a question. To really go? Impossible. Mi Feng was stunned.
She didn't expect things to take a turn. Her eyes widened slightly.
Are you serious? You're willing to refuse even joining the garden? The anomaly nodded firmly. I'm not willing either. But here is more important.
At that moment, other anomalies interrupted. I've heard of the garden for a long time and always thought it was a legendary existence, but I didn't expect the garden to actually exist.
Is the garden really as beautiful as the legends say? An anomaly asked with longing on its face.
Mi Feng ignored the previous anomaly and began to answer this anomaly's question.
Of course. The garden is the most wonderful place in the world. Do you also want to join?
In the next moment, the answer astonished her once again.
I don't want to. I just want to stay here.
The situation was completely different from what Mi Feng had imagined. According to common sense, there shouldn't be any anomaly capable of resisting the temptation to go to the garden. In the outside world, the garden is an ideal land, a place of infinite beauty that every anomaly should yearn for. But these two anomalies initially did show signs of yearning, but when given the chance to go to the garden, they decisively chose to refuse.
What? You don't want to go either? Mi Feng looked at the other anomalies present. What about you? The answers were all the same. They all didn't want to go. Except for the former administrator. Why? Mi Feng couldn't understand. She subconsciously asked. The garden is great, but here are more important people. Because I'm waiting for someone, I want to stay here and protect him. No matter how good it is, it's not as good as being with him. Mi Feng pondered the anomalies. The reason these anomalies refused to go to the garden was simply because of a human?
She instinctively looked at Red Rose and White Rose.
But the two anomalies had already left secretly. These guys are crazy. Ba Dao drove the vehicle to catch up with Lin Bei.
But they didn't get out of the car. Instead, they sat in the vehicle, each staring blankly at Lin Bei and the tattooed anomaly Qian Qian. Tattooed anomaly Qian Qian and Lin Bei stood not far away, exuding an extremely ambiguous atmosphere. Qian Qian surprisingly leaned toward Lin Bei, with a satisfied smile on her face, resembling a pair of lovebirds.
Ba Dao was completely stunned. Wow, did my sister fall for him? Is he really becoming my brother-in-law? Am I seeing things? He could hardly believe the scene before him. Is that the strange tattooed ghost, Qian Qian, who was completely different from usual? No.
I didn't see wrong, it really is the big sister and big brother. They were almost hugging just now.
Didn't big sister say she would never let big brother be her husband even if she died? But what are they doing now? Really fragrant?
I don't know what happened, but this situation is good, it's what we wanted.
Big brother is awesome. Big sister is also awesome.
Lin Bei saw the other ghosts. Okay, calm down, let's go find a place to eat first.
After eating, I'll take you to meet some friends. He was indeed hungry. His stomach growled. Okay. The tattooed ghost Qian Qian replied, still wearing that happy, satisfied smile.
Then, she and Lin Bei held hands and walked to the super luxurious sports car, taking their seats in the driver and passenger positions.
V-room.
Lin Bei stepped on the gas, and the vehicle raced through the city streets, bright lights, and bustling crowds all around. Badeo quickly followed in his car. While driving, Lin Bei looked at the streets, searching for a restaurant that suited his taste. But it was a bit difficult.
The roadside restaurants were somewhat unappealing.
In short, they didn't seem fit for eating.
He could only keep moving forward.
As they drove, Lin Bei saw a familiar restaurant.
Oh. Miss Nightmare's Eatery. I can't believe we've ended up here. Let's eat here. This restaurant really suits my taste.
He had only eaten at Miss Nightmare's Eatery once, but it was unforgettable, especially the drinks there. Having made the decision, Lin Bei parked the car, just as several parking spots became available. He opened the car door and stepped out, while tattooed ghost Qian Qian came up next to him and took his hand. Seeing this, Badeo also parked the car.
The four ghosts got out together.
Seeing that all the ghosts had gathered, Lin Bei led the way into Miss Nightmare's Eatery.
Chapter 130.
It had been less than a month since they last ate here. The eatery had seen little change, still dimly lit with delicious aromas wafting through. A waiter approached with a strange smile.
Are there 6 of you? Would you prefer the hall or a private room?
The private room only requires a payment of 100 horror coins, there are no other special requirements.
Lin Bei glanced at the hall. There were strange beings and humans. There were not many empty tables. Private room.
100 horror coins is nothing, Lin Bei could fully afford it now. Although his wealth wasn't high, he currently only had about 10 billion horror coins.
All right. Please follow me. There's a vacant private room available.
The waiter led the way while Lin Bei held tattooed ghost Qian Qian's hand, following the waiter into the private room. But he didn't know that this scene was being watched by a female ghost nearby. She was actually the owner of this eatery, the endless nightmare ghost, Miss Nightmare.
Is it him?
The man who took away Little Charm's heart and soul.
The female ghost beside him is definitely not Little Charm.
She's taller than Little Charm, she's almost a head taller. Her style is more fashionable than Little Charm, who only wears dark colors all year round.
And she has many tattoos, Little Charm has no tattoos.
She was sure she wasn't mistaken. Although they had only met once, Lin Bei had left a deep impression on her, one she would never forget in her lifetime.
I have to take a look.
Miss Nightmare walked to the door of the private room. Inside the room, they were ordering food. Spicy hot pot, crispy fried pork, spicy diced chicken.
Lin Bei ordered several human specialty dishes.
Red finger biscuits, midnight dream steamed buns, dark stew. And also dishes that ghosts love to eat.
After a while, the waiter took the menu and left.
The moment the door opened, Miss Nightmare caught sight of Lin Bei sitting at the main seat and the tattooed ghost Qian Qian accompanying him.
I really wasn't mistaken. I didn't expect he would be a scumbag. He brings other female ghosts here to eat behind Little Charm's back? What was he thinking? She was very angry.
Raincharm was a very good friend of hers.
I can't tolerate this. Ms. Nightmare decided to vent for Yume.
She clearly remembered Yume's words and attitude, knowing how much Yume cared for Lin Bei, to the point of being willing to give up everything for him.
Even her life.
I wonder if Xiaomei knows what kind of person he is. He eats what's in the bowl and wants to eat what's in the pot, almost to the point of going for the raw ingredients. At this moment, Lin Bei noticed Ms. Nightmare's gaze and looked up to meet her eyes.
A message bar appeared before his eyes. Endless Nightmares Enigma Ms. Nightmare. Affection points, -60.
Relationship, extremely disgusted with you.
Level, Enigma King.
From the moment she first saw you, she has been wary of you, even having slight thoughts of wanting to kill you. But because she has not yet figured out the secret about you, nor has she been able to return Yume to her original state, she has held back this impulse. She has been waiting for an opportunity. However, she never expected to encounter you again under such circumstances. You are with other female enigmas, eating, and your behavior is extremely close. It is clear that you are saying you are sorry to Yume.
So she is angry. She cannot tolerate Yume suffering such humiliation.
In her heart, you are a big scumbag.
Bang!
Ms. Nightmare kicked the door open and stormed into the private room, her eyes looking particularly unfriendly at Lin Bei.
She couldn't let Lin Bei ask anything and directly pointed at his nose, scolding him. Scumbag! How can you do this and face Xiaomei? She has given so much for you, completely devoted to you, thinking of you at all times, even not allowing me to say a word against you. But what about you? What are you doing? Behind Yume's back, you are having dinner with other female enigmas, and even interlocking arms? Whether it's a man or a male enigma, it's true that none of them are good. Tattoo Enigma Chen Chen finally reacted. She could not allow Lin Bei to be insulted, immediately standing up to fight back. Shut up. What's wrong with being a scumbag? Did I scold you? Besides, even if he's a scumbag, so what? No matter how scummy, we still love. If Lin Bei wasn't sitting next to her, Tattoo Enigma Chen Chen would have already gone after Ms. Nightmare.
According to her usual style, she would at least have ruined that mouth.
Ms. Nightmare was stunned. She saw Yume's shadow in Tattoo Enigma Chen Chen.
On that day, Yume also unconditionally defended Lin Bei, not caring whether he was right or wrong.
Exactly the same. She is also a victim. Realizing this, Ms. Nightmare despised Lin Bei even more. She looked at Lin Bei. But Lin Bei was fiddling with the palm brain.
He edited a message to inform Yume about the situation here. The noise here was too loud, attracting a number of wandering enigmas nearby. They stood at the door, watching the scene in the private room. Their attention quickly turned to Lin Bei.
Look, that human. Isn't he the man of the Shadow Queen?
It's him, exactly the same as in the video.
No way to mistake it. How could he be here? Who is that female enigma beside him? Does the Shadow Queen know about this? Listening carefully, Ms. Nightmare sensed something was wrong. What Shadow Queen?
She did not enjoy the horrifying network and usually only liked to do two things. One was studying various drinks and recipes, and the other was weaving various dreams. Even the palm brain was rarely used by her. A waiter hurried over, telling Ms. Nightmare about recent events and pulling up that video.
Boss, look.
Ms. Nightmare took the palm brain and looked at the video playing on the screen. In the video, Lin Bei was kissing Shi Yixiang.
Bang!
She directly smashed the palm brain hard on the ground, and all the parts scattered everywhere.
The waiter cried and walked toward the palm brain. Brain. My brain. At this moment, Ms. Nightmare's anger was even greater. She finally realized.
Lin Bei had already done this to Yume more than once.
The best actress from a few days ago. Today's tattoo is strange. Who knows what else happened before?
Therefore, Miss Nightmare felt even more pain for Yume. Clearly, Yume is so kind that she wouldn't even harm a dog by the roadside. She is just keen on harming the rich and strange, yet she suffers this terrible and unjust treatment.
She is in pain. No way. We must deal with him today.
As for other matters, let's think about them later.
Buzz.
Suddenly, Miss Nightmare's palm device began to vibrate, followed by a special ringtone. It was the special ringtone she set for Yume. Miss Nightmare instantly regained her calm and took out her palm device to answer Yume's call.
Chapter 131. Little May? Why is she suddenly looking for me?
Miss Nightmare felt puzzled in her heart.
Is it a coincidence or something else?
She didn't believe it was Lin Bei's instruction. After all, Lin Bei did something wrong, so he wouldn't dare to tell Yume proactively.
Hello, Little May. Is there something you need?
Yume spoke directly.
Little Nightmare, don't bully him.
He is not in the wrong at all. He just took a female strange and a few male strange to dinner. She firmly defended Lin Bei.
At this moment, Miss Nightmare was left dumbfounded. No way. It has come to this point, and she is still not awake? Little May, wake up a little. Do you know what he has done?
Sitting together with that female strange, hugging and cuddling, each strange almost sticking together.
If it goes on, the situation will only get worse. Can you tolerate such things?
Also, go online and check out that trending video recently. Go watch the video released by the Best Actress 10 Night Fragrance, see what this scumbag and the actress are doing.
Wake up. Leaving him is the best choice. Miss Nightmare wanted to awaken you, May. She believed she could do it.
Just these two things, no female strange could accept, nor could any male strange.
Unless they were crazy. But what you May said next left Miss Nightmare completely silent. What's so unacceptable about this? I've gotten used to it. Moreover, these are just two trivial matters.
In the face of the difficulties I am facing, hugging, dining, and shooting a kiss scene are nothing at all.
So you don't need to target him. Is that okay?
Yume was not being perfunctory, her tone did not seem forced at all. What she said was all heartfelt. At this moment, Yume had arrived at the dungeon, and Gigi, Loli, and Silver Moon Crystal were all here too. This meant she had seen other female stranges and realized the difficulties of wanting to become a big sister.
So, in the face of difficulties as high as mountains, what are these two small matters?
Two latecomers, she really didn't care much. Miss Nightmare was silent for a long time.
She didn't know what to say. She only thought Yume was beyond saving. Enough. I've really had enough. It's like this again.
Little May is beyond saving. If Yume has said this, Miss Nightmare can no longer do anything.
She glared fiercely at Lin Bei and prepared to turn and leave. She didn't want to see Lin Bei anymore.
Just seeing Lin Bei would make her heart feel blocked. Lin Bei watched Miss Nightmare's silhouette and immediately communicated with the system in his heart.
System.
Increase her favorability. He planned to win over Miss Nightmare. Otherwise, Miss Nightmare would come looking for trouble from time to time. It would be a very troublesome matter. But the system did not increase favorability directly as it had before.
Are you sure, host?
The Miss Nightmare you see is not the real Miss Nightmare, but a dream avatar of hers. Though it can increase favorability, it will not affect the real Miss Nightmare. Currently, you have not seen the real Miss Nightmare.
Lin Bei couldn't help but frown.
Things were not as he had imagined.
There's such a thing?
He truly did not expect it to be this way.
After all this time. It was just a dream avatar. Still, let's increase it. Winning over an avatar is also okay. The system immediately complied. Ding. Target locked. Favorability has begun to rise. +1. +1. On the other side, in the dungeon.
At the moment Yume hung up the call, a group of strange beings surrounded her, chattering questions.
How is it?
Don? Hurry up and give an answer, or I will go kill directly. Your friend is really nice, but unfortunately, she made a mistake, even if her intentions were good. Let her be careful, my temper is not good, if Lin Bei gets hurt, I will take her down.
Sigh. Yume sighed. How could she not know that Miss Nightmare was doing this for her good? But Lin Bei is too important.
He has long exceeded the range of understanding and judgment through normal logic.
Everyone, don't worry. He is fine. He will come back after eating. He will also bring back another female bazaar.
With this last sentence, the expressions of all the bazaar changed. Clearly, they did not want to hear this news. The meal had not been served yet, and the door that had just closed was pushed open again. Miss Nightmare walked in, her stunningly beautiful face marked with 2 streaks of tears.
I was wrong. I shouldn't have treated you like that just now.
It was indeed me being too impulsive. Xiaomei is right, this kind of thing isn't your fault, it just proves your charm is too great. Lin Bei looked at Miss Nightmare. A message panel appeared before his eyes.
Endless Nightmare Bazaar, Miss Nightmare. Favorability points, 120. Relationship, you are in her dreams. Level, Bazaar King. She dreams only of you. She wants to meet you in every dream. She wants to watch you. In this lasts less than a minute. The next time she sees you, it can only be in a dream.
After reading the message panel, Lin Bei realized that something was wrong. It seemed that this embodiment of Miss Nightmare was about to experience something terrible.
What will happen? He had just spoken. Suddenly, an abnormal change occurred. The originally warm and cozy private room underwent a huge transformation in an instant. He found himself on a boat, awakening on a boundless sea. Looking around, he was the only one there. He unknowingly grasped a paddle, while the tattoos Bai Qian and Ba Dao had vanished into thin air. Lin Bei glanced at the sky and the distance. It was deep night. The sky was full of stars, the moon was round, and he could even see the Milky Way. The sea reflected the starry sky. The sky and the sea were almost identical. Holding the paddle, Lin Bei could not tell whether he was rowing on the sea or in the starry sky. The paddle moved yet stirred no waves. Where is this? In a dream? He tried to call out. But he couldn't. He could only keep paddling forward. Not knowing how long it took, the situation finally changed. Ahead, a familiar bazaar appeared. Miss Nightmare. She was still crying, her gaze fixated on Lin Bei, unable to tear her eyes away. Crack. At this moment, a huge crack appeared above, and a dark mass of something indistinguishable fell, ultimately entering Miss Nightmare's body. Miss Nightmare's form began to shatter, transforming into specks of starlight scattered everywhere. She still looked at Lin Bei and used her last bit of strength to say, "I love you." As soon as the words fell, Miss Nightmare completely vanished. In this mysterious area, Lin Bei was left alone. One person, one boat, one pair of paddles. Chapter 132. Everything happened too fast. So fast that Lin Bei hadn't even reacted. He stared at the spot where Miss Nightmare had just been. Is that it? Just disappeared? So sudden. I am completely powerless to stop it now. Lin Bei's heart was filled with complex thoughts. He didn't dare to imagine, if that black mass had struck him just now, what kind of fate would he meet? If it were me, I wouldn't fare much better. Even if I had a high-level divine demon body. Specks of starlight scattered cleanly in just a few seconds. There was no trace of Miss Nightmare's dream embodiment left, as if it had truly just been a slightly absurd dream. Then, that black object began to return to the crack in the sky. Lin Bei sat on the boat, instinctively looking up at the sky, at the huge crack existing within the galaxy. Through the crack, he saw an eye. An eye that looked very ordinary, no different from a normal person's eye. The only unusual thing was that it appeared here. An eye? Is it the true form of Miss Nightmare? Is this her woven dream? Or something else? Lin Bei had already guessed the rough answer in his heart. He gradually sorted out the entire matter. This sudden situation was after Miss Nightmare's affection for him had surpassed 100, and she discovered it after apologizing to him, plus the message bar he had just seen. Actually, it was easily explained. At this moment, that I looked at Lin Bei, locking eyes with him. A message bar therefore appeared. God of Nightmares, Miss Nightmare. Affection points, -1. Relationship, slight discontent. Level, trickster god. She is the true Miss Nightmare. She is a trickster god. She loves dreams, immersing herself in one dream after another. She also enjoys playing various roles, creating multiple dream avatars for this purpose. The appearance and physique of the dream avatars are the same as hers, but their personalities and strengths differ. She passes the time this way. Restaurants, taverns, academies, special organizations, street beggars. Her dream avatars play a variety of roles. Although they stay in different places, they are all under her control. But just now, a dream avatar acted out of control, forcibly breaking free from her control, going against her will, and not only apologized to you while crying but also expressed love for you. She wasn't angry. But she didn't like this situation, so she acted to erase the dream avatar. Towards you, she is slightly displeased. However, it hasn't reached the level that requires resolving you. She looks down on taking action against you. Just a challenger, not qualified for that yet. At this moment, the place you are in is a dream space created by her. The water below, the stars above, and the boat you are in are all formed by dream power. The way to leave here is very simple. Swallow some dream power and dream yourself. Replace this dream with a new dream. When you wake from the dream, you will return to reality. The message bar was long, with quite a bit of content, and Lin Bei gained a lot of important information from it. The most shocking piece of information was undoubtedly Miss Nightmare's level. It's actually at the trickster god level? God of Nightmares. This is indeed astonishing. TSK, I didn't expect that by mistake. I dealt with an avatar of a trickster god. Just thinking about it made him feel a bit scared. This kind of thing. Who else would dare do it? A second later, the black object returned to the crack, and the crack disappeared, with the galaxy returning to its original form, dazzling and beautiful, making one yearn for it. Lin Bei retracted his gaze. This dream should end. For some unknown reason, he always felt that things were not simple, believing that the Miss Nightmare's dream avatar, which had raised his affection, could not simply die like this. This was Lin Bei's instinct. He placed the ore to his mouth and bit down. It melted in his mouth, different from its hard exterior.
Soon, the two oars were eaten, and Lin Bei began to eat the boat he was sitting on. After swallowing a whole boat, he finally felt it was enough. Then, Lin Bei lay on the mirrored surface of the sea, waiting for drowsiness to take over him, without the expected wetness and coldness, or rather, he felt nothing at all. He lay between the sea and sky, waiting for sleep to come. Outside the dream, in the restaurant of Miss Nightmare. Everyone and everything strange in the restaurant were now asleep, either sprawled on tables or collapsed on the floor, while some odd ones leaned against the wall standing asleep. The restaurant's door had been locked at some point, and the originally lit lights and sign had gone out. In a cozy apartment. The welcome ceremony of Mi Feng had ended, and she ordered all the strange beings to go about their business. Only the former administrator was left behind. I have a question for you. What's the situation with those two sisters? When will they start working here? Where do they usually stay? Is there anything unusual about them? The former administrator didn't quite understand why Mi Feng was asking about Xiaobai and Xiaohong, but he still shared all the information he knew. They've been here for a while, but I don't know how they got hired. I heard it was with a letter of introduction. Their positions are cleaning staff. They used to stay in the cleaning lounge, but about a month ago, they started staying long-term in room 1414. I don't know the exact situation. Anyway, they will be there all the time except when cleaning. As for anything unusual? I can't see anything abnormal. They are just two very ordinary cleaners. He spoke only of what he understood. Mi Feng nodded, which meant she got the situation, then asked another question that concerned her. Is everyone here crazy? For a human, they even give up the chance to go to the garden. Who is this person? So charming? She still couldn't understand. That beautiful garden, and its allure is less than a human? Yes. They've all gone mad. It's as if they treat that human like a master, with no boundaries when facing that human. Not just them, but also Xiaohong and Xiaobai. I really can't see what special charm that guy has. Alright, speaking of him reminds me of something. That guy is a resident of room 1414, and ever since he arrived, everyone in warm apartment has changed like this. He is toxic. Upon hearing this, Mi Feng's expression changed drastically. Her face turned serious as she furrowed her brow and asked again. What did you say? Those two have been staying in that human's room? Does it include when he's resting? The former administrator didn't yet realize the seriousness of the matter. Yeah. Everyone knows. It's been so long, they must have done everything. Honestly, I'm a little envious of that human. Hee, sister flowers. Bang. At that moment, a tremendous force fell upon his body, sending him flying backward for dozens of meters, crashing against the wall before stopping, rolling his eyes and fainting. Trash. Mi Feng's expression was cold, her eyes filled with killing intent. If she hadn't considered that this was a safe zone, her kick would have directly taken the former administrator's life. Room 1414. What are you two doing? Don't go too far. Keeping a cold face, she walked to the elevator, entered, and pressed the button for the 14th floor. Half a minute later, the elevator stopped on the 14th floor, and Mi Feng went straight to room 1414. Bang! Bang! She knocked loudly on the door while urging them to respond. Open the door. I know you're inside. Don't make me use force. Chapter 133. Just as Mi Feng had thought, Red Rose and White Rose were indeed in room 1414, feeding the Feng egg. More cracks had appeared on the Feng egg. It wouldn't be long before it hatched. Sister, what do we do? She's coming. White Rose looked at the door being knocked on, worry written all over her exquisite and beautiful face. She really didn't want to face Mi Feng. We can only face it. There's no other way. We both know how troublesome she is. Red Rose felt the same way. But they had no choice. She sighed, signaling White Rose to hide the Feng egg first. It was definitely Mi Feng who wouldn't be wrong, but what shouldn't be exposed must not be revealed. This Feng egg was heavily entangled, even Mi Feng couldn't deal with it. White Rose immediately started acting, hiding the Feng egg in the bedroom, lifting the bedboard, and placing it under the bed, where even Lin Bei might not find it upon returning. As for the door, she didn't lock it, not wanting to do something so obvious. All right. Open the door. White Rose sat on the sofa, putting on an act of calm, turning on the TV and pretending to watch. The TV happened to be playing a movie shot by Shuri Xiang before. The movie is called Flower Thief. She was slightly startled. What's going on? Just watching a movie brings our sister's competitor into view? Forget it, let's just watch her. It's just right to study her strengths. Red Rose then walked to the door. Taking a deep breath, she held the doorknob and opened the door. As soon as the door opened a less than 30 centimeter gap, the prepared Mi Feng directly slipped in, then shut the door behind her and locked it. She first looked at Red Rose, then at White Rose. A strange smile with deep meaning appeared on her face. Red Rose, White Rose. It has been a long time since we last met. Seeing you both, I am truly craving. Today, I must enjoy well. As she spoke, Mi Feng walked towards Red Rose, lifted her onto her shoulder, and leaned her mouth towards Red Rose's face, her mouth transforming into an incredibly complex structure, starting to draw a certain power from Red Rose's face. A ball of light generated from within Red Rose, moving all the way into Mi Feng's mouth. Gulp. Mi Feng swallowed it, looking extremely pleased. A few seconds later, another ball of light appeared and finally entered Mi Feng's stomach. But as she was swallowing, Mi Feng felt something was off. Something's wrong. There's an extra smell of humanity? And it's a man. Red Rose. You were picked? By a human? How could you dare? Even though she had heard that kind of news from the former administrator, Mi Feng still did not believe that Red Rose would actually do such a thing. Because it was impossible. Even in the garden, the beauty of Red Rose and White Rose could rank among the top 10 flowers, one of the most dazzling twin flowers in the garden. How could they yield to a human? But it just so happened. Such a thing really happened. You are crazy. You are that Red Rose in the garden. That damn human. What he did is a desecration of the garden. Mi Feng was going crazy. She pushed Red Rose away and immediately went to White Rose's side, doing the exact same thing. A light cluster also appeared within White Rose. Swallowed into her stomach, there was also a human's foul smell. You were also picked? Crazy. You two sisters have gone crazy. That human is truly audacious. Desecration. This is serious desecration. I will never let him go. And you too, you might as well change your name to Fallen Twins. What charm does that man have to be worth you doing this? Quick, tell me you were forced. Red Rose and White Rose knew how serious the matter was. As long as they said they were forced, they could distance themselves from it. But this sort of thing, how could they do it? No, we are willing. He did not force us, we have no regrets. Want to touch him? You have to deal with us first. Mi Feng, be rational, don't force us to take action against you. The two were very firm. Even facing the master of the garden, they would not change their words. Mi Feng fell silent in an instant. She realized that the situation was truly serious. The performance of the twin roses was simply too strange, knowing clearly what consequences such an answer would bring, yet still choosing to do so without hesitation. Her thoughts were chaotic, and Mi Feng kept telling herself to calm down. It was not easy to calm down at last. She made a decision. Wait for that human who picked the twin roses to come back. Only by seeing that human could she do other things. You too. Really quite good. After saying that, Mi Feng left in anger. Bang! The door was slammed shut, and the entire wall trembled. Sister, is this considered the end? Will he be in danger? White Rose's tone was still filled with unease. She could not have imagined that one day Mi Feng would enter this safe zone, originally thinking that they would never encounter other oddities in the garden here. Red Rose's expression was not very good. She knew things were far from over. No. It has just begun. Mi Feng is waiting for him to come back. We must prepare in advance. It's a pity our injuries have not yet fully healed that. Not that it would be that hard otherwise. Meanwhile, Lin Bei, lying on the surface of the sea, successfully fell into a deep sleep. Therefore, he didn't know about the situation around him. The originally dreamy starry sea dream was rapidly collapsing, and the surroundings were restoring to their previous state. That is, in the private room of the restaurant, the lights that had been extinguished were lit up again. But those who were asleep in the dream were still not awake. Lin Bei also entered a new dream. He clearly knew that he was dreaming. A new dream? It seems quite nice. The environment in the dream was beautiful. A villa in the mountains, the sound of birds and fragrant flowers, a beautiful sight. Lin Bei stood by the window, looking at the mountains and rivers outside. But there was always a strange feeling in his heart. He always felt that something was going to happen. Just then, a familiar voice came from behind him. Very familiar. It was, surprisingly, the voice of Miss Nightmare. Lin Bei immediately turned to look in the direction of the voice. There, it was Miss Nightmare. To be precise, it was a dream avatar of Miss Nightmare, which he had enhanced his favorability towards. Before Lin Bei could ask anything, Miss Nightmare proactively gave an explanation. I have indeed been erased and can no longer appear in my original dream. But I have transferred all my consciousness to you, and I will exist in your dreams. You will meet me in every dream. You can consider me as the guardian of your dreams. Come on. Enjoy this beautiful dream. In that fleeting moment when facing Lin Bei, she knew what she would go through, so she hurried to do this. Fortunately, she succeeded. Lin Bei understood why he had that feeling. It turned out that there was a female spirit living in the dream. Good night. Sweet dreams. Chapter 134. After a long time, a beautiful dream came to an end, and the exhausted Lin Bei left the dream. He was very satisfied with this dream. It was a pleasant and dreamlike dream. The scenes in the dream could change freely. The villa in the mountains, a lonely boat on the sea, a glacier peak from 10,000 years ago, a sleeping volcanic crater, and even on the back of a giant bird, and the dim underwater. In short, the changes were endless. It was hard to express clearly in words. Waking from the dream, Lin Bei looked around. The tattoo spirit Xianxian and others were still asleep. Everyone is asleep? He got up and left the private room to go outside, discovering that everyone was in deep sleep. Not only were the waiters lying on the ground, but the dishes were also scattered everywhere. Only he was awake. Is this the work of Miss Nightmare? What a terrifying ability. So many people and spirits, all fell asleep in an instant. Truly worthy of a god-level abnormality. Lin Bei retreated back into the private room and sat next to the tattoo spirit Xianxian. A bold idea appeared in his mind. If I could make Miss Nightmare into a tattoo on my body, wouldn't that give me the power to control dreams? Seems like a good idea. I wonder if just one dream avatar can achieve that. At this moment, he could only wait. He had no idea when the tattoo spirit Xianxian and others would awaken. So tired and so hungry. I didn't expect doing that in a dream would also have an effect in reality. Fortunately, no need to wash my pants. After a long while, the tattoo spirit Xianxian finally woke up from her sleep. She looked at Lin Bei first. Seeing Lin Bei safe and sound, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was just a dream. I just dreamed that you were captured by a group of female spirits, and I did my best to save you, but in the end, I joined them. I feel so sorry for you. I couldn't control myself in the dream, and did some really excessive things with them. I'm sorry. But I'm so happy. Lin Bei's mouth twitched. This dream. He did not want to comment. Xianxian, if you could only meet a spirit in a dream, could you create a tattoo related to that spirit? The tattoo spirit Xianxian thought for a moment and gave an accurate answer. It is possible. But it will take a longer time. It's quite challenging. She had never done this before, but she was confident she could do it. Lin Bei nodded. Okay. I will tell her later. She will enter your dreams to spend time with you. He really liked Miss Nightmare's ability. So strong. Just being able to forcibly pull the target into a dream can already be described as unsolvable. During a fight, suddenly falling asleep, one can easily imagine what will happen next. Afterward, others and the strange ones gradually awake. Everything returns to its original state. The only change is that the restaurant has forever lost Miss Nightmare. After a short while, a waitress entered with a dish. She placed the dish on the table and deeply bowed to Lin Bei. Boss. Lin Bei was stunned. He was somewhat taken aback. What did you call me? The waitress hurriedly explained. The former boss specifically instructed that after her disappearance, this restaurant belongs to you. She completed all the procedures in less than 10 seconds. You are the new boss. This is the restaurant transfer document. The former boss has already signed it, all you need to do is sign your name. She handed the document to Lin Bei. Lin Bei received the document and glanced over it. The content was simple, with no traps. It was unconditional transfer of Miss Nightmare's restaurant to Lin Bei, and he didn't need to pay even a dime. He signed his name. He accepted this gift. Blade Demon, Strong Sword, Crazy Gun, Mad Stick. The four named strange ones stood up voluntarily, their eyes familiar when looking at Lin Bei. They knew. Lin Bei was about to give some command. From today on, you four are in charge of this restaurant. If anyone causes trouble, just kill them. Are you willing? To him, Miss Nightmare's restaurant held a very special meaning. After all, it was the greatest wish of Miss Nightmare's dream incarnation before being erased. Big brother, don't worry. This matter is entrusted to us four brothers. We will protect this restaurant. No one can cause trouble here. I will treat this place as my home. I won't show mercy to anyone, even if it's my own brother causing trouble. I will cut him down with one sword. Thank you, big brother. I like this job much more than being a fugitive. Leave it to me. The Blade Demon's four strange ones would not refuse Lin Bei's arrangement. They were willing to stay here. For strange kings, all skilled in combat and rich in criminal experience, guarding a restaurant that didn't have a huge flow of customers, who would dare to sleep here? The waitress then spoke again. Boss, do you want to change the name?
Change it to Mr. Lin Bei's restaurant? The former boss told me about this matter. Lin Bei shook his head. No need. Still called this name. He would not change it. This name held special meaning.
Half an hour later, after eating and drinking their fill, Lin Bei left Miss Nightmare's restaurant with the tattooed strange Chin.
Now. It was time to gather. Yu Mei and the others were waiting.
The Blade Demon's 4 strange ones stood stationed, discussing with the hall manager and other strange ones. They got the positions they wanted and officially began to work for Lin Bei. The Blade Demon went to the kitchen. He was very skilled with knives, including kitchen knives, thinking of seizing the chance to learn how to cook, hoping to win Lin Bei's favor. Strong Sword volunteered to be the security guard, standing at the door to protect Miss Nightmare's restaurant. Crazy Gun became a waitress, responsible for taking orders and serving dishes. Mad Stick took on the role of cleaner, sweeping around with a broom. This was a specially modified broom. Once the broom head was removed, it turned into a stick. Buzz. The super luxury sports car sped along, quickly arriving at the bone-breaking cemetery. As soon as they entered the cemetery area, Lin Bei was stunned by the scene before him. The cemetery had undergone a huge change. The number of graves had decreased by half. In its place stood a villa. The villa covered a wide area, standing 5 stories high, built with high-quality materials, with all aspects of construction completed, even featuring a yard and parking space. The only downside was the somewhat strange location. Just a few meters away is the grave, and I can even see the white bones. Good heavens! In just a few days, the little girl has built a villa here? How did she manage that? Lin Bei was truly shocked. To think, it hasn't even been half a month. He realized that the villa was perfectly covering the dungeon above. Is it meant to hide the dungeon? How do we get into the dungeon now? Lin Bei felt somewhat lost. But he knew he had to enter the villa first. So, Lin Bei took the tattooed ghost, Xia, and walked into the villa's area. Chapter 135. The yard is quite nice, but it's obvious that it hasn't been transformed yet, just a flat ground, with no flowers or plants. Upon entering the villa, the interior decoration is beautiful, all the furniture is well arranged, it can only be described as luxurious. Even on the living room wall, there is a row of photo frames. Each frame contains a different eerie photo. The first is a picture of Yu Mei, the second is a picture of Ji. In the center is a picture of the little girl with scissors for hands. Each photo looks amazing. On the wall opposite is a photo of Lin Bei. A very large photo. One picture is worth dozens of others. Facing the eerie photos of Yu Mei and others. The little girl really knows how to have fun. Lin Bei continued to observe the villa. He found that not far away, there was actually a signboard. First floor, hall. Second floor, room 201, Yu Mei's room, room 202, Ji's room. Room 203. Third floor, room 301 pending, room 302 pending. Fourth floor. Fifth floor, room 501 pending, room 502. Room 505, Lin Bei's room, room 506, the little girl's room. Room 509 pending, room 510 pending. Basement level 1, activity space. Basement level 2, storage space. Basement level 3, Yu Mei's exclusive area. Clearly, the little girl has selfish motives. She arranged the other eerie ones on the second floor, leaving only her and Lin Bei on the 5th floor. With 10 rooms on each floor, it seems like it will take quite a while for the second eerie ones to move to the 5th floor. From the signboard, Lin Bei obtained an important piece of information. The dungeon is on the 3rd basement level. He took the tattooed ghost, Xia, and entered the elevator. But the elevator only goes to the 2nd basement level. Exiting the elevator, there is a huge space, filled with many things, a standard storage space. Right in front of the elevator, there is a massive iron door, and there is a display screen on the door. Do I need to enter the dungeon from there? Lin Bei walked over. Just as he was about to see how to operate it, a familiar and pleasant voice rang out. Certification successful. Welcome home. Then, the door in front of him opened automatically, revealing the passage he had walked several times before. Lin Bei raised an eyebrow. Oh? Changed to a high-tech door? Very nice. He held the hand of the tattooed ghost, Xia, and walked down the stairs. Along the way, he reassured tattooed ghost, Xia. Don't be nervous. They are all easy to get along with. Tattooed ghost, Xia, was not in a good state. She didn't know how many eerie ones were waiting below. She only knew that these eerie beings would become her research targets, and she needed to create tattoos related to them. Okay. I will do my best. Soon, they officially arrived at the dungeon. Lin Bei was shocked once again. The dungeon was different from before, it had expanded greatly, the number of cells had increased by dozens, and there were many facilities used in conjunction with the dungeon, as well as a resting area. Overall it felt much more professional.
TSK. No wonder it's the little girl. I almost thought I came to the wrong place.
After his amazement, he looked at the group of eerie beings waiting ahead.
Long time no see.
In the next moment, the usually quiet little girl was actually the first to rush forward and dive into Lin Bei's arms.
I miss you so much.
Even though I'm constantly remodeling here every day, it still can't offset the longing in my heart.
Sometimes I even get lost in thought.
She used to be unable to express her feelings, only thinking about making and remodeling.
But now, the little girl has changed. When facing Lin Bei, she couldn't suppress her emotions anymore.
The originally eager Yume, wanting to rush to Lin Bei first, paused in her steps upon seeing this. The situation in front of her made her heart very complicated. She felt both happiness and a bit of pain.
Forget it. This time, I won't compete with her. But next time, it will be different. Next time, it will be a fair competition. Gigi didn't do anything either. After spending some time together, she had a good feeling about the lowly and willingly gave up this opportunity.
Oof.
Just this once.
The other strange beings saw this and didn't take any action. They watched Lin Bei, expressing their longing for him. It's only been half a month since we last met, but it feels like a lifetime. Every second without you is torture. I've been waiting for today, just being able to quietly look at you makes me so satisfied.
After we're done, do you want to come to my place for a drink?
I got a case of good wine these days, I promise you'll be satisfied.
What are you thinking? He will definitely walk with me today. I've been desperately studying every day, I want him to see my progress. There was too much longing, words of yearning constantly entered their ears. The entire dungeon was filled with feelings of missing someone.
Lin Bei felt a bit overwhelmed. This yearning was like a raging fire, he couldn't respond to each one individually.
Otherwise, it would really exhaust him. But Lin Bei didn't want to spoil the mood.
He responded with words. He managed to get through this situation.
The tattooed strange Qianqian watched from a distance. She was shocked. The situation was incredible. What are all these?
Among them, there are several strange beings that make me feel threatened, even if some are at a lower level than me. I can't guarantee a win in actual battle.
So scary.
If I encountered these guys with Ba Dao, we would definitely be wiped out. At the same time, tattooed strange Qianshan was very excited. Because these strange beings would become her research subjects, she could turn them into perfect tattoos.
Once successful, she could gain their powers whenever she wanted. Though perfect tattoos have carrying limits, as long as I can have a few kinds, my strength will greatly increase. It's truly unbelievable. After a brief moment of warmth, the lowly reluctantly left Lin Bei's embrace.
Lin Bei was playing with the lowly's twin tails while looking at Yume and the other strange beings.
Let me introduce you to everyone.
This is Qian Xian, a tattoo artist, at the top level. This time, she has a special task.
To make you all into tattoos.
She will communicate more details with you later, you just need to cooperate with her. He valued this task greatly. Seeing this, tattooed strange Qianshan stepped forward, letting out a breath to relieve her inner tension.
Hello, everyone. From now on, we'll be sisters.
Please take care of me. If anyone wants a tattoo, come find me.
She knew.
She had to integrate into this environment. These female strange beings would be her partners in the future. The thoughts of the group of strange beings were complex. One look at tattooed strange Qianshan and it was clear she was not simple, she could definitely be a strong competitor.
But they could only accept her. Because Qian Xian was personally brought by Lin Bei. Welcome aboard, I hope we can get along well in the future. Not long after, tattooed strange Qian Xian integrated into the team. The lowly left the dungeon briefly, arranging Qian Xian's room on the second floor.
The second floor is not full, does she think she can stay on the fifth floor? She controlled the power to decide who could stay in the villa. After the lowly returned, Lin Bei saw that all the strange beings had gathered, so he stated the purpose of his return.
Get ready. We're about to go to the Abyss Taxi Company. The boss there wants to see me.
I can't tell if she is friend or foe, nor do I know her exact strength. Perhaps.
A tough battle awaits.
Fengwu, you three, mother and daughter, don't need to participate in the fight, stay elsewhere and wait for my orders. Shang Jin, stay in a safe place, your advantage lies in your intelligence. Other strange beings, be ready at all times, including the lowly. Also, I found a few helpers, they will arrive at the Abyss Taxi Company soon. He was unsure about what would happen next.
But it's definitely good to be prepared. And Lin Bei has a bad feeling. So he also contacted Xiao Tian and Ba Dao Si Gue. They are not really suitable for coming to the dungeon, but they have to join this matter. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the strange women became much more serious. Their bottom line is the same. They would rather die than let Lin Bei be in danger. I understand, I will protect you well. Let's pause the competition and deal with the predicament first. Whoever touches you, I will kill them, no matter who it is. Inside the Abyss Taxi Company. Not long after Lin Bei returned to Grey Abyss City, Ms. Yuing received relevant news. She was somewhat surprised. He's back so soon? According to the timeline, his challenge just started a few days ago, yet he chose to give up the challenge? This is unexpected. I thought he would come after the challenge ended. As for whether to kill him or not, let's decide based on the situation. But I am really tempted. After all, those two regulators made such promises. Ms. Yuing has no deep grudge against Lin Bei. Their only intersection was that Lin Bei once participated in a professional challenge in her company. The traffic light incident wasn't a big deal. In the end, one could only blame the traffic light itself. But not long ago, two regulators found her, wanting her to help take Lin Bei's life. Going through these two matters made Ms. Yuing very interested in Lin Bei, and since she indeed needs to resolve the traffic light's abnormality, she wrote that letter. It should be soon. I need to prepare tea in advance. He is a distinguished guest. I hope he can taste my tea. Lin Bei stayed in the dungeon. Rain Charm and other strange entities had all left. It was intentional. He let the strange entities go in batches to the Abyss Taxi Company to avoid being discovered by Ms. Yuing in advance. It's about time. Time for me to set off. After speaking to himself, Lin Bei left the dungeon area, walking further away with relatively relaxed steps until he finally moved away from the bone-shattering graveyard area, reaching a roadside with traffic. He stood at an intersection, watching the vehicles pass by in front of him. A minute later, a taxi appeared in the distance, with familiar stickers on its body. It was indeed a car from the Abyss Taxi Company. Lin Bei waved to the taxi. He specifically chose a strange driver. The taxi stopped, and Lin Bei got into the back seat. I am Lin Bei. The strange driver originally wanted to ask Lin Bei where he was going but swallowed the words back. He had heard Lin Bei's name many times and knew what those two words represented. Looking at Lin Bei, the strange world's gaze was very complex. But he didn't say much, pressed the accelerator, and drove the vehicle toward where the Abyss Taxi Company was located. After just a few hundred meters, the driver took out a walkie-talkie. Reporting news. Lin Bei is in my car. Arriving at the company in 20 minutes. Soon, this news was known by many taxi drivers. A very special situation appeared in Grey Abyss City. Originally scattered taxis in different locations, after dropping off their passengers, all headed in the same direction. 20 minutes passed, Lin Bei got out of the taxi and officially arrived in front of the Abyss Taxi Company. It was very quiet around, with no people or strange entities in sight, only the shadows of Rain Charm and the others. But he knew. Rain Charm and the others had already arrived, hiding in who knows where. Lin Bei closed the car door and walked directly into the company door, taking steps forward. He did not pay, the driver did not ask for money, nor did he show any intention of leaving, clearly wanting to stay to watch the excitement. Afterward, more taxis arrived here one after another, with drivers parking on the roadside and casually finding a spot to watch the excitement. They knew part of the situation. I wonder if he can make the traffic lights return to normal. The boss has been looking for many strange doctors during this time. Not a single useful one. I really want to know how he would explain the strange smell in the car. I've had the chance to create that smell before, but I was too embarrassed to tell the boss, otherwise she would explode right there. Indeed, I can't even bear to think about it. It's so embarrassing. I have to say, people are quite bold, daring to do something so ridiculous. That's the boss's beloved car. Fortunately, the boss is a bit innocent in this regard and hasn't figured out what happened in the car yet. Lin Beikai walked out for less than 100 meters when a strange woman appeared ahead. She was dressed in a unique style. A black gauzy dress, black silk scarf gloves, and a black top hat, radiating an air of noble elegance. Her black hair was slightly curled, her features delicate, and her skin very fair, like a doll. She stood there, looking at Lin Bei's gaze was very flat, with no emotional fluctuations visible in her eyes. You're here? Come with me. Clearly, she was Lady Yueying. Lin Bei looked at Lady Yueying, and an information panel appeared before him. Lady Yueying. Affection points, -44. Relationship, 1 thought of life, 1 thought of death. Level, disaster level. She is very dissatisfied with you. The red light issue. The strange smell in the car. She is also very curious about you. Wants to know why you targeted Ming Fengju? Wants to know why there are 2 regulators who want your life? Wants to know why you could leave the professional challenge area to come here? She wants to know all your secrets. Her attitude towards you is very vague. If you can satisfy her, she won't do anything to you. If you make her unhappy, she will take action against you. For her, killing you is only beneficial. Not only can it eliminate hidden dangers, but she can also obtain good things from the regulators. Perhaps there is also a chance to vent her dissatisfaction. Be sure to answer carefully. It is best not to lie. She is very strong. Lady Yueying, a nightingale under the moonlight. Do not underestimate her. After reading it, Lin Bei's expression was very serious. Disaster level strangeness. It cannot directly improve affection. In addition, there is other important information. The most important information is that 2 regulators want him dead. Chapter 137. The regulators want to kill me? It's those 2 guys, right? So petty? Is it really necessary? Lin Bei had the answer in his heart. So far, he had only completed 2 challenges, encountered 2 regulators, and had some contact with both. The first regulator was fine, only forcibly ending the challenge. But the second one, the interaction was not pleasant. Lin Bei didn't think too much about the regulators. Anyway, the regulators are not in front of him, knowing this in advance is enough, just need to be careful afterward. What troubled him the most was actually Lady Yueying. Being satisfied or dissatisfied leads to 2 outcomes. The red light issue was manageable. But the strange smell in the car was difficult to solve. The information panel clearly stated, it is best not to lie. How should I handle this? Does she have a way to see through lies? Should I tell the truth? That will definitely lead to trouble. The result is already determined, she will definitely be dissatisfied. An inevitable outcome. Lin Bei's heart was complicated. He felt a bit regretful. Could not help but sigh and lament in his heart. Sigh. It's all my fault for being too impulsive at the time. I should have washed the car after it was over. Yes, Lin Bei regretted not cleaning up properly. If he had washed the car, eliminated the smell inside, and added some kind of fragrance, wouldn't that make it undetectable? Unfortunately, regret is useless. Before he had the chance to do those things, he was forcibly sent to the safe zone by the regulators. Thinking of this, he realized that the first regulator had to take a large part of the responsibility for this situation. I haven't even found him to settle the score, and he's come looking to kill me first? Too much. Lady Yueying, who was walking ahead, was unaware of Lin Bei's inner thoughts. She just wanted to take Lin Bei to the traffic light first to see if he could resolve the traffic light issue. Once there is a result in this matter, go ask about the smell in the car again. After all, the bizarre fate is more important. After a while, Lady Yueying stopped, looked ahead without turning her head, and said, the traffic light is right there. His condition is very bad. He hasn't eaten, drunk, or slept for this time, guarding there without leaving an inch. Even I can't get close to him. At this rate, it's just a matter of time before he dies. She had been troubled by this question for a long time. As soon as one gets close, they will be attacked. Lin Bei's gaze crossed over Lady Yueying and looked toward the distant traffic light. Skinny to the bone, eyes lacking luster, standing there motionless. A message board appeared in front of him. Traffic light. Favor points, 1000. Relationship, willing to go through fire and water for you. Level, wandering spirit, severely injured. He has lost half of his soul. He has fulfilled his promise to you. He is waiting for you. That car can only be touched by you. Except for you, he won't let anyone else come close to the car. Even if his current strength is extremely weak, he can't even fight a dog on the roadside. Although his injuries are severe, almost to the point of death, his state is actually unprecedentedly good because the lost half of his soul actually belongs to the traffic light that killed him. When it became strange, unexpected situations affected it and turned it into this. The current soul is the complete version of his soul. He needs to rest well to slowly recover. It is recommended that after upgrading, the system first try to cultivate him. With over 900 favor points, not only can he recover, but he can also grow stronger. Lin Bei was quite surprised after reading it. So, that means I don't have to worry about the soul. Is this even a good thing? He was still pondering how to solve the problem of the damaged soul. But now. Solve? There's no need at all. Half of the soul is the traffic light. What a bizarre accident is this? Truly outrageous. Lin Bei had never thought of such a situation. Rarely seen, usually does not occur. But because the traffic light is a special bizarre thing, and due to its special circumstances when it died, this situation occurred. The native bizarre in the horror world is born and raised in this world, and it does not become bizarre after a person dies. However, the traffic light is strictly speaking an alien bizarre. He was originally a normal human in the normal world, for some reason came to the horror world after death, and fused with the traffic light to become a bizarre. Perhaps the host will encounter bizarres that have transformed from familiar persons. Lin Bei's eyes flashed with surprise. The situation was getting more and more complicated. Bizarres are also divided into foreign and native. It seems I still know too little about this world. Lin Bei walked to Lady Yueying's side. Before he could do anything, Lady Yueying said again. To help you understand more, I'll demonstrate it for you. After saying that, she walked towards the traffic light. When the distance shortened by half, Lady Yueying's somewhat helpless voice sounded. Little Red, hurry back to rest. At this rate, you will die. Don't worry, I won't let any bizarres touch your car. The next moment, the traffic light immediately started to attack. Red, green, and yellow beams shot out from its eyes, accurately hitting Lady Yueying. However, it was useless. Lady Yueying didn't even furrow her brows. She is a disaster-level bizarre, how could she be hurt by a wandering spirit-level bizarre? Did you see it? That's how it is. He is acting like a madman, and I'm scared to act, afraid that if I'm not careful, I'll kill him. After all, he was her capable employee, and Lady Yueying did not use extreme measures. If it were another bizarre that wasn't her employee, she would have dismantled the other party directly. Lin Bei nodded, understanding the situation of the traffic light. For him, this was not a difficult problem. Come here. Just two simple words. But the traffic light, which had been guarding by the car, reacted greatly. It left the side of the car, ran all the way to Lin Bei's side, and handed over the keys in its hand to Lin Bei. Here you go. Finally, I have waited for you. I'm sorry, I came back too late. After saying this, the traffic light fell to the ground and passed out. Lin Bei looked at the traffic light, his gaze somewhat complicated. 1,000 points of affection. He truly reached the level of being willing to die for himself. Wait until the system upgrades. I must strengthen the traffic light. Since it is mine, I won't mistreat it. He would not mistreat any of the weird beings, all must be strengthened. The premise is that the system upgrades to the next level. Putting away his complex thoughts, Lin Bei looked at Ms. Yueying. It's done. Find a weird being to take him to rest. He needs to have a good rest. But Ms. Yueying was standing there in shock. The situation was far beyond her expectations. No matter what, she never thought that something she could not achieve with all her efforts, Lin Bei would do it in less than a second? He only said 2 words. Ah. So simple? Really, is this true? Chapter 138. In fact, Ms. Yueying did not hold too much hope for Lin Bei, she called him over just as a last attempt. After all, this matter originated because of Lin Bei, and she never expected the effect would be so good. Without putting in any effort, from a distance, he said the simplest 2 words. And then the trouble was solved. I said so many words, repeatedly told him I wouldn't touch his car, willing to send a weird being to guard his car, even let him eat and drink freely. Every condition was very tempting, the treatment was already quite adequate, but Little Red completely ignored me. Not only that, but he also attacked me several times, it was simply like a defense tower that was programmed. I just can't understand. How much does Little Red care about him? In this situation, still unconditionally listening to his words. Could it be that this human is Little Red's ancestor? Ms. Yueying truly could not understand. But she knew. The traffic light became this way, surely Lin Bei did something. At this moment, Ms. Yueying's gaze towards Lin Bei changed again. She suddenly understood a bit. Why those 2 overseers came to her and proposed such conditions. This guy is indeed very dangerous. Although I don't know what means he used, it's certain that it will seriously affect the weird being's thinking, turning a normal weird being into a sycophant. Little Red is the best example. Now I sort of understand why a challenger who just completed 2 rounds of challenges would provoke the killing intent of 2 overseers. From any angle, killing him is the best choice. Lin Bei looked at the car that the traffic light had desperately brought back. It was indeed a sports car. The price was definitely not cheap. Even though it couldn't compare to the car given by the second young master, it would be quite impressive to drive out, equally garnering attention. Lin Bei liked it very much. He would cherish this car. He would not disappoint the traffic light's effort. If we can leave smoothly later, then let's drive this car. Park it in the garage built by the lowly. Based on this situation, you may and the others will stay long-term in that villa, so there's no need to worry about the car being stolen or damaged. At this moment, Ms. Yueying found 2 weird beings and had them carry the traffic light into a lounge. Her gaze fell on Lin Bei again. All right. Since Little Red's matter has been perfectly solved, then it's time for the second matter. When you drove my car for several days, this is known by many weird beings.
But when I came back, I found a very strange smell in the car, a smell both fishy and rotten, mixed with a faint damp smell. At the time I almost passed out from the stench.
Please tell me, what did you do in my car?
I overheard the employees discussing. They all said you did something very outrageous in my car.
Is that so? I need an answer.
By the time she spoke the last part, Ms. Yu Ying's tone was already not quite right. She had not experienced such a thing.
Not quite sure, I don't believe directly. She wanted to get an answer from Lin Bei. There must be an answer. Lin Bei did not answer immediately. Eventually, it came to this point. Sigh.
After a sigh, he chose not to lie.
How should I put this? That night, I saved a lost female ghost in your car.
I fought her for several hours alone, successfully bringing her back from despair.
Honestly, I didn't want to do that.
But the ghost's life was important. Lin Bei saying this was not really a lie.
He genuinely did it for Yumei's sake. If he hadn't done that, Yumei's condition wouldn't have improved and would lead to worse consequences. So, you really did that kind of thing?
Lady Yuing understood Lin Bei's words. Anger surged in her heart.
Doing such a thing in her beloved car? It's simply outrageous. She never even did such a thing. Well, you're really something. Using my car is one thing, but isn't this going too far?
You must give me an explanation.
Lin Bei knew he was in the wrong.
At that time, he had only been kind-hearted, and combined with the atmosphere, he completely forgot about everything else.
All right. What kind of explanation do you want? If there was another way to resolve this, that would be even better. Just asking doesn't mean Lin Bei would definitely agree. If Lady Yu Ying's demands were too excessive, he wouldn't fear completely tearing apart their relationship. Very simple.
Just wash my car.
But
it has to be washed with your blood. And use the bloody smell to cover up that disgusting odor. Lady Yu Ying made her decision.
Lin Bei's life. She wanted it. It was a perfect reason to take action. Lin Bei was not overly surprised by this. Now it has come to this. I don't know if it's just an excuse. Or if she's really that angry.
The information panel related to Lady Yu Ying appeared before his eyes again.
Lady Yu Ying. Favor points, -74. Relationship, full of malice. Level, catastrophic.
The bad smell in the car indeed upset her greatly, but the real reason she decided to act was not this. This could only be considered a reasonable excuse. The truth is, she felt threatened by you. The absurd and strange actions at the traffic lights made her realize you possessed some kind of special power. Saving a female ghost in the car during your first encounter confirmed to her that you could control the thoughts of ghosts, making them into puppet-like beings. She figured out why the regulators wanted your life. Because you were a huge threat. If you were allowed to grow, the consequences would be unimaginable to her. She didn't want to end up like the traffic light, controlled by your thoughts. So she decided to eliminate you.
Are you afraid? I see.
Lin Bei understood the reason. The bad smell in the car was just a ruse.
At this point, all he could do was face it. Fortunately, I prepared in advance.
But even so, I can't get rid of her. After all, she is catastrophic level. And the information bar clearly states that she is very strong.
At that moment, Lady Yu Ying directly launched an attack.
Her hand reached for Lin Bei's neck.
Fortunately, Lin Bei had already prepared. He quickly stepped back dozens of meters, evading Lady Yu Ying's grab. Boom!
Where her hand reached, a surge of silver moonlight emerged, coalescing into several slashes, bombarding that area wildly. Seeing this, Lin Bei frowned.
She can actually use the power of the moon? Yu Ying. So the moon means this.
If I hadn't dodged, this moonlight would have torn my neck apart. He didn't dare to be careless.
His opponent was catastrophic level.
Although there was only one level difference between catastrophic and disaster emperor, there was a qualitative gap. The word catastrophe said it all.
A being of this level could create a disaster at any time. But you only have a month to become a challenger. How fast can you really become? Soul level? Mystery level? Or even higher, nightmare level?
In front of me, they're all easily crushed. Lady Yu Ying had enough confidence. She would not hold back. Since she decided to eliminate the danger, she must go all out, leaving no room for regrets.
Disaster level strength was the foundation of Lady Yu Ying's confidence. Lin Bei's expression was not good. He admitted.
If relying only on himself, there would be no chance of surviving today. The gap in strength was too short, and the time for growth was too short. Fortunately, my trump card is not my own strength.
The system.
If other strange beings appear later. Don't hesitate, deal with one and improve by one. When you reach 100, change your target. If there's no new target, keep improving.
Don't let any strange beings go, no matter what their strength is.
Even a wandering soul level strange being.
Understood. Host, you can rest assured.
Lady Yueying did not waste a second, quickly launching another attack. She stood still, her right hand's index finger pointing at Lin Bei.
Fall. Boom.
In the sky, several beams of moonlight, a meter thick, crashed down, scattering the clouds above, erupting with a deafening roar, like thunder coming down. Covered by the moonlight, Lin Bei's body became stiff, a sharp pain spreading across his skin, the moonlight clearly possessing corrosive properties.
He wanted to dodge.
But his body moved slowly, his speed reduced by several times. Although he was still fast, he could not escape the coverage of the moonlight. Seeing this, Lady Yueying's mouth curled into a smile.
It seems the outcome is already decided. Easily crushed.
Just then, she suddenly saw several strange beings rushing in from different directions.
Each strange being was moving very fast.
The fastest was a strange being with rabbit ears, moving at an incredible speed, leaving only traces of afterimages as it advanced.
What's going on? Where did so many strange beings come from?
Swish! Swish! Zizi exploded with all her strength. In the blink of an eye, she reached Lin Bei's side, without saying a word, picked him up in a princess carry, easily taking him out of the moonlight's coverage, to a safe place over 100 meters away.
Are you okay?
She asked with concern, examining Lin Bei, seeing no obvious injuries.
I'm fine. Lin Bei spoke calmly.
Zizi arrived faster than expected. He had just planned to unleash lightning to evade the attack. But before he could do this, Zizi had already carried him away.
That's good.
Stay in a safe place, we will deal with her. Zizi knew Lady Yueying was very strong and had no confidence in victory. But she was fearless. With Lin Bei behind her, she had to give it her all. The next moment, Zizi charged at Lady Yueying, kicking towards Lady Yueying's stomach. Lady Yueying quickly created a moonlight shield to block Zizi's powerful kick.
Snap!
At the moment the moonlight shield shattered, Zizi immediately kicked out a second kick.
Evil energy, full activation.
A swirl of evil energy surged into Zizi, releasing black smoke from her legs.
This kick was even more powerful. And it successfully struck Lady Yueying. Boom!
The noise was huge, and Lady Yueying was kicked away, flying backwards for over 100 meters before crashing to the ground. She sustained minor injuries.
Where did this madwoman come from? Very strong.
Her level is only Nightmare King, yet she can actually injure me. This is somewhat incredible. Lady Yueying stood up. Then, she suddenly noticed she was caught in the encirclement of 4 strange beings.
4 male strange beings, each holding a weapon.
A knife, a sword, a gun, a stick. They were merciless, their attacks varied, without any pattern at all.
Damn, dare to provoke my boss? You really are tired of living. Today, Boss Bad Knife will let you taste my big knife. Look at my sword, look at my sword. My sword is meant to protect my boss. I will stab you. I want to stab you.
Any strange being that attacks my boss must die. Stick strike, cleave stick.
Stab the stick. Although the power of the attack is not strong, Ms. Yueying does not want to just stand there and get hit.
She uses the power of the moon to defend herself. The moonlight shield easily resists the crazy attacks of the 4 blades of destruction.
Ms. Yueying's expression is very serious. These 4 are also crazy. Wow.
I don't know when, but it started to rain, and heavy dark clouds gathered overhead, blocking out the moonlight.
Rain Ghost appears in front, holding an umbrella, stepping forward in the rain.
The rain gets heavier and heavier.
Rain Ghost's voice sounds. Ms. Yueying, it's a disaster-level anomaly.
It is very strong. But no matter how strong it is, it can't move her. As her voice drops, she twirls the oil paper umbrella of the death feast.
Wow. Countless raindrops turn into rainbugs, rushing toward Ms. Yueying like a swarm. Another one? This one is even more dangerous.
Like the previous rabbit, it clearly doesn't seem that powerful, but with the support of abilities and the dark tools, it can unleash incredibly strong power.
This is becoming more ridiculous. Are they all here to help that guy?
She looks at Lin Bei, who is safe and sound, acting as if nothing is wrong. The confusion in her heart grows stronger by the second. The anomalies in front of her, working desperately, are even more shocking than the traffic light she witnessed.
How on earth did that guy do it? So many anomalies are willingly fighting for him, each one of them looks like they aren't afraid to die.
Little Red is one thing, after all, it's just a roaming soul level anomaly, but the ones appearing now are all stronger than before. The 4 anomalies attacking me are all at the level of the Anomaly King, the one kicking me has the rank of a king, but its actual strength is at the emperor level, and the one controlling the rain is even scarier, turning every raindrop into bugs? What kind of monsters are these?
That human is the biggest monster.
For many years, Ms. Yueying has never been this shocked.
She even feels fear.
Lin Bei stands in a safe position. He is communicating with the system, not putting all his hope on Rain Ghost and other anomalies.
System, how many goodwill points do I have now?
The host currently has 1,251,444 goodwill points. You can activate 1 diamond level lucky draw 10 times, or 2 legendary level single draws.
What does the host plan to do? Let's do 2 legendary level single draws.
What if luck strikes?
Compared to the 10-time diamond level lucky draw, Lin Bei wants to try the legendary level draw more. The best reward from the diamond level draw is just a divine grade reward.
But the ceiling of the legendary level draw can go up to the highest level. The probability of getting a highest level reward is as high as 1 in 10.
The chance is great. Chapter 140. Boom. Boom.
Ms. Yueying defends against the relentless attacks, with the 4 blades of destruction working with Rain Ghost, leaving her no breathing space, especially the attacks from Rain Ghost, which are powerful, fast, and cover a wide area. The attack of one anomaly can match dozens of anomaly kings.
She will eventually grow to be no weaker than me.
This kind of attack method, even I can't achieve, turning every raindrop into bugs.
If my strength were only at the anomaly king level, I'd definitely be killed instantly.
Clearly possessing such strength and terrifying growth potential, why does she obey a human, offending someone far above her level? She truly cannot understand this situation. After blocking a round of attacks, she directly asks Rain Ghost.
Why? Is it worth it to do this for a human? Is it necessary? Why not come to my side?
I will give you anything you want, fear coins, cars, houses, status.
Following me will lead to a bright future.
Ms. Yueying feels a desire to recruit. She wants to make Rain Ghost her subordinate, wanting the powerful support that Rain Ghost represents. Kill Lin Bei, and then gain Rain Ghost, that would be double happiness. Rain Ghost's attacks do not weaken because of this. During the attack, she answered Lady Yueying's question.
How laughable.
Would you betray your lover for these external things? Would you give up your soul for these superficial things?
I won't.
Nothing is worth it, he is the meaning of my existence, my whole life belongs to him. Even if it means dying because of him, I would die with a smile.
Betraying Lin Bei? Yume would rather die than do that.
Her life belongs to Lin Bei.
Yume, why are you talking to her? Are you trying to give the position of big sister to me? Then I won't hold back.
It was Gigi's voice. She launched the second round of attack. Unbeknownst to her, she had reached above Lady Yueying, her right leg raised high, almost reaching 180 degrees.
Only then did Lady Yueying notice this. Not good. I was careless.
At the moment she lifted her head, Gigi's right leg struck down fiercely.
Boom.
With one hit, a large pit appeared on the ground, and Lady Yueying was trapped deep within it. The pit was deep, one could not see the bottom.
It's your turn, Yume.
At this moment, Gigi had already thrown the position of big sister out of her mind. She only wanted to fight alongside Yume and protect Lin Bei during this crisis.
Okay.
After spending some time together, although most of it was in battle, Yume and Gigi had developed a kind of tacit understanding. Therefore, she knew what to do.
Whoosh.
Yume controlled millions of rain insects, all of which burrowed into the big hole kicked out by Gigi. Soon, the first batch of rain insects reached the bottom and found Lady Yueying, and without hesitation, they launched their attack while she was still recovering, attaching themselves to her body and gnawing madly.
Lady Yueying was in pain.
Her expression changed.
There's no saving it. Like Xiaohong, this group has reached a point of no return. To treat a human as a lover? What nonsense about being willing to die for that person? What a crazy idea.
They're all crazy. At this moment, Lady Yueying felt even more that she was right.
She was even more in agreement with what the two supervisors wanted to do.
They must swiftly eliminate Lin Bei.
She did not want to become like this one day. To give everything for a human?
Just thinking about it was despairing. The battle was brief, but it made a huge commotion. Those oddities staying in the Abyss Taxi Company, upon hearing the noise, hurried towards Lin Bei's location. They only knew that something big had happened, but did not know the specific situation. Soon, several oddities arrived at the scene. The boss was attacked, everyone hurried to help the boss.
So crazy, bullying our boss in the company, we can't let you off.
The boss usually treats us well, we won't be deserters.
The system reacted immediately. Ding. Target locked. Affection has started to rise. The default order of increase is from strong to weak. +1. +1.
At this moment, Lin Bei was in a safe place, his expression more serious than ever. He decided to take a gamble. The odds were high. As for the 10 consecutive draws? That can wait until later. The situation was urgent, and Lin Bei had to do this. He couldn't think of a better way. Even if I can't draw the highest level reward, I can still get prized and divine rewards. Just one divine item would be enough. To put it another way, even if I drew 2 prized items, it could rewrite the current situation. Lin Bei made a thorough decision. As things stood, Yu Mei and the others could barely hold off Lady Yueying. This was still the case without his involvement. Plus, the lowly and the tattooed girl were also absent. When everyone gathered and he entered the fray, even if they couldn't deal with Lady Yueying, it would be enough to bring the situation into a stalemate. Activate. Legendary Lucky Roulette. Single draw again. The system immediately complied. A huge roulette filled with ancient, mysterious energy appeared in Lin Bei's mind. This was different from the previous lucky roulette. Unable to discern the material, no obvious characteristics. It is a pure black roulette, with many slots on it. 60% are red slots, 30% are golden slots, and the remaining 10% are colorful slots. The slots do not need to be arranged, there is no pattern to speak of. What you draw completely depends on luck. The pointer in the center is white, the opposite color of the roulette. The white pointer has already started to spin. It spins faster and faster. There is absolutely no sign of stopping. Stop. Lin Bei whispers. In the meantime, the rapidly spinning pointer suddenly stops. It lands on a red slot. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a precious grade reward. You have received a breakthrough charm for the Guekong realm. Using it can forcibly elevate the power of an eerie being to the Guekong level. Can only be used on eerie beings with a favorability above 100. Hiss. Lin Bei is immediately shocked. A charm to enhance power? And it directly raises to the Guekong level? A reward that is the worst grade in the legendary lucky roulette is actually this good? What a surprise. This came out on the first draw. It's worth it. Lin Bei already has a plan in mind. He wants to raise Yu Mei's power to the Guekong level. It's important to know that Yu Mei is currently just a grudge soul level eerie being, and the only reason she possesses such strong combat power is because of her special abilities and the Death Feast oil paper umbrella. Compared to other grudge soul level eerie's, she doesn't even have the courage to face Lady Yueying. Who? Taking a deep breath, Lin Bei adjusts his mindset and gets ready for the second draw. Chapter 141. In his mind, the white pointer begins to spin again, passing over each slot on the black roulette. Lin Bei does not rush to call stop. This is the last chance, he absolutely cannot be hasty. After putting up full defense, Lady Yueying withstands this round of attacks. Besides feeling pain and suffering a bit of light wounds, she has no other abnormalities. Boom! A thick beam of moonlight bursts through the dark cloud layer and crashes to the ground, creating an even larger gap, killing a million rainbugs in the moonlight. Lady Yueying takes flight in the moonlight. She returns to the ground again. Her clothes have been eaten away to a severely damaged state, giving off a unique charm. Underestimated you. A grudge soul level and a Guekong level can actually push me to this extent. What a surprise. Even at the calamity level, my strength is enough to rank among the top, yet I'm suppressed by 2 eerie's that are not as strong as I am. What could be the reason? I can only think of one possibility. Ghostly items. Lady Yueying's gaze turns to the Death Feast oil paper umbrella in Yu Mei's hand and the sinister energy silk stockings wrapped around her legs. Though she hasn't heard of these 2 ghostly items, she has a strong feeling she knows the answer. These 2 ghostly items must be at least class S. And they match perfectly with those 2 eerie's. I feel a bit envious. I don't have a suitable class S ghostly item, yet both of them do. Lady Yueying puts away her chaotic thoughts. Her gaze turns to Lin Bei. She prepares to kill Lin Bei directly. From the beginning, her target has always been Lin Bei. Coincidentally, Lin Bei is standing there in a daze. Die. Whoosh. Lady Yueying uses all her strength to attack, her hands wildly waving as she gathers dozens of crescent-shaped slashes, cutting towards Lin Bei at an incredible speed. But at that moment, a glass wall descends from the sky, precisely blocking those crescent slashes. The crescent slashes all land on the wall. The wall is cut with deep gashes, but it is not truly pierced, not until the slashes run out of power. Seeing this, Lady Yueying furrows her brow again. A wall? What is this again? She looks towards the wall. At some point, a lowly has appeared in front of the wall, holding an iron hammer in one hand and carrying a metal bucket in the other. It's Guekong level. She's also here to help Lin Bei? The wall disappears into thin air, transforming into gray light and returning to the lowly's metal bucket. She stands right in front of Lin Bei. Blocking the way between Lin Bei and Lady Yuing, the meaning expressed could not be clearer: do not let Lady Yuing harm Lin Bei.
Sure enough, even the strange emperor level of weirdness would be affected by him?
In just 1 month, he can handle the strange emperor. If given more time to develop, even disaster level might not escape from this fate. He could very likely come for me. Lady Yuing could hardly imagine such a situation. Then, she prepared to continue her full-on attack. But a voice interrupted.
Stop. Who allowed you to touch him? No one can touch him.
This voice was very familiar to Lady Yuing. She had dealt with this being several times and was an undeniable presence in the city of Grey Abyss. She looked toward the voice, and to her astonishment, it was Silver Mooning.
It's you? Even you want to help him?
Lady Yuing frowned tightly. She dared to take action against all the other weird beings present, but she did not dare to move against Silver Mooning. She was truly shocked.
Again and again, there were weird beings coming to stop her.
The ones before were all strangers, but now, even Silver Mooning had appeared. Lady Yuing knew very well the identity of Silver Mooning.
Unless absolutely necessary, she did not want to offend Silver Mooning. If you want to touch him, you'll have to go through me first. Silver Mooning's attitude was firm.
She stood in front of Lin Bei, shoulder to shoulder with the young girl. Seeing this situation, Lady Yuing felt heavy in her heart. The situation was becoming more and more unimaginable. What should I do? I didn't expect it to be this complicated. I just wanted to deal with one human, and in the end, it has involved the Silver Moon family. I really don't want to be enemies with the Silver Moon family. After all, our powers share a common source. Lady Yuing was deep in thought.
After much consideration, she made a decision. I have to kill him.
Even if it will offend the Silver Moon family, it must be done.
As long as I don't touch Silver Mooning, there is a way to reconcile.
Letting him live and grow is truly the horrifying thing. It's already so outrageous now, how much worse will it get in the future? Today he can walk proudly in Grey Abyss City, in the future, he will walk proudly in the entire terrifying world. I'm even worried that a god-level being will be influenced by him. Although the possibility of that is almost zero. Once she made her decision, Lady Yuing launched her attack again. At the same time, Yumei and Gigi rushed over, attacking Lady Yuing once more. Meanwhile, the 4-blade demons were entangled. The employees of the Abyss Taxi Company surrounded them. Even if the employees had varying levels of strength, they still held a decisive numerical advantage, becoming a force that could not be overlooked. Lady Yuing noticed this situation. She felt a sense of relief. She no longer had to worry about being attacked by the 4-blade demons, so the pressure was reduced a bit.
Finally arrived. So many? When did they all come?
More than half of the company's weird beings are here. But this is a good thing, they've unwittingly helped me. At this moment, Lady Yuing still hadn't realized that the appearance of these weird beings would only make the situation more terrifying. She was dealing with the attacks from Gigi and Yumei. The pressure was immense. But still within a manageable range. Just then, the tattooed weird being Xian Xian arrived. She had transformed into a 6-armed figure. Holding 6 different weapons, a knife, a sword, a gun, a staff, an axe, and a dagger. This was a powered-up version of the 4-blade demons. Surrounding her were winds and flames, with several strange beasts following behind.
It was clear that many tattoos had been activated. Another one has come? This really never ends. This one is quite troublesome. Tattooed weird being. I can't believe even such a rare strange being has appeared today. Xian Xian immediately joined the battle. Her 6 arms swung wildly, attacking Lady Yuing furiously. Buzz! A roaring sound of a motorcycle echoed. Entering his berserk state, Xiao Tian was riding a motorcycle and waving a baton madly through the crowd of weird beings, smashing them and causing blood to spill everywhere. He was laughing maniacally. So many weird beings bullying the few, huh? Today, I'll make you remember it. The white pointer had been revolving for quite a while. Lin Bei felt it was about time. Stop. He was very nervous. Whispering endlessly in his heart. Supreme. Give me Supreme. I want Supreme. In Lin Bei's anxious anticipation, the white pointer finally stopped. It stopped on a square shining with colorful light. Supreme level. Lin Bei was stunned on the spot. It really is Supreme level. Although he had always hoped to draw a Supreme level item, he also knew this was a low probability event. Yet he never expected to actually get his wish at last. Chapter 142. Phew. Lin Bei's breaths were much quicker. This was his first Supreme level reward, he couldn't stay calm. Today, my luck is bursting. 2 single draws, and both results satisfy me. 1 card that can enhance strange powers. 1 supreme level reward. Ding.
Congratulations to the host for drawing a supreme level reward.
You have obtained a special item, Light Extinguishing Prison Eye. This is a special eye. Wherever its sight reaches, all light cannot exist, it will be swallowed by endless darkness, becoming an eternal dark domain. Everything trapped in the dark domain will be consumed by darkness, torn apart by darkness, and tortured to death by darkness.
All darkness created by you is under your control. You can shape darkness into any form and move darkness anywhere. Additionally, this eye has another special ability. Within this eye, there is a prison that can even suppress strange deities. Once a target is engulfed by darkness, they can be imprisoned within the prison, where they will gradually be eroded by darkness, their power will diminish little by little. After a long time, their strength will drop to the lowest, and they can only gradually recover after being released. The light extinguishing prison eye has many other functions, please explore them after fusing with this eye. The host's original eyes will not be harmed, and you can freely switch between the two eyes. Please prepare, the fusion of the light extinguishing prison eye can begin at any time. Due to the special nature of the light extinguishing prison eye, the fusion will take some time to complete. It cannot be instant and will require 10 minutes to several hours, depending on the host's physical condition. The better the physical quality, the faster the fusion. During the fusion, the host may feel discomfort in the eyes. It is advised that the host do not engage in intense activities, or it may worsen the discomfort, but in emergencies, this can be ignored. TSK. It's actually just one eye? What a pity it's not a pair. System, begin fusion immediately. Without delay, Lin Bei decided to hurry the fusion. Clearly, this eye would be very effective against Lady Yuing. He had a bold idea. He wanted to imprison Lady Yuing, letting darkness gradually consume her power. Once Lady Yuing was weakened to a degree where he could increase her favor, he would start boosting her favor. After all, this was the thing Lady Yuing resisted the most. Fortunately, this time I activated the legendary Lucky Wheel. If it were the diamond level Lucky Wheel for a 10 draw, I wouldn't be able to draw such a good item. No wonder it's a supreme level reward. Indeed extraordinary. Lin Bei was glad his choice was right. After speaking to himself, he turned to the lowly and silver mooning 1 meter ahead and said, "Do your best to hold her. I can't join the battle for a while. I can only rely on you." The lowly and silver mooning responded at the same time. "Leave." Fortunately, the right eye can still be used. Lin Bei had another thing to do. Even if all the strange feelings here are improved, it's impossible to resolve things with Lady Yuing like this. The result will only lead to a stalemate. Let's use that talisman on Yume. Giving it to her is the best choice. Her level will greatly increase, and with her abilities in Ghost Weapon, she alone can hold Lady Yuing for a long time. After all, she is just a vengeful spirit now, far behind the Strange Emperor by several levels, from Strange level, Evil Strange level, Strange King level, to Strange Emperor level, a total of 5 levels. At the moment he obtained this talisman, he decided to give it to Yume. Lin Bei took out the Strange Emperor level breakthrough talisman. His gaze turned to Yume. "Yume, come here." Despite not knowing what was going on, Yume hurried over immediately. "Stick this talisman to your forehead." Yume did as instructed. As a result, the Strange Emperor level breakthrough talisman was stuck directly on her head. The talisman instantly disappeared, transforming into several streams of light that surged into Yume's body. Yume could clearly feel her strength gradually increasing. In just a few seconds, she reached Strange level, easily crossing over a level, and this trend showed no sign of stopping. "My strength is rapidly increasing." Oh my! Yume was stunned. This kind of method, unseen and unheard, was simply incredible. Is there really such a thing? Just by sticking on a talisman, I broke through to Strange level? No, wait. Now it's Evil Strange level. And it's still continuing. Strange King level. At the same level as Gigi, Little Yen is also Strange King level. This is unbelievable, I broke through 3 levels in one go. I should have hit the limit now, right? What? It's still not stopping? Because Yume left, Lady Yueying felt some relief. Facing 3 at once made it somewhat challenging for her, but now she only had to deal with Gigi and Chen Chen, both of whom were close combat attackers, allowing her to cope calmly. With a wave, beams of moonlight fell, and a moonlight shield formed in front of her. Gigi and Chen Chen couldn't hurt her at all. Why did he call away that rain-controlling strange being at this crucial moment? She is the most difficult one to deal with among these strange beings. Controlling rain and so many bugs. I had originally planned to deal with her first and was approaching her this entire time. Forget it, I need to seize this opportunity and quickly eliminate these 2 strange beings. As her thoughts flowed, Lady Yueying's attacks did not stop. After a few rounds of attacks, she gained the upper hand, but the advantage wasn't very large. The tattooed strange Chen wasn't in good shape. She didn't possess an S-rank ghost weapon and could only fight using the power of her tattoos, but the huge difference in strength caused her to expend a lot of energy during the battle. Usually, the full activation duration of her tattoos was an hour, but at this moment it could only last for 20 minutes at most.
Her expression was grim. Oh no, I've become the one holding everyone back.
Gigi was relatively okay.
Only the evil energy threads were getting a bit hot. Half a minute later, that strange sensation within Yume finally vanished.
The power increase ended here. Strange Emperor level. My strength actually reached Strange Emperor level. In just a bit over a minute, my strength progressed from Vengeful Spirit level to Strange Emperor level, a full breakthrough of 5 levels.
Is this truly something a human can achieve?
Even if I invited a strange god to possess me, it wouldn't be possible to reach this extent.
This is simply divine. The usually calm Yume couldn't help but exclaim.
She had not seen much in her life, mostly staying within the Grey Abyss City, but she knew how incredible this phenomenon was.
The gap between Strange Emperor and Vengeful Spirit was not a 1 to 5 difference.
Rather, it was the difference between a 3-year-old child and a 30-year-old man.
Vengeful spirits could be killed in seconds by Strange Emperors.
Except for her own particular case.
Chapter 143. Yume never expected
that she would break through to Strange Emperor level in such a miraculous way. She was fully confident in her ability to achieve Strange Emperor level. But she was also mentally prepared for a long wait, 8 years, 10 years, or even longer.
Yet she never expected that it would take less than 2 minutes.
This was the first time Yume experienced what it meant to become stronger, easier than drinking water. In just 2 minutes, a brief time that couldn't even finish a bottle of water, her strength had increased so dramatically.
An enhancement that could be called otherworldly. A smile appeared on Yume's face.
With this kind of strength, she was more confident in seizing the position of sister-in-law.
Thank you.
After thanking Lin Bei, Yume turned her gaze towards Lady Yuing.
Now. Let's see how arrogant you are now. Just a disaster level, is that really impressive?
Yume felt no more tension or heaviness, but instead a sense of ease. Previously, as only a vengeful spirit, she could slightly suppress Lady Yuing when using her abilities and divine tools, though it was merely a fleeting situation. Now, having reached the level of the Wraith Emperor, she was confident she could match Lady Yuing, even possibly injuring her severely.
Let's go back.
I'll leave her to you. Winning or losing doesn't matter, but you must hold her back.
Do you understand?
Yume nodded vigorously and, holding the oil paper umbrella of death, stepped towards Lady Yuing. Her steps were relaxed and calm, with a smile on her face that didn't fade.
Meanwhile, Lin Bei remained at ease in place.
The longer the fusion process lasted, the more intense the strange feeling in his left eye became.
The pain grew sharper, the coldness more piercing, yet he still couldn't see anything. This fusion process is really uncomfortable. It's a little worrying. What if I draw more high-level rewards that need to be fused with my body later? Sigh. But Lin Bei also knew. It would probably take a long time to draw the next high-level reward. His favor points were running low, to say they were nearly depleted would not be an exaggeration. During the fusion, the system's prompt sound kept ringing. Ding. Gained 1 attribute point. Target has shifted. Favorability has started to rise. +1. +1. In the distant chaotic battle, there was always a peculiar entity that would continuously produce such numbers. And once the favorability reached 100, that entity would immediately scold itself for making a foolish move, then swiftly turn and attack others, joining forces with the other 4 entities in Shao Tian. The surroundings were left stunned by this situation. So sudden. The contrast was too great. Hey, what are you doing? Why are you suddenly turning on us while fighting? No, dude, why are you hitting me? Do I look like one of those 5 entities? Wow, you thick-browed guy, I never expected you would pull something like this. The boss will definitely skin you later. On average, every minute and a half, 1 entity would betray the others. Shao Tian and the other 4 entities felt their pressure lessen. Since this was just the beginning, the affected area was relatively small, so it still couldn't draw Lady Yu Ying's attention. Lady Yu Ying's attacks were quick and fierce, with a large range. Boom! A beam of moonlight with a 5-meter diameter struck the ground. Ji dodged quickly. The ground was blasted into a huge pit. In just a short while, Ji and the tattooed entity CC were both injured. 2 Wraith Kings fighting against 1 disaster-level entity, even with S-level divine tools and special abilities, it was still somewhat strenuous. Not having been defeated quickly already proved their exceptional strength. She's back. Lady Yu Ying's attention fell on Yume. She frowned, her eyes filled with confusion. Strange? She just left for a few minutes to stay with that human, but it made me feel like I could not see through her, and even had a vague sense of fear. It seems something terrible happened to her. It shouldn't be this way. I already fought her earlier, the three of them could only barely hold me back, and that was without me using my trump card, so if I use all my cards, I can quickly change the situation. While staring at Yume, Lady Yue Ying's attack didn't stop. Boom! Boom! Moonlight fell in waves, forcing Ji and Tattoo Chanxian to the point where they could only dodge or resist, making it hard to find an opportunity to attack. Despite this, the two strange beings were not afraid at all, and there was not a hint of regret in their hearts. They were giving it their all. Seeing this, the recently promoted Yume decided to intervene. Whoa! The rain grew heavier, and the dark clouds thickened, covering the entire Grey Abyss City. A heavy downpour fell on the whole Grey Abyss City, and even the small corners at the edge of the city were not spared. Ji, Chanxian, you two go take a break. Let me deal with her. As Yume's voice echoed, two large groups of rain bugs had already taken Ji and Chanxian away, bringing them to a safe area, close to Lin Bei. The speed was so fast that Lady Yue Ying didn't even react. Lady Yue Ying's pupils shrank sharply. Just like that, they were saved? I didn't even notice. She did not dare to slack off and carefully observed Yume. But she discovered that Yume had disappeared from sight in this rain. Where is the strange one? Lady Yue Ying quickly searched around and finally found Yume above her head. Like the ruler of rain in a horror world, Yume stood amidst the pouring rain surrounded by countless rain bugs, looking down below. Use all your strength. I just got stronger. Let's see if your moonlight is brighter, or my rain is heavier. As her words fell, Yume unleashed her power with all her might. The power of the Strange Emperor was fully displayed. Strange Emperor! Lady Yue Ying's eyes widened in shock, her gaze betraying her astonishment. She was stunned. How did you become a Strange Emperor? Just a few minutes ago, you were still at the Wraith level. A trivial weak realm. Lady Yue Ying couldn't believe this. She was unwilling to accept it. How could this happen? In just a few minutes, going from Wraith to Strange Emperor? It's a joke. Lady Yue Ying had grown stronger step by step, from a wandering soul on the verge of collapse to a disaster-level anomaly, enduring countless hardships. Nobody understood the struggle better than her. Every rise in strength required immense effort, and she had almost lost her life more than once, eventually leading to her current power. But Yume? Who would believe that if told? Whoa! The rain was heavy, and the sound of rain was even louder, reaching a chilling standard. But Yume could hear all the sounds in the rain, even whispers that the speaker themselves couldn't hear. Are you scared? Why? Is that even a question? Of course, it's because of my lover. Chapter 144. What did she say? Because of him? Lady Yue Ying looked at Lin Bei. She recalled the earlier event where Yume left. Leaving and returning, just a few minutes, and there was a tremendous change. It was clearly because of Lin Bei. This fact, even though Lady Yue Ying was reluctant to accept, she had to acknowledge it. The miracle worker was Lin Bei. How did he do it? Just a human, yet accomplished such a thing? He made a being that was originally just Wraith level's power rise to Strange Emperor level in just a few minutes. Who exactly is he? What secret does he hold? Lady Yue Ying then realized something. Even though she had valued Lin Bei greatly, even willing to stand against the other anomalies to kill him, she had still underestimated him. Lin Bei's terror was not only in influencing the strange being's thoughts, but also in this forceful method of raising strength. The situation is not looking good. It seems I have offended a formidable character. I can't see through him at all. At this point, I must eliminate him, otherwise, the consequences will be endless. Lady Yue Ying felt the pressure in her heart. What I thought was a very simple matter turned out to be so difficult and twisted. At that moment, Rain Charm launched an attack. Whoosh! Hundreds of thousands of rain bugs gathered into a blade, falling from the sky along with the heavy rain. With Rain Charm's power drastically increasing, her abilities also improved overall. Not only did her range strengthen, but her speed, strength, and destructive power also grew significantly, and she could even attach attributes to the rain. Corrosive Rain. Rain Charm infused the rain blade with the characteristic of corrosion. The rain blade was entirely red, subtly glowing green. The dark environment made the rain covering the entire city gradually turn red. As long as Rain Charm was given enough time, the entire Grey Abyss City would be occupied by rain bugs. This rain will never stop. Ms. Moon Knight looked up above. This rain blade made her feel a deadly danger. Without a moment's hesitation, Ms. Moon Knight hurriedly released a large amount of moon power. A circular moonlight barrier appeared above, quickly approaching the rain blade, about to collide with it. The moonlight barrier looked thin, but it was a product of compressed moon power, possessing extremely strong defensive power. Can't just stay passive. I need to take the initiative to attack. She was very confident in her defense.
As she released more moon power, intending to use all her strength to deal with Rain Charm, she had already regarded Rain Charm as the greatest threat. If she didn't deal with Rain Charm, the situation would only get worse. But then, an unexpected situation occurred. Just as the Rain Blade was about to touch the Moonlight Barrier, it suddenly vanished from the rain curtain, leaving the Moonlight Barrier to hit only a portion of rainwater. Ms. Moon Knight was taken aback. The situation in front of her was truly unexpected.
It disappeared?
Just as she finished speaking, she sensed something was off and quickly looked back. That blood-red rain blade with corrosive properties silently appeared behind her, just half a meter away from her body.
There was no way to avoid it. Boom!
The blade struck. A horrifying wound was carved into Ms. Moon Knight's body, blood instantly mixed with the falling rain as her body flew forward. A large amount of acidic rain adhered to Ms. Moon Knight's wound, ruthlessly corroding her body from that very point. After flying 100 meters away, Ms. Moon Knight fell to the ground, but she was still in the rain. She lay in the rain, severely injured, her entire body in pain.
What a monster! But thinking about it, it makes sense.
She could do that at the level of a vengeful spirit. Now she's at the level of a phantom emperor.
In the end, it's all because of that human.
Ms. Moon Knight had a very strong desire to kill Lin Biming.
But she also knew she couldn't do it.
Rain Charm wouldn't give her that chance. At this moment, she didn't even have the confidence to win. Rain Charm was also very surprised.
I actually became this strong?
She didn't expect herself to be this powerful.
One strike heavily wounded a disaster-level phantom?
Although she only injured the opponent, it already said a lot. Unable to suppress the shock in her heart, Rain Charm's gaze fell on Lin Biming.
No. The strong one isn't me. It's him.
Rain Charm's heart was the same as a clear mirror. She knew. If it weren't for Lin Biming, she could never have achieved this. Even with her power reaching the Phantom Emperor level, she could at most not lose to Ms. Moon Knight.
Thinking of hurting Ms. Moon Knight? Impossible. First, he gave me the S-Class Underworld artifact, the Death Feast Oil Paper Umbrella. Then he greatly boosted my power. And all the joy he has brought me during this time. Sigh.
I clearly swore to protect him, to help him solve his difficulties, but in the end, it turned out he was the one giving more.
I really am not helpful.
Thinking of this, Rain Charm felt a pang of guilt.
She wanted to find an opportunity to properly thank Lin Biming.
To exhaust all her means to show her gratitude.
My current strength is at the Phantom Emperor level. I can reach an even higher intensity. Good, it's settled. Next time there's a chance. I'll raise the intensity by several levels.
Humph, now Gigi and the others can't compete with me. After muttering to herself, Yumei continued her assault on Lady Yuing. Wounded, Lady Yuing fought back with all her might. The battle was back and forth, with no clear winner in a short time. Lin Bei was merging the Annihilation Light Prison Eye while watching the fierce fight between Yumei and Lady Yuing.
This was exactly the situation he wanted to see. A stalemate.
Lady Yuing couldn't win, nor would she accidentally die. As long as they could drag the time, it would be fine.
Hurry up. Faster. I'm eager to catch this strange being.
Put her in the prison of my eye, and when her power is weakened enough, I'll raise her favorability.
Then, I'll see how she atones. Lin Bei really didn't want to miss out on Lady Yuing.
Setting this aside, Lady Yuing was a very good target. Strong power, outstanding ability, broad connections, and a big company. Not to mention her other advantages. High appearance, great figure, wonderful styling, like a Western noble. Lin Bei had never experienced this before. If he could bathe in moonlight while listening to the nightingale songs with Lady Yuing, it would be a beautiful and enjoyable thing. Based on these considerations, Lin Bei made this decision. He continued to wait for the fusion to finish.
The system's prompt sound kept ringing. Ding. Gained 1 attribute point. Target has been transferred. Favorability has started to rise. Ding. Gained 1 attribute point.
As the standoff between Yumei and Lady Yuing continued, more and more strange beings betrayed their previous allegiance, joining Lin Bei's ranks to attack their former colleagues.
The situation was getting worse. The number of betrayals exceeded half. The disadvantage of their numbers was completely reversed. Lady Yuing, fighting against Yumei, also noticed this troubling situation. She glanced at the distant gathering of strange beings. The chaos was overwhelming. Employees were violently beating other employees? With brutal strikes, showing no mercy, they were clearly fighting to the death. In that moment, Lady Yuing realized what it meant for disaster to strike when it pours. Chapter 145. Collective betrayal? He can even pull off something like this?
Lady Yuing was certain that Lin Bei was behind the scene. Using some unknown means, he controlled her subordinates, forcefully pulling them to the opposing side.
He can do this without direct contact? Average every 1 or 2 minutes for a single person? He truly is unfathomable.
At this rate, they will all betray me eventually.
That means I will be isolated and my situation will worsen.
In the end, I'll be facing all these strange beings alone.
Thinking about this situation, Lady Yu Ying's heart was extremely complicated.
She didn't know how to deal with such a circumstance.
But she knew.
Once it truly came to that, it meant she would be finished. Even though she knew this would happen, Lady Yuing felt powerless to change the future.
Just dealing with Yu Mei was already enough trouble. Not to mention dealing with all the strange beings here?
These strange beings were not all useless.
It's basically impossible to achieve my purpose.
The most rational choice is to escape quickly.
Escaping is better than dying here. And what if he doesn't kill me but wants to assimilate me? That would be even worse.
Lady Yuing immediately changed her plan. The original plan ended in failure. You may notice something was off with Lady Yuing.
Daring to be distracted while fighting me?
This will only lead to your downfall.
She immediately launched a new wave of attacks.
At the same time, Ji and the tattooed Qianshan also rejoined the battle. They had also noticed Lady Yu Ying's attempt to escape.
He said to keep you here, how could we let you go? That female strange being, where do you think you're running? Eat my kick.
In that moment, Lady Yuing felt the pressure increasing. Trying to escape became an even more impossible task.
What a hassle. They're all mentally unstable. Had I known, I shouldn't have called him.
She somewhat regretted helping the traffic light. Though it was just an excuse, her real intention was to get close to Lin Bei.
The Badeo 4 were now very relaxed. Facing many hostile anomalies, they were even leisurely enough to chat. When an anomaly occasionally attacked, they would just fend it off.
The boss is really amazing, he can use the ability to turn enemies into friends from 100 meters away. I have to say, being with the boss is really comfortable, I've never fought such a rich battle. Everyone listen up, when you fight your colleagues, don't be too ruthless, just drive them back, because they will soon become comrades. In other words, just hold them back, and then watch the boss perform.
Xiao Tian rode his motorcycle to one side.
He had a cigarette in his mouth.
Now, the city of Huiyuan is really going to change. All taxi drivers will obey the big brother. This is a force beyond imagination.
At this rate, Huiyuan City will fall into the hands of the big brother, becoming his private territory. It's really just a matter of time. I should congratulate the big brother in advance.
Taking a puff of his cigarette, Xiao Tian continued to be a bystander. In his eyes, the hostile anomalies were slowly betraying.
Our side's power was continually growing. Lin Bei was also observing the situation.
Overwhelming advantage. Very good. Just maintain this.
After murmuring to himself, he looked at Ms. Yuing.
An information panel appeared in front of him. Ms. Yuing. Favorability points, minus 888. Relationship, extreme ruthlessness and hidden fear. Level, disaster level. She deeply regretted having thoughts about you. Everything related to you shocked her again and again, even making her feel waves of despair.
She increasingly could not understand.
Why could you do these things? Every single thing could be described as outrageous.
The absolute obedience of Yu Mei and Ji and many other anomalies did not allow even a single insult against you. The insane improvement of Yu Mei's power directly shattered her worldview. The successive betrayals of the employees made her decide to escape. She hated you deeply. Because of you, she would lose all her employees and dared not return to Huiyuan City. At the same time, she was also afraid of you.
A very hidden fear.
You would become her lifelong nightmare. If she could escape, she would just want to stay away from you for a lifetime.
Not even thinking of revenge.
The psychological shadow you caused was too great.
Lin Bei's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Is it really necessary? Has it come to this level? To run away and never come back again? To leave home? To burst out the door?
6. Actually, he felt a little complicated inside. After all, it was himself who caused all this.
Sigh. I really have to keep a low profile in the future. After another stalemate, all the anomalies present betrayed.
They surrounded Ms. Yuing in inner and outer circles. Once Ms. Yuing made any abnormal moves, they would stop her at the first moment.
Boss, I advise you to surrender, offending the boss doesn't end well.
You can't win, and you can't escape. Bow your head and apologize to the boss, everything can be discussed.
My boss isn't a madman, he won't do anything too excessive to you.
Surrender.
Ms. Ewing looked around. Her heart was like dead ash. There was not a glimmer of light in her eyes. The situation had really developed to the worst point. It's over. What do I do now? Indeed. I can't win, I can't escape, I will be trapped here forever. Her attacks did not stop. Although it was useless. Ding! Annihilation Light Prison Eye fusion completed. The host has perfectly mastered all the powers of the Annihilation Light Prison Eye. In an instant, a flood of information surged into his mind. Lin Bei learned the detailed abilities and usage of the Annihilation Light Prison Eye. His eyes also changed. His left eye turned pitch black. It became a pure black eye. There was no light and no color of emotion within it. Deep black, endless black, despairing black, like a black hole condensed countless times. An eye that can swallow all light? Very nice. This is just one of the abilities. I can also attack with darkness. Or do other things. As long as I want, I can create a set of dark armor. This eye, Lin Bei really likes. He wants to have another one. But it's impossible. After the fusion is complete, Lin Bei knows one thing. The Annihilation Town Prison Eye only has one. Pairing with it is another kind of eye. An eye that contains endless light power. Ha! Taking a deep breath, Lin Bei walked towards Madame Ewing. Stop. Now. Let me deal with her. As soon as he finished speaking, Yumei and Gigi the Strange immediately stopped, but they didn't retreat to other places, just stayed there watching Madame Ewing. This way, they can help Lin Bei at any moment. The rain is still falling, and Yumei shows no sign of relaxation. She absolutely doesn't want to see Lin Bei get hurt because of her carelessness. Chapter 146. For a moment, the pressure on Madame Ewing was much less. She subconsciously looked at Lin Bei, there was no hint of ease in her expression. Because Madame Ewing knows well that this can never be a good thing. What does he want to do? To let me go? Impossible. It's already come to this, how could he let me go? He has all the advantages. Does he want to take action against me? To make me like Xiao Hong and the others? It shouldn't be, after all, he can control from a distance, and doesn't need to get too close to me. Madame Ewing can't see through Lin Bei's actions. In any case, it's very strange. She looked around, trying to find an escape opportunity. But there's no chance. There are at least hundreds of strange creatures surrounding her, most of them are her employees, mixed with the 4 strange ones from Ba Dao, and Xiao Tian, Gigi, Lulu, Chen Shen, and other strange beings scattered around. Yu Mei was standing in the air. Heavy rain fell all around. There's no way to run. It's simply a heavenly prison. Madame Ewing gave up the thought of escaping. At this moment, the only thing she could do was face Lin Bei, while quietly making a decision in her heart. At worst, I'll fight back with my life. Even if it's certain to be, I'll drag him down to hell. At this moment, another message bar appeared before Lin Bei. Madame Ewing. She is extremely uneasy. She knows you will definitely do something to her. She has made up her mind. If you do the thing she is most unwilling to face, she will explode you even if it costs her life. With her strongest card, a card she can only use once in her life. Self-detonation. Absorb countless moonlight into her body, and self-detonate at the moment when the moonlight is most full. Once self-detonated, everything within 1 kilometer will be destroyed by the powerful moonlight. This is her biggest trump card, she originally planned to never use it in her life. Because once used, although she can still live, she will lose all her power and become the weakest strange being. In such a severely injured state, even a malicious dog could kill her. Lin Bei raised his eyebrows in surprise. She can actually self-detonate? Interesting. The method is to absorb moonlight into her body, right? Then if there is no moonlight, can she still self-detonate? He plans to try it out. Soon, Lin Bei approached Madame Ewing, keeping about 10 meters distance, a distance sufficient to respond to emergencies. He looked at Madame Ewing, with no emotional fluctuations on his face, and his tone while speaking was very cold. Attack me. Use all your strength to attack me. If you can hurt me, then I will let you go. I swear, I'm not joking. As soon as Lin Bei finished speaking, Madame Ewing hadn't had time to respond. Gigi and the others were already tensed up, their mental state highly focused. They didn't understand why Lin Bei was doing this. But they wouldn't verbally stop Lin Bei, only would protect him to the best of their abilities. Yu Mei looked at Lin Bei from the air. She made a decision in her heart. If Lin Bei really gets hurt by Madame Ewing, she would definitely not let it go, no matter where Madame Ewing hides. She would drag out Lady Yueying. Is it true? Is there really such a good thing? Lady Yueying was shocked. She thought she was facing death, but unexpectedly, a turning point appeared. She had enough confidence about this matter.
After all, Lin Bei's request was very simple.
As long as he could be hurt. Even the slightest injury would do.
No need for serious harm, no need to kill, just a little scratch would be fine. Lady Yueying did not lose her sense. She knew that Lin Bei's strength must also be very strong, otherwise he wouldn't make such a strange request, but the requirement was just to get hurt. She was confident she could do it.
Moreover, this was the only chance. After all, there was no other choice, so what was there to hesitate about? Good. When do we start? Lin Bei was not surprised, knowing that Lady Yueying would definitely agree.
The reason he did this was just to test the power of the Annihilation Light Prison Eye.
Now. Attack me.
Lady Yueying did not hesitate and immediately launched an attack, releasing a large amount of moonlight power from her hands. Visible silver moonlight surged towards Lin Bei. The momentum was fierce, as if wanting to pierce through Lin Bei's body. Lin Bei stared at the dazzling moonlight, a cold sensation appearing in his left eye.
Annihilate. The next moment, where his gaze fell, a mass of darkness emerged, instantly devouring that moonlight.
Here, there was no more moonlight.
Only darkness remained forever. The darkness blended perfectly with the rain, without any sense of discord. Where is my attack? Lady Yueying's eyes widened. Unable to believe what had just happened.
Her attack was about to hit Lin Bei, but suddenly a mass of darkness appeared, extinguishing the moon's brilliance, leaving not a trace of moonlight behind and taking away her opportunity.
It can't be a coincidence. It must be his power.
Thinking of this, Lady Yueying looked at Lin Bei, just in time to see his infinitely dark eye.
In an instant, she had the answer in her heart.
Because at the moment she saw that eye, Lady Yueying felt an unprecedented fear.
From that eye, she saw endless despair.
There wasn't a shred of light or hope.
Looking into that eye would plunge one into the depths of darkness, never to escape for all eternity. What kind of eye is this?
The eye is filled with darkness. It should be said that it is only darkness. No, the darkness in his eyes is not the kind of common darkness. Lady Yueying completely lost confidence.
This eye
was the nemesis of her power, unconditionally restraining everything related to light.
It's over.
With this eye, I want to hurt you, it is simply impossible.
Lin Bei was not satisfied yet.
He had just casually released some power and had not used the true strength of the Annihilation Light Prison Eye.
Keep attacking. Don't stop. I can still take it.
Lady Yueying felt an urge to point at Lin Bei's nose and scold him.
You can take it? But I can't. But she was a bit stubborn and attempted once more. Boom!
Another beam of moonlight surged towards Lin Bei.
Again, at the halfway point, it was eroded by darkness, unable to approach Lin Bei at all. Indeed. It still doesn't work. It seems I can only use that move. That move should be effective.
Seeing this situation, Lady Yueying made the best decision.
She was going to give it her all.
Just then, Lin Bei also spoke up.
Can you stop using these weak attacks?
Just use your strongest attack directly.
The self-explosion.
Fill your body with moonlight power and then self-explode. Hearing this, Lady Yueying's body suddenly stiffened, her eyes filled with astonishment as she looked at Lin Bei.
She was stunned. How do you know I have this move? This is my unique skill. Lady Yueying couldn't understand.
This move was her original creation and she had never used it, created just to deal with deadly crises. It could be said that it was a secret card known only to her.
But why did Lin Bei know? Even more absurd, it asked her to use it? Crazy. Chapter 147.
At this moment, Lady Yueying's heart produced a guess that even she felt absurd.
Could it be that his one eye can even handle my move? Impossible. This kind of thing shouldn't be possible.
A wave of weakness coursed through her body, and she fell back into the cold rainwater.
No. I give up.
Lady Yueying abandoned this thought.
Since she knew it was useless, using that move would likely be a futile effort, so what was the point of struggling?
After all, whether she used it or not, the outcome would be the same. Lin Bei furrowed his brows.
Give up?
There is no such option here.
Don't waste time. Hurry up and use it. It's okay, don't worry. I guarantee you won't die. Lin Bei didn't want to miss this opportunity.
The message was clear, Lady Yueying's move was extremely powerful, strong enough to resolve the current predicament, but the price was a bit severe. For him, this was the best opportunity, a chance to truly experience the power of the Annihilation Eye.
Ha!
Lady Yueying was stunned.
Is this even real? Not wanting to self-explode. But being forced to self-explode? Is this still human? What about humanity? What about compassion? 1, 2,
For some reason, just as she was about to hear 3, Lady Yue felt a tingle on her scalp. Her intuition told her that she couldn't let Lin Bei count to 3, otherwise, the consequences would be severe. Understood. I'll use it. Lady Yue reluctantly stood up. She looked up at the sky, raised her hands, palms facing up, and released a force of attraction. Suddenly, beams of moonlight pierced through the dark clouds, shining down on Lady Yue, wildly drilling into her body. The power of the moon was quickly filling her up. In no time, it would reach a full state. Standing in the rain, Gigi felt a strong threat. The rain bugs around Lady Yue were expressing their fear. It was their instinctual sensitivity to danger. Oh no! This move is very dangerous. One careless move could be disastrous. She hurriedly landed on the ground and ran over to Lin Bei, informing him of the situation. After listening, Lin Bei reached out to stroke the rain charm's hair, which remained smooth and pristine despite the rain. Don't worry. I'm confident. This is just a small experiment of mine. He watched the moonlight. More and more moonlight broke through the cloud layer. Almost there. While speaking, Lin Bei closed his left eye, where the power of dark destruction was brewing. A second later, he opened his left eye, officially using the power of the Annihilation Eye. Before his eyes, the moonlight that had fallen to the ground was suddenly interrupted by darkness at the same time. Immediately, the darkness spread. From multiple directions, it mercilessly devoured the moonlight, erasing every inch of it completely. In just a second, Lin Bei saw no more moonlight, and even the moonlight that had accumulated within Lady Yue all disappeared, as if the earlier gathering of moonlight had never happened. He really did it. Even though she had guessed it would turn out this way, experiencing it firsthand left Lady Yue's feelings very complicated. She wanted to cry. The huge move she had painstakingly developed, her last hope, was utterly useless before Lin Bei. To save her life? Don't kid around. She couldn't even consider it a moonlight bath. Seeing this situation, the rain charm let out a sigh of relief. The danger she had anticipated did not come. She witnessed the entire process, knowing it was Lin Bei who solved the big trouble with just a blink. He's amazing. He's getting stronger and stronger. I really like it. Lin Bei didn't look at Lady Yue. Because he discovered something remarkable. The dark power was continuously devouring the moonlight, spreading towards the sky without any sign of stopping. It was evident it wouldn't cease until it reached its limit. But the end of the moonlight is the moon. And the moon in the horror world is a creepy god. No way. The darkness I released will go to the strange god? This was just a guess from Lin Bei. His vision was not good enough for that level. In his sight, above the broken dark clouds, there was only a blood-red moon. The night sky was blood-red, with no other abnormalities. But 10 seconds later, a message panel appeared before him. Crimson Frenzy Moon. Favor points, 1. Relationship, 1 among the myriad beings. Level, strange god. It is not very happy. Because it was invaded by a foreign dark power, although it existed for only a few seconds. But this made it feel its dignity was provoked. And it guessed the wrong culprit. A strange god named Dark Witch. When it has time later, it will find the Dark Witch to settle the score. Even if it was just a slight insult, it really didn't count for much, but it wouldn't let this grievance slide. Now, Lin Bei was certain. That darkness really made direct contact with the strange god. I really didn't expect this. I can't believe it actually came to this. He didn't even know what to say. The only relief was that the Crimson Frenzy Moon did not know the true culprit was him, and another strange god took the blame for him. Lin Bei silently apologized to that strange god named Dark Witch in his heart. He didn't mean to. To blame, he could only blame this eye for being uncontrollable. It's strange. The moon in the horror world is clearly red, but the moonlight power used by Lady Moon Warbler is indeed silver. Could it be that her moonlight power has nothing to do with this strange god? I don't understand. I need to ask about it once I take care of her later. After saying that, Lin Bei withdrew his gaze, not wanting to look at the Crimson Frenzy Moon any longer. He was afraid he would uncontrollably unleash dark power toward the Crimson Frenzy Moon. Meanwhile, at the bottom of a deep abyss far away from Huiyuan City, a mysteriously pleasant voice of confusion echoed in the darkness with no light in sight. Strange. Why do I feel a familiar power from that guy, Crimson Frenzy Moon? It's exactly the same as my dark power. The next moment, a voice broke free from the darkness and flew above the abyss. It was a female strange being. Her most notable feature was having only one right eye. An incredibly pitch-black right eye. The left eye was covered by an eye patch. Nothing could be seen beneath the eye patch. A few seconds later, she withdrew her gaze from the crimson frenzy moon and looked towards the defensive line where Huiyuan City was located.
In this direction. Tens of thousands of miles away.
There is also a familiar power.
My eyes.
They hurt a bit. After saying that, she raised one hand and gently covered her left eye with the eye patch. A line of blood tears slid down.
Eyes. My eyes. When can I get you back? I miss you so much. Chapter 148.
Lady Moon Warbler remained silent. She didn't want to speak, had no mood to think about anything else, her face was ashen, losing the previous elegance and composure.
She also didn't want to resist anymore. Because it was meaningless.
Even if she resisted with all her might, it would have no effect at all.
Let him be. I've completely given up. Even the self-destruction move is useless, what do I have to resist with?
I hope he can give me a quick end, preferably kill me directly. Please don't control my consciousness, I don't want to become a puppet controlled by him. Please don't do this. Lady Moon Warbler was ready. Her only wish was to have a good ending. At this moment, Lin Bei also looked at Lady Moon Warbler. He had an approximate understanding of the power of the light destruction eye, and it was time to deal with Lady Moon Warbler. His thoughts hadn't changed. Such a strange talent could not be killed, after all, keeping her would be more useful. As long as he locked Lady Moon Warbler in prison for a while, her strength would weaken to the level that the system could raise her favorability. Once the favorability reached 100, Lady Moon Warbler would regain her freedom. It was time for him to make use of it. Being able to start such a taxi company on her own, not to mention her strength and ability, just in terms of entrepreneurship and management, she is far stronger than Gigi and Yumei. Now that Miss Nightmare's restaurant has come under my name, I can conveniently take over the Abyss Taxi Company later. I urgently need a strange entity skilled in elite management. Thinking of this, Lin Bei glanced around at his strange entities.
Yumei?
Forget it, she's not suitable, letting her manage would only speed up bankruptcy.
Gigi?
Also not suitable, she is better at fighting.
Yin Yuing?
This, even less suitable.
A pampered young lady who can't even manage the underworld office, let alone a restaurant or the Abyss Taxi Company. Chin? A tattoo strange entity to manage these?
Forget it, she could at most manage a tattoo shop.
Xiao Tian?
In this aspect, he is somewhat reliable, I can have him manage for now.
Sister Bounty?
Not bad, she has some talent, strong in intelligence and strategy.
Ba Dao 4 strange entities? Don't joke around, they are just 4 bandits. Phoenix Dance mother and daughter 3 strange entities?
They are more suited for the underworld Phoenix residents. After looking around, Lin Bei felt troubled. He lacked talented strange entities. Sigh, in the future, I can't just look for strange entities good at fighting, other aspects also need to be emphasized. I'm not some battle maniac, I won't go around fighting everywhere. Besides, compared to fighting, I prefer reasoning. Harmony is precious, and virtue leads strange entities. After thinking it over, Lin Bei decided to let Sister Bounty and Xiao Tian handle this matter first. After dealing with Lady Yuing, I can let her take over these tasks. Taking a deep breath, Lin Bei walked over to Lady Yuing. He squatted down, making eye contact with Lady Yuing. The situation is clear. You lost. My eye counters you. As long as my eye is here, your abilities will be nullified, you pose no threat before me. Lin Bei felt somewhat complicated inside. This time, he was indeed lucky. He happened to draw the light-extinguishing prison eye. Without the light-extinguishing prison eye, the outcome would not be the same, even if he ultimately won, it would come at a cost. Even if no strange entities would die, there would still be strange entities heavily injured. Lady Yuing did not dare to make eye contact with Lin Bei, specifically avoiding looking at Lin Bei's left eye. I lost. Please. Considering that your first round challenge was held here, give me a quick end. Don't make me like them. I want to keep myself, even if the result is death. Lin Bei shook his head. He certainly would not agree. Killing Lady Yuing would render his efforts pointless. Not possible. I will only maximize the advantage. You should understand, the losing side has no choice. If I lost today, would you give me a quick end? Definitely not, you would only think about dissecting me, wanting to study me thoroughly to see if you could gain my power. Is that right? Hearing this, Lady Yuing fell silent. She didn't know how to respond. Because her thoughts were indeed like that. If she were the final victor, she really would use various means to study Lin Bei, and would not let Lin Bei die until everything was clear. This, Lady Yuing did not want to admit. Admitting it would be like pushing herself into a pit of fire. But she also knew that no matter whether she admitted this or not, it could not change Lin Bei's thoughts. Seeing this, Lin Bei said nothing more.
Let's go sink into the darkness for a while. When the right moment comes, you will see me again.
As his voice fell, a wave of darkness surged from his left eye, completely swallowing Lady Yuing. A second later, the darkness dissipated, and Lady Yuing vanished without a trace. Here, only Lin Bei and his strange entity remained.
It's over. Time to start the next task. Lin Bei observed the Abyss Taxi Company.
It covered a large area, with thousands of vehicles inside. The supporting facilities are very complete. It is a place that has been open for many years, making countless horror coins.
Let's not rush to handle the transfer procedures for now. Just manage the others well. We'll do these things after we get Ms. Yueying sorted out.
He is not in a hurry. After all, Ms. Yueying is in his hands. Lin Bei found Xiao Tian in the strange group.
Xiao Tian, come here.
Then he found Bounty's sister.
Bounty, you come here too.
The two monsters named immediately ran to Lin Bei's side, looking at him with eager anticipation. From now on, you two are responsible for managing the Abyss Taxi Company, as well as Miss Nightmare's restaurant. How to divide the work, you two discuss it yourselves.
My requirements are simple. Just manage it well for me. Xiao Tian and Bounty Sister immediately replied.
Big brother, leave it to us, you can rest assured. Managing two companies is not difficult for me, I won't let you down.
Upon hearing the name of Miss Nightmare's restaurant, Yumei's attention was immediately drawn. Miss Nightmare is her good friend. Suddenly hearing this heavy news from Lin Bei, how could she not worry? Yumei looked at Lin Bei. She had many questions she wanted to ask but didn't know how to say them. Lin Bei noticed this. Yumei is so great, how could he make things difficult for her?
So he took the initiative to explain. The Miss Nightmare you know is actually just an avatar of the real Miss Nightmare. She was erased by her true self. But she hasn't fully died. Instead, she lives in my dreams. Whenever I dream, she appears in my dreams. One day, I will make her reappear in this world. Lin Bei revealed the truth. He knew Yumei would not feel good, so he hugged her as he spoke.
Just as Lin Bei thought, after hearing this shocking news, Yumei indeed felt very upset. Such a good friend is actually just an avatar.
And in the end, she was erased by her true self.
She had the impulse to cry.
She buried her head in Lin Bei's arms. While gently sobbing, she spoke with a sorrowful tone.
Can I enter your dreams to see her?
Lin Bei did not refuse.
Okay.
When I see her again, I will have her pull you into my dreams.
Chapter 149. Seeing Lin Bei agree, Yumei's sobbing eased a bit. Thank you. You are really good to me.
She wanted to see Miss Nightmare with her own eyes, wanted to talk to her. After all, they are such good friends. Meanwhile, Ms. Yueying had been locked in the prison of Lin Bei's left eye. She did not know where this was. Only darkness surrounded her, there was no end in sight, no glimmer of light, just endless darkness.
Where is this? Let me out. The boundless darkness made Ms. Yueying very uneasy.
She did not want to stay here.
It was too terrifying.
There was not a hint of light, even the air she breathed carried the unique smell of despair from the darkness.
Hey! Can you hear me? Don't lock me in here. Please.
No matter how Ms. Yueying shouted, there was no response from Lin Bei. With no other choice, she could only explore the surroundings in the dark, trying to figure out her situation. After randomly choosing a direction and walking a distance, Ms. Yueying bumped into a wall, unable to advance any further.
This direction is a dead end. I have to change directions.
She turned around completely and continued forward. But after walking a few dozen meters, the same situation happened again, and there was also a wall in front of her.
Another wall. Ms. Yueying changed to the third direction. The result was the same. Still a wall. There's only one direction left. She turned around and continued ahead.
This time waiting at the end was not a wall but steel pipes with gaps of no more than 10 centimeters. The steel pipes were cold and hard, standing firmly in the darkness. Ms. Yueying counted, there were 444 steel pipes, just connecting to the walls on both sides.
So many steel pipes?
The distance between each pole is very short, the two outer poles are right next to the wall.
Here is the prison. He locked me in a prison drowned in darkness. Damn. She couldn't help but curse. This situation is really worse than being killed.
A prison themed around darkness, the internal tone must be despair and fear.
No, I want to get out of here. I can't stay here. Otherwise, I will go crazy.
Lady Yueying mobilized the power within her, releasing a large amount of silver-white moonlight energy, trying to dispel this darkness, while also destroying this cell. But as soon as the moonlight appeared, it was wiped out by the dark power in an instant, unable to exist for even a second. Here
Light is not allowed.
Lady Yueying did not want to give up.
Again and again, she released the moonlight energy. But every time, the result was the same. Erased. 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 No matter how dazzling and brilliant the moonlight, it would instantly vanish.
She was in despair.
Am I destined to stay in darkness for the rest of my life? Locked in this prison of only darkness. Until death.
Lady Yueying wanted to end her own life. She raised her hand. But there was no chance. The darkness seemed to sense her intention and immediately controlled her hands. After this incident, Lady Yueying realized one more thing. She could only stay in darkness.
No other choice.
Any sign of something being wrong, and the surrounding darkness would immediately stop her. Here, in this dark prison, not even giving herself a quick end was allowed.
Let me go. I beg you. Let me out.
Lin Bei knew everything happening in his left eye.
He now understood one thing. No wonder my strength weakens over time after being locked in this prison.
Of course. Staying in darkness will only lead to increasing despair and numbness. Over time it would drive one crazy.
How could strength be maintained? That's terrifying.
Even Lin Bei himself was scared. The terror of the dark prison in his left eye far exceeded his previous imagination.
This also made Lin Bei very interested in the Light Annihilation prison eye. He was very curious. Who was the original owner of this eye? And how did they obtain this eye? It's better not to be too curious. Anyone who could have such an eye must be complicated.
Meanwhile, still at the bottom of that distant abyss, the girl with the eye patch over her left eye once again muttered softly to herself.
One strange being locked in a prison? Who is this strange being? Who locked her in? Who is using my eye? Give it back to me. I want my eye. Ah! She was going crazy.
The darkness in the entire abyss was extremely chaotic. In the sky, a group of strange eagles happened to fly by. When they reached directly above the abyss, one by one fell unconscious, directly plunging into the darkness below. Then they quickly became prey to the darkness.
Bird meat. It's bird meat. Delicious. The girl began to eat the meat.
It was obvious that her mental state was quite unstable. On the other side, in Grey Abyss City, at the Abyss Taxi Company, Lin Bei went to the boss's office, while other strange beings were busily working. All the strange beings maintained their original posts. Those who drive were driving, those who wash were washing, and the mechanics were working hard. Sister Bounty and Smiling Sky were working hard to learn about the Abyss Taxi Company and Miss Nightmare's restaurant. The three strange beings, Feng Wu and her daughters, were helping Sister Bounty and Smiling Sky get the information. The three had experience in this area.
Yu Mei had fallen asleep.
Ji was taken away by the tattooed strange Chen Shen, entering a room to discuss and study. The lowly was wandering around the Abyss Taxi Company with a hammer, considering how to transform this area. The four strange beings of Ba Dao took a taxi back to Miss Nightmare's restaurant, immersed in the joy of having legitimate work.
In the office, only Lin Bei and Yin Yueying are present.
Lin Bei is holding a teacup in his hand.
It's the special teacup of Miss Yueying.
There's no choice, he's thirsty, and there are no new cups here.
He doesn't want to use paper cups either.
Yin Yueying is by Lin Bei's side, sometimes serving him tea and water, sometimes massaging his shoulders and legs.
She is very happy.
After feeding Lin Bei more than half a piece of imported pastry, Yin Yueying seems to suddenly remember something, and her expression becomes a bit serious.
Do you want to become the king of Grey Abyss City? Or rather, the master of Grey Abyss City? Lin Bei is taken aback, a bit confused. Yin Yueying's question is too sudden. Being a king and a master. It sounds a bit high-end. What do you mean? Why are you suddenly asking this? Since it's his own matter, Lin Bei won't pretend to understand, he asks directly what he doesn't know. Humans might not know this. Actually, every city has a throne. Sitting on this throne and gaining its recognition allows you to become the master of this city. This is commonly known as the king. Unlike those strange kings, this is a true king who can control a city. Once you become the master of Grey Abyss City, you will be the only one revered in Grey Abyss City. Within the limits of Grey Abyss City, you are invincible. Chapter 150.
Lin Bei has never heard of such a thing. Even though the horror games have existed for many years, there's been no relevant news circulating.
King. Just the word represents many things. His expression becomes serious as well. Can humans also become kings?
Grey Abyss City is a city in the horror world.
Will it allow outsiders to control a city?
You just said, if I become the king of Grey Abyss City, then I will be the revered one within Grey Abyss City.
Are you sure the horror world allows this to happen? Lin Bei frowns and asks. Though he hears this for the first time, he knows it's critical. And he feels a little excited. Yes. There have been people who became kings of cities before, but they are relatively rare, hardly more than a handful. Both humans and strange beings are eligible to become kings as long as they can find the throne and gain its recognition. Even a stray dog can become a city's king as long as it accomplishes these 2 points. I'm not joking, this really happens. There's a city called Beast City, and its king is a stray dog. Lin Bei is stunned. Huh? There's such a thing? That's a bit absurd. But at least he got a clear answer. Where is the throne? Is there a specific clarity about it? He has never heard of such a thing, so how could he possibly know where to look? Yin Yueying shakes her head. Not very sure. I haven't specifically looked into it. If you're interested, I will use some family connections to ask about the whereabouts of the throne. It will take some time. No more than 2 days. She never thought about becoming the king of Grey Abyss City, because she knows she doesn't have that ability. Even if she finds the throne, she wouldn't be able to gain its recognition, and ultimately all efforts would be in vain. But Lin Bei is different. In Yin Yueying's eyes, no one is more suitable than Lin Bei to become the king of Grey Abyss City. She has absolute confidence in Lin Bei, believing that he can surely gain the recognition of the throne of Grey Abyss City. Lin Bei frowns slightly, knowing he will have to stay in Grey Abyss City for a few more days. He was originally thinking about hurrying back to shoot a movie. His desire to act hasn't been satisfied yet. Okay. Use your time wisely. Let me know as soon as you find out. Yin Yueying nods vigorously. Okay. She hurriedly leaves. To start investigating this matter. In the office, only Lin Bei is left alone. He leans back in the boss's chair, but his expression doesn't relax at all, instead, it is particularly serious. After a long time, Lin Bei lights a cigarette. A sigh. The situation is getting more complicated. I wonder if Crimson Frenzy Blood and Dark Witch will eventually come looking for me. It's better to prepare in advance. To become the king of Grey Abyss City? Invincible in Grey Abyss City? It seems like a good idea. He cannot predict the future. But Lin Bei knows what the worst future looks like. It is nothing more than being targeted by the strange gods. That is why he would try to do this thing. Time passed. After arranging everything, Lin Bei returned to the villa in the mass grave area. With him was the lowly. The other strange beings were busy with their matters, unable to break away, and only the lowly was relatively free. Wherever Lin Bei went, the lowly followed, her twin tails swaying on her back. After being entangled for a while, Lin Bei felt being a creepy uncle was quite interesting. The lowly had also grown up. The next day, the lowly, in great spirits, again took her hammer to repair and fix things everywhere. Lin Bei, on the other hand, felt somewhat weak. The power of her twin tails was simply too strong. Lin Bei did not waste time in the villa. He left the villa area and went to the city, casually finding a crossroads to sit down. A crossroad with the highest traffic of strange beings. Ding! As soon as he sat down, a taxi drove over, and a bald strange being got out and ran to Lin Bei's side with a flattering smile. Hello, boss. Where do you want to go? I'll take you. Lin Bei calmly waved his hand. You go be busy. I'll just sit here for a while. Don't disturb me. The bald strange being immediately rolled back to the car. All right, boss. Then I'll go make money for you. After saying that, he drove away directly. Lin Bei found a place to sit, a bench installed by the roadside, and then looked at the strange beings coming and going. System. Let's begin. Randomly choose a strange being to increase favorability, switch to the next one after reaching 100. Ding. Target locked. Favorability is increasing. +1. +1. He planned to seize the time to gain experience points and favorability points. The reason he chose to approach unfamiliar strange beings at the roadside was also to gain some attribute points. Attribute points are equally important and can directly enhance his strength. Ding. Gained 1 attribute point. Target moved. Favorability is increasing. +1. +1. Ding. Lin Bei sat leisurely by the roadside. Just by sitting there, the system experience, favorability points, and attribute points were increasing at a rather fast pace. He planned to sit by the roadside for a day. Tomorrow he had the same plan. In the dark, he wouldn't go back to face the lowly. The lowly is a monster. She has no idea what tiredness is, and if it weren't for having something to do just now, Lin Bei wouldn't have had a chance to escape. Blowing a smoke ring, Lin Bei sighed. Luckily, Ji and the others are all busy.
Otherwise, I can't imagine how serious the situation would be.
Wait a minute, it seems Yu Mei is free.
Hiss. Yesterday, he had sneaked away while Yu Mei was resting. Thinking about this, Lin Bei started to worry. Even with the body of a god or demon, he couldn't stand being tossed around like this.
+1. +1.
Strange beings whose favorability was raised to 100 would immediately come to Lin Bei's side, wanting to get close to him. But Lin Bei always only had one sentence.
Go do your own thing, then go to the Abyss Taxi Company to find me.
He shooed away all the strange beings that came close. Lin Bei just wanted to simply grind experience and didn't have the idea of interacting with these strange beings for now.
Soon, several hours passed.
During this time, he had been sitting here without moving, as if glued to the bench. Just then, a strange being suddenly sat down beside him. Lin Bei's attention was drawn over, and he found that it was a familiar strange being.
Regulator, Volcano. Favorability points, -100. Relationship, super unhappy plus super angry plus super resentful. Level, disaster level.
When he looks at you, his heart is particularly complicated, he really does not want to face you. He didn't expect to interact with you for the second time so soon, and it would be outside of a professional challenge. He really did not think it would be like this. What you've done recently has shocked him again. Just like the thoughts before.
He still hoped to never see you again.
But there was no way around it, he had to make contact with you. Because you had become the new owner of the Abyss Taxi Company. And the Abyss Taxi Company was a type of professional challenge, a challenge he was responsible for, and he had to handle it well.
Chapter 151.
After reading the information panel, Lin Bei was somewhat surprised, a flash of coldness in his eyes. Clearly, the regulator Volcano was in need of him, now the positions of both sides had completely reversed. In the past when he was the challenger, the regulator Volcano could easily control him, even forcibly ending the instance to pull him out. But now, he was the owner of the Abyss Taxi Company, and the regulator Volcano was here to ask him to handle the matter, with the advantage now on his side. Lin Bei withdrew his gaze, ignoring the regulator Volcano, and continued to look at the strange beings coming and going. What a joke, the other party came seeking him, he would be crazy to take the initiative to speak.
+1. +1. The regulator Volcano sat next to Lin Bei.
He wanted to wait for Lin Bei to speak first. But he found that Lin Bei had no intention to speak at all, just sitting quietly, glancing at him once from start to finish. Faced with this situation, the regulator Volcano felt somewhat suffocated.
Could it be that no one recognized Lin Bei?
He would never believe such a thing. After all, he had had contact with Lin Bei before.
It was impossible not to recognize him.
This guy.
Is he putting on airs?
No matter how much he felt stifled or unhappy, the regulator Volcano could only keep telling himself to endure and not let the situation turn worse because of impulsiveness. After all, he was a regulator. As long as the challenger did not violate the rules, he could not make a move against the challenger, even when the professional challenge had not yet started.
Lin Bei. Can I talk to you?
The regulator Volcano's voice was low, giving off a reluctant feeling. Therefore, Lin Bei completely ignored him and continued to look at the various strange beings. After all, he was not the one in a hurry.
Lin Bei? Did you hear me? Don't act like you didn't hear.
Seeing that Lin Bei was ignoring him, the regulator Volcano felt even more stifled, but he could only hold back and repeatedly say to Lin Bei.
Lin Bei. I want to talk to you.
Lin Bei, forget about the unpleasantness in the past, there is something really important I need to tell you. That time, I was not deliberately targeting you, I drove away other challengers too, it was really that you went a bit too far, and continuing would make things more serious. I was just following the rules, it really wasn't my intention. But no matter how he explained or found reasons, Lin Bei still ignored him.
The regulator Volcano became anxious. Lin Bei's unyielding attitude made him feel very helpless. What will it take for you to listen to me? Just tell me.
Hey! At least acknowledge me. In the next moment, Lin Bei stood up and walked over to another chair. The regulator Volcano instinctively wanted to chase after Lin Bei. But there were a few strange beings blocking his way, refusing to let him approach Lin Bei. Clearly I'm here to ask my big brother for a favor, but what kind of terrible attitude is this?
Is this how you ask for help? Not a bit of sincerity, and the attitude is so disgusting.
Thankfully, my big brother has a good temper, if it were me, I would point at his nose and scold him.
Big scumbag. At that moment, the regulator Volcano realized where the problem lay. He really had no sincerity.
Clearly he was here to ask Lin Bei for help, yet he still thought about taking the dominant position.
The regulator Volcano fell silent. Could it be that as a regulator, he had truly been reduced to the point of having to grovel and plead with a human? And he had to maintain a low profile to please a human? He was extremely unwilling.
But thinking of this being a serious dereliction of duty, the consequences would be severe if it wasn't resolved, the regulator, Volcano, had to keep convincing himself. After a moment, he made a decision. I will do whatever it takes to get this done. Isn't it just sincerity? I'll give it. After making this decision, the supervisor, Volcano, realized another problem. He remembered the strange group from just now. Each one of them had stood by Lin Bei, and every word they spoke was actually helping him, even to the point of openly insulting and accusing him. Wait. Did he tame that strange group? That's terrifying. Facing this situation, even the supervisor, Volcano, felt scared. He was sure of one thing. Those strange beings had met Lin Bei for the first time just now. But somehow, they had become like this. It was the first time the supervisor, Volcano, felt a chill run down his spine. Quickly solve this matter. Then stay away from him. With his current level, he definitely won't appear in any career challenge I manage. Also, I have to withdraw from the matter of killing him. I can't continue to mess around with Blackbone. Otherwise, I'm done for. He decisively left the place, planning to return after preparing enough sincerity to find Lin Bei. Ding. Gained 1 attribute point. Target has been changed. Favorability has started to rise. +1. +1. Lin Bei continued to sit by the street. It had been more than 10 hours since it began. During this time, he didn't need to do anything. When he was hungry, a strange being brought food. When he was thirsty, a strange being brought drinks. Some even wanted to take care of his bathroom needs. Although he was sitting still, it wasn't boring at all. After another hour passed, the little girl somehow found her way over. She stood in front of Lin Bei, grabbed one of his hands, and said, "Stop sitting here. Come home with me. Yume is cooking at home, she's waiting for you to come back. You don't need to worry, the other sisters are not here, it's just the two of us." Hiss. Lin Bei took a deep breath. Damn. Yume really came back. No. I plan to sit here for the night. The grown-up little girl would definitely understand what Lin Bei meant. She patted Lin Bei's shoulder hard. Don't worry, we won't go too far, we've already discussed it. It's just one night, not 12 hours. The first 4 hours are mine, the next 4 are hers. The last 4 hours we'll share? How about that, isn't it very humane? Hearing the little girl's words, Lin Bei almost spat out blood. No, sisters. You call this humane? Where's the humanity in this? Let's go. Come home with me. In the end, Lin Bei reluctantly returned to the villa. Yume had prepared a table full of rich food. Well, all of it was nourishing food. Eat more. Come on, let me feed you. Eat this, it's good for your health. Open your mouth, ah. After eating and drinking to their fill, the nightmare began. This night, Lin Bei almost died. After finally enduring until the next day, Lin Bei left the villa early and returned to that intersection. He had already made up his mind. Once he received the news about the throne, he would quickly leave Grey Abyss City. Lin Bei had just sat down in the chair when Supervisor Volcano arrived punctually. He looked at Lin Bei's weak posture in dark circles and couldn't help but ask in confusion. Have you been sitting here the whole time? You look like you're really tired? Chapter 152. Supervisor Volcano looked Lin Bei up and down. Lin Bei gave him a weak and exhausted impression, reminding him of a few desire-type ghosts he had encountered before, strange beings lost in desire, who had no restraint in anything they did. It's just like. It's too similar. If I didn't know him and didn't understand him, I'd definitely think he was a desire-type ghost. How strange, when I saw him yesterday, he wasn't like this. How did he change like this in just over 10 hours? It's hard to imagine what he's been through in this time. Although he didn't know the details, Supervisor Volcano knew that it must have been terrifying. He didn't want to go through that kind of thing. Lin Bei leaned back in his chair. Looking at Supervisor Volcano, he didn't even know how to answer. Tell the truth? No way. He had only been through just over 10 hours of hardship. Then didn't it mean admitting that he was fake in disguise? Lying? No need for that. Don't bring up what shouldn't be mentioned. Otherwise, I don't mind letting you eat the door slam again. The regulator, Volcano, immediately understood Lin Bei's meaning. Got it. A hidden difficulty. Therefore, he didn't continue to ask about it, only took out an account card and respectfully handed it to Lin Bei. This is my sincerity. 7 figures. Do you think that's enough? After thinking it over and combining it with his understanding of Lin Bei, the regulator, Volcano, knew Lin Bei liked horror coins a lot, so he specially prepared an account card and deposited a sum of horror coins into it.
7 figures?
Lin Bei did not reach out to take it. Far from meeting his expectations.
Is this your sincerity? It's lacking. I can't see any sincerity at all.
The hand of the regulator, Volcano, suddenly froze, not expecting Lin Bei to be dissatisfied. In the account card, there was a whole 3 million horror coins. Even if he wanted to save up 3 million, it would take some effort because his focus wasn't on earning horror coins.
Is 3 million not enough? I only forcibly sent you back to the safe zone. It wasn't something too outrageous.
Until now, the regulator, Volcano, still didn't know that he and the regulator, Blackbone's actions had long been clear to Lin Bei. When Lin Bei dealt with Ms. Yuing, he was watching from the shadows, certain that Ms. Yuing hadn't betrayed him, so he never considered that point, thinking Lin Bei was still in the dark.
This matter isn't excessive.
As a regulator, driving me, this variable, away is reasonable.
The price of 3 million can indeed be forgiven. But what about the other matter? That matter
is countless times more excessive than this one. The heart of the regulator, Volcano, suddenly sank. Having a not-so-good guess, Lin Bei's reaction clearly indicated that the so-called other matter was very serious. And aside from wanting Lin Bei dead, he couldn't think of any other way he had offended Lin Bei.
What do you mean? Why don't I understand? The regulator, Volcano, pretended to be confused.
This was to test Lin Bei, wanting to see if the other matter Lin Bei spoke of was indeed the one he had in mind.
Stop pretending. I know all the dirty things you've done. When you first sought to kill me, weren't you willing to offer a good price? So what are you pretending not to know now? If you want to talk to me about the professional challenge, let's settle this matter together. Otherwise, there's nothing to discuss.
At this moment, the expression of the regulator, Volcano, was very ugly. The worst-case scenario had happened.
How did he know about this matter?
We have always acted in secret. Those peculiar things we contacted also agreed not to betray us, yet he knows everything clearly.
And how did he know my purpose for coming to him?
This matter was clearly only known to me. He had countless doubts in his heart. Things that left no trace, yet were exposed so thoroughly. Even things known only to himself couldn't be hidden from Lin Bei. He couldn't help but doubt whether Lin Bei possessed a particularly powerful mind-reading ability.
All right. I understand now. Tomorrow at the same time, I will come to find you here. Wait to see my sincerity.
Even though his heart was filled with complex feelings, the regulator, Volcano, had no choice but to follow Lin Bei's request, even if it felt like swallowing shit.
Before long, the regulator, Volcano, left with a frown.
Lin Bei, on the other hand, was doing the same thing as yesterday.
Ding. Target has been locked. Affinity has begun to increase. +1. He felt a bit anxious. No. I have something tonight.
Yume sighed and spoke with a compassionate face.
Don't worry. Tonight will be different from yesterday. Loli and I will control our impulses. Hearing this, Lin Bei couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If he could rest well, then he wouldn't mind going back. All right. Let's go back.
It wasn't until he entered the villa that Lin Bei realized he had fallen into a trap.
It was different from yesterday. Because Ji and Shen Shen had returned. Super double. You all. So vicious.
The next day, Lin Bei still left early. His condition visibly worsened, more weak, dark circles under his eyes severe, and even walking felt a bit unsteady. Sitting by the familiar roadside, Lin Bei lit a cigarette. The morning was foggy, and the smoke he exhaled mixed with the mist, creating smoke filled with countless sorrows.
Soon. I will leave soon.
System, keep raising the affection.
Time passed second by second.
After a few minutes, Lin Bei, who hadn't slept for 2 days and 2 nights, leaned over and fell into a deep sleep. But just as he entered his dream, the voice of the nightmare Ms. came from behind.
You're here. I missed you so much. Come. I'll take you to see the dream I just created. It's a very dreamy place. Lin Bei wanted to cry.
But he couldn't cry in the dream. In the dream where the nightmare Ms. lived, sadness was not allowed. Outside the dream, the regulator, Volcano, also arrived at this moment. He looked at Lin Bei, who was sleeping in the fog, and the many cigarette butts scattered around him.
His condition is worse than yesterday.
It seems after I left, he went through some terrible things, even worse than the day before.
The regulator, Volcano, looked at Lin Bei. He noticed Lin Bei's expression was changing, from relaxation to bitterness. Dreaming? Frowning and sweating, he must be having a nightmare.
Don't say, this guy is also pretty tough.
Wait a moment, don't catch a cold.
Saying this, he draped his coat over Lin Bei, then bent down to pick up the cigarette butts and threw them into the trash can several meters away. After doing all this, the regulator, Volcano, sat beside Lin Bei, patiently waiting for him to wake from his nightmare.
Chapter 153.
This nightmare lasted a long time. After 2 hours, Lin Bei finally escaped from the nightmare. He woke up, his eyes filled with exhaustion. Despite sleeping, his fatigue had not eased.
It's also my fault. I've been gone too long. They have been thinking about me. Finally got the chance, how could they let me go easily?
After muttering to himself, Lin Bei noticed he was covered with a piece of clothing. A black coat, specially lined with fleece, had excellent warmth.
Clothes?
He instinctively thought it was from someone whose affection had reached 100, worried about him catching a cold, then realized this coat looked somewhat familiar, as if he had seen it more than once. At this moment, the voice of the regulator, Volcano, came from beside him.
You're awake? Want to eat breakfast? I bought you some breakfast.
Saying this, he handed the steaming breakfast to Lin Bei.
Eat it while it's hot. I kept using my abilities to keep it warm for you.
Lin Bei was a bit dumbfounded.
He didn't expect it would be like this. The regulator, Volcano, not only covered him with clothes but also specially went to buy him breakfast?
He couldn't help but wonder if the regulator, Volcano's affection had also reached a fairly high level.
An information bar appeared before his eyes. Regulator, Volcano. Affection points, -50. Relationship, wariness plus sympathy plus fear. Level, disaster level.
Having seen you looking exhausted for 2 consecutive days, he suddenly felt you were also a pitiful person. You must also be busy struggling for survival. Dark circles and pale face are the best proof.
He suddenly let go.
Understanding your struggles, the affection changed accordingly.
He couldn't help but do those things for you.
Actually, he hates you, but it hasn't reached the point where he must kill you. The main one wanting you dead is the supervisor Blackbone, who was merely forced there at best. Although he understands you, his thoughts haven't changed. If he can avoid contact with you, he still wants to do so as much as possible because he doesn't want to be hurt again. He has no great ambitions. He only wants to be a stable supervisor. After reading the information panel, Lin Bei remained silent for a while.
Thanks. He is not a madman. The things the supervisor, Volcano, did also counted as a form of sincerity. Let's eat first. It won't taste good if it gets cold.
Soon, Lin Bei finished his breakfast, and his condition improved a little.
He looked at the supervisor, Volcano.
The supervisor, Volcano, immediately took out a small package.
This is my prepared sincerity. Inside are some underworld tools, a few rare items, and potions.
These were originally meant as rewards for killing you.
But I need to explain a bit in advance. Actually, I never really wanted to kill you. It was that guy Blackbone who forced me to go.
After I refused, he still threatened me with leverage.
I had no choice but to agree with you. If you want to settle the score, go find Blackbone.
She seems to have reached the point of hating you to the bone. This matter, Lin Bei had just learned from the information panel, so he knew the supervisor, Volcano, was not lying. He remembered the supervisor, Blackbone.
Indeed.
From what happened back then, the supervisor Blackbone hated him deeply.
All right. Your sincerity is enough.
Even without the issue of clothes and breakfast, just the 3 million horror coins and a pile of underworld tools were enough for Lin Bei to say the same thing. He knew the principle of knowing when to stop.
Some things cannot be pushed to the extreme.
Of course, just some things.
Seeing Lin Bei relax, the supervisor, Volcano, finally breathed a sigh of relief.
If he still couldn't satisfy Lin Bei, he wouldn't know what to do next.
You want to talk about the career challenge, right? Talk here? Or go to the office?
Lin Bei proactively said.
Talking here is fine. The supervisor, Volcano, didn't want to waste time.
He feared Lin Bei would change his mind.
Speak.
With Lin Bei's permission, the supervisor, Volcano, quickly stated his demands. The content was very simple.
He wanted the taxi driver's career challenge to continue, with all aspects following the previous standards. Lin Bei would provide jobs for the challengers to participate.
Every time a round of career challenge ended, he would earn a reward, proportional to the costs of that round. In short, he wouldn't lose, and he didn't have to do anything, he just needed to send a few strange ones to handle this.
All right. Let's sign a contract.
Also, you don't need to deliberately avoid me.
As long as you don't provoke me, I won't do anything to you.
This matter was pleasant.
After finishing, the supervisor, Volcano, left.
He released the heavy burden on his heart and felt an unprecedented sense of relief. Lin Bei remained sitting by the roadside.
+1. +1.
The system was continuously increasing the favorability of the passing strange beings. 2 days passed. Hundreds and thousands of strange beings' favorability had been raised to 100, and Lin Bei received a large wave of attribute points as a result. But he did not add points. He planned to wait and add them all at once for the thrill. Now there's just one last task. It's the 3rd day, there should be news from Silver Moonling soon. I can also sleep well after returning today. Ji and Xian Shen went into seclusion to study tattoos, and Yu Mei and the lowly have also been sent out to do errands. By the time I return, they will temporarily be away. Lin Bei really wanted to rest well. Buzz. A few hours later, the palm brain suddenly began to vibrate. Lin Bei took out the palm brain. The one contacting him was Silver Moonling. As soon as he connected the palm treasure, Silver Moonling's voice rang out. Hubby, I have received news about the throne. Where are you now? I'm coming to find you. Let's have a good talk about this matter. Lin Bei suddenly felt a chill running down his spine. Here it comes again? Please don't. Today is not convenient. Let's wait until tomorrow. Tomorrow I will come find you. Wait for me at the office of the underworld. Yin Yueying could hear the exhaustion in Lin Bei's words. She thoughtfully advised. Honey, you must exercise some restraint. Your body belongs to you. No matter how hard it is to resist, you can't go too far. After all, there is still a long time ahead. You can enjoy it then. Lin Bei almost spat out blood. Restraint? Is it that he doesn't want to exercise restraint? He just wants to have a good rest for one day. Back in the villa area. All was silent and eerie. Lin Bei finally waited for this day. Within seconds, he fell asleep, as Ms. Nightmare was busy creating a dream. Waking up from the dream, Lin Bei felt refreshed and energized. He stretched lazily, casually washed his face, and drove the car he had nearly risked his life to get back, following green lights all the way to the underworld office. Parking in a designated space, Lin Bei smoothly arrived at the floor where Yin Yueying was. As soon as the elevator door opened, Yin Yueying leaped into his arms. Come quick. I have prepared a feast for you. Let's eat while talking. Finding the throne is actually not that hard. Chapter 154. Sitting at the dining table, Lin Bei looked at the lavish spread of food before him and felt an urge to cry. Because these were all normal foods, none of them were meant to replenish one's health. He was so excited. Finally, he could eat normal food. Yueying, it has to be you. Who said that those who come from big families and are pampered can't be caring? Among the many abnormalities he possessed, Lin Bei originally thought that Yin Yueying was the most willful, the least willing to lower her stance, and the hardest to get along with others. But now it seemed that Yin Yueying was far from that. She was clearly the most considerate one. Receiving Lin Bei's praise, Yin Yueying's entire state improved. If it were anyone else and their abnormality, even if they praised her 100,000 times, she wouldn't feel a bit happy or excited. But if it were Lin Bei, just saying the simplest not bad was enough to make her happy for the whole day. He. I will keep working hard. Although I can't compare in strength and level to others, but in being a good wife and understanding person, I will definitely lead them by a mile. Yin Yueying was determined. She would seize her advantages to develop. Of course, she wouldn't neglect her strength either. After all, Yin Yueying planned to return alone to the Yin family when the time was right, trying to take control of the Yin family, but this would take a long time, there was no rush. Good. Keep it up. I have confidence in you. Such matters, Lin Bei would naturally not refuse, as he would be the one benefiting in the end. He held a stick of sweet corn in his hand and took bites while a variety of foods like steak, fried eggs, fried dough sticks, and sausages lay before him, along with a good amount of green vegetables. Lin Bei didn't care about dining etiquette. While devouring the food, he inquired about the throne matter. So, what about the throne matter? Can we find it today? Yin Yueying was not in the mood for breakfast, her gaze was fixed on Lin Bei, just watching him enjoy the food was enough to make her satisfied. She used her finger to wipe the milk from the corner of Lin Bei's mouth. Yes. The throne in Grey Abyss City is not hidden, it is in a public place, just buy a ticket to enter and you can find the throne. But that's just finding it. To sit on the throne and gain its recognition, the difficulty increases significantly, and the specific requirements are not investigable. For many years, Grey Abyss City has been in a state of being unclaimed. This means that no one or abnormality has ever succeeded in sitting on the throne, and the throne has never recognized anyone or abnormality. Finishing the information she knew, Yin Yueying immediately began to encourage Lin Bei. Keep it up. You can definitely do it. I believe in you. They believe in you too. Even if we fail, it's no big deal. Not recognizing you just shows that the throne of Grey Abyss City has serious problems with its vision. She kept speaking. The meaning was clear. She was easing Lin Bei's pressure, not wanting him to feel any burden, even if the final outcome was failure.
Lin Bei could not possibly misunderstand Yin Yueying's intentions. He didn't feel dissatisfied. All right. I believe in myself too. Where is the throne now? Let's go take a look. No matter if it would succeed or not, Lin Bei decided to go and see. He had to see it. In the Human Exhibition Hall of Grey Abyss City. Are we going? I'll contact the curator to receive us.
As soon as she finished speaking, Yin Yueying took out her palm computer and found the curator's contact information. Lin Bei finished the crab roe bun in his hand.
We are going. Contact them.
Upon receiving Lin Bei's affirmative answer, Yin Yueying started to contact the curator of the exhibition hall. The palm computer connected quickly, her tone and attitude carried a bit of arrogance, as if she was issuing orders.
Get ready. I'm about to bring a distinguished guest for a visit. It must be the highest standard.
On the other side, at the Human Exhibition Hall of Grey Abyss City, the curator's expression was serious after hanging up the palm computer.
He was very clear about Yin Yueying's status. The second young master of the Inu family. The highest authority of the underworld office in Grey Abyss City. Either one of these identities alone could easily crush him. A distinguished guest is coming for a visit?
Her status is already high enough, but judging from her tone, the guest seems to have an even higher status than her.
Could it be that the leader of the Inu family is coming? Or perhaps the young lady of the Inu family? Both seem unlikely. But apart from these two, who else could make her act this way? Although the likelihood is small, thinking carefully, these are the only two possibilities.
Facing such a situation, the curator didn't dare to relax for a moment.
Unless he was tired of living.
He put away the palm computer and immediately spoke to his staff.
Quick, quick, quick. Get everything ready.
A super distinguished guest is coming soon, everyone must perform well.
Otherwise, you know the consequences. The staff in the Human Exhibition Hall were not few in number. Some were eerie. Humans are all challengers.
They all began to prepare quickly, not daring to go against the curator's wishes.
Lin Bei finished all the food on the table.
He felt very full and in great shape, but Yin Yueying was not doing well. She seemed to have become a bit eerie, looking at Lin Bei with a smile that had ill intent.
Are you full and well hydrated? How about some exercise? The Human Exhibition Hall isn't far. We can go after exercising?
Like other eerie beings, Yin Yueying had been waiting for this chance to spend time with Lin Bei for a long while. However, she was not so aggressive. First, she served Lin Bei with a gentle demeanor. Only when Lin Bei was satisfied would she reveal her true purpose. Once Lin Bei was full and rested well, how could he be afraid of this arrogant creature named Yin Yueying?
2 hours later.
Lin Bei, driving the car with the somewhat awkwardly moving Yin Yueying, arrived at the parking lot of the Human Exhibition Hall in Grey Abyss City. After casually parking the car, he looked not far ahead.
The Human Exhibition Hall.
It was of average size, about the size of 10 football fields, and only 3 stories high. At this moment, at the entrance of the exhibition hall, several eerie beings and humans were standing. A red carpet was laid out, an archway was built, multiple flower baskets were arranged, and even a drum team was waiting on both sides. In the center, an eerie being wearing black-rimmed glasses, dressed in a black suit, and with a middle-part hairstyle, had a trademark smile on his face.
This. Nice hairstyle. An information panel appeared in Lin Bei's view. Curator of the Human Exhibition Hall. Favor points, 0. Relationship, unfamiliar stranger. Level, eerie king. He was especially tense.
He was waiting for a distinguished guest to arrive. He kept guessing about the identity of that distinguished guest.
As he pondered how to seize this opportunity? Chapter 155.
Looking at the scene in the distance, Lin Bei couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth.
Needless to say, the scale is indeed high.
There's a red carpet and flower baskets, even a drum troupe was arranged, just short of a lion dance and dragon dance.
His gaze fell on several human employees. Challengers?
Being a challenger here must be quite uncomfortable. Just after finishing his morning exercise, Lin Bei learned from Yin Yueying's pale lips what the Human Exhibition Hall was.
It's an exhibition hall that easily causes discomfort in humans. Inside, the exhibits are all humans. Whole humans, divided humans, various parts of humans, people who died in different ways.
There's even an exhibition room called the Fear Appreciation Room.
Inside, it was filled with human heads.
Each head wore an expression of terror, made by something eerie specially placed in different human exhibitions for eerie enjoyment.
These are just a part of it. There are many more.
In short, no human likes this place. When Lin Bei heard this, dissatisfaction surged in his heart. After all, he was also a human. Therefore, the morning exercise was extended by half an hour. At that moment, the somewhat clumsy Yin Yueying got out of the car and walked to Lin Bei's side. She knew Lin Bei's thoughts and gently coaxed him.
Just endure for now. Let's go in and take a look at the throne first. Afterwards, you can do whatever you want. Lin Bei understood this reasoning too.
So, he had no plans to do anything. Of course, only temporarily. Taking a deep breath, Lin Bei adjusted his state and linked arms with Yin Yueying as they walked towards the exhibition hall entrance. A few seconds later, the owner of the exhibition hall saw Yin Yueying and Lin Bei, who was acting intimately with Yin Yueying. He was stunned on the spot. He didn't understand the scene before him. The second young lady of the Silver Moon family was actually holding hands with a human, and their relationship looked particularly good, like a couple in love.
After all, that was a human.
In a world of horror, the most bullied race.
Countless humans are killed by the eerie every year.
To put it simply, humans in the horror world are prey in toys, hunted and toyed with by the eerie. Relatively speaking, only the safe zone is a pure land.
At the same time, it's also a restraint. Why is the second young lady holding a man's hand? Is she playing a very perverted deception building game? But that doesn't look like acting. Where's the honored guest? Why didn't the second young lady bring the honored guest? Or is he coming later?
Although the exhibition hall owner didn't know what Yin Yueying was doing, he didn't dare to ignore it and directly jogged to Yin Yueying's side. He took a close look at Lin Bei. Seeing nothing special about Lin Bei, he further assumed Lin Bei was just a toy of Yin Yueying. A mere pitiful thing.
Second young lady. Where is that honored guest? Did you come here first to prepare?
The next moment, something unexpected happened to the exhibition hall owner. Yin Yueying, who was in a particularly good mood, suddenly frowned, and the smile that hung on her face instantly turned into anger.
Are you blind? Didn't you see my husband right beside me? Do you think my husband is unqualified to be an honored guest? I think you deserve to be finished.
Her good mood was completely ruined. She never expected to encounter such an unseeing Yuri.
The exhibition hall owner was directly dumbfounded.
He looked at Lin Bei, his head filled with question marks.
Honored. Honored guest? The honored guest that the second young lady mentioned is this human? Wait a minute. What did the second young lady just call him? Husband. No way. She treats a human as a husband? It doesn't seem like she's joking. Crazy. Is it the second young lady who is crazy or this world that is crazy?
Seeing the exhibition hall owner in a daze, Yin Yueying was even angrier. She kicked the owner directly, knocking him to the ground.
Do you still dare to stand there dazed? The exhibition hall owner finally snapped back to reality.
3 steps were taken, then 2 steps ran back to the entrance, signaling the drum team to quickly start.
Dong dong da. Dong dong da. It was quite lively.
The drum team was performing with great effort. The employees in the exhibition hall clapped hard, each with a smile on their face.
Dong. Dong.
After Lin Bei and Yin Yueying reached the red carpet area, the weird beings hurried over to twist the paper fireworks.
Welcome, welcome, warmly welcome. Your presence is our honor. Lin Bei and Yin Yueying moved forward like this.
One person and one weird being had different thoughts in their hearts.
Lin Bei was thinking about the throne, while Yin Yueying was thinking this situation was like a wedding.
As they walked forward, Lin Bei was also observing the surrounding situation.
Those challengers were obviously shocked. They looked at Lin Bei with a blank expression. What kind of treatment is this? I almost thought it was a leader's inspection. We are all human, why can you enjoy this kind of treatment? You think I'm envious of this treatment? Actually, I envy that you have a beautiful weird wife. An information panel appeared in front of Lin Bei. Cleaner number 1. Extreme shock. Don't understand why you are treated this way. A human, yet can enjoy this treatment. Security number 1. He has opened his eyes today. There are actually such stunning people in the world.
Lin Bei quickly withdrew his gaze. Among the weird beings present, he planned to subdue them all.
System.
Start with the curator.
Not a single one should be let go. Ding. Target locked. Favorability has begun to increase. +1. +1. Currently, the curator had no reaction.
He was still standing there welcoming Lin Bei.
Lin Bei's gaze swept through the exhibition hall. As Yin Yueying said,
his eyes were filled with human corpses. They were posed in various positions for display. This made him very uncomfortable.
There were even relevant introduction texts pasted on the wall. This person's name is Jia Xin. He died after being cut 592 times. Every cut was carefully chosen. This person is named. Died from a kind of corrosive venom. This person. The more Lin Bei looked, the more irritated he became. I really want to set this place on fire. Tonight it shall be. His voice wasn't low. He didn't try to hide it. The people and weird beings present could hear. The challengers widened their eyes, looking at Lin Bei's gaze, revealing concern and confusion, unable to understand where Lin Bei got the courage to say such words. Still speaking this in front of the curator. Even though they hated this place too. The weird beings felt angry. This was their workplace, they loved this job, being able to appreciate the different beautiful scenery every day. However, they said nothing, only watching the curator. After all, Lin Bei's identity was clearly not ordinary. They didn't dare to show it. Only able to hold it in their hearts. Unless the curator took the lead in doing something. Chapter 156. However, amidst the expectations of the weird beings, the curator of the human exhibition hall actually stood there silently watching Lin Bei, his expression unchanged, making it unclear what he was thinking. Because his favorability was gradually increasing. It had already reached a relatively high level, not being bothered by a somewhat excessive remark. In the curator's view, this was just a little joke. Why is everyone looking at me? But I'm not angry. Moreover, his favorability continued to rise. +1. +1. In less than a minute, the curator's favorability would reach 100. But the weird beings present did not know the situation. They kept watching the curator but never got a response, unable to help but start whispering. Why isn't the curator speaking? He usually isn't this quiet. Isn't he always proud of this exhibition hall? Now that person has even said he wants to burn the exhibition hall down, yet he has no reaction at all? This isn't the curator I know. Could it be that he's wary of this human's identity? No, it should be because of that female weird being. I've heard she's the second lady of the Silver Moon family, with a noble status. The owner of the exhibition hall, with a prominent status, could never offend him. It turns out he's just a man who feeds off others. He shouldn't think that just because he says something, the second daughter of the Silver Moon family will cooperate unconditionally? Half a minute passed. Finally, a strange being couldn't hold back anymore. He directly aimed his anger at Lin Bei. This is the human exhibition hall, and it is only open to the strange beings. If you don't like it, you don't have to come. No one is begging you to come. With one strange leading, the others quickly followed suit. Yeah, you don't have to like it, and you don't have to watch, but to say you want to burn it down is really too much. That's just like me going to your house and smashing your television without saying a word. The owner is afraid of you, but we are not afraid of you. They had all worked here for many years. They would never let this place be burned down. Lin Bei didn't even bother to look at these strange beings. After all, it was just a matter of time before they changed their minds. The urgent task was to see the throne of Grey Abyss City first. Ding! Gained 1 attribute point. Goal has changed. Favorability has begun to rise. At this moment, the owner of the human exhibition hall, who had been silent all along, finally reacted. He took a few steps to Lin Bei's side, looking at him with an extremely complex gaze, yet without any malice. Once the favorability reached 100, he would unconditionally stand on Lin Bei's side. In the next moment, the owner of the exhibition hall stood back to back with Lin Bei, facing that familiar group of strange staff. His expression was grave. His eyes even revealed a hint of murderous intent. When Lin Bei spoke of burning the place, he felt no anger at all. In fact, he even wanted to help Lin Bei do it. But the attitude of those strange beings towards Lin Bei made him feel a long-lost anger. Everyone be quiet. Look at what you are doing. This person is a distinguished guest. The most esteemed guest in the whole horror world. How dare you treat him this way? You all want to live forever, right? Too much. Really too much. Even I can't bear to watch. The strange staff were all stunned. They were shocked by the owner's actions. Not only did he not say a single word against Lin Bei, but he even turned it back on them? And he looked especially angry about it. No, owner, did you misunderstand something? We are protecting the exhibition hall. It's clearly him who said something excessive. Did you not hear what he said? He said he would burn down the exhibition hall tonight. Why treat us this way? What did we do wrong? No one could understand or accept. They did nothing wrong yet still got scolded. But the owner's next words shocked them to the point of questioning reality. Have you all gone mad? You think this is excessive? He just wants to burn this place down. It's not like he wants to do anything bad. It's just a rundown exhibition hall. It can't compare to how important his mood is. Even I have no objections, so what are you opposing?
Burn it, I'll do it myself, I'll burn it down tonight. If you don't want to be burned to death, just stay away. As long as Lin Bei is happy, he didn't care about any costs, even if it meant losing the human exhibition hall he had managed for many years. At this moment, the entire interior of the human exhibition hall was in absolute silence, so quiet that even the sound of a needle dropping could be heard. Every strange being looked at the owner of the exhibition hall with disbelief. They could not believe that this was the situation.
The owner of the exhibition hall leading a rebellion? Is this really the legitimate owner?
Lin Bei didn't want to waste time on these matters.
Don't waste time. Quickly take me to see the throne.
As soon as he finished speaking, the owner of the exhibition hall immediately responded.
All right. Please follow me. He led Lin Bei and Yin Yuing away from this place.
On the way out, Lin Bei occasionally looked back at the strange beings to facilitate the system's switch to improve favorability targets.
Ding. Gained 1 attribute point.
Target has switched. After all, one of the requirements for the system to increase affinity is for Lin Bei to see the weirdness of the targets to be improved. Since he needed to see the throne first, Lin Bei did not focus on switching goals, he handled as many as he could, and would deal with the remaining weirdness later. Until there was no more weirdness within the achievable range, not counting the museum's curator, he had reached 3 weirdness that had their affinity raised to 100. Even with the curator leading the way, it still took considerable effort to navigate through dozens of twists and turns before finally arriving at the location of the throne.
The curator stood in front of a tightly closed iron door. The throne is just inside.
Many years ago, the throne suddenly appeared here and has never left since. Many weirdness have come to the museum, wishing to sit on this throne, but none have been able to succeed, as they were all rejected by the throne. Even some well-known and terrifyingly strong weirdness couldn't conquer this throne, and over time, no weirdness came anymore, which is akin to an acknowledgement that no one could handle the throne of Grey Abyss City. And this throne has remained in this room, no one knows the reason. As he spoke, he took out a key and unlocked the iron door. The room was quite spacious. A grey, ancient throne was positioned in the center of the room. The throne's design was unique and clearly not an ordinary item, creating a strong sense of dissonance in this environment.
It should not be placed here. Its fitting environment should be one that receives the awe of a city's weirdness. Lin Bei's attention was completely drawn to the throne. But, unexpected things happened. Chapter 157.
Lin Bei never expected that while he was staring at the throne of Grey Abyss City, an information panel appeared before him. That's right, it was an information panel related to the throne. Throne of Grey Abyss City.
Affinity points, 0. Relationship, does not recognize you.
Level, Weird Emperor level. It is the throne of Grey Abyss City. At the same time, it is a very special weirdness, a kind born specifically for kings, whose lifelong duty is to serve the king. To seek the king, acknowledge the king, cultivate the king, protect the king, and serve the king. It will accompany the king until the current king dies. When the king dies, it will seek a new king.
Currently, it has not encountered a king. It is waiting.
The reason it stays here is that once a weirdness told it that it would wait here for its destined king. Thus, no matter what happens, it will always remain here, even if this human exhibition hall is abandoned or destroyed, it will not leave this place.
Currently, its realm is Weird Emperor level. This is the initial realm after each throne weirdness is born.
To improve its strength, it must accompany the chosen king through various powers. There is no concept of strong or weak talent among throne weirdness, their strength will grow stronger as their respective kings become stronger.
Lin Bei was truly shocked.
He never expected the throne to also be a weirdness.
It's actually a weirdness? This is good news.
At this moment, a smile appeared on Lin Bei's face.
For him, weirdness is the easiest to deal with.
If the throne were not a weirdness but just a special item, Lin Bei would not have absolute confidence in gaining its recognition, especially with the throne of Grey Abyss City having been empty for many years.
But with weirdness, it becomes much easier.
All he needs to do is spend 100 seconds to raise the affinity to 100 points.
Other matters, such as the qualifications to be king or the need to gain the throne's recognition or any other complicated requirements? None of it is necessary.
All that's needed is to stand face to face for 100 seconds.
What a pity.
The initial level of the throne of Grey Abyss City is Weird Emperor level. I currently have no way to elevate the affinity of Weird Emperor level.
The system level is still insufficient.
I need to wait patiently.
It's just a matter of time. The experience points required to upgrade the system again are simply too many.
Even if Lin Bei was continuously raising the eerie goodwill without wasting a second, he just couldn't reach the next level in a short time. After all, there was a limit to the experience points one could gain each day. 1 point per second, 60 points per minute, 3,600 points per hour, 86,400 points per day. He couldn't even accumulate 1% of the experience points in a day. But after going through the early stage, the situation would change.
Currently, he could only raise the goodwill of one Eerie at a time.
But after a while, he would be able to raise the goodwill of 2 Eerie simultaneously, and later even reach a point where he could raise 3 Eerie goodwill at the same time. By then, the speed at which he gained experience points would double.
This level only requires 10 million experience points.
According to the pattern, the next level needs 100 million experience points, so it will take even longer to level up.
Sigh. Lin Bei sighed. The road ahead is long. The task of raising goodwill cannot stop for even a moment.
He didn't linger here, after all, there was nothing more he could do now.
Let's go. We'll come back later. The timing isn't right yet.
Though he was leaving, Lin Bei didn't feel disappointed. He had settled on the throne of Grey Abyss City.
It was no difficulty at all.
Meanwhile, in the hall of the Human Exhibition Center, the eerie creatures left behind were discussing the curator's strange behavior with unusual expressions. But not all eerie participated in the discussion. 3 eerie remained silent.
What do you all think? Don't you feel that the curator has gone mad, actually saying he wants to burn this place down? What has he been stimulated by? I don't understand what the curator is thinking. I can understand him wanting to please that female eerie, but does he really need to go that far?
I strongly oppose burning down the exhibition. At worst, I'll go against the curator. I don't need a leader who has lost his mind.
The atmosphere was quite tense.
Some eerie wanted to replace the curator. At this moment, the 3 eerie whose goodwill had been raised to 100 spoke up.
What are you all getting so upset about?
Burning this place has nothing to do with you, it will only cost you a job, so why keep talking behind his back? The curator is right, a place filled with evil like this exhibition is better off burned down. I feel nauseous just looking at it. We 3 will join the curator in the burning. You can try to stop us, as long as you don't mind getting burnt along with us. Burning the Human Exhibition Center was Lin Bei's plan. They would simply help him to the end. If any eerie dared to stop or oppose, then those eerie would be dealt with too. The other eerie were momentarily stunned. They instinctively looked towards the 3 eerie, their eyes filled with disbelief, stronger than when they had looked at the curator. A familiar yet eerie situation occurred once again. You 3 have gone mad as well. Why are you saying the same thing as the curator?
No, it's worse. You want to burn us alive as well? How can you be worse than the curator? What is going on? First, the curator leads a rebellion, and now it's you 3.
Stop messing around, you 3 are valuable employees. At this moment, all the eerie realized there must be a serious problem.
For eerie were going crazy in a row.
They didn't know how to face the situation. It was too strange, too eerie, too abnormal.
It was the complete opposite of how things normally were.
The exhibition hall, which had originally held an important place in their hearts, now felt less significant than a trash can by the roadside. At this time, Lin Bei, along with the curator and Silver Mooning, returned to the hall of the exhibition center. He immediately communicated with the system.
System. Start raising goodwill. It's the same as before. After reaching 100, switch targets. Once all eerie goodwill have reached 100, continue raising Silver Moonying's goodwill. The system immediately complied. Ding. Target has been locked. Goodwill has started to increase. +1. +1. Lin Bei walked to an open area.
He once again started surveying the exhibition that made him feel uncomfortable. The owner of the exhibition hall had a very colorful personality, and he brought over chairs that had been prepared for Lin Bei and Silver Mooning.
Boss, second miss, please sit down.
Lin Bei casually sat down. He withdrew his gaze, which had been looking around. His thoughts hadn't changed. This exhibition hall was still better off burned down.
The reason was simple.
It made him very uncomfortable.
He was human.
Silver Mooning sat beside Lin Bei.
No matter what Lin Bei wanted to do, she supported him unconditionally. A few seconds later, Lin Bei's voice sounded. The original plan. We act tonight. There shouldn't be such places in Grey Abyss City. But before burning this place down, let's deal with what's inside first. Everything should be buried. Chapter 158. If it were a normal exhibition hall, Lin Bei would never have done such a thing. He wasn't unreasonable.
Nor was he crazy. But this exhibition hall, it truly made Lin Bei extremely disgusted, and he felt uncomfortable deep inside. It was all human corpses and body tissues, and many of them had been deliberately distorted and grotesquely altered. It was clearly done on purpose, and it looked like an insult to humanity.
After all, he was human. How could his heart not be moved upon seeing this? Lin Bei didn't want to suppress his feelings, so he made this decision.
The exhibition hall owner was the first to respond.
All right. No problem at all. You can leave these matters to me.
I'll handle the corpses cleanly, even if it's just a broken arm, I will give it a proper burial. After I'm done, I'll buy a few barrels of gasoline and set this place on fire once it's late at night. He didn't care at all. A broken exhibition hall was nothing, not even as important as a single strand of Lin Bei's hair. The three strange creatures were also unwilling to lag behind. I will do the same, follow the orders to the fullest. Honestly, I hate this place, a land of sin and bloodshed. Destroying it is the right thing to do. Unconditionally support, just find a place to rest and watch, don't get directly involved, even if there are consequences, we will handle it, it won't affect you, boss. They were all clear in their minds. After burning this human exhibition hall, it would definitely cause some trouble, to some extent. The thoughts of the three strange creatures were unified. They absolutely would not let Lin Bei be affected. That was their bottom line. No need. I will set the fire. You guys handle the rest. You can come up with any excuse to cover it up. As long as no one present, not even the strange ones, speaks about it. After speaking, Lin Bei looked at the remaining strange creatures and humans. The tasks that still needed to be done had to be completed. The exhibition hall would be burned, and he himself would have to deal with the trouble. He knew what he was doing. As long as the strange creatures cooperated and stuck to the story that it was an accident, they would surely be able to cover it up. Lin Bei wasn't worried about the strange creatures. Though their strengths varied, all of them were beneath the strange king, and it would be easy to raise their favor to over 100, eventually making them completely loyal to him. It was only the challengers that Lin Bei had to worry about. They might speak out. The exhibition hall owner immediately understood Lin Bei's meaning. He took out a meat cleaver and began walking step by step toward the strange creatures. Sorry. You are potential threats. Only by killing you can I avoid the risk of exposure. So, go die. The exhibition hall owner's only idea was to kill all the strange creatures and humans present who weren't cooperating. Once the people who knew about this matter and the strange ones were dead, there would naturally be no risk of leaks. The three strange creatures weren't idle either, and did something similar to the exhibition hall owner. Owner, are you planning to kill us? Just for pleasing a human we just met? No way, taking it this far? Please wake up, first you want to burn the exhibition hall for him, now you want to kill us for him, what's next, will you do even crazier things for him? Hypnosis or brainwashing? The curator and those three guys are all unfamiliar, they're not the ones we know. The weird one stood there, frozen, trying to wake up the curator, but this was something impossible for them to achieve, they were destined to fail. At that moment, Lin Bei's voice rang out. No need to act against the weird ones. They will figure it out soon. The key is those humans. In his eyes, the weirdness here were all allies. Killing one less is better, it's better not to touch them at all. Hearing this, the curator and the four weird ones looked at the more than 10 challengers. In the past, when dealing with humans, they had no psychological burden at all, they acted without hesitation. But now, they didn't dare to act, simply because Lin Bei was human. Boss. How should we handle them? Kill them all? Lin Bei felt that it wasn't necessary. Those people had merely been bystanders, killing them all felt a bit excessive. Not yet. They are challengers, if you kill them without reason, won't you face some punishment? He was a challenger and naturally wouldn't forget such things. During the challenge, it wasn't possible for the weird ones related to this challenge to act against the challengers without a reason that made sense. The curator answered honestly. Yes. But it doesn't matter. As long as it eliminates danger for you, boss, my life is worth nothing. In any case, there will come a day, I would rather die for you, boss. Lin Bei frowned. Things were getting a bit troublesome. Putting aside whether he wanted these challengers to die, just this constraint was quite difficult to handle. At that moment, a weird one whose favorability had just risen to 100 suddenly stepped forward, his eyes filled with excitement as he looked at Lin Bei. Boss, I've thought it through, this place should indeed be destroyed. Let me take care of this matter. My ability is just right for solving this problem. I can make them sign a direct death contract with me or with you, both parties must abide by the contract's contents, and if there's any thought of violating it, they will die instantly. Lin Bei couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Good. It's up to you. The timing of this weird one's emergence was quite suitable. At this moment, the remaining weird ones looked at the newly appeared one. Even you are betraying us, you're not reliable at all. Hee hee, how shameful, it's only a matter of possibly dying, yet you quickly choose to turn traitor. I'm not like that, I will never betray, even if I die here. Yes, even in death, I won't betray. I will live and die with the exhibition hall. Don't forget who our real boss is, offending him is far worse. It's better to die here than to live in fear of the big boss's revenge. They acted this way because the top boss wasn't the curator but the weird one who built the human exhibition hall. They feared even more the consequences of betraying him. That consequence was far more severe. Worse than death. To put it bluntly, the curator was merely a position, he was also working for that weird one. But after reaching a favorability of 100, the weird ones would have no second choice. 1 minute later, another weird one betrayed. I've thought it through carefully, this place should be destroyed. The reason for establishing this exhibition hall was the big boss's own twisted desires. Just to satisfy himself, he crazily captured humans to kill. After killing, he committed all kinds of cruel deeds. Even though he has money, power, and strength, he cannot hide the fact that he is a pervert. This time, I want to stand on the side of justice. He walked to Lin Bei's side. A minute and a half later, this situation replayed. After that, every once in a while, another weird one would come to a realization and ultimately choose to join Lin Bei's camp. In less than an hour, all the weird ones chose to help Lin Bei. As for the fear of the big boss, they all forgot it. The challengers who had signed the direct death contracts looked at Lin Bei, surrounded and flattered by the weird ones, questioning their own understanding. Their understanding was completely refreshed. Because they witnessed the entire process. I saw every strange reversal. What the hell is this ridiculous ability, effortlessly handling all the weirdness without anyone knowing? So absurd, I can't understand. It must be the ability to control minds. It could also be a hypnotic ability. I've heard some hypnotists can do such things. By the moment you meet them, you've already been hypnotized. I'm envious, I want that ability too. Chapter 159. Lin Bei scanned the entire area. All the preparations have been completed. The fondness of the strange beings has all reached 100, with no possibility of betrayal at all. The challengers have been forced to sign a contract. Under no circumstances can they disclose what happened today, not even in thought, otherwise, they will die immediately. The one who signed the contract with them is Lin Bei. But there are no conditions binding Lin Bei. Alright. Let's start the action. I will come back here at night. After saying this, Lin Bei left with Yin Yueying. The curator took over the management rights. It is his job to oversee the strange beings and challengers to get the work done. You, take charge of this area. You, handle that area. Hey you, go get a few big trucks. Remember, do not expose, operate secretly. After giving orders to the strange beings, the curator looked at those challengers. You go to work too. Don't forget your identity. Challengers. Your job is to be exhibition hall staff. Speaking of which, the boss has indirectly saved you. On the surface, you are employees, responsible for menial tasks, but in reality, your identity is backup exhibits. If you violate the employee code, you will be turned into exhibits, sent to different human exhibition halls. Your bodies may even be divided into several parts, appearing in multiple human exhibition halls. Thank the boss, once he sets this place on fire, it means your current challenge will end, and there will be no possibility of breaking the rules, thus you won't become exhibits. His expression was somewhat complex. In every round of professional challenges, 2/3 of the challengers will be made into human specimens. Realizing this, the challengers understood Lin Bei had unknowingly saved them and felt deep gratitude towards him. We really need to thank him, although it was unintentional, he ultimately saved us. Let's do a good job for him and keep this secret well, it's our way of repaying him. Actually, I fully support his actions. We are all humans, how can anyone be willing to let such places exist? If I had enough strength, I would also destroy this place. That's right, it's been many days since coming here, not a single day has been comfortable, there's always a feeling of discomfort all over. Knowing this, they willingly accepted and even respected Lin Bei in their hearts. Because Lin Bei did what they wished to do but dared not. In the blink of an eye, it was deep night. Lin Bei arrived punctually at the entrance of the human exhibition hall. Wow! Heavy rain poured down, covering most of the city. The rain was so heavy that it was impossible to go out. Thus, many strange beings chose to stay at home, waiting for the rain to stop before going out. But only the human exhibition hall and the surrounding 100 meters were not rained upon. Lin Bei looked around and was very satisfied with this situation. This was intentionally arranged by him with the rain charm. Only enough heavy rain could reduce the risk to a minimum. There shouldn't be any strange beings coming out in such extreme weather, right? Except for the rain charm. The curator had been waiting for Lin Bei to arrive. As soon as he saw Lin Bei, he rushed over to Lin Bei, excitedly saying, "Boss, the task was perfectly completed. All the bodies inside have been buried in a graveyard, and strict confidentiality measures were taken the entire time, absolutely no strange beings noticed it, so you can rest assured. After completing this, we've bought a lot of gasoline from various gas stations and drenched all over the exhibition hall with gasoline. Not even the throne was spared. It also damaged the key supports, significantly reducing the hardness of the walls and floor. As long as you set a fire, it will definitely burn this place to the ground. Saying this, the curator handed Lin Bei a lighter. His face was full of anticipation, as if he couldn't wait to see this place burn down. The expressions of the strange beings at the back were hard to describe. If I didn't know the curator's identity, I would definitely think he has a deep grudge against this place. You can't tell he is the curator here at all. He pours oil, causes destruction, and now hands over a lighter. He seems eager to have this place destroyed. They were sighing with emotion. They didn't see anything wrong with this. Lin Bei, however, did not take the lighter. Using a lighter or matches is too obvious. If I want to investigate, it might lead back to me. I need to find another way. From the very beginning, he never considered using a lighter or matches to burn this place down. Using such things is too easy to detect. And as long as it was confirmed that the fire source was the lighter, it could not be considered an accident. The curator was somewhat puzzled. No arson without a lighter? Then what to use for ignition? Drilling wood for fire? At this moment, Lin Bei pointed to the sky and spoke again. You say. Isn't it normal for such a place to suffer from divine retribution? At his fingertip, faint lightning flickered. But the curator didn't notice this. He simply answered truthfully. Yes. Very normal. From a human perspective, such a place should not exist. From our perspective, as beings bound to you, it is the same, but other beings might not think so. The curator had yet to realize what Lin Bei intended to do. As long as it's normal. Then. Let it suffer divine retribution. As soon as his words fell, Lin Bei's finger also came down. Boom! A bolt of lightning, 100 meters wide, struck down from the sky, landing straight in the human exhibition hall, easily engulfing the entire exhibition hall. In an instant, the human exhibition hall completely collapsed, and a raging fire erupted at the same moment. The flames spread at a terrifying speed. In just a few seconds, wherever gasoline had been poured, it became a territory claimed by the fire. The whole place fell silent, only the sounds of heavy rain and fierce flames intertwining could be heard. Whether human or strange, everyone was dumbfounded. No one expected Lin Bei to hide such power. The power to control thunder. Holy crap, a deity. What a terrifying power. Fortunately, I didn't go against the boss before. If I were struck by this lightning, I'd probably be scared stiff. The challengers fell silent. At that moment, they became aware of a terrifying fact. Lin Bei's power far exceeded their imagination. Much, much stronger. The lightning and fire continued to destroy everything. Lin Bei and the strange beings waited within the circle of rain. After a while, Lin Bei once again saw the throne of Grey Abyss City. At this moment, the throne of Grey Abyss City was also amidst lightning and fire, with charred marks appearing on its surface. The throne faced Lin Bei directly. An information panel appeared. Throne of Grey Abyss City. Favor points, 10. Relationship, somewhat recognizes you. Chapter 160. This situation truly surprised Lin Bei. He never expected that after doing such a thing, he would receive recognition from the throne of Grey Abyss City, even if it was just a small amount of recognition. So it likes this kind of thing? I see. Lin Bei released another bolt of lightning. Boom! The lightning struck down from the sky, hitting precisely. Although it took a direct hit from such a bolt of lightning, the throne of Grey Abyss City was not shattered, it only showed a few cracks along with severe charring marks. It appeared to have become a throne imbued with the breath of time. It seemed like a long, long time had passed. The information panel related to the throne of Grey Abyss City appeared once again. Throne of Grey Abyss City. Favor points, 12. Relationship, slightly acknowledges you. Level, mysterious monarch. More recognition of you. It believes that since you dared to attack it, you surely do not care about the throne of Grey Abyss City. Unlike other weird beings that target it. This meets its requirements. It does not want an ambitious guy as king. Besides, your lightning makes it feel good, it feels its power has increased in points. As long as it is struck a few dozen more times, it is confident it can reach a higher realm. Moreover, it can take this opportunity to master a new power. It is looking forward to you continuing to strike it. Lin Bei was completely stunned. He found that this throne of Grey Abyss City seemed a bit off. How to say it? A bit perverted. Suddenly feeling a bit disgusted. After all, I am so upright and serious. As he murmured, Lin Bei released several bolts of lightning again. Boom! Boom! Lightning struck down continuously. The number of cracks on the throne of Grey Abyss City increased, and the whole thing turned blackened. The situation didn't look optimistic. But only Lin Bei knew. A bad situation? No, no, no.
The situation was exceedingly good. Throne of Grey Abyss City. Favor points, 25. Relationship, more recognized by you. Level, mysterious monarch. Continue. Don't stop. It still wants more. This is the voice from its heart. It feels amazing.
It turns out being struck by lightning for the first time feels this good. With your efforts, it successfully mastered the power of lightning, and the lightning power has undergone some changes, perfectly matching its nature and being. It can create a lightning field around the throne and can use lightning to heal itself. For other weird beings wanting to sit on the throne, it has become a much harder task. Because they will be attacked by lightning upon contact. Those who cannot withstand the lightning will be expelled. Hiss. Lin Bei couldn't help but take a deep breath. This was truly experiencing the power of the throne's strangeness. Just being struck a few dozen times, and it mastered the power of lightning? Such strong plasticity and growth. It can only be said to be worthy of the throne. Indeed, it is extraordinary. At this point, a bold idea emerged in his mind.
How about making the throne of Grey Abyss City even stronger?
That way, I won't have to worry about other weird beings rushing to take the throne. After all, it will take quite a bit of time to level up the system, and during the system upgrade, I will likely be in the safe zone. Being overtaken by other weird beings or humans was Lin Bei's only worry. So, after realizing this point, he came up with such an idea.
If he raised the difficulty of the throne, then this situation could be avoided. After thinking for a few seconds, Lin Bei decided to do this. Boom! The lightning continued to bombard.
At the same time, he also used hellfire, as purple flames engulfed the throne of Grey Abyss City, ruthlessly burning it. After a while, another information panel appeared. Throne of Grey Abyss City.
Favor points, 35. Relationship, highly acknowledges you.
Level, mysterious monarch. Peak, a few more rounds will lead to a breakthrough.
It feels you are amazing. You brought it an unprecedented sense of comfort. It wants to continue. Don't stop.
The power of the abilities it mastered has become stronger, and it has also successfully mastered hellfire. Now it can create fields of heavenly thunder and hellfire. To become the king of Grey Abyss City, the first test phase is to break through the fields of heavenly thunder and hellfire. The subsequent test is to get the throne of Grey Abyss City's recognition. It recognizes you even more, believing that you are a pretty good seed, but it's not yet willing to bow beneath you.
Done. Can't continue anymore?
Lin Bei timely withdrew hellfire, and the heavenly thunder did not strike down again. In this area, except for the raging fire burning, everything else returned to normal.
I've finished what I needed to do. It's time to leave.
My movie has not been finished. After speaking, he intended to turn around and leave. But at that moment, he found a weird being approaching in the rain.
Without an umbrella, without a raincoat, and unable to see the face.
But there was an information bar.
Regulator, volcano. Lin Bei was stunned. Is it him? How could he come here? Could it be?
He thought of a bad possibility. After a while, Regulator Volcano arrived at the area where it wasn't raining.
It's only not raining here.
But there's a big fire here.
This. Am I being targeted?
After saying that, he noticed that many people and weird creatures surrounded him, all employees of the human exhibition hall, who didn't spot Lin Bei right away. Regulator Volcano was somewhat confused.
What are you all standing there for? Go and put out the fire. If you don't go, we're doomed.
While speaking, he prepared to extinguish the flames. But he found it was already beyond saving. The fire was more severe than he imagined. The human exhibition hall had become a ruin, and it was impossible to see its original form. Flames continued to burn everything down.
Ah! What bad luck! This instance will end early again. Whether there will be a next time is a big issue. Regulator Volcano sighed deeply. He was doubting whether he had angered the gods this year. How could he encounter so many misfortunes?
After finishing his sigh, Regulator Volcano suddenly realized that Lin Bei was also here. He instantly connected this matter with Lin Bei.
No way? Did he set me up again?
Regulator Volcano looked at Lin Bei with eyes full of grievance, making Lin Bei quite uncomfortable.
What are you staring at me for? It wasn't me. It's divine punishment.
In his view, this was the truth. After all, lightning strikes from the sky. How could Regulator Volcano believe such words? He looked at Lin Bei with complicated eyes.
As if to say, do you think I'm an idiot? Don't believe it? You can ask them.
The fact is, a sudden bolt of lightning struck and destroyed this building in front of us. I just rushed here. After Lin Bei finished speaking, the curator of the exhibition hall took the lead in cooperating.
That's right, this gentleman isn't lying.
It was indeed a sudden bolt of lightning that destroyed the human exhibition hall that I managed with all my heart. While speaking, he wiped away the tears streaming down his face, looking extremely distressed. Immediately after, other strange beings and humans also began to cooperate. I can confirm that the culprit is a bolt of lightning. If there's blame, it can only be on the heavens. That lightning was terrifying. It was as if the sky was leaking. Even now, thinking of that heavenly thunder makes me feel scared. I've always been an honest person. I can also prove he's telling the truth. Even though you are the regulator, you can't wrongly accuse him. This matter has nothing to do with him.
Inuaying was the last to speak. This is how it is.
We were on a romantic date in the rain, and suddenly a bolt of lightning struck that building.
When we arrived, all that was left was a pile of ruins.
Lin Bei remained silent. In his peripheral vision, the information bar belonging to the throne of Grey Abyss City reappeared.
Throne of Grey Abyss City. It is displeased with your abrupt stop and feels it hasn't had enough fun yet to end now? But it is very interested in your matter.
Whether it be humans or weird creatures, they are all speaking for you, and you have absolute control over them. It aligns perfectly with its fantasy of the king of Grey Abyss City.
Chapter 161.
Listening to each of these firm defenses of Lin Bei, desperately proving that the matter had nothing to do with Lin Bei, regulator Volcano only sighed again. He was now more certain.
This matter was definitely Lin Bei's doing. Lin Bei was the true culprit.
But he had no evidence, nor was he a witness, he simply knew this matter.
As for those weird testimonies? Regulator Volcano would not believe them. He knew Lin Bei too well.
Once again, he has managed to gather a group of weird creatures.
Too ruthless. It's a case with no witnesses.
Even that group of challengers is helping him.
What can I do? I can only leave it unresolved.
Regulator Volcano was busy today, handling various procedures related to signing contracts with Lin Bei and had no energy left to manage the human exhibition hall's affairs. Because he felt very at ease with this place. There had never been a mistake, and this round of challenges had been going on for several days. Without the presence of dangerous individuals like Lin Bei, they were all honest people, fighting for their lives to perform well and survive this round of challenges.
Moreover, it was already time to stop operations, so the regulator Volcano paid even less attention.
But just this one time of carelessness
resulted in irreversible consequences. What's going on? Is this challenge also your responsibility?
Lin Bei feigned an indifferent expression as he asked.
He didn't even know how to face the regulator Volcano.
Every time, it was this guy who suffered misfortune.
What do you mean? The resentment in Volcano's eyes deepened. He had already regarded Lin Bei as his nemesis.
There were only a few professional challenges to oversee, and now, 2 had been messed up by Lin Bei.
Lin Bei remained silent for a few seconds.
He formulated another plan.
I want to offer a position for a challenge. What conditions must be met?
The reason for this decision wasn't because Lin Bei felt guilty. He simply wanted to maximize his benefits. After all, providing a position would come with corresponding rewards. Rather than doing nothing, it was better to get involved, and moreover, he could take this opportunity to learn more about the professional challenge game. Lin Bei was especially curious about the secrets of the professional challenge game.
Because it was so mysterious.
Forcing humans to participate in challenges. The safe zone built by the strange gods. What was the purpose of this? In short, it was filled with too many mysteries. In addition, there was the horror world. The professional challenge was clearly just a part of the horror world. After being here for so long and experiencing so much, Lin Bei felt like he was trapped in murky fog.
He couldn't see anything clearly, knew nothing at all.
He didn't want to continue in confusion, endlessly participating in round after round of professional challenges.
Volcano was taken aback, not expecting Lin Bei to say such a thing.
Confusion aside, he still answered truthfully.
There are 3 requirements.
First, the company or corporation of the profession must have a certain level of strength. At the very least, there must be a Chroma-level demon in charge.
Second, the offered profession must have stable income. In other words, they cannot let the challengers starve to death.
Third, the number of existing employees must be more than 30, and the company must have been established for more than 3 years.
As long as these 3 requirements are met, you can join the professional challenge game.
It is divided into 2 types, active and passive participation, but there is basically no difference, enjoying the same treatment. After speaking, Volcano stared fixedly at Lin Bei.
He was pondering Lin Bei's purpose in asking this.
Lin Bei had roughly understood the situation. The difficulty wasn't great. But he also knew well that if he only barely met the entry conditions, then even becoming a professional challenger would only lead to the most basic and simplest challenges.
Miss Nightmare's Bistro. You know this place, right? Is it qualified? But unexpectedly, the regulator Volcano looked shocked. He doubted his own ears. What did you say? Miss Nightmare's bistro? Are you sure you're not joking with me? That's Miss Nightmare's territory.
We've never considered that place because we can't afford to mess with Miss Nightmare.
She is too terrifying.
A bizarre being that can kill using dreams. If you provoke her, you'll die for no reason. As a member of the regulators, Volcano naturally knew some secret matters. For example, the fact that Miss Nightmare was actually a strange god. A strange god he would never dare to offend. Hearing this, Lin Bei grew even more interested.
So if I say, I want to make Miss Nightmare's bistro a new professional challenge, wouldn't that bring even more benefits? What do you think? He became more resolute in this idea.
The regulator, Volcano, completely forgot about the incident of the human exhibition hall being burned down.
In theory, that's how it is. What do you mean? Can you do this thing? Is it for real? That's the domain of Miss Nightmare. Have you taken over her territory? He was stunned.
At the same time, he was excited. If he could reach an agreement with Lin Bei, not only would it solve the trouble of losing a job, but he could also gain a better job. Perhaps he could use this opportunity to meet Miss Nightmare.
What are you talking about? The gift he gave me because he loves me can't be called stealing? Just say whether you are willing or not. If you are willing, then go back and apply for benefits. I want the best benefits within the range. Once it's done, go straight to Miss Nightmare's restaurant and tell the staff there you want to see me. Did you understand? The supervisor, Volcano, quickly replied. I am willing. I will go now.
He just turned around when Lin Bei's voice sounded again.
What about things here?
The supervisor, Volcano, immediately made a confused expression.
What things? What are you talking about? I can't understand. What a coincidence. Are you also here to watch the fun?
This human exhibition hall must have angered the heavens and is being punished by a powerful ghost.
They deserve it. He spoke with anger. It felt so real. Lin Bei nodded, signaling Supervisor Volcano that he could leave.
He then looked back at the throne of Grey Abyss City. Throne of Grey Abyss City. It was a bit surprised, didn't expect that you were actually related to the ghost, and it's that one recognized as the most troublesome, Miss Nightmare.
It's looking at you even more favorably. But not enough.
Lin Bei remained calm.
After this matter is settled,
I'll return to the film set. The next day, the supervisor, Volcano, came early to Miss Nightmare's restaurant and signed a contract with Lin Bei.
It truly offered the best benefits to the fullest extent.
Not only was there a share every time, but gifts would also be sent regularly.
A wave of huge profits.
After settling this matter, Lin Bei hurriedly escaped.
He didn't want to stay in Grey Abyss City any longer. It was too dangerous. It was literally life-threatening. Chapter 162. Buzz.
Taking advantage of the absence of strange beings, Lin Bei decisively started the car provided by the traffic light, stepping on the gas to leave the villa in the graveyard as quickly as possible.
He didn't even say goodbye.
He turned and left, as if he had made a certain decision. Passing by the Abyss Taxi Company, Lin Bei saw a familiar strange being at the entrance. It was the traffic light that had lost half of its soul. He hit the brakes, ready to chat with the traffic light before returning to the film set. The traffic light had just awakened. The first thing it did was leave the lounge, wanting to find Lin Bei to ask a question. What a coincidence, the traffic light had just reached the doorway and bumped into the fleeing Lin Bei. Looking at Lin Bei's familiar face, the traffic light felt no regret at all.
It asked the question it was most concerned about. Do you like this car? After asking, the traffic light looked at Lin Bei eagerly.
It seemed that for him, this was something very important.
Lin Bei smiled and replied. I like it very much. It's cool, drives well, and is comfortable to sit in.
You've worked hard.
This was exactly what the traffic light wanted. He was very afraid Lin Bei wouldn't be satisfied. Then that's good.
Afterwards, Lin Bei chatted casually with the traffic light for a while. Seeing that the traffic light had no abnormalities, he finally breathed a sigh of relief.
Returning to the car, Lin Bei finally told the traffic light something. Just stay here for now.
There won't be any strange beings looking for trouble with you.
This is my territory now.
The traffic light couldn't help but be stunned, a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. Didn't expect that after being unconscious for a while, such a big change had happened in his absence.
What about her? Is she dead?
Lin Bei naturally knew who the traffic light was asking about.
He told the traffic light the truth. She's still alive. Just that I have locked her up. After some time, she will return here. The traffic light's tension eased a bit. If possible, he did not want anything to happen to Lady Yuing.
Because Lady Moon Warbler treats her employees very well, she is quite a remarkable oddity.
That's good.
Before long, Lin Bei drove away in that sports car, and the red and green lights all watched him leave.
But Lin Bei did not know. The news of his departure could not be hidden from Ji and the other oddities.
They were gathering together, watching Lin Bei, and although they were reluctant to let him go, they also knew they couldn't overly interfere with him. They understood Lin Bei had many things to do.
They could only look forward to the next meeting with Lin Bei.
Soon, the car had disappeared from sight, and the rain charm and other oddities couldn't bear to look away. In the next moment, they began to complain to each other. It's all Yumi's fault for being so clingy, making him feel scared, which is why he ran away.
What about me? Ji, aren't you any better? He must have been frightened by you.
Let's not blame each other, everyone shares responsibility this time.
We must all hold back in the future and not go overboard like this. His stamina is limited, so we need to manage it well.
The supplements cannot stop.
Don't talk nonsense. I've been busy with Xietian and the Abyss Rental Company and Miss Nightmare's busy work.
I couldn't find the chance to be alone with him, so it has nothing to do with me, boo-hoo-hoo.
The most outrageous is lowly, 3 whole days. Do you know how I spent those 3 days? I was so envious.
Promise me, don't do this again next time, and let me have the first chance.
Fortunately, Lin Bei didn't hear their gossip. Otherwise, he would have spit blood on the spot. After watching Lin Bei leave, they dispersed to get busy with their own things. Yumi continued to hunt various wealthy oddities.
With the large-scale expansion and improvement of the dungeon, her activity range had extended to other cities.
Ji and Xian were still studying tattoos, and their progress was quite good. It wouldn't be long until they could create their first perfect tattoo.
Sister Bounty continued to manage Lin Bei's Abyss Taxi Company and Miss Nightmare's restaurant. She was responsible for things while Lin Bei was away. Silver Mooning returned to the office in the underworld. She didn't plan to return to the Silver Moon family yet because the situation in Grey Abyss City was still unstable. She intended to return only after Lin Bei received the throne's recognition to fight for a place in the family. Loli continued to build and modify. She wanted to provide Lin Bei with the best environment.
Other oddities were also busy with their own tasks. Everything was in order and would not stagnate just because Lin Bei was not there.
Buzz. It was only when he got on the highway that Lin Bei eased off the gas pedal a bit.
Whew. He let out a breath. I'm free now.
Although there are also 2 devilish figures on the set, and the safe zone has 2 as well, it's still better than staying in Grey Abyss City. Staying too long in Grey Abyss City would definitely harm my body. Lin Bei played music, smoked a cigarette, and drove above the speed limit all the way. Meanwhile, in the absolute darkness of the prison in Lin Bei's left eye, Lady Moon Warbler had been locked here for several days.
But she did not know.
Surrounded only by darkness, she could perceive no flow of time. Every second felt especially long, and each moment was torture. At first, Lady Moon Warbler struggled, constantly looking for a way to escape the darkness, but she only found herself going in circles. But as time went by, despair began to grow within her, and her subconscious concluded she would never leave the darkness, destined to fall into it for life. By now, Lady Moon Warbler had given up resisting. She sat slumped in the darkness, allowing it to invade her completely, entirely giving up the thought of escaping by herself. Lady Moon Warbler was very quiet, burying her head in her knees, her eyes hollow and lifeless, clearly exhausted from the torment of the darkness. Her strength had already declined to a certain extent, but it had not yet fallen to Lin Bei's expectations. Lin Bei was well aware of this situation. Whenever he had a moment, he would check on Lady Moon Warbler's condition.
It's almost time. In Grey Abyss City, at the ruins of the Human Exhibition Hall.
It was a bizarre scene surrounded by a large crowd watching the commotion. After one night, news about the Human Exhibition Hall, deliberately spread by Lin Bei, reached many eerie ears.
As a result,
the news they heard was all false. It really looks like it suffered divine punishment. I heard a lightning strike hit it.
It seems one should not be too excessive, otherwise, there will be consequences.
So tragic, it's a bit of a shame, we lost another place to visit. I know a bit about lightning. I can confirm this place was indeed struck by lightning, but the power of this lightning is quite unbelievable, as it directly destroyed such a large area. So terrifying, thank goodness I wasn't nearby yesterday. The messages received by the eerie ones were the same. The reason the Human Exhibition Hall was like this was because it suffered divine punishment. They could not believe it, but the situation spoke for itself. This ruin was clearly destroyed by lightning. As eerie beings, they had an extremely sensitive feel for the power of lightning.
In the ruins before them, the power of lightning still lingered, not yet dissipated.
One eerie saw the curator of the exhibition hall.
Curator, what happened? Was it really divine punishment?
The curator of the exhibition hall stayed here on purpose. The goal was to add fuel to the fire. Not only was he present, but other employees, whether human or eerie, had not left this area. Hearing this question, the curator wiped away a few forced tears. Sigh. Although I really don't want to admit it, the truth is just like this. It is divine punishment. Chapter 163. Previously, the eerie beings did not dare to believe this matter and doubted whether it was a rumor, but getting the curator's first-hand confirmation changed everything. So it wasn't a rumor. In the future, during bad weather, we must never stay near the human exhibition hall. Who knows if divine punishment will strike again? It's decided, the human exhibition hall is blacklisted. Even when going to other cities, we will avoid the human exhibition hall. I wonder if other human exhibition halls will suffer divine punishment. Strange, how come there's a chair in the ruins of the exhibition hall, and even stranger is that the chair is intact? Could it have been placed there later? A chair unscathed by divine punishment. It seems another rumor is true. The throne of Grey Abyss City is right inside the human exhibition hall. What? That's the throne of Grey Abyss City? Just sitting on it would make one the king of Grey Abyss City. The next moment, several eerie beings couldn't hold back their impulses, rushing towards the throne of Grey Abyss City without hesitation. They all wanted to sit on the throne. That way, they could control the entire Grey Abyss City. Get lost, the throne is mine. Hee hee, make way, I am the king of Grey Abyss City. Don't fight me, this is my opportunity. A few seconds later, these eerie beings arrived near the throne of Grey Abyss City one after another, with the one who was the fastest about to touch the armrest of the throne. The other eries were just a step slower, but the actual difference was not large. The curator looked on with cold indifference. He knew very well that Lin Bei was also eyeing the throne of Grey Abyss City and even knew what Lin Bei had done to the throne. A bunch of fools. At that moment, the throne of Grey Abyss City began to expel these unqualified eerie beings who wished to become its king. Boom! One lightning strike instantly formed, directly engulfing the eerie beings that rushed nearby, without exception. The eerie beings swallowed by the lightning died one after another, with the longest survival time barely 3 seconds. No bones remained, their souls scattered, completely finished. This was no simple expulsion. At that moment, the other eerie beings present dared not approach the throne of Grey Abyss City any longer. They had never heard of such a thing. It's so dangerous. Wanting to become the king of Grey Abyss City is indeed not an easy task. The throne's power is also lightning. Could divine punishment relate to the throne? Excuse me, I'll take my leave first. Farewell. The strange beings no longer dared to set their sights on the throne of Grey Abyss City. Life was more important. Half an hour later, a strange being holding a briefcase arrived. He frowned as he looked at the ruins of the human exhibition hall, having heard many strange beings whispering on the way. Divine punishment? How is that possible? When the boss built the human exhibition hall in Grey Abyss City, he went through all the proper channels, even greeting the strange gods to gain their tacit approval. How could there be divine punishment? Besides, this is a horror world. Where does the idea of divine punishment come from? Clearly, this strange being was related to the human exhibition hall, and since he could come to Grey Abyss City to deal with this matter, it showed that his status was not ordinary. He walked to the side of the hall owner and the challengers. He gestured for them to follow him. They walked to a relatively quiet place, away from the strange beings watching the commotion. Tell me, what happened? A few days ago, everything was fine, and suddenly such a thing happened. Don't give me some excuse about divine punishment. That's impossible. In such a situation, the exhibition hall owner had long been prepared and had a countermeasure ready. His expression was extremely serious. It really is divine punishment. We witnessed the entire process with our own eyes. Perhaps it was good luck. I was in a meeting with them when suddenly it started pouring rain, and I intended to take them back to avoid the rain. But before we could return, a bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, hitting the exhibition hall directly. The power of that lightning was simply unbelievable. It completely destroyed the exhibition hall. Not only did the hall collapse, all buildings were utterly destroyed, except for the throne of Grey Abyss City. I know you don't believe it because if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe such a thing either. If you don't believe me, ask them. We all saw everything. The strange being was still unwilling to accept this and looked at the other strange employees. I can prove it. It really is divine punishment. That lightning came so suddenly. After that, the strange being turned to the challengers. Even though all the strange employees said the same thing, he still refused to believe it. I don't want to lie, but it really was divine punishment. A bolt of lightning destroyed everything, and we have unfortunately lost our jobs. People of the Dragon Country do not deceive the strange beings of the Dragon Country. If it isn't divine punishment, my household registration book has only 1 page left. Thanks to the hall owner, if it weren't for him holding a meeting, we would all have died in the exhibition hall. The strange being fell silent. The hall owner said this, the strange employees said this, and the challengers said so maliciously, every side was telling him that this was the truth. It was a sudden and inexplicable divine punishment that destroyed everything. Just then, another strange being walked over. The overseer, Volcano. Seeing the overseer appear, the strange being asked one last time in a desperate tone. Respected overseer, could you please tell us what the situation really is? Is it really as they say? Was it a bolt of lightning that destroyed everything? Is it truly divine punishment? He looked serious, waiting for Overseer Volcano to give an answer. The Overseer Volcano did not respond immediately. Instead, he discussed the destruction of the exhibition hall in the meeting. In fact, he was particularly sure that it was definitely Lin Bei's doing. As for divine punishment? Completely a ridiculous excuse. However, recalling that Lin Bei had provided him with 2 job challenges, although not unconditionally, it ultimately helped him. After considering all aspects, the Overseer Volcano made a choice. It is divine punishment. I have been overseeing them. At that time, I was holding a meeting for the employees when suddenly a heavy downpour began, and then a bolt of lightning struck. All I can say is it was really unlucky. Seeing even the overseer saying so, the strange being could no longer deny it. But he was extremely confused. Why? The boss had gone to such lengths, yet still got targeted by some strange god? I can't understand. The heavy rain and lightning, it seems there really is such a strange god, but she has been missing for a long time. Has she returned? The overseer Volcano sighed. He felt he had become tainted. He actually did such a thing. Alright, this round of challenges ends here. The challenge is over. Congratulations! Everyone has passed. Sending the challengers back to the safe zone was the purpose of the regulator Volcano's visit. He didn't expect to encounter such a situation. The strange entity didn't stay long. It was wonderfully complicated as it looked at the exhibition hall director and said, I will inform the boss about the situation first. Wait for my news. Chapter 164. Regulator Volcano walked alone onto the street. His mind was in chaos, feeling that events were slipping further from his control, heading in a very strange direction. How did it become like this? I have fallen. Helping a human trick a strange entity, and with such an unbelievable reason. Heaven's punishment? I see that it is I who is about to face heaven's punishment. Before this, Regulator Volcano had never done such a thing, strictly performing his duties as a regulator, striving to maintain equality in all aspects. Not distinguishing between humans and strange entities, only judging right from wrong, right is right, wrong is wrong, and would not be swayed by other factors. But now, he had changed, forced to change. It's all because of him. After meeting him, things became increasingly odd. Compared to what happened later, the earlier breakdown of the instance really wasn't anything at all. Sure enough, I can't have too much connection with him, otherwise, the situation will only become more uncontrollable. Regulator Volcano just wanted to stay away from Lin Bei. If it weren't for necessity, he truly didn't want to have any more contact with Lin Bei. He was scared. Before long, the device in Regulator Volcano's hand suddenly vibrated. He took out the device to check, and the strange entity contacting him was Regulator Blackbone. Again with this useless junk. After the events of the past few days, Regulator Volcano somewhat resented Regulator Blackbone. Had it not been for Regulator Blackbone's coercion, he would not have gotten involved in this matter. Without involvement, how would he have encountered that series of events afterward? Suppressing his annoyance, Regulator Volcano answered the call. Hello? What's the matter? His tone revealed impatience. Regulator Blackbone did not care for this, she only wanted to know about Lin Bei's situation. You've had contact with him, right? How is it? Did you kill him? Lady Yueying's overall strength is on par with yours and mine, and she has ample reason to make a move. It should have worked. Even through the device, Regulator Volcano could sense the deep-seated hatred in Regulator Blackbone's voice. He no longer wanted to be involved in this kind of matter. I had contact. He is doing just fine. Instead, Lady Yueying is in trouble, suddenly disappearing without a trace. I don't know if she is dead or alive. Take my advice, let this matter pass, don't provoke him again. If you insist on provoking him, then don't count me in. Even if you threaten me with that leverage, I won't stand on the opposing side. Always being against him will lead to real death. Or rather, the next round will be worse than death. Regulator Volcano no longer dared to do anything against Lin Bei. He wished he didn't have to interact with Lin Bei. Regulator Blackbone on the other end remained silent for a long time, seemingly frightened by Regulator Volcano's attitude. A few days ago, Regulator Volcano wasn't in this attitude, though not particularly cooperative, and not eager to kill Lin Bei. At least he wasn't this firmly opposed. But now, he kept refusing, making the consequences sound very serious, even ignoring the threat of leverage. Regulator Blackbone realized that something was wrong. What happened? Tell me.
I can't give up.
She was eager to understand the situation to formulate subsequent plans.
Give up?
Not within the scope of consideration. Regulator Volcano understood that further persuasion was futile. Good advice would harden the hearts of the damned. Unless Regulator Blackbone truly experiences Lin Bei's terror, she won't give up the idea of killing Lin Bei. Considering that to avoid appearing too heartless, and to prevent future trouble from Regulator Blackbone, he still decided to reveal one or two important pieces of information, of course not mentioning any secrets that shouldn't be revealed, like the matter of the human exhibition hall. In fact, the Regulator Volcano hoped that the Regulator Blackbone would die at Lin Bei's hands. That way, he would no longer be threatened with leverage.
Blackbone, let me put it this way.
He has now become my partner. The two job challenges I am responsible for are both his businesses. The Abyss Taxi Company, Lady Moon Warbler's company, now belongs to him.
Miss Nightmare's restaurant, I'm sure you know about this, a restaurant directly related to the strange god, is now also his.
To be precise, he is my big client.
No matter what thoughts I have in my heart, I cannot lay a hand on him. The Regulator Volcano was not lying.
This was indeed the situation.
What? He has two companies? Don't lie to me.
How could a challenger who just entered the third round of job challenges do this? The first reaction of the Regulator Blackbone was disbelief.
Because it was extremely outrageous. It was unbelievable.
She had encountered no less than 100,000 challengers.
Among them, the most accomplished challenger had only secured a stable job as a librarian in a nighttime strange university.
Even so, every day was lived in fear.
A casual violation of a rule could lead to obliteration. The income was not high either.
Barely over 10,000 horror coins a month.
But what about Lin Bei? He directly obtained two companies?
His daily income could completely crush that librarian's income for months.
That's all I'm going to say.
Whether you believe it or not is none of my business.
Anyway, I won't lay a hand on my client. You can do what you want, considering you have something on me, I won't betray you.
After saying that, the Regulator Volcano hung up the communicator.
He didn't want to say anything more.
The Regulator Blackbone set the communicator aside, still pondering the words of the Regulator Volcano.
Although I really don't want to believe it, since it was Volcano who said it, then it should be true.
He has two companies, with a monthly income of at least several million. Thinking carefully, this is actually good news. As long as I can kill him, I can take his companies. Plus the rewards I could get from him should attract more powerful strange beings. Clearly, she hadn't given up.
Instead, she was more motivated.
Buzz.
Speeding all the way, occasionally stopping at service areas to rest.
Days passed by, and the news of the movie star Shinai Xiang's hot romance cooled down, and few strange beings remembered Lin Bei's face. If it weren't for the fact that he was driving a supercar, no strange beings would have even given him a second glance. Therefore, nothing happened like when they went to Grey Abyss City. After a long while, Lin Bei, who was getting sleepy while driving, finally returned to the shooting location. 10 Night Fragrance, who had already received the news, was waiting there. When she saw Lin Bei push open the car door and step out, 10 Night Fragrance directly leaped into Lin Bei's arms, expressing her longing with a spoiled manner.
With overwhelming enthusiasm, Lin Bei could only hold 10 Night Fragrance. How is the movie progressing? Are you keeping them in line? 10 Night Fragrance looked infatuated, greedily sniffing Lin Bei's body fragrance.
There was a slight smell of sweat, but it smelled very manly, she liked it very much.
The progress is quite good.
The director and I have been supervising them, knowing your time is pressing, so even though I wanted you to stay with me, I still fought against that thought and minimized their rest time, working hard to shoot every scene that doesn't need you on screen, and of course, the food preparations are still top-notch. Under my full guidance. The remaining scenes are all yours.
Dear Emperor. Chapter 165.
Hiss. Lin Bei felt goosebumps rise, sensing that 10 Night Fragrance's words were not in good faith. But he had no evidence. The next moment, the evidence arrived.
As your lovely queen.
These days have been quite empty, lonely, and cold.
I've been busy without a break, like a spinning top. Every night when I rest, it feels like I've been cast into a cold palace.
You say.
Aren't you supposed to compensate me? Send a bit of warmth to this queen? Lin Bei's lips twitched.
He was not surprised at all. Fortunately, during his return, he was mentally prepared enough. After all, it was better than staying in that hellhole called Grey Abyss City.
No problem. Send it.
But wait, I need to check the progress first.
This was the result that the famous actress Xiaoxiang wanted. Tonight, Lin Bei couldn't escape. Thank you. Tonight, I can be a real queen.
At that moment, Lin Bei felt a gaze filled with resentment from afar. He looked towards the source of the gaze.
To his surprise, it was by Lain. Well. Looks like she wants to practice her song. Alright. Maybe this is my fate. After all, it's exhausting being handsome. Entering the filming set, Lin Bei was instantly dumbfounded. Because the changes were huge, it could be described as overly luxurious. Originally, it had a modern urban style, with street stalls and tall buildings, neon lights everywhere. Now, it had transformed into ancient architecture, with old alleys, grand palace complexes, and the largest imperial palace. The changes were not just surface level, the inside had changed too. Especially the imperial palace, it was dazzlingly brilliant, extremely luxurious, so much so that even Lin Bei was astonished. Wow! In less than a week, such a big change happened? How did they do it? He couldn't imagine. Faster than special effects production. Xiaoxiang, who was accompanying Lin Bei, immediately spoke. Don't be too surprised, this is a very normal thing. Only strong film crews, with enough financial support, can easily achieve this. Almost all famous crews can do it. Not to mention our crew. First, the director and screenwriters are all top-notch. The funding is constant, after all, backed by the Life and Death Group, personally overseen by the second son, so there's no shortage of funds. Under such conditions, it's easy to transform this place into a palace complex or even a futuristic world. The crew of the horror world and the crew of the human world are completely different things. After hearing this, Lin Bei understood the reason. He agreed. Indeed, one cannot bring human world thinking into this bizarre world, so many aspects seriously violate human cognition. Sitting on the throne made of pure gold, Lin Bei looked down at the vast great hall, and a strange feeling surged in his heart. The view from this position is really nice. I wonder what the scene looks like from the throne of Grey Abyss City. He thought of the throne of Grey Abyss City. Capturing the throne of Grey Abyss City was just a matter of time. At this moment, Xiaoxiang, sitting beside Lin Bei, leaned closer, a warm breath brushing against Lin Bei's face, and a meaningful whisper rang in his ear. How do you feel about this place? Do you like it? Let me tell you a secret. It's very private here. Lin Bei took a heavier breath. He turned to look at the actress Xiaoxiang. You really are a little enchantress. On his first day back, Lin Bei was too exhausted, and the filming of the movie welcomed its first holiday. The doors of the palace were tightly shut. No one was allowed to approach. From the newly remodeled by Lain's dedicated studio not far away, music filled with sorrow and grief often echoed. The next day, Lin Bei was full of energy, leading the crew back to work. His role was the emperor. The scenes were quite simple. It was just interacting with the concubines, enjoying the treatment of an emperor, and occasionally issuing commands to the ministers. In simple terms, he just kept enjoying. It was truly the treatment of an emperor. He didn't need any acting skills. After enjoying a full day, the shooting temporarily ended. The director team immediately came to Lin Bei's side, praising his performance today with all kinds of compliments. Your acting is truly outstanding, especially during that moment when you embraced on both sides, with no signs of performance at all. It's my first time seeing such excellent acting. It's not just this performance, there was also the scene during the meal, where you cleared dozens of dishes by yourself. It was like a top-tier eating show, and our movie is definitely perfect for watching while eating. It will save the sales of theater food. Every gesture and move you make exudes a quality of nobility. This character is clearly tailored for you. Wow, from you, I've seen a person who embodies the idea of strength without anger. Hearing these words, Lin Bei felt something was off. Today, he didn't dress up as the Academy Award-winning actress Tian Yi-xiang, and was preparing to teach Bai Luyin a few new songs. This was by Lu Yin's request. The third day was basically the same. First acting, then flattery, and finally resting. How to rest depended on his mood. The fourth day. The fifth day. The sixth day. Each day followed this pattern. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. The favorability rose every second, but the total experience points hadn't reached one-third. He could still only increase one strange favorability at a time. It's been a month. After a few more days, the experience points will reach one-third, then I can raise two strange favorabilities at the same time, and the experience points I gain in a day will double, from 86,004 to 172,008. He had been waiting for this day to come. During this half-month, Lin Bei had done his best to play the emperor. Even though he was tired of the life of wealth and honor, he could only force himself to enjoy it. He persuaded himself again and again. Just accept it. It's just acting. It won't be like this in reality. Another day of shooting ended. Lin Bei declined the invitation of Tian Yi-xiang and Bai Luyin to go shopping, returning alone to his supreme room. Lying alone on the bed, he suddenly remembered something he forgot to do. Oh no. I'd been too busy lately. I forgot that Miss Yuing is still trapped in the prison in my eye. She should be okay after so long, right? Her strength must have weakened to some extent, right? I need to check quickly.
Lin Bei immediately checked the situation in the prison of his left eye. There was only darkness in his eye, but he could see clearly, only he could see things in the dark.
Miss Ewing was slumped in place, motionless, like she was dead.
If it weren't for his ability to sense his surroundings in the dark, Lin Bei might have mistaken Miss Ewing for a corpse. The darkness told him that Miss Ewing was still alive, but she had been in this state for so long that she had completely collapsed. Her strength had dropped 2 levels from when she was first imprisoned. She had fallen from disaster level to strange king level.
Chapter 166. Lin Bei raised an eyebrow in surprise.
A smile crept onto his face.
Oh? In just about 20 days, she dropped from disaster level to strange king level?
It seems this prison is quite useful. In the future, when I encounter suitable enemies, I can lock them up inside, and after a while, they will be useful to me. However, it doesn't work on all strange beings, it mainly restrains those like Miss Ewing, who draw strength from a certain light source. This ability is useful, but Lin Bei wouldn't rely on it too much. After all, there wouldn't be too many strange beings powered by light. Fortunately, darkness is not just an enemy of light, it can also deal with other powers. To be honest, it's not particularly focused on combat, it's more like a supportive ability. Since she has fallen to strange king level, then it's time to start raising her favorability. Miss Ewing, you can't escape after all. Once your favorability reaches 100, our past grudges will be settled.
Without hesitation, Lin Bei acted immediately.
He released Miss Ewing from the dark, lightless prison. To prevent any unexpected situations, he prepared in advance, releasing a large amount of dark power all at once, enveloping 100 meters around in darkness. If Miss Ewing shows any signs of trouble,
at any moment, she could once again plunge into endless darkness.
Lin Bei could see everything in the dark. The moment Lady Ewing was released, a message board appeared before his eyes.
Lady Ewing. Favorability points, minus 9,999. Relationship, deepest fear, strongest resentment, person most wanted to avoid.
Level, mysterious king, mental trauma, various negative buffs, original strength classified as disaster level.
Darkness.
She could only see darkness, endless darkness, with her hand unable to reach 5 fingers.
Time seemed non-existent, every second in the dark felt extremely long.
While enduring the torment of darkness, you would continually appear in her mind, tormenting her using various methods, making her experience even more terrifying pain. Various negative emotions repeatedly surfaced in her heart.
She wanted to be free.
But the darkness did not allow it. So, she could only endure the darkness, not knowing when it would end.
Every second spent in darkness would deepen her fear and resentment toward you. Revenge on you? She never thought about it.
Because she was unsure if she would ever have a chance to leave the darkness in her lifetime. If she were lucky enough to leave the darkness, she only wanted to live in a place without you, ideally never to see you again for a lifetime. No, in the next life, the life after that, even in numerous lifetimes, she never wanted to have anything to do with you again.
Hiss. Lin Bei exclaimed in surprise. This was the lowest favorability he had ever seen. Minus 9,999. Almost reaching 10,000. How much do you hate me? Isn't it just locking you in darkness for 20 days?
A bit scared. Lin Bei hid in the darkness, sitting on the sofa, observing Lady Ewing. Lady Ewing, unaware of her situation, sat motionless on the living room floor, showing no sign of expression. It seemed she was broken. Seeing this scene, Lin Bei felt a strange sensation in his heart.
It seems 20 days is a bit too long.
From her appearance, it should have been enough in 15 days at most. Sigh, it's all my fault for being too dedicated. I've been busy filming during this time, otherwise, I could have released her sooner. For the first time, he felt that being too absorbed in work could have disadvantages. But what happened had already occurred, and Lin Bei had no way to fix it.
System. Increase Lady Yu Ying's favorability. The system immediately complied. Ding. Target locked.
Favorability is now increasing.
+1. +1.
Lin Bei could only patiently wait. With minus 9,999 favorability, it would take quite some time to reach 0.
3 hours. I can only wait slowly. Time passed second by second.
After an unknown period, Lin Bei accidentally fell asleep. You're here. Miss Nightmare had been waiting for a long time. During this time, as long as Lin Bei dreamed, she would come to find him, accompanying him in his dreams, doing all sorts of happy things. In the beautiful dreams he could control, there would be no burdens. Even doing various things in the dream, Lin Bei could still rest well, without any impact on his sleep.
Ma'am, please keep your decorum. Decorum? I weigh less than 100 pounds.
Sitting in the darkness, Lady Ewing gradually noticed something was off.
Unlike the absolute silence of the past,
She actually heard a faint snoring sound.
the sound was coming from just a few meters away. Snoring?
Lady Yuing looked astonished, not understanding what was happening. She was very scared.
In the silent darkness, a sound of snoring appeared.
No matter how she thought about it, it was a very strange thing.
Could it be that another strange one was locked in here by him?
What a pitiful fellow.
Why provoke her, out of everyone?
After a while, Lady Yuing realized the situation was getting more and more bizarre.
Not only did she hear the snoring, she could even smell the aroma of food.
It came from directly in front, the long-lost scent of meat.
The smell of meat? What on earth is going on?
Despite her immense confusion, Lady Yuing remained seated, having no intention to explore her surroundings, clearly knowing it was useless. She simply tried to speak.
Who is it? Are you also locked in here by him? Can you chat with me?
I haven't had contact with anything other than darkness for a long time. But it was like a stone sinking into the ocean, not receiving any response. After asking several times, Lady Moon Knight finally gave up and fell silent once again.
Lin Bei's nap was not long.
He opened his eyes, feeling refreshed, and looked at Lady Moon Knight in the darkness, another information panel appearing before him.
Lady Moon Knight. Favorability points, -99. Relationship, disgust and resentment. Level, devious king level.
Her feelings towards you have improved a lot. But she is still very disgusted, and resentment still resides in her heart. After all, her sad experiences during this time are due to you.
I slept for almost 2 hours?
It's all that nightmare's fault.
He insisted on dragging me to play games. Luckily, I didn't sleep enough. I still need 3 more minutes.
A minute passed, and Lady Moon Knight's favorability turned to -39. Seeing this, Lin Bei blinked his left eye and began to retract the darkness surrounding him. In the blink of an eye, all the darkness dissipated. After 20 days, Lady Moon Knight finally broke free from the shackles of darkness. Other things appeared in her vision. Although it was a room without lights and her sight was somewhat affected, it was countless times better than the monotonous and eerie darkness. She greedily looked around, excitement gradually surging in her eyes.
Free. I am free. Finally leaving that damned place of only darkness. Lady Moon Knight was almost moved to tears with excitement.
No one could understand the pain she had suffered during this time.
Despair? Those 2 words simply weren't enough.
It was more than just simple despair. Excited as she was, Lady Moon Knight had not lost her head.
She knew.
Suddenly leaving that place couldn't possibly be without reason, there must be some cause.
Are you planning to take action against me?
Lady Moon Knight looked at Lin Bei sitting in front of her and asked this question for which she already had the answer.
Chapter 167.
Lady Moon Knight had a clear understanding that Lin Bei wouldn't do good deeds. Releasing her only had one possibility. It meant he was going to take action against her, controlling her thoughts, making her a loyal follower of a human like those strange ones before. And Lin Bei generously admitted this, correcting her on one point.
To be precise, I have already taken action against you.
About 3 hours ago.
It will succeed very soon.
Hearing this, Lady Moon Knight was not surprised, everything was as expected. She found herself particularly calm, completely devoid of the previous resistance.
20 days of torment and darkness had weakened her resistance to this kind of thing infinitely. What could be more painful than being trapped in darkness? It was nothing more than obeying a human, helping that human with various tasks, which was certainly better than being lost in darkness for a lifetime, right? Moreover, Lady Moon Knight knew one more thing.
After her observation, she found that Lin Bei was very nice to those strange beings, not putting on airs or making unreasonable demands. He wouldn't reduce her to a state of being a slave or a servant. So, if she had to choose between these 2 options, Lady Moon Knight would rather be controlled by Lin Bei than struggle in the dark.
After all, the second choice was even scarier. She had had enough of darkness.
In truth, Lady Moon Knight had no choice.
Resistance was futile. Self-termination was impossible as well.
What would happen to her completely depended on Lin Bei's thoughts.
Just sit for a while.
Get used to the outside environment, after all, you haven't seen the light for a long time.
Feel free to eat the food, and it's okay to go outside to move around. From now on, you are absolutely free. Lin Bei really wouldn't restrict Lady Moon Knight's freedom.
After all, once the favorability improved, even if he urged Lady Moon Knight to leave, she wouldn't go. Lady Moon Knight remained silent, walking to the dining table filled with a variety of food, eating the abundant food with great bites.
She was absolutely starving.
Lin Bei did not say much. He was just waiting for the affection to rise to 100. Soon, the system's prompt sounded in his mind.
Ding. Gained 1 attribute point. Would you like to continue increasing affection?
Lin Bei did not hesitate.
Continue.
At this moment, he planned to raise Lady Yu Ying's affection to a sufficiently high level. As for Shi Xiang and Bai Luyin, he temporarily set them aside. The affection for these two strange beings was already high enough.
Especially Bai Luyin.
At Lin Bei's special request, Bai Luyin's affection had directly surpassed 1 million. The reason for this was that he clearly remembered Bai Luyin carried a deep blood feud. To seek revenge, she needed powerful strength. When the system reached the next level, all affection points exceeding 100 could be used to enhance the corresponding strange being's strength. The more affection points spent, the greater the boost in strength for the strange being. Among the many strange beings Lin Bei had, only Bai Luyin had an intense desire for strength, so he raised her affection to such a level.
1 million points of affection. That's enough.
Now, Lin Bei increasingly looked forward to the system reaching the next level. He really wanted to know how much 1 million points of affection could enhance Bai Luyin's strength. At this moment, the information panel about Lady Yu Ying reappeared before Lin Bei.
Lady Yu Ying. Affection points, 100. Relationship, extremely attached. Level, strange king level.
At this moment, she no longer harbors any hatred or dissatisfaction towards you, completely forgetting the pain you brought to her.
She has developed a severe dependence on you.
She constantly desires to rely on you. When she is by your side, she feels an absolute sense of security. As long as you are with her, she has no fear of the dark. This stems from being trapped in darkness for a long time.
She will do whatever you ask, willingly and without any dissatisfaction, not even uttering a single word of complaint. She loves you. Willing to give you everything.
Even if you say you will lock her in the dark again, she will bravely face the darkness, suppressing her fear, and will not leave the darkness without your permission. At the same time, the gaze Lady Yu Ying directed at Lin Bei was filled with overwhelming love. She took a step closer to him, unable to control the impulse in her heart.
It's so dark here. I'm scared. Can you hug me?
Lady Yu Ying's tone was humble, and her expression was pitiful, fully displaying a weak demeanor. Seeing this situation, Lin Bei could only sigh helplessly.
All right. Come sit next to me.
At this moment, he still did not realize that Lady Yu Ying was a strange being that would take inch by inch. After feeling the warmth of Lin Bei's embrace, she began to think of other ideas, no longer satisfied with this simple contact.
How could Lin Bei not understand? He did not mind.
After all, she had become his strange being, so asking for a few requests was reasonable.
Don't say any more.
Okay. Lady Yu Ying revealed a joyful smile. This was the first time she smiled after being locked in the dark.
Can we leave the light on?
I'm afraid of the dark.
Lin Bei turned on the light. Until dawn, the light never went out.
The next day, with her mental state returning to normal and her strength restored, Lady Yu Ying was sent back to Grey Abyss City by Lin Bei. There were many places in Grey Abyss City that needed her. As long as her strength was restored, she would be Lin Bei's strongest strange being, excluding the injured Rose twins.
Lady Yu Ying's affection was still increasing.
Lin Bei contacted Yu Mei and other strange beings in advance, explaining the general situation to avoid any misunderstandings that might lead to big conflicts. Lin Bei then continued with his filming. With the full cooperation of the strange actors and the director team's professionalism, this movie was nearing the end. Only 1 day's worth of filming was left. This also meant that this round of professional challenges was about to conclude. Just as Lin Bei arrived at the filming site, a strange being he had never seen appeared before him. She stared intently at Lin Bei, without any emotions in her eyes, making it impossible to tell if she was friend or foe.
Lin Bei. Can we have a more in-depth chat?
Let's go to a place without any tricks. Lin Bei frowned and looked at this strange stranger, a message panel appearing before him.
Regulator, female sword demon.
Favorability, -6.
Relationship, slightly unpleasant. Level, nightmare level.
She is the regulator responsible for this round of extra challenges. She has been watching everything you did on set, including some of your private matters, and she watched with great interest, deeply impressed by your strength, even feeling an urge to test it herself. For days, she had not shown up, not because you hadn't gone too far, but because there were many things to consider, like the film star 10 Night Fragrance and the U-Dai group. She had wanted to intervene more than once. But every time she thought about it, she gave up on the idea of intervening. Until today, just as the shooting was about to end, she decided to come find you.
Chapter 168.
This message panel contained a lot of important information, some of which made Lin Bei feel a chill down his spine.
Wait a minute. What does it mean that she watched with interest, even catching some of my private matters? That's too much.
Although Lin Bei felt somewhat offended, he didn't care too much because the other information was also important. A nightmare level regulator. Stronger than the 2 regulators I met before, a whole level above. From this, it seems that if it weren't for 10 Night Fragrance and the second young master, she would have come to find me long ago. She has been holding back because she doesn't want to provoke them.
Now she's come to find me. What does she want to talk about?
It seems there's no malice. After considering everything, Lin Bei agreed to talk with the regulator, the female sword demon. After all, it was just a chat, nothing too serious. Having made his decision, he nodded, his expression returning to its usual calmness.
All right. Let's go to the riverside.
Then, Lin Bei noticed something was off. As soon as he said riverside, the regulator, the female sword demon, looked at him with a playful, meaningful gaze, everything unspoken.
All right. But I'm not learning any tunes. No requiem, no soul capture, I won't learn any of them. I'm not very interested in music.
Lin Bei's mouth twitched suddenly.
How could he not understand the meaning of the regulator, the female sword demon?
He always felt that this regulator, who was nightmare level, was a bit off.
Wait, sister. Isn't this a bit too much? This is my privacy. To his surprise, the regulator, the female sword demon, looked utterly disdainful. Privacy? So naive. Everything is under my control, and you still want privacy? However, I have to admit one thing. You're really strong. TSK TSK TSK.
You've truly been favored by the heavens. As she said the last sentence, she even patted Lin Bei's shoulder, her eyes looking somewhere quite disrespectful. Seeing this, Lin Bei just wanted to quickly end this conversation. The danger of the regulator, the female sword demon, was completely different from Raincharm and the others. It was a kind of uncontrollable danger, and more importantly, he was powerless to resist.
The gap in strength was too great. The other party was a nightmare-level anomaly. Even if all the anomalies here on set joined forces, they definitely could not defeat the regulator, the female sword demon. The annihilation prison I might not even be very effective. The female sword demon.
From her name, one could tell what her power was. Lin Bei was very worried that the regulator, the female sword demon, would do something unfavorable to him.
He felt it was very likely. What do you want to talk about?
To prevent the situation from spiraling out of control, Lin Bei decisively got down to business. The regulator, the female sword demon, also put away her expression, a hint of seriousness appearing on her fair face.
Of course, it's about this round of challenges with you. You know very well what you've done.
Originally, this movie was supposed to be an action romance, mainly about two anomalies searching for and growing with each other, which included quite a number of bloody scenes. There are many intense and brutal battles, plus the star is the famous actress Shi Xiang. It's basically a movie that is bound to be a hit. The box office will definitely be very good. But because of your appearance, this movie has changed drastically. It has turned into a very strange movie. A period drama, a story about an emperor and 3,000 beauties, and it's about a human emperor. This seriously violates the normal movie market.
Do you think this movie can perform well after it's released? Do you really think the weirdos will buy into this? Should we consider reshooting? After all, I have a share in the box office profit.
She felt helpless. She was originally hoping to make some money after the movie was released, but it had turned out like this because of Lin Bei.
Even though she wanted Lin Bei to reshoot, the supervisor, the female sword demon, didn't dare to push too hard and could only discuss it with Lin Bei in a negotiating tone.
After all, she had been watching closely and naturally knew how much the actress Shi Xiang cared about Lin Bei, and the second young master of your life is even willing to be Lin Bei's #1 lackey. If she pushed hard, the situation would only worsen. Lin Bei shook his head.
Not considering. This is very good. Don't worry, it will definitely be a hit.
This type of subject matter is a top-tier topic in the human world. As long as it is slightly operated, it will definitely blast past the same period.
He was especially confident.
The subject matter, content, acting, lineup, promotion, all are top-notch.
If it doesn't become popular, then it would be unjust.
The supervisor, the female sword demon, had a complex expression. She looked at Lin Bei, wanting nothing more than to open Lin Bei's head and see what he had inside.
A film like this being released in the horror world? What was he thinking? Do you know?
If it weren't for your strong backing, I would have acted against you from the very beginning, the moment you interfered with the movie's shooting. Over the years, I have witnessed the shooting of hundreds of films. Every time there are challengers involved, and without exception, they all finished smoothly, although there aren't many hits. I've never seen a situation like yours before, just a challenger who has come to the horror world for less than a month, yet he possesses the highest authority over the whole movie. It can even be said it's a one-man show.
I must admit, this has opened my eyes.
Lin Bei listened, his expression remained unchanged. Even now, he still didn't understand what the supervisor, the female sword demon, wanted. His instincts told him it couldn't just be about asking him to reshoot the movie.
I know all this. Say something I don't know. I'm very busy.
I still have to film the grand finale later. Seeing Lin Bei say this, the supervisor, the female sword demon, could only reveal her true purpose.
Her expression became even more serious. I want to cooperate with you once. I wonder if you would be willing.
Lin Bei did not agree directly.
This statement did not clarify anything. What cooperation? If you don't say, how can I agree?
Then, the supervisor, the female sword demon, explained the cooperation content.
A cooperation that involves a higher level.
I am nightmare level, above me is hell level, and the next level up is the wraith level. As for what's above wraith level, I am not too sure.
I want to reach hell level, but it's not something that can be achieved through hard work.
I need a certain important tool, and it's almost impossible for me to do it on my own. Through my observations, you are a very special guy, possessing a very magical power. I think if it's you, there might be a chance to achieve it.
So I want to collaborate with you.
As for your benefits, you don't need to worry. Horror coins, resources, underworld tools, whatever you want, I will give you. Even if you want me, I will never object.
What do you think? Are you interested?
Lin Bei listened attentively. The benefits offered by the supervisor, the female sword demon, were vast and did not have a specific direction, but he didn't plan to refuse. Instead, he proposed a condition first.
Oh. I see. We can cooperate.
But you must fulfill one of my requirements. The supervisor, the female sword demon, immediately asked.
What requirement?
Lin Bei's lips curled up slightly.
Since your level is so high, you must know quite a few powerful weirdos, right? My request is very simple.
Every once in a while, bring a strong strange being to see me. As for the strength requirement, I will communicate with you in advance. It might start with a king level strange being, then maybe become an emperor level, and later perhaps a calamity level, and finally it could become a nightmare level or hell level.
How about it? Can you do it? Chapter 169.
The overseer, the female sword demon, was stunned, not expecting Lin Bei to make such a strange request.
Bring a batch of strange beings every once in a while?
This request.
Why does it feel so wrong? What do you want to do? Do you want me to be a strange dealer? You can't possibly want to sell the strange beings I bring, right? Isn't this a bit too much? If you sell them, can you give me some horror coins?
Clearly, she agreed. For the overseer, the female sword demon, nothing was more important than gaining strength and reaching the next level. As long as she became a hell-level strange being, she could escape her current predicament and have a better future.
So, you can do it. Lin Bei raised an eyebrow.
His idea for this request was simple.
Increase affinity.
Every time the affinity of a king-level strange being reached 100, there would be an additional powerful helper. Although king level is just a middle level, if the number is large enough, one can still stride forward. If I have 500 king-level strange beings, there's no need to fear emperor-level strange beings. Even calamity-level strange beings wouldn't dare to easily offend 500 kings.
I can.
At worst, I'll go capture, help, or trick them. I don't understand hell-level strange beings, and nightmare-level strange beings are also difficult, but king-level and emperor-level strange beings pose no threat to me.
I can get you 100.
The overseer, the female sword demon, said this, and also thought this way in her mind.
No means would be overlooked. Good. Then we can cooperate. When do we start?
With such a request accepted, Lin Bei had no reason to refuse.
Moreover, there were other benefits. No rush. It's not time yet. The conditions are not yet met.
When the time comes, I will contact you. After that, Lin Bei and the overseer, the female sword demon, chatted casually for a bit.
Some trivial matters.
After a while, Lin Bei took the initiative to leave, walking step by step back to the shooting set. The finale was being filmed.
A day passed, and the finale shooting was completed. Lin Bei and the whole crew had a big feast.
Shi Yeshan, Bai Lain, and the director team all knew that Lin Bei would soon leave here.
Shi Yeshan was particularly reluctant.
She clung to Lin Bei, her eyes sparkling with lightning.
After we part today, I don't know when I will see you again. What should I do during this time if I miss you? How about I give up this Best Actress title and find a way to join you in the safe zone?
For Lin Bei, Shi Yeshan was willing to give up everything, even the hard-earned title of Best Actress.
She didn't want to part with Lin Bei. Every second apart was torment. Bai Lain felt the same way.
But she didn't say anything, only played a piece filled with deep sorrow. This piece perfectly expressed her reluctance and sadness. The director team was different. Though their affinity had also risen to 100, ultimately, they were different from Shi Yeshan and Bai Lain. They merely regarded themselves as Lin Bei's subordinates.
Don't worry, we will edit the movie in the shortest time, and coordinate every link to get the movie released.
Special effects, music, editing, etc., will all be done to the best possible standard, with no oversights.
This movie will definitely be a hit.
After breaking up, the overseer, the female sword demon, decisively ended the challenge. Her vision blurred once again, and all the images in her eyes shattered, all her senses disappeared in an instant. Lin Bei suddenly experienced what Lady Yueying felt. When Yueying was locked in the dark.
It should be quite similar to now.
The only difference is that I am in a hazy grey-white world, while the moon nightingale is in absolute darkness.
He patiently waited.
Although he could not feel the passage of time.
Not only Lin Bei, but other challengers also entered this state. Each challenger was in good condition, completely different from the exhaustion and mess after previous challenges.
This round of challenges was simple and smooth, with not a hint of difficulty. Every day was spent filming, eating, drinking, and sleeping.
They also knew the reason.
This time we are lucky, encountering this kind of expert, we get to win effortlessly.
Those things were definitely worth it.
Meeting him, I feel like I've used up a lifetime of luck.
What will happen in the next challenge? I really hope to meet him again.
The chance is too small, basically impossible.
Meanwhile, Mrs. Moon Nightingale returned to Grey Abyss City.
Looking at the perfectly normal Abyss taxi company, she felt no bitterness, but rather thought Lin Bei was amazing for successfully maintaining the company's normal operation. That's good, no need for me to start from scratch. Otherwise, it would lose a lot of terror coins. He really needs those terror coins. Indeed, Mrs. Moon Nightingale had also handed over her terror coins to Lin Bei, leaving only a small amount for daily use. She stood at the company entrance and happened to meet Raincharm.
After 20 days, they were no longer enemies.
The two strange beings stared at each other, not immediately speaking, examining one another. In the end, it was Raincharm who spoke first.
Although there were unpleasant things before, now you are my little sister.
Let me introduce myself.
My name is Raincharm. You can call me sister-in-law from now on.
She was still thinking about the position of sister-in-law. Although no one accepted this except for the lowly.
Sister-in-law? Why are you the sister-in-law? Based on what ranking? Strength? In one-on-one, your strength is not as good as mine. Mrs. Moon Nightingale did not agree with this either.
If possible, she also wanted to be the sister-in-law. Raincharm did not respond, only sighed heavily.
So hard. The pressure is getting bigger and bigger. Now there's another disaster-level competitor joining.
What a worry. She realized her strength was still insufficient. Just recently she reached the strange emperor level, which could be considered the strongest among the sisters, but now there was an added disaster-level sister.
How to play this? Sigh. Truly my good husband.
To bring me such a competitor. But only my good husband could do such a thing, really managing to handle such a powerful sister. After a long while, Lin Bei's vision finally returned to normal. The hall of the safe zone appeared before him again. It was still so familiar, unchanged.
But he quickly noticed something strange.
On the wall directly in front of the hall, there was a photo of a strange girl he did not recognize.
Who is this?
Lin Bei was sure he had never seen this strange girl.
Why is it hung here? What happened?
The photo of the unfamiliar strange being hanging on the hall wall was clearly no simple matter.
Chapter 170.
Lin Bei couldn't understand the strange situation before him.
It was really unexpected.
He had just left for less than a month, and upon returning, such a huge change had occurred. He couldn't help but wonder if he had come to the wrong safe zone. But the familiar strange beings appeared in his vision, telling Lin Bei that this was indeed the warm apartment, the place where the Rose twins existed. It seems that quite a lot must have happened during the time I was gone. After finishing, Lin Bei looked at the few familiar strange beings.
Coincidentally, those strange beings were also rushing towards him.
Moments later, Lin Bei found himself surrounded by strange beings, each one's affection level over 100, truly his own strange beings, with no hint of danger. They spoke one after another, informing Lin Bei of the situation. A few days ago, a new administrator came, a stunning beauty, but not easy to deal with. It's best not to offend her, keep as far away as possible. This new administrator comes from the garden, a mysterious place that exists only in legends. It's our first time seeing a weird one from the garden. I noticed something off about the new administrator. She always seems to go find Little Red and Little White, visiting them regularly, but I don't know why. By the way, she specifically asked us about you before, but we said nothing. We chose to keep things secret from start to finish, even when she threatened us with dismissal. Listening to this, Lin Bei furrowed his brows, tightening them more and more. Especially when he heard that the new administrator was from the garden. Other weirds may not know, but he clearly knew that Red Rose and White Rose come from the garden. They are also part of the garden.
A person from the garden. Is she specifically here for red and white roses? Or is it just a coincidence?
The new administrator often goes to find red and white roses, which means she has discovered their presence here, so she must also know about me, which is why she asked about me.
There's definitely something wrong, I need to be cautious.
At that moment, Lin Bei spotted the previous warm apartment administrator.
A message bar appeared before his eyes. Former administrator of the warm apartment. After the new administrator arrived,
he became the deputy administrator. His power and responsibilities diminished. He could still command other staff, but he also had to obey the new administrator. For this, he willingly accepted, without any objections.
Only because the new administrator came from the garden.
He continued to observe his surroundings, searching for red rose and white rose among the weirds. But the two weren't there. He didn't know if they were busy or doing something else. Lin Bei planned to return to his room first, then take it one step at a time. He still didn't know the situation. After ordering the weirds to maintain their status quo, Lin Bei walked to the elevator, waiting for it to arrive. Meanwhile, the former administrator of the warm apartment, who had been watching Lin Bei, pulled out a handheld device to try to contact Mi Feng.
Buzz. Buzz.
It went smoothly. After more than 10 seconds, the device connected, and Mi Feng's voice came through.
Hello?
What's up? Her tone was a bit lazy, as if she had just woken up. The former administrator immediately explained the situation.
The man you wanted to find has returned. He's in his room. He already knows about you.
He was eager to watch the excitement. In the safety zone, day after day, life was pretty much the same. Occasionally watching some fun was also an enjoyable thing.
Mi Feng instantly perked up. Great. He's finally back. I have to have a good talk with him. She hung up the device, leaving the warm hive, preparing to meet the mysterious Lin Bei.
She had a score to settle with Lin Bei.
Without permission, you picked those two delicate roses? Humans, oh humans. This is not a small matter.
Lin Bei pushed open the door to his room, stepping inside. The room was clean and tidy, filled with the scent of flowers. Just standing at the door felt very comfortable.
It seems they are fine. That guest from the garden is most likely not an enemy.
He reached this conclusion. If it were an enemy, how could red rose and white rose still have time to maintain hygiene? At that moment, the sound of game settlement echoed in Lin Bei's mind. Congratulations on completing this round of professional challenge.
The challenged profession is actor, specifically that of a background character and stand-in, with a danger level of S. Rewards are being calculated. Calculation complete.
Your performance in this round of professional challenge is rated S. The rewards obtained are as follows. 500,000 horror coins, a set of changing and transforming clothing, an invitation letter for a movie role, war film, a dedicated team for stars, and permanent residency rights in Building Number 8, Unit 401, Soul Extermination.
A fame cube.
Lin Bei was quite satisfied.
The reward this time is not bad.
It wasn't a waste of effort. After all, the duration was close to a month. Filming at high intensity every day is very exhausting. Before he could study these rewards,
that notification sound rang again.
Your evaluations in the 3 consecutive professional challenges are all at the highest level, successfully triggering a special mechanism. The supervisors for the 3 rounds of challenges have all evaluated you. Supervisor, female sword demon highly praised you, believing that this type of professional challenge is too easy for you, and your strength is no longer suitable for such leisure-oriented challenges. Supervisor, Blackbone hates you extremely, saying you are the worst and most outrageous challenger she has ever seen. She has placed you on a kill list, and once the opportunity arises, she will ruthlessly end you. She also believes you should not participate in simple professional challenges anymore and strongly recommends you face higher difficulty. Supervisor, Volcano thinks you are a good man, filled with mysterious riddles.
He only hopes you won't enter the professional challenges he manages anymore.
As for whether to increase the difficulty, his answer is yes, because that way you can find it interesting. Based on the final evaluations of the 3 rounds and the suggestions from the 3 supervisors, your next round of professional challenges will see a significant increase in difficulty, completely leaving other challengers behind. The newbie protection period has ended.
Lin Bei was slightly taken aback.
He was shocked by this unexpected situation.
What is this? After 3 rounds of dungeons, only now does the newbie protection period end? Wait. Is this 3-round dungeon really called a newbie protection period? Where is the protection? Is it limited to just words?
He held a skeptical attitude toward this.
After all, these 3 rounds of dungeons were not safe at all. One careless mistake could cost his life.
It had nothing to do with protection.
No need to question.
Although not obvious, the 3 dungeons you experienced were indeed within the newbie protection period, specifically because these 3 professions do not face real dangers. As long as you follow the rules, you can survive without dying unexpectedly.
Dungeons beyond the newbie protection period will not explain these things. The professions you will face will be very dangerous. Faced with this explanation, Lin Bei couldn't find any fault with it. It really was like that.
In these 3 dungeons, as long as he didn't break the rules and was a bit cautious while working, he could basically ensure his safety. At most, he might lose an arm or a leg.
How long does the newbie protection period usually last?
6 rounds of professional challenges. The first 6 rounds for ordinary challengers are relatively safe. Strictly speaking, it is a selection process.
Sigh. Lin Bei let out a long sigh. He could only accept this fact.
The difficulty of the upcoming professional challenges would soar, and the strange powers encountered would also rise sharply.
He was a little worried. Chapter 171. Let it be hard then. At worst, I'll just keep a low profile. Lin Bei had no choice.
But he was very concerned about one thing.
I have a question. In these professional challenges, will the strange powers I encounter be too weak? Will I no longer face spirits or wraiths, those weak entities? The notification sound gave an affirmative answer. Yes.
In professional challenges that are not within the newbie protection period, the strange entities directly related to the challenges all possess certain strength. For example, in the first 3 dungeon rounds, the number of strange entities at the level of the strange king you could encounter was very few, and they would ignore you. Whereas in the upcoming professional challenges, you will frequently encounter strange entities at the level of the strange king who will actually target you. This is just an example. In reality, not only the strange king but even stronger entities can often be encountered. This is the true professional challenge.
The difficulty of obtaining an S-level completion rating is immense.
Only in such a high-pressure environment.
In order to let the challengers grow quickly.
I sincerely wish you can pass the next round of challenges. After hearing this, Lin Bei's expression was complicated.
In the upcoming challenges, will there be many strong and bizarre enemies? This. Isn't this going to be thrilling? Why didn't they end it earlier? It's wasting time.
Indeed, for other challengers, the end of the beginner protection period would be a particularly headache-inducing event, as danger truly multiplies.
But for Lin Bei, an increase in danger is unavoidable. However, what increases the most are actually opportunities.
Bizarre beings at the king level.
These are all great partners for the future. Bring one on, let's do this. Please keep your composure.
It is truly because you performed exceptionally well that such a precedent was established.
It is normal for you to feel uneasy about this. As compensation, you will receive a reward.
The compensation is the freedom to choose a professional challenge. You can select one from the 3 given career challenges.
Career Challenge, Gatekeeper of the Evil Spirit Girls Academy.
Career Challenge, Flight Crew of Flight 444. Career Challenge, Emissary of the Dark Witch. Please choose one from these. Lin Bei was stunned for a moment, unable to react. He did not lose his composure. Saying that, he genuinely felt that it was late to end. But who would have known it would lead to such a misunderstanding?
On the surface, Lin Bei remained normal, showing no signs of abnormality.
Though it was an unexpected event, he decided to seize the opportunity, since he was at an advantage after all. Opportunities to actively choose a professional challenge are rare. Lin Bei thought seriously. These 3 professional challenges sounded rather unsafe. Gatekeeper.
Flight Crew. Emissary.
For some reason, while thinking of the words Dark Witch, the Eye of Destruction began to transmit a message to Lin Bei.
He frowned. He knew that things definitely weren't simple. Can I not choose this one? All right. Then I won't choose it. Lin Bei understood.
This situation wasn't because the Eye of Destruction had consciousness but stemmed from its prior experiences and knowledge, a sort of innate power.
It would only help Lin Bei with warnings and wouldn't interfere further. Left are the Gatekeeper and the Flight Crew. One is of a girls' academy, the other is Flight 444. That flight number sounds ominous from the get-go. So let's eliminate it.
He certainly didn't want to go into a girls' academy.
It was just because the number 444 felt unlucky.
By excluding 2 wrong options, no matter what the remaining option is, it will passively become the right choice. Then Lin Bei gave his answer.
I choose the Gatekeeper of the Evil Spirit Girls Academy. All right. In 10 days, you will enter the Evil Spirit Girls Academy.
You can collect information about the Evil Spirit Girls Academy within these 10 days. Thus, the communication ended. Lin Bei was very satisfied.
The Evil Spirit Girls Academy, huh? I really should take some time to investigate it these days.
After all, this is the first professional challenge after the beginner period, better to treat it seriously. Then he began to study the rewards he just received. The transformative outfit is a men's outfit that can change into any appearance as required. It could be everyday clothes or life vests, or gliding suits. Besides that, it has no other practical use. A movie performance invitation letter, which is a performance contract to shoot a movie called War of the Shikigami, though the start date is still uncertain. Clearly, there is a dedicated support team, a very professional team consisting of makeup artists, assistants, agents, etc., specifically serving Lin Bei, who won't disturb him normally, but will show up when filming. Permanent residency in the Infernal Soul Apartment 8-4-401, although he hasn't received the housing certificate, this apartment already belongs to Lin Bei. The Infernal Soul Apartment is a top-end complex, favored by many wealthy and powerful bizarre beings living there.
Fame Cube. This is the reward Lin Bei cares about the most. It's just a 6-sided cube.
It's all jumbled up, but there's no need for him to piece it together himself. A top-tier horror coin itself will automatically compete based on its own fame. The higher the fame, the more successful faces it will piece together, and each completed face will activate a unique ability. Right now, only the first face's ability can be seen.
Space is disrupted. So, once the first face is completed, I will gain the ability to disrupt space? From the description, that sounds very powerful. The abilities of the other faces can only be known after one face is completed.
Lin Bei knows he can't rush. To gain a lot of names, I suppose I'll have to wait for that movie to release.
Otherwise, where can I get fame? Oh, there's another way.
Become the king of Grey Abyss City.
As long as I become the king, the strange occurrences in Grey Abyss City will provide me with fame.
But it can't be achieved in a short time.
He can only temporarily give up the idea of completing the fame cube. Ha!
After taking a deep breath, Lin Bei adjusted his state to normal and stepped into the living room, immediately looking at the underworld phoenix egg on the coffee table. The cracks on the underworld phoenix egg have accumulated to their limit, no more can appear, clearly indicating it could hatch at any moment.
The coffee table is filled with many fresh items, and the nest is stuffed to the brim. Is it going to hatch?
Lin Bei sat down on the sofa, his gaze fixed on the underworld phoenix egg.
An information panel appeared before his eyes. Underworld phoenix, hatching moment. Affection points, cannot be detected, has become a complete life form, but has not officially entered the world yet. Relationship, none. Level, none. The surface of the eggshell is fully cracked, nutrient absorption has reached its limit. Within 3 days at most, it will break out of its shell. Please wait patiently. Chapter 172. Only 3 days at most? That's great news. I will be able to witness it break out of its shell. Lin Bei had been contemplating one thing before. If the underworld phoenix hatches while he happens to be in some instance, that would be a bit awkward, being the owner of the underworld phoenix, but not witnessing its first face. Now, that's good, he doesn't have to worry about that problem anymore. Shifting his gaze to the window, Lin Bei prepared to start the next phase. The consumption phase. Currently, the balance of horror coins surprisingly amounts to 25 billion, from over 10 billion obtained from Shirya Xiang, plus 10 billion from the contract signed with the second young master, and a decent amount scraped from other sources like Lady Yueying, along with the previous leftover horror coins, resulting in this outrageous number. Lin Bei is somewhat stunned. So much? Am I being a bit excessive? He knows this situation can only occur once or twice. It's impossible to get such a huge number of horror coins every time. Last time there were also many horror coins, but it was through exploiting the loophole of the Underworld office, where he single-handedly drained the rewards from the Grey Abyss City Underworld office. This time he secured 2 big fish. One is the film queen Shirya Xiang, who has starred in many blockbuster movies, boasting countless fans and accumulating a lot of horror coins over the years. The other is the second young master of the You're Dead group, who forcibly activated a beneficial opportunity. These 2 instances are truly a stroke of fortune. The next round of professional challenges is the Evil Spirit Girls Academy, where the likely opponents are a group of fierce female anomalies. It's unrealistic to aim for a large amount of horror coins. First, I need to set a plan, focusing on expanding strength in the next professional challenge, and not getting lost in the pursuit of horror coins. Lin Bei establishes a direction in advance. As for horror coins, he doesn't have high hopes for the Evil Spirit Girls Academy. Opening the horror mall, Lin Bei searches for suitable items inside. Holding 25 billion, he seeks quality over quantity. Soon, Lin Bei selects an item. Top-tier Divine Demon Body. Price, 5 billion horror coins. Usage requirement, must possess a high-tier Divine Demon Body. Item introduction, a Divine Demon Body that further enhances strength. Various abilities are significantly increased once more, just leaving one hair allows for regeneration. With the top-level Divine Demon Body, your physical form becomes no different from that of a Divine Demon, and ordinary oddities cannot harm you at all. Note, although it is top level, it can still be improved further, just in other directions. Specific enhancements can be sought on your own. Lin Bei felt a little surprised. Can it be improved further after reaching the top level? An endless pit. But first, let's buy it.
Having a better body is the most important, otherwise, it's just unbearable.
He didn't feel pain. After all, it was an improvement for himself. It wouldn't be a waste. Purchase successful. This time's consumption, 500 million horror coins. Top-level divine demon body is merging. Lin Bei's constitution increased significantly once again.
There was no great commotion, he barely felt anything. After all, it was just a physical quality improvement, other aspects remained the same. After taking away the change, he still had 2 billion horror coins left.
Continue consuming.
Let's take a look at the other directions of improvement mentioned in the introduction. Lin Bei had some interest in this. He continued browsing in the horror mall, searching for excellent products that fit his psychological price. Before long, Lin Bei found a product related to the divine demon body.
Vibration core. Price, 200 million horror coins.
Usage requirements, must have an intermediate or above divine demon body. Product introduction, a power that can be mastered with the divine demon body. Once implanted in the body, one can master the force of vibrations, releasing vibrations from various positions such as fingertips, toes, mouth, eyes, scalp, skin, etc. The intensity of the vibrations can be freely controlled, making it a powerful attack method. It can not only be used for attacking but also for doing some relationship-enhancing things, self-containing vibrations, hee. Note, killing, arson, staying at home, or traveling, this ability will be your good helper. Lin Bei felt a bit speechless. It just felt like this ability was not very serious.
What does enhancing feelings even mean? He couldn't quite understand. He wasn't very fond of this product. But there was no other choice. Who made this product match the divine demon body? Bought it. Purchase successful. This time's consumption, 200 million horror coins. Vibration core is merging.
Soon, the fusion was completed, and Lin Bei perfectly mastered this power. He gently touched the wall with his fingertip, releasing a slight force of vibration.
Boom!
The wall began to shake, as if it would collapse at any moment. A few seconds later, Lin Bei used both feet to release a burst of vibration power. The ground began to tremble in response. He experimented several more times. It was indeed usable from any part of the body. Lin Bei continued searching for suitable products in the horror mall. After quite a while, he finally found a product that truly met his expectations.
Random authority fragment.
Price, 1.5 billion horror coins.
Usage requirements, none.
Product introduction, after purchasing, you can randomly obtain a fragment of an authority existing in the horror world. However, since it is only a fragment, you cannot obtain the complete authority, but even just a fragment of authority is still a remarkable power. Note, can be purchased multiple times, and there is a chance to obtain the same authority. The same authority will automatically fuse, enhancing control over that authority, and the price for the next purchase will increase. Authority fragment? You can even buy this thing? Ridiculous. Lin Bei gained some new knowledge. He knew there were many things in the horror mall, but didn't expect there would even be products related to authority. He quickly figured out the reason. Thinking about it carefully, it makes sense to have this kind of product.
There are so many kinds of authority, and since you can only obtain fragments, selling at over 10 billion makes it very unlikely to obtain a useful authority. It completely depends on luck. Good luck can get a useful authority fragment. Bad luck means you get a worthless rule fragment that you might never use in your life. 1.5 billion horror coins for a piece of trash? Who would buy it? Except for me. Lin Bei decided to buy it. Out of instinct. It seemed that a voice was telling him, buying this product would definitely not be a loss. Purchased. Try once. Purchase successful. This transaction costs 1.5 billion horror coins. The power fragment you received is strength suppression. What? Lin Bei was immediately shocked. This power fragment seems a bit unusual. At this moment, the information about this power appeared in Lin Bei's mind. Strength suppression. Its function is as its name suggests. It can suppress the target's strength. Not limited to people and monsters. Even the strength of a nether tool can be suppressed. The specific level of suppression depends on various factors. If all goes smoothly, it can suppress a monarch level anomaly to a king level, and it can suppress a disaster level to a monarch level, even potentially affecting a god level anomaly. It's a very strong power. Chapter 173. Lin Bei sparkled with a certain light. Lucky. It's the most suitable power for me. Its practical effect is very strong. This 1.5 billion wasn't spent in vain. He was very satisfied. The strength suppression power was good enough. It can suppress all kinds of strengths in the world, even non-living entities like nether tools cannot escape its effect. At this point, there were 300 million horror coins left. After spending a few minutes, Lin Bei bought another item. This time he purchased an item related to the soul. His body was already strong enough, what needed improvement was his soul. 9 layers of soul. Price, 120 million horror coins. Usage requirement, body strength must meet the standards. Item description, a very special soul, capable of absorbing elemental powers to become stronger. Thunder, flame, gale, darkness, and light are all within the absorption range. After accumulating to a certain extent, the soul can be upgraded once, with a maximum upgrade of 9 times. Each upgrade doubles the strength of the soul and provides other benefits, one of which is immunity to elemental powers. After reaching level 9, the soul can completely resist attacks from elemental forces. Note, can only be purchased once. Any further increases in soul strength must use other methods. He spent over 100 million horror coins again. For items at this price, the quality is beyond doubt. Absolutely good enough. With the remaining 1.8 billion horror coins, Lin Bei did not plan to spend them for now, preparing to save them for the next round of profession challenges. Even if he could enhance the favorability of the anomalies, he would not underestimate any round of profession challenges, as there were too many uncertainties. End. Lin Bei sat on the sofa, having completed what he needed to do. All that was left was to wait for the nether phoenix to hatch. But his heart wasn't at ease. A trouble remained unsolved. That mysterious guest from the garden. Right. I need to check my current attribute panel. Lin Bei. Level, history level, experience points are gained by completing profession challenges. Strength, 119 plus 1800, Divine Demon Body, plus 20, Superhuman Potion, asterisk plus 588, Attribute Points, asterisk plus 300, Thunder God Bloodline, asterisk. Constitution, 120 plus 1800 plus 20 asterisk plus 300 plus 300, Thunder God Bloodline, asterisk. Spirit, 118 plus 1800 plus 20 asterisk plus 200 plus 300, Thunder God Bloodline, asterisk. Speed, 119 plus 1800 plus 20 asterisk plus 200 plus 300, Thunder God Bloodline, asterisk. Abilities, top level Divine Demon Body, Vibration Core, 9 layers of soul, Thunder God Bloodline, Godlike Experience asterisk, Thought Revival asterisk, Hellfire Star. Items, Blood Frenzy Bone Saw, Evil Slayer Metal, Mind Evolution Gun. Not bad. Strength attribute is close to 3000. Constitution and other attributes have also exceeded 2000. On the surface, my level is history level, but I don't know what degree I've actually reached. I have a feeling I can battle a disaster level anomaly. This was just Lin Bei's feeling. He had no real battle opportunities, so he couldn't determine his strength. For this situation, Lin Bei was not anxious. The beginner protection period is over. In the upcoming profession challenges, I may encounter situations that require combat. At the same time, the Red Rose and White Rose received the news of Lin Bei's return. Though they eagerly wanted to find Lin Bei, they were unable to do so. As the administrator of the cozy apartment, Mi Feng exerted some pressure on them, preventing them from leaving during work, otherwise, they would be forcibly expelled. Considering everything, the Rose twins could only endure this impulse. They hastened to clean up. But even so, to complete the work at hand, it still requires some time. The Red Rose was somewhat distracted, with an obvious worry hanging on her beautiful face. I need to speed up. I know he's coming back, and Mi Feng must know too. Given Mi Feng's attitude, she will definitely go find him. What should I do? That bastard Mi Feng is really hard to deal with. Despite her worries, her hands didn't slow down, on the contrary, they sped up even more. The White Rose wished she could quit her job on the spot. But she couldn't help it. Once she quit, she would be expelled from the safe zone, which meant she would never see Lin Bei again. If Mi Feng dares to do anything bad to him, then I will do everything I can to make Mi Feng pay the price. Even if she also comes from the garden. No one is more important than my husband. After receiving news about Lin Bei, Mi Feng had been rushing on the road. She hurried to the door of room 1414. Room 1414, Lin Bei's room. That human. That bastard who picked the red and white roses. Knock. Knock. Mi Feng knocked hard on the door, as if she wanted to smash it down. Open the door. I am the new administrator of the warm apartment. There are some things we need to discuss in person. Lin Bei, who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened them. He sighed. She came so quickly. She really has been waiting for me. After speaking to himself, Lin Bei got up and walked to the door, preparing to face Mi Feng. He knew in his heart that he couldn't hide from this matter. The best choice was to confront Mi Feng. Even if he avoided this time, there would be a next time, and if he avoided that, there would be another after that. The warm apartment was Mi Feng's place, a region dominated by her. Rather than keep avoiding it, it was better to meet face to face.
So, Lin Bei opened the door and saw Mi Feng standing outside, her face filled with displeasure. In the next moment, a message panel appeared before his eyes.
Garden work model, Mi Feng. Favor points, -50. Relationship, very unpleasant towards you. Strength, nightmare level.
She comes from the garden. She knew red rose and white rose many years ago and had collected flower nectar more than once, always considering red rose and white rose as her possessions.
Many other flowers were the same.
Therefore, she has a strong sense of possession over the rose twins and always likes to control them. Even though the rose twins also possess nightmare-level strength, they are naturally restrained by her, and no matter how strong they are, they cannot exert their power in front of her, so any dissatisfaction can only be endured. After seeing the rose twins, she realized what had happened to them. She thought you forcibly took away her flowers and did extremely unfair things. That is why she dislikes you. At the same time, she is also very interested in you.
A human who can handle the rose twins is enough to pique her curiosity.
She is very dangerous. You must be careful of her. Beware of her needles. Her needles can pierce through everything and cause irreparable wounds. Her needles can regenerate endlessly. Every time one is used, it automatically breaks and remains inside the target that was pierced, and the broken needle contains deadly actions. Also, beware of her mouth. Years of collecting flower nectar have given her mouth a powerful suction. If she wants to, she can suck dry a whole lake in one breath.
Her mouth,
hardened through countless trials.
It can even suck out your soul. Chapter 174. Mi Feng? Collecting flower nectar? Coming from the garden. Can attack with needles? Strong suction power in her mouth? Lin Bei's expression was somewhat strange. He already knew what Mi Feng was. Mi Feng.
From multiple descriptions, she was like a bee.
A very strong bee. The garden.
Both rose flowers are nightmare level, and a bee is also nightmare level.
Then what about the other members of the garden? It can't be that they're all this strong, right?
The plants and trees I saw outside before were all servants of the garden lord, but their strength was only Trick King level and Trick Emperor level.
Could it be that like these three? Can members of the garden with bizarre forms all be at least disaster level in strength?
Lin Beiyu felt increasingly that this legendary garden was wrapped in a heavy layer of mystery. For some reason, he had a strange premonition, always feeling that he would have a deeper relationship with the garden in the future, encountering more bizarre things from the garden. Perhaps it was flowers, like the white lotus, the other shore flower, or the peony. It could also be beings other than flowers, like a butterfly, a fly, or a dung beetle. As well as grass, trees, and small animals. Why does it feel like I always encounter things related to the garden? From the first time I returned to the safe zone and met the rose twins, to the second time in the safe zone when I also encountered something related to the garden, and now this time with the bees in the garden. At the same time, Mi Feng had been sizing up Lin Bei, observing him from head to toe. But aside from noticing that Lin Bei was very good looking, she could not see anything special about him. He looked just like an ordinary person.
Ha! Those two fools, the red rose and the white rose, actually gave their sweetest nectar to this kind of person? How foolish. A human, what right do they have to touch the flowers in the garden?
And that group of bizarre beings in the safe zone are also fools, giving up their chance to go to the garden for this person. They are truly throwing away gold to pick up stones. Calm down, I must stay calm. My current identity is special, and I can't do anything reckless to him. Although her heart was filled with murderous intent and malice, Mi Feng's outward demeanor was perfect, showing no signs of abnormality. Though she could not tell if Lin Bei had any special qualities, she knew he must possess something. Otherwise, the red and white roses and the bizarre beings in the safe zone would never have fallen to such a degenerate state. As they stared at each other, the atmosphere felt somewhat off, and Lin Bei broke the silence first.
What do you want from me?
He stood at the door, still observing Mi Feng. The second encounter with a nightmare-level bizarre being in good condition. The first time was with the supervisor, the female sword demon. Mi Feng then regained her composure, her acting was quite good, a smile on her face.
Let's go inside and talk. It's something private. We can't let the other challengers hear us.
After speaking, she walked inside. Lin Bei thought for a moment and stepped aside to let Mi Feng enter. He closed the door. Mi Feng was not polite at all, taking the initiative to sit on the sofa, her gaze turning to the phoenix egg on the table.
First, let me congratulate you. This phoenix will hatch soon. Keeping a phoenix as a pet, you are the first human to accomplish this.
She had once fantasized about this phoenix egg, wanting to take it for herself to hatch and raise. But she was met with strong resistance from the red and white roses, even escalating to the point of risking her life, and she ultimately had to give up this idea.
Are you saying that there were bizarre beings that did this before and kept phoenixes as pets?
Mi Feng was slightly taken aback, not expecting Lin Bei to ask such a question. Realizing this, she simply nodded.
Yes. But not many.
Only 3 bizarre beings managed to do this. And none of them had good endings. Phoenixes cannot be domesticated. Once they find an opportunity, they will rebel. One of those 3 bizarre beings met such a fate and was killed by the phoenix, ending up as bird food.
Mi Feng thought telling Lin Bei this was no big deal.
It could serve as a prelude. A few casual topics to let Lin Bei lower his guard, then she could discuss serious matters.
For Lin Bei, this really was useful information.
He had originally been thinking of raising the phoenix himself and slowly building a bond with it. But now it seemed better to raise feelings directly. With elevated feelings, the phoenix would surely not betray him. After that, Mi Feng chatted casually for a few moments, asking Lin Bei if the recent professional challenge had gone smoothly, if he had encountered any troubles, and so on. Lin Bei knew the true intentions of Mi Feng.
You shouldn't be here just to care about me, right? Stop beating around the bush and get straight to the point. Seeing the situation, Mi Feng's expression immediately changed.
Her tone became much colder.
Do you know the identities of the red rose and the white rose? Lin Bei nodded.
There was no need to deny it, such things could not be hidden.
I know.
They are the Rose twins.
Just like you, they come from the garden.
His expression was calm. There was not a hint of tension.
Knowing that, how dare you do such things to them? Looking for death?
The flowers in the garden cannot be touched casually.
This matter must have an explanation.
Since it involves the reputation of the garden, I cannot just let it go.
Lin Bei nodded again, fully agreeing with Mi Feng's words.
His tone also carried a bit of seriousness.
Indeed. I must have an explanation. Otherwise, won't I have been taken advantage of for nothing?
You don't know how fierce those 2 are. They were like possessed and insisted on targeting me. Even though I desperately resisted and used every method to stop them, in the end, it was all in vain. I had no choice but to cooperate with them, and at that moment, I was extremely unwilling.
First the younger sister, then the older sister. Not a shred of humanity. Mi Feng was taken aback.
The development of the situation was quite different from what she had imagined. According to the original plan, she was supposed to question Lin Bei, making him pay a huge price, while Lin Bei would be timid and comply with her demands unconditionally.
But the reality was completely different. It turned into Lin Bei questioning her and asking for an explanation.
He looked as if he had suffered great injustice. This shattered Mi Feng's train of thought. No matter how she looked at it, she could never have imagined such a strange situation.
What are you saying? I can't quite understand. Do you mean it's the fault of those 2 fools?
Lin Bei recalled the situation back then.
Saying so wasn't entirely wrong. It wasn't him who took the initiative.
Lin Bei was a person of few desires, with only the goal of becoming stronger.
That's right. So you need to give me an explanation.
Just because those 2 come from the garden doesn't mean they can act unreasonably.
Chapter 175. Mi Feng realized that things had suddenly become very complicated.
If everything was as Lin Bei said, it would have a huge impact on the reputation of the garden. The garden had always been a beautiful representative in the minds of the anomalies. If this news spread, the 2 roses in the garden, relying on their identity and power, doing something utterly outrageous to a weak human would directly stain the garden's reputation.
Don't lie to me. I know those 2. They are not like that.
Even if they would act like that, it wouldn't be you they would target. There are so many anomalies better than you, they would be better targets.
Mi Feng denied this matter.
Her state was already a bit off, her tone containing urgency. Even though she believed she understood the Rose twins, they ultimately spent a long time in room 1414. And the owner of this room was Lin Bei.
Don't believe it?
Then just wait for them to come back and ask in person.
I, Lin Bei, walk upright and do right. If it's not my fault, I won't admit it. Lin Bei appeared confident. After thinking for a few seconds, Mi Feng could only agree. All right.
Her thoughts were particularly chaotic. She felt that something was off at some point. A few minutes later, the older sister, Red Rose, was the first to return. She pushed the door open and rushed in without looking at Mi Feng, directly running to Lin Bei's side, examining Lin Bei carefully. After confirming that Lin Bei was unharmed, she let out a sigh of relief.
I was so worried. I'm glad you're okay.
The older sister, Red Rose, breathed a sigh of relief and then sat beside Lin Bei, holding his hand and looking at Mi Feng, her tension visible.
Don't hurt him. Come at me if there's anything. He is innocent. Hearing the word innocent, Mi Feng's brows couldn't help but furrow. She didn't want to hear that word again.
To prevent Lin Bei from playing with hints, Mi Feng hurriedly asked. Red Rose, tell me what happened at that time.
Answer immediately. Don't think you can team up to deceive me.
Lin Bei remained silent. There was no sign of wanting to communicate with Red Rose. Red Rose answered immediately.
It's all my fault.
At that time, I couldn't help myself, I lost control, which led to this result.
But I don't regret it.
Being with him wasn't a wrong decision. However, there were indeed mistakes. That day, I went too far, I got carried away and ignored his feelings. Her answer made Mi Feng's mood heavier.
Because the general meaning was the same as what Lin Bei said. The point is that Lin Bei is innocent, and the matter cannot be blamed on Lin Bei.
Red Rose, oh Red Rose, how could you do such a foolish thing?
Don't forget, you are part of the garden. Although things have happened, you and White Rose can still return to the garden anytime. The gardener has always been very lenient with everyone.
But you did this.
What are we going to do about it?
The gardener surely can't accept such a thing. In fact, Mi Feng still found it a bit hard to believe, but Red Rose's expression was serious, showing no signs of deceit. She had an absolute understanding of Red Rose and could naturally see that Red Rose was speaking the truth. If you don't say, I don't say, and sister doesn't say, and the other partners in the safe zone don't say, how would the gardener know?
In the whole safe zone, only you know the identities of me and my sister. Our outward identity is just two ordinary cleaners.
Mi Feng was troubled about whether to hide this matter. It was hard for her to come to a conclusion.
I don't want to deceive the gardener.
But, in the short term, I can't meet the gardener, and therefore I can't tell the gardener about this.
You better think of a way to solve this during this time.
After speaking, Mi Feng's gaze turned back to Lin Bei. Her eyes were complicated. She didn't know how to face Lin Bei.
An innocent honey-eater. Just then, White Rose finally returned.
Like Red Rose, her greatest concern was Lin Bei, and her actions were very similar. Mi Feng dared to ask the earlier question before Red Rose and Lin Bei spoke.
The answer was almost the same. Sigh.
In the end, she sighed deeply.
Just feeling that the situation was very tricky. What do you plan to say to me?
Lin Bei asked with a smile.
He didn't mind getting some compensation. A statement? Don't ask me for it. Let those two give it to you. It's not like I did something to you. Mi Feng wanted to quickly leave this place.
Red Rose and White Rose sat beside Lin Bei.
She couldn't stand this scene.
The more she looked, the more strange it felt.
Lin Bei knew. The matter was somewhat in the past.
In the short term, Mi Feng wouldn't cause trouble again. This method was the best he could think of for the moment.
Mi Feng's strength was nightmare level. There was no way to fight back.
And it was impossible to increase goodwill. Her identity was still that of the cozy apartment manager. All three aspects were disadvantages, so he could only use some unconventional means. Meanwhile, in the bedroom of room 1414, no one noticed that a flower had appeared by the window. It pressed close to the window, slowly entering room 1414. At the moment it rooted in the ground, a peculiar floral fragrance spread around, also releasing an invisible, colorless, odorless pollen. In a short moment, the entire room 1414 was filled with the scent of flowers and pollen. Lin Bei, Red Rose, White Rose, and Mi Feng were all unknowingly inhaling the fragrance and pollen. A few seconds later, Red Rose began to behave strangely, her eyes filled with intense excitement, starting to do some things that roamed beyond control. White Rose was the same.
She was even bolder. Lin Bei sensed something was wrong. What's wrong with you? Calm down.
But his attempts to stop them were useless. Red Rose and White Rose were becoming more and more outrageous.
Mi Feng witnessed everything.
Looking at the scene before her, she completely believed in Lin Bei's innocence.
My God.
These two sisters are really insane.
I'm still here, and it's already starting? Forget it, I might as well leave.
But just as Mi Feng stood up, a strange feeling surged up in her heart. She looked at Lin Bei.
Thump. Thump.
Her heart was pounding wildly.
What's going on? I actually want to do this too. No, I can't do it. But Mi Feng's resistance had no effect at all.
A few seconds later, she completely succumbed.
Lin Bei was utterly confused.
He could understand the Red Rose and the White Rose.
But what was up with Mi Feng?
He clearly hadn't made Mi Feng feel any better about him.
What the hell? Is this guy crazy?
Gradually, Lin Bei also could no longer resist the power of that flower.
Inside the room,
that invading flower quietly penetrated through the window and merged into the endless black mist outside, as if it had never appeared.
Chapter 176.
Several hours later. The physically strongest Lin Bei was the first to return to normal. Looking at the chaos around him, he felt his scalp tingle. The situation was very serious. The bee in the garden had the potential to become a queen bee.
Why did this happen? So strange.
Let's not even talk about the red rose and the white rose. Why did Mifeng do this?
What's the difference from the Rose twins back then?
No, wait, thinking back, the actions of the Rose twins were also very strange.
No matter how much they missed me, they would never lose control in front of Mifeng.
Lin Bei's gaze fell on the red rose.
An information panel appeared. Red rose. Affection points, 882454. Relationship, her beauty is yours alone.
Level, Ghost King, still heavily injured, originally nightmare level. She is your exclusive red rose.
She is always thinking of you.
Right now, she is in a serious state, poisoned by a toxin that causes rationality to collapse and prompts her to do something crazy. The reason for the poisoning is unknown, the time of poisoning is today, and the toxin has no damage to the body.
She lost control just now entirely due to the poison's effect. Huh? Poisoned? How could she suddenly be poisoned? She was fine when she came back just now.
Lin Bei looked at Mifeng again.
Similarly, an information panel appeared. Garden model worker, Mifeng. Affection points, -50. Relationship, very displeased with you. Strength, nightmare level.
Like the Rose twins, she is also affected by that special poison.
That's why what happened just now occurred.
She lost the thing she cared about the most. The garden has suffered another heavy blow.
Good luck. What does this mean? What does good luck mean? No, this can't be my fault.
Lin Bei was truly at a loss about this.
Clearly, he was the victim.
He was the one who suffered the most. A few minutes later, Lin Bei sighed heavily, picked up a pack of cigarettes, and walked to the bedside.
He lit a cigarette.
While looking out the window, he took drag after drag, sadness written all over his handsome face.
Which bastard set me up? Everything was fine before, Mifeng even felt sorry for me. But once this happened, I don't even know how things will turn out. This truly wasn't my intention. But the system didn't lie to me. The mouth techniques of these bee creatures are indeed unbelievable.
Soon, one cigarette was finished, and Lin Bei lit another. The floor was scattered with many cigarette butts.
Meanwhile, at the Evil Spirit Women's Academy, a bonfire party was being held.
The principal stood by the bonfire, her exquisite face showing a perverted smile.
I declare, the party has started. Everyone can enjoy themselves to the fullest. Not a single finger should be left behind.
After saying this, she looked at the dozens of challengers tied up beside the bonfire. They were in terrible condition, lying on the ground, unable to muster any strength. The only thing they could do was plead for mercy.
Don't come over, I don't want to die yet.
I just came here to be a gatekeeper. I've been guarding the gate these past few days and have never offended you.
Whatever you want, I will try my best to satisfy.